Every time your brothers go through airport security, they are asked to remove their clothes for inspection. This is because they are the strongest prodigies of Dragon Nation, each bearing steel plates of varying degrees on their bodies, scars from battles on the battlefield. The pride of the Yi family. But you have no scars, not because the family overprotected you, but because you are actually the strongest warrior in Dragon Nation, and no one can harm you. On this day, the obituary was delivered to the Yi family. The patriarch, Yi Changfeng, sat expressionless at the head of the hall. 10 urns were lined up on the long table, and a 3-star general in camouflage stood solemnly to the side, his face grave as he unfolded the death notices in his hand. Yi Zhenghua, 48 years old, died in battle in the northern region on July 28, leaving no remains. Yi Zhenhua, 43 years old, died in battle in the eastern region on July 28, leaving no remains. Yi Lingtian, aged 27, died in battle in the southern region on July 28, with no remains recovered. Yi Lingjun, aged 26, died in battle at the southeastern border on July 28, with no remains recovered. After the 10 death notices were read aloud, the inner hall fell deathly silent. 3 generations of the Yi family's loyal martyrs had perished on the same day across 6 major war zones of Daxia, nearly wiping out the entire Yi lineage. The overwhelming grief made the air in the courtyard feel suffocating. With thunderous roars, 36 fighter jets circled and thundered over the Yi family compound, accompanied by 19 ceremonial cannon salutes. Alarms wailed throughout the procession as flags were lowered to half-mast to honor the Yi family's fallen heroes. Yet none of this could alter the tragic outcome of their sacrifice. Old General, the enemy's plan this time was too meticulous. We never expected such a tragedy to occur. Please accept our condolences. 3-star General Ning Yuchou bowed to Yi Changfeng, his voice slightly hoarse. The 10 prodigies of the Yi family were ambushed and killed in 6 different war zones across Daxia on the same day. Even a fool could tell that such a coincidence was impossible in this world. This was a targeted extermination operation against the Yi family. Ning Yuchou glanced at Yi Fan, who stood behind Yi Changfeng, the last surviving heir of the Yi family. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was Daxia's top prodigy, but after a car accident, he became mentally impaired. At this moment, Yi Fan was hugging a pink Peppa Pig doll, looking utterly clueless, as if completely unaware of what had happened. Unnoticed by everyone, a faint golden light suddenly flickered across the jade pendant on Yi Fan's chest, followed by a soft cracking sound. The pendant developed uniform cracks and shattered on the spot. Several golden streams of light shot out from the pendant and swiftly merged into Yi Fan's body. In an instant, the dazed look in Yi Fan's eyes was replaced by a flash of sharpness as he thought to himself, I actually sealed myself away for 5 years. Unbelievable. 5 years ago, at just 15 years old, Yi Fan had already stepped into martial arts, breaking through to the transformation realm, entering the control realm, and surpassing the Grandmaster realm to become the undisputed top prodigy of the younger generation in Great Xia. However, while researching how to use talismans to break through to the martial venerable realm, he was suddenly hit by a car. By a twist of fate, 2 of his 3 souls and 6 of his 7 spirits were sealed into the jade pendant on his chest, leaving only 1 soul and 1 spirit to sustain his body. For 5 years, he wandered in a daze. With his souls and spirits incomplete, he lost all his martial power, and his intelligence regressed to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. To outsiders, Yi Fan had become a complete fool after the accident, but Yi Fan himself knew it was only because his souls were temporarily sealed. Without external assistance, he could only wait for the soul-sealing talisman to expire, a wait that lasted 5 years. When his 3 souls and 7 spirits returned, his intelligence and talent instantly recovered. Moreover, the martial power he had lost had now surpassed the Grandmaster realm, reaching the peak of the martial venerable realm, placing him among the top 10 in all of Great Xia. Staring at the 10 urns before him, Yi Fan's expression darkened to the extreme. Among those 10 urns, 3 belonged to his eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, while the remaining 7 held the ashes of his 7 elder brothers from the 3rd generation. Behind the urns of his 7 brothers stood 7 stunning women dressed in plain white mourning clothes, his 7 unmarried sisters-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law, Yu Linglong, the goddess of war of Great Xia, the strongest female warrior of the younger generation. Second sister-in-law, Lin Yanqiu, the heiress of the Lin family, one of the 4 great noble families of Shangjing, with immense wealth and influence across Great Xia. Third sister-in-law Shan Mange, an international superstar and the goddess in the hearts of millions of otaku. Seventh sister-in-law Sui Shui, the heiress of the Southwest Su family in the pharmaceutical industry, holding a dominant position in medicine manufacturing. With all 7 brothers fallen in battle, these fiancés who never officially married into the family still came to pay their respects at the funeral, deeply moving Yi Fan. During the funeral procession, Grandpa Yi Changfeng sternly rebuked, while the 7 sisters-in-law carried the urns out of the compound. By then, The vast open ground outside the Yi family estate was already crowded with people. The old general had devoted his life to military service, yet the Yi family met such a fate, leaving everyone sighing in lament. Everyone, the sons of the Yi family die for their country, a worthy death. As long as I am here, the Yi family will not fall. Yi Changfeng walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke a few words, but halfway through, he could no longer continue. An old man burying the young. The Yi family nearly wiped out Yi Changfeng. As a man in the twilight of his life, had long been on the verge of collapse, Yi Changfeng choked back his emotions, adjusted himself slightly, and looked at Yi Fan standing beside him. The weight in his heart eased a little. Yi Fan was now his only hope, though he was simple-minded. At least he was alive. Sigh. He no longer expected any achievements from him. After the funeral, he would quickly arrange his marriage with the Xian family. If Yi Fan could continue the family line and leave behind descendants, that would be ideal. Even if he couldn't, marrying that girl Xian Yufei would at least ensure that after his death, the Xian family could protect Yi Fan for the rest of his life. Everyone present was deeply moved seeing Yi Changfeng in such a state. Sigh. The old general truly has it hard. The Yi family once made great contributions to the founding of the empire, and now they face such tragedy. Who says it isn't? 10 generals from the same family being attacked and killed on the same day, this is far from normal. It's clearly an attempt to wipe them out completely. And there must be inside involvement. The perpetrator must hold an extremely high position. Shu, don't speak carelessly. Do you want to bring trouble upon yourself? Amid the uproar at the scene, two figures suddenly strode swiftly toward the stage. Everyone, pardon the interruption. With so many witnesses present, I, Xian Zhanghua, am here to announce something on behalf of Yufei. The one who took the stage was Xian family's second son, Xian Zhanghua, accompanied by the family's eldest daughter, Xian Yufei. Everyone knows that the Xian and Yi families were engaged back then, but now that Yi Fan has become a fool, the Xian family has decided to break off the engagement and is asking for the old master's approval. Xian Zhenghua took the microphone and calmly announced the news. However, these words were undoubtedly a bombshell at the scene, instantly stirring up a commotion among the crowd below. What? The Yi family is facing such a disaster, and the Xian family chooses to break off the engagement at this time? Isn't this just kicking them while they're down? How ruthless. Is the Xian family in such a hurry to cut ties with the Yi family? Probably. The Xian family is also afraid that with the Yi family's downfall, their rivals will next target those families closely associated with the Yi family. If the Xian family doesn't break off the engagement, they might be the first to be purged. But there's no need to be this hasty. What must old Master Yi be thinking? Everyone's gaze turned toward Yi Changfeng, their faces filled with concern. Yi Changfeng had barely uttered a single word when a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Staggering backward, the nearly 80-year-old patriarch of the Yi family finally collapsed, with the Xian family's withdrawal from the marriage alliance serving as the final straw that broke him. Su Jian, Yi Changfeng's longtime adopted son, quickly reached out to steady him, saying, "Father, take care of your health. Don't worry, Jian and I, along with Su Dong, will keep the entire Yi family standing." Su Jian had been taken in by Yi Changfeng years ago, and Su Dong was his son. With Yi Changfeng's biological son and grandsons serving in the military, almost all matters of the Yi family business were managed by Su Jian and his son. Behind Yi Changfeng, the now lucid Yi Fan clenched the Peppa Pig figurine in his hand tightly, suppressing his fury as he glared intensely at Xian Yufei. The two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, their relationship always close. 10 years ago, the Yi and Xian families had arranged a betrothal for them, and the entire southwest region, even the great Xian, knew Xian Yufei was Yi Fan's destined bride. Yi Fan had imagined everyone might abandon him, but he never thought Xian Yufei would leave him, especially at a time like this. "Yufei, you won't be my wife anymore?" Yi Fan asked. Xuan Yufei pinched the corner of her clothes, not daring to meet Yi Fan's eyes, and said with a guilty bow of her head, "I'm sorry, Fan Ge, I can't marry you." 5 years ago, Yi Fan turned into a little cutie. After that, Xian Yufei didn't even think of withdrawing from the marriage. After all, at that time, Yi Fan had the Yi family as a big tree behind him, and even if Yi Fan became stupid, the human days in the future wouldn't be as bad as it could be. But now, the Yi family was almost wiped out, and all that was left was an 80-year-old windswept old man, and a little cutie with an IQ of 7 or 8 years old. If one were to step through the Yi family's doors again, where would one's future hope lie? Xian Yufei adjusted her emotions, and the moment she looked up, her eyes seemed to have made some sort of determination. "Alas, if you weren't a little cutie, how good it should be. If I wasn't a cutie, you would still marry me, right?" Yi Fan continued to stare at Xian Yufei. The affection of growing up together allowed Yi Fan to continue to retain a few moments of anticipation in his heart. Xian Yufei hesitated. Before Xian Yufei could continue to speak, the second uncle next to her, Xian Zhanghua, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Humph, stinky little cutie, you're not a normal person. So what if you're not? Even if you've returned to normal, So what? Do you think that the Yi family is still the same Yi family as before? Can you still recover into the demonic genius from before? Besides, even if you can fully recover, you're the only one in the Yi family now, and I don't know how many people are staring at you for your life, and how long can you last? I don't want concubine you to be a widow. Although Xianzhengguo's words were poisonous, they instantly woke up Yi Fan. Yeah, this time, all the male members of the Yi family, all fell on the same day, and then recalling his own car accident 5 years ago, Yi Fan was very clear in his heart that this was someone trying to uproot the Yi family. At this point, if he were to return to normal, the enemy would not hesitate to lay a deadly hand on him, even though he could deal with it himself. The real murderers who had brutalized the Yi family were afraid that they would be alerted and hide. In an instant, Yi Fan's gaze went down gloomily, and in his heart, he had already decided to continue to play dumb, and use his own stupidity as a cover to secretly bring out all those murderers who had mutilated the Yi family's children, and had to make them pay for their blood debts in blood. As for Princess Xian Yu, let it be. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't make a sound, Xian Zhenggui gave a self-deprecating laugh. I forgot. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The corner of Xian Zhengguo's mouth twitched as he turned his head towards Yi Changfeng, who still had blood on the side of his mouth, and continued, Elder, the situation is clear to you, so please spare the Xian family and spare concubine Yu. Wow. Xian Zhenggui pressed on step by step, causing the crowd on the stage to be in an uproar once again. The Xian family has gone too far. Alas, the Yi family has completely fallen, and I'm afraid that after the Xian family withdraws from the marriage, no one will be willing to marry that little cutie Yi fan back there, right? The Yi family is hopeless. It's a pity that, looking at the old man's state, he can't live for a few years. Right, old Zhang, didn't you say that the fish at Dongyang House is delicious? Let's go. Let's hurry up and take a seat. If we go late, there won't be any room. This is not good, right? We're leaving before the Yi family's funeral is over? What's wrong with that? There's no point in attending or not attending this funeral. And now that we're looking for presents in front of Master Ye's eyes, we might as well invite father and son Su Jian to make a few more trips to Foot Washing City when the time comes. Go 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 go. In the courtyard, there were not a few people who had the same idea, and already a quarter of them had gotten up and were preparing to leave without the slightest bit of concealment. When the tree topples, the monkeys scatter, the wall falls. This is reality in its truest form. Yi Changfeng had just spat out a mouthful of blood and was being supported by Su Jian. His face was pale as he looked at the sad situation in front of him. His lips were shivering as he tried to open his mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. Yi Fan stood on the stage and coldly stared at those who left, memorizing the faces of all of them in his mind. Soon, this young man will make you regret your behavior today. Under the stage, the 7 people holding the urn in the front row were furious when they saw the situation in front of them. They glanced at each other, then walked towards the stage under the leadership of their sister-in-law Yu Linglong. Concubine Xian Yu, if you won't marry, we will. Me, Yu Linglong. Me, Ling Yanqiu. Me, Shen Mange. Me, Sui Xue. I'm willing to marry Yi Fan and start a family for the Yi family. 7 resounding droning voices rang out from the stage, like 7 sharp swords piercing through the gloom that covered the sky. The scene was instantly dead quiet. Those who were ready to leave had just lifted their feet and stiffened in the air. On stage, some of the open mouths forgot to follow up with what they wanted to say. Thousands of people on the scene, everyone's movements, seemed to be frozen in an instant, fixed at the moment. Everyone, with only their eyes still rotating, all had their pupils dilated, staring at the 7 stunningly beautiful girls on the stage with unbelievable faces. Chapter 3. Don't mess around. I'm not a cutie anymore. Hiss. The scene was quiet for a full 10 seconds before the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and then instantly boiled up like a frying pan. Asterisk. What a long time to live. 7 people are going to enter the Yi family's gates at the same time to marry that cutie Yi fan. Nima. These beauties. Are their brains broken? All of the Yi family's children died in battle. This is the best time to get rid of the Yi family. That's right. Any one of the 7, that's a stunningly beautiful face, the very best on earth. And they're actually going to marry that little cutie Yi fan together. How can this let us live? Good guts. To not abandon the Yi family at this time and do the Yi family a favor. Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. I'm afraid they're just trying to save face for the Yi family by announcing it so openly. Let the bullets fly for a while and then we'll see. Those people who were ready to leave, looking at the sudden change of events, actually retracted their raised footsteps and quietly retreated back to the compound site. The actions of the 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law were like dropping a boulder in a lake, splashing the heavens. Concubine Xian Yu snapped her head up, her burning eyes staring at Yu Linglong and the others, as if she wanted to see through those people's souls. She couldn't understand what was going on in the minds of these heavenly girls. Now everyone was thinking of various ways to draw a line with the Yi family, but they were swimming against the current and were dead set on tying themselves to the Yi family? Seeing Yu Linglong and the others come forward and put their 7 hands together on Yi Fan's hand, For a moment, Xian Yufei felt empty in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. Yi Changfeng tightly grasped Yu Linglong's hand. His voice was choking. Linglong, Smoky Chio, thank you. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Yu Linglong and the others stepped up at a crucial time and announced this decision, at least saving face for the Yi family and making it less difficult for Yi Changfeng. Yu Linglong sincerely looked at Yi Changfeng and said, Grandpa, I'm still a member of your family, it's just that the person I'm going to marry is different. Leave it to me next. After a pause in her words, Yu Linglong turned to look at concubine Xianyu with sharp eyes. Concubine Xianyu, in my capacity as Yifan's wife, I announce that your marriage contract with Yifan is null and void as of this moment. Get out! Overbearing words burst out and departed from Yu Linglong's mouth, accompanied by the monstrous murderous aura stirring in her body. Everyone at the scene felt their sweaty hairs stand on end. Asterisk. Why do I feel like the temperature has instantly dropped several degrees? Worthy of being the first female martial arts god of Daxia, the aura suppresses the crowd. If Yifan is still the demonic genius of that year, the two of them would really be a good match. Let's take a look first. Maybe Yifan suddenly awakens one day and recovers? The atmosphere of the scene instantly began to reverse under Yu Linglong and the others taking a stand. The 7 stunning granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family were domineering and protective of their husbands, giving people vague hope, and most of them were feeling relieved for Elder Yi. However, in the crowd, Zhao Tianlong, the son of the Zhao family, had a face that was gloomy to the extreme. Asterisk. What the bastard? I've been thinking about Sui Shui for such a long time. I originally thought that after the Yi family's people died out, this young man would have a chance. But now, Zhao Tianlong waved his fist in annoyance. Has Sui Shui's head been caught in a door? Choosing to marry a little cutie, or as a sister-in-law. Beside Zhao Tianlong, another youth wearing glasses was also filled with displeasure. Young Zhao, don't get excited. Perhaps, things are not what we see. Sui Shui might just be following everyone to do a little face work. They shouldn't really all marry Yifan. If they were to all marry Yifan, then it would be troublesome for my father to take complete control of the Yi group, and we wouldn't agree to it. This spectacled youth was no other than Su Jian's son, Su Dong. The Yi family was nearly extinguished. The most joyful ones were their father and son. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one left in the Yi family, they could take advantage of the fact that the Yi family had no one left to succeed them. They could take advantage of the fact that the Yi family had no one left to succeed them. They could take advantage of the fact that the Yi group was completely dominated by the Yi family in a bright and rightful manner. But the sudden decision of Jade Linglong and the others kind of interrupted their rhythm. That makes sense. Humph. If Sui Shui dares to really have any intimate behavior with Yifan, I'll get that killed in minutes. Zhao Tianlong snorted coldly. In his eyes, pinching Yifan to death was as easy as pinching an ant. By the way, young Su, at the business banquet organized by my Zhao family in the evening, the bigwigs from the Xia family in the provincial city will also arrive. Perhaps young Su can also find opportunities for cooperation. The entire scene, which had been in an uproar, and the core protagonist of the incident, Yi Fan, was surrounded by 7 stunning sisters-in-law at this time, and his face seemed to remain blank and calm. But in reality, a huge wave had long been turned inside. I'll rub it in. He had only just awakened, and he was going to inherit several of his brother's stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law? Sister-in-law, don't mess around. I'm not a cutie anymore. However, Yifan was also clear that today, when the 7 openly announced that they wanted to marry themselves in front of so many people, regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, those enemies who had made a move against the Yi family would definitely choose to believe it. If Yu Linglong and the others hadn't announced this decision, the enemies of the Yi family might not have moved them, but when they actually announced that they were going to marry Yifan, those enemies who were going to deal with the Yi family would never let one of them go. Since they had carried out the decapitation operation against the Yi family, they would definitely not give the Yi family any chance to turn around, and any intimate forces that could potentially help the Yi family to re-emerge, they would remove them. In such a situation, Yifan couldn't even push it off if he wanted to. LOL. Yifan let out a long sigh, and a touch of depth flashed in his eyes. Whether it was to guard for his 7 dead brothers or for his own future, he had to become strong as soon as possible, and had to make the Yi family return to its glorious heyday once again. Only if he was strong enough could he avenge the extermination of his family and guard his 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law. Funeral. Grandfather Yi Chongfeng's loud voice pulled back Yifan's thoughts. At this time, Yi Chongfeng's mood was also infected by Yu Linglong. His voice was loud and the haze in his eyes was swept away. All the teams in the compound began to move, escorting the 10 loyalists of the Yi family to the Cloud City Cemetery. Outside the Yi family compound, Xian Zhanghua and Xian Yufei had already left first. Seeing that Xian Yufei was not in a high mood, Xian Zhanghua consoled Xian Yufei in a serious tone. Yu Fei, second uncle knows that you and Yi Fan are in a good relationship, but you know the situation now. The Yi family is hopeless. The Xian family can't follow the Yi family down the drain. Although Yu Linglong and the others announced that they would marry Yi Fan, do you think that's possible? That's just saving face for the Yi family. Right. In the evening, Mr. Zhao organized a business banquet, and it said that there are bigwigs from the provincial city who are ready to come to Yun City to make investments. Youngli called me to invite you before. Why don't you call back now? The Youngli in Xianzhenggua's mouth was none other than the eldest young master of the Li family, Li Yunyang, the other big powerful family in Yun City. The Yi family had fallen, and this was Xianzhenggua's way of finding another thigh for the Xian family. Xian Yufei's face was full of fatigue as she faintly shook her head. No need, second uncle. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back and rest first. I'll go over to the business banquet in the evening by myself. After saying that, Xian Yufei forlornly got into her own car and started the vehicle to leave the scene. Xianzhenggua watched Xian Yufei's back as she left from behind, and couldn't help but swing his head. Alas, Yufei, you are still too young. For the sake of the Xian family, second uncle had to do this. Cloud City Cemetery. After seeing all the guests leave, Yi Changfeng finally let out a long sigh. Linglong, Smoke Autumn, Yi Shui, thank you for today. The Xian family's sudden withdrawal from the marriage at the funeral almost made the Yi family's last bit of dignity fall to the ground. But fortunately there were 7 granddaughters-in-law to support the scene and save a bit of face for the Yi family. Now that the funerals of my 7 grandchildren are over, all of you should leave as well. Alas, until this moment, Yi Changfeng thought that Yu Linglong and the others had announced the decision earlier as a fake. Yu Linglong and Sui Shui and the others stood still and did not move. Sui Shui stepped forward and spoke to Yi Changfeng. Grandpa, we weren't kidding when we said we would marry Yi Fan. Although Ling Tian and the others have all been martyred, but the Yi family's fragrance cannot be broken. We are willing to start a branch for the Yi family and continue the bloodline. Ah, Yi Changfeng looked at Sui Shui and the others. His eyes swept over the 7 girls' faces in turn. Seeing those girls' serious faces, Yi Changfeng was a bit baffled. What is the point of you guys? What's the figure? Yu Linglong stepped forward and respectfully said to Yi Changfeng, Grandpa, we were born as people of the Yi family, and died as the souls of the Yi family. Those people are so backstabbing the Yi family. This matter can't just be left alone. Our 7 sisters have discussed this. Each of us will take turns to accompany Yi Fan for a month in turn. We must leave more bloodline for the Yi family. We must make those people pay the price. Pust. Yi Fan, who was behind Yi Changfeng, almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yu Linglong's words. This, 7 people intend to play for real? A month with each person? What does that make you, a cedar? Seemingly sensing the change in Yi Fan's mood, Yu Linglong turned her head violently, her eyes burning as she stared at Yi Fan with a hint of doubt in her expression. Seeing that Yi Fan still had that blank look, Yu Linglong frowned slightly. Could it be her illusion? A moment ago, Yu Linglong seemed to have sensed the violent fluctuation of Yi Fan's aura. If Yi Fan was still a cutie, it was unlikely to mobilize his breath fluctuations. After a slight hesitation of a few seconds, Yu Linglong took 2 steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I don't know if you can understand my words now, but don't forget that you were once the #1 demonic genius of Disya. Once you could stand at the peak, and now you surely can too. We 7 innocent girls have decided to marry you, and from this moment on, we are your wives. Our destinies are tied together with you. One glory for all, one loss for all. If you still have a trace of clear consciousness, quickly pull yourself together, guard the Yi family, and avenge your uncles and those brothers of yours. Besides, no matter if you're a real fool or a fake one, the 7 of us have chosen to follow you, and if you dare to fail any of us, I will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth with a knife. Chapter 4 I will not let you down. Listening to Yu Linglong's words, Yi Fan was touched and at the same time, his nose couldn't help but be sore. At the risk of being scrutinized by the world with strange eyes, 7 girls chose to marry themselves at the same time. What determination and courage that was. What's to stop yourself from pulling yourself together? Sui Shui listened with some emotion on the side and opened her mouth to advise. Big sister, would this be too harsh on Yi Fan? After all, his IQ hasn't recovered yet. Yu Linglong's eyebrows moved. The previous examination established that Yi Fan's head was fine. None of his nerves were affected in any way. We must have missed something. I recently contacted the Great Summer Medical Sage, Lei Qianjie. He will definitely be able to find a solution. I will do whatever it takes to ask him to treat Yi Fan. Inviting the Great Summer Medical Sage to treat himself? Yi Fan's heart moved. If Lei Qianjie came, he could just cooperate with himself to execute a plan. Just now, Yi Fan had already probed, although Grandpa's body didn't seem to have any problems on the surface. However, the dark wounds left from the battles in his youth and such a heavy blow had been about to crush Grandpa. Grandpa doesn't have much time left if he doesn't take care of himself. Although Yi Fan's own medical skills were heavenly, right now he had to play dumb and wanted to temper his grandfather's body. It was not convenient for him to do it himself, and if Lei Qianjie came, he could just borrow Lei Qianjie's hands to temper his grandfather. Thinking of this, Yi Fan waved the Pei Qi in his hand and said, "Yeah, good yeah. I want a cure. I want a cure." At this moment, Yi Fan still needed to continue playing dumb. Yu Linglong's brows frowned as she watched, always feeling that there was something wrong somewhere, but she couldn't tell for a while. The other 6 stunningly beautiful girls, looking at Yi Fan, had eyes full of heartache. Sui Shui stepped forward and reached out to hold Yi Fan in her arms, tenderly saying, "Yi Fan, don't worry, our sisters will definitely find a way to cure you. Even if we can't cure you, we will still take care of you for the rest of your life, and give you lots and lots of big fat boys." At the end of the sentence, all 7 girls blushed. Although at the funeral, they were in a hurry and made that decision, but after all, they are all yellow girls. Mentioning those boudoir things, they will still be shy. Yu Linglong was the oldest, already 26 years old, still a bit more composed. "Grandpa, this is how we arranged it. Since Yi Shui is right here in Yun City, for the first month, Yi Shui will take care of Yi Fan. Then for the second month, Cheng Roland from the provincial city of Huadu will take care of Yi Fan. Then for the third month, Yu Linglong talked about the crowd's plan, and Yi Changfeng couldn't stop his tears from flowing down as he listened from the side. "Good girl, Grandpa thanks you." As he spoke, Yi Changfeng directly knelt down towards Yu Linglong and the others, but they were willing to sacrifice their innocence to perpetuate the Yi family name. It's a godsend. The frightened Yu Linglong and Sui Shui and the others hurriedly helped Yi Changfeng up from the ground. "Grandpa, it can't be allowed. No need to make it. We work together. The Yi family will definitely become stronger." Yi Changfeng stood up from the ground and looked at Yi Fan with a serious face. "Yi Fan, remember, no matter if you can return to normal in the future or not, you must be good to these 7 girls. Do you understand? If you dare to fail in any way, Grandpa will shoot you with his own hands." It's easy to put the icing on the cake, but it's hard to put it in the snow. In the midst of such an affliction, how could Yi Fan forget the 7 people's kindness to Yi Fan and to the Yi family? Yi Fan secretly vowed in his heart, "I won't let you sisters-in-law down. It's just that you guys are going to be aggravated for a while." "Oh," Yi Fan answered, and to outsiders it looked as if he was a bit overwhelmed. Sui Shui pulled Yi Fan towards her side with some heartache. "It's not early, so I'll take Yi Fan back today. Tonight it just so happens that Zhao Tianlong has organized a business banquet. I just happened to bring Yi Fan around." Hearing the 3 words Zhao Tianlong, Yi Fan's heart suddenly froze and a familiar image surfaced in his head. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was hit in a car accident, fainted in the last moments, saw the driver's cab driving, is a man with a scar on his face. And just now, when he was at the Yi family compound, Yi Fan saw the scarred man standing right next to Zhao Tianlong. Back then, his own car accident must have had something to do with the Zhao family. A flash of sharpness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. In that case, revenge. Let's start with the Zhao family. Yi family compound. Yi Changfeng had just returned home and practically collapsed in his seat. Looking at the empty compound, Yi Changfeng couldn't help but feel gloomy again in his heart. Escort Captain Long Feng respectfully stood on the side, reported in a low voice, "Yi old. According to the intelligence, Yi Group, Su Jian father and son too, recently stepped up plans to contact the major shareholders, intends to transfer the hegemony, transfer of Yi Group's assets. You see," Yi Changfeng waved his hand, "I've known about their small moves for a long time. A few $100 billion of assets. Originally the Yi family didn't care about it, but now, those 7 girls are in since they are going to guard Xiaofan, then I always have to leave something for them. You pay more attention to the company's situation. Make sure that things are going to be within control." "Yes," Lang Feng answered. His lips moved twice, and when he saw the family portrait hanging on the wall, his voice choked again. Yi Lao, the eldest young master and the others must have been backstabbed. Those people are too ruthless. Yi Changfeng leaned helplessly on the chair, helplessly said, "I also know, and I can probably guess a few of them involved in the hands of the people. But now, the Yi family, alas, what can I do if I know? A family, no matter how despondent and prosperous it is, its greatest fear is that there will be no one to succeed it." Yi Lao's influence in the military was indeed very powerful, but what could Yi Changfeng do with any more prestige now that all of the Yi family's men with talent and potential had died inside out. Does the Yi family rely on a cutie with an IQ of 7 or 8 years old? Moreover, even if the 7 chose to continue marrying Yi Fan, it would only be a temporary decline of the Yi family, unless the 7 of them girls could give birth to Yi Fan as soon as possible, and the old man of the Yi family should be able to live for at least another 20 years to ensure that the 4th generation of the Yi family would grow up. If that happened, perhaps there was still a chance for the Yi family to rise. Alas, if the little young master could be a little cute, how nice it would be to recover from the state. Northwest. Somewhere in a dark courtyard, an old man was kneeling piously in front of a Buddha statue, holding several pillars of incense in his hands and praying respectfully. At the doorway, a young man in camouflage uniform waited for the old man to stand up before he took out a stack of documents and said, "Elder Zhang, there's news from Cloud City. Everything went quite smoothly with the funeral. Yi Changfeng behaved normally, and there's nothing too unusual in the northern Tianlong army. It's just that, at the funeral, there was a little change. The Xian family has withdrawn from the Yi family, but Yi Fan's 7 people announced in public that they would marry Yi Fan and start a family for the Yi family. You see, what should be done?" Aha! Hearing the report from his men, the old man snorted coldly through his nostrils, exuding a wave of majesty that could only be found in a superior person. "How dare you? Don't they know what will happen to the Yi family? They must be severely punished and made an example of. Isn't the Su family in Cloud City? Then let them see what happens when they get close to the Yi family." The old man's words paused as he continued to speak. "In addition, closely monitor Yi Fan. If he has any abnormalities, directly take action." As he spoke, the old man made a gesture of touching his neck to his hand. 1 second, they are devoutly worshipping the Buddha, and the next, they treat human life as a piece of grass. One word decides whether a man lives or dies. In Cloud City, at this time, Sui Shui had brought Yi Fan back to her place, and after changing her clothes, she was rushing towards the banquet organized by the Zhao family with Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, when we get to the scene later, don't talk nonsense, okay? Just follow me obediently. I will protect you." Sui Shui tenderly wrapped her arms around Yi Fan, her eyes full of heartache. Once, Yi Fan was such a dazzling heavenly pride. Yes, Sui Shui was stunned. Then she pouted and reached out to gently hammer on Yi Fan's shoulder, her face blushing as she said, "Still calling me? From now on, you have to call me wife, okay?" Chapter 5, Zhao Tianlong's provocation. "Good, I have a wife again. Great, so happy." Yi Fan was dancing happily at this moment, like a little kid. Sui Shui's heart ached as she watched. Once, this youngest, that is a heavenly pride general existence and Xian Yufei Lang talent, known as the golden child of the Cloud City, and now, in the most difficult moment of the Yi family, the Xian family actually chose to abandon the Yi family. Must spoil this man. The Yi family can't be defeated by this. Aha, little Fan is good. Yi Shui will always be only your wife in the future. Sui Shui tightly embraced Yi Fan in her arms, letting her waves cover Yi Fan's face. This was the first time Sui Shui had been so close to a man, and although she was a little shy, she was very determined. Just what Sui Shui didn't notice was that when her heartbeat accelerated, a warm current of feedback entered her body, warming and nourishing her body, making her feel like a spring breeze. At the same time, in Yi Fan's body, he felt a warm feedback. Deep in Yi Fan's dantian, a fire seedling swayed as the warm current fluctuated. After the warm current passed through the fire, it turned into martial qi, penetrating into Yi Fan's tendons and veins, rapidly raising his strength. This was the secret of Yi Fan stepping into the sovereign realm at the age of 15. The mysterious flame in the dantian. As long as there was contact with the girl, and the other party had emotional fluctuations, Yi Fan could obtain warm currents, which could be converted into martial Dao Qi, rapidly improving his strength. Normally, even when there was no contact with the girl, the fire seedling would automatically generate warm currents, which would be converted into martial Dao Qi energy, boosting Yi Fan's strength countless times faster than normal cultivation speed. "Miss Su, the family head and the second master are inside. Please go over there alone." Yi Fan was checking his martial qi when a butler came over towards Sui Shui. Sui Shui frowned. "I'll be right there." Sui Shui knew what the second uncle and them were looking for. She announced today in front of so many people that she was going to marry Yi Fan. Such a decision would bring about the demise of the Su family. "Little Fan, wait for me in the car first. Don't run around. I'll come over to you in a while." After Sui Shui arranged Yi Fan in the car, she then turned around and walked quickly towards the banquet hall. Yi Fan looked at Sui Shui's back as she left, and a touch of determination surfaced at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, from the moment you decide to guard the Yi family and me, I, Yi Fan, will definitely give you the best prosperity in this world." In addition to the mysterious salary fire swaying in Yi Fan's body, behind that trigger finger he got back then, there was also a huge power that could shake the globe. It was just that right now Yi Fan hadn't bothered to activate to start it. Yi Fan had the strength to guard it. Those enemies who destroyed the Yi family, from this moment on, tremble. In the corner of the banquet hall, on a table, Su Mingho, the second oldest member of the Su family, was a bit angry and said to his elder brother, Su Honghai, elder brother, isn't that girl Yixue fooling around? Actually announcing together with Yu Linglong that she wants to marry that little cutie Yifan. Yeah, who doesn't know about the Yi family's situation now? Whoever gets close to the Yi family now is dead. It's good enough that we didn't fall into the well. Why should Yixue drag the entire Su family down with her? The third oldest member of the Su family next to her also had an indignant look on her face. In the evening, the news that Yu Linglong and Su Yixue and the other 7 had publicly announced that they would continue to marry Yifan had begun to explode all over the internet. This is completely putting the Su family on the fire. Big brother, you should also control Su Yixue. If you ask me, Su Yixue should not continue to serve as the president of the Su clan group if she behaves like this. Should be directly driven away from the family and not implicate us, the core disciples of the Su family. You said one thing and I said another, all indignantly accusing Su Yixue. Su Honghai, the head of the Su family sitting at the top, had not opened his mouth, waiting for everyone to say almost everything. Then he faintly said, you guys are afraid that you have forgotten how our Su family developed back then. If there was no shelter from the Yi family, would there be our current Su family? I don't think what Yixue did was wrong. Su Honghai's sentence instantly silenced the crowd at the scene. Back then, the Su family was nothing more than a small workshop in Cloud City. It was by chance that the Su family's old man met Yi Chanfeng, and then with the support of the Yi family, it gradually became a famous pharmaceutical company in the southwest. Big brother can repay kindness, but also not so repay kindness. If Yifan is still a demonic genius like before, Yixue married him. I don't have the slightest opinion, but now, Su Mingho also just opened his mouth. He received an email, and after reading it his face instantly changed. Big brother, look, there are already suppliers who suddenly announced that they refuse to cooperate with us. I've also received news here. The channeler said that a big shot has given them the go-ahead to completely block my Su group. In just a few seconds, the Su family's core executives have received a lot of feedback from suppliers and channel providers. A large half of the partners so abruptly suddenly announced the discontinuation of cooperation with the Su family. Play a trick to take away the pay. Obviously, those behind the scenes started to move against the Su family. Kill the chicken to make an example of it. Su Honghai frowned as he listened to the constant reports. From the moment Su Yixue announced the decision in public, Su Honghai had actually anticipated the outcome and was not surprised. Originally we wanted to cooperate with the Xia family in the provincial city this time, but now I guess it's fizzled out as well. Our Su family has really been killed by Su Yixue. While the crowd was sighing, Su Yixue stepped over from the doorway of the room, bowed towards the crowd and said, I know what everyone is worried about, but I will say something. Our Su family was originally developed by relying on the Yi family, and now that the Yi family is in trouble, we can't not help. And even if our Su group is crushed, and we redo our own small workshop, what's the harm? Being human, we have to know how to be grateful. If because of my decision, let everyone have feel bad. Now you can sell your shares and take money to leave before it's too late. I won't stop you. Although Su Yixue was extremely gentle in front of Yifan, but in front of these core executives of the Su family, she was thunderous, shocking the crowd with a single sentence. Tonight, I will try my best to facilitate the cooperation with the Xia family. As long as we can facilitate the cooperation with the Xia family, our Su group won't collapse so easily. At the door, after Su Yixue left, Yifan followed along and got off the car, walking towards the banquet hall. After 5 years of muddling through on my own, I'm finally awake now, and it's time to reacquaint myself with the world. Yo, if it isn't that little cutie from the Yi family. What? How did you run here? Yifan just stepped into the banquet hall door. Zhao Tianlong blocked Yifan with an evil face. What? Are you hungry and want to come in to find food? As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong and a few buddies around him glanced at each other. A cold smile surfaced in their eyes. Come. Don't say we don't know about caring for retards. First treat Yi Xiao to a glass of wine. While speaking, Zhao Tianlong threw a cigarette butt into the wine glass and stirred it twice, spat a few mouthfuls of saliva into the glass, and shouted to his buddies around him to all add a little bit of material, and the wine in the glass turned urine yellow before handing it to Yifan. Come on, drink it, it's delicious. Chapter 6, Failure to Flirt. Oh, Yifan took the wine glass in a state of bewilderment and held it up to the light for a long time. Is this the way to make fine wine? It's so beautiful. Such a dumbfounded look caused Zhao Tianlong and the others to burst into mockery. That's right, this is the fine wine I made for you. Drink it, Zhao Tianlong urged Yifan, a touch of gloom emerging in his eyes. A retarded cutie. and 7 of them actually announced that they were all going to marry him? On what grounds? If it was before, when the Yi family was still in its prime, even if Yi Fan was a little cutie, Zhao Tianlong wouldn't have dared to bully him like this. But now that the core disciples of the Yi family had all been wiped out, and there was only such a retard left, bullying was bullying. Who would say anything else? Yi Fan put the wine cup in front of his nose and sniffed it. Just when the crowd thought that Yi Fan was really going to drink it, Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. No, there's still almost something. At this moment, it so happened that a cleaner pushed a bucket for washing mops and passed by. Looking at the black dirty water inside the bucket, Yi Fan quickly scooped half a cup inside with a wine glass and shook it. This should be perfect. Zhao Tianlong and the others watched Yi Fan's hand turn into a cloudy black liquor. All of them were dumbfounded for a few seconds, and then they laughed heartily. Ha ha, sure is a cutie. Yeah, Nima actually went to drink the water for washing the mop by himself. That mop, just now, went to mop the toilet. Today Yi Fan must make a fool of himself. Quickly, cell phones are all ready. Record the video clearly, and pass it to the internet in a while. Let's see how Yu Linglong and Sui Shui still have the nerve to marry Yi Fan. While the crowd waited with bated breath for Yi Fan to drink, Yi Fan suddenly took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Zhao Tianlong. Before Zhao Tianlong could react, Yi Fan suddenly aimed the wine glass at Zhao Tianlong's mouth. Zhao Tianlong instinctively wanted to avoid, but found that Yi Fan's wrist grabbed his neck, like an iron clamp, so that Zhao Tianlong simply cannot move. And do not know Yi Fan pinched their own sinews. Zhao Tianlong's mouth cannot help but open into the O shape. Yi Fan's wine glass of wine just to all Zhao Tianlong's mouth to pour. The whining Yi Fan's wine cup was all poured into Zhao Tianlong's mouth. Gulp! A full cup, along with the cigarette but from earlier. Zhao Tianlong swallowed it all in one gulp, seemingly afraid that Zhao Tianlong was out of breath. Yi Fan even thoughtfully reached out and patted Zhao Tianlong on the chest. Drink slowly, don't choke. Well, does it taste good? Yi Fan inquired towards Zhao Tianlong with his big innocent Kazran eyes and a naive face. Ah, vomit, reacted Zhao Tianlong, directly jumped up in place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you step on the horse and drink? Vomit. Zhao Tianlong was going crazy, angrily pushing Yi Fan away with one hand, his mouth chortling at Yi Fan. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong's nausea was so great that he couldn't wait to turn his stomach over and rinse it with water. Nima, what was in that glass just now? He knew too well. There was his own thick phlegm in there, and a few buddies, and the key. Yi Fan added the black water from the dragging toilet. So a cup of filth like that was actually drank down all by himself? Ishua's wife said for me not to drink. I'm very happy that you invited me to drink fine wine, so I have to invite you to drink too. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Tianlong with a smile on his face, an innocent smile on his face, but in his heart, he sneered. You're just a bunch of trash. You want to fight with me? 5 years ago, from inside that trigger finger, what Yi Fan inherited could not only be the salary shaking and improving his martial arts strength. Inside the trigger finger, there was also 100 years of experience in handling affairs sealed by the 13 big brothers. Power, means, Yi Fan has long since melted through. Against people like Zhao Tianlong, it was a complete piece of cake. Hiss, the group of people around watching the good show reacted at this time. Zhao Tianlong had intended to insult Yi Fan, but as a result, he moved the stone to hit his own foot, and drank that cup of filth down himself. While the crowd was shocked, they were also a little curious as to whether Yi Fan was really stupid or not. Vomit. Beside Zhao Tianlong, a few of his other buddies were somewhat unable to resist the urge to vomit. It's really disgusting. Zhao Tianlong jumped up in anger. What the hell? What are you waiting for? Give me the old man to beat him up. Killing is on me. Actually teasing this young man, looking for death. Zhao Tianlong, as the youngest master of the Zhao family, had lived a star-studded life since he was a child. When had he ever been insulted like this? While chortling at the bodyguards and buddies around him, he reached down and clasped his own throat, trying to spit out what he had just drank, but it didn't work at all, and he just couldn't spit out anything other than dry heaves. Even Zhao Tianlong could feel those liquids churning in his stomach, emitting a strange stench. Wow! Beside Zhao Tianlong, a few bodyguards, as well as those buddies of Zhao Tianlong, immediately rubbed their fists, intending to surround towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes flinched. Was he planning to come hard? If I don't show some tricks, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Stop. I'll see who dares to touch a hair on my brother Fan's head. Just as Yi Fan was planning to strike, a burly figure behind him quickly dashed over. After his tower-like body approached, without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed 2 of Zhao Tianlong's bodyguards, each on the left and right, and smashed the 2 of them directly together with his left and right hands. Bang! Those 2 strong men who were more than 1 meter 8 were just directly smashed and fainted to death. With me, Wang Fugue, here. You guys try to touch my big brother? The person who came was called Wang Fugue, a brother that Yi Fan had played with since he was a child. His grandfather was Yi Chongfeng's adjutant when he was young, and the relationship between the 2 families was very good. Wang Fugue had followed Yi Fan since he was a child. and when Yi Fan was still a genius demon, Wang Fugui was willing to be a junior brother. And 5 years ago, after Yi Fan's fall from genius demon, Wang Fugui didn't change his opinion, still faithfully following Yi Fan around, blocking a lot of trouble for him. Wang Fugui almost 2 meters tall, since childhood. The body is strong, martial arts foundation is good, less than 20 years of age, but also has been the strength of the martial arts control realm. In the Cloud City is considered to be a first-class expert, and very protective of the calf. The character is also extraordinarily stubborn. 3 years ago, just because a guy called Yi Fan a cutie, he was beaten by Wang Fugui for 3 days, day and night, and since then, everyone didn't dare to easily mess with Wang Fugui. At this moment, Wang Fugui suddenly appeared and smashed the 2 bodyguards into fainting death with a single move. Those who surrounded the area took a few steps back with some scorn. Zhao Xiao, beside Zhao Tianlong, a few buddies hesitantly inquired towards Zhao Tianlong about the meaning of the treatment. Zhao Tianlong also knew that with Wang Fugui here, his chances of making a move at the banquet might not be great. Disperse. Wang Fugui can protect him for a while, but can he protect him for a lifetime? Command down. Let the brothers bring some more people. Wait for the banquet is over. Find a chance to get killed him. Horse, he does not die. Sui Shui that will not agree to marry me. Vomit. Rely on. I'm going to vomit. Although Zhao Tianlong was upset, there was nothing he could do at this point. Big brother, are you alright? I just came back from the field. I've heard about the Yi family's matter. Big brother, don't worry. Even if the Yi family is gone, old Wang will definitely fight to protect you, and won't let those move half of your sweaty hair. Wang Fugui turned to look at Yi Fan and spoke with a sincere face. Big brother should have been the pride of heaven. It's those who have no eyes. Go, let's find it. He. Big brother, you are so lucky. Although Xian Yufei that does not know how to withdraw from the marriage. 7 beautiful people are married to Big brother. Ha, if Big brother you are sober state, you definitely want to smile open flowers. Wang Fugui's mouth was like a machine gun as he hooked Yi Fan's shoulder and walked towards the inside, rambling non-stop. The first part was fine. The last sentence made Yi Fan's head full of black lines. Is this young man that kind of person? Chapter 7, Little Cutie. You actually know a big shot too? The moment Yi Fan frowned, Wang Fugui seemed to sense something and turned back to give Yi Fan a fierce look. The determined look seemed to say, right, brother, you're just like that. Big brother, why do I suddenly feel like you're different today than before? Do you think you've come to your senses? Wang Fugui grabbed Yi Fan's arm and shook it with a surprised face. Yi Fan was a little surprised. This kid, is his perception so sensitive? Old Wang, I want a drink. Although Yi Fan was touched that Wang Fugui remained by his side in such a difficult situation, now was not the time to expose himself. Before those enemies against the Yi family were thoroughly investigated, Yi Fan would keep playing dumb. Wang Fugui's complexion darkened for a moment. Okay, big brother, I'll go pour it for you. Fan, what are you doing in here? Are you alright? Wang Fugui was just about to get up when Su Yixue hurriedly walked over from the other side of the hall. She had just finished dealing with the Su family's affairs, and when she heard that Zhao Tianlong was bullying Yi Fan, she rushed over and saw Yi Fan and Wang Fugui together before she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, little sister-in-law. When Wang Fugui saw Sui Shui, he hurriedly stood up straight and called out respectfully, but his address was changed from the previous one. What was the meaning of it? Sui Shui naturally heard and understood. Poor mouth. Sui Shui gave Wang Fugui a blank look. Nothing happened to Xiaofan just now, right? My big brother, is he the one who suffers? Wang Fugui quickly told Sui Shui what had just happened, and when he heard that Yi Fan had actually made Zhao Tianlong suffer and drink the water used to wash them up, a flash of doubt appeared in his eyes. Yi Fan has been demented for 5 years, suddenly so flexible? Or was it just an accident? I feel that the aura on my big brother is a bit different from before. I vaguely feel that my big brother has awakened, but the way my big brother is acting, it's not, alas. Wang Fugui spoke out the doubts in his heart. Sui Shui also nodded. Don't be anxious. Sister Linglong has arranged for Mr. Lei, the great summer medical sage, to come to Yun City soon to diagnose Xiaofan, so we'll know the exact situation at that time. Because of what happened just now, Sui Shui didn't quite dare to leave Yi Fan alone, and kept Yi Fan by her side, constantly greeting business people from all walks of life in Yun City, while also introducing Yi Fan's identity. The purpose is clear. It is to declare to everyone that although the Yi family is now being backstabbed and has fallen out of favor, my Su family, which is still on the side of the Yi family, will always guard the Yi family, even if Yi Fan is a little cutie. We, the Su family, will also defend it with all our strength. Waiting until the business banquet officially started, Zhao Tianlong was helped out of the toilet and went on stage with a pale face. Everyone, the purpose of this business banquet today is to build a platform for all of you to communicate with each other. Vomit. Seeing the trash can next to him, Zhao Tianlong couldn't help but vomit again. In addition to all of our elites here in Cloud City today, we also have the honor of having Mr. Xia Hao, the president of the Xia Group in the provincial city. Our Zhao family is very eager to facilitate the cooperation with Mr. Xia Hao. The Xia family's channels are spread all over the southwest. If our Zhao family has the support of the Xia family, we will definitely take off by leaps and bounds. Next, please welcome Mr. Xia. Zhao Tianlong had a smug look on his face. The Xia family, as a powerful family in the provincial city, had a sphere of influence all over the southwest. This time, with the intention of entering Yun City, countless families wanted to cooperate with the Xia family and take off with the help of the Xia family's channels, and Zhao Tianlong had obviously gone ahead and invited Mr. Xia here, as well as specially organizing such a banquet. If Xia Hao wanted to cooperate, his first choice would definitely be the Zhao family. This male son of the Zhao family, although his character isn't great, his means and abilities are really not something to brag about. Yeah, the Zhao family has hitched a ride on the Xia family this time. That's definitely taking off, and I'm afraid that they're going to become the #1 powerful family in Cloud City behind them. Alas, it's no fun. Isn't this just Zhao Tianlong's show-off scene today? Pop, pop, snap. In the applause of the crowd, a lean old man in his 50s walked onto the stage, took the microphone and spoke. Friends, it is a great honor to be here in Cloud City. Our Xia Group intends to develop the market in the southwest region, and we need all of your support. Today I'm here, and I also want to discuss cooperation with all of you. Of course, the Zhao family is a good choice, but it's not to say that other companies don't have a chance. One sentence immediately made Zhao Tianlong, who was next to him, sit up a bit. What do you mean? You've worked so hard to organize this banquet, and in the end you have to cheapen it for someone else? However, the Xia family's size and status was clearly too much stronger than the Zhao family, so even if Zhao Tianlong had dissatisfaction in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. Sui Shui stood with Su Honghai, Su Minghao and the others, and when she heard Zhao Tianlong and Xia Hao's conversation, she instantly spoke with disappointment. Alas, the Su family has no chance this time. Today's banquet was originally organized by the Zhao family. How could it be our Su family's turn? Yeah, Ish Yue, are you really sure that you want to marry that cutie? Are you? As the crowd spoke, they couldn't help but glance at Yifan beside Sui Shui once again. Yifan was standing beside Sui Shui at this moment, unable to see any expression, but how he looked at it, he didn't look like a person with a normal IQ. Poor Yi family. As Xia Hao spoke on the stage, his eyes casually swept towards the bottom of the stage, and when he swept over Sui Shui's side, he suddenly saw Yifan beside Sui Shui, and his eyes lit up. Divine Doctor? Xia Hao was holding the microphone in his hand, and he couldn't even help but call out, causing everyone present to be stunned. Xia Hao hurriedly spoke. Sorry, everyone, I have something important to do for the time being. I'll talk to you all later. After saying that, Xia Hao handed the microphone to Zhao Tianlong next to him, and under Zhao Tianlong's shocked eyes, he took his assistant and ran all the way, quickly walking over in the direction where Sui Shui was. In the direction where Sui Shui was, many company bosses, representatives, were filled with anticipation, hoping that Xia Hao was here to find himself. They were even ready to shake hands, but Xia Hao didn't even look at them more than once as he passed by them, his eyes burning into Yifan as he quickly approached. At this moment, the Su family's crowd also noticed that something was wrong. This, Mr. Xia should not be here to find us, right? Are any of you familiar with Mr. Xia? Su Mingho was a bit puzzled and turned around to look towards the crowd. Everyone shook their heads, only Lao San said with some hesitation, when I attended a business forum in the provincial city before, Mr. Xia and I shook hands once. Could it be that he remembered me? The crowd rolled their eyes for a while. That kind of forum handshake, so many people, how could they remember you? Divine Doctor, I've finally found you. I never had the chance to thank you for saving my life back then. In the eyes of the puzzled crowd, Xia Hao jogged all the way to Yifan, respectfully bending down and extending his hands to Yifan. It's to find Yifan? The Su family's crowd froze, and so did the crowd at the scene. A little cutie. You actually know Xia Hao of the Xia family in the provincial capital? Sui Shui had only announced that she was going to marry Yifan in the morning, but did she reap such benefits in the afternoon? If Yifan and Xia Hao's relationship is not ordinary, then the Xia family's partner in Yun City, that naturally must be to choose the Su group. Chapter 8 It's a Golden Leg. Zhao Tianlong, who had followed, was instantly nonplussed when he heard Xia Hao actually say that Yifan had saved him. Mr. Xia, you've got the wrong person, don't you? This one is the Yi family's retarded cutie. How could he possibly be able to save people with his medical skills? Zhao Tianlong hurriedly opened his mouth to dissuade Xia Hao. Let's go. Mr. Xia, you should have heard about the Yi family. You must have mistaken him, and it's best not to have any association with the Yi family right now. The Yi family's core 10 children had all fallen in one day, and this matter had already been circulated throughout the entire Grand Xia and was not a secret. Xia Hao carefully stared at Yi Fan and looked up and down, shaking his head with certainty. I won't recognize it wrong. 5 years ago, when I was on the verge of death, it was the divine doctor who saved me, but I haven't seen you for a few years. How did the divine doctor turn into a little cutie? Xia Hao curiously turned his gaze to Sui Shui beside Yi Fan, and Sui Shui hurriedly spoke. Mr. Xia, my fiancé, he was in a car accident 5 years ago, and then his intellect was affected, so he became like this now. Sui Shui recounted Yi Fan's situation in detail with Xia Hao, who linked back and forth and nodded. That's right, Yi Xiao was a demonic genius before. His kung fu and medical skills are not bad at all. According to the time projection, it was only after treating me that he came back to suffer from a car accident. That can't be wrong. The Yi family was almost wiped out, and 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law joined forces to marry that cutie from the Yi family. This matter had already begun to take the whole of Daxia by storm, and while everyone felt sorry for the Yi family, they also praised those 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law. Xia Hao didn't expect that the one who saved his life back then was actually the youngest young master of the Yi family. MS. Su, you seem to be in the pharmaceutical industry? Is there any interest in cooperating with my Xia family? Xia Hao stared scorchingly at Sui Shui, a sentence that caused all the people around him to freeze. What do you mean? Was Xia Hao intending to deliver heavenly riches directly to his door? Ha, Mr. Xia, are you saying that you want to cooperate with our Su family? Sui Shui couldn't hold back her inner excitement. But, right now, because of the Yi family, we've already suffered from the blocking of all the major partners. Those who are dealing with the Yi family will suppress our Su family to death, and you will also be implicated if you cooperate with the Su family. Zhao Tianlong was so anxious beside him that he started jumping on his feet. Right, Mr. Xia, dealing with those people from the Yi family is not something we can mess with. Mr. Xia should still choose to cooperate with our Zhao family, right? Zhao Tianlong was so anxious that he wanted to reach out and pull Xia Hao away. He had worked so hard to organize such a big banquet, toiling and struggling, but in the end, he had to make a dowry for the Su family? Originally, he could still successfully take Sui Shui into his arms after getting Yi Fan killed. However, if the Su family and the Xia family cooperated, then it would definitely grow to become the #1 powerful family in Yun City in a short period of time, and it would basically be impossible for himself to take Sui Shui. What's the harm in being implicated? If it wasn't for Yi Xiao saving Xia's life back then, Xia would have been a shovelful of dirt by now. Where would the Xia family be today? Xia Hao turned his head to look at Sui Shui. Besides, Miss Su and Miss Yu Linglong, so many women heroes didn't abandon the Yi family. What am I afraid of? MS. Su, it's a deal. The Su family will be the only partner of the Xia family in Cloud City, and all of the Xia family's channels will be fully open to the Su family. In the entire Southwest, anyone who goes against the Su family is going against my Xia family. Xia Hao raised his voice and loudly announced his decision. Such a heavenly surprise smashed Sui Shui and Su Honghai and the others a bit dumbfounded. Didn't expect that little cutie. Also brought such a big surprise to the Su family? Su Mingho also looked at Yi Fan much more smoothly. Those guests around them had envy in their eyes. The Yi family is really still the Yi family, although it has fallen from favor. Its heritage is still there. Yeah, Yi Fan as the demonic genius back then. There are still quite a lot of means. I didn't expect Yi Fan to actually have heavenly medical skills. Since he saved Xia Hao, then he must have saved many other big shots. This is a lot of resources. It's still Sui Shui who has the foresight. I just don't know what to do behind those collaborators who blocked the Su family. The Su family reversed the situation in an instant, and everyone's attitude towards the Yi family changed. Although Yi Fan is a little cutie, but the Yi family, there may still be hope. What if, on any given day, Ye Fan suddenly awakens? After Xia Hao announced his decision, he turned around and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan and said, Divine Doctor, once again, I thank you for saving my life back then. The Xia family's ability is limited and can only help so much. Please forgive me, Divine Doctor. Although the Xia family was a super family in the southwest region, Xia Hao knew that the people behind the move against the Yi family this time were at least those behemoths in Shangjing, and were not something that the Xia family could provoke. You helped my wife. You're good. Hug. Yi Fan stared at Xia Hao in front of him and also remembered who he was. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan had a car accident, when he went to the provincial capital to play, he accidentally met Xia Hao who was being chased. Xia Hao was poisoned, and he was also hit by several knives, and he was dying. He was saved by Yi Fan and got his life back, and also killed the killers who were chasing after Xia Hao. Xia Hao recovered his life, and then the Xia family took off in a few years. Xia Hao somewhat regretfully hugged Yi Fan and reached out to pat Yi Fan on the back. Alas, Divine Doctor, how did you become like this? Don't worry, you can definitely recover. Just as Xia Hao's words fell, a subtle voice suddenly rang in his ears. You've done well. I won't treat you poorly. Aha! Hearing this familiar voice, Xia Hao's body instantly froze, and his entire body froze in place. Is that the voice of the Divine Doctor? Divine Doctor. This. Xia Hao and Yi Fan separated and looked at Yi Fan with a shocked face. Yi Fan didn't say anything, just nodded to Xia Hao with a slight arc. Xia Hao was completely shocked. The Divine Doctor wasn't stupid? But why deliberately act stupid? Xia Hao was originally a very shrewd person, and when he thought about what happened to the Yi family, Xia Hao instantly understood. Was Yi Fan hiding his clumsiness? Deliberately hiding his sharpness so that he could avoid his opponent? I'm sure it's brilliant. It can be imagined that if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan is a little cutie, the Yi family would have been wiped out today. Would Yi Fan have been able to run away? Xia Hao was shocked into a cold sweat. Thinking of that night 5 years ago, he was chased by dozens of martial arts experts. Those killers' kung fu was so powerful, but was easily killed by a 15-year-old boy. That time Yi Xiao's strength was so terrifying. So what terrifying realm had Yi Xiao's strength reached now? Such a demonic genius with strength, means, strategy, and also monstrous medical skills, who also knew how to deliberately hide his sharpness. I guess it won't take long for the Yi family to rise again, right? Those who dealt with the Yi family and alienated the Yi family were afraid that they would be out of luck. And if Yi Fan chose to reveal the information to himself, that meant that Yi Xiao trusted him. Vaguely, Xia Hao felt that he had hugged a golden thigh. If one chose to support the Yi family and the Su family at this time, the Xia family would definitely be one of the super magnates that would dominate the great Xia in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Hao could hardly hide his inner excitement and respectfully owed a bow towards Yi Fan. Don't worry, Xiao Yi, Xia, will do my best to do whatever I can. As for Yi Fan's identity, since Yi Xiao wanted to cover it up, he naturally had his reasons, and Xia Hao wouldn't be so stupid to reveal it. What do I do, Mr. Xia? What about the cooperation we agreed on before? Zhao Tianlong jumped anxiously straight to the side, feeling like a clown. Chapter 9, Who's the clown? He's bad. He's a bad man. He's going to steal my Ishua's wife. Hearing Zhao Tianlong speak, Yi Fan immediately hid behind Sui Shui and pulled Sui Shui's sleeve to call out. Xia Hao's face immediately sank. Just now he was clearly aware that the young master of the Yi family was not stupid at all. His strength was astounding, and his medical skills were monstrous. Now that the Yi family had suffered a great disaster, Yi Fan was deliberately hiding his light, deliberately acting stupid, and it was not good to take action on a lot of things. Then, since Yi Xiao chose to trust himself, let himself take the place of the things that Yi Xiao is not good at doing. Snap! Xia Hao suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Tianlong. You're teaching me things? When did I ever make an agreement with you? Hiss! Xia Hao suddenly made a move against Zhao Tianlong, and such a scene shocked everyone at the scene. Xia Hao, as the president of a luxurious family in the provincial city, his temperament and bearing naturally went without saying, and now he actually beat Zhao Tianlong personally? As for the Zhao family, as a rising star in Cloud City, their strength should not be underestimated, no matter which way you look at it. Xia Hao didn't have the need to make a move. Just because of Yefan? You, Mr. Xia, why did you hit me? Zhao Tianlong was directly blinded, covering his red and swollen face, staring at Xia Hao with a puzzled face, his heart puzzled. Why? Just because you want to think about Xiaoya's wife? I'll educate you for your parents. Xia Hao coldly glared at Zhao Tianlong. Get lost. Yes. Although Zhao Tianlong was arrogant, under the suppression of Xia Hao's aura, he didn't dare to be reckless at all. After answering the question, Zhao Tianlong suddenly remembered that this was the venue of the banquet he had organized. Where could he go? Xia Hao also reacted and looked for Yi Fan and Sui Shui before saying, Young Yi, Miss Su, you see, there's no point in staying at the banquet? Why don't we change the place to talk about cooperation? Sui Shui hadn't yet reacted from the shock, and only after being reminded by Xia Hao did she hastily open her mouth and say, Good, let's go. Greeting the Su family crowd, Sui Shui led the core members of the Su family and left the banquet hall with Wang Fugue, Xia Hao and the others. Sui Shui and Xia Hao had an appointment to go to the company to talk about things, but she couldn't rest assured that Yi Fan would not be able to do so. So she asked her father to accompany Xia Hao to the company first, while she herself drove Yi Fan home. In the banquet hall, looking at the back of Sui Shui and Yi Fan leaving, Zhao Tianlong's face was gloomy to the extreme. Numb nuts, Lao Zi's home ground, actually made a joke. Zhao Tianlong thought of being fooled by Yi Fan before. His heart was in a rage. It's all because of Yi Fan that spoiled the good thing of Lao Zi. The people who told you to prepare. How is it prepared? Beside Zhao Tianlong, several black-clothed bodyguards in suits responded in a hurry. The people are all ready to strike at any time. Zhao Tianlong nodded his head grimly. Go! I'll make sure he can't return home today. At his own banquet, he drank the water used to wash the mop, not to mention that he had worked hard to find the Xia family to cooperate with him, only to be cut off halfway by the Su family. Zhao Tianlong had lost his face today. As Xia Hao left, in the banquet hall, several hundred guests instantly dispersed with very few left. Everyone came here today because of Xia Hao, who had confirmed his cooperation with the Su family and swept the Zhao family's face, so there wasn't much point in them staying here. Su Yixue drove Yifan towards her residence, thinking that she was going to be that close to Yifan at night. She couldn't help but feel a little panicky in her heart, although Su Yixue was already an adult, but after all, she was just a yellow flower girl, and she was still a little shy when it came to those things. Su Yixue drove while sizing up Yifan next to her. The face was rigid and well-defined, and the eyes were full of wisdom, as if there was an invisible force that wanted to hook people's souls. Yifan is really handsome. If Yifan could be awake right now, there would be countless girls pouncing on him, but Su Yixue had nothing to regret in her heart. Marrying Yifan was also her own choice. Repaying the favor to the Yi family was one aspect, while on the other, Su Yixue was not averse to Yifan. Before Su Yixue or when the two had a lot of contact, to this handsome boy, Su Yixue had a very good impression. Yixue's wife, what are you looking at? Am I good looking? Yifan, who was next to him, suddenly opened his mouth, and also reached out to hold Su Yixue's wrist in one hand, startling Su Yixue. With the steering wheel in his hand, the car drew a serpentine shape in the middle of the road and almost crashed into the flower bed next to him. Su Yixue didn't even know how to explain. Straight away she felt her heart thumping. Su Yixue instinctively wanted to draw her hand back, but seeing Yifan's sincere eyes, she stopped again. You're his wife now. The back also have to be that intimate contact, not only the hand, other places also have to be. Alas, just do not know Yifan know what to do at that time, but also their own initiative. That would be a shame. Vaguely, Su Yixue had a few moments of anticipation for the evening, and just as Su Yixue was shy, from her arm, another clear stream of warmth entered her body along her arm. In this instant, Su Yixue felt that her whole body was filled with strength, and it seemed that her vision and thinking were much clearer. What's going on with this? Before the banquet, when Su Yixue and Yifan hugged, Su Yixue had a vague feeling of something. It seemed that when she was in close contact with Yifan, she could feel a warm current that would give her strength. At that time, Su Yixue didn't think much about it. But now, with such a clear feeling, Su Yixue had to be cautious. Could this be the secret of Yifan's demonic genius? One can gain power by being close to him. If that Xian Yufei gave up on Yifan, wouldn't that be giving up a moving treasure? Little fan, you are very good looking. The son we give birth to in the future will definitely be very good looking as well. Su Yixue backhanded Yifan's wrist and looked at him with a gentle face. Yifan stared at the person in front of him, and a certain heartstring in his heart was also plucked. It turned out that other than Xian Yufei, other girls, too, could be so gentle. These people who were so extremely gentle to their own, they couldn't live up to it. It's good to have a son. I want to sleep with my wife to have a son. Yifan's sentence instantly made Su Yixue make a big red face again, and as Yifan's words fell, his eyes steeply swept to the rearview mirror. In fact, from the time he left the banquet hall, Yifan had noticed the several cars following behind him. They had already followed all the way, and several times they wanted to stop Su Yixue's car, but they just didn't find the opportunity. Who sent the car behind? Yifan naturally had an idea in his heart. He had made Zhao Tianlong so defeated at the banquet today, and with a big cooperator like Xia Hao choosing to cooperate with the Su family, Zhao Tianlong would definitely not let himself go. Yixue wife, I need to pee. Can you stop the car for a while? When the vehicle turned through an alley, Yifan suddenly said to Su Yixue by his side, but, there's no restroom around here either? Su Yixue stepped on the brakes and looked around, not realizing where there was a toilet. Grandpa said, boys go to the toilet, as long as it's behind the woods. Yifan pointed to a forest by the roadside and said, quick, I can't hold it in. I have to go to the big restroom. My wife will wait longer for me. After Su Yixue stopped the car, Yifan jogged all the way and quickly drilled into an abandoned park next to him. The vehicle that followed behind Su Yixue, the leader was sitting in the lead was Zhao Tianlong. Seeing that Yifan actually took the initiative to get out of the car, Zhao Tianlong's face surfaced with a touch of gloom. Humph, sure enough, in such a deserted place, actually took the initiative to get off the car, looking for death. Quickly, all of you, follow up immediately, get him dead in the woods. God knows not, Ghost does not realize. Chapter 10, Yifan told me to kill you guys. Yifan, who had entered inside the park, quickly rubbed his hand on his face a few times. Under the dim street light, Yifan had turned into another appearance in the blink of an eye. At this time, even if his own mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize Yifan's appearance. After doing all this, Yifan stayed quietly behind an abandoned flower bed, waiting for Zhao Tianlong and the others. But in a few tens of seconds, Zhao Tianlong chased in with a dozen or so burly bodyguards with flashlights, and with a sweep left and right, he found Yi Fan standing behind the flower bed. But at this time, Yi Fan was no longer his previous appearance, and Zhao Tianlong didn't recognize him even though he was standing right in front of Yi Fan. "Did you see a young man come in from outside just now?" Zhao Tianlong looked Yi Fan up and down, feeling that the clothes Yi Fan was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Oh, I just saw it. There's a young guy hurrying towards that side, right behind that wigwam." Yi Fan casually pointed towards the flower bed over there. "Go, let's encircle over. We mustn't let that guy Yi Fan go out from here alive today, and when we go out, we'll take Sui Shui away. By the way, Laozi's fire today must be vented." Zhao Tianlong greeted the men around him and quickly rushed over towards the side of the wigwam, not noticing in the slightest that at this moment, Yi Fan's face was already gloomy to the extreme. Yi Fan had just seen clearly that the scarred man who had hit himself with his car 5 years ago was beside Zhao Tianlong. 5 years ago, since they dared to create a car accident to try to murder themselves, today, they even wanted to do it to themselves again, and they also wanted to defile Sui Shui. Then, don't blame this young man for not being polite. A touch of coldness appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he stepped in the direction Zhao Tianlong and the others went in and followed them. Zhao Tianlong led a group of people, and the weeds behind the wigwam searched for half a day for a change of day, but did not find any trace of Yi Fan. Asterisk. That guy lied to us? Zhao Tianlong's heart was a bit on fire. Treading horses, just such a little place. Where can Yi Fan that run? Damn it! After finishing his words, Zhao Tianlong had just turned around when he suddenly saw the young man who had just shown him the way, which was naturally Yi Fan. Asterisk. You're going to die. Ah. Stepping horse, didn't you say that person came towards this inside? Where did the person go? Zhao Tianlong grabbed Yi Fan's neck and coldly rebuked. "If you lied to me, today I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The muscles on Yi Fan's face twitched twice as he stared coldly at Zhao Tianlong and said, "That man did come in, but when he came over, he gave me a word." Yi Fan's sentence caused Zhao Tianlong and the men around him to faint a little. "Yi Fan a little cute. What else can I say to anyone? What did he say to you?" Zhao Tianlong let go of Yi Fan and stared scorchingly at him. Yi Fan spoke indifferently. "He said that there are bad people chasing him and asked me to kill you guys." A sentence that instantly made everyone at the scene start to tense up. "What do you mean?" After sensing the murderous aura stirring in Yi Fan's body, Zhao Tianlong realized that something was wrong and greeted everyone before trying to escape. But it was too late. Yi Fan's figure rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. In the crowd, there was a dull sound of fists and bodies colliding, but in a few seconds, dozens of people on the scene, except for Zhao Tianlong and that scarred man, all the others fell down without any movement. Those other bodyguards, who followed Zhao Tianlong, were not good people either, but they were not directly involved in assassinating Yi Fan, so Yi Fan only wasted their roots and made them pass out, and they might have to lie in bed for the rest of their lives, but he still left them alive. However, Zhao Tianlong and that scarred man, from the moment they entered this forest, Yi Fan had already announced their death sentence. "Killing you means." Yi Fan spoke without expression, reaching out and rubbing his face twice. "They're all quiet. It's much easier for us to talk now." After Yi Fan returned to his own appearance, Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man were directly frozen. "Ah, you are Yi Fan? You aren't stupid? Are you faking it?" Zhao Tianlong glanced at the bodyguard henchmen who were lying on the ground. His pupils dilated in shock for a while, and his eyes were about to fall out. Now thinking back to the banquet, why did Yi Fan let himself drink the water used to mop and wash the toilet? Everything can be figured out. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan's accident, he was a sect master-level demonic genius. Then what realm did Yi Fan's strength reach 5 years ago when he played dumb? Zhao Tianlong was confused and fearful. His legs were involuntarily trembling, and his heart sank to the bottom floor. Since Yi Fan was pretending to be a fool, then Yi Fan must have remembered everything from 5 years ago. "I'll give you a chance to talk. 5 years ago, why did you create a car accident to kill me?" Yi Fan clapped his hands and just calmly leaned on the railing, staring scorchingly at Zhao Tianlong. Yi Fan was terrifying. Zhao Tianlong was aware of it, and at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to run away. Puff! The scarred man next to him was scared and directly knelt down to Yi Fan. "Yi Xiao, spare my life. I was wrong. At that time, it was all because Zhao Xiao told me to do it. I was wrong. Please spare my life." Yi Fan didn't even look at the scarred man. A majestic chi surged from his hand, directly blasting the man into a piece of powder that dissipated with the wind, then fell into the flowing stream in the park, instantly without a trace. This was also one of the functions of that salary flame in Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan could only urge his martial chi to link up with the salary flame. Yi Fan's martial chi just seemed to come with the fire attribute, which could directly blast the target into powder without leaving any trace. But such a bizarre scene. Zhao Tianlong directly looked stupid, are already on the verge of collapse. "Ah, Yi Xiao, I was wrong. It's really not that I want to kill you, it's the big brother in the provincial city who assigned the Lu family in the provincial city to force me to do it. Yi Xiao spared me a dog's life, okay? I will definitely listen to all of Yi Xiao's instructions in the future. Zhao Tianlong also involuntarily knelt down and kept kowtowing to Yi Fan. In Zhao Tianlong's opinion, Yi Fan was also too terrifying. 5 years after the accident, Yi Fan actually played dumb for 5 years? Zhao Tianlong also vaguely knew that the Yi family's accident this time must be the big brother in Xinjiang who had made a move to almost exterminate the Yi family's entire family. But the only thing that had been left out was Yi Fan, the little cutie. But what they don't know is that it's this little cutie Yi Fan. It's the most terrifying existence of the Yi family. If you make it back alive, you must be the first to deliver the news. If Yi Fan didn't die, no one would have a good time. Who is the big brother in Xinjiang? The muscles on Yi Fan's face twitched. The Lu family in the provincial city. Yi Fan knew that Elder Lu was still the most loyal subordinate of his grandfather at one time, and he didn't think that he was assassinated, and that the Lu family was actually one of the murderers. When things in Cloud City were more or less settled, it was time to go to the provincial capital to settle the score with the Lu family. Yi Xiao, what happened in Xinjiang? I really don't know. I only know that in Yunchang, we, the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the other Li family, are in the service of that big brother in Xinjiang, and usually we follow the orders of the Lu family in the provincial city. Yi Xiao, can you not kill me? I promise not to say a word. Zhao Tianlong was in a sorry state at this time, lying on the ground like a dog and wagging his tail nonstop. If I had known this, why did I bother? Yi Fan didn't have any softness in his heart. The qi energy in his hand instantly crushed Zhao Tianlong and turned into a piece of powder that also fell into the river. Only dead people don't leak. Just after doing so, Sui Shue's voice suddenly rang out from outside the woods. Little Fan, are you alright? Why have you been gone for so long? Sui Shue's voice with trembling, seems to use the cell phone light shining in toward the inside groping. Chapter 11. Cutting off the grass to get roots. Yi Fan's heart warmed. This little sister-in-law Yi Fan knew well. Usually most afraid of rats. It must have taken a great deal of courage to come in so dark on such a dark night. Sui Shue was genuinely concerned about herself. Hard to come by. Yi Fan put away his austere aura from earlier and once again resumed his droll demeanor. Ishue's wife, I've gotten better. I'm coming out. Yi Fan answered and quickly dashed towards the outside of the woods. When he was close to Sui Shui, Yi Fan suddenly called out, "Wow, what a big rat! Ha, where?" Sui Shui was instantly startled and jumped straight up, reaching out to put her arms around Yi Fan's neck and instinctively jumped into Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan immediately floored Sui Shui into his arms. His wrist felt the softness of Sui Shui's body, as well as the aroma. Just now has run away. Yi Shui wife, you smell so good. Yi Fan's nose sniffed twice on Sui Shui's neck, causing Sui Shui to be filled with shyness. You are bad. Just now deliberately scared me, right? Sui Shui pouted and reached out to pound on Yi Fan's chest. At this instant, Sui Shui was a bit confused. Was Yi Fan really stupid? Or is he pretending to be stupid? At this moment, Yi Fan, with just a silly smile on his face, hugged Sui Shui all the way towards the vehicles on the side of the road. On the road, among those vehicles of Zhao Tianlong, there were still a few drivers left. They were waiting for Zhao Tianlong and the others to triumph. But after waiting for a while, they actually saw Yi Fan holding Sui Shui out, and a flash of doubt surfaced in their hearts. Zhao Xiao and the others? Didn't they go after Yi Fan? How come Yi Fan has come out and they haven't come out yet? Something couldn't have happened, right? Let's go in and take a look. After Sui Shui drove away with Yi Fan, the few drivers left behind by Zhao Tianlong quickly looked towards the inside of the abandoned park. After searching for 10 minutes, he finally found those bodyguards fainting on the ground behind the wigwam. Quickly, call an ambulance. Notify the head of the family. In just a few moments, the abandoned park was buzzing with activity here. Zhao Dekang personally rushed over with his men, and all those bodyguards were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, only to make Zhao family head Zhao Dekang worried that Zhao Tianlong had found everyone who had gone out today, but there was just no sign of Zhao Tianlong and the man with the scar. Can such two big living people disappear into thin air? Keep looking for them for me. Zhao Dekang angrily scolded the Zhao family's bodyguards. Zhao Dekang only has such a son. If something happens, it will be extinct. Family master, hundreds of us. We've searched this place 8 times. Every give corner has been searched. Even the river has been searched. There's no sign of young master. Zhao Dechang's men were also depressed. How about, let's call the police? Stupid. Zhao Dekang was furious and kicked his subordinate's ass. Are you out of your mind? How did you call the police? Call the police to say that they came to kill Yi Fan, and then now people are missing? That bodyguard captain of Zhao Dechang's didn't dare to say anything more once he heard that it was the same thing, so he didn't dare to say anything more. What did those bodyguards who came to their senses say? Zhao Dekang coldly scolded towards his other men. The news came from the hospital side, and the answers from all of them didn't make much difference. After they followed Yifan in, they met a stranger, and then that stranger made a move to knock them all out. What happened after that? They're not sure. After listening to his men's report, Zhao Dechang's eyes couldn't help but close. There are actually unfamiliar experts appearing? He injured so many bodyguards, but only took away the scarred man and his own son. I'm afraid that his son is in a bad way? Just what kind of adversary has approached you? Or did someone from the Yi family make a move? Go back. Everything that happens here today. Block the news. Send everyone from the Zhao family to conduct a full search in Cloud City for news of the young master, and report back to me immediately if there are any clues. Zhao Dekang gave his men orders with a gloomy face, still not wanting to give up any hope. Yeah, Fan, it's this guy again. Didn't he get him killed 5 years ago, and now has he finally caused trouble for the Zhao family? Anyway, the top has the intention of exterminating you. This time, let you get away with it. Then next time, I'll do it myself and see what chance you still have to escape. Sui Shues sent Yifan back to his place, and after settling down, she hurried towards the company. The Xia family is going to cooperate with the Su group, which is a great opportunity for the Su group. Signing the contract these links, there cannot be any accidents. After Sui Shui left, Yifan poked around the entire villa. Although Yifan was the only one in the villa, around the villa, Yifan still detected several figures hidden in the shadows. A few of them were bodyguards that Sui Shui had arranged there to protect Yifan's safety. There were also a few Yifan was more familiar with. They were bodyguards from the Yi family. They should have been sent by their grandfather. Now that the Yi family was at such a windy moment, although the opponents thought that Yifan was just a little cutie, didn't make a move on Yifan, but no one could guarantee that the opponent would suddenly go crazy. But these ordinary bodyguards couldn't even look at Yifan. Yifan turned up the sound of the TV in the living room. Then his figure flashed towards the back door of the villa in a hurry, and he quietly slipped out of the villa without moving. Since he had made a move on Zhao Tianlong, Yifan would not give the Zhao family time to breathe. While Sui Shui wasn't back, Yifan was going to make a trip to the Zhao family to completely exterminate them. Cloud City, Zhao family compound. Zhao Dekang bored back home. The family's big yellow dog and the usual come up towards Zhao Dekang wagging tail. Get lost. Zhao Dekang angrily kicked the big yellow dog away. The big yellow dog ran away from the pain and was also depressed. What had he done wrong? Thinking of what happened to his son, Zhao Dekang walked towards his study in annoyance. Don't even bother me. Zhao Dekang pushed open the door of the study room, turned the light on, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly dilated for a while. You, Yifan? Why are you here? In the room, Yifan sat on the Taisha chair and stared coldly at Zhao Dekang. Those viper-like eyes glared at Zhao Dechang's heart. 5 years ago, your Zhao family didn't kill, so you should be regretting it now, right? The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he stood up and stared searingly at Zhao Dekang. Zhao Dekang was completely baffled. You demented? You didn't turn out to be stupid? Are you pretending? Zhao Dekang instinctively wanted to reach out and open the door to call the bodyguard, but just as he did, Yifan moved. Phew! A pencil shot out, deadening Zhao Dechang's palm to the door of the room. Zhao Dechang's mouth just wanted to scream in shock at the same time. A piece of rag stuffed into 3 Zhao Dechang's mouth. Zhao Dekang behind the screams blocked back. Answer my questions honestly and I can let you suffer less. Yifan approached Zhao Dekang and spoke coldly. The murderous aura that stirred in his body made Zhao Dechang's sweaty hair stand on end. Chapter 12, The Zhao Family Destroyed. Zhao Dekang knew that he had no choice at all right now and could only nod his head in a forced manner. Yifan removed the rag from Zhao Dechang's mouth. Zhao Dekang endured the severe pain on his arm and spoke towards Yifan in despair. Tianlong has already died in your hands, right? Although he had already guessed the answer, Zhao Dekang still wanted to confirm it. You think? Driving a car and trying to run me over 5 years ago, and trying to kill me today, am I going to keep such a person for New Year's Eve? Yifan responded coldly. For people who wanted their lives, Yifan was never merciful. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Zhao Dekang closed his eyes in pain, and sure enough, it's a shame. 5 years ago, Yifan turned into a little cutie. After that, it shouldn't have been soft. It should have continued to make a move to finish off Yifan. Staying until now, the Zhao family ended up dying at Yifan's hands. You ask. Zhao Dekang knew that he was bound to die, and instead, his heart was open. Since he was already bound to die, let Yifan and the person behind him fight to the death. I'm sure it would be a very exciting fight. Yun City, besides the Wang family, the Li family, who else is a vassal of the Lu family in the provincial city? The sentence that Yifan opened his mouth instantly made Zhao Dekang look stunned. So Yifan had already investigated the power behind him so clearly? who they say Yifan is the cutest little thing, that he himself is the biggest cutie. Yifan has been playing dumb for 5 years. This is hiding his clumsiness. If you don't move, it's a nightmare for your enemies. The Lu family's vassal families in Cloud City are indeed only the Wang family and the Li family. But other than them, the Lu family has other experts in Cloud City, who are monitoring the Yi family's movements at all times. It's just that, I'm not sure where those people usually lurk. Zhao Dekang paused and continued to speak. 5 years ago, I regret not killing you, but what I'm telling you is that you can't fight them. Yifan ignored Zhao Dekang and continued to inquire. Behind the Lu family in the provincial city, what about the big brother family in Shangjing? How much do you know? Zhao Dekang shook his head. We know very limited news about the bigwigs in Shangjing. The only time I've seen a representative from Shangjing, he was also wearing a mask, but everyone calls him Zhou Xiao. I'm not sure exactly what kind of person he is, but their energy is so terrifying that they can even easily decide on the appointment of the governor of Cloud City. But I know that they made a move against the Yi family, and aside from the fact that your Yi family is too strong, they seem to be looking for something. Yifan inquired towards Zhao Dekang for a while longer and didn't ask anything too much valuable. With a burst of qi running through his body, Zhao Dekang was turned into a piece of powder under the impact of the qi, drifting out of the window and dispersing with the wind. In the next moment, Yifan's body transformed into a ghost and disappeared from the Zhao family compound. It seems that behind the Lu family, the origin of the big man in Shangjing, I'm afraid that I need to go to the provincial capital to investigate the head of the Lu family in order to figure it out. After Yifan left, several major events happened in Cloud City within moments. Zhao Dechang's own brother's family, while driving home, suddenly had a car accident and fell into the Yunsha River. Life and death unknown. Another core member of the Zhao family, after attending a meeting, lost his footing and fell from the 18th floor. Immediately afterward, the news of Zhao Dechang's father and son's disappearance began to spread like wildfire in Cloud City. Cloud City, in the Yi family compound. Yi Changfeng listened to the news reported by Long Feng, the head of the guards, and his brows tightened. This is the equivalent of the Zhao family being exterminated overnight? Zhao Dekang, as well as his younger brother, and the other core members, all suddenly disappeared and perished, which was clearly not a normal phenomenon. Yes, Lang Feng answered and continued to speak. According to our intelligence, Zhao Tianlong was planning to assassinate the young master at the banquet before, but ended up moving a stone to hit his own foot and was teased himself. Moreover, our intelligence also investigated that 5 years ago, when the young master was in a car accident, there was also a Zhao family behind the shadow, but now the clues are broken. Yi Changfeng also probably knew about Yifan's car accident 5 years ago, although according to the results of the accident appraisal at that time, the driver who hit the person at that time was mistakenly hit because he had been drinking, and he was also sent to jail. But naturally, Yi Changfeng didn't believe that things would be that coincidental. However, when the Yi family used their power to investigate, they would always suffer from a mysterious force, and were forced to interrupt at every critical time. And now suddenly there's a bit of a clue that the Zhao family is all but extinguished. Is this another coincidence? To be able to clean up the Zhao family so cleanly in a short period of time, one would have to be at least at the Zone Master realm or above to be able to do it. When did such a sect master powerhouse appear in Cloud City again? Yi Changfeng muttered as he looked at the information Lung Feng handed him. That Yifan kid is up? Where is he now? Yi Changfeng suddenly thought of Yifan. 5 years ago, Yifan was already a powerhouse at the Zhongshe realm. The Zhao family was exterminated. Could it be that Yifan had already sobered up to do it? Young Yi has already been sent home by Miss Su and is staying at home. Our people are on guard around to protect him. Young master hasn't left Miss Su's place. Lung Feng responded confidently. The few bodyguards guarding Sui Shue's surroundings over there were Lang Feng's capable men, all with strengths at the martial Dao control realm. Oh, Yi Changfeng let out a long sigh, somewhat disappointed. Pay more attention to the Su clan, those assholes who made a move against the Yi family. The next step is definitely to block the Su group and lay their hands on the Su family. That girl from the Su family was so protective of the Yi family, so naturally, she couldn't let the Su family get cold feet. Although the Yi family had suffered a heavy blow, as long as he, the old man, was not dead, and there were still millions of Heavenly Dragon army behind him to support him, the ability to protect the Su family was still there. Yes, there's also another situation. Xia Hao, the head of the Xia family in the provincial city, recognized young master at today's banquet and said that young master was the benefactor who saved his life 5 years ago, so he forcefully chose to cooperate with the Su group, which should be able to help alleviate the Su group a bit. Oh, Little Fan's medical skills 5 years ago were still that good? It can save lives. Why didn't I know? Yi Changfeng realized that Yifan had grown up so much that he actually didn't know anything about his grandson. This is a good thing, and at this time, in the Su group office, Sui Shui, who had just finished signing the contract with Xia Hao, was staring at the mirror. Although she had already made the decision to marry Yifan and give the Yi family a new branch, but when it really came to the head, Sui Shui was still a little apprehensive. The thought of being naked and facing Yifan, Sui Shui was filled with blush. In the mirror, Sui Shui's body was absolutely beautiful, dimpled and curved, completely a special thing. How many males in Cloud City missed her? And tonight, she was going to belong to Yifan. In the Cloud City Royal KTV, Sudong and a bunch of big boys from Cloud City sang and danced, giving vent to their desires with abandon. When the song ended, a rich young man said with some doubts, "It's almost 12 o'clock, why hasn't Zhao Xiao come yet?" They had originally made an appointment to come here to celebrate when Zhao Tianlong finished with Yifan. As a result, this group of people had waited for more than 2 hours, and there was still no news from Zhao Tianlong. Sudong also frowned. "I'll give Zhao Xiao a call and ask." However, after Sudong dialed several times, Zhao Tianlong's cell phone showed that it could not be connected. Under the helplessness, Sudong dialed the phone of another acquaintance of the Zhao family, but the news he got made Sudong immediately shocked. "Su Xiao, Zhao Gongzi is afraid that he can no longer come. Zhao Dekang and Zhao Tianlong have both disappeared, and all of the Zhao family's core disciples, within an hour just now, have all perished. The Zhao family has been destroyed." Chapter 13, Not Sleeping Like That. Ha! Sudong's mouth could not help but let out a gasp of surprise. Just a few hours ago, he himself was talking and laughing with Zhao Tianlong, and with so little effort, Zhao Tianlong disappeared? The others didn't know what Zhao Tianlong was doing, but Sudong knew very well that Zhao Tianlong was going to kill Yifan. Disappeared in the process of killing Yifan, and then Zhao Dekang disappeared too? How can something be that coincidental? The only possibility was that there was an accident in the process of killing Yifan, which then implicated the entire Zhao family. Is it possible that Yifan, that little cutie, awakened? Thinking about this, and then associating it with what he and his father had done over the years, Sudong could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Sudong and his father, Su Jian, as Yi Chongfeng's adopted son and grandson, had been sheltered by the Yi family, but over the years, when in charge of the Yi family, all they had been doing was thinking about how to hijack the Yi family's assets for themselves. If Yifan woke up, then he definitely wouldn't let himself go. Have you guys found out who did it? Sudong asked tentatively. The Zhao family's acquaintance responded with a long sigh. "We don't have any clues, but according to a letter left in the family head's study, it's Xiao Dekang who robbed the woman of a Zhongshe master back then, and then now the person has come back to take revenge. That person is called Fan Yi." Fano? Hearing that it wasn't Yifan, Sudong's heart gave a slight sigh of relief, followed by a burst of light in his eyes. Another Zhongshe level expert had appeared in Cloud City? If he gave a high enough price and asked him to finish off Yifan and that old thing at home, wouldn't he have no worries? Thinking about this, Sudong had begun to rejoice from the initial worry to the later part. The Zhao family was exterminated. Although this incident had a great impact on Sudong, it was also an opportunity. Young Master Su, what's the situation on young Master Zhao's side? After Sudong hung up the phone, all of the rich youngsters stopped their entertainment and all of them looked at Sudong with burning eyes. The Zhao family has been exterminated. It is rumored that Zhao Dekang offended a Zhongshe realm expert. Sudong snorted coldly. Yifan's life is really great. At a critical time, he actually picked up a life. But next time, I don't know if you have that good luck. After Yifan had finished with the Zhao family, he returned home and had just finished washing up when Sui Shui also returned home. Seeing Yifan unharmed, Sui Shui was relieved. On the way back, Sui Shui had already heard about the Zhao family. "Xiaofan, you know what? That Zhao Tianlong who bullied you has been cleaned up by the bad guys and will never bully you again." Sui Shui was actually still skeptical. Zhao Tianlong only bullied Yifan at the banquet, then said he wanted to steal Yifan's wife, and within just an hour, the Zhao family as a whole was wiped out? Is it such a coincidence? Sui Shui also suspected that it was Yifan who did it behind the scenes, but just now Sui Shui inquired towards the bodyguard she had arranged at the door, and during the period that Sui Shui had left, Yifan hadn't left the villa at all, so it couldn't have been Yifan who did it. But it wasn't Yifan. Who was that mysterious sect master Fan Yi? Hands that just right? Too good. Finally no one is stealing my wife from me. Too good. Yifan happily reached out and wrapped his arms around Sui Shui's neck, putting his head up with an excited face, although Sui Shui had already prepared herself, but when it really came down to it, feeling the strong manly odor emanating from Yifan's body, Sui Shui still had a few moments of nervousness. "Wait, I'm going to take a shower. You go to the bedroom and wait for me." After saying that, Sui Shui walked towards the bathroom with a blushing face. Yifan stood in the living room, looking at Sui Shui's back as she left. A smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Is this person really ready to be her own woman? In the face of such a stunning beauty, is he on or off? 5 minutes later, when Sui Shui walked into the bedroom wearing a sexy pink robe, Yi Fan had already obediently laid down on the bed. Ish Yue's wife, wasn't I a good boy? Yi Fan looked at Sui Shui with a sincere face. Sui Shui looked at Yi Fan's innocent appearance. The motherly love within her couldn't help but overflow. Little Fan is the most obedient. Poor Yi Fan, once the pride of heaven. Now, perhaps, they're sisters united. Is it possible to wake up Yi Fan? Thinking of this, Sui Shui overcame the shyness in her heart and gently laid down on the bed, then wrapped Yi Fan in her arms. Little Fan, come on. Yi Fan looked at Sui Shui's nervous and shy appearance and was a bit amused, but deliberately inquired, Yi Shui's wife, what are you doing here? Yi Fan raised his head and looked at Sui Shui with a burning look. Sui Shui, who looked at it, was shy for a while, strangely embarrassed, but instantly understood that Yi Fan's current IQ was just a child. For the matter of men and women, I'm afraid that he really didn't understand it, right? Let's sleep together, then I'll give you big fat boys. Sui Shui guided Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan spoke with a naive face. Aren't we sleeping right now? It's not sleeping like that. Sui Shui was shy and angry. She really suspected that this Yi Fan was deliberately shying himself? So which way is it supposed to sleep? Chapter 14, Xian Yufei comes to apologize? It's too late. Sui Shui slipped a tear from the corner of her eye, and silently recited in her heart, Yi family ancestors, I, Sui Shui, have not been ashamed of the Yi family. I am still a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. As the two of them moved, majestic warmth returned to Yi Fan and Sui Shui. Yi Fan's martial qi was rapidly rising under the shaking of the payload, and his strength had already reached the peak of martial zone in a short period of time, and he was about to break through to the next realm. And Sui Shui was being warmed by that warm current, and within her body, power was gradually gathering, and vaguely all the martial qi was being generated. Outside the window, the moonlight seemed to be all a little shy of what had happened in the room, and were quietly hiding behind the clouds. Outside the villa, those bodyguards of the Yi family, as well as those of the Su family, listened to the movements in the villa. All of them couldn't help but have a burst of wainer. Although young master has become stupid, his energy has not diminished. Miss Su will be blessed in the future. Alas, if only the young master could come to his senses as soon as possible, then Miss Su and the young master would simply be a good match. After everything calmed down, Sui Shui had already drifted off to sleep in Yi Fan's arms, while Yi Fan was refreshed at this time. Looking at the soft Sui Shui in his arms, a certain heartstring in Yi Fan's heart twitched. Sui Shui, from this moment on, was her own woman. From now on, no one but yourself can harm her in the slightest. The reason why Yi Fan made the decision to take Sui Shui as his woman was because of many considerations. On the one hand, the seven had announced in front of so many people that they wanted to marry themselves, and if they refused mercilessly, they would be a bit ungrateful and let down the good intentions of these people. And on the other hand, Yi Fan's current strength was progressing too slowly, and combining with Sui Shui would gain enough warmth in a short period of time to boost his strength. Now the Yi family's situation was very dangerous. The Yi family was nearly wiped out, and there was only one sole seedling, himself. If Yi Fan's strength wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to revive the Yi family and guard the Yi family and these beautiful people, not to mention avenging those dead spirits of the Yi family. Therefore, Yi Fan had to become stronger as soon as possible, and the fastest way to do this is by shaking the payload in the dantian. Putting Sui Shui on the bed, Yi Fan began to sit cross-legged on the bed, rapidly running the martial qi in his body. His eyes then flashed with a deep, Shangjing Zhou Shao. Wash your neck. If you dare to make a move against my Yi family, all your enemies, none of them will escape. The provincial city of Huadu, the Lu family compound was brightly lit. Lu Ran, the head of the Lu family, sat at the top, his face gloomy. Has Xia Hao gone crazy? The Yi family has clearly been targeted, and could be annihilated at any time. Everyone is blocking the Yi family, and Xia Hao actually chooses to stand up to the Yi family and cooperate with the Su group. This is looking for death. Too many things happened today. The Yi family was destroyed and concubine Xianyu withdrew from her marriage. However, 7 of Yi Fan's people announced that they were marrying Yi Fan at the same time, which was the biggest provocation to the enemies of the Yi family. An order was quickly issued to block Su's group and make an example of him, but the Xia family chose to cooperate with the Su group at this time, and also announced that whoever went against the Su group was against the Xia family. It's pretty obvious what this standing in line means. According to Xia Hao, it's because 5 years ago, when Yi Fan was still a genius, he saved his life, so Xia Hao wants to repay the favor. The henchman next to him explained. Lu Ran snorted coldly. I don't care if he is for any reason, since he chose to help the Su group. He's going against my Lu family. He's going against the backer behind us. After a pause in his words, Lu Ran continued to speak. Pass on my order to have the Cloud City Zhao family make a move against the Su group at any cost. Yes, the henchman answered and was just about to go and make arrangements when he suddenly spoke with a somewhat heavy face. Family master, I just got the news that the Zhao family has been exterminated. What? Lu Ran was shocked and stood up directly from his seat when he heard the news from his men. Wasn't Zhao Dekang, the head of the Zhao family, still on the phone with me during the day? How did it suddenly go extinct? The henchman hurriedly handed the details to Lu Ran. Zhao Dekang offended a Zhongshu master called Fan Yi, and it is said that he was retaliated against for stealing Fan Ye's woman when he was young? Such a coincidence? Lu Ran vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The timing of the Zhao family's extermination was too coincidental. Zhao Tianlong had just humiliated Yi Fan and was just about to kill him when he was suddenly exterminated? If there wasn't solid evidence that Yi Fan wasn't present, Lu Ran would definitely think that it was the demonic genius from 5 years ago who had awakened. Family Master, what should we do now? If the Su group were to fully cooperate with the Xia family, with the help of the Xia family's channels, it would definitely take off immediately, and all of our previous blockades would not have any effect. The volume of the Xia family and the Lu family is about the same, and the roots are deeper than the Lu family. If the Xia family fully supports the Su family, then Lu Ran will be in trouble if he wants to execute the blocking order from above. The Zhao family has been destroyed, but isn't there still the Wang family and the Li family? Let them make a joint effort, no matter what method they use. They can't let the Su group have a good time. It doesn't matter even if they make Su Yishui lose her reputation. It's best to make a mess of Yun City is best. Lu Ran's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. Before, facing the families of those 7 girls, no one dared to underestimate them. Because they were the daughters-in-law of the Yi family, everyone had to weigh the influence of the Yi family in Daxia. But now, with the Yi family down, the family power behind those girls didn't carry as much weight. Now that the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, only the bigger the mess in Cloud City, the more muddy the water is. Can Lu Ran see the truth behind it through some things, including whether Yi Fan is really stupid or not, or pretending to be stupid? Just who else is still supporting the Yi family? Cloud City. The night is deep, but in the Xian family compound, in Xian Yufei's room, Xian Yufei tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When she and Yi Fan withdrew from the marriage today, Xian Yufei clearly saw the disappointment in Yi Fan's eyes at that time. Did you fail him after all? Thinking of the little bits and pieces of how she grew up with Yi Fan back then, Xian Yufei couldn't help but shed tears. Why did Yi Fan turn into a cutie? If he wasn't a cutie, it would be so nice. The evening banquet, Xian Yufei also went to see Su Yishui with Yi Fan everywhere talking and laughing. Xian Yufei heart is very bad taste. Do not dare to go forward to talk. If he hadn't withdrawn his marriage with Yi Fan, then the person who had brought Yi Fan should have been himself. But now, there's no going back. Xian Yufei fell asleep in a daze, and early the next morning, the first thing she did after waking up, she still wanted to go see Yi Fan. Although she wasn't with Yi Fan, Xian Yufei still wished Yi Fan well. Su Yishui's residence. Su Yishui woke up with all the sunlight shining into the bedroom, looking at herself lying in Yi Fan's arms without a single strand, as well as the crimson peach blossom on the bedsheet. Su Yishui's shyly head did not dare to raise. You've become Yi Fan's woman? This little cutie in front of me, is he going to be his man? Regret? Su Yishui asked herself inwardly. Su Yishui herself couldn't say it. Perhaps the decision at that time was a bit impulsive, but at this moment, Su Yishui has been determined. No matter how, she and Yi Fan are husband and wife. Honor and disgrace together. Never regret it. Yishui wife, you're awake? Yi Fan looked at Su Yishui opening her eyes and tenderly said to Su Yishui, Yishui wife, I made you bleed last night. Do you hurt? Su Yishui, who was already shy, didn't even know how to answer in the face of Yi Fan's inquiry. You are bad. Associated with the fact that last night in the woods Yi Fan used a mouse to scare himself, Su Yishui was seriously skeptical. Was Yi Fan really stupid or was he pretending to be stupid? The two of them teased for a while, got up and finished washing, just ready to eat breakfast. The bodyguard said at the door, Ms. Su, someone at the door is looking for Yi Xiao. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Who came to find himself so early in the morning? Su Yishui was also filled with curiosity. Who is it? The bodyguard at the door looked a bit strange. It's Miss Xian Yufei. What is she doing here? Didn't she withdraw from Xiao Fan? At the mention of Princess Xian Yu, Su Yishui came in a fit of anger. Yesterday in front of so many people, the Xin family actually disregarded the face of the Yi family in the slightest and withdrew from the marriage in public. Now you still have the face to come to Yi Fan? Chapter 15 I'm already his woman. Please don't harass my man. Hearing that it was Princess Xian Yu, Yi Fan's heart twitched. The young girl who accompanied his youth had actually been deeply imprinted within Yi Fan's heart. However, Xian Yufei withdrawing from her marriage on an occasion like that was completely falling down a well. Although it wasn't Xian Yufei who led the way, Xian Yufei didn't stand up and fight for Yi Fan, and that had already hurt Yi Fan. Only, Whenever he thought of that young girl, Yifan still felt some regret within his heart. Go and take a look. Sui Shui reached out and took Yifan's arm, tidied up her instrument, and even deliberately made her clothes a little messy, leading Yifan towards the door. At the entrance of the villa, Xian Yufei stood alone at the door. Seeing Yifan and Sui Shui walking out so intimately, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. One day gone. Is Yifan already with Sui Shui? Xian Yufei, what are you still doing here? Didn't you and Yifan already withdraw from the marriage yesterday? Still want to taunt my man again? Sui Shui did not give Xian Yufei a good face. The face of the Yi family was supposed to be jointly maintained by everyone together, but the Xian family had hardened their face yesterday in front of so many people and rubbed the Yi family's face on the ground. That wasn't enough, but they wanted to humiliate Yifan again today? Xian Yufei knew that her behavior yesterday had hurt too many people, so she didn't refute Sui Shui's words, but turned her head to look at Yifan tenderly. Brother Fan, I came to say sorry to you. Yesterday was not my intention. It was second uncle's intention. Speaking the latter words, Xian Yufei felt like she was going to cry. In her bones, Xian Yufei loved Yifan very much. It was just that Xian Yufei's character was relatively soft, and when the second uncle announced the news, Xian Yufei didn't have the same vigor as Yu Linglong and the others to come forward. But it was just one night, and there was no going back. Yufei, so you're here? I was looking for you early in the morning. Didn't we agree to go to the movies together today? Before Xian Yufei finished her words, a Mercedes next to her suddenly stopped, and Li Yunyang, the eldest son of the Li family in Cloud City, came down from the car and tenderly opened his mouth to Xian Yufei, at the same time handing over a bouquet of roses to Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei was embarrassed. All her toes were about to snap the ground out of 3 rooms. She had originally come to apologize. What was Li Yunyang doing following her at this time? And who chewed the cud and told Li Yunyang about his trip? It must be Uncle too. LOL. Xian Yufei, this is your apology? Are you here to apologize? Or are you here to show your love? Seeing Yifan's forlorn appearance, Sui Shui was a bit intolerant and stood out to rebuke Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei, let me tell you, I'm already Yifan's woman. So, in the future, please don't come back to harass my husband. While speaking, Sui Shui cupped Yifan's cheeks and tenderly kissed Yifan's lips. It was an oath and a demonstration. Click. When Xian Yufei saw this moment, she seemed to have heard the feeling of her heart breaking. Are they really together so soon? Yifan is not a cutie, is he? Would he do something like that? Yifan originally had some regrets about Xian Yufei as well, so when he saw that Xian Yufei even took the initiative to come and apologize to himself, he felt a little bit of relief in his heart. However, when he saw that Li Yunyang had also appeared here, his heart was a little annoyed. What's more, from Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dechang's mouths, Yifan already knew that the Li family of Yun Chang was a vassal family of the Lu family of the provincial city, and was also involved in the action of blocking the Yi family. That's the life and death enemy of the Yi family. Xian Yufei separated from herself even if she turned around and threw herself into the arms of the Yi family's enemies? This was very unacceptable to Yifan. Yufei, if you don't be my wife, I have another wife, prettier than you, and there are 6 more. Yifan was very serious and broke his fingers to count carefully. Yifan is doing this on purpose. If you Xian Yufei doesn't follow me, there are 7 other beautiful sisters-in-law who are willing to follow me. Pust. Xian Yufei felt a mouthful of blood churning in her chest. Her throat was all sweet. She forced herself not to spit it out. Her body staggered for a moment. Her face was pale as she looked at Yifan, and tried her best to make herself smile. Brother Fan, as long as you are happy, I wish you well. After saying that, Xian Yufei forced the tears in her eyes to slide down and quickly walked towards her vehicle. Li Yunyang wanted to go forward to help Xian Yufei, but was pushed away by Xian Yufei angrily. Get lost. Xian Yufei didn't like Li Yunyang at all, but her second uncle, knowing that the Yi family had fallen, had insisted on dating Li Yunyang for the sake of the Xian family's development. Sui Shui went to the company today to handle things and was worried about how to arrange Yifan. Now in Yifan's situation, letting Yifan alone at home, Sui Shui was really uneasy, but if she brought Yifan to the company, Sui Shui still needed to go out to negotiate, and it was also a bit inconvenient. However, just as Sui Shui was fretting, Wang Fugue drove up. Little sister-in-law, don't worry about going to work. Big brother, don't worry, leave it to me to take care of it. Wang Fugue waved his big hand, making Sui Shui completely at ease. Wang Fugue and Yifan's relationship could be said to have grown up wearing the same pants. No matter what time it was, Wang Fugue unconditionally defended Yifan, and now that Wang Fugue's strength was growing, Yifan should be safe with him. Good. Then please, I'll be back as soon as possible in the afternoon. Sui Shui explained to Wang Fugue and drove away. Wang Fugue took Yifan to his car, and only after Sui Shui left did Wang Fugue speak. Big brother, people have already left. Don't pretend, right? I know you're deliberately playing dumb, between us brothers, so don't pretend, right? After returning home yesterday, Wang Fuguei felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. With Yifan's performance at the banquet and that strange feeling, Wang Fuguei always felt that Yifan was different from before. If Yifan was really stupid before, then now Yifan should have awakened. Especially in the middle of the night, Wang Fuguei got the news that the Zhao family had actually been exterminated overnight. Wang Fuguei's first thought was that Yifan had made a move, but when he called Master Yi, he learned that Yifan was living in Sui Shui's villa and had no time to make a move. Wang Fuguei was puzzled, so he came over early in the morning to find Yifan, wanting to test him. "Old Wang, what are you packing? I have a plastic pocket here, do you want to use it?" Yifan pulled out a plastic pocket from his body and handed it to Wang Fuguei, causing Wang Fuguei to cry and laugh a little. This big brother, is he really still stupid? Big brother, I don't know if you're really stupid or not, but I'll take it that you're not stupid anymore. Wang Fuguei drove while saying to Yifan, "I have nothing to do today anyway, so I'll take you out to the place we always go to for a stroll. Maybe you should be able to remember something." Wang Fuguei's words caused Yifan's heart to tighten. "Where did you used to go before you became demented? You're not going to one of those clubs, are you?" Chapter 16, $50,000 for a piece of broken stone? Big brother, do you know? Yesterday, the Zhao family was exterminated by a sect master expert. It's said that sect master expert is called Fan Yi. It's too much of a relief. Who let that grandson Zhao Tianlong insult you at the banquet? Deserved it. Big brother, you have to pay attention to that Su Jian and Su Dong, father and son of your family. Those two goods are not good people. I suspect that they have a lot to do with what happened to the Yi family. Along the way, Wang Fuguei's mouth was like a machine gun, talking non-stop. However, it also allowed Yifan to understand some general conditions of Cloud City. The last place Wang Fuguei parked was in front of a dilapidated attic. Seeing the familiar place, Yifan instantly remembered. This was the largest black market trading market in Cloud City, and one of the largest black market trading markets in the entire Southwest. There were all sorts of goodies inside, pills to promote martial cultivation, various medicinal herbs, and countless exotic treasures. As long as you can afford the price, there's nothing you can't think of, nothing you can't buy here. Before, Yifan liked to bring Wang Fuguei here to hang out and would find some good stuff. Well, this place is familiar, right? Wang Fuguei opened the car door and introduced himself towards Yifan. "Big brother, you've brought me here often before. Buy something, buy something." Yifan pretended to be very droll, and after getting off the car, he clapped his hands and walked towards the entrance of the black market on his own. The Cloud City underground trading market is actually hidden underground, so it looks deserted on the outside, but the real bustle is on the third basement level. Wang Fuguei deliberately followed behind, watching Yifan's familiar walk towards the entrance of the black market trading market. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Big brother still remembers the way before? It seems like it really isn't done being stupid. There is definitely hope for Big brother's awakening, and there will still be hope for the Yi family. I told you, my old Wang's big brother, how can he be bad? Big brother, wait for me, Wang Fuguei called out as he ran behind, but what he didn't realize was that what he saw was just what Yifan wanted him to see. It had been 5 years since he had been here, and Yifan and Wang Fuguei entered the third underground floor together, and the situation inside was still bustling with activity. There's the frenzied fight scene, and next to it, there's the maniacal man pressing a beautiful woman right into action on a table. These were not what Yifan was interested in. What Yifan was interested in was the alley where the black market stalls were set up over there. 5 years ago, when Yifan was still a demonic genius, he had purchased quite a few goodies here, as well as quietly buying quite a few pills here, as well as talismans and the like. The first time after waking up, Yifan also wanted to see if there were any suitable pills for Wang Fuguei here that could assist him in breaking through above the sovereign realm. Yifan remembered that when Wang Fuguei followed him before, he ate pills as sugar beans, and was on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign realm 5 years ago, while he was still hovering at the peak of the control realm. This unfailingly good brother, one has to help him out. Big brother, do you have your eye on anything? As long as Big brother looks at it, old Wang will help you buy it all today. Yifan swept all the way over, the strange magic pupil of his eyes opening up. Through the appearance of something, he could see through the truth inside. Some counterfeit antiques with no breath fluctuations on them are fake. There are also some genuine goods that have ancient breath fluctuations on them, but the price is obviously inflated. After walking through 2/3 of the alley, there was nothing good enough to enter Yifan's eyes. It wasn't until he passed by a stall selling stones that Yifan was suddenly attracted to a pitch-black stone. From the outside, That stone didn't look like it had any special features, but Yi Fan's magic pupil saw through the outer skin that in the middle of the stone, there was actually a yuan chi dan wrapped around it, which was a good thing to assist in breaking through to the zone master. On the market, even a bid of $1 billion wouldn't necessarily buy it. Yi Fan was a little curious. Why would someone seal the yuan chi dan in a broken stone? But since he had encountered it, Yi Fan naturally had no reason to let it go. Yi Fan stopped and pretended to be serious as he picked other good-looking stones on the ground. Boss, how much is this one? That 50,000. This now? 80,000. Yi Fan, after repeatedly asking about several stones aside, all of which made the boss impatient, his eyes turned to the pitch-black stone. This stone seems to be very fun as well, yeah. Going back to tease the kitten is definitely great. The owner just glanced at it and spoke. If you buy any of the other stones, this one will be yours. The corners of the boss's mouth floated with an imperceptible smile. That stone was actually used by his family to pad the legs of the table. It was just that he looked at a good color, so he took it together with the other goods. I didn't realize that there were really stupid exes looking at it. Good. I'll take these 2 pieces then. Yi Fan happily picked up the black stone and the other stone with a price tag of $30,000 and waved his arm towards Wang Fuguei. Old Wang, pay up. You promised that you would help me buy things. Wang Fuguei followed along with a bitter face. Big brother, these 2 things, at first glance, are trash. Why do you need to waste them? Wang Fuguei wasn't heartbroken. He was just a bit sorry. Before, when Yi Fan was still in his peak state, his vision definitely wouldn't be this bad. And now, after being demented, can't even distinguish between good things and bad things? LOL. Humph, are you unwilling to spend money on me? If you don't give me money to spend, I'll give it myself. As he spoke, Yi Fan intended to rummage through his pockets. But in reality, where did Yi Fan have money on him? 5 years ago, after Yi Fan's accident, everyone thought Yi Fan was a cutie. Wouldn't put money on Yi Fan at all. I give. Isn't it okay for me to give? As long as big brother you are happy. Wang Fuguei let out a long sigh. Now that Yi Fan's performance, Wang Fuguei was already satisfied. At least Yi Fan still remembered the way into the black market and knew to buy things. After paying the money, Yi Fan and Wang Fuguei left with the stone and circled around the black market again, not finding anything else good. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Yi Fan's ears were suddenly sharp enough to hear a few people chatting next to him. You know what? Something big has happened to the Yi family. The Yi family, a family of 10 martyrs, all perished yesterday. But it seems that the Yi family's opponent is not going to let go of the Yi family, invited a strong person of the fast martial Zun realm, and in the last few days is going to completely flatten the Yi family. What? A martial honor level powerhouse? That's something you can't even find a few of in Grand Xia. Alas, what has the Yi family offended? To be treated like this, at least Elder Yi made a great contribution to Grand Xia back then. It can't be helped. The merit is high, right? It's a pity that so many heroic sons and daughters of the Yi family can't even leave a descendant in the end. Yi Fan's heart shook as he listened. Is the other side going to do it so soon? To actually invite a strong person at the level of Martial Zun, intending to take out the last bit of the Yi family? Now that I've awakened, I won't let you have your way. Chapter 17. Buy you a rock. Must eat. Yi Fan turned his head and quietly memorized the looks of those people. Yi Fan would find them as soon as possible and investigate clearly where exactly the news came from. Yi Fan wanted to take care of that expert before he made a move on the Yi family before. Coming out of the underground black market, Wang Fuguei looked at Yi Fan, who had been holding a few stones in his hands and playing with them, and let out a long sigh with some helplessness. Could it be that he was feeling wrong? He thought that his big brother had awakened, but his big brother is still like this. I don't know when he will completely recover. The current Yi family, if big brother does not recover as soon as possible, really cannot last long. Those girls alone will not be able to hold back the sweep of the enemy. Old Wang, try it. It tastes great. Yi Fan handed the dark stone in his hand to Wang Fuguei, making Wang Fuguei cry and laugh a little. Big brother, this is a stone, not candy. It can't be eaten. Why can't you eat it? You see, just bite it like this and crunch it. In order to guide Wang Fuguei to discover the yuan chi dan in that stone, Yi Fan all but sacrificed himself and utilized his teeth to crunch a stone. Yi Fan moved in such a way that it caused a raw pain in Wang Fuguei's teeth to look at him. I'd better forget it. Wang Fuguei shook his head, intending to put the stone away. I'll take the stone and eat it when I go back, okay? No good. Seeing that Wang Fuguei was planning to put the stone away, Yi Fan became anxious. Wang Fuguei, this idiot, couldn't even discover the dryness inside the stone. If he waited for him to bring the stone back, he might even throw it away directly. You said, good brothers, we should share the same blessings and difficulties. You don't eat. You don't take me as a big brother. Yi Fan was a little puffed up and sat his butt on the ground, intending to play rogue. Wang Fuguei looked at Yi Fan bitterly. Okay, I'll eat. Can't I eat? Good big brother. Wang Fuguei put the stone into his mouth. The big deal was to apply a little bit of qi to pop the stone into pieces, and then just make a show of it. LOL. At this moment, Yi Fan was completely a child. What was one's point in bothering with a child? But when Wang Fuguei's teeth touched the stone's shell, he finally discovered the abnormality. This rock, it's not as hard as you thought? Is the shell even a little soft? Crunch! Wang Fuguei bit it with his teeth. It didn't take much effort at all, and the edge of the stone cracked from the center. Wang Fuguei 2/2 of the stone spat out of his mouth, and after seeing clearly what was in the middle of the stone, his pupils were dramatically dilated for a while. Yuan Qi Dan. God. Halfway through his words, Wang Fuguei hurriedly tightly covered his mouth. Then he brought the stone up to his eyes and looked at it carefully again several times. Can't go wrong. It's the Yuan Qi Dan. This was a very important elixir for breaking through the sovereign realm, and even breaking through the martial exalt realm. With the aid of the elixir, breaking through a sovereign could increase the success rate by 70%, and breaking through a martial zone could also increase the success rate by 50%. However, looking at the entire Grand Xia, there were only a handful of personnel who could refine the Yuan Qi Dan. Such an elixir was speculated in the market some time ago to a price tag of $5 billion, and it was still priced at a price that could not be bought with money at all. Such an elixir, if exposed, would immediately be coveted by countless powerful forces. Everyone would snatch it at all costs. And now such an elixir is in your own hands? After determining that this was a Yuan Qi Dan, Wang Fuguei's eyes changed dramatically when he looked at Yi Fan again. Is this a coincidence? Or did Big Brother do it on purpose? Yi Fan clamored for those 2 stones. Then the stones were opened and there was actually Yuan Qi Dan inside? Such a coincidence is less likely than winning $200 million on your own lottery ticket, isn't it? Big Brother, are you playing dumb or are you deliberately hiding it from me? Did you already know that there was a Yuan Qi Dan inside? Wang Fuguei was too shocked jaw. It couldn't be that coincidental, but Yi Fan in front of him was at a loss. Old Wang, how was it? I told you it tastes good, right? Quick, hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Wang Fuguei was speechless for a while and carefully looked Yi Fan up and down twice to make sure that Yi Fan wasn't pretending, before he carefully put away the Yuan Qi Dan. Big Brother, you are really my lucky star. With this Yuan Qi Dan, I will soon be able to break through to the Zhongshe realm, and when I am by Big Brother's side, I will be a little more powerful in protecting Big Brother. Strong people of the sovereign realm were few in number in the entire Grand Xia. Generally, strong people who had reached this realm could sit on one side and become a party hegemon. A Zhongshe expert was already enough to be able to support a superfamily. Hearing Wang Fuguei say so, Yi Fan secretly said in his heart, still counting on your kid's conscience. Now Yi Fan had to continue to play dumb. There were a lot of things that could not be acted upon openly when having Wang Fuguei step in was the best choice, and Wang Fuguei's increased strength was naturally good for Yi Fan. The two had just gotten into the car and were about to go home when Yi Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Hao who called. Divine Dr. Yi, I wonder if it's convenient for you. I'd like to invite you for a meal, and introduce a few people for you to get to know. Xia Hao was aware of Yi Fan's true situation. Yesterday at the banquet, Yi Fan had revealed himself to Xia Hao. Xia Hao knew that he had embraced a golden thigh, so he thought of introducing Yi Fan to his direct lineage in Cloud City today. Eating? I'm hungry. I need to eat. Yi Fan responded into his cell phone, then turned his head to look at Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei took the cell phone, and after learning that it was Xia Hao on the other side, he answered and led Yi Fan towards the place Xia Hao had set. Wang Fuguei was along at the banquet yesterday and knew about Xia Hao and Yi Fan's connection. Half an hour later, at the Royal Hotel, in the Heaven's Character private room, Yi Fan sat at the top. Next to him did Wang Fuguei, and on the table, besides Xia Hao, there were several other men. Among them were the underground godfather of Cloud City, Li Hu, and the governor of Cloud City, Sun Qian. Young Yi, let me introduce you. These two are from the Xia family. This is Li Hu, who has a not-so-small say in certain unseen matters in Cloud City. If Young Yi has any conflicts that can't be resolved well, he can look for him. Hearing Xia Hao's introduction, Li Hu hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed towards Yi Fan. Li Hu has met Yi Xiao in the future, but at Yi Xiao's disposal. Also, this is Sun Qian, the governor of Cloud City. After 5 years, he should be promoted to the provincial city, and is also a member of my Xia family. If there is anything officially, he can help. Sun Qian didn't dare to be arrogant, and similarly stood up and respectfully said towards Yi Fan, Young Yi, if there's anything in the future, if Mr. Sun can be of service, I will definitely do whatever I can. Cloud City was so big. In fact, there was no need for Xia Hao to introduce him. In fact, Li Hu and Sun Qian also knew Yi Fan. Regarding Yi Fan's situation, it wasn't a secret in Cloud City. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was the most famous demonic genius of the Yi family, stepping into the sect master realm at the age of 15, with an unlimited future, and a car accident made Yi Fan become demented, but it still couldn't cover up Yi Fan's previous brilliance. The two of them very much didn't understand that after the Yi family had suffered this heavy blow, with everyone avoiding it, Xiahao actually chose to treat Yi Fan so respectfully, almost as if he were a father. But as people trained by the Xia family, they knew that there must be a reason for Xiahao to do this. They were also speculating in their hearts. Could it be that this young master, the youngest of the Yi family, had already awakened? If that's the case, showing goodwill like the Yi family at this time, that's definitely going to take off in the back. Xiahao of course knew that Yi Fan was actually in an awake state and could understand all the words, but in order to cover it up, he still politely explained towards Wang Fugue, "Young Wang, I know you are Yi Xiao's best brother friend. When Yi Xiao is inconvenient, you can directly contact the two of them. Thank you, Xia family master." Although Wang Fugue was a bit naive, he also knew that the Xia family was, at this moment, a complete blessing in disguise. On the ground in Cloud City, with Sun Qian and Li Hu sheltering him both explicitly and implicitly, Yi Fan would have a lot less trouble. A few people had just moved their chopsticks to eat. Li Hu suddenly received a message from his men, and suddenly his face changed greatly. "Yi Xiao, Mr. Xia, it's not good. Just now, my men sent a message saying that all of old Wolf Wu's men had gone out, and it seemed like they were going to go after MS. Sui Shui." Chapter 18, Yi Shui's wife being hunted? Aha! Hearing Li Hu's words, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned sharp. The powerful aura stirred, making the temperature of the entire room seem to drop several degrees. Save the wife! Save the wife! In front of so many people, Yi Fan was not in a good position to show too much, so he could only get up and rush towards the outside of the private room in a hurry. Sui Shui was only his woman last night, but today he was actually hunted down and killed? Let this young man know who they are, and I'll definitely thwart them. Xiahao hurriedly chided. Don't just stand there, get everyone out immediately. Protect Miss Su's safety at all costs. From Yi Fan's actions, Xiahao could see that Sui Shui had a very important position in Yi Fan's heart. This was the first thing he had done after defecting to Yi Fan, and he must not make any mistakes. Yes, after Li Hu answered, he immediately began to frantically give orders. Pass on my order, all of you. Start moving immediately. At all costs, make a move against old Wolf Wu and fight to the death. Sun Qian, as an official, was not in a good position to intervene directly, but he did make a few quick phone calls, using the power he could muster to help as much as he could. In an instant, the entire Cloud City was abuzz. On the streets and alleys, countless people belonging to Li Hu began to drag their guys into action. Everyone's eyes were activated, and they soon locked onto old Wolf Wu's course of action. Master Tiger, old Wolf Wu was leading his men towards the western suburb of Cloud City over Liangjia Lane at this time. The current situation coming in is that they haven't won yet, and Miss Su was retreating and fleeing under the protection of her men. As Yi Fan and Li Hu and the others rode in the car together towards the western suburbs of Cloud City, Yi Fan was secretly relieved when he heard the news on the phone. Fortunately, nothing has happened to Sui Shui yet. Faster! Save the wife! Save your wife! The anger in Yi Fan's heart was actually on the verge of being suppressed. Now that the Yi family has suffered such a great change, do those people really think that the Yi family has no one? Is it anyone who can come up and step on it? It's time to give them some credit. If yesterday's extermination of the Zhao family was probably an accident, then today, after figuring out who was behind it, Yi Fan would do even more. This was a deterrent to those who wanted to make a move against the Su family, as well as the Yi family. Let them know what happens when they mess with the Yi family. The western outskirts of Cloud City. Sui Shui was sitting in a sedan, which at this time had already been smashed into pieces. The front of the car had been dented, and a large piece of the rear end had fallen off. There were 2 bodyguards in the car besides the driver who was driving, but they were all stained with blood. Today Sui Shui was originally to go with the Su family's largest supplier Zhang Biao to go to negotiate the continuation of cooperation, but Sui Shui did not expect. Zhang Biao actually secretly arranged an ambush, invited a group of social mixers, wanting to Sui Shui to the hotel defilement. Fortunately, Sui Shui's side bodyguard found it in time and killed a bloody path at the critical time, bringing Sui Shui to escape. However, the group of gangsters were like maggots with bones, chasing after them, chasing them all the way from the city to the western suburbs of Cloud City. Bang! Both sides of the whistling van. Rapid impact Sui Shui's vehicle. Sui Shui's sedan was forced into an alley next to her, until there was no more road in front of the alley. The captain of the bodyguards in the car, Zhao Big Head, opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Su, you should go first by yourself. Back then, you kindly took us in. Now it's time for us to repay you. Run as far as you can. We'll break the back. Big Head Zhao, who was seriously ill under a bridge hole back then, was waiting to die. It was Sui Shui who took him in, cured him, and then let him enter Su's group as a security guard, learn kung fu, and later serve as a bodyguard. And he has been loyal to Sui Shui. You guys be careful. Sui Shui knew that now was not the time to be indecisive, and after admonishing a few people, she quickly ran towards the depths of the alley. Resolve surfaced in Sui Shui's eyes. From the moment she announced that she was going to marry Yifan, Sui Shui knew that she was definitely facing this hardship and danger ahead of her. It's just that Sui Shui didn't expect the trouble to come so quickly. But Sui Shui was also prepared. She was already Yifan's woman. Even if she died, she wouldn't let anyone touch one of her fingers, and she wouldn't let her opponents capture herself as a bargaining chip to blackmail Yifan. Behind, Zhao Big Head and his men too, hard to support the body's injuries, 3 machetes in hand. The blade knife has been rolled. However, they still formed a blockade line with unabated momentum, blocking in front of dozens of pursuing punks behind them. Don't struggle with your dying breath. Do you think that the 3 of you can block the onslaught of hundreds of us? The leader of the gangsters at the back seemed to have suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Daodu, and when he saw the formation of Zhao Daodu's few people, he didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Humph, want to move, Mr. Su, you guys try to see, cut dead one enough, chop up 2 to earn A. Not afraid to die despite come on. Zhao Big Head eyes flashed a flash of ferocious light. To the back of the pursuit of those punks roared, determined aura that shocks the entire room. Those mongrels were actually shocked by Big Head Zhao's aura and took 2 steps back. Big Head Zhao glanced behind him with his afterimage, and there was no longer any trace of Sui Shui behind him. Right now, Big Head Zhao's aim was to stall for 1 more second to buy time for Sui Shui. As long as she could get out of here, Sui Shui would be saved. If Sui Shui left safely, he would have no regrets even if he died here today. The moment the crowd was frozen, Big Head Zhao fiercely heard a familiar footsteps coming from the back. Big Head Zhao fiercely turned around to see that it was actually Sui Shui. Mr. Su, why are you back again? Big Head Zhao was shocked in his heart. A flash of despair surfaced in Sui Shui's eyes. It's a dead end back there. We can't get out. Hiss. In an instant, the hearts of Big Head Zhao and the 2 men around him were as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Behind them was a dead end, while outside was an interception of hundreds of punks, and by the sound of it, there seemed to be more gathering this way. It's a dead one today any way you look at it. You guys leave me alone. They're coming for me. You guys go. They shouldn't give you a hard time. Sui Shui, after realizing that this was a desperate situation, instead had a frank face. Although she had only been a couple with Yifan for 1 night, Sui Shui was satisfied. He hadn't let the Yi family down after all, only that he hadn't been able to open up a branch for the Yi family, so he could only talk about it in his next life. Sui Shui had already decided in her heart that as long as Big Head Zhao and the others left, Sui Shui intended to kill herself on the spot. But Big Head Zhao and the others were only briefly lost in thought, and turned to instantly make a firm decision. Old M.O. Shout out, protect Mr. Su in the middle. Let's kill a bloody road out again. Even if we can't kill it, we'll have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. We're not alone. Big Head Zhao's chivalrous intent instantly spread through this narrow alley. 3 blood-colored maniacs, escorting an absolute beauty, knowing that the road ahead is perilous, but still unnecessary to death. The picture was a bit sad for a while. Chapter 19, my hero comes on a 7-colored cloud. What are you guys up to with the chicken asterisk 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 asterisk? When those punks on the scene were somewhat infected by the emotions of the scene, at the mouth of the alley, a rough heckle broke the atmosphere of the scene. A middle-aged man with a wolf's head carved on his arm, surrounded by a group of gangsters, quickly rushed in towards the alley. The one who came was no other than the head of another major underground force in Cloud City, Old Wolf Wu. There are only 3 people on the treadmill. So many of you are just watching, waiting for someone to give birth? Old Wolf Wu angrily rebuked his men. It's been said above. Today, no matter if we live or die, we have to take down Sui Shui. All of you give me on. Old Wolf Wu chortled, reached out and drew a combat knife from a junior brother on one side, and stepped towards Big Head Zhao, on Old Wolf Wu's side. Seeing that his boss was taking matters into his own hands, how could he dare to slow down? All of them rushed up in a swarm. Kill. Although Big Head Zhao was courageous, he couldn't help that there were only 3 people around him. Within 2 round trips, he was already being rubbed on the ground by a group of people. At this time, Sui Shui had already been surrounded by a group of punks. Old Wolf Wu stared at Sui Shui like she was looking at prey. It is said that Miss Sue is the #1 beauty in Cloud City, but it's a pity that she actually had to cheapen that little cutie. How about Miss Sue promises to spend the night with me, and I promise to give Miss Sue a pain in the ass? Old Wolf Wu stared at Sui Shui without hiding his greed at all. Normally, Sui Shui is such a special thing, Wu Lao Wolf could not even think about it. But this time, there is a clear instruction from above that getting Sui Shui killed, insulting and torturing Sui Shui is considered a great merit. So naturally, Old Wolf Wu does not have any scruples. You, don't come over. Sui Shui picked up a battle knife from the ground and crossed it in front of her body. You guys don't want to touch a single finger of mine, even if you die. Also will not be cheap for you guys. After being in close contact with Yifan like that yesterday, Sui Shui could clearly feel that there were a lot more warm currents in her body, filling her with strength and even a few traces of her martial arts breath. At this moment, holding a battle sword, Sui Shui had no fear. Little, it's that time of year, and you're still showing off. Beside Wu Lao Wolf, a little brother couldn't help but Disciple One rushed up, wanting to take credit, but just as he approached Sui Shui flipped her wrist, and the battle knife in her hand swiftly slashed down towards the little brother's fingers. Pust, that punk didn't react for a moment, and in an instant, his arm was actually directly chopped off. Hiss, such a scene left everyone at the scene dumbfounded. In the information, it didn't say Sui Shui knew Kung Fu, did it? But now Sui Shui showed the action. The degree of skillfulness, at first glance as the practitioner. What is going on? Sui Shui was also shocked by her own means. The movement of wielding the battle sword just now was almost instinctive like when did you know martial arts? In an instant of lightning in Sui Shui's head, she thought of the warmth that had fed back to her from Yifan when she was in contact with him in the past few days. Could it be the effect of those warm currents? Yifan is really a demonic genius, although his own IQ is affected. But is the warmth generated by intimate contact actually has such magic? Sui Shui, who was originally desperate, had a few more points of confidence in her heart. Hold on to yourself for a few more minutes. Maybe a miracle? If Yifan was deliberately playing dumb, would he come to his rescue if he knew he was suffering from a crisis situation? Is he coming to his rescue on a colorful cloud? That hero of his own. Will he come? Sui Shui smiled to herself as she thought about the images in it. When she was running for her life just now, Sui Shui didn't even have any chance to inform the others. How could Yifan have had the chance to know about his situation? Sui Shui's sudden burst of power only caused those punks to have a brief moment of hesitation. However, after a few seconds, Old Wolf Wu was completely enraged. Brothers, don't hesitate. Kill them directly, lest the night grows long. Sui Shui actually knew Kung Fu, which was a very bad sign. Old Wolf Wu was afraid that the more he delayed, the bigger the change behind him would be. No matter what, let's first finish the task explained above. The crowd surrounded them once again, and although Sui Shui instinctively wielded her battle sword to block for a moment, on one hand, she was inexperienced, and on the other hand, the other party was indeed too numerous. Clunk! The battle sword in Sui Shui's hand was blasted away, and at this point, Sui Shui was already unarmed, and above Sui Shui's head, countless brightly shining war blades, without any hesitation, flew towards Sui Shui to slash down. The request from above is to take out Sui Shui and make an example of her. Therefore, at this moment, Old Wolf Wu and the others all had only one idea: to get Sui Shui killed. Don't! Little fan! Sui Shui closed her eyes in despair. Thinking of the beauty of last night, her heart sighed infinitely. If there's a next life, I'll be your wife again. You must be good. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. In a daze, Sui Shui suddenly heard a familiar voice. It's Yafan? Is it a mishearing? Yifan really came at this time? Buzz. While everyone was still wondering where the sound was coming from, at the mouth of the alley, a figure rode a motorcycle and roared up, even disliking the crowd in front of him for getting in the way. The motorcycle suddenly raised its head and whistled as it went straight across the alley's fence. The one who came was no one else but Yifan, who had arrived in a hurry. Yifan rode on the motorcycle, his eyes burning as he stared at Sui Shui under the shadow of the sword. In one pair of eyes, there was a flicker of anger, and at the same time, it was full of tenderness. Is it really Yifan coming? That gaijin of his, at his most desperate time, actually did come to his rescue by stepping on a 7-colored auspicious cloud? Sui Shui saw clearly that it was really Yifan who had come, and her originally lightless eyes were instantly filled with color. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Although Yifan might still be demented now, Yifan had true feelings. What he or she did was worth it. Yifan rode on the motorcycle, the throttle in his hand twisted to the extreme, and all the movements in the alley seemed to slow down as if in a moment. At this moment, Yifan couldn't care about any reservations and his figure was as fast as it could be. When the motorcycle was about to impact to Sui Shui's side, Yifan's ankle stomped on the ground, and the moment the motorcycle landed, It had a 360-degree swing, sweeping across the street and sending all those punks who had surrounded Su Yixue flying out. The cold and glittering battle knives all cut off several strands of Su Yixue's hair, but in the end, they were sent flying the instant they were less than millimeters away from Su Yixue's skin. Yifan descended from the sky as if he was a god descending from the heavens, tightly embracing Su Yixue in his arms. Yixue wife, scared me to death. You're fine too good. Great. With such an appearance of Yifan, Su Yixue looked dumbfounded. This is the genius and demonic pride of heaven. This is the last flame of the Yi family we're guarding. Little Fan, you have awakened, right? After Su Yixue reacted, with a face of surprise, she held Yifan's face and shook it violently. If Yifan is awakened at this moment, then the Yi family will be saved, and there will be hope for all the sisters' guardianship. Chapter 20, Cutie. The terrifying might of the outbreak. Yifan very much wanted to tell Su Yixue at this moment that he had awakened, but before the real enemy was still investigated, Yifan couldn't be awake. Yifan would have to continue playing dumb. Wow! At this moment, at the mouth of the alley, Li Hu and Xia Hao had already surrounded the place with a large number of men and were rapidly taking down Old Wolf Wu's men. After the shocked Old Wolf Wu reacted, his face went pale. Quick, come with me, kill them, quickly kill them. As he spoke, Old Wolf Wu waved the battle knife in his hand. Then he wanted to make a move on Su Yixue and Yifan. Li Hu and Wang Fugue, who were more than 10 meters away from this side, saw the situation in front of them and anxiously shouted, "Quickly, protect Yun Yi and Miss Su, quick!" But even though they were in a hurry, it was impossible for them to instantly come over with a distance of more than 10 meters in between. Still want to bully my wife? You're all bad guys. When the crowd was in a hurry, Yifan suddenly went crazy, and after letting go of Su Yixue, he picked up a battle knife and frantically slashed towards Old Wolf Wu. Click! Old Wolf Wu only fought against Yifan for a single slash, and the battle sword in his hand shattered inch by inch. Yifan grabbed Wu Laolang's neck and swung Wu Laolang up like he was carrying a chicken, driving away the surrounding punks who made a move. Then just as plainly, he slammed Old Wolf hard on the lapis lazuli floor. Let you bully my wife. Let you bully my wife. Pust. Boom! Old Wolf Wu's body of nearly 200 pounds was swung up by Yifan and slammed down hard towards the ground like a wooden stick. With each impact, a large chunk of the lapis lazuli floor on the ground shattered. Poor Wu Lao Wolf, originally a meter 8 or so, at this time in Yifan's hands, just like a doll, there was no possibility of resistance. Ribs were broken, I don't know how many, and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. At the very beginning, Old Wolf Wu was still screaming miserably. At the back, the whole person was paralyzed into a dead dog, out of breath and in breath. Old Wolf Wu, just like that, was stoned to death. Hiss! Around them, those men brought by Old Wolf Wu were all stunned and forgot to attack as they watched Yifan's brawny movements. Wang Fugue, Li Hu, and Su Yixue who rushed over were also dumbfounded when they looked at Yifan's current state. Is this Yifan? Just showing the tip of the iceberg's strength was so terrifying as this? What would it be like if the strength of a demonic genius was fully utilized? Little Fan. Seeing Yifan's nearly insane state, Su Yixue softly called out. From Yifan's state at this moment, she already had a judgment in her heart. Yifan should not have awakened, but only the instincts that were aroused because he was in danger. But this also showed that Yifan was fully capable of recovering. Now, he only hoped that Sister Linglong could invite the great summer medical sage here as soon as possible to heal Yifan. When Old Wolf Wu was smashed to death, those other juniors around him had no desire to continue fighting, and were quickly taken down by the people brought by Li Hu. Yifan snapped out of his seizure and stared at Old Wolf Wu on the ground, his eyes averted. Wife, who are they? Why are they after you? Yifan knew that these punks definitely didn't really want to make a move on Su Yixue, and there must be someone behind them who instructed them. Xia Hao next to him immediately reacted. Now Yifan was still playing dumb. There were some things that Yifan was not convenient to step in. That was the time to step in himself. Old Wolf Wu was killed, and his right-hand men were escorted over by Li Hu's men, all kneeling in front of Li Hu and Xia Hao and the others. Speak! Who told your Miss Su to do it? Li Hu dragged the battle knife in his hand, just poked 2 times in the chest of one of Wu Old Wolf's henchmen. Wu Old Wolf's man immediately gave an explanation. Don't kill me, Master Tiger. It's none of our business. It is the Wang family's Wang Shao came to find the Wu Old Wolf. Let the Wu Old Wolf to chase Miss Su. Said what to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. After some explanation from Old Wolf Wu's group of men, Yifan immediately understood. Is this the Lu family in the provincial capital making a move? The Xia family had chosen to cooperate with the Su group, and the current public opinion situation was actually very unfavorable to those of the Yi family's opponents. They had to make a move against the Su clan as soon as possible. so that others could see what would happen if they approached the Yi clan at this moment. The Zhao, Wang and Li families were all vassal families of the Lu family. Originally, the Zhao family was at the forefront, but the Zhao family was completely destroyed by Yi Fan last night, so now only the Wang and Li families were left. He hadn't even gone to them yet, but they were the first to come to the door on their own. Soon, this young man will let you know what will happen if you touch the Su family. Little fan. Sui Shui saw that the situation at the scene had finally settled down. Her taut nerves instantly loosened, her body staggered for a while, and she went limp towards Yi Fan's arms. Save the head of the security team. Sui Shui's last sentence was a reminder to the crowd to save the Su family's security chief, Zhao Didao character. At this moment, Zhao Didao was in a pool of blood, dying, severely injured, but still alive. Yi Fan just glanced towards that side. Xia Hao immediately understood. Don't freeze, immediately send them Miss Su to the hospital. Those bodyguards also bring along. Quick. Half an hour later, in the hospital intensive care unit, the doctor checked Sui Shui thoroughly and signaled everyone to relax a bit. Don't worry everyone, the patient is just too tense. Some of her strength is overdrawn. Rest for a while and she will soon wake up. Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, and the others also secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. In fact, Yi Fan had probed Sui Shui's pulse on the way here. Knowing Sui Shui's situation, he was not worried. However, just now, Yi Fan had also roughly heard about the matter of security chief Xiao Daodu, a security chief, in that situation, so desperately protecting Sui Shui that he almost even lost his own life. This is a trustworthy man. Yi Fan had very many other things to do behind him, and it was impossible for him to stay by Sui Shui's side all the time. Then Sui Shui's side, there must be a trustworthy one only. Yi Fan had already decided in his heart that since this big head Zhao was willing to fight for Sui Shui, it would be good for him to send him some opportunities. Yi Fan Xia Hao looked at it. The security big brother Xia Hao was a very smart person. When he heard Yi Fan's words, he immediately understood that Yi Fan wanted to go and take a look at Big Head Zhao, and immediately arranged. Does Young Yi want to go over and take a look at Big Head Zhao? His wound has already been stitched up. It's right next door. I'll bring Young Yi over to take a look. While speaking, Xia Hao greeted Yi Fan and left the ward together, heading towards the next room. After entering the ward, Xia Hao wisely stayed outside the ward and said, Yi Fan, don't worry about visiting. I'll just stand guard at the door. Yi Fan's identity was not good to expose now, and Xia Hao had to try to keep this secret. Yi Fan glanced at Xia Hao. This Xia Hao, who was quite resourceful, could also be focused on cultivation. After entering the ward, Yi Fan went up and reached out to probe Big Head Zhao's pulse, which was still stable in all aspects. Big Head Zhao had already woken up, and seeing Yi Fan taking his pulse, he opened his mouth with some doubt. Yi Xiao, you. Yi Fan waved his hand, signaling Big Head Zhao. Don't move. I just came over to take a look and talk to you about something on the way. The pupils of Big Head Zhao in weakness dilated for a while, looking at Yi Fan with a shocked face. Yi Xiao, you are not stupid? Didn't outsiders say that Yi Fan had been demented for 5 years? But the way Yi Fan was acting now, where did it look like a case of dementia? Chapter 21, a reward of $2 billion for taking orders to kill yourself? Yi Fan nodded. I have awakened, but not many people know this secret. You count as one of them. I hope that before I announce it, you can keep this secret for me. Big Head Zhao was surprised again and looked at Yi Fan with a shocked jaw. Vaguely, Big Head Zhao sensed that he seemed to have encountered a rare opportunity. Yi Fan was not demented. Such an important secret. Yet Yi Xiao told himself the truth. Yi Xiao definitely had his own plans. I will definitely keep it a secret. Big Head Zhao moved his body without saying much, quietly waiting for Yi Fan's next arrangement. Yi Fan was satisfied with Big Head Zhao's reaction. This is the quality of a qualified bodyguard. You did a good job today, protecting my wife with your life. As a reward, I'll help you enter the martial arts realm, and I'll also give you pills to assist you in improving. I hope that when I'm not by Yi Shui's side, you'll still be able to protect her for me like you did today. As he spoke, Yi Fan ran a wave of qi energy up his arm, wildly surging towards Big Head Zhao's body. Zhao Daodo couldn't even say the words he was so excited about. Martial arts qi? Yi Xiao actually wanted to directly help himself step into the martial realm and cultivate martial arts? It is important to know that the path of martial arts, from the transformation of strength to control, patriarch, martial arts zun, martial arts emperor, cultivation is exceptionally difficult, and 99% of people, throughout their lives, are unable to cultivate martial arts qi, let alone continue to improve. A strong person of the martial Dao realm, in the whole of Daxia, even the most elementary harmonization power expert, that was a very rare meat and potatoes. You've acquired it by mistake? Moreover, after those martial qi energies had entered his body, Big Head Zhao clearly felt that his internal and external injuries were healing at a speed visible to the eye. Is this the advantage of martial arts practitioners? Thank you, Xiao Yi. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Big Head Zhao didn't even know how to thank Yifan. Don't talk, carefully feel the direction of the qi energy in your body. I will only teach you once. How long you can comprehend on your own depends on your own talent. After quickly guiding Big Head Zhao to run through the martial qi once, Yifan left a few pills for Big Head Zhao and left the ward. Xia Hao, who was guarding the doorway, although he didn't want to intentionally listen to it, because he was right in front of the doorway, he heard the conversation between Yifan and Zhao Daodo clearly just now. Big Head Zhao had gained such a heavenly benefit just because he had protected Sui Shui. Then choosing to cooperate with the Su family this time was totally the best decision made. In the current situation, the Lu family had already made a mistake. Perhaps the Su group and himself would have to suffer a little ordeal, but as long as they carried through, then the days behind them, it was beautiful to think about. In a villa somewhere in Cloud City, Su Dong and his father sat anxiously on the sofa. Dad, the Zhao family was suddenly exterminated, so we can lose our biggest partner all of a sudden. Without the Zhao family's support, we are afraid that we won't be able to take down the Yi group with our own strength. Su Dong was a little worried, although they had operated the Yi group for so many years and had planted quite a few of their own cronies in the company. But after all, the Yi group was the Yi family's industry, and those patriarchs of the company were basically Yi Chongfeng's hardcore. Without the support of external forces, it would be difficult to bring the Yi group under control with just Su Dong and Su Jin's strength. Why don't we get someone and just take out that old thing at home and that little cutie? Finish them off directly? Su Dong was a little impatient. I inquired last night and found out that a Zhongshu expert called Fan Yi has appeared in Cloud City. As long as the price is right, I think he can definitely make a move. Su Jian pondered for a while before speaking. What's the hurry? In the Yi family's current situation, there are people who will be more anxious than us. If the Yi family's direct disciples don't die out, those people from the Yi family who made a move against the Yi family won't feel at ease. Besides, don't forget that even though the Yi family has been dealt a heavy blow right now, with Yu Linglong and Sui Shui and the others announcing their marriage to Yifan in a high-profile manner, those families aren't something to be messed with either. We should just be patient and wait. After a pause in his words, Su Jian continued to speak. However, that clan master expert in Cloud City that you just mentioned, if we don't expose ourselves, we can try. Su Dong's eyes lit up. Dad, don't worry, I've already gotten an account. I'll go and post the mission right away. Patriarch experts usually have accounts. If that big shot sees it, he will definitely take the order. In Yuncheng People's Hospital, Yifan had just come out of Big Head Zhao's ward when his cell phone suddenly received an encrypted alert message. Yifan opened it and saw that it was a mission reminder. 5 years ago, after Yifan broke through into the Zhongshu realm, he registered an account, and at that time, he also took on quite a few tasks, and up to now, Yifan's rankings were very high. Originally, Yifan didn't care much about the information, but when he accidentally saw the names Yifan and Yi Changfeng on it, Yifan couldn't help but frown. Someone is offering a reward for killing himself and his grandfather? According to the IP, the person offering the bounty is actually in Cloud City, and in the remarks option, the employer specifically explains that he wants to meet with the person receiving the assignment to witness the death of the target. How dare you be so blatant? Yifan snorted coldly in his nostrils, took the task down and sent a message, agreeing to meet under the middle bridge in Cloud City at 12 p.m. Yifan was also curious as to who was in such a hurry to offer a reward for killing himself and his grandfather. The price is given, straight away. All start at 2 billion. Young Yi, Xiahao called out respectfully when he saw Yifan come out. Observing the change in Yifan's expression, Yifan nodded and glanced around, seeing no one before continuing. Come out with me and help me take cover. Yes, Xiahao immediately called Wang Fugue and a group of his men over, saying that Yifan was going out to buy something, and asked everyone to pay more attention to Sui Shui's situation. Immediately find out where the Wang family's youngest is. Coming out of the hospital, Yifan directly gave an order to Xiahao. It's not hard to figure out where a person is located. In the Cloud City Imperial King KTV, Wang Chao, the youngest member of the Wang family, was holding two beautiful women in his arms, his big hands moving restlessly. Suddenly, he received a report from his men. Young Wang, something has happened. Old Wolf Wu failed in his pursuit of Sui Shui. Li Hu made his move. All of Old Wolf Wu's troops were wiped out, and it was rumored that Old Wolf Wu perished on the spot. What? Old Wolf Wu is dead? Imbecile. So many people out to encircle a woman can't even handle it. Dumbass. Wang Chao annoyingly kicked the two beauties beside him away. Get lost. After waiting for the beautiful woman to leave, Wang Chao's eyes flashed a touch of ruthlessness. The provincial capital, Mr. Lu, has explained that this time, at all costs, we must take action against the Su group, and we must make an example of the chicken. Since Old Wolf Wu has failed, then we can only use another method. Humph, I don't believe Sui Shui is that lucky every time. Wang Chao, there is another situation. According to the feedback from the brothers who were on the scene at that time, Yi Fan's strength seems to be. While speaking, he handed the tablet computer in his hand to Wang Chao, and the image captured on it was exactly the one of Yi Fan's hand saving Sui Shui and smashing to death old Wolf Wu. Wang Chao only glanced at it, and his complexion couldn't help but flinch. That little cutie, Kung Fu actually hasn't forgotten? Unfortunately, it's just a cutie. Chapter 22, Lend Your Life. Wang Chao didn't care much about Yi Fan's performance. It wasn't like Yi Fan was demented for a day or two. Now that the Yi family is in a state of decline, Yi Fan is a little cutie. What other waves can he make? Right now, Wang Chao's main concern was to complete the task explained by Mr. Lu as soon as possible, so that the Su group would not have a good time, or to get Sui Shui killed, so that everyone could see the tragic end of being close to the Yi family. It's just that so many people from old Wolf Wu did it, but they were actually saved by Li Hu's sudden appearance. It is said that Xia Hao led the emergence, and with the Xia family in the provincial city protecting the Su family, Wang Chao now does not know what to do for a moment. With Xia Hao bringing Cloud City godfather Li Hu to sit in on the town, relying on Cloud City's people is obviously not going to work, and I'm afraid that the only way to do that is to ask the Lu family side of the provincial capital to send an expert over. Squeak! Wang Chao was fretting when the door of the room was suddenly opened and a strange young man pushed the door in. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Wang Chao was getting annoyed, and when he saw this young man walk in, he immediately opened his mouth and cursed. What are you all doing? Are you all dead? You can't even stop such a person? The one who came was no other than Yi Fan after his disguise. Just now, when Wang Chao talked to his men, Yi Fan heard them clearly. No need to shout. They've all been beaten down by me. Yi Fan sat himself down on the sofa and looked at Wang Chao and his men indifferently. Wang Chao swept a glance toward the doorway, saw his several bodyguards falling on the ground in a horizontal position, and immediately felt Jew flower tight. What do you want to do? Another tough guy? It's been a bit rough in Cloud City lately. The Zhao family had supposedly messed with a man named Fan Yi yesterday before being wiped out in one night, and now another bigwig had approached them, and they still didn't know what was going on. No need to be nervous. I'm here to help you solve your problem. First of all, I'll introduce myself. My name is Fan Yi. I've heard that you're going to make a move on Su's group, so if the price is right, I'll be happy to do it for you. Yi Fan stared at Wang Chao with a smile. Last night, Yi Fan deliberately left a letter in Zhao Dechang's study, believing that the name Fan Yi had already made a name for himself in Cloud City. You are that Zhongshe powerhouse Fan Yi? As expected, upon hearing Fan Ye's name, Wang Chao was shocked and at the same time, a touch of delight appeared on his face. Is it true that when you want to doze off, someone comes to give you a pillow? Master Fan Yi took the initiative to come to the door to collaborate with himself and make a move against the Su family? Fan Yi Zhongshe master experts. Overnight, can all be godless and unknowingly? Zhao Dekang and Zhao Tianlong father and son all settled, so that the Zhao family extinguished overnight. So against the Su group, it is not a piece of cake? It's me. Master Fan Yi can help. That's simply great. Wang Chao couldn't hold back his inner excitement. Master, you said, what conditions do you need to make a move? $2 billion? I can make Su's group disappear in this world. My strength. You know. Yi Fan looked at Wang Chao indifferently and opened his mouth with a price that made Wang Chao suck in a breath of cool air. Although the Wang family was also a powerful family in Yunchang, the volume of the entire Wang group was only about $10 billion, and trying to take out $2 billion at once was still very difficult. Ah, Mr. Fan, this is a bit much. Wang Chao was a bit apprehensive, although Mr. Lu in the provincial capital had already promised that as long as the Su group was brought down, the Lu family could allow the Wang family to take over the Zhao family as well as all of the Su group's industries, which was also more than $10 billion in assets. This $2 billion cost is indeed nothing compared to those tens of billions of assets. But what if, on the Lu family's side, they don't honor their promises? A lot? Yi Fan's eyes were steeply bitter, thinking that it was this asshole in front of him that almost killed Sui Shui. The anger in Yi Fan's heart was rising upwards. Are you doubting my strength? A powerful aura was released, enveloping the entire room, and Yi Fan's sharp eyes were glaring at Wang Chao's heart. Wang Chao understood. This delivery deal. He had to do it even if he didn't do it. There was no choice at all. Now the question is, Wang Chao does not know, after he gave the money to this Fan Yi master, will really take action against Su group? Don't get it wrong. Fan Yi suddenly made a move against the Wang family, making the Wang family end up in the same situation as the Zhao family, and that would be the end of it. The more Wang Bei thought about it, the more scared he became, and now he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. With this Master Fan Yi, Wang Chao felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, although the appearance of Fan Yi in front of him was unfamiliar, Wang Chao always felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar to him. No. Master Fan Yi's strength. I naturally believe in it. This way, I'll go back right away and let my family raise money. How? Wang Chao tentatively said towards Yi Fan. His footsteps just raised. Phew! A straw flew out and plugged Wang Chao's feet, scaring the piss out of him. No need to go back. start raising money now. You have 10 minutes. Start. Yi Fan coldly looked at Wang Chao. For this person who wanted to kill his wife, since Yi Fan had come, how could he let him go so easily? Wang Chao still wanted to continue to argue, but seeing Yi Fan's horrifying eyes, he immediately didn't dare to say anything more, turned his head and pulled out his cell phone, dialing his father. Dad, I met that Grandmaster level Master Fan Yi on my side. He promised to help my Wang family out against the Su family, but it's going to be 2 billion. Wang Chao kept calling to urge. Wang Chao's father's side also want to do all kinds of ways, even if it is a violation of the preparation of funds, all kinds of borrowing money, within 10 minutes, actually really put together 2 billion, transfer it to this account. Yi Fan gave Wang Chao the secure account that Xia Hao had prepared in advance, and after an operation, Yi Fan received a message from Xia Hao confirming that the money had arrived. Wang Chao finally let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, the money is now in place as well. Look, can I go to the restroom? Wang Chao has already had a judgment. His own this 2 billion, afraid of most likely to hit the water. But even then there is no way 2 billion has to buy their own lives. Yi Fan smiled. What's the rush? Your matter is settled. Now let's talk about mine. Yi Fan's sentence instantly made Wang Chao unsettled, and a touch of ominous feeling surfaced in his heart. What else does this big man want with himself? In Wang Chao's shocked eyes, Yi Fan reached out and rubbed his face a few times. Next moment, Yi Fan's appearance had changed, and an even more familiar silhouette appeared in front of Wang Chao's eyes. Yi Fan, how can you possibly be Yi Fan? At this moment, Wang Chao's head was spinning rapidly, thinking Fan Ye's name over for a few seconds by himself. Fano? Isn't it Wild Fan in reverse? Isn't it the same as Yi Fan? So, the big Fano guy who made a move on the Zhao family was really Yi Fan? But, didn't all the information from the outside world show that Yi Fan had been demented for 5 years? You're faking everything? Pust. After noticing the truth of the matter, Wang Chao's legs went limp and he directly paralyzed towards the ground. Everyone knew about Yi Fan's demonic talent. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was already at the peak of martial grandmaster, and 5 years later, who knows what terrifying realm Yi Fan had already reached. In front of Yi Fan, Wang Chao didn't have any chance of escaping. Wang Chao, you have a lot of guts? Actually trying to kill my wife? Yi Fan stared at Wang Chao with a scornful face. Since you did it, you will pay the price. You lend me one thing. Wang Chao's heart thumped. He had already given out $2 billion. This Yi Fan, what is he going to borrow from himself? What good thing does he have that is worth borrowing from Yi Fan? What do you want to borrow? Wang Chao's body shivered, and a heart had gone cold. Borrow your life. Chapter 23, Let Them Dog Eat Dog. As he spoke, Yi Fan took a step forward and reached out to grab Wang Chao's neck. Wang Chao's feet left the ground and looked at Yi Fan with a terrified face. Don't, Yi shall spare my life. It's not me who wants to make a move against the Su group. It's the Lu family in the provincial city. Do you want to say that it's Lu Ran from the provincial city who wants to make a move against the Su group? Don't worry. I will naturally go to Lu Ran's side to settle the score. However, in Yuncheng, it was you who made a direct move against Sui Shui. Then you must pay the price. Yi Fan coldly responded to Wang Chao. Wang Chao was completely desperate. Now he finally understood somewhat what happened to the Zhao family. He was afraid that when Zhao Tianlong died in Yi Fan's hands at that time, he was also this desperate, right? Originally, everyone thought that the Zhao family's demise was just a coincidence, but now it seemed that it was completely everything that Yi Fan had designed. Those forces and clans that were unfavorable to the Yi family and those that were unfavorable to the Su family would be ruthlessly crushed. The point is, after Yi Fan settled everything quietly, to everyone in the outside world, Yi Fan was still the same little cutie. No way. This news must find a way to spread out, to let Mr. Lu in the provincial capital know. His throat couldn't even breathe, but Wang Chao actually wanted to reach for his cell phone to tip off Lu Ran. Bang! A blast of Yi Fan's chi easily knocked down Wang Chao's cell phone. It's this time. Do you still want to make small moves? Pust. After the whistling martial chi energy completely wrapped Wang Chao, in the blink of an eye, Wang Chao's entire body turned into a pile of broken pieces and disappeared down the toilet. After doing this, Yi Fan picked up the cell phone on the ground and sent a message to Wang Chao's father. Wang Zhong, Dad, I've been kidnapped. 12 p.m. Yuncheng Zhong Qiao. Come and save me quickly. After doing this, Yi Fan reverted back to his unfamiliar appearance and quickly left from the KTV and got into the Xia Hao vehicle. Xiao Yi, it's been resolved? Do you need me to do any aftercare? Xia Hao spoke respectfully in front. Sui Shui was attacked, and Yi Fan came out in such a hurry. Naturally he wanted to take action against the Wang family behind Old Wolf Wu, but behind the Wang family was the Lu family in the provincial city, so Yi Fan might be in trouble if he was in too much of a hurry. No need, Yi Fan said indifferently. Accompany me on a trip out at night to watch a dog-eat-dog show. Yuncheng Wang family, the head of the family. Wang Kaizhong was initially very excited after receiving a call from his son. Wang Chao, saying that Master Fan Yi had been invited to take action against the Su group. In the back, however, when he heard that the other party wanted 2 billion hands to be paid, there was some hesitation in his heart, but Wang Chao did urge, and the words, "It seems to have gone away." Helpless Wang Zhong can only bite the teeth to mobilize so many funds to call the past, then waited for news from Wang Chao, but when Wang Zhong saw the message sent on his cell phone, he was instantly blinded. What? Kidnapped? Asshole. Who is it? Crazy? Today the Wang family encountered something very unpleasant. Wang Chao gets orders from the Lu family and asks old Wolf Wu to attack Sui Shui. However, it fails at a critical time, and Li Hu, led by Xia Hao, strikes in time to save Sui Shui. And now his only son has been kidnapped? What the hell is going on here? Immediately pass on my order. All the people in the Wang family, start moving. Go to ambush in the middle bridge of Cloud City. I want to see who actually kidnapped my son. When Yi Fan returned to the hospital with Xia Hao, he carried a little bit of fruit that looked like it was purchased back outside. Wang Fugue and Li Hu and the others didn't suspect much. When Yi Fan arrived at the ward, Sui Shui also woke up and a smile appeared on her face when she saw Yi Fan tenderly accompanying her. It's good to be alive yourself. At that time, Yi Fan's handsome rescue maneuver was really too handsome. Ish Yue's wife, you're awake? The doctor said you're just too tired. It's okay, eat an orange, then let's go home, okay? Yi Fan handed the peeled orange to Sui Shui with a gentle face. This once, to guard the Yi family, to guard himself, willing to commit to marrying a cutie pie, of myself. More than that, it brought such a big crisis to Su's group and put himself in constant danger as well. Yi Fan was very touched inside. It was even if he hadn't awakened before, but now that Yi Fan had awakened, then he would do everything he could to protect the Su family, protect the Yi family, and avenge those dead souls of the Yi family. Thank you, little Fan. Sui Shui finished the orange and struggled to get out of bed, shaking her head. I can't go home yet. The company has to release a new drug recently. There are still a lot of things to be busy with. When I'm done, I'll come back earlier to accompany you, okay? Sui Shui looked at Yi Fan tenderly, and when she saw Xia Hao staring this way, there were a few shyness on her face. Mr. Xia, Master Tiger, thank you for today. Today, if it wasn't for Yi Fan and Xia Hao, Li Hu and the others arriving in time, Sui Shui really would have perished there. Miss Su is polite. Xiao Yi saved Xia's life before. This life of mine is all Xiao Ye's. Letting something happen to Miss Su, this is our negligence. Xia Hao respectfully owed his body. Master Tiger is one of our own. In the future in Cloud City, if Miss Su has any needs, she can just ask. Sui Shui naturally understood that Li Hu was Xia Hao's. Yi Fan had saved Xia Hao 5 years ago, but today he had been rewarded so greatly. This was also considered another kind of misfortune in the midst of misfortune. Sui Shui was about to say something when she suddenly received a call from her secretary. What? Our prescription has been leaked? The rival company has released a new drug today? How is this? This possible? Yes, Mr. Su, turn on the TV. It's broadcasting live. Sui Shui turned on the TV with an incredulous face, which was broadcasting the launch of a new drug. On the stage stood a young man in a suit. It was Li Yunyang, the eldest young man of the Li family in Cloud City. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beauty care pill that our Li family has carefully developed over the years. It cost us tens of billions of dollars, and the effect is wonderful. Take it for a month, and you'll see the results right away. Shameless, listening to Li Yunyang gushing on the stage, as well as the part of the formula that was announced, Sui Shui couldn't help but curse. That's clearly the heart and soul of our Su group. This group, damn it. I don't know what means Li Yunyang used, but he actually stole the core medicinal formula of the Su group under Sui Shui's eyes. It's a total kettle of fish. Su's group had been developing for so many years, and almost all of its resources had been spent on developing this prescription, just waiting for a turnaround after this prescription was released. Especially recently, Su's group was blocked by many partners. If there is no one-fist product to break the situation, Su's group was impacted and collapsed is possible. Mr. Xia, Mr. Wang, I need to make a trip back to the company right away. Xiao Fan will ask you guys to help take care of him first. I'll leave first. Sui Shui hurriedly greeted Wang Fugui and Xia Hao and quickly rushed towards the company. With such a major event happening in the company, Sui Shui naturally had to rush out at the first opportunity to deal with it. Yi Fan looked at Sui Shui's back as she left anxiously, and muttered, "Isn't it just a beauty pill prescription? Tell me earlier, a random prescription out of my head would be enough to amaze the world, right? Just, if one's own little cutie. I'm afraid that no one would believe me if I brought it out, even if it's true, right? How should I convince Sui Shui that my prescription was real?" Chapter 24, Back to the Old Days? Can't go back. If a random person brought the prescription to Sui Shui, they definitely wouldn't pay attention to it. Yi Fan suddenly thought that Zhu Linglong had said that she was going to invite the great summer medical sage Lei Qianjie to come and treat himself, and he wondered when he would come. having Lei Qianjie give the prescription to Su Yishui. With Lei Qianjie's portion, it should be enough. One could have Lei Qianjie give the prescription to Su Yishui at that time, and it should be able to solve the predicament Su's group was facing. Su Yishui had just left when Yifan's phone rang, and it was actually Xian Yufei who called. Brother Fan, I know I'm the one who's sorry, but can you do me a favor? Xian Yufei seemed to be in a bad state on the phone, and her voice was tinged with tears. Although Xian Zhenghua had made a high-profile announcement in front of so many people that he had withdrawn from the Yi family, within Yifan's heart, he had never been able to hate it. Ex-wife, what's wrong with you? Did someone snatch your lollipop? If it's someone who snatched your lollipop, I'll help you snatch it back. Yifan responded to the phone in a naive manner. Only such a tone was in line with his current status. On the other end of the phone, Xian Yufei listened with a heartfelt sorrow. Perhaps with so many people around themselves, everyone was staring at their status, position, or beauty, and only Yifan was treating himself with sincerity. No, it's much more serious than grabbing a lollipop. Brother Fan, do you know? My second uncle has betrothed me to Li Yunyang, and tonight is the engagement dinner, but I don't want to marry. Xian Yufei seemed to have found someone to confide in, telling her heart's pent-up grievances. Forget it, Brother Fan, where are you now? I'll come pick you up and meet to talk. Xianzhang Kingdom has promised Princess Xianyu to someone else so soon? Or Li Yunyang? Yifan snorted coldly through his nostrils. From the current information, the Li family, Zhao family, and Wang family were all vassal families of the Lu family in the provincial city, so the Li family must have participated in the extermination operation against the Yi family. And Princess Xianyu actually had to marry her enemy? This was something Yifan couldn't accept no matter what. Moreover, in Yifan's plan, after destroying the Wang family, the Li family was also to be removed. Since Li Yunyang was planning to marry Xian Yufei, even if it was a woman he didn't want, it wouldn't work. The big deal was just to advance the removal plan. Ishua's wife is injured. I'm at the People's Hospital. Yifan tried to make his tone sound as naive as possible, not willing to show too much in front of the crowd. In the Xian family compound, Xian Yufei hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. LOL, if Van wasn't a cutie pie. If he wasn't a cutie, how great would that be? Back then, when Brother Fan was still a demonic genius, he was so spirited that if someone dared to hit on his wife's idea, I'm afraid Brother Fan would have jumped up long ago, right? 20 minutes later, Xian Yufei arrived at Yunchang People's Hospital by car. What? Concubine Xianyu, you've already withdrawn your marriage with my big brother. Do you still want to use my big brother to be your shield? Do you have any humanity left? Hearing that said, Xian Yufei wanted Yifan to accompany her to the engagement dinner. The first one jumped out. Are you tired of my big brother losing face enough? Or what do you want? Wang Fuguei was agitated. Big brother, don't go. Although Wang Fuguei usually looked a bit naive, but the maintenance of Yifan, that was not faked at all. Otherwise Yifan would not have made a special trip to the black market to give Wang Fuguei to pluck that Yuan Qidan. Now that Yifan was in a state of dementia, he naturally had to stand out and defend Yifan with all his might. Brother Fan, I know I'm going overboard, but I really don't want to marry. Xian Yufei was a little desperate. The engagement to the Li family was a family arrangement and her destiny. Now that the Li family was as powerful as ever, and had a lot of power in Cloud City, even if concubine Xianyu wanted to find another shield to accompany her in her act, there were not many people who would offend the Li family for concubine Xianyu's sake. The only person Xian Yufei could think of relying on right now was Yifan. Yifan had already promised Xian Yufei in his heart when he told her the address, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. No marriage, not marry, I'll go help you drive him away. Big brother, when Wang Fuguei saw that Yifan actually did agree to face Xianyu, he was a bit anxious and wanted to open his mouth to stop it. Xia Hao, who was next to him, knew Yifan. Since Yifan had opened his mouth, then he must still want to help Xian Yufei. Young Wang, after all, Yi Xiao and Miss Xian have been good for so long. If Yi Xiao wants to go, we'll accompany him. Xia Hao smiled at Wang Fuguei. Besides, aren't we still with him? There won't be anything wrong with young Yi. This, Wang Fuguei looked at Xia Hao with some doubt, always feeling that something is strange, but for a time he couldn't think clearly, so he didn't bother to think about it. A few minutes later, Yifan was pulled into his car by Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei drove the car while looking at the handsome Yifan beside her, still with the same good-looking face, still with the familiar scent. Just, Van, let's go back to the same as before, okay? Xian Yufei trembled inwardly and uttered such a sentence in a ghostly manner. Yifan froze as he listened beside him. Back to before? Can't go back. Previously, Yifan had treated Xian Yufei, that was almost heartfelt goodness, favoring Xian Yufei in all sorts of ways. But the Xian family withdraws from the marriage so publicly. Yi Fan was hurt. Broken glass. How can it be intact again? Back where? To the hospital? But didn't we just come out of the hospital? Why are we going back? Yi Fan didn't know how to answer, so he had to babble. Concubine Xian Yu was searingly observing Yi Fan from the side, wanting to see any clues out of Yi Fan's demeanor. Yi Fan hid it very well, and although Xian Yufei had a sixth sense that Yi Fan was different from before, she still couldn't find a break. Brother Van, really do not know whether you are really stupid or playing stupid, but I want to tell you is, I've always liked you, I've always loved you. That day I withdrew from the marriage. It wasn't my intention. It was my second uncle who forced me to do it. You also know that my father, he, may die at any time if there are no follow-up medical expenses. I have no choice. Speaking later, Xian Yufei was on the verge of crying. 5 years ago, around the time of Yi Fan's accident, Xian Yufei's father was also involved in a car accident and became a vegetable, requiring expensive treatment. Although Xian Yufei took over the Xian clan group in the back, because of the presence of the second uncle and a number of other patriarchs, Xian Yufei did not have much actual power in her hands. On that day of the withdrawal, the second uncle said that if Xian Yufei did not agree, the back would not continue to provide medical expenses to Xian Yufei's father. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he listened. About the Xian family's situation, Yi Fan had learned a bit about it in the past 2 days, but the damage that Xian Yufei's silence that day had done to Yi Fan needed time to heal. The Paradise Hotel in Cloud City. This was the place where the Xian and Li families had their engagement dinner. At the entrance of the hotel, Li Yunyang was in a handsome suit, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and surrounded by several brothers. Congratulations, young Li, finally a dream has come true. Yes, the Xian family has also finally gotten the hang of it. Withdrawing from the Yi family and choosing young Li is the best choice. I can hear that Li Xiao are going to be accepted as the godson by the head of the Lu family in the provincial city. That absolutely took off At that time Li Xiao don't forget us Amidst the compliments from the crowd, Li Yunyang felt like he was floating. This group of trash only saw the surface power of the Xian family, but did not even know that behind Xian Yufei's mother, there was a hidden power that they could not imagine. This was the reason why Li Yunyang wanted to take down Xian Yufei by all means. Coming! No one in the crowd knew who shouted, and the crowd swished toward the road in unison. Xian Yufei's vehicle slowly stopped, and in Li Yunyang's expectant eyes, a long white leg stepped out of the car, slim and slender, straight and windswept. Thinking that the owner of those beautiful legs would be his own woman in the future, Li Yunyang's heart trembled, but seeing the subsequent images, the smile on Li Yunyang's face instantly stiffened. Princess Xian Yu was not alone? Instead, he was intimately holding a man's arm, getting off the car in a loving manner and walking towards Li Yunyang. What do you mean? Today is the engagement dinner for this young man and Xian Yufei, and Xian Yufei brought a man along, and this man is still Yi Fan? Is this a cuckold delivered to the house? Chapter 25, I won't marry. Yi Fan is my husband. Li Yunyang instantly felt like he had received a 10,000 point blitz. What's going on here? Yufei, why did you bring this little cutie over here? Li Yunyang held back the anger in his heart and tried his best to gracefully inquire towards concubine Xian Yu. Those buddies beside Li Yunyang also stopped their agitation at this time. The colored eggs that were ready to be unscrewed in their hands also had to be held so awkwardly in their hands. Li Yunyang, how are you talking? Show some respect to my big brother. Before Xian Yufei could say anything, Wang Fugue by his side was the first to speak. My big brother's name is Yi Fan. You can either call him Yi Xiao, or call him Brother Fan. Let Lousy hear you call out a little cutie again. I'll reward you with a big earful. Wang Fugue already had a fire in his heart, and now that he saw that Li Yunyang was actually going to marry his ex-sister-in-law, the fire in his heart got even bigger. At this time, Wang Fugue also somewhat understood why Yi Fan accompanied Xian Yufei to come along. Big brother's heart is still at ease after all. You, Wang Fugue, what are you? You think that little cutie is still the young master of the Yi family before? Tell you, now the Yi family has fallen. It won't take long. That old thing of the Yi family and this little cutie, I'm sure you'll be reunited with their families in no time, so don't worry about it. Pop, snap, without any hesitation, Wang Fugue took 2 steps forward and slapped Li Yunyang in the face with 2 slaps, with any stroke each on the left and right. Li Yunyang's face immediately puffed up, and 2 teeth popped out of his mouth. Do you have no memory at all? I told you to treat my big brother with respect, and you're treating my words like they're falling on deaf ears? Wang Fugue shook his palm. Tramp, your face is harder than *******. Wang Fugue, are you looking for death? Actually dare to hit me. Li Yunyang's body staggered a bit, rubbed his raw face, stormily stared at Wang Fugue and said, I don't dare to move the Yi family. Do I still dare to move your Wang family? Someone come, get him killed for me. Wow, with Li Yunyang's call, a large group of burly bodyguards immediately surged around him. copying their weapons with the intention of taking action against Wang Fugue. Rubbish! Wang Fugue swept a glance at the bodyguards. These ordinary bodyguards who didn't even have martial chi energy. Wang Fugue didn't even look at them. Young Li rest his anger. Today is Young Li's big day. Mr. Xia came uninvited to congratulate Young Li. Young Li wouldn't be unwelcome, would he? While both sides were in the midst of saber rattling, Xia Hao got down from the vehicle behind him, followed by Li Hu, the underground godfather of Cloud City, and the 4 great Vajra under his command. Such a scene caused Li Yunyang to frown. The people from the Xia family in the provincial capital have come, and Master Tiger has also brought people. Today's scene, Xian Yufei is prepared, but Li Yunyang couldn't figure it out. With the Xian family's energy, it wasn't enough to mobilize the Xia family and Li Hu's people. Could it be Yi Fan? But knowing that the Yi family had fallen and become the grasshopper in the fall, why were these people still so death-seeking to get closer and closer to the Yi family? Alright, go in. While both guests are present, there are some things I want to make clear in person today as well. Xian Yufei held Yi Fan's hand tightly. Her eyes burned as she glanced towards the hotel's front door. Her heart seemed to have made some sort of determination, as if she had made up her mind. You, Xian Yufei, you better think about what you are doing. Li Yunyang looked at Xian Yufei and had a vague ominous feeling in his heart. This Xian Yufei, if she makes any noise at the banquet today, then the Li family will be disgraced. But thinking of Xian Zhengguo's assurance, Li Yunyang's heart settled down a few more points. This Princess Xian Yu, can she escape from this young man? But when he saw Xian Yufei holding Yi Fan's hand so tightly, Li Yunyang's heart burst with fire. Where the hell did you lose? Not even a little cutie. Can't even beat that? On the 8th floor of the Paradise Hotel, in a banquet hall that could hold several thousand people, the gate opened and Xian Yufei held Yi Fan's hand as she stepped into the banquet hall. The originally noisy hall instantly began to quiet down, all looking at the scene in front of them with a shocked face. After 3 seconds of silence, the crowd finally couldn't help but start whispering. What's this? Isn't today Xian Yufei and Li Yunyang's engagement dinner? What does it mean when that fool from Xian Yufei's Yi family brought her here? Yes? I can't figure it out either. Didn't Princess Xian Yu announce her withdrawal from the Yi family yesterday? Bringing it over like this now, wouldn't that be rubbing the Li family's face on the ground? Interesting. I'm afraid that the faces of those people at the top of the Xian and Li families will not look good today. The crowd turned their heads toward the table at the very front of the hall. At that table, Xian Zhenggui and Li Yunyang's father, Li Zhong, were originally talking and laughing, discussing the subsequent cooperation between the two families. The sudden appearance of the situation brought their conversation to an abrupt end. Xian Zhenggui, what do you mean by that? Li Zhong looked at Xian Zhenggui with a gloomy face and said, didn't you say that everything was taken care of? Now Xian Yufei is bringing that little cutie from the Yi family, appearing here. Isn't this a slap in my Li family's face? Xian Zhenggui was also confused. I don't know what's going on either. Thousands of guests on the scene. That is, the Cloud City has the top of the upper class. Yesterday Xian Zhenggui on behalf of the Xian family and the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage. And now Xian Yufei and the Yi family, that little cute. Now, Xian Yufei and that little darling of the Yi family are appearing together in pairs. Is it that their words do not count? Yufei, what are you up to? When Xian Yufei walked past Xian Zhenggui chided towards Xian Yufei in a low voice. However, Xian Yufei only turned her head to look at Xian Zhenggui and led Yi Fan to continue walking towards the stage. Everyone, I'm Xian Yufei, and while so many people are present, what I want to announce is this. Yesterday's withdrawal from the Yi family, that was just my second uncle's intention. I didn't agree to it. Xian Yufei took the microphone from the host on the stage and smiled as she raised Yi Fan's arm high in the air. Yi Fan and I have been betrothed since we were young and grew up as childhood sweethearts. My husband will always be Brother Fan. Everyone give us your blessing. Pust. Li Yunyang, who had followed along at the back, felt his heart being viciously stabbed when he heard Xian Yufei's words. Blessing? Bless Nima. It's my engagement dinner today. Blessing you all. So what's my old man doing? Wearing a hat? At this moment, Li Yunyang felt a great insult. Shame on him for opening the door to shame. Shame on the family of 4. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and turn off the microphone. Li Yunyang was furious when he looked at the staff members who were still in a daze and frantically chided towards them. Wow! Xian Yufei's words were like a huge stone hitting the surface of a lake, and the entire scene exploded. Asterisk. So explosive? Yesterday, the Xian family's second oldest withdrew from the marriage, and today, consort Xian Yu declared her withdrawal invalid in a high profile? Things aren't that simple. There are obviously problems within the Xian family, and there's definitely something wrong with the Xian family boss's car accident back then. At the Li family's engagement dinner, the future daughter-in-law shows her love with another man. The Li family is disgraced today. After the crowd clamored, their eyes all looked in the direction of the first table. Clunk! Li Zhong couldn't hold it in any longer, ruthlessly smashing the wine glass in his hand on the table and angrily rebuking Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua, your Xian family is deliberately coming to smash the scene, isn't it? Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise this is not over. The scene was instantly quiet, all staring searingly this way. The atmosphere of the scene instantly began to solidify. This engagement dinner, seemingly simple, but in fact the Yi family, the Xian family, the Li family, 3 families involved in it, a little careless, will be ruined. Chapter 26, Gatling with Blue Fire. Looking at the out-of-control scene, Xian Zhenghua was almost furious at this point. Don't be angry, old brother Li, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. You wait for a moment. I'll go and take care of it. Xian Zhenghua panicked and greeted Li Zhong, quickly walking towards Xian Yufei's side. Didn't we have a good conversation yesterday? All in front of so many people. He had announced in a high profile that he had withdrawn from the Yi family, and now Princess Xian Yu was saying that her withdrawal was invalid. Isn't that the equivalent of spitting and then swallowing it back yourself? Yufei, do you know what you're doing? Xian Zhenghua walked onto the stage and stared furiously at Xian Yufei. If you do this, you will drag the Xian family into doom, do you know? Xian Yufei didn't let go of Yifan's hand as she stared at Xian Zhenghua with the same burning gaze. Second uncle, I'm already an adult. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. I just want to follow my heart and make the right choice. It wasn't my intention to withdraw from the marriage with Yifan yesterday. It was you, second uncle, who forced me. Today, you want me to marry Li Yunyang again. I will never agree to that. You, Xian Zhenghua swung his palm in anger, wanting to hit Xian Yufei, but in the end, he held back and continued to speak kindly. But, Yufei, can't you see? Yifan has turned into a little cutie. He's not the demonic genius he was before. And now that the Yi family has fallen, there are very powerful opponents dealing with the Yi family. Can't you see? So what? Cutie. So what? It's 1,000 times better than that human-faced scum Li Yunyang. Concubine Xian Yu glanced at Yifan beside her, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yifan also felt Xian Yufei's change of heart, and his mood was also a bit complicated. This silly girl, did she make up her mind when she asked herself to come along? Against the wishes of the family, and at Li Yunyang's engagement dinner, to be so treasonous to declare his feelings for his own. Xian Yufei has indeed summoned up great courage and endured a lot alone. Is this making up for the damage done to you? But, what did Princess Xian Yu do yesterday? LOL. Xian Yufei's voice was not loud, but Li Yunyang, who had just approached over, happened to clearly hear Xian Yufei's words, and was once again hit 10,000 times. Treadmill. What makes me a monster? What the hell did I do wrong? Even if Fan is a cutie, I'm still willing to keep him. This is my own choice. Second uncle, if you want to marry the Li family, you can find someone else to marry him again. After saying that, Xian Yufei pulled Yifan's hand and was ready to leave the scene. Wow! In an instant, from around the stage, countless bodyguards and strong men emerged and surrounded Yifan and Xian Yufei. Stop! Do you think this is a vegetable garden? Come when you want and leave when you want? Li Yunyan walked out from behind the bodyguards and coldly stared at Yifan and Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei, I really don't know if it's you who is brain dead and has to follow a cutie. The moment the words were just uttered, Li Yunyang immediately felt his asshole tighten. Just now, outside the gate, Li Yunyang had been cleaned up by Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei had said that if he dared to call Yifan a cutie again, say a word and he would be slapped in the face. However, with so many bodyguards around himself now, Wang Fuguei shouldn't be able to make a move, right? Li Yunyang panicked and covered his face, then looked around and didn't see Wang Fuguei's figure. Snap! But the next moment, a large hand suddenly slapped Li Yunyang's face from the side and back. Li Yunyang's face once again received a solid slap. Li Yunyang, do you really not have a long memory? This young man said, if you dare to curse my big brother again, curse once, I'll beat you once. Wang Fuguei jumped on top of a table, his eyes swept over the crowd. Not only Li Yunyang, everyone here, don't let me hear you curse my big brother in the future. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yours truly, Li Yunyang was completely mad, just now outside. It was considered an accidental sneak attack. Li Yunyang just endured it. But now, this is in the banquet hall. They have so many bodyguards around them, and they are still beaten. The key around there are so many guests, that hit not their own face but the face of the entire Li family, but also the face of Godfather Lu Ran. Next to him, Li Zhong also couldn't sit still. Wang Fugue, even your father has to be polite when he sees me. What kind of dog are you? Someone come and teach him a lesson for his parents. With a wave of Li Zhong's hand, more experts rushed out. Among them were quite a few martial arts powerhouses. The scene instantly began to depress. A great battle seems to be about to begin. Knock knock. Li Hu took a bottle and banged it on the table a few times. What for? What are you doing? Can't we have a civilized discussion? Do we have to get physical? Those who are not afraid of death can try. Li Hu, the godfather of Cloud City's underground, spoke in a small voice, but on the ground in Cloud City, it was still very weighty. Those bodyguards who were restless at the scene instantly began to quiet down. On the one hand, it was naturally Li Hu's intimidation, and on the other hand, treadmill. Behind Li Hu, a bare-chested burly man actually moved out a Gatling with blue fire. A circle of black holes locked onto Li Yunyang and Li Zhong and the others. Is there any law? Is there any justice? There was no martial arts expert below the level of a patriarch, as well as ordinary people, who was not afraid of bullets yet. Is Li Hu so arrogant? He even brought the Gatling. Li Yunyang and Li Zhong and the others were frozen, not daring to move a muscle. Can we talk properly now? Li Hu spoke faintly, and Li Zhong couldn't help but touch the beads of sweat on his forehead. How did Li Hu, the underground godfather of Cloud City, also get involved with Yi Fan? In this way, despite having Lu Rant's support, the Li family's actions in Cloud City are still a bit troublesome. When Fei Xianyu saw the scene in front of her, there was also a moment of consternation in her heart. She had just heard about Sui Shui being hunted down. It was rumored that Li Hu and the governor of Cloud City had stepped in together and went to rescue Sui Shui, and that all of the old wolves of Wu were destroyed. These existences that could make Cloud City shake 3 times when they stomped their feet. Why would they help Sui Shui? It could only be for Yi Fan's face, but did Yi Fan really have that much face? Let's hope for the best for myself in the future. Li Zhong and Li Yunyang no longer dared to move around, and Xian Yufei took Yi Fan on her arm, stepping and preparing to walk towards the outside. However, Xian Zhenghua suddenly spoke up. Slow down, concubine Yu. You'd better take a look at your father's condition in the hospital before making a final decision. While speaking, Xian Zhenghua dialed the cell phone video and then handed it to Xian Yufei. In the video, Xian Yufei's father, Xian Zhenghua, was lying on the hospital bed, and next to him, a middle-aged man in a white coat was holding a syringe filled with green liquid, with the tip of the needle pointed at Xian Zhenghua's neck, ready to inject it. Second uncle, what is this doing? When Xian Yufei saw the scene in front of her, her face suddenly changed and she stared at Xian Zhenghua angrily. The corner of Xian Zhenghua's mouth twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Yu Fei, this is what you forced second uncle to do. What the doctor prepared on his side is nothing else, just arsenic or something like that. It can make your father never wake up just. Today if you dare to leave this hall for a step, the consequences you think about it yourself." Chapter 27, Trash. Do you only dare to hide behind women? Threats. Bare bones threats. Xian Zhenghua, are you still a human being? Lying on the bed that is your own big brother. Xian Yufei, incomparably angry, stared at Xian Zhenghua. Eyes are about to spit fire, completely unable to believe that in front of the eyes of the compassionate eyebrow and good-looking second uncle, actually can do this kind of thing. Humph, so what? Xian Zhenghua also completely tore his face off with Xian Yufei at this time. Originally, if you had obediently married young Li, I wouldn't have needed to go this far, but you insisted on causing so many demonic moths. Then don't blame me. Why did the old master have to give the Xian group to your father back then? Why should your family be in control of the Suan family? It's finally my turn today. You have 10 seconds to think. Take back what you just said and obediently marry young Li, or else. Zuan's Hengguo didn't say anything after that, but it was obvious what the result would be. Vile. Using Xian Yufei's father to hold her, Xian Zhenghua had planned everything this long ago. Yi Fan stared coldly at Xian Zhenghua and then looked at Fei Xianyu. His attitude towards Fei Xianyu changed slightly in his heart. So, is Zuan's Hengguo in the middle of all this? You are shameless. Xian Yufei angrily stomped her feet straight on the ground and looked at Yi Fan with some sadness. Originally, Xian Yufei thought that her resistance today would buy her a chance to be with Yi Fan. As a result, it looked like it was all going to work out, but it ended up like this. Brother Van, Xian Yufei was very conflicted in her heart. From the inside, she had never given up on Yi Fan. Even if Yi Fan was demented for 5 years, Xian Yufei would often come over to accompany Yi Fan. It was evident that Yi Fan was still very important in Xian Yufei's heart, but Xian Yufei mother gave birth to her after. Left, is the father single-handed Xian Yufei raised? The father's favor. Xian Yufei cannot possibly not care. The conflict between love and affection is a dilemma for the ages. The scene was once again stalemated, and the guests throughout the hall, because of the distance, could not hear the conversation on the stage, nor could they see what was really happening. Only the bodyguards of the Li family and Master Tiger's men were seen in a stalemate, and they simply couldn't get close even if they wanted to. The crowd had begun to discuss it in whispers. On the stage, Li Yunyang and Li Zhong were relieved when they saw that Xin Zhenghua had taken Princess Xin Yu in hand. Li Yunyang married Xin Yufei, not for any love at all, but to make rice out of raw rice, looking at the power behind Xian Yufei's mother. Therefore, no matter what means were used, as long as he could get Xian Yufei, that would be enough. Humph, Yi Fan, just you little cutie, just this trash like you. Are you still delusional enough to think of being with concubine you? Dream on. Li Yunyan walked towards Yi Fan with a dejected face. Tramp, just because I scolded you twice, I actually got beaten up. I have to fight back. Wang Fugui knew martial arts kung fu, so it was not good for Li Yunyan to make a move. But after Yi Fan was demented, he lost all his kung fu. The key is that now Xian Yufei is being held by Xin Zhenghua. How can Li Yunyang take out this breath? How dare you? When Xian Yufei saw that Li Yunyang was going to make a move on Yi Fan, she immediately got up and blocked in front of Yi Fan. Li Yunyang, this is a matter between my Xian family and your Li family. How dare you try touching a hair on Yi Fan's head? Regarding Xian Yufei's threat, Li Yunyang didn't even look at it. Ha ha, is it just between the Xian family and my Li family? Xian Yufei, you're thinking too simply. Today you brought this little cutie. By bringing it to the scene, you've already stirred the Yi family into it again. Of course, even if he doesn't come today, he'll soon have to go and reunite with those brothers of his. Li Yunyang glanced at the corner of his mouth, bypassed Xian Yufei, and stared at Yi Fan. Rubbish, are you only able to hide behind women? Li Yunyang was only focusing on his own words and didn't even notice that Yi Fan's eyes had gradually become gloomy. From Li Yunyang's consecutive words, Yi Fan had already heard that even if he didn't make a move against Li Yunyang today, the Li family seemed to be planning to make a move against the Yi family. Are those rivals of the Yi family so impatient? Not to mention the death of the 10 core disciples of the Yi family, but also the last of the Yi family, an old man, a little cute. You're going to kill them all? In that case, there's nothing polite about it. Unbridled. When Xia Hao and Li Hu and the others saw that Li Yunyan wanted to make a move on Yi Fan, they also chided and wanted to rush over. However, Yi Fan quietly winked at Xia Hao. This time, Yi Fan was going to do it himself, to kill Li Yunyan on the spot. It was a deterrent to the Li family and a way to make those behind the Li family tighten up. Is Young Li going to take me to my brother? Young Li is a good man. A good man, yeah. Xian Yufei was still helping Yi Fan to block Li Yunyang, but Yi Fan clapped his hands and rushed out from behind Xian Yufei himself. Brother Fan. Xian Yufei had a bitter face as she tried to reach out and pull Yi Fan. How could Li Yunyang be so kind as to take you to his brother? He is going to kill you. Humph, cootie, come over and stand still. Li Yunyang saw that Yi Fan was actually demented enough to send himself to the door. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and after letting Yi Fan stand still, he swung his own palm, and then slapped it fiercely towards Yi Fan's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you? Wang Fugui was the most furious, and with a stomp of his ankle, he wanted to rush up and strike. Young Wang, don't be in a hurry. Xia Hao hastily reached out and pulled Wang Fugui to a stop. Wang Fugui was this straight brain. Seeing Xia Hao obstructing himself 3 times, he was a bit angry. What do you mean, Xia Hao? What do you mean, Xia Hao? Big brother is about to get beaten up. Can I not be anxious? Are you having an affair with Li Yunyan? Xia Hao burst of speechless, also lazy to explain. Wang shall wait and then see well. You have to believe your big brother. Xia Hao rolled his eyes, and finally somewhat understood why Yi Fan didn't tell his most ironic brother that he had awakened. Looking at Wang Fugui's naive appearance, as long as he knew that Yi Fan had awakened, it was estimated that the whole country would soon know. Phew! Li Yunyang's palm slid through the void, causing a sound of air whistling. The corner of Li Zhong's mouth twitched. The breath in his heart seemed to be relieved a bit. His eyes couldn't help but look towards Wang Fugui's side. Just now his own son was slapped by Wang Fugui. His face could finally be recovered on Yi Fan, but to Li Zhong's surprise, the expected sound of a crisp slap did not appear. The slap that Li Yunyang slapped over was easily avoided by Yi Fan with a tilt of his head. Moreover, Yi Fan reached out and grabbed Li Yunyang's wrist with one hand and curiously said, Young Li, are you helping me fight mosquitoes? There are no mosquitoes on my face. As Yi Fan spoke, a silver needle in his sleeve rapidly stabbed towards Li Yunyang's wrist. With this stab, Yi Fan did not have any reservations. The silver needle carried a powerful qi energy that impacted Li Yunyang's tendons, organs and bowels, and also used the power of salary corrosion. LOL. Xian Yufei and Li Hu and other people who did not know what was going on could not help but let out a long sigh in their hearts. Where is that person helping you to fight mosquitoes? People are to slap you. What are you doing? Li Yunyang just wanted wanted to open his mouth to explain. Suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist. Instantly felt as if he was electrocuted. The whole person was about to go limp. Yifan hastily let go of Li Yunyang's wrist and said with an innocent face, "I didn't do anything. Did the mosquito bite you?" Chapter 28 Revenge Never Sleeps. "I'll believe the hell out of you." Li Yunyang retracted his arm, looking at a small red lump on his arm, instantly feeling physically uncomfortable. It seemed like it was a little difficult to breathe, while there was even more of a force of something in his body, strangling his internal organs, tendons and veins. Yifan must have done something to himself. However, with Yifan's dopey look and clear eyes, anyone would think that Yifan was a little cutie. How could he do anything to Li Yunyang? "Yifan, I'll kill you." Li Yunyang still wanted to continue to make a move on Yifan, but Li Zhong beside him hurriedly scolded, "Yunyang, stop. Today is the day of your engagement. Don't dirty your hands." As Li Zhong spoke, he turned his gaze toward Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua also reacted at this time, staring scorchingly at Xian Yufei. 10 seconds of time is up. Make a decision. 3, 2, 1. "I'll marry." When Xian Zhenghua counted down to 1, Xian Yufei said with a sobbing voice, "I'll marry. Please don't hurt my father." Xian Zhenghua hung up the cell phone video with satisfaction. How good should it have been like this? Come on, give her the microphone and let her explain clearly to all the guests. Xian Zhenghua gestured towards Li Yunyang and the others, and someone soon passed the microphone to Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei looked at Yifan with a face of despair, her tear tracks staining her makeup. "Brother Fan, I'm sorry, I can't help it." Xian Yufei silently swallowed her tears. Herself and Yifan, after all, is it fate? "You go." Xian Yufei owed a bow toward Yifan, and then toward Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugui and the others. "Thank you." These people had come today with the intention of helping Yifan accomplish the marriage snatching. As a result, Li Hu's men did get the scene under control, but Xian Yufei's side had problems and retreated halfway. After saying that, Xian Yufei took the microphone and walked towards the front of the stage. Xia Hao turned his gaze like Yifan, wanting to see what Yifan meant. Yifan's face muscles twitched. "He's sick. Li Xiao is sick. Can't get a wife." "Ha, you're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick." Li Yunyang got angry when he heard Yifan speak, and seeing Yifan and the others still standing in the hall, he scolded the bodyguards around him. "What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you kick them out? They are not welcome here." Before those bodyguards could make a move, Yifan had already stepped towards the outside. "Not fun. People are going to die. People are going to die." The crowd didn't care about Yifan's words. Only Xia Hao's eyelids twitched fiercely a few times, combined with his previous experience. Xia Hao was already sure that the Li family was definitely going to suffer. Wang Fugui was still a bit indignant. "Big brother, let's just forget about this today? It's obvious that sister-in-law Yufei was forced. As long as you're willing, big brother, I'll help you snatch your sister-in-law back." Yifan didn't respond and just giggled, leaving Wang Fugui speechless. Xia Hao was beside him and hurriedly explained, "Young Wang, I said for you not to be in a hurry. Maybe the Li family's engagement banquet can't take place today? You still say don't be anxious, and now in a mess like this? Can I not be in a hurry?" While the two were arguing, on the stage, Xian Yufei had already picked up the microphone and began to speak to the crowd. "Everyone, I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line just now. It was my drunken ramblings. Today is the engagement dinner for Li Yunyang and I. Welcome to everyone." Xian Yufei spoke out of her mouth, but her eyes kept staring at Yifan's back. Xian Yufei knew that today, from the moment Yifan stepped through the door of the banquet hall, there would be no possibility between the two of them in the future. It's just a matter of being on separate sides of the world. Although there were 100 things to do, Xian Yufei didn't have any solutions. "Right, just now, Yufei got drunk and said some bad words, so don't mind. Our engagement dinner continues. Please invite tonight's protagonist Li Yunyang, Li Xiao, to shine." Xian Zhenghua was a licking dog, enthusiastically helping to round up the crowd. "Big brother, you say a word. I really can't see past it. As long as you say a sentence, the old king must go to that beat the rest of his life lying in bed and cannot get down." Wang Fugui, who was about to walk out of the banquet hall, was almost furious, and Yifan was still dumbfounded, breaking his fingers in his hand and counting, 3, 2, 1. When Yifan finished his last count, on the stage, Li Yunyang, who had just picked up the microphone, suddenly fell straight down on the stage. The body was convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, and all 7 orifices began to bleed. "Yunyang, what happened to you? Someone come quickly." Quick, call an ambulance. The scene was an instant mess, while the guests below were all in an uproar. Xia Hao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked deeply at Yi Fan. This Yi Xiao in front of me is a master with a grudge. It's a good thing he wasn't a match for him. The change on the stage made Wang Fugui's eyes widen with excitement, and at the same time, he was shocked. Really collapsed? Is it really sick? Big brother, you're really god. Halfway through his words, Wang Fugui looked at Xia Hao with some doubts. Mr. Xia, did you guys know the result already? You guys must be hiding something from me, right? My big brother has awakened? Big brother, right? Wang Fugui circled around Yi Fan several times with an excited face, and then when he thought about what Yi Fan had said before, it seemed as if everything was under Yi Fan's control. That familiar feeling came back. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan wasn't demented, every time something happened outside, Yi Fan was the one in control of the whole situation. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 8, 8 plus 7. When Wang Fugui looked at Yi Fan with high expectations, Yi Fan started to read out the numbered children's song again. Old Wang, what's so not? I didn't sleep. Yi Fan's sentence immediately let Wang Fugui wilted. The original or their own overthinking? Yi Fan looked at Wang Fugui and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're too big and stupid to tell you when I wake up. Today was supposed to be a great event for Li Yunyang's engagement, but as soon as it started, it didn't go well. Xian Yufei entered with Yi Fan, and it was not easy for Xian Zhenghua to take Xian Yufei down, and the engagement banquet continued, but suddenly Li Yunyang directly collapsed. When the crowd called for an ambulance, Li Zhong went up to check Li Yunyang's breath, and a heart was already half cold. Li Yunyang has actually already run out of gas. In just a few seconds, Li Yunyang is dead? Xian Yufei stood on the stage, looking at everything in front of her somewhat blankly, as if everything was so unreal. Li Yunyang died just like that? Then wouldn't you not have to marry? Xian Yufei's eyes swept around the hall, searching for Yi Fan's figure, and finally saw Yi Fan, who was about to leave. At the main entrance, when Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan happened to be looking at Xian Yufei. In those eyes full of divine color, Xian Yufei seemed to see that demonic genius. The magnificent young man was back. In her trance, Xian Yufei also saw Yi Fan gesture an okay sign to her. Is this Yi Fan's mess? Li Yunyang's death was deliberately caused by Yi Fan? So is Yi Fan really stupid or not? Chapter 29. You're a little too nice. Be careful, I'll hammer you. The scene was a mess, and no one paid any attention to the departing Yi Fan and the others. There was also no one left to pay attention to Xian Yufei and Xian Zhenghua. Let's go. Xian Zhenghua was a bit disillusioned. He had originally planned to cooperate with the Li family by marrying Yufei to Li Yunyang, so that Xian Zhenghua could control the Xian family faster and more securely, and even climb up to the Lu family in the provincial city. Although Xian Zhenghua's small Xian family prestige is not small, can interfere with Xian Yufei in many things, but Xian Yufei this line is the year the old man personally appointed. If Xian Zhenghua directly sees power, the power is still a little insufficient. And now, the engagement scene Li Yunyang directly hung up. The marriage contract would naturally end, and with Li Zhong's only son dead, this matter would definitely not end so well. Whether or not Li Zhong would look for trouble with Xian Zhenghua at that time was not certain. Humph. Xian Yufei gave a cold snort at Xian Zhenghua, not giving the second uncle a second glance, and quickly walked towards the hall beyond. Today's matter, Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei had completely torn their faces apart. The current situation was no longer as simple as Xian Zhenghua not giving Xian Yufei's father medical fees, but rather Xian Zhenghua had disguised Xian Yufei's father under control. Therefore, what Xian Yufei wanted now was to get her father out of the hospital arranged by her second uncle as soon as possible. Xian Yufei hurriedly came out from the hall and chased after Yi Fan all the way downstairs without seeing any trace of him. Yi Fan and Xia Hao, Wang Fugui and the others left in a car. At this time the time is still early. Sui Shui is still continue to busy company things. Yi Fan suddenly thought of just now Xian Zhenghua with Xian Yufei father blackmail Xian Yufei things, so he thought of by the way to help Xian Yufei will be this hidden trouble solved. But that bastard Wang Fugui, after coming out of the hotel, had been close to Yi Fan, and Yi Fan didn't have a chance to open his mouth to Xia Hao at all. Big brother, have you awakened? Just tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else. Wang Fugui stared searingly at Yi Fan. This was already the 30th time he had questioned Yi Fan. Old Wang, why do you keep asking me if I'm awake or not? It's still daytime. I'm not sleeping at all. It's hot. Can you stay away from me? Yi Fan was a bit speechless. This stupid brother of his, although his head was a bit naive, he was actually still not stupid. After so many coincidences, he finally sensed something was wrong. While Wang Fugui moved towards the side, Yi Fan quietly sent a message to Xia Hao. After Xia Hao saw the message, he hurriedly ordered Li Hu to investigate the Xian family situation, and the news quickly came back. Turn around. go to the third people's hospital. Xia Hao gave the order to the driver in front. Wang Fugue looked curious. Mr. Xia, it's almost dark now. Shouldn't we go home immediately? What's the point of going to the third people's hospital? Xia Hao glanced at Yi Fan, a little helpless. He couldn't say that it was Yi Xiao who was going to save his former old husband, right? So it could only helplessly speak. Oh, didn't you see Miss Xian's father in the hospital earlier? By the way, go take a look and see if you can help in any way. Just this? Wang Fugue touched his head with some of this mind. Mr. Xia, you're a little too nice. Be careful of me hammering you? Wang Fugue, the simpleton. How could he feel that there was a weird smell in the air? A provincial superstar, a tycoon who dominates the Southwest, has nothing to do every day. Following a little cutie, running around? Just because Yi Fan saved his life 5 years ago, he's helping Yi Fan from all directions at all costs? Not to mention helping Sui Shui. He also helped Xian Yufei, and now even Xian Yufei's father is going to help? But Wang Fugue's elm head couldn't figure it out for a while, and by the time he figured it out, Yi Fan had only made a high-profile comeback. Don't worry, you've been around all this time and know that I don't mean any harm to Yi Xiao. Xia Hao couldn't help but cry and laugh at Wang Fugue's words. Li Hu, the underground godfather of Cloud City who followed the car, was obviously much smarter than Wang Fugue. Xia Hao steeply wanted to investigate Xian Zhenghua's trail, and also went to the hospital to see him. Wang Mang, one of the four great Vajra beside Li Hu, was a bit puzzled. Master Tiger, do you think that this big boss behind us is full of food for one day? Surrounding a little cutie every day. Running? What's the picture? Shut up, don't talk nonsense. The boss's arrangement naturally has the boss's significance. You just execute it accordingly. Li Hu sternly rebuked Wang Mang and continued to speak. Also, I'm warning you guys, in the future, to Yi Xiao, be respectful enough, no matter if you meet or behind your back. You have to address Yi Xiao. Do you understand? If Laozi hears you guys call Yi Xiao a cutie again, I'll cut out your tongues. From Xia Hao specially bringing himself to feast on Yi Fan, to Yi Fan's great display of power later on, rescuing Sui Shui at the time of crisis, to Li Yunyang's sudden and violent death later on. With all the things connected, Li Hu already had a vague guess in his heart. I'm only afraid that the demonic genius of the Yi family has already been revived by the giant dragon and awakened once again. Otherwise, how did the Zhao family perish? And Li Yunyang died so coincidentally? Moreover, the boss behind himself, Xia Hao, is the existence of the majestic Southwest. So shrewd, even if Yi Fan did save his life. But the cooperation with the Su family is already enough to repay the favor. The back of the world is still to be so knee-jerk? Thinking about 5 years ago, the demonic extent of Yi Fan when he was at his peak, Li Hu eyes cannot help but emerge a touch of fire. Their own down-to-earth work, as long as you get a little bit of Yi Xiao's gift, I am afraid that they will be enough to be used in the future. And as it turns out, Li Hu's decision was exactly right. Years later, Li Hu was still showing off to his children and grandchildren. Think of the old man was how wise. While Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Li Hu and the others were rushing towards the third people's hospital, Xian Zhenggui was also panicking and directing his men. Quick, immediately notify the hospital side that Xian Zhenghua has to be transferred away. Now Xian Zhenghua had completely torn his face off with Xian Yufei. Against the great power of the Xian group, the two are bound to have a fight. Xian Zhenghua, on the other hand, is a card in the hands of Xian Zhenghua, and before getting the big power of Xian group, Xian Zhenghua will not completely let go of it. When Yi Fan and Xia Hao were about to arrive at the hospital, they received a report from Li Hu's men. Mr. Xia, the hospital side seems to have noticed something. They are going through the transfer procedures and intend to move away. Stall them. As Xia Hao responded, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan. Is this the talent of a demonic genius? Foreseeing things is always a step ahead. If Yi Fan and the others had acted a little later, or waited for Princess Xian Yu to act, they were afraid that it would have been too late. By the time Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others arrived at the entrance of the intensive care ward number 306 of the inpatient department, a few of Li Hu's men and a few men arranged by Xian Zhenghua were confronting each other. I'm sorry, without Chief Xian's order, we can't let you take away Xian Zhenghua. Bang bang, order Nima my big brother's old man, how dare you bully him? I'll kill you. Wang Fugue at this time also understand the intention of certain to come here. The face of Zhuanzhang was those men, without any hesitation, directly 2 punches to smash them burst, escorting Yi Fan toward the ward. Chapter 30, the militaries involved? Xia Hao and Li Hu looked at each other, both somewhat helpless. This Wang Fugue is a real tiger. Those bodyguards who were smashed flying, endured the severe pain on their bodies and dialed Xian Zhenghua's phone. Second Master, the situation is not good. Mr. Xia and Master Tiger, they've brought their men to rob people, and have already entered the ward to go. On the other end of the phone, Xian Zhenghua was rushing towards the hospital with a gloomy face. Humph, shady guy, Yi Fan is a cutie. Now, He is still following the lifeless run. He doesn't know how to die. Don't worry. Already called the military side. Their men are coming up. When Yifan entered the ward, Xiahao was very sensible and kicked out Wang Fugue and Li Hu, as well as all the patients in the room, leaving only Yifan behind. Wang Fugue was instantly displeased. Mr. Xia, what are you guys hiding from me again? Don't you trust my mouth that much? Xiahao gave Wang Fugue a look without any good humor. Trust your mouth? Might as well believe there are ghosts in the world. Yifan saw that Xiahao was unable to persuade Wang Fugue, so he had to speak up himself. Old Wang, I want to check his body and help him catch bugs, so you go out first, okay? Shame on you. All the other people's words. Wang Fugue wouldn't listen to them, but Yifan's words, no matter if they were right or wrong, Wang Fugue would definitely listen to them. Good, big brother, I'll be right outside. If you need anything, call me anytime. After Wang Fugue left, Xiahao respectfully closed the door of the room and then guarded the entrance. Without any hesitation, Yifan quickly felt Xian Zhenghua's pulse and flipped his eyelids, just by sweeping his eyes twice. Yifan instantly understood. Actually used 17 kinds of toxins. Ruthless enough, there was actually nothing at all wrong with Xian Zhenghua's body, per se. The car accident back then had only caused some superficial injuries, and Xian Zhenghua should have actually come to his senses a long time ago. The reason why he had been in such a coma was because someone had actually injected 17 types of toxins into Xian Zhenghua's body, and it was still a combination of toxins. With a toxin like this, as long as the order of detoxification was slightly wrong, it would be enough to kill Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua, this blood brother, really did put in some effort in order to deal with Big Brother. Yifan let out a cold smile. If this was the case, and other people came across it, they wouldn't even be able to discover it, let alone solve it. But the inheritance that Yifan had obtained from that dragon pattern ring was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Shoo shoo shoo. Without any hesitation, Yifan quickly waved the silver needle in his hand and stabbed it towards Xian Zhenghua's body blood veins. Ghost Valley 13 needles, all of them. Soon, countless black lines began to gather in Xian Zhenghua's tendons, and in the end, all of them flowed out of the wound in Xian Zhenghua's finger. The room reeked with a foul odor. Some of the paper towels in the basin were festering with corrosion. This shows how powerfully harmful these toxins can be. Yifan's silver needle had only just retracted half of it when Xian Zhenghua grunted from his mouth and slowly awakened. Seeing that it was Yifan in front of him, he immediately called out in surprise, "Little Fan? It's me." Yifan made a silencing gesture to Xian Zhenghua. "Uncle Xian, don't be too loud. I believe the walls have ears." For so many years, Xian Zhenghua had actually been good to Yifan. Since Yifan and Xian Yufei grew up together as children, they didn't eat a lot of meals made by Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua nodded. "I know, even though I'm in a coma, I hear everything in the outside world clearly and plainly. Thank you for saving me. Is she alright, Yufei?" Xian Zhenghua that, for the sake of the Xian group, actually even dared to kill me, my own big brother. Xian Zhenghua chided in a low voice with an angry face, and Yifan's heart was also bursting with wainer. Since Xian Zhenghua knew all about Xian Zhenghua, there was no need for Yifan to explain more. "Yufei is fine, but Consort Yu has already announced that she broke off her engagement with me yesterday." Speaking here, Yifan also sighed for a while. Of course, Consort Yu was coerced into withdrawing from the marriage by her second uncle. "Ha!" Xian Zhenghua couldn't help but exclaim once again when he heard the news. "That sinner, what has he done?" "Xiao Fan, I'm sorry Uncle knows that you must have suffered a lot of grievances. I'll go back and reconduct the engagement ceremony for you." Xian Zhenghua had also always treated Yifan as his own child, so the first thing he thought of after hearing this news was to make amends. But Yifan shook his head. "No need for now, Uncle Xian. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. The Yi family has been almost wiped out. My uncles, brothers all died on the same day being attacked and killed. And those who want to deal with the Yi family have no intention of letting the Yi family go and letting me go. So, in the eyes of those outside, I'm still that demented little cutie. I'm going to hide in the shadows and bring them all out. Those who are dealing with the Yi family won't spare any family that is connected to the Yi family either. So it's best for the Xian family to stay away from the Yi family now. In addition, some changes may have occurred within the Xian family right now as well. It's complicated. You need to move out from here immediately, and have a safe place arranged by Fei Yu. And I suggest that you don't awaken right away for the time being either, and support Fei Yu behind you. Yifan explained to Xian Zhenghua. Wise and thoughtful thinking, the demonic genius from 5 years ago is back. Moreover, the current Yifan was clearly more mature and steady in his consideration than before. Such a good son-in-law candidate. Xian Zhenghua that actually gave me a refund. Thinking of this, Xian Zhenghua could not wait to tear Xian Zhenghua apart alive. What's the matter? Uncle Xian can contact the Xia family head if he has something. He'll help deal with it. Yifan introduced Xia Hao and Xian Zhenghua. Xia Hao hurriedly went forward and shook hands with both Xian Zhenghua. Mr. Xian, please take care of me in the future. Nonsense, this is Yi Xiao's future husband, how can we not get along? Wow. Yi Fan was still chatting with Xian Zhenghua in the hospital room when a loud noise came from the corridor outside. A team of camouflage-suited youths with loaded guns gathered at a fast pace towards the entrance of the ward. The leading youth had the rank of a major pinned on his shoulder. The military is on the job. Keep out of the way or you'll be killed. This is Xian Zhenghua moved to the rescue. A major officer Guofei of the military department of Cloud City, a relative of Xian Zhenghua's wife's side. When he entered the military, Xian Zhenghua helped a lot, and when he heard that he was only here to help deter the punks in Cloud City, Guofei violated the law and brought someone, which was also considered to return Xian Zhenghua's favor back then. But what Guofei didn't know was that he was dealing with bigwigs he couldn't shake. Sorry, private ward, no trespassing without Yi Xiao's order. Although they knew that the consequences of going against the military would be serious, Li Hu and Wang Fugui and the others did not hesitate for a second and still blocked the front. Click, click, Guofei waved his hand, and those camouflage-clad henchmen immediately took the safety off the guns in their hands. Are you looking for death? By the looks of it, Guofei could open fire at any time. Chapter 31, The Heavenly King of Jintian under the Xuanwu banner. Sir, we naturally can't stop you from doing your business. Please produce the formalities from the relevant parties, or we won't let it. Li Hu was, after all, the underground godfather of Cloud City and had seen big scenes. After a moment of slight panic, he immediately calmed down. The Xin family's just a comatose family head, usually peaceful. What could he have committed? Besides, it's definitely not normal for the military to come now that people are unconscious. Procedures. Li Hu a sentence will Guofei and the side of the adjutant asked. Mouth stammers and do not know how to explain. They had come this time to help Xin Zhenggui to deter Li Hu and Yi Fan and the others. So where were the formalities? How dare you? What formalities do we need to carry out top-secret missions in the military department? Do we still need to explain to you mole crickets? Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame the bullets for not taking care of you. Guofei, as a major, also reacted very flexibly and defused the situation with a single sentence. No formalities, without Yi Xiao's order. Forgive us for not being able to follow orders. Li Hu answered coldly and greeted towards the surrounding men. Brothers, all copied and prepared to fight. I would like to see how the military actually dares to make a move against us. Wow. On the corridor, all of Li Hu's brothers, all of them had the guys on their bodies lit up, and confronted these Guofei's men. Li Hu brought these men are the first line, followed Li Hu licked blood on the knife's mouth. For Li Hu's order, completely is resolute implementation. At such a close distance, even if Guofei's men had guns in their hands, they were outnumbered, so if they really fought for their lives, Guofei's men wouldn't necessarily be able to gain any advantage. What do you want? Rebellion? Guofei chided Li Hu and the others in a loud voice, his eyes sharp, while his heart was a little worried. Are these people so desperate? Your own camouflage uniform is no longer a deterrent? Guofei is also a little worried. If things really get out of hand and let his superiors know, he will not be able to eat and walk. Sir, don't put such a big hat on us. We just want to see the formalities. Li Hu continued to dislike a comatose patient lying in a hospital room. We really can't think of any top-secret mission that he would be associated with. Unbridled, Guofei's mouth chided, but he couldn't find any words to retort. Brothers, prepare to strike. Click, click. It was the sound of a bolt being pulled. All of the brothers under Guofei raised their guns, and a solemn atmosphere instantly filled the air. A great battle could break out at any time. Squeak! It was at this time that Yi Fan and Xia Hao walked out from the room. Seeing the situation in front of them, Xia Hao looked stunned, and before he could open his mouth, Yi Fan opened his mouth first. Ha! Why are so many soldier brothers here? Are you guys holding real guns? Yi Fan curiously stepped forward and reached out to touch the barrel of the gun in the hand of one of the youths. The youth's body swayed, avoiding Yi Fan. Looking for death. Get out of the way. As he spoke, the youth reached out and pushed Yi Fan. Clunk! As Yi Fan's body swayed, a metal object fell from Yi Fan's body and happened to roll to the feet of Lieutenant Guofei. The deputy picked up the metal object in his hand and gave it a casual glance, not really caring about it. Turning around, he was ready to throw it in towards the nearby trash can. What is it? Although Guofei had only caught a glimpse just now, he felt that the pattern on the object was somewhat familiar, and his heart couldn't help but thump. Oh! I can't see it. A round metal block with a turtle pattern engraved on it. Ugh, there are 4 golden stars. The adjutant took the object in his hand and looked at it for 2 more times, and reported to Guofei that the hell knows from which garbage heap I picked it up. Knock! The deputy threw the thing straight into the trash. Wait! After listening to the adjutant's description, Guofei's heart beat violently and furiously, and he panicked and rebuked towards the adjutant. But it was already too late. Nima! If the pattern described by the adjutant was correct, that was the token of one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu exhibition area. with a rank above that of a 4-star general, an existence that could command millions of military forces in the 8 southeastern provinces. This token is actually in that little cutie Yifan. In his hand? What? The adjutant was a bit puzzled by Guofei's action, but in the next moment, Guofei went crazy and flew over towards the trash can, reaching out to rummage through it in a burst of drama. Boss, the adjutant looked directly stunned. Dirty trash can. What's wrong with you? Was that thing important just now? Shut up. Guofei was already starting to sweat. He had a premonition that that thing on Yifan's body was more than likely real. In that case, even if he had 10 heads, they wouldn't be enough to fall off. Those men around Guofei all looked at each other. Is this a fight now or not? The surrounding Li Hu and Xiaohao's men, as well as Wang Fugui and the others, were also confused when they saw the scene in front of them. What the hell is going on here? A random thing that fell off of Yishao's body made a major so alarmed? Only Xiaohao knew that Yifan definitely didn't happen to fall. Yifan definitely did it on purpose. Found it. Guofei broke the trash can directly into 8 pieces and finally found the token that the adjutant had just thrown. After holding it in front of his eyes and looking at it carefully for a couple of moments, Guofei's entire body directly went limp. Imitation of a pseudosign, coding everything exactly right. Nima, that Yi family that everyone thought was a cutie. The young master of the Yi family is actually one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu Warzone? Who can know that? Subordinate, greetings to the heavenly king under the Xuanwu banner. We are guilty of a capital offense. Guofei prostrated himself on the ground while berating his men to all kneel down. The area where Guofei was located was completely under the scope of the Xuanwu Warzone. The king of heaven, who was under 1 person and above 10,000 people, wanted to crush him, a small major. Wouldn't it be a matter of moving his fingers? Those men of Guofei's, although they didn't understand what was happening, but seeing Guofei move like that, they knew that things were definitely in trouble. Heavenly King, forgive me. Hiss. The situation at the scene, because of the appearance of a token, instantly reversed 180 degrees. This reversal came a little too violently. Li Hu and Wang Fugui and the others were all still a little unresponsive. Yifan looked at Guofei and the others. The corner of his mouth gently twitched as he deliberately said with great surprise, why are you guys suddenly kneeling down? This is New Year's worship? Isn't it not the New Year yet? Quickly get up, quickly get up. Subordinate does not dare. Guofei knelt on the ground, where he dared to move. We didn't know it was the Heavenly King's palace. Please atone for your sins under Heavenly King. As he spoke, Guofei respectfully handed the token to Yifan. Yifan curiously took the token in his hand and looked at it twice. Is this thing mine? How come I don't know? Forget it, don't you guys kneel on the ground. It's cold. Yifan casually stuffed the token into his pocket. It looks like gold. It should be able to be exchanged for quite a lot of money. Thanks, keep this secret for me, otherwise others will come and grab my gold. Yifan's words caused Guofei's entire body to stare blankly. Sky King, what does this mean? Is Yifan really stupid, or is he just a fake? Chapter 32. There is no going back to the past. When Guofei looked towards Yifan full of doubts, he abruptly saw a flash of sharpness in Yifan's eyes. The threat was clear in that look, and there was a dark nod. Boom! A thunderbolt instantly exploded in Guofei's head. That young master of the Yi family is not a cutie at all, quietly becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu Warzone. This should be the highest military rank reached among the descendants of the Yi family, right? The Yi family's old man created the Heavenly Dragon Army, and was honored as the king of Northern Liang, and was ultimately feared by the royal family. And now, although the Yi family has been backstabbed, is there finally someone to succeed them? After just a few seconds of quick thinking, Guofei immediately understood that Yifan was telling him to keep his secret and get lost immediately. My subordinate will retire. I will definitely honor Heavenly King's orders. Guofei quickly climbed up from the ground, greeted his men, and as he turned to leave, Guofei didn't forget to remind, shall you please pay attention to Xian Zhanghua? In fact, without the need for Guofei to remind him, Yifan naturally knew that this was the rescuer that Xian Zhanghua had invited. Big brother, what was that thing you just had? It was so fierce, can it even shock a major into such fear? Big brother, are you hiding something from me? Quickly let me see. As soon as Guofei left in front of him, Wang Fugui stepped forward and grabbed Yifan's arm, wanting to see that token just now. Wang Fugui's grandfather was Yifan's grandfather's vice general, and Wang Fugui knew something about the military. The 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu army. That was an existence that majestically dominated the entire Grand Xia. The Yi family's old man had said that if just one heavenly king appeared in the Heavenly Dragon Army, he wouldn't have to worry about the Heavenly Dragon Army being disbanded. Don't even think about it. Old Wang, are you trying to rob me of my gold? Let me tell you, even if you are my brother, You can't. Yi Fan hurriedly covered his pockets tightly, as if he was afraid that Wang Fugue would snatch his token away. A black line floated on Xia Hao's face as he watched from the side. He was very clear about Yi Fan's situation. LOL. It's really hard for Yi Xiao, obviously already awakened, but still have to pretend to be a little cute. However, Yi Xiao's acting skills, that was truly one of a kind. Yi Xiao is now acting as a little cutie. The way he's acting, I can't say it's like that. It's just like the real cutie pie. Exactly the same. Yi Xiao such a level. Go to Hollywood. Sure to take an Oscar Villain Gold Award back. If you don't look, you don't look. Big brother, I'm just curious. Wang Fugue never brushed off Yi Fan's wishes, and since Yi Fan didn't agree, Wang Fugue didn't continue to ask. However, the attitude of Li Hu, as well as his brothers at the scene, towards Yi Fan, instantly underwent a heavenly transformation, and there was no longer any underestimation. Before, when Xia Hao knelt down to Yi Fan, they still didn't understand. Although he carried out Xia Hao's orders and treated Yi Fan with respect, it was all because of the suppression of Xia Hao and Li Hu's authority. But now a token casually dropped from Yi Fan's body made the camouflage-clad major kneel and submit. Yi Fan was already an unoffendable existence in their hearts. Xian Zhenghua in the room also took in the situation outside through the doorway and listened clearly. Damn Xian Zhenghua, look at what you've done. It was supposed to be a splash of riches for the Xian family, but you pushed it away from me hard. Really want to strangle you. No way. Such a wonderful son-in-law can never be let go just like that. But, Yi Xiao also said that he will continue to pretend to be unconscious in front of concubine Yu. So how on earth should we remind concubine Yu? There has to be a way to do that. At the entrance of the ward, Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others didn't wait long before Xian Yufei hurried over with a few security guards. Seeing those bodyguards who fell on the ground, as well as Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others, Xian Yufei instantly understood. Second uncle must have sent people to try to hold his father hostage, and Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others arrived early to save his father. It was also fortunate that it was Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others who had acted, or else by the time he arrived, he was afraid that his father would have already been taken away by his second uncle's people. Father was held hostage in the hands of the second uncle, Xian Yufei. Although there is hanging Xian's group of many patriarchs support, but always will throw a rat. Van. Thank you. Xian Yufei's face was full of deep emotion. She went forward and wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck. Then she intended to kiss towards Yi Fan's mouth. Once they were lovers, but that wonderful opportunity, Xian Yufei didn't seize it. Now, after so many things, Xian Yufei was even more determined in her inner choice. Even if Yi Fan was a little cutie, Xian Yufei was still willing to be Yi Fan's woman. Seeing that Xian Yufei's red lips were about to touch Yi Fan's mouth, but Yi Fan suddenly pushed Xian Yufei away. Shy, Yi Shui wife said, can't kiss with other girls. Don't. Yufei, you are not my wife anymore. We can't kiss. Yi Fan's words immediately caused Xian Yufei's entire body to freeze in place. Not Van's wife anymore. These words, like a thorn, penetrated deeply into Xian Yufei's heart with a stabbing pain. Yeah, since yesterday, she herself admitted in front of so many people that she broke off her engagement with Yi Fan. Second uncle's announcement. One did not resist and acquiesced, which was a great harm to Yi Fan. Now although Yi Fan's IQ had dropped, but Xian Yufei clearly remembered the loss in Yi Fan's eyes yesterday. Perhaps, although Yi Fan's IQ had declined, deep down he was definitely still thinking of himself, unconditionally believing in himself, and even treating himself as a dependent. But he himself chose to leave when he needed him most. After all, I'm the one who's sorry for Van. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but Xian Yufei adjusted instantly and made a decision in her heart. Since you have made a mistake, you should make amends. Right now, Brother Fan is still in a state of dementia, isn't he? Then he would be twice as nice to him. Maybe after he came to his senses, he would forgive himself and break the mirror. Brother Fan, yesterday's matter was dominated by second uncle, and of course my acquiescence has caused you harm. I sincerely apologize to you, but I won't give up. Today in front of so many people, I Xian Yufei swear that in this life, I only do Yi Fan's woman. I'll make it up to you little by little for the damage I did to you before. Brother Van, please be sure to give me this chance. With every word, Princess Xian Yu spoke forcefully. The crowd all listened and looked at each other. That's a dramatic reversal. It was only yesterday that the Xian family announced that they were withdrawing from the Yi family, and then they want to remarry? Xia Hao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Could Xian Yufei have seen what Yi Xiao was hiding? Li Hu and the others were somewhat contemptuous. You think the Yi family is a food market where you can come and go as you please? Although Yi Fan had little expression on his face, his heart was somewhat complicated. To say that there were no feelings for Xian Yufei, that was a lie. The two had grown up together as children, childhood sweethearts, and had experienced so much beauty. How could they say that they could forget? However, Xian Yufei wanted to come back now, but Yi Fan couldn't possibly let go that easily. Besides, if he agreed to face Xian Yu, what should he do about his 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law? You don't want mine first. I already have a wife. Yi Shue's wife is the best. She said she would give me big fat boys, Yi Fan said with a naive face, his eyes full of happiness. Xian Yufei watched with another heartache. Last night, something must have happened, but one must not give up. Never mind, brother Fan, I'll work hard. Xian Yufei endured the pain within her heart and bowed towards Xia Hao and the others. Thank you all. I'll go and settle my father down first, and then I'll treat all of you to dinner to show my appreciation. Saying that, Xian Yufei stepped towards the ward. She's afraid she'll really hold back the tears if she continues. Chapter 33, Trying to Intercept the Great Summer Medical Sage? Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei's forlorn back, and his heart was also a little hard to bear. But there are many things that Yi Fan can't say too clearly now. Moreover, Xian Yufei had withdrawn from the marriage by default, and if he wanted to go back to the old days, he had to pay some price, right? Anyway, one is a cutie. No matter how outrageous things are done, everyone understands. What Yi Fan was worried about now was that Sui Shue's company's prescription had been stolen. How should this matter be resolved? Yu Linglong had said that she would invite the great summer medical sage Lei Qianjie to come and cure herself, so she hoped that the old man would come earlier. Yi Fan had just thought of this when the cell phone on his body called. It was his wife Sui Shui calling. Xiaofan, good news. Sister Linglong has already brought Elder Lei on her way to Yun City. The great summer medical sage elder is out to help. Your dementia situation can definitely get better. Listening to Sui Shue's words on the phone, Yi Fan also secretly let out a sigh of relief. If Lei Qianjie came, then the matter of Yi Fan giving the prescription would be solved. It was just that Yi Fan was a little worried that Lei Qianjie had come to cure himself of his dementia, and he was afraid that some people wouldn't be so happy about it. Will they create obstacles for Master Ray on the way? Ish Yue's wife, when are they coming? Is it by airplane? Yi Fan decided to pay a little attention. After all, Lei Qianjie was a great Xia medical saint, and a very respected medical talent for great Xia, so he should not perish in the course of the struggle. At the same time, Yi Fan also wanted to follow the trail and go head-on with those who had made a move against the Yi family. Are Mr. Wang and Mr. Xia by your side? You give them the phone, I'll talk to them. Sui Shue was still a bit uneasy about Yi Fan, afraid that if she said it, Yi Fan might not be able to remember it. Yi Fan smiled bitterly and handed the phone to Xia Hao next to him, and Sui Shue quickly gave Xia Hao the flight information in time. When Xia Hao handed the phone to Yi Fan, he instantly understood in his heart that Yi Fan was trying to go to the airport to pick up Mr. Lei. The current situation was complicated. Although there was Yu Linglong along the way, Yi Fan still wanted to ensure Mr. Lei's safety. There must be Yi Xiao's considerations. Go, let's go to the airport. At this time, it was less than an hour before the flight landed, and it was just the right time for Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others to go over. While greeting the crowd, Xia Hao instructed Li Hu, brothers, be smart, and report any suspicious people to me at any time. Now Li Hu and his brothers are all energized. They had already seen that Yi Fan's underpinnings were extremely powerful, even if Yi Fan was a little cutie. With the Yi family being suppressed, Yi Fan hadn't suffered any losses until now. Moreover, the Zhao family, which was against the Yi family, had bizarrely exterminated their family. Li Yun Yang, who wanted to touch Princess Xianyu, perished on the spot. Although they weren't smart, they vaguely knew that Yi Fan was afraid that he was holding back a big move. If Yi Fan awakened one day, then those of them who followed Yi Fan would be one man, while Yi Fan and the others were on the move. In the northwest, in a secret residence somewhere, an old man was quietly listening to his men's report. Pavilion Elder, I just got the news that Yu Linglong actually invited the great summer medical saint to treat Yi Fan, and is already on his way to Yun City. The middle-aged man in front of the old man responded grimly. Lei Qianjie's relationship with Yi Changfeng was very good before. If it really works this time, with Yi Fan's talent, we're afraid that we'll be in trouble? The teacup in the old man's hand turned a bit, his eyebrows raised, but instead he said faintly, so, what do you want to do? I've already sent people to lurk at the Yuncheng airport, and will stop halfway to dissuade Mr. Lei. I hope he'd better listen to persuasion. Otherwise, I'll have to apologize. The middle-aged man made a neck-wiping motion. The meaning was obvious, intending to directly settle Lei Qianjie. You have to think clearly. Mr. Lei is a national hand appointed by the royal side, a treasure of Dixia. If anything goes wrong, what are the consequences? You know. The old man didn't make his attitude clear, didn't support or oppose. The middle-aged man certainly understood what the pavilion elder meant. Don't worry, Pavilion Elder. As long as I can stop the Yi family from recovering, I will bear all the consequences. And this matter has nothing to do with Pavilion Elder. The Pavilion Elder nodded with satisfaction. Go! In addition, urge, how is the blocking action against the Su family going? How is it that up to now, a small Su family has not been resolved? The middle-aged man's eyebrows all moved, having wanted to report on the Li family's actions. But just now, I got the news that the Li family had successfully stolen the core prescription of the Su family, and had just held a conference for less than an hour when he suddenly died violently at the engagement banquet with Princess Xianyu. The Qi Yi fan was also present. This incident had a great impact on the Li family. The Li family's subsequent actions may have to be slowed down. If you report it truthfully, the cabinet minister is afraid that he will be angry again, so it's better to deal with it quietly by yourself. Don't worry, Pavilion Elder, I'll definitely press for it. If it can't be resolved within 2 days, I will personally make a trip to Cloud City. With the demise of the Zhao family and the sudden death of Li Yunyang, the middle-aged man always had a feeling in his heart that something was not right. I'm afraid that just relying on the Lu Ran family in Tiannan province and those few families in Cloud City won't solve the problem at all. Cloud City Airport. Before Yi Fan and Xia Hao and the others arrived, quite a few brothers under Li who had already lurked at the airport. Master Tiger. According to the brothers' observation, at least 20 to 30 unfamiliar faces have appeared at the airport. What do we need to do? Master Tiger's men respectfully reported towards Li Hu. Li Hu's face darkened. Why do you still need to ask me? Remove them all. But, Li Hu's men were a bit embarrassed. Master Tiger, most of them have no problem cleaning up, but several of them are martial arts powerhouses, and there are even masters above the realm of martial arts mastery. No one of the brothers is a match for them. Hearing this news, Li Hu was also stunned. Although Li Hu was the underground godfather of Cloud City, the brothers under him were limited in strength, and they had no problem with ordinary people, but they could not do anything against those who were really strong. Next to him, Yi Fan frowned and quietly glanced at Wang Fugue. There was a plan in his heart. It seems that just being powerful won't work. It was still necessary to train a group of powerful experts as soon as possible. I'll stab them with a needle and drive them away. He. Seeing Xia Hao looking towards himself, Yi Fan opened his mouth in a naive manner, a sentence that made Xia Hao instantly breathe a sigh of relief. Xia Hao was probably aware of Yi Fan's strength. Now that Yi Fan should have completely recovered his kung fu as well, nothing should go wrong with Yi Xiao sitting in on it. Take Yi Xiao over to take a look. Yi Xiao might have a solution. Xia Hao rushed Li Hu opened his mouth too. Next to him Wang Fugue was a little worried. Mr. Xia, is this, my big brother okay? It's better for me to step in first. If even I can't deal with it, my big brother will step in again. Good. You help me beat them up. Yi Fan wasn't too good at always stepping in, and with Wang Fugue rushing ahead, Yi Fan had less trouble. After receiving Yi Fan's permission, Li Hu's men led Wang Fugue, Yi Fan's men, towards the airport crowd. Over there, a few of Li Hu's men were staring at a man wearing a duck-tongued hat. The man was sneaky, and when he saw Yi Fan and the others approaching, he was immediately wary and wanted to flee away and leave. But Wang Fugue stepped forward and grabbed the man by the neck with a dark force impact. Where to run? Pust, directly knocked out control, and then by Li Hu's two men, assisted towards the airport outside. Put. In the huge airport, in all corners, there were constantly Li Hu's people striking, and Wang Fugue cooperated to strike together, and in the blink of an eye, they cleared a large portion of those killers lurking. There are 3 more behind us. They are very strong. Young Wang should be careful. Chapter 34, The Slayer Who Was Dragged Behind. In fact, without Li Hu's men saying anything, both Yi Fan and Wang Fugue noticed it. The 3 men over there were hidden in the middle of a bunch of travelers, but the martial arts aura on their bodies couldn't be hidden, and when Yi Fan looked over there, they had been looking over here as well. They were the core members of this operation, and just now they realized that in just 2 minutes, all those people who were set up at the airport suddenly couldn't be contacted, so they started sweeping towards the surroundings, wanting to look for those men of theirs, and then they saw Yi Fan and Xia Hao, Wang Fugue and the others coming over. Boss, Yi Fan, that little cutie, come too. With that old bastard Xia Hao by his side, the situation is a bit bad. One of the skinny men watched the movements of Wang Fugue and the others as they surrounded him, and said with some apprehension to a youth wearing glasses beside him. The youth with glasses is relatively calm. What are you afraid of? We didn't do anything. There are so many people here. Can they still do anything to us? Glasses youth just said half of the words, steeply saw the airport exit. His own several men were Li Hu's people precisely escorted out. Heart instantly also not calm. Those few henchmen, all of whom the spectacled youth usually instructed personally, were already martial arts experts, and they were actually captured without moving? After a little thought, the spectacled young man immediately understood that his men who couldn't be contacted should have all been controlled by Yifan and Xiaohao's people. That strong? How on earth did they do that when everyone but their own three were instantly under control? Other people he is not afraid, but Wang Fuguei himself is a strong person in the realm of martial control. If the commotion is big, this is after all the Cloud City International Airport. There is also an official strongman sitting in the town. At that time, he will not be able to end up in a good way. He had come to stop or assassinate Lei Qianjie, and if he was delayed by other things, it would not be easy for the top to explain. And what was even more annoying was that apart from Wang Fuguei, when that spectacled young man and Yifan locked eyes, he realized that Yifan's body was also stirring with martial arts qi, and it wasn't weak at all? What's the situation? Didn't the intelligence say that Yifan had lost all his powers after becoming demented? How is it that Yifan's strength has been restored now? You guys block them. I'll go over to block Lei Qianjie. The spectacled youth glanced at the big screen, and it showed over there that Lei Qianjie's flight had already arrived, and it was vaguely visible where the exit passage was. According to the explanation from above, it was best to deter Lei Qianjie first, so that he would know what to do, and if Lei Qianjie insisted on entering the Cloud City to save Yifan, only then would they really take action. The two brothers of the spectacled youth, although they were unhappy in their hearts, they did not dare to disobey the youth's orders. When Xiaohao and Wang Fuguei and the others surrounded them, the two youths had already taken the initiative to walk out. You guys have a lot of guts, you dare to spoil our good deed. The two youths locked onto Wang Fuguei and instantly began to strike at him. The strength of those two youths was also in the martial mastery realm, and Wang Fuguei's strength was almost in this realm, so if it was a 2-on-1 fight, Wang Fuguei would really be a bit overwhelmed. Yeah, big brother, what are you running for? You took my doll, give it back to me. Yifan stared at the spectacled youth who left, and while chortling from his mouth, he dashed over. The moment his body flickered, a melon popped out of his hand, which happened to block the bloodline of one of the two martial arts experts dealing with Wang Fuguei. Pust, that martial arts powerhouse, seeing that he had already rushed to Wang Fuguei, was just about to make his move when his body suddenly froze. Before he could react to what was going on, he was directly slammed to the ground by Wang Fuguei's punch. Such a scene, in the eyes of outsiders, looked as if that martial arts powerhouse had taken the initiative to send himself to his death, allowing Wang Fuguei to violently beat him up. This. Wang Fuguei was also stunned by what was in front of him and didn't know what was going on, but with one of the two great martial arts experts down, the remaining one was much easier for Wang Fuguei to deal with. With just 3 punches and 2 punches, he beat that martial arts powerhouse back. Suddenly seeing Yifan chasing towards another spectacled young expert, Wang Fuguei was anxious. Big brother, don't run around, wait for me. The strength of that spectacled youth was only higher than Wang Fuguei. If Yifan rushed up and something happened, how could he explain to Mrs. Yi Shui? Before Sui Shui left, she asked herself to take care of Yifan, who couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Xiaohao knew the real situation of Yifan and hurriedly brought Li Hu to follow him, while saying to Wang Fuguei, "Young Wang, I will go over and follow. Young Wang, don't need to worry, you have to trust your big brother. Think about how old Wolf Wu died." Xiaohao's words immediately awakened Wang Fuguei. At that time, when Sui Shui was being chased by old Wolf Wu and others, Yifan rushed in on his motorcycle. That could have hung old Wolf Wu out of shape. At that time, Wang Fuguei clearly felt the martial aura stirring in Yifan. Could it be that big brother has partially awakened to Kung Fu even though he's not sober? On the other side, that spectacled young man was being chased by Yifan. His heart was running wild with 10,000 Nimas. Nima, when did I take your doll? That little cutie from the Yi family, is she really stupid, or is she just a fake? However, those travelers around were unknown, seeing Yifan naively chasing after him, and even some travelers tried to stop the spectacled youth. Look at you, you wear glasses, and you look like a gentleman, so why grab a little kid's doll now? Just take it to him. Right, ungenerous, don't run away. Where can you run to? The spectacled youth greeted the ancestors of these people. Get lost. The spectacled youth stared at the passageway in front of him with a deadly stare. As long as he turned another corner, he would be able to see Lei Qianjie. There were also his own people lurking over there, and with the cooperation, even if Lei Qianjie refused to cooperate, with Yu Linglong, a sect master powerhouse, protecting him, his own side would be able to take care of Lei Qianjie. The spectacled youth continued to run wildly towards the front, and the more he ran, the more wrong he felt, because even though he was running very fast and had used his martial qi, what shocked him was that Yifan had actually kept up with him, not falling behind, and even had the intention of overtaking him. It's a little cutie, the way it should be? Could it be that Yi Fan's demonic talent had awakened? While the youth was shocked in his heart, he once again accelerated his speed, seeing that it was already less than 2 meters away from the Lei Qianjie silhouette in front. Mr. Lei, the spectacled youth was all set to open his mouth when he suddenly felt his hind legs being dragged by a hand and yanked violently towards the back. Yikes! Finally caught you. Bring me my doll. Quickly return my doll. The spectacled youth were all hardened and ripped backward several feet, pulling away from Lei Qianjie. Nima, Killer was getting pissed off. Was I being held back? And at this moment, Yu Linglong, who was following Lei Qianjie's side, also reacted. What do you want to do? Yu Linglong coldly stared at the spectacled youth, her whole body aura fully opened. In the next moment, Yu Linglong saw Yi Fan and her pupils could not help but dilate. Yi Fan? Why are you here? Yu Linglong frowned. What was Yi Shui doing? Wasn't she asked to take care of Yi Fan during the first month? Why did Yi Fan run to the airport alone? Chapter 35 Extreme Body Technique. Fighting Star Shift. Nima, you're a big man. The spectacled youth greeted all the nationalists inside at this time. Get lost. Old me didn't take any of your bull asterisk dolls. Get the hell out of here. The spectacled youth stared at Yi Fan with a deadly stare, and his heart was moved to kill. Anyway, what was explained from above was not to let Lei Qianjie succeed in curing Yi Fan. Then if he killed Yi Fan directly, wouldn't that be considered completing the mission? When he moved to push Yi Fan, the young man with glasses used a little bit of force on his hands, and there was a vague chi force that impacted towards Yi Fan's body. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Fan, he could at least waste him on the spot. However, after a chi force impacted out, the spectacled youth realized that something was wrong, and found that after all of his martial arts chi force impacted towards Yi Fan, the mud went into the sea of cows and there was no response whatsoever, and Yi Fan's body stood still without any movement. More critically, as Yi Fan flipped his wrist, the eyed youth suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his arm. What followed immediately was a powerful chi power actually coming towards his body, instantly starting to corrode his tendons and veins, as well as his vitality power. In just an instant's effort, the spectacled youth perceived that his martial arts kung fu had fallen from the sect master realm to the martial arts mastery realm. What's going on with this? You, what the hell did you do to me? The spectacled youth shouted with a terrified face, wanting to pull away from Yi Fan. And at this time, Yu Linglong had already reacted, and when she saw the spectacled youth pushing Yi Fan, she immediately jumped up and down with fury. How dare you? What are you doing? Moving my man, looking for death. Boom! Without any hesitation, Jade Linglong's strength above the level of a Zongmaster erupted in her entire body and slammed her fist towards the chest of the spectacled youth. Click, click. The spectacled youth swung his arms to block almost instinctively, barely blocking Yu Linglong's attack, but the bones of his arms in both hands shattered inch by inch, and his body staggered towards the back and retreated. The spectacled youth was still thinking about how to organize an effective counterattack when his body convulsed violently, then bleeding from all 7 orifices, he directly collapsed on the ground, instantly devoid of any living power. Dead? In such a situation, Yu Linglong and the arriving Xia Hao, Li Hu and the others were stunned. Yu Linglong's pupils dilated for a moment. She herself knew best how much strength she used. Obviously, it was just using the peak strength of control, and it was true that it could make this youth in front of him seriously injured, but to directly kill him with one move, it was unlikely. What the hell is going on here? It suddenly occurred to Yu Linglong that the spectacled youth was chortling just now, saying that Yi Fan had stabbed him in the hand. How could it be that Yi Fan made a move? But Yi Fan was clearly in a state of dementia right now. How could he be able to cut down this sect master level expert so easily? And, even if they were to be decapitated, what could a burst of needles do? Jade Linglong was full of doubts as she searched for Yi Fan, and at that moment, Yi Fan had already dodged behind Lei Qianjie. Behind Lei Qianjie, another plaid-shirt youth had already approached Lei Qianjie and quietly whispered in Lei Qianjie's ear, Mr. Lei, you'd better leave Cloud City immediately. Don't intervene in saving the Yi family's young master. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to send you on your way. Aha! Lei Qianjie, as the great summer medical sage, while his medical skills were amazing, he also knew some martial arts kung fu himself. Lei Qianjie's connections in Daxia were very powerful, so powerful that almost no one dared to touch Lei Qianjie. And now, someone actually came to threaten himself? Lei Qianjie's face was filled with anger. Just you trash? Threatening old me? Humph. I need you guys to teach me things? Seek death. Lei Qianjie had heard the bad news about the Yi family 2 days ago and was already uncomfortable in his heart. The entire Daxia royal family founded the country. The Yi family is a great credit. To the end, the Yi family was suddenly exterminated, the whole family. Such a tragic result. The Yi family is almost extinct, so that the world's heart is cold. So when Yu Linglong found herself out to save Yi Fan, Lei Qianjie didn't have any hesitation and immediately put down her work and followed Yu Linglong. The Yi family's feats had indeed deterred certain people, but to do it so decisively and directly exterminate the Yi family was excessive. Lei Qianjie also held a breath in his heart. While chortling with his mouth, he slapped his hand towards the youth. A touch of coldness flashed in that youth's gaze. "Old thing, this is your own death. Don't blame me." As he spoke, the youth waved a chilly dagger towards Lei Qianjie's arm. "Blue light? Poisonous." Lei Qianjie, as a famous doctor, looked at the blue-hardened blade and immediately understood that the blade was highly poisonous, and with a color that deep blue, the toxicity was definitely not weak. "Is this a death sentence?" Lei Qianjie wanted to retreat, but it was too late. For the youth, in addition to the dagger in his hand, had unclasped his shirt from his chest and pressed a mechanism. Pearly Storm. This was a concealed weapon that belonged to the ancient Tang sect that had been developed, and inside were countless poisonous needles that shot out so aggressively, and at such a close distance. How could Lei Qianjie dodge them all? Lei Qianjie's heart sank to the bottom while he was shocked. Although he was the great summer medical sage, there was nothing he could do in the face of such a preponderance of poisonous needles. Moreover, since the other party made their move, they must have used the blood-seeking toxin, and even if they wanted to save themselves, they simply didn't have a chance. Numb nuts. Gutter. Lei Qianjie didn't have any regrets, just anger and unwillingness to actually kill even the great summer state hand sacred doctor. It seems that the other party is already determined to make the Yi family extinct. Big brother, why are you bumping into me for a good reason? It hurts me. Abrupt. A familiar voice rang out beside Lei Qianjie, and it was none other than Yi Fan. While Yi Fan grumbled with his mouth, he reached out and pushed the shirt-wearing youth hard. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and when they reacted again, the scene had changed. Originally, just after the youth had inspired the pear blossom storm, her body was face to face with Lei Qianjie, but at this moment, in just the blink of an eye, the shirt youth had already changed direction and position, turning his back to Lei Qianjie and leaning into Lei Qianjie's arms, and those poisonous needles that shot out had yet to stab Lei Qianjie. The flower-shirted youth so blocked in front of Lei Qianjie that he became a natural meat shield. Put, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, the body of the flower-shirted youth was instantly shot into a sieve. No. The flower-shirted youth felt the numbness and sharp pain in his chest, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes, while being a face of shock and incredulity. This is an extreme body technique that is extinct in the legend. Battle of the Stars? This stance, which could change one's position or the target's position in an instant, was the best combat stance to increase the efficiency of an attack or to escape from a pursuit. It had been lost for 1,000 years and only existed in ancient texts. How could Yi Fan know it? How is that possible? Yi Fan has awakened? Chapter 36, Who Saved the Old Man? Something finally dawned on the youth's gradually dazed consciousness. Got myself screwed. His strength was higher than the glasses youth, the last card to move against Lei Qianjie, while the glasses youth inexplicably died in the hands of Yu Linglong. But before dying, and Yi Fan also had contact, now he himself was planted, and the reason was that Yi Fan had just put his wrist on his shoulder. He understood that it must be Yi Fan who had moved something, but none of that matters anymore, because, even if he knew the truth, there was no way to change it anymore. Puff! The floral-shirted youth collapsed in a pool of blood, a violent sound, causing Lei Qianjie's eyes, which had already closed, to open once again and look at his chest with some confusion. No bruises, no cuts of any kind? You're not dead? What's going on here? He's not dead, and the man who tried to kill his assassin is suddenly killed by his own concealed weapon? What kind of miracle happened to make it a meter away? Lei Qianjie some bewildered look around. Their own side, in addition to the Jade Linglong arrangement of those ordinary bodyguards, is 2 meters away. Giggling Yi Fan, see, let you do not hit me, make retribution it. Deserved. Yi Fan's appearance, how do you look at it? It's unlikely to look like he saved himself. Was there a hidden expert among those bodyguards who suddenly saved himself? No way. The strength of those few bodyguards, which Lei Qianjie knew very well, couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. It's Yafan? Lei Qianjie gave Yi Fan a puzzled look. Although he was a demonic genius 5 years ago and was already a sect master powerhouse, but now he was in a demented state. Moreover, even if Yi Fan had returned to normal, at such a close distance, and still under the attack of the pear blossom storm, trying to save himself and still be able to retreat in one piece, that was not something that a Zhongshan level powerhouse could do, unless one has already attained the strength above a martial arts powerhouse. But, is that possible? Moreover, Yi Fan was so close to himself, if he made a move, he was also a martial arts expert, so how could he not feel any chi fluctuation at all? 3. Lei Qianjie flew to exclude Yi Fan. Then apart from Yi Fan at the scene, Only Yu Linglong was left with this possibility. When Lei Qianjie turned his head towards Yu Linglong's side, what he saw was Yu Linglong's equally confused eyes. Yu Linglong was still immersed in the shock of killing the Young Sect master expert with one move of her own. How could she still have the chance to save Lei Qianjie? In just such a blink of an eye, another patriarchal powerhouse had actually used the Pear Blossom Storm to get himself killed. The weird thing was that the other party first activated Pearly Storm, then quickly turned around in a different direction on their own, darted in front of the poison needles, and used themselves as a living target for the poison needles to shoot them to death? What's wrong with your head? This is so unreasonable. Yu Linglong reacted first and was the first to rush to Yi Fan's side, reaching out and grabbing Yi Fan's arm as she said, "Yi Fan, tell me, have you awakened? Are you lying to us? If you dare to deceive my mother, I'll chop you up." Yi Fan, who was still planning to confess with Yu Linglong, instantly felt a coldness in his pants and immediately swallowed back the thoughts in his heart. This first wife of his can be a bit of a raw deal, and some things are better left for later. Wake up? I just woke up this morning. Why do I have to wake up again? Linger wife, are you here specifically to see me? Is it because you want to sleep with me? Yi Fan hugged Yu Linglong's small waist with a naive face and leaned his body very close. Although Yu Linglong and the Yi family had a previous engagement, she basically had never even seen the Yi family's boss in person, much less any intimate behavior. Being suddenly embraced by Yi Fan like this, Yu Linglong felt her body stiffen and a little uncomfortable. Don't be ridiculous. Yu Linglong originally wanted to scold Yi Fan, but thinking that she was the one who brought so many sisters to announce on the spot that she wanted to marry him, sooner or later, she would be his woman, so just let him be. Not to mention, now he's a cutie. But then, it was cheaper for Yi Fan. With such a close distance, Yi Fan hugged Yu Linglong and felt the loftiness of Yu Linglong's chest, which was very warm and soft, and there was also an extraordinarily fragrant fragrance. Mr. Lei, please, this is my husband, Yi Fan. Yu Linglong respectfully bowed towards Lei Qianjie. Lei Qianjie nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best. Wang Fugue and Li Hu, who had ended the battle at the back, also rushed over with a large group of people. Big brother, are you alright? Wang Fugue saw that Yi Fan was fine. His heart secretly let out a sigh of relief. Turning his head to see Lei Qianjie, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to Medical Saint Lei." Lei Qianjie, as the Great Summer's medical saint, was known to almost no one. The key was that Lei Qianjie would not only save those bigwigs, but would also contribute quite a few prescriptions so that the common people could also receive actual benefits. Dr. Lei, I'm counting on you for my big brother. As long as I can cure my big brother, I'm willing to work for you as an ox. Wang Fugue opened his mouth with a pious face. He was also sincere for Yi Fan's good. Lei Qianjie and Yu Linglong looked at Wu Yang, so many people all gathered over, and instantly also understood that these people should be here to receive themselves and protect Lei Qianjie. But just now, when Dr. Lei was in danger, who had actually stepped in to save the old divine doctor? Seeing that Yu Linglong's eyes were a bit confused, Xia Hao hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully introduced himself. My humble self, Xia Hao. 5 years ago, I was favored by Yi Xiao, was saved by Yi Xiao, and now I'm running an errand beside Yi Xiao. And I heard that Lei medical sage came to treat Yi Xiao, so I had the courage to bring people with Wang Xiao to support. And, hearing Xia Hao's report, a flash of shock flashed through Yu Linglong's eyes. In order to stop old Mr. Lei from treating Yi Fan, the other party actually sent out so many since she decided to continue marrying Yi Fan, Yu Linglong had already made the decision to live and die with the Yi family. If these people wanted to stop Mr. Lei from rescuing people, they would be working against Yu Linglong. Everything went smoothly from the airport back to Su Yishue's place. Soon, Yi Fan was brought into the room alone by Lei Qianjie and was ready to start diagnosing. Young Yi, let me take a look at your hand. Lei Qianjie spoke to Yi Fan as gently as he could, stretching out his hand towards him, signaling for him to let himself take his pulse. Be good and obedient. Xiao Yi, when I'm done looking at you, I'll buy you candies, okay? Yi Fan smiled faintly and directly interrupted Lei Qianjie's words. Old Mr. Lei, I've actually been waiting for you to arrive. At the same time he spoke, Yi Fan backhanded Lei Qianjie's wrist and quickly said with his mouth, Mr. Lei, the false fire is too strong. The pulse is 3 breaths faster. The breath is slightly disordered. Recently the old man is not resting well. And, last night, at the hour of the day, you also drank 2 or 2 small wine. At your age, drinking can be bad for the body. Aha! Lei Qianjie's pupils were dramatically dilated for a while, and he looked at Yi Fan with a shocked face. For a while, Lei Qianjie didn't even know what state Yi Fan was actually in. Is it really stupid, or what? It was because the situation Yi Fan had described was completely split. Such a brilliant diagnosis. Lei Qianjie will suspect that Yi Fan has installed surveillance around himself. Is Yi Fan not stupid? Chapter 37. The Great Summer Healer was shocked and numb. That's right, I've already awakened. It's just that I have another top secret plan that I'm not good at exposing and displaying in front of outsiders. Since Yifan had opened his mouth, he had no intention of keeping it in front of Lei Qianjie. After all, there were still two very important things behind that required Lei Qianjie to help before he could do so. Lei Qianjie was completely shocked. This Yifan, his acting skills were too good, right? He actually fooled everyone? So, the action at the airport, everything was planned and led by you, Yi Xiao? Lei Qianjie was originally still curious. Now all the clans were moving away from the Yi family, while the Xia family in the provincial city was desperately circling around Yifan. It didn't make sense. Moreover, in a short period of time, so many killers lurking in the airport were cleaned up. Yifan has twice happened to deal with their own killers to clean up, so all this is not a coincidence, but the result of Yifan's careful planning. Yes, Yifan nodded. The only one who knows about my awakening is Xia Hao. I need him to execute my plan. Then it was also you who saved me from that flowery shirt youth? Under the Pear Blossom Storm Dark Weapon Strike, you utilized the extreme stance of the bucket turning star shift? Lei Qianjie was shocked beyond words, his beard trembling. He knew exactly what that meant. Fighting star shift, that was a body technique that countless people wanted to obtain. Since Yifan knew this kind of stance, then Yifan must also have more other martial arts techniques. As long as Yifan awoke, with Yifan's terrifying talent, then the Yi family would not fall. Those who think of dealing with the Yi family, I'm afraid they're going to suffer. It's me. In order not to be exposed, my methods were clumsy, so I've made Mr. Lei laugh. Yifan continued to nod his head. So, you will continue to keep everyone in the dark. Lei Qianjie wasn't stupid. After sensing Yifan's thoughts, he instantly understood that Yifan would definitely not be exposed in front of outsiders for the time being, and would continue to keep playing dumb. Then, Yi Xiao, when I come, what do you need my help for? Lei Qianjie's complexion was a bit gloomy. Don't worry, Yi Xiao. Master Yi and I have been close friends for many years. I will keep your situation a secret. If I can help, I will definitely not excuse myself. Yifan nodded. Mr. Lei, I'll wait for you to come. There are two things that I need your help with. One is that Yi Shue's prescription for beauty and skin care has been stolen, and now that the company's new product introduction meeting is just around the corner, I need your help to take a prescription to her. Lei Qianjie frowned. But I don't have any useful face prescriptions in my hands? I have. As Yifan spoke, his eyes swept around the room, took a notebook from the table, tore off a piece of paper, and quickly wrote down a prescription on it. This beauty cream is an extinct prescription from the Divine Farmer's Codex. Remember the fire in it. It must be controlled at 323 degrees, and it will be seared for 8 minutes. Not even a second can be bad, or the cream won't be able to be simmered. Lei Qianjie took the prescription and looked at it carefully for a couple of moments. Seeing the combination of medicines on it and the slight disparity in the portion sizes, the more he looked at it, the more grave his expression became. Although the medicinal herbs on it, most of them were common things, but the key to this skillful combination, so that these herbs seem to have some marvelous reactions, and normal thinking is completely different. Wonderful, it really is wonderful, why didn't I think of that? The extinction remedy is just different. The more Lei Qianjie looked at it, the more excited he became. His old face turned red, but instantly there was some doubt in his eyes. Yi Xiao, if you have such an extremely good prescription, why don't you just hand it over to Yi Shui, that girl? What Su Yi Shui and Yu Linglong and the others had done, Lei Qianjie already knew all about it. Under that desperate situation, Yu Linglong and Su Yi Shui and the others actually didn't have any hesitation in announcing that they would marry Yifan and continue to stay in the Yi family. That takes great courage and deserves the admiration of all. Yifan smiled bitterly. Mr. Lei, you think that a little cutie like me, handing over a prescription, even if it's true, would anyone believe it? Moreover, even if someone believes it, how will I continue to pretend? As soon as Yifan said that, Lei Qianjie instantly understood that Yifan was trying to use his own identity to help cover for Yifan. Good, no problem. I'll definitely forward the prescription to Yi Shui. I'll go back at night and boil the ointment myself, and when I've succeeded, I'll be there to personally guide Yi Shui and the others. Lei Qianjie looked at Yifan if he had deep meaning, and in his heart, he couldn't help but start to feel pity for those who had made a move against the Yi family. You're going to get played to death, and you don't even know how you're going to die. Yi Xiao, what's that other thing? Yifan began with a heavy face. Mr. Lei, you know about my grandfather's body, right? After so many years of dark illnesses, coupled with the recent blows, it's already at the point of running out of light. Lei Qianjie nodded. Alas, Elder Ye's physical condition. Of course I know. I helped check it out before. It's just that my medical skills are limited, relying only on medication. I'm afraid that I won't be able to support it for long. What? Does Yi Xiao have a solution? So, the second thing is, I hope that Mr. Lei can help me go and treat my grandfather, so that he can live for at least 20 more years. Of course, in order to make it easier for Mr. Lei to do so, I will teach you a set of needle techniques. While speaking, Yi Fan pulled out the silver needle from his body. Mr. Lei, you see clearly, the first needle, Guanyin has tears. The tip of the needle enters the Tanzhong point by 3 points. Use the qi energy to impact the needle tip to tremble while gently rotating it, and use the tip of the needle to provoke the blood veins. The second stitch, Great Mercy and Buddha's Sorrow, enters the Phoenix pool by 4 points. The qi impacts and locks in the vitality. After 1 stitch was spoken, Lei Qianjie was completely numb. This, Yi Xiao, this is the Ghost Valley 13 Needles? The lost stunt Ghost Valley 13 Needles from the Divine Farmer's Pharmacopoeia? You actually mastered such a stunt, a powerful needle technique that can take lives in the hands of the King of Hell and live and die with white bones? Lei Qianjie was shocked and jumped straight up from his spot. This set of needles was the existence against the heavens, the ultimate dream of all medicine people, but all of them had only heard about it in ancient texts, but none of them could master it, let alone learn it. And now Yi Fan not only knew this set of stitches, but also passed this set of stitches to himself without any hiding? Lei Qianjie suddenly thought of a problem. 5 years ago, a legend had appeared on the Southwest land. It was said that a teenage medical immortal had appeared, rescuing countless bigwigs, and with one hand of needlework, snatching countless people back from the brink of death. At that time, that teenage medical immortal's fame was vaguely catching up with Lei Qianjie's meaning. Lei Qianjie also secretly understand a lot of teenage medical fairy rescue cases, a variety of techniques and medication above, indeed far beyond their own, do their own master are more than enough. However, since Yi Fan's car accident, the teenage medical fairy had instantly disappeared. Now that the things before and after were connected, Lei Qianjie's pupils dilated for a moment. Yi Xiao, could it be that 5 years ago, the teenage medical fairy whose fame resounded throughout the entire doshio was you? It's me too. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Did you memorize the stitches just now? If you don't remember it clearly, I'll rehearse it again. Lei Qianjie hurriedly spoke respectfully. Remember it clearly. Puff. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Lei Qianjie directly knelt down towards Yi Fan. Student Lei Qianjie, thank you master for teaching me. Chapter 38 Social Awesome Disorder of the Healing Sage Lord. Lei Qianjie's actions made even Yi Fan freeze for a moment. Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Get up? Yi Fan passed on Lei Qianjie's Ghost Valley 13 Needles. He just wanted Lei Qianjie to help cure his grandfather. Lei Qianjie is a highly respected medical titan who has traveled across China, and Yi Fan has always been very respectful. So if he lets Lei Qianjie worship himself as a master, Yi Fan is afraid of losing his life. When Yi Fan wanted to reach out to help Lei Qianjie's attitude was very resolute. Master, you don't have to excuse yourself. You should also know that the Ghost Valley 13 Needles, that is a needle technique that changes life against the heavens. How rare and valuable it is. You passed the needle technique on to me. From today onwards, I'm Yi Xiao's apprentice. The cases that Yi Xiao has saved before, I've studied them, and I'm indeed ashamed to be inferior to them. And I also forget that master won't be stingy with his guidance. Lei Qianjie's movements made Yi Fan laugh a little bitterly. He was only in his early 20s, but he had taken a 70-year-old man as his disciple. But seeing Lei Qianjie's resolute attitude, Yi Fan didn't push back. Mr. Lei might as well get up first. It doesn't matter what you call me in private, but when there are people, it's better to call me Yi Fan. Don't expose it. Yes, master. Lei Qianjie respectfully stood down on one side, completely like a well-behaved little student. Then about master's condition, how can I explain to General Yu and Yi Shui and the others? Yi Fan frowned and thought for a while. Exposing himself now would definitely not work, but if he said that he couldn't be cured, it would also make a few girls worried. How about this? Just tell them that my situation is slowly improving. My head and nerves aren't injured. It's completely possible to be cured. It just takes time to recuperate. A flash of depth flashed through Yi Fan's eyes. When this news was released, those who were dealing with the Yi family would definitely have to panic. That little cutie of the Yi family. There was hope for a cure, and that meant that there was still hope for the Yi family to recover. They would definitely take their time to test themselves and then make a move on themselves again. Yi Fan, on the other hand, would hide in the shadows and follow the trail to find the real culprit behind the scenes and seek justice for the dead souls of the Yi family. Yes, master. At Su Yishui's residence, outside the bedroom door, both Yu Linglong and Su Yishui were present. Both women anxiously looked over at the door of the room, waiting for Lei Qianjie's diagnosis inside. Su Yishui, all nervous fingers stirred together. Thinking of Yi Fan's courageous performance in bed last night, Su Yishue's heart was a little puzzled. Last night Yifan that look, not at all like a little cute. The appearance of but why hasn't Yifan come to his senses by now? What the hell is going on? Xia Hao was sitting in a chair next to him, but he was calm. Yi Xiao was obviously awake, but he had to deliberately hide himself. It was really bitter. Squeak! The door to the room was opened. Su Yishui and Yu Linglong almost bounced as they rushed out. Mr. Lei, how is Yifan's situation? Lei Qianjie smiled and spoke. Don't worry. Yifan's head and nerves aren't injured. It's just that certain places have been stimulated and are still stuck there for the time being. I need to slowly help with the recuperation. Yi Xiao should be able to return to normal very soon. You guys don't have to worry too much. Lei Qianjie's words caused Su Yishui and Yu Linglong to look at each other and finally let out a sigh of relief. Little fan, you'll be fine soon, you know? Su Yishui after all had already had that kind of relationship with Yifan, so it was still more natural to be with Yifan before. She went up and held Yifan's hand, with a doting face too. If Yifan had awakened and slept with himself again at night, how humiliating would that be? Thinking of certain images, Su Yishui couldn't help but blush. Yu Linglong also stared scorchingly at Yifan, thinking about the fluctuation of martial qi she had felt before, as well as what happened at the airport today. Yu Linglong was a little confused in her heart. Was he wrong in his senses, or was Yifan really not awakened? But Mr. Lei shouldn't have lied to everyone. Yifan should still be in a state of dullness right now. Otherwise, if the awakened Yifan knows that his 7 stunningly beautiful sisters-in-law, all of them are going to marry him. Just that demon. He's going to be mad with joy. Yu Linglong deeply looked at Yifan. The heart had is a burst of Wainer. Really cheap this guy. General Yu, Miss Su, it's getting late. I'll go to Elder Ye's place first and come back tomorrow to continue helping young Yi. Lei Qianjie said goodbye to the crowd, got into his own vehicle and left Su Yishue's residence. In the crowd, a youth saw Lei Qianjie leave and quietly sent a text message. Thus, in that secret residence in the northwest, Zhang Golao immediately received the news. A bunch of rice buckets. So many people intercept Lei Qianjie have been taken by others in one pot. Lei Qianjie's diagnosis has already had a result. Said that Yifan completely has the hope of awakening. As long as it is tempered, it will soon be able to recover. When Yifan recovers, still play a fart? The fuming Zhang Golao slammed the document in his hand on the ground, his face grim. Everyone knew about Yifan's talent 5 years ago. At the age of 15, he was already a powerhouse at the level of a patriarch, which was unique and unsurpassed in the entire Grand Xia. Intelligence, martial arts, medical skills, in any aspect, it was the absolute pinnacle. Yifan is the dragon of the Yi family. As long as there is Yifan, the Yi family will immediately take off. Pavilion Elder, what do we do now? If we can know that Yifan can awaken, then other people will definitely know as well. Those who have already split with the Yi family, after they know about this news, they are afraid that they will side with the Yi family again, and then it will be even more difficult to execute our plan. Beside the Pavilion Elder, the middle-aged man's face was also a bit unsightly. After all of Cloud City's actions were directly being planned by him. Whether it was sealing off the Su family or intercepting Lei Qianjie, both failed. It seems that he must personally make a trip to Cloud City. You still know this? What else can we do? Since we are going to do it, let's cut off the roots and leave no scourge behind. A murderous aura flashed through Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes. Once what we've done is exposed, when the Yi family recoils, then everyone will die without a burial place. Things should be done cleanly. This time, you personally go to Cloud City to set up the action. Try to select some experts. Control Realm under the Don't Go is not in a hurry at this moment, but a little bit to be thorough. Steady. Pavilion Elder Zhang let out a long sigh and muttered, Yi Changfeng, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me. Cloud City. Lei Qianjie's car. Lei Qianjie was rushing towards Yi Changfeng's home while making phone calls non-stop. Old Li, are you free tonight? Come to Cloud City and accompany Yi Lao for a drink. Yes, that's right. It's Yi Changfeng. What am I doing in Cloud City? To cure Yi Fan. Don't ask why. Just ask if you're coming for a drink. Since Divine Dr. Lei has opened his mouth, how could I not come? In a compound somewhere in the southwest, a shrewd old man hung up the phone, a glint in his eyes. Lei Qianjie convened the gathering in such a high profile. What does this mean? Could it be that Yifan is showing signs of awakening? Since that's the case, then the Li family's choices will have to change. Old Zhou, come over and drink. Lao Lu. Lei Qianjie is completely a social awesome disease patient. From Su Yishui residence to the Yi family compound is only 20 minutes away. Lei Qianjie played 20 or 30 phone calls. Will be able to convene their old friends. Almost all called again. Chapter 39. Keep your hands to yourself. Yi Changfeng, who had all already gone to bed, completely did not expect that his home would actually be so lively tonight. Old friends who hadn't been in touch with each other much in a while actually all gathered toward their home tonight. Ray, what's going on? Are all of them called? What's the situation? Is there some new change in Yifan's condition? Yi Changfeng sat at the top and inquired towards Lei Qianjie at his side. Some of the bigwigs who had already arrived at the Yi family had their ears perked up, intending to hear what Lei Qianjie had to say. That's their main concern. For Lei Qianjie to come to Cloud City at this critical time, to make a move for the Yi family and save Yifan, this was actually a very risky move. Everyone who was anyone knew that the Yi family was being targeted. It was very unwise for Lei Qianjie to choose to tie up with the Yi family at this time, but Lei Qianjie wasn't stupid, and there was definitely a reason for him to do so. Yi Xiao's situation. According to my examination, the brain and nerves are not affected by anything. There should be hope for awakening. I need to continue to observe the treatment for a period of time. Lei Qianjie said the situation very vaguely. This is Yifan can account for it. For the time being, he can't expose himself too much. Yifan hid in the shadows so that many things could be acted upon. Oh, is that so? Yi Changfeng was a bit lost, and some of those bigwigs who came to the scene were also lost in their hearts. It was thought that Yifan was about to awaken. If Yifan awakened, with Yifan's terrifying talent, Yifan would be able to completely take over the Heavenly Dragon Army, and the Yi family would be able to quickly rise again and return to the top. But Yifan now just has the hope of awakening. That's a long way off. Some of the bigwigs knew what was really going on and immediately pretended to answer the phone and then snuck out. A fallen Yi family is not worth wasting time here, and it was still a family that could be implicated. But there is a remaining segment of bigots who think a little deeper. Lei Qian was by no means a brainless person, since he dared to come to Cloud City and was willing to take a shot for Yifan, and in the middle of the night, he specifically called so many people over by phone. It was definitely not that simple. Ha ha, you guys really are true to yourselves. Good people will be rewarded. Come, drink. Old Yi, you always have enough wine at home, right? Tonight, let's not get drunk. Social awesome disorder patient Lei Qianjie is the scene of the atmosphere group. Completely did not take the Yi family as someone else's home, just so built in the Yi family. In Su Yishue's villa, after Lei Qianjie left, Xia Hao and Li Hu, Wang Fugue and the others also left with good sense. Immediately, only Su Yishui and Yu Linglong were left behind in the villa. Looking at Su Yishui and Yifan's intimate movements, Yu Linglong's face blushed for a moment. Yishui, last night you guys, Yishui looked shy, but still nodded. It's a quick move. Yu Linglong glanced at Yifan. It was really cheap for this guy. The 7 stunningly beautiful women actually all chose to marry Yifan at the same time without any complaint or regret. Yu Linglong was actually a bit curious herself. What was she thinking at that time? Perhaps, deep down inside himself, he was not repulsed by Yifan? Linglong's sister, do you want to sleep with me at night too? It's very comfortable. Oh. As Yifan spoke, he walked over and once again wrapped Yu Linglong in an embrace. His big hand recklessly touched Yu Linglong's buttocks. This Yu Linglong? She even threatened to chop herself up, so she had to collect some interest. Anyway, right now one is a cutie. State, even if one did some actions, people wouldn't care. Yikes, what are you touching with your hands? Yu Linglong's entire body stiffened up when Yifan touched her like that. Go touch Yi Shui. I'm leaving. Yu Linglong's whole body was hot and flustered. She got up, said goodbye to Sui Shui Yifan and quickly left. This Yifan, still in a demented state, is so restless. If he waited for him to awaken, wouldn't he be bullied miserably? I'll practice my martial arts so well that you can't beat me. Looking at Yu Linglong's panicked and fleeing appearance, a good-looking arc appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. Fighting with this young man will definitely whip you into submission. Everyone left. Sui Shui looked at Yifan, her face blushing for a moment. It's late. Hurry up and pack up and go to bed. Although the company's affairs were disturbing Sui Shui still didn't forget her mission. That's going to start a family for the Yi family. Fertile land, naturally, we must sow seeds in order to be able to spread the leaves. Good. Sleep. I like to sleep. Yifan picked Sui Shui up by the waist and quickly walked towards the bedroom. Ouch. Xiufan, lighten up. The room instantly resounded with a burst of juvenile sounds, until after a flurry, all was calm and quiet, and it was already almost 2 hours later in. At this point, it was all the way past 11 o'clock at night. Yifan didn't forget that there was another good show tonight that he needed to spice up. Someone in Cloud City wanted to spend $2 billion to kill himself and his grandfather. Yifan actually had a rough guess in his heart. If it was the one he had guessed, then tonight, Yifan would definitely make sure that he couldn't come back. Looking at Sui Shui who had fallen asleep on the bed, Yifan quietly got up, put his clothes back on, avoided the bodyguards around the villa, and quickly came outside the villa. Outside the villa, Xia Hao was already waiting in his car. Yi Xiao, to the middle bridge of Cloud City. Tonight at the Cloud City Middle Bridge, Yi Fan had an appointment with two groups of people. One set was naturally the mysterious employer who wanted to spend $2 billion to assassinate himself, while the other set was the Wang family of Yun City. During the daytime, Yi Fan had finished off Wang Chao already, and Wang Zhong and the others were definitely going crazy. If the kidnappers of their son were found at night, they would surely not want to make a life-threatening move. At that time, let them bite the dog. Yi Fan could get rid of both sets of enemies without moving. Yi Fan was very happy to see such a situation. When the vehicle was about to travel to the middle bridge of Cloud City, from a distance, Yi Fan had already felt the fluctuating breath over there, and there were already quite a few people hidden all around the middle bridge. These people were no other than Wang Zhong arranging killers. Family Master, we've been waiting for half the night. Are the kidnappers still coming or not? Beside Wang Zhong, a Wang family bodyguard complained with some chagrin. We've been starving for half the night, and now we're so sleepy. What the hell? Are you looking for death? How did I usually raise you guys? And now that I'm asking you to do something, you're starting to gab? Wang Zhong annoyedly kicked that henchman, very angry. Ding dong. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's cell phone received a message. Dad, I don't think I'll live. They're going to kill me. I put the phone in the kidnapper's pocket. You must avenge me. Attached to the back were photos of Wang Chao being beaten up in a KTV. Call the phone. Keep calling. When I find that asshole, I'm going to dismantle him. These were naturally Yi Fan's operations behind the scenes. After doing this, Yi Fan turned Wang Chao's cell phone off again and then set it to automatically turn on after 10 minutes. Just after doing so, Yi Fan saw a familiar vehicle drive by. It's the vehicle of the Yi family's adopted son, Su Jian's son, Su Dong, the flirty red Ferrari. It's him? Yi Fan's gloomy face flashed. Although the heart has already had a guess, but the results really get verified. Yi Fan is still a little chilled. Normally, Grandpa was very nice to Su Jian and Su Dong, completely treated like his own son and grandson. And Su Dong actually thought of spending $2 billion to kill himself and Grandpa. Then you can inherit the Yi group as a matter of course? In that case, don't blame this young man for being impolite. Chapter 40, do you think I have a chance? Just wait for me over here. Yi Fan gave an explanation to Xia Hao, and with a flash of his body, he quickly rushed out from behind the flower bed, blocking Su Dong's car. Numb nuts. You want to die? Long eyes do not see the road? Su Dong, who was watching the navigation, steeply saw a person in front of him blocking his way. All startled, opened the window to the outside as a burst of curses. However, when Su Dong saw clearly that it was actually Yi Fan who was blocking him in front, he was a bit bewildered. Yi Fan? It's you, the stinky little cutie. Then what the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? Su Dong stopped the car and looked at Yi Fan with some curiosity. Didn't Sui Shui bring Yi Fan home after yesterday's incident? Treadmill. Yi Fan, this little cutie, life is so good. Obviously, they are all stupid like that, but they are actually looked at by the 7 sisters-in-law. All of them want to marry Yi Fan. Such a good thing. How can it not be the turn of the old man? Isn't my old man a member of the Yi family? It's the middle of the night. Yi Fan is not at Sui Shui's house, but wandering around here doing chicken hair? It's Dong. It's too good. Dong, I can't find my way home. I'm starving. Can you quickly take me home? Yi Fan went forward, reached out and grabbed Su Dong's arm and shook it with a pitiful look. Su Dong looked at Yi Fan with some skepticism. Was that so? Lost? For a normal person, it was indeed nothing, but Yi Fan was a child with an IQ of only a few years old, so it was indeed normal to say that he was lost. Get out of here. Old me is busy right now. I don't have the time to pay attention to you. Su Dong was a little disgusted as he pushed Yi Fan away. Seeing that it was about to be 12 o'clock, Su Dong had made an appointment with that mysterious expert to meet at the middle bridge in Cloud City. Su Dong dreamed of getting Yi Fan killed, and at this time, in the middle of nowhere, it would have been a good opportunity to do it indeed. However, Su Dong was afraid that there were other bodyguards around Yi Fan who were secretly observing, so he ultimately did not dare to do it himself. Brother Tung, please, take me back, okay? Or you can call my grandfather and ask him to pick me up, okay? Yi Fan stared at Su Dong, wanting to ask for Su Dong's help, a chance for himself and a chance for Su Dong. As long as Su Dong still had a little bit of goodwill in his heart and gave his grandfather a call or sent Yi Fan home, Yi Fan would leave him alive. But it was a pity that Su Dong had long wanted to get Yi Fan killed, and now that Yi Fan was here, and he was about to meet that mysterious expert soon, wouldn't it be very convenient to make a move? Good stinky little cutie. You wait here obediently for me. I will immediately go find someone to send you back, okay? A cold smile surfaced on Su Dong's face, thinking that after Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng died, the huge Yi family would all be his own property. How cool would that comfortable and scenic day be? When he himself had power and time, He must take all 7 of Yifan's sisters-in-law and play with them. Buzz! As Su Dong's words fell, he threw Yifan's arm out directly with a kick of the gas pedal, and the vehicle took off, heading towards the middle bridge of Cloud City, his mouth still muttering, asterisk 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 asterisk, you'll just wait there to die. When I see that mysterious killer, I'll immediately send you to the Western Heaven to meet those brothers of yours. Although Su Dong's voice was small, to Yifan, who had a keen sense of hearing, he still heard it clearly. Yifan's face gradually became gloomy. This is what you asked for, so don't blame me. Wang Chao's cell phone. Yifan had already taken advantage of Su Dong's inattention and placed it in Su Dong's pocket. When the people of the Wang family find out that Wang Chao's cell phone is in Su Dong's possession, Su Dong, even if he has 100 mouths, he is afraid that he will not be able to explain it clearly. Go, let's go over and watch the show. Yifan got into Xiaohao's car, signaling Xia how to drive the car over and find an excellent observation position, quietly observing from behind the bushes. Dimly lit streetlights. After Su Dong arrived at the location, he got out of the car and looked around somewhat puzzled, his mouth still calling out, "Big brother, you told me to come see you. I'm here. Where are you?" At this moment, Wang Zhong and those men who were hiding around were a little confused as they looked at Su Dong, who had suddenly appeared, that adopted grandson of the Yi family. Su Dong? What is he doing here so late at night? Wang Zhong was a little puzzled as he opened his mouth towards the men around him. I'm not sure, but listening to him, it seems like he came over to meet some big brother. Did he accomplish something that the big brother explained? Wang Zhong's henchmen had managed to steer Wang Zhong's thoughts in the direction of brutalizing Su Dong. I told you guys to call. What are you doing? Don't stop. Xiao Chao said that at 12 o'clock at night, the kidnapper will definitely come to Yunchang Zhongqiao. The cell phone is on the kidnapper. We can definitely find him. Yes, House Master. Behind Wang Zhong, a group of men continued to dial Wang Chao's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Several times in a row, Wang Chao's phone display has been off. When the other henchman, for the 5th time, dialed, the phone suddenly showed that it was connected. Doh! The henchman immediately jumped up. Family Master, the phone is connected. Young Master's phone isn't off anymore. Above the moon. I'm looking up. At the same time, in the open space in the middle of the middle bridge in Cloud City, a sound of a cell phone ringing suddenly rang out on Su Dong. What's going on here? Why is there suddenly an extra cell phone on me? Curious, Su Dong took his cell phone out, saw the incoming call on it, and directly connected it. Hey, who the hell is this? Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's actually this bastard Su Dong. Damn it, it's this bastard who kidnapped Xiao Chao and killed him. Everyone, give me a hand. Wang Zhong hid in the shadows, watching and listening to all of Su Dong's words and actions. The phone is in Su Dong's possession, and Wang Chao's last message clearly said that he put his cell phone on the kidnapper's body before he was killed. So is this proof that Su Dong is the kidnapper, the murderer who killed his son? Wang Chao, a grandson adopted by the Yi family, actually dared to touch someone from the Wang family? Wow. Before the phone was hung up, Su Dong saw countless machete-wielding bodyguards rushing out from the surrounding woods and behind the bushes, shivering in fear and pulling his legs out to escape. But at this moment, Wang Zhong had already surrounded the surrounding area to death, and Su Dong simply did not have any path to escape. Mr. Wang? So it's you. You guys making such a big show. Is something happening? Su Dong could not help but let out a sigh of relief after seeing Wang Zhong appear. On weekdays, because of some business dealings, Su Dong and Wang Zhong had a few more encounters. Although it could not be said that the relationship was as good as it should be, at least they knew each other. Moreover, the other party would more or less have to give a few points of face for the sake of the Yi family. Don't give me this. Beat me to death. Wang Zhong's mouth chided at the same time. The first stick smashed on Su Dong's head, immediately smashing Su Dong's blood. Tramp! What kind of thing are you? How dare you kidnap my son, and killed him? What kind of thing are you? Chapter 41, Su Dong who wanted to cry without tears. Bang! 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 All the bodyguards swarmed up, punching and kicking each other. Su Dong was instantly beaten up. His ribs and arms were smashed into several sections. Listening to Wang Zhong's cursing and shouting, Su Dong finally understood. Wang Chao, the youngest master of the Wang family, is dead. Or was he kidnapped and killed by himself? But he had stayed at home all afternoon to pick up beautiful women, and then came here to meet that killer big shot in the evening. When did he go to kidnap Wang Chao? Besides, he had no grudge against Wang Chao. Why did he kidnap him and kill him? Moreover, according to Su Dong's information, Wang Chao had sent someone to make a move on Sui Shui in the afternoon. That said, it should be considered an ally of his own. Stop. Wait a minute. Mr. Wang, is there some misunderstanding in the middle? I simply have not even seen Wang Chao. Where do I go to kidnap Wang Chao? Ouch! Su Dong endured the severe pain on his body and crawled out from the crowd, wailing towards Wang Zhong. Mr. Wang, Don't wrong a good person. Looking at the beaten-up Su Dong, Wang Zhong snorted coldly and snatched Wang Chao's cell phone from Su Dong's hand. Wronged you? Humph. Then what is this? This is Wang Chao's cell phone. The last message told me that the kidnappers were going to kill him, and that he had placed the phone on the kidnappers' bodies. What more sophistry do you have? Wang Zhong's sentence confused Su Dong, who also asked, Yes, why is the cell phone on me? Treadmill. Su Dong felt like he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He was obviously at home in the afternoon. Did not go anywhere? How suddenly there was an extra cell phone on his body? I walked from home. Just changed clothes. Clothes are just washed. There is no other things. On the way here, he didn't even stop himself, and the only thing he encountered was a little cutie. Yi Fan. Thinking of Yi Fan, Su Dong's head suddenly flashed with brilliance, thinking of Yi Fan holding him in his arms earlier, and immediately understood. It must be Yi Fan's doing. Mr. Wang, it's Yi Fan. It must be Yi Fan who killed Wang Chao and then framed me. On my way here, I only met Yi Fan alone. Su Dong explained in a panic. It also came to his head that before the Zhao family was suddenly exterminated, Su Yishui was rescued, and all the actions looked so suspicious. Previously, Su Dong did not understand why things had developed like that, and those clans that went against the Yi family did not seem to have a good end. But in this instant, Su Dong seemed to understand that Yi Fan might have awakened. All of this was Yi Fan's secret revenge operation. That little cutie Yi Fan, framing you for this? Humph. Su Dong, do you have any shame? If you want to find a scapegoat, find a decent one. That little cutie Yi Fan, he can't even take care of himself. How can he kill someone? Wang Zhong took a step forward, pinched Su Dong's neck and gritted his teeth. Say, where did you hide my son's body? Why did you kill him? Su Dong's neck was pinched and he could barely breathe. Mr. Wang, I really didn't kill anyone. It really wasn't me. Coughing. You're still talking about sophistry. Believe it or not, I will directly strangle you to death. Wang Zhong was very angry. The force on his hand increased again by a few points. Su Dong's face was almost red. His eyes had bulged out. Almost instinctively, Su Dong pulled out a dagger from his body and slashed at Wang Zhong's arm. Pust. Wang Zhong's arm was immediately cut open and blood flowed out. Ah, little. Not only did you kill Wang Chao, but you also want to kill Laozi? Looking for death. Wang Zhong went completely crazy. While chortling from his mouth, he slammed Su Dong on the ground, then snatched a battle knife from the hands of a nearby henchman and slashed at Su Dong. Let you touch my son. Let you kill my son. Put. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Mr. Wang, don't cut it. It really isn't me. It really wasn't me. You've all been tricked by Yi Fan. Oh, at the very beginning, Su Dong still had the strength to cry out, but swinging his battle sword madly at Wang Zhong. But in a few moments of effort, Su Dong's body was already covered with open flesh wounds, and blood flowed all over the place. Su Dong was already out of breath and less in breath. The body jerked in place a few times and never moved again. Wang Zhong, chopping tired, which stopped the action in the hand, but iterative sitting on the ground, cried out, Son Father useless, until now have not found your body hidden in what place, but you can rest assured. Su Dong dared to kill you. There must be accomplices. Su Jian, that bastard I will not let go. A fierce light flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes. Go investigate where Su Jian is for me. I'm going to break him into pieces. Yes, these men of Wang Zhong's were very efficient, and the scene was quickly cleaned up, so Wang Zhong was ready to leave with his men. Xia Hao, who was hiding in the shadows, followed Yi Fan and watched the scene in front of him, and when he thought of Yi Fan's actions just now, everything became clear. What a trick to kill with a borrowed knife. Just now, when Yi Fan went to find Su Dong, he must have left his cell phone on Su Dong. Then by using the Wang family's means to deal with Su Dong's father and son, he could easily remove the threat within the Yi family without even having to do it himself. Su Jian's father and son were secretly planning to take control of the Yi group, and after Xia Hao investigated this news, he was still hesitant to tell Yi Fan. But now, looking at Yi Fan's actions, it was obvious that he had already known about the situation. Is it all filmed clearly? Yi Fan withdrew his gaze from the side and inquired towards Xia Hao. Xia Hao put his cell phone away and nodded. The shots are very clear, and some unnecessary scenes have been cut by hand. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Find a stranger and send this video to Su Jian. Let them continue to go dog eat dog. If he didn't notify Su Jian in advance, Wang Zhong would have rushed straight over and probably killed Su Jian in one go, and that would have been pointless. At least let Su Jian struggle for a bit. Let all the direct forces under his hand be exposed for a bit before he died. Then the trouble within Yi group behind him would be much less. Yes, Xia Hao answered and turned around, intending to drive Yi Fan home. Now that Yi Fan was still in a demented state on the surface, before dawn, Yi Fan still had to return to Su Yishui's residence. In the car, Yi Fan reached out and took out a porcelain bottle from his body, handing it to Xia Hao. This is some of the pills that he had refined before, which can assist you in making an improved breakthrough in your strength and entering the realm of martial control. Ha, thank you, young Yi. Thank you, young Yi. Xia Hao was already in his 50s or 60s, and barely stepping into the martial Dao harmonization stage was already very difficult. If there wasn't any other kind of chance, it was unlikely for Xia Hao to have any further breakthroughs at all. Although Xia Hao also knew that through the aid of pills, he could increase the probability of his breakthrough. But the problem was that elixir masters were an absolutely scarce resource in Daxia, and in the entire Daxia, there were less than 10 masters who could independently refine second-grade elixirs. Ordinary people, even if they gave more money, they couldn't buy pills. Inside are 5 pills, allocate 1 to Master Tiger, and the rest, you see to it that they are allocated. But don't expose me, it's not good to be too weak when you follow me in my endeavors. Yi Fan gave a simple explanation. Xia Hao hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes. Wang Xiao's sighed. Xia Hao had wanted to open his mouth to ask Wang Fugue, but thought that as Wang Fugue was such an iron buddy of Yi Fan must have considered it. Old one? At the mention of Wang Fugue, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a touch of depth. If there are no surprises, tomorrow Cloud City will have another Zongshire level expert. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. The Yuan Qi Dan that he had gotten at the black market should work, and at this time, the Wang family compound, back home Wang Fugue, has begun to act. Chapter 42 Wang Fugue breaks through the Zong Master. Wang Fugue had arranged 3 times as many escort bodyguards outside the Wang family compound today. Grandpa had already gone to Ye Old Ye's house for a drink. Not that anyone cared about Wang Fugue. After Wang Fugue entered the Wang family's secret room, he repeatedly confirmed that the doors and windows were closed before taking out the Yuan Qi Dan in his arms and placing it on the table in front of him, carefully scrutinizing it and feeling the energy stirring in the Yuan Qi Dan, as well as the brutal medicinal power. Big brother, big brother, are you really just lucky? Buying a stone at the black market for $50,000 actually hides a Yuan Qi Dan? Wang Fugue muttered. Or are you hoping that I'll be a little more powerful so that I can protect you? Wang Fugue faced the Yuan Qi Dan and thought a lot. That's just it. No matter what, with this Yuan Qi pill, I can definitely break through to the sovereign realm, and I can definitely break through to the sovereign realm. Wang Fugue was also only in his early 20s, such a young Zong master. In the whole of Daxia, besides Yi Fan, there weren't many more. The future was limitless. In the future, it would be possible to break through to the Martial Exalt realm, or even to the Martial Emperor realm. With this foundation, even if the Yi family was completely defeated, then with the strength of the Wang family, and the Yi family's old troops, it would still not be too much of a problem to guard the well-being of big brother and sisters-in-law. Once a big brother, always a big brother. In Wang Fugue's eyes, no matter what Yi Fan had become, he was the eternal big brother in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Fugue reached out and put the Yuan Qi Dan into his mouth and swallowed it. This Yuan Qi Dan was too flashy. If the news came to light, I don't know how many people would come to grab it at all costs. The Wang family's current power would not be able to keep it at all. Putting it in one's stomach to assist one's breakthrough is the most secure. On the other hand, seeing that the Yi family was now down and out, Wang Fugue also wanted to do something for his big brother. When one becomes a Zongshire expert, when facing a real expert, at least one has the power to fight. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth and transformed into a warm current that impacted down the throat towards Wang Fugue's limbs. The powerful energy and qi instantly impacted Wang Fugue's mouth couldn't help but start howling and growling loudly. Enduring the severe pain, Wang Fugue began to force himself to calm down, absorbing the powerful energy contained in the elixir, impacting his tendons and veins, rapidly gathering and raising his martial qi. The martial aura on Wang Fugue's body was rising at a speed visible to the eye, and his body's temperament was changing. His skin was tougher, and his physique was stronger. For a while, the wind and cloud currents within the boundaries of Cloud City all began to surge up. Returning home, Yi Fan, already lying beside Sui Shui, feeling the fluctuation of the airflow in Yinchang, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. The old king should be about to break through successfully. He will have another big help in the future. Yi Fan fell asleep in a daze as well. But in Cloud City, in a hotel, Yu Linglong, who was lying on the bed, couldn't sleep. For she found a sudden surge of warmth inside her, and that warm current, in the body, warmed his tendons. Dantian body, actually quietly improved his roots and bones. Martial arts qi, it's simply amazing. However, Yu Linglong recalled carefully before finally determining that the warmth had suddenly arisen after Yi Fan had touched her buttocks. Jade Linglong couldn't figure out how. She just had such a close contact with Yi Fan, and there was an extra warm current in her body. Through what way did those warm currents enter her body? You can raise your martial arts qi yourself, so Yi Fan himself? Thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying talent, Yu Linglong suddenly thought of a possibility. Yi Fan had already broken through to the martial grandmaster realm at the age of 15, which was completely impossible if one cultivated at a normal rate. Had he discovered Yi Fan's biggest secret? Since he could detect Yi Fan's secret, did Sui Shui find it too? I must go and ask tomorrow. Only, there was another important question. Did Xian Yufei not know the secret of Yifan? Otherwise, Xian Yufei wouldn't have been so foolish to withdraw from Yifan's marriage. As the youngest female martial god of Great Xia, Yu Linglong's strength had also been promoted to martial Dao sovereign. However, because of her roots and talent, Yu Linglong had been stuck at martial Dao sovereign for a very long time without any progress at all. It seemed that his own cultivation path had come to an end. But now, by being in close contact with Yifan, one's strength and roots could be improved. So with enough contact, wouldn't one be able to strike towards the realm of Martial Zun, or even Martial Emperor? Thinking about one's future prospects after arriving at that step in one's strength, it was bound to be another realm. Moreover, after one's strength reaches that point, some people should not say anything more about themselves, right? After thinking about this, Yu Linglong had already made a decision in her heart. Since this was the case, then she would contact Yifan more in the future. That damn bad guy, he wants to take advantage. Let him, lol. Sooner or later it's his anyway. There was no talk all night. The next day, when Yifan woke up, Sui Shui was still snuggled in Yifan's arms asleep. Although it was true that being in close contact with Yifan, one could obtain warmth feedback, which would be beneficial to one's body in terms of warmth and enhancement. After just 2 days of spending time together, Sui Shui's martial qi had actually broken through the harmonization power and impacted towards the mastery realm. But helplessly, Yifan's fighting strength was too strong. Sui Shui's own body was just an ordinary person. She couldn't resist, so every time she tossed and turned, Sui Shui would have to pass out for the whole night. Yifan was a little heartbroken. His palm was placed on Sui Shui's waist, quietly running his own martial arts qi, channeling vitality power towards Sui Shui's body, helping Sui Shui to warm up her body. It wasn't until Sui Shui's eyelashes moved a few times and she was about to wake up that Yifan withdrew his hand. Yikes, you're already awake. Sui Shui opened her eyes just in time to see Yifan staring at her cautiously. The quilt slipped off her neck, and a large white landscape emerged on Sui Shui's chest. Although the two of them had already been in close contact, Sui Shui was still a little embarrassed to be stared at by Yifan like this. No looking. While speaking, Sui Shui reached over to cover Yifan's eyes, but did not realize that when she moved like this, the quilt slipped even more, and the two watermelons were almost entirely displayed in front of Yifan, causing Sui Shui to shriek again. Even if Yifan's fixation was good, he couldn't stand such stimulation. At that moment, he pounced on Sui Shui and warmed up the morning exercises one more time before letting Sui Shui get up. Sui Shui's face was flushed, and when she looked at the time of her cell phone, she suddenly got up with some urgency to look for clothes and said, "Not good. Time is too late. Today Sue's group is also going to hold a conference. I have to go to the company right away." "It's all your fault." Sui Shui let out a pout at Yifan. Thinking of Yifan's performance in the past few days, Sui Shui was still very satisfied. Although Yifan still looks silly on the surface, but at least that aspect, it is still very powerful. Fast and slow, light and heavy, Yifan are grasping quite well. Yevon is really still a cutie. What? Those things? No one ever taught Yifan how Yifan so well. Before Yifan could answer, Wang Fugui's call suddenly came to mind outside Sui Shui's residence. "Big brother, are you awake? Sister-in-law, get dressed and get up. I have something important to report to Big Brother." Chapter 43, Yu Linglong suspects Yifan's awakening. Wang Fugui's words caused Sui Shui's face to blush once again. It's all a shame. This Wang Fugui is also really not at all evasive. Hastily packing up, when Yifan and Sui Shui arrived downstairs in the hall, Wang Fugui had already been in the living room and was pacing back and forth excitedly. Seeing Yifan coming down, he rushed over and grabbed Yifan's hand. "Big brother, I've broken through. I've also broken through to the Sovereign Master Realm. Ha, thanks to the stone you bought yesterday. The Yuan Chi Dan inside helped me finally break through to the Sovereign Master Realm. Big brother, in the future, I'll finally have enough power to protect you." Wang Fugui had an excited look on his face, and Yifan had actually sensed it last night. Plus right now Yifan's identity was that of a cutie, so he didn't show much excitement. "Patriarch? What is that? Can I eat it?" Yifan deliberately asked a silly question, causing Sui Shui and Wang Fugui to be speechless. "No, big brother, Zhongshe Realm, the fight is very powerful. Look, big brother, 5 years ago, when you peaked, you were also Zhongshe Realm. He. Now my strength can also compete with you 5 years ago." Wang Fugui had an excited face, because he had been with Yifan. Yifan's demonic talent suppressed Wang Fugui not by a head at all, but by several levels. In Wang Fugui's heart, he had always considered surpassing Yifan as his ultimate goal. Looking at Wang Fugui's agitated appearance, Yifan smiled faintly inwardly. "Just you? Now you still want to compete with me? This young man will still abuse you with one hand. While you're making progress, I'm making progress alright." While the several people were talking, Yu Linglong came. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed the change in Wang Fugui's aura. Young Wang, you made a breakthrough last night? Yu Linglong stared at Wang Fuguei with a surprised face. When she saw Wang Fuguei at the airport yesterday, Yu Linglong had sensed that Wang Fuguei was only at the strength of the control realm, and there was no sign of any breakthrough at all. And in just one night's time, Wang Fuguei had actually broken through to the Zone Master realm? When did the Sovereign realm become such a cabbage? So rare? I made a breakthrough thanks to the stone that Big Brother bought yesterday. Wang Fuguei was very clear that he had made a breakthrough solely because of that Yuan Qi Dan. Otherwise, with his talent, he was afraid that it would not be possible until he was 60 years old. Stones? What rock? What the hell is going on? Yu Linglong frowned. Since the Yi family's extermination, in just a few days' time, too many things had happened in Yun City. Zhao family extinguished. Wang family big young man was killed. Sui Shui was attacked. Xia Haoanli who life and death to follow. Li Yunyang suddenly exploded dead. And then Wang Fuguei got the stone. Suddenly Zongshi. Yu Linglong always felt that something was wrong. It seems that invisibly, there is a hand manipulating all this. Everything that went against the Yi family did not have a good ending, and everything that befriended the Yi family received great benefits. Yu Linglong always suspected that Yi Fan had awakened, but there was no evidence. That stone is to spend 50,000 yesterday. The big brother looked at a lot of things, and finally had to that stone. I just bought it. Back. The big brother actually had to eat that stone raw, and finally the stone fell to the ground, so only to see the inside of the potion. Listening to Wang Fuguei's careful description and repeated emphasis, Yi Fan couldn't help but give a bitter smile inwardly. This mallet, afraid that others don't know described in such detail, Yu Linglong that meticulous mind, will certainly suspect. These small details, fooling Sui Shui, might easily be dealt with. However, Yu Linglong, as her sister-in-law, was also the youngest female martial god of Daxia, so she was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy to lull her over. Yi Fan Tian even let you eat that stone raw? Yu Linglong's brows tightened and her breathing began to catch. Is it really that coincidental? The stone that Yi Fan had to buy had the elixir inside it, and Yi Fan still had to make Wang Fuguei eat it? It was just Wang Fuguei, the mallet. Who wouldn't think much about it? According to Yu Linglong's conjecture, Yi Fan was deliberately playing dumb. This was trying to find a way to help his brother improve his strength. Yi Fan, tell me honestly, have you awakened or not? The Zhao family's extermination, was it you who planned it? Li Yunyang's death, was it you who moved it? As well as saving Mr. Lei yesterday. Yu Linglong's entire body aura exploded as she took 2 steps forward, and the atmosphere of the entire room became somewhat oppressive. Yi Fan looked at this future first wife of his and his heart was also bitter for a while. There are times when it's not good for a woman to be too smart. Killing me, I'm afraid. Who wants to kill? Yi Fan pretended to be very weak and headed towards Sui Shui behind him to hide. Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, Sui Shui interrupted Yu Linglong with some heartache. Big sister, you shouldn't be too strict with Xiao Fan. The night the Zhao family was exterminated, Yi Fan was with me and didn't have a chance to do anything at all. Moreover, when Yi Fan was alone at home, there were bodyguards arranged by the Yi family at home, as well as bodyguards arranged by me. They all protected Yi Fan 24 hours a day. They didn't see Yi Fan leave the house at all, so how could he make a move? Yeah, sister-in-law, I've actually always suspected that Big Brother has awakened, but Big Brother has been with me all along. There are so many things he didn't even have the chance to do. Wang Fuguei also helped out from the side. Really? Yu Linglong listened to the words of the two men and became even more puzzled in her heart. Since Yi Fan didn't have the chance to make a move, what was the origin of that expert that appeared in Cloud City? Is it really that much of a coincidence? However, Yu Linglong thought about it again and realized that no matter if Yi Fan didn't wake up or if he had already woken up and then played dumb, it wasn't a bad thing for the Yi family and the people. Yu Linglong looked deeply at Yi Fan and continued to speak. Yi Fan, no matter what state you're in now, you mustn't forget that we're all your wives. Humph, if you dare to treat us badly, my old lady will definitely not spare you. Although it was a reprimand, in the end, the words from Yu Linglong's mouth became a bit pouty. Thinking of the miserable state of the Yi family, Yu Linglong felt another pang of heartache. Poor Yi Fan, for the sake of the entire Yi family, he had obviously awakened, but he still continued to play dumb. Poor Thinking of this, Yu Linglong went forward and took the initiative to hold Yi Fan in her arms. The moment their skin touched, another warm current surged into Yu Linglong's body, warming her body while rapidly boosting her martial arts chi. Sure enough, Yi Fan's body was the most special furnace pot. As long as one was in close contact with Yi Fan, one would be able to obtain that magical warmth, and Yu Linglong was almost certain that while she was getting the benefits, Yi Fan would surely get them as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for Yi Fan's strength to progress that fast. Sister Yi Shui, I have a whisper to ask you. Yu Linglong somewhat excitedly pulled Sui Shui to one side, her face somewhat blushing, wanting to open her mouth, hesitating for a long time, still somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 44, Sui Shui's Worry. How the hell do you ask something like that to a yellow girl? is it possible to ask, what did it feel like last night when you were sleeping and using those positions? However, thinking that it was related to the specialness of Yifan's body, as well as the future enhancement of her own martial path, Yu Linglong still made up her mind. Sister Yi Shui, when you were intimate with Yifan last night, did you have any special feeling? That is, if you would feel a warm current after Yifan and you were intimate? Just after Yu Linglong's words fell, Su Yishui immediately looked at Yu Linglong with a shocked face and said, Sister Linglong, you felt it too? This is simply too amazing. Look at me. I barely have a base in martial arts, but now I have entered the stage of martial arts harmonization strength. While speaking, Su Yishui reached out and took a steel cup on the table in her hand, and with just a gentle pinch, the cup immediately transformed into a mass of scrap metal, and then running her chi, the cup was restored to its original state. This, Yu Linglong looked at Su Yishui with a shocked face. Regarding Su Yishui's situation, Yu Linglong naturally knew about it. This girl, who was indeed an ordinary girl before, just after following Yifan for a few days, had she become so powerful? It seems one's feelings were correct. Yifan was truly extraordinary. Then the seven of them announced that they were marrying Yifan. Originally thought that they had made a sacrifice, but now it seems, it's still these sisters of theirs who have picked up the treasure. At this rate of improvement, the strength of the crowd could soar very quickly. In the future, even if Yifan remained demented, with these beautiful wives protecting him, the Yi family would still not be bad. Besides, Yifan wouldn't necessarily continue to be demented. Didn't Dr. Lei say that Yifan was very hopeful of awakening? Sister Yi Shui, I still have some doubts. Do you think Yifan has really awakened? I always feel that something is not right. Yu Linglong was still a bit skeptical. Su Yishui's face blushed when she heard Yu Linglong's words. Sister Linglong, in fact, I also have similar thoughts. It's already been twice, when Yifan was in bed that, he didn't look stupid at all. Speaking at the back, Su Yishui was mortified. She quickly found an excuse to leave. Sister Linglong, you guys stay with Yifan. My company still has important things to leave for a while. In the afternoon, we'll have dinner together. Haha. Today was supposed to be the day that Su's group's new drug conference was held, but Li Yunyang deliberately held the conference a day early and also stole and leaked Su's group's most central drug prescription. This was a deliberate attempt to disgust Su's group and to make Su's group look bad. But after the Li family's conference yesterday, there was a major change of heart at the engagement dinner in the evening. At the engagement dinner, Xian Yufei actually showed up with Yifan, and Cloud City Godfather Li, who brought Gatling over to shock the entire audience. The key was that Li Yunyang actually died on the spot in an explosion. It's kind of karma for the Li family. Yes, Su Yishui left, and Xia Hao and Lei Qianjie arrived one after another. Yifan and Lei Qianjie were still alone in the room treating. Master, last night, after I gathered all the herbs together, I refined 3 portions according to the method you told me, and I finally succeeded. Look, as Lei Qianjie spoke, he pulled out a bottle from his body, which contained an emerald green ointment. As soon as the cap is opened, the strong aroma hits your nose. Lei Qianjie was so excited that he took out his knife and made a cut to his arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Lei Qianjie wiped the blood from the wound with a paper towel, then quickly applied a little ointment to the wound. Next moment, the wound on Lei Qianjie's arm actually disappeared at a speed visible to the eye. When the ointment was wiped clean, not a single mark was left on the wound, and, moreover, it became almost whiter. Yesterday, although Lei Qianjie and Yi Changfeng, as well as a group of old brothers drinking drunk, but the second half of the night, Lei Qianjie still did not forget the things that Yifan explained, and experimented all night. After the ointment was brewed, Lei Qianjie had already experimented with his own arm several times, carving several wounds on his arm already. Yifan picked up the bottle and smelled it. Not bad. It's 80% of the level. Promoting it to the market is already enough. Yi Shui's side is going to hold a conference soon, so later on, you'll take me along to the scene in your name. Yifan's eyes flashed with a touch of depth. The Zhao family and Yun Chang, and the Wang family have all been pretty much cleaned up by me. All that's left is a Li family that is hardened against the Su family, and they definitely won't stop at the Su family's conference today. Yes, although Lei Qianjie was a big shot in the medical world, he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Yifan. The Zhao family is so huge that it can be destroyed just by saying so. Yifan was still in a state of dementia, but he did not move to destroy the Zhao family. Wang Shao disappeared, and Li Yunyang exploded to death on the spot. Those who are the opponents of the Yi family, they certainly won't end well. Su's group, still an hour away from the conference, Su Yishui, Su Honghai, and second uncle Su Minghao, as well as many other core members of the Su family, as well as the company's shareholders were all present. Big brother, the conference will be held soon now. Our prescription has been stolen and the Li family has already released it first. What should we do? Yes, old chairman. Things have been investigated clearly. The person who stole the secrets, behind the back of the provincial city Lu family backing. We also screwed people. Alas. This is the revenge of those who dealt with the Yi family against the Su family. With Ms. Su announcing her marriage to Yi Fan, they will surely do whatever they can to suppress the Su group. Although yesterday at the banquet, because of Yi Fan's relationship, Su's group had already reached an important cooperation with the Xia family. With the Xia family's channels backing them up, Su's pharmaceuticals could definitely take off. But the crux of the matter is, now that the prescription that Su's group has been developing for so many years has been leaked, there is no good product. Even if there are enough channels, it's useless. People are still more or less complaining. Su Honghai also knew what was going on and couldn't say anything. Everyone, what we are discussing now is not what the other party is dealing with us for, but how we should solve this problem. Yesterday we discussed it all afternoon, and we didn't discuss any good solutions. Now does everyone have any new ideas? Sui Shui and Su Honghai, father and daughter, looked towards the crowd below. All of them lowered their heads. No one stood up to speak. Su Clan's R&D strength was already limited, and it was already very good that they could develop that beauty pill. Now that the prescription had been stolen, what else could they do? Unless, now we have a prescription that's even more perfect than that one, with even more awesome results. It would be enough to dampen the Li family's popularity and regain the upper hand. But how is that possible? We, the Su group, can't develop it at all. And if other companies could develop it, I'm afraid they would have pushed it into the market long ago, and would still wait until today? Sui Shui listened to the crowd's discussion and finally let out a long sigh of helplessness. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Even though our prescription was stolen, as long as we release a new one, we will still occupy more or less a bit of the market. Let's find a way to tide over the immediate difficulties first. Although Sui Shui said this on her lips, she was still very worried on the inside. Although Su's group had developed the new prescription, all aspects of the patent formalities had not yet been completed. The Li family stole their own prescription over there. If they once went ahead and filed and patented it properly, that behind the Su's group, even if you want to use the prescription, you have to get the authorization of the Li family. Otherwise the Li family will sue the Su's group infringement. This is Sui Shui the most worried about things. Chapter 45, Making the First Move. The words in Sui Shui's heart didn't come out. Those ordinary shareholders and management couldn't think of that. But Su Honghai and his second uncle Su Mingho could naturally think of this. But what can be done now? Invitations to the launch, as well as invited media reporters, have arrived at the launch site. No matter how good or bad the thing is, today's launch will have to take a thing up to show. Dismissed. Sui Shui rubbed her head with some fatigue. If she chose Yi Fan in this way, her own honor or disgrace did not matter. But if she really pulled the Su group into the abyss, Sui Shui was still a little bit overjoyed in her heart. Mr. Su, Mr. Xia is here, as well as Yi Xiao, Mr. Lei, they are all here. Sui Shui was making final preparations in her office when she suddenly heard her secretary's greeting. Mr. Lei said that he has good news for Mr. Su. Sui Shui was stunned. Lei Qianjia was the great summer's medical saint, and had previously contributed many good prescriptions at good prices to the people. Could it be that in the hands of the medical saint, there are still some prescriptions, specializing in helping yourself? But why would divine Dr. Lei, as a famous divine doctor of the great Xia, want to help himself? Because of big sister Yu Linglong, or Yi Fan? One should know that Xia Hao had come to help himself unconditionally because of Yi Fan. Sui Shui couldn't help but think of what Yu Linglong had said. Yi Fan might have really awakened and was just playing dumb in front of everyone? If that was the case, it would really be too shy. He himself had guided Yi Fan like that the night before, knowing that his previous identity, he was still Yi Fan's little sister-in-law. Invite them in. Half an hour later, the Su Group's conference officially began. The launch site was in the largest multimedia hall on the first floor of the Su Group building. The site, which was large enough to hold several thousand people, was actually packed. There are pharma reps, channel suppliers, and peers, as well as some collaborators. Of course, there were more family representatives, power scouts who came to watch the fun. Everyone knew that after the Yi family's accident, Sui Shui was also one of the 7 girls who announced that they would continue to marry into the Yi family. Everyone knew that those who were dealing with the Yi family would definitely not be so willing to stop. If the Su family dared to get close to the Yi family, then the other party would definitely do something and would make a move against the Su Group. And assassinating Sui Shui and stealing the core medicine formula developed by the Su Group was one of the means. Although the news was blocked, it wasn't difficult for those super families to inquire about it. Yesterday, Sui Shui was hunted down and got away with it. So today, all of Su's core prescriptions have been exposed and released in advance. So what should Su do? Will the Su Group's launch go smoothly? Will the Li family make a scene? Everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards a seat in front where there was a separate area. Li Zhong, the head of the Li family, was sitting there gravely with a large group of people holding computers. However, A look of contempt surfaced on his face, as if everything was a win. In addition to the people from the Li family, the Lu family from the provincial city also sent a representative, exchanging a few words with Li Zhong every now and then, seemingly discussing something with a smug look. Many others on the scene were there to watch and observe. They wanted to see Su's coping strategy and the Yi family's support for Su's group, because on the surface, it was the Su group's launch, a sparring match between the Li family and the Su family, but in reality, it was the Yi family behind the scene and his rivals at war. Welcome everyone to the Su group's new drug launch site. Everyone please be quiet. Our launch will begin soon. The host greeted everyone and welcomed the representatives who had come out. To the shock of everyone at the scene, except for Xia Hao who came to sit in, Sun Qian, the governor of Cloud City, was also here, as was Elder Wang, who had befriended the Yi family, and many other bigwigs who had retired from the public, were also present on an impromptu basis. These bigwigs, in the entire Tiannan province, as well as the southwestern region, were all very prestigious and prestigious never participated in a single business act, and now to the Su Group launch site. It is clear that this is to stand up for the Su Group, but also for the Yi family to support Of course, many of them were the bigwigs that Lei Qianjie had called for a drink last night. The sudden arrival of so many bigwigs made the atmosphere of the scene suddenly a bit weird. This drama today seems to be getting better and better. What was supposed to be a small launch seems to have become a race point. What everyone didn't know was that at this time, in the corner of the back seat, Yi Changfeng, the old master Yi, accompanied by his escort, wearing a hat, was also sitting quietly there. Sui Shui didn't even hesitate to step forward at such a crucial time, saving face for the Yi family. Then, for the granddaughter-in-law launch, Elder Yi naturally had to come and sit in. He wanted to see who else dared to make trouble at today's launch. Master Yi, although he is old, His Majesty is still there. A number of the old parts of the military were promoted by Master Yi. As long as Elder Yi doesn't die, the favor is there. When it really came to the time of the real sword, those subordinates of Yi Changfeng would still stand out without hesitation. Good morning everyone, welcome to your busy schedules. I am Sui Shui, president of Su's Group. I'm sure you've all heard about the release of Su's Group's new medicine for a long time, but it's quite coincidental that Yun Chunli's group, who doesn't know when, has also begun to secretly research a beauty care pill, with almost exactly the same efficacy as Su's Group's, and it also happened that a conference was held yesterday. As Sui Shui spoke, she turned her gaze to Li Zhong and the others on the stage. Yesterday, the Li family's launch had been broadcast live across the internet through the media. Most people knew, and many others were very clear, that although the Li family was engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, it had never been involved in the beauty business at all, nor did it have any research and development department. So how could it possibly develop a new beauty pill in a short period of time? It's basically no secret that the Li family's prescription, which was stolen from the Su clan, was stolen from the Su clan. Everyone came to see a good show today because they wanted to see how Su's Group would actually evade or solve this problem. And how will the Li family take offense at the Su's launch? Sui Shui was very smart, not waiting for the Li family to open their mouth first, but throwing the question out herself first. Although things were clear to most people, there was still a part that was unaware. Sui Shui did this, at least let those who didn't know the situation understand the despicable behavior of the Li family, instead of being confusedly brought up to speed. On the other hand, Sui Shui taking such an initiative made the Li family instantly fall into a passive position. Li Zhong and the Lu family's representative under the stage were instantly a bit bewildered. How come Sui Shui isn't following the script? According to the normal process, should not Sui Shui on the stage to announce their new drug prescription ingredients, efficacy and patent data, etc., and then they began to question it? But now Sui Shui came up and aimed her spear at the Li family. Make the first move? What gives Sui Shui the right? Is this going to be a straight-up table turner? Who gave her the courage? Chapter 46 Snow Beauty Cream, Make Youth Last Forever. But Sui Shui had already opened her mouth in front of thousands of people, and had made things clear. This was equivalent to having lit the fuse for the battle, and if Li Zhong didn't respond, then he would have completely fallen into a disadvantage. Coming here today with the Lu family's representative just to stir up the Su Group's launch, Li Zhong had no choice now even though he had been in a very bad mood since yesterday. Swish! As Sui Shui opened her mouth, everyone's gazes looked toward Li Zhong, waiting for his response. The Li family is doing something really despicable. I heard that it was the Li family that stole the Su family's prescription and released it in advance. How malicious. Humph, but there's retribution for doing bad things. Didn't Li Yunyang, the Li family's youngest master, explode to death on the spot yesterday? Let's see. The Yi family has deep roots. The Su family won't fall so easily with the Yi family's support, and the Li family's retribution, there's more to come. Beside Li Zhong, the guys who were watching the fun were not too big to talk, and their voices were not suppressed in the slightest. The pain of losing his son hadn't even subsided yet, and these people deliberately stabbed Li Zhong's wound several times. Li Zhong's face instantly turned blue, itching to rush over and strangle those bastards to death. But now that Li Zhong has racked the fire, he has more important things to do, and even more annoyed in his heart, he can only endure. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Are you saying that my Li family stole your Su family's prescription? If that's the case, please also ask Mr. Su to produce evidence. Otherwise Mr. Su shouldn't spit blood and mislead everyone like this. Li Zhong is also a veteran who has been in the business world for so many years, and he opened his mouth and grasped the key to the problem. Everyone knew that it was the Li family that had stolen the Su family's prescription, but the problem was that the matter had also been investigated, but there was no evidence. The key witnesses, who had disappeared, might have been silenced, even if everyone knew that it was the Li family that stole the prescription. So what? The Su family obviously suffered a loss, but they could only break their teeth and swallow their stomach. Su Yixue frowned and couldn't help but glance towards the side. All the scenes were almost exactly the same as what Mr. Xia and the others had deduced in the office. Fortunately, Yi Fan and Mr. Lei and the others had come, otherwise Su Yixue really didn't know how to react. Mr. Su, look at you. There's not much evidence. I see. You'd better not blame others for your own problems, or focus on holding your conference. But let's say the ugly words in front. I hope that the new medicine released by Mr. Su better not be similar to the new medicine released by my Li family. If the combination of ingredients is the same, then my Li family will have reason to believe that it is you, the Su family, who has stolen my Li family's prescription and stolen trade secrets, and I will sue until the Su group goes bankrupt. After all, as we all know, the Li family's launch was already held yesterday. Moreover, all of our prescription patents, ingredients, efficacy, and pharmaceutical processes have all been filed. Ms. Su herself had better be careful. Of course, there is also another way. If Su's group is willing to be acquired by my Li's group, I, Li Zhong, am able to consider sharing the prescription with Su's group. I have the contract already. Li Zhong's string of words, like machine guns, were all scripts prepared in advance. After saying that, Li Zhong's heart was much more comfortable. While speaking, Li Zhong raised the contract in his hand. The purpose of coming here today was to intend to drive Su group to the brink of extinction, bankruptcy, or being acquired by the Li family and completely ceasing to exist. Only then did it serve as a deterrent to those other forces and clans that were close to the Yi family. Seeing Su's group eat defeat, Li Zhong's heart is very comfortable, and the task explained by the above is finally half completed. The back will just have to wait quietly. If Su's group will still release that new drug, the combination of ingredients is certainly the same. Li Zhong will sue on the spot, suing Su's group, with their own hands of evidence patents, etc., can definitely drag down Su's group. If the Su clan didn't have the means to release the new drug, then the Su clan's conference today would be a joke. It also proved from another aspect that the Su family chose to side with the Yi family and had no room for resistance when they were retaliated against. The defeat of the Su family also meant that the Yi family had completely fallen out of favor. Those other family forces that were in a neutral state would think carefully when scrutinizing how to continue to get along with the Yi family, and Li Zhong would then recruit all of Su's clients, partners, and all of them on the spot. Now with the collapse of the Su group, if the Li family offers several times the conditions, how will those channel partners choose? Even if Su group has the support of the Xia family, it is not enough. After all, those channelers under the Xia family also need to make money, also need the product in order to promote and make money. No matter what, the Su family will be finished today. Li Zhong has calculated all the circumstances and played a kettle, and the Su family has no way at all. Swish! After Li Zhong's words fell, all eyes once again turned to Su Yixue on the stage. The crowd was curious as to what Su Yixue would actually do. How in the world can the Su family get through this difficult situation in front of them? Only, what made everyone a bit curious was that Su Yixue, who was on the stage at this time, didn't have any panic. Li family master, you still have to be conscientious in doing things, or else if you do something wrong, you will be retributed. Su Yixue's faint words hit Li Zhong straight in the heart. The meaning of this is obvious. You have done something wrong. That's why your son suddenly exploded to death yesterday. Don't worry, everyone. Su's group walks the walk and sits the talk. Our new drug launch will go on as usual. I announced that the new drug developed by our Su group is called Snowface Beauty Cream. This is a salve developed based on a prescription from ancient times that can remove dark spots and can quickly repair wounds without leaving any traces. With Su Yixue's introduction, some hastily rushed out PowerPoint began to play on the big screen. The general ingredients, combinations, and efficacy of the prescription and the beauty and skin care pills released by the Li family were two completely different things. Moreover, From the PPT, the effect of the Snow Beauty Cream is much better than the effect of the beauty pill. It can make the wound repair without any traces, which is a boon against those women who had a cesarean section. Wow! Before Sui Shui finished her introduction, the thousands of people present immediately began to explode. If the Snow Face Cream is real, it is simply an epic-making product. In the beauty industry, it is definitely an explosive single product worth trillions of dollars. Such a miraculous ointment, not to mention selling a few $100s a bottle, that is, a few $1,000s, a few tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. There will definitely be countless people who will buy a. Su Group actually has another anointing to release? Is this playing a game of concealment? Numb nuts. We've all been tricked by Su's group, so it was all a smokescreen put up by Su's group before. The Lee family spent so much effort to steal secrets and ended up stealing a lonely one. While the crowd was in an uproar, Li Zhong stared at the secretary beside him with an annoyed face and said, "What's going on? Didn't you say that your people have already penetrated into the core of Su Group's senior management and have grasped all the secrets? How come such a snow face cream has suddenly appeared in Su Group now?" Chapter 47, The Medical Sage Backing Up the Su Family? Li Zhong was very angry. In order to bring down the Su Group, Li Zhong had already spent hundreds of millions of dollars to train, by spies, and countless hours of effort. Even Li Zhong suspected that his son was also moved by the Su family. He had put his son on the line, but what he stole was such a thing that was useless. It couldn't hurt the other party's fundamentals at all. So how could Li Zhong not be angry? "Mr. Li, I don't know about this, but I can 100% guarantee that the prescription we got is indeed the new drug that Su Group spent 10 years developing. This is definitely correct, and it's unlikely that Su Group still has the energy and time to develop another new drug." Li Zhong's secretary's face was full of doubts. His head was thinking rapidly. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "I understand. Su Group is trying to cheat us. This snow face ointment of theirs is definitely a fake. It's just made up to fool everyone. It can't possibly be effective." Jin Yang, Li Zhong's secretary, seemed to have discovered a new continent as if he was dancing with joy, and couldn't help but praise his own resourcefulness. The entire process of stealing the secrets of the Su Group. In fact, Li Zhong also participated in the whole process, and he also knows that the Su family is indeed unlikely to develop another new drug through. But now that Su's group has come up with another new drug at the launch site, there is only one explanation, and that is that Su's group is deceiving everyone, and that this drug can't be real at all. "Mr. Su, is this medicine you are talking about really that magical? That ancient prescription you mentioned, has it been proven? Is it harmful to humans, and who can bear the consequences of the side effects?" Someone in the crowd had already shouted out towards Sui Shui. In fact, this is also what Li Zhong wanted to ask. Since someone opened his mouth, Li Zhong was also happy not to say anything more, but quietly watched the good show. "I'd like to see how you're going to resolve this deadlock today, Sui Shui." Sui Shui on the stage, although her heart has already gotten the affirmative answer from Lei Qianjie, but still a little bottomless, slightly hesitant. It was such a momentary hesitation that those people below who were up in arms immediately caught the hint and began to follow along to build up momentum. "Mr. Su, you're cheating, right? It can make wounds heal. If there is such a miracle medicine, then those other beauty companies, won't they all collapse? Yeah, it would be so easy to make money if anyone could say they used an ancient recipe to create a beauty salve to sell. Fraud. Sui Shui, you're a fraud. Fraud. Fraud." The emotions of all the people on the scene, mobilized by those who had the intention to do so, were instantly brought to a rhythm and began to rise high. The whole place was starting to chant and the scene was getting a little out of hand. Those channelers under the Su Group were all lost in thought, and secretly they all began to think about how to go and get in touch with the Li family at a later time, to find a chance to cooperate with the Li family. "Sui Shui, is it that you don't even want to lose your face? Can you even find such a poor method? Spreading such a big lie, isn't it broken as soon as you poke it?" As soon as Li Zhong opened his mouth, the crowd below quieted down. "Mr. Su, I think you'd better sell the Su Group to my Li family. $2.5 million. No more." Li Zhong was deliberately humiliating Sui Shui. When Sui Shui didn't know what to do, next to the stage, Yi Fan's arm quietly touched Lei Qianjie. Lei Qianjie knew that it was time for him to go on. "What? Everyone who questions the authenticity of this prescription? Is it because you don't believe in Lao Fu's medical skills? Or what?" Lei Qianjie stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand, and the moment he showed his face, he caused the crowd below to start screaming. "Ha! It's the great summer medical sage, Elder Lei Qianjie? Geez, is it really Mr. Ray? What do you mean?" Elder Lei means to say that this ancient prescription was provided by him? If that's the case, I'm afraid that Su's snowface salve is mostly true. Interesting. This big show today is even better than the movie. The noisy crowd at the scene once again set off a wave of climax because of Lei Qianjie's appearance. The mood and attitude of the crowd, however, had begun to shift. If it was just the Su family saying that theirs was an ancient prescription, everyone would still have some doubts. But now the famous medical saint of Daxia, Lei Qianjie, personally stood up for Su's group. This weight is enough. The first person in Daxia's medical science. Isn't that even convincing? Everyone, this prescription was obtained by me unintentionally. I have refined a salve last night based on the herbs, ingredients, and refining methods on the ancient documents, proving that the salve does have the described functions, repairing wounds, beautifying and removing blemishes, and it can be effective in a few minutes. Boom! Lei Qianjie was actually really standing up for Su's group's new medicine, and he even personally proved that the ointment worked? What is this? One must know that as a famous medical saint of Daxia, Lei Qianjie had cured countless bigwigs, tycoons, and powerful people. Lack of money? Not a chance in hell. Moreover, for so many years, Lei Qianjie has never stood up for any commercial company. If there is any good formula, Lei Qianjie has directly published it on the internet. It's unusual to be so open and confident in endorsing the SOS today. But the effect of Lei Qianjie's appearance was naturally immediate. As Lei Qianjie's words fell, after the scene was in an uproar, a response immediately rang out. Lord Medical Sage has proved it. I choose to believe in Su Group. Mr. Su, I, Hongfa Pharmaceuticals, would like to cooperate with Su's group and order a batch of goods first. How about a deposit of $1 billion? I, Far Mountain Group, would also like to cooperate with Su Group with a deposit of $500 million. So please be sure to give Su a chance. Eastern Group. In the blink of an eye, there were already dozens of companies expressing their intention to cooperate towards Sui Shui, and the initial estimate of the deposit alone was already tens of billions. With these funds, the development of the Su Group would not be a problem at all. Leaping to become the #1 pharmaceutical company in Daxia would also not be a problem at all. Sui Shui looked at Lei Qianjie beside her. Her eyes were happy and at the same time, there were a few points of worry. As the president of a pharmaceutical company, Sui Shui was very clear about the difficulty of beauty salve development. A single portion of ointment can heal wounds and get rid of dark spots? Such an unbelievable function is completely unheard of. Seeing the situation of the scene instantly reversed, Li Zhong was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he himself was mocking Su's group. Was he slapped in the face so soon? Damn! What kind of food are you guys collecting intelligence for? Li Zhong kicked his secretary Jin Yang in annoyance. How did you guys count out that old thing Lei Qianjie? Lei Qianjie appeared. Even if that ointment was fake, most of them would still believe that it was real. Mr. Li, according to the arrangement from above, Lei Qianjie is not going to appear in Cloud City at all. The above arranged so many people to block the assassination of Lei Qianjie. I don't know why up to now Lei Qianjie will still be here. I'll deal with you later. Li Zhong glared fiercely at his secretary, then straightened his throat and got up to say loudly, Dr. Lei, it's not that all of us don't believe you. It's really that the efficacy of that ointment is too unbelievable. We really don't quite dare to believe that the ointment can instantly repair the wound. How can you prove it to us? Wow! Everyone looked at Li Zhong as he spoke again to destroy it. But on second thought, Li Zhong's words were not excessive. Isn't such a counterintuitive ointment said to be effective in a few minutes? Wouldn't it be more convincing to prove it live? Proof? How do I prove it? The best way to do this, naturally, is to make a cut toward the arm, then apply an ointment, and in a few minutes the wound disappears. No, but whose arm? Chapter 48, Asshole. What the hell are you doing cutting off my arm? Lei Qianjie was quite literally, instinctively wanting to take out his dagger and slash his own arm. But just at this time, Yifan next to the stage suddenly rushed out and snatched the dagger from Lei Qianjie's hand. I know how to prove it. Find someone to make a cut, then smear on the ointment and see if the wound is good. Won't that prove if the medicine is real or fake? Isn't that right? Ishue's wife? Yifan held the dagger in his hand and inquired towards Su Ishue. Indeed. But little Fan, what are you fooling around with at this time? Su Ishue saw that Yifan suddenly rushed out, and with a pout, she wanted to go over and pull Yifan down, but Yifan didn't hesitate at all. Directly climbed down from the stage and quickly ran towards Li Zhong. That grandpa, just now you're the one who talked the most. Come on, you'll help prove it. Before Li Zhong could react to what was going on, Yifan had already rushed to him. Without any hesitation, Yifan swung the dagger in his hand and directly cut a foot-long slit in Li Zhong's arm. The cut was so deep that you could see the white bones inside. Ah, stinky little cutie, what are you doing? OMG, my arm, ouch, come on someone, help me bandage. Li Zhong stared at Yifan angrily, and when he wanted to reach out and punch Yifan, Yifan had already retreated several meters away. Grand Master, I'm helping you prove that the ointment works. Ha, don't you suspect that the ointment is useless? Go, 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 go! Yifan's naive appearance caused the crowd to freeze. Li Zhong wanted to lash out, but when he thought about Yifan being a cutie, himself with a little cutie, gambling, wouldn't that be too degrading for him? Helplessly, Li Zhong was dragged by Yifan and quickly walked towards the stage. On the stage, Sui Shui watched Yifan actually stab Li Zhong twice with a dagger, suddenly feeling inexplicably relieved. This Li Zhong was simply bad, stealing the Su family's prescription and deliberately trying to disgust himself at the launch site. If it was possible, Sui Shui would have long wanted to give him 2 kicks. Yifan did what he wanted to do but wasn't too good at going out of his way to do. On the other side, Lei Qianjie watched Li Zhong walk onto the stage with his hands full of blood, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little master of his own, but really does not eat the loss of the Lord Li family. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time next. Wow! Li Zhong was about to go on stage before the crowd at the venue reacted. Ha, Li Zhong is really unlucky, actually being stabbed by that cutie from the Yi family. Stabbed him. Yeah, I'm afraid that even if Li Zhong was stabbed to death by Yifan, he would have died in vain. You guys say, is Yifan really stupid, or is he just a fake? He actually went straight up and gave Li Zhong 2 stabs. He's just the IQ of an 8-year-old. How much more can you ask for? But having Li Zhong go up and prove it is indeed the best method. After all, Li Zhong is the person who least expects the Su family's new medicine to take effect, and if Li Zhong can even prove that the ointment works, then it's a completely heaven-defying ointment. Li Zhong, who walked onto the stage, was simply in tears. What kind of bad luck is this? Every time he met Yifan, nothing good would come out of it. Yesterday, he met Yifan at the engagement banquet, and as a result, his son died. Today, he met Yifan here, and Yifan's 2 knives almost killed his whole life. Enduring the severe pain coming from his arm, Li Zhong still didn't forget to say towards Sui Shui, Mr. Su, don't make unnecessary struggles. If you chose to help the Yi family, you could have expected this result today. Ha! Li Zhong was just halfway through his sentence when he suddenly screamed, staring at Yifan next to him with an annoyed expression. You're blind. What are you doing stepping on my foot? Sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. I'm just over 100 pounds. Am I heavy? Stepping on it like this shouldn't be very painful. Yifan had an innocent look on his face, and at the same time, he also intentionally stretched his foot back and forth over towards Li Zhong's instep and once again stepped on it fiercely twice. You're going to die. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Li Zhong jumped around on the stage holding his feet in pain. Numb nuts. Yifan clearly didn't seem to weigh much, so how did stepping on his own instep make Li Zhong feel like a bulldozer was crushing on his instep? The backs of my own feet are about to break. Pust. Sui Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud beside her. This Yifan really helped himself out. LOL. If Yifan wasn't really stupid, with his previous methods, he would have directly slaughtered Li Zhong, right? The photographer next to him was very good at finding shots, and at this time, he had already carried the camera and gave a close-up of Li Zhong's arm wound. Lei Qianjie wiped the blood on the wound with a towel and showed the wound in front of the camera. Everyone can see it clearly, right? The wound is deep enough, right? You can even see the bones. Pust. Li Zhong felt that his heart had once again received a violent blow. Tramp, can you stop bleeping? I was stabbed by a cutie. It's humiliating enough to be stabbed, and you're repeating it over and over again? At this moment, those guests on the scene, the media, were staring at the several large screens around the hall, and seeing the Mori wounds on them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That little cutie from the Yi family, that's a tough one. One cut to the bone? If you were more ruthless, I'm afraid the whole arm would be ruined. At this moment, Su Honghai, Zhang Ru, as well as Su Mingho and the core disciples of the Su family, who were sitting at the bottom of the stage, at the very front, were all nervous as hell when they saw the scene in front of them. Big brother, when did Yi Shui get in touch with Lord Healer Saint? Did that ointment given by Lord Healer Saint work or not? Yeah, big uncle. This is a matter of life and death for our Su clan. Sister Yi Shui knows such an awesome big shot and didn't even tell us. The crowd's anticipation was accompanied by a few concerns. Su Honghai was actually just as nervous as they were, because until moments before she went on stage just now, Su Yi Shui hadn't told anything about Lei Qianjie, nor had she told about the medicinal ointment. Su Honghai was all ready for Su's group to collapse in this onslaught. As a result, the scene suddenly began to reverse. Lei Qianjie personally sat down and brought a heaven-defying ointment. How could Su Honghai not be excited? That's why you guys have to trust Yi Shui's choice. The Yi family's depth is not something you guys can speculate on. Su Honghai purposely held his appearance and spoke some lofty words, causing the Su family's crowd of disciples to not be able to help but once again look at Su Yi Shui in a high light. On stage, Lei Qianjie applied the ointment evenly on Li Zhong's arm. and the camera kept giving close-ups live. The crowd clearly see emerald green ointment smeared on. Li Zhong's skin seems to be moving like the ointment under the wound. Bleeding stopped. The skin began to slowly close. Phenomena that don't conform to current science are just happening before the eyes of the people as fast as the eye can see them. Everyone was stunned, all staring intently at the screen, and Li Zhong looked at the changes on his arm with an incredulous expression. The ointment developed by the Su family this time is actually real? How is that possible? Chapter 49, The baby's heart is suffering. Stealing the Su family's prescription was a plan that the Li family had been plotting for years. Now it's hard to force the Su family to a dead end. Immediately the Su family can collapse and go out of business. Then one's mission is completed. When the Su group closes down, then the Li family will fully take over the Su family's industry and jump to become the No. 1 pharmaceutical company in Cloud City. At the same time, the top will surely reward themselves extraordinarily, and then the days will take off. No, definitely not letting the Su family's ointment do what it's supposed to do. At that thought, Li Zhong's arm moved, and he tried to reach out his other hand and quickly wipe off the ointment. But Li Zhong's movements, Yi Fan had long predicted it, making Xia Hao long ago instruct Wang Fugue to stand right next to Li Zhong. When Li Zhong was just about to move, Wang Fugue grabbed Li Zhong's arm as if it were an iron clamp. Family Master Li, what? Are you thirsty for water? I'll feed you? Wang Fugue was now above the Zhongshe realm, and his control of martial qi energy had reached another level. While hooking Li Zhong's shoulders in this way, the qi controlled Li Zhong's entire body, and Li Zhong was simply unable to move even a single finger. No, I'm not thirsty. Li Zhong was a little frightened when he saw Wang Fugue, because this Wang Fugue is famous for being a stupid big man, although he is a normal person. But in fact, he is more cute than the little one now. Yi Fan was no better. If Yi Fan told him to kill himself now, he was afraid that Wang Fugue would not hesitate to drag his battle sword and do it. It's all the devil. The baby is suffering inside. Although Li Zhong was all anxious in his heart, he didn't dare to open his mouth to say one more word, and could only watch the wound on his arm heal at a speed visible to his eyes. In less than 5 minutes, the wounds on Li Zhong's arms, from the outside, were pretty much recovered. Lei Qianjie brought the towel and bit by bit, he wiped the ointment off Li Zhong's arm. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the screen in front of them. While Sui Shui on the stage, Li Zhong and a few others were looking towards the arm. A brand new, incredibly white arm appeared in front of the crowd. It seemed as if it had been bleached in bleach, and the color was all quite a bit more rosy and white than the surrounding skin color. The wounds that the crowd had seen with their own eyes just now had completely disappeared without leaving a single scratch. At this time, Wang Fugue has already released Li Zhong. Li Zhong, some disbelief while arm turned over back and forth to check several times. Simply find traces of wounds. This is impossible, completely impossible. Li Zhong reached out and scratched very hard on his arm a few times in a vain attempt to find the wound he had just made, but there was still nothing to be found. Nope, you guys must have used some kind of blindfold, or did you use some kind of magic? Li Zhong was on the verge of tears. He had clearly prepared everything today, intending to smash the Su family's scene. How did he end up on stage instead? As the Su family's trust? If he hadn't come on stage himself, Li Zhong would have definitely thought that this was a trust that the Su family had found. Li Zhong rolled his arm back and forth, and under the close-up of the camera, a thick arm kept rolling on the big screen of the scene, which was clearly seen by everyone on the scene. If anyone else had been on stage, everyone would have been skeptical, but now it was the head of the Li family personally on the stage. That was the nemesis who had stolen the Su family's prescription, and if there were any flaws in the ointment, Li Zhong would absolutely jump up and down. Such was the effect that everyone at the scene was shocked beyond words. Boom! Everyone began to boil up. Those groups and companies that hadn't given deposits just now, at this moment, they were as crazy, constantly squeezing over towards the Su family's cooperation registration desk. Tianhong Group, pay a deposit of $1 billion. I Hope the Group, pay a deposit of $800 million. Read Group, pay a deposit of $1 billion and am willing to share all distribution channels. It is all too clear what a salve with such unbelievable results means to the market. This is at least a few $1 trillion of the market. As long as the entry, that is to pick up money, who block their cooperation, that is to block their way of wealth. The scene was so hot that all the media extended their microphones to Sui Shui. Mr. Su, how did you do it? Did you hide the theft of the prescription from the world by announcing it earlier? Mr. Su, may I ask if it's because you brought good luck after you announced your marriage to Yifan? Dr. Lei, an interview with you. is there any chance of the Yi family's young master awakening? The scene was so explosive, completely exceeding Li Zhong's expectations. Li Zhong was on the stage, talking to a clown, standing or sitting. Li Zhong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Lu Ran's representative under the stage, a flash of gloom in his eyes. Sui Shui, since you won't let me have a good time, let's all have a bad time. Against the Su family, Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representatives could have prepared more than just one means. Mr. Su, don't be too happy. As far as I know, you still owe a lot of channel merchants for goods, right? Do you have that much money on your company's books now? Besides, if all the channelers don't cooperate with you anymore, how can you sell your stuff even if it's good? Li Zhong laughed grimly twice. Don't forget, everyone, now that the Su family and the Yi family are so close, if the Yi family is suppressed, the Su family will definitely suffer. Does everyone guarantee that they can make that money? This situation was something that everyone was worried about. And many people came today because they wanted to see how the Su family would face today's crisis. And by placing this crisis on the table, Li Zhong was quite similar to magnifying the Su family's crisis to make it more clear to everyone. Companies and groups that were a bit impulsive a moment ago are starting to hesitate. Yeah, the Su's products are good enough, but what happens when you have the life to earn it, but not the life to spend it? Below, Li Zhong and those suppliers arranged on behalf of Lu Ran once again began to echo the coaxing. Mr. Su, it's not that we're not benevolent enough, it's really that the situation is a bit complicated now. Mr. Su, give us a settlement. Right, Mr. Su, I also want to settle the previous $100 million owed for the goods, and the $50 million I owe. Under the rhythm of those channelers arranged by Li Zhong and Lu Ran, the situation at the scene was reversed once again, and hundreds of channelers all wanted to terminate their cooperation with the Su family and to get back the payment for their goods. Some of the group companies that had previously wanted to cooperate with the Su family had begun to hesitate, and just at this time, a young man stood up. Treadmill, what's wrong with your heads? Mr. Lei has stood up for us. What are you afraid of? It's just a small debt. Igua Li all helped the Su family to repay the, not to cooperate. The big deal is that Igua family joined Mr. Xia Old to take over all the Su family channel distribution. Who beep again? I killed you. A sudden voice caused the crowd at the scene to freeze, all of them turning to look towards the youth below. The Kwa family in the city? Another big family standing up to the Su family? In Guo Li's reminder, those who want to cooperate with the group and the company immediately reacted. All blew up. That's right, regardless of how to suppress. This ointment is to pick up money, Stepping horse actually almost caused me to miss the opportunity to pick up money. Rely on, hit them damn. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of people on the scene began to explode, furiously punching those who were clamoring for money and channeling up merchants. It's almost a 3-on-1, 4-on-1 situation. Shasta, all the voices of opposition weakened. This scene, directly Li Zhong and Lu Ran that Representative Qin Tao are dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why does it feel like the whole world is against you? Do you have to force yourself to play the killer? Chapter 50, Playing Dirty? Use of Force. Big brother, I was thrown by my dad to study abroad, and I only learned about the Yi family yesterday. I'm sorry, big brother, you don't know. All these years I've been away, my thoughts of big brother are like a rolling river. It's endless. As Guo Li spoke from his mouth, he stepped and rushed onto the stage, grabbing Yi Fan with both hands as he continued to speak. Big brother, I haven't seen you in a few years. I realized that you're even more handsome and dashing. Honestly, have you been nourished by your sister-in-law? Guo Li didn't have the slightest intention of covering up as he joked towards Sui Shui next to him. Dead thing, looking for a fight. Sui Shui's face blushed for a moment when Guo Li said, this Guo Li Sui Shui was also familiar with. Although Guo Li's family was in the provincial city, 5 years ago, Guo Li was with Wang Fugue, hanging out with Yi Fan every day, a man of letters and a man of arms, known as the Humbugs. Wang Fugue came for the martial arts, while Guo Li, with his superior intellect, was in charge of strategy and planning. Together with Yi Fan's own demonic talent, the few people's name of the three bastards at that time resounded throughout the entire Tiannan province and even the southwest. It was only later that Yi Fan was demented in a car accident and Guo Li was sent abroad to study for a period of time. The trio's combination was temporarily interrupted, but the emotion is unbroken. Wei Xiucai, don't be so shameless, okay? Always like to steal the words of lousy. Big brother's handsome and dashing. Still need you to use words to describe it? Let me tell you, when I take big brother to Lichuan Yuan, those girls will all rush to pour in. Seeing that his two good brothers started to pinch each other as soon as they met, Yi Fan also had a bit of a headache and his brows couldn't help but frown. These two brothers are good at everything but grabbing asses, one better than the other. Although Yi Fan only frowned, Guo Li immediately keenly perceived the change in Yi Fan's mood. Big brother, are you Pretending? In the first words, Guo Li's voice was still relatively loud when he spoke, but in the latter words, his voice was much lower, and he also looked around vigilantly. This was the difference between Guo Li and Wang Fugui. Guo Li was much more cerebral than Wang Fugui. As soon as he saw Yi Fan's movements, he immediately guessed most of Yi Fan's plan and knew how to keep it a secret. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. With Guo Li's brain, it was a bit difficult to hide it from him. In that case, it would be good to have a showdown with Guo Li when the opportunity was right. After all, many of Yi Fan's subsequent plans still needed people to execute them. Xia Hao alone, a lot of things cannot be done, and this life and death brother Guo Li is the best choice, and Guo Li's brain, and the ability to general management of the whole situation. Seeing Yi Fan's eyebrows raised, Guo Li instantly sensible did not continue to pursue the question, but took the microphone from Sui Shue's hand, said loudly, "Bosses, today the effect of the Su family Snowface beauty cream we have seen, want to cooperate immediately seize the opportunity to sign up? First come, first served. Miss this village, there is no this store. Buy is to earn o. Guo Li is the kind of natural eight-sided, socially awesome patient. A few words will be the scene of the crowd's emotions mobilized. As for those cargo merchants that Li Zhong and Qin Tao had arranged, they had all been beaten up so much that they couldn't make any noise at all. In just an instant, the situation at the scene had already collapsed on one side towards the Su family's side. Yi Fan satisfied secretly nodded his head. There is Guo Li to help grasp the big picture. He is going to save a lot of heartache. Line up, everyone, line up for the deposit. The entire conference, under Yi Fan's planning, with Lei Qianjie, Guo Li and others stepping in to stir things up, was considered to be held perfectly. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's plan was completely bankrupt, but instead, some of the original channelers who had cooperated with the Li family had all chosen to invest in the Su family's embrace. Li family master, what do you mean? Do you still think that losing face is not enough? Do you still intend to continue waiting here for the new year? Guo Li looked at Li Zhong below who was still dumbfounded, and coldly chided, if it was me, I would have already found a piece of tofu and crashed to death. My son was played to death by himself, and he himself still has to disgrace himself here. Guo Li was deliberately picking up Li Zhong's sore spot and poking him. Li Zhong was furious. Guo Li, dog, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Guo family in the provincial city. Humph, everyone, prepare to strike. Wow, with Li Zhong's rebuke, from around the venue, hundreds of strong men dragging swords, steel rods, and other weapons suddenly emerged from the clattering, and surrounded the entire venue in a group. All of you stop it. Who of you dares to try signing a contract with the Su family today? Li Zhong coldly rebuked. From behind those burly men, a batch of archers once again emerged, crossbows and arrows in their hands locking those company representatives, bosses and so on at the scene. Li Zhong, what do you mean? Seeing the situation in front of him, Su Honghai jumped up from his seat and shouted at Li Zhong. You can't get the Su family to do anything by commercial means, so you're playing these underhanded tricks? Planning to use force to forcefully obstruct the Su family's development? Humph, isn't it obvious what I mean? Your Su family and the Yi family have gotten too close. This is a punishment from above for your Su family. When Li Zhong saw those killers he had arranged, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and a touch of smugness appeared on his face. Now, your Su family has two choices. Continue to stand up to the Yi family, then today is the moment of your Su family's demise. Either that or hand over Yi Fan and accept my Li group's acquisition, which will allow your Su group to continue to survive. As for the price, I said it first, 5 million. Li Zhong had a cold smile on his face. His ambition was great, and since he made a move today, he was thinking of directly taking down Yi Fan and getting him killed directly. Yesterday, Li Yunyang suddenly exploded to death at the engagement banquet, although there was no evidence. Li Zhong always felt that Li Yunyang's death and Yi Fan couldn't be unrelated, so he killed Yi Fan to avenge his son. You dream. Sui Shui dodged and blocked in front of Yi Fan. Li Zhong, you are too despicable. If you want to harm Yi Fan, unless you step over my Sui Shui's corpse. Sui Shui had a determined face. She was already Yi Fan's woman. She had promised the Yi family's old man that she would protect Yi Fan. If Yi Fan got hurt beside her, then how would she explain to Sister Linglong? Sister Linglong, where did he go? Sui Shui suddenly realized that Yu Linglong should also be at the scene. But at this time no Yu Linglong figure. Where did he go? Sui Shui, still think you are that high and mighty princess? Stinking. Li Zhong thought that just now Sui Shui had made him lose face, and Yi Fan had even cut his arm with such a big slit. A touch of gloom appeared on his face, and with a wave of his hand, he intended to slap Sui Shui's face. Boom! But before Li Zhong's palm could swing out, the nearby Yi Fan suddenly swung up a chair and smashed it hard against Li Zhong's head. Old thing, who dares to hurt my wife? I'll fight with him. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan at this time naively swung up the chair. without any reservation, one after another, ruthlessly toward Li Zhong's head to open the head and go. Li Zhong was smashed, his eyes were starry, his head cracked, and his body staggered several times, staggering towards the ground. You stepped on the horse. Beside Li Zhong, Qin Tao, who reacted to the situation, looked at the situation in front of him with annoyance, and rebuked those burly men around him. What are you guys still standing there for? Do it, take down all of the Su family, all of them. Chapter 51, Is Genius Contagious? They've all become masters? I'll see who dares. When those men of Li Zhong were just about to make their move, Wang Fugue jumped out from behind Yifan, his powerful aura stirring recklessly, shocking the few thugs who rushed at the front back several steps. The combat knives in their hands were scared and dropped directly to the ground. Clunk! The crisp voice caused everyone to look towards Wang Fugue. Some martial arts experts, sensing the stirring breath on Wang Fugue's body, were shocked for a while and exclaimed, "A Zhongshu level expert? Wang Fugue actually broke through to a Zhongshu master? Another demonic genius has appeared in Cloud City. Nima, is genius contagious?" Yeah, before, the 15-year-old Yifan was a Zhongshu level powerhouse, and now Wang Fugue, who is following him, has also become a Zhongshu level powerhouse. It's too scary. The path of martial arts, from the initiation of Huanjing, to the control realm, to the patriarch, martial arts Zun, martial arts emperor. It seemed like there was only a difference of one realm, but in reality, the difference between each realm was a geometric multiplier. On the scene, although Li Zhong had prepared so many assassins, with Wang Fugue, a sect master level powerhouse, it was completely futile. Wang Fugue's strength alone was enough to be able to kill all those killers that Li Zhong had arranged. Li Zhong also noticed the change in Wang Fugue's aura. He had counted on everything, but he hadn't counted on the fact that Wang Fugue had actually broken through from the control realm to the level of martial grandmaster. Mr. Qin, Li Zhong some difficult to look to the side of the Qin Tao. Li Zhong although as the main executor of this action, but in fact only rushed to the forefront just behind the real control is Lu Ran sent Qin Tao. Fear what? No matter how powerful he is, he's only one person. With so many of us, we'll take action from many sides. As long as we catch Su Yixue, or Yi Fan, or even just a few of those company bosses who want to work together as hostages, Wang Fugue will throw in the towel and won't dare to act rashly. With Qin Tao's explanation, Li Zhong was once again confident. Wang Xiao, this is a matter between us and the Su family before. I advise you to better stay out of it. You can't afford to mess with the power behind me. As Li Zhong spoke, blood flowed all over his face from his head again, looking incomparably wretched. Humph. Su Yixue is my sister-in-law. The Su family's business is my Wang Fugue's business. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of the Su family today is against my Wang family. Wang Fugue didn't have the slightest intention to back down. Li Zhong, let your people withdraw now. You still have a chance, otherwise you will know what it means to be worse than death. Before Wang Fugue could finish his sentence, he was forcibly interrupted by Guo Li. Enough, that's enough. You've finished your words. It's my turn. Boom! After Guo Li rushed out, he didn't have any hesitation and blasted his fist towards the front few killers. The powerful impact of the chi instantly blasted those few killers flying out a dozen meters horizontally, falling to the ground without any movement. Excuse me, I'm also a Zhongshu level expert now. Whoever of you is not convinced can try my fists. My fists are already hungry and thirsty. Guo Li arrogantly waved the fist in his hand, and also glanced towards Wang Fugue with some smugness. How about it? Old Wang, you didn't expect it, did you? I was planning to show off in front of you, but I didn't think that you, this stupid big guy, had also broken through. Alas! Hiss, another clan master? The humbugs by Yifan's side had all broken through in such a short period of time? The people at the scene were all stunned, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Okay, genius is certainly contagious. How else could Guo Li and Wang Fugue have broken through in such a short period of time, with two great sect masters in attendance? Qin Tao's face also instantly turned pale. With one sovereign master present, they could still find some loopholes to attack, but with two major sovereign masters in attendance, they would have almost no chance. Even with the threat of those archers, the Zhongshu masters, who could already all form astral energy and set up a barrier, could easily ward off those crossbows and arrows outside of the safe range. Qin Tao glanced at the scene, his eyes glancing towards the gate, already planning to bolt. Now this situation, stay here is completely continue to send head. Don't move at all. Be a good boy and put down the weapons in your hands. This young lady has already endured you for a long time. Qin Tao and Li Zhong were still in hesitation when a chorus of petulant shouts resounded once again from outside the crowd, and Yu Linglong appeared on the scene with a large group of camouflage-clad youths, enough to number several hundred. Comparing it to the number of people Li Zhong had arranged, it was basically 2 against 1. Those archers, behind each of them stood 2 camouflage-clad youths, with chilling daggers in their hands, aimed at the hearts of those archers. The archer who had been murderous just a moment ago, instantly lost his temper and could only helplessly and obediently put his bow down. Those other killers arranged by Li Zhong at the scene also didn't have any choice, and under the absolute power pressure, one was taken down without missing a beat. A life and death crisis was just dissolved into nothing. The speed is ridiculously fast. The scene of all the company owners, channel partners have not yet reacted to what is going on. A storm or over. Family Master Li, let's find a place to talk. Xia Hao brought Li Hu over from the side of the stage, and Li Hu's men left and right surrounded Li Zhong in the center. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's faces instantly turned pale. Looking at the killers that were escorted away from the scene, until the last one left, Li Zhong was completely desperate. How did Li Zhong feel just so stifled? Obviously today should have been his home ground. He should have hung the Su family, making the Su family completely unable to get off the ground and then be taken down by himself. And by now, how did he suddenly and inexplicably get countered? It felt like everything was a conspiracy and that I was being put in a sack. Jade Linglong was also a powerhouse of the sovereign level, with the 3 great sect master powerhouses in attendance. If Li Zhong and Qin Tao still jumped out to find trouble with the Su family, wouldn't they be looking for death? In fact, what Li Zhong and Qin Tao didn't know was that apart from the 3 great sect masters, Yi Fan was actually already at the peak of martial zone. So even if Li Zhong and Qin Tao brought 10 sect masters, they still wouldn't have any good outcomes today. Yu Linglong and Xia Hao, Li Hu and the others took Li Zhong and Qin Tao away. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. With such a tit-for-tat struggle, the Li family had completely torn their faces off with the Su family. Then the Li family will certainly not have a good ending. The Li family can almost be declared extinct. Some time ago, the Zhao family and Yi Fan against, behind the direct extinction. Now, the Li family and Su family against, or did not escape the fate of extinction. Some smart people have picked up on some of this. Although the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, I'm afraid it's still not that easy to deal with. That Qilin, son of the Yi family, is he really stupid? Or is he pretending to be stupid? Chapter 52. Then the music was played. Then the dance. Everyone, go ahead and play the music. Go ahead and dance. Don't let some little garbage delay everyone from making money. No? After Qin Tao and Li Zhong were pulled away, Guo Li immediately began to greet the remaining company bosses and representatives on the scene and began to continue signing up for cooperation with the Su family. In fact, at this point, there was no need for Guo Li to greet them. Everyone would be frantically signing up. After all, just now, the provocation of the Li family, everyone could see clearly. Li Zhong had united with the Lu family in the provincial city and used 3 means to sabotage the Su family's launch, but in the end, he ended up in the gutter and was hanged. It was clear to everyone that the Yi family was behind the Su family. Previously, when the Yi family was almost wiped out in one day, everyone was a little afraid of those rivals of the Yi family stepping forward. But now, on the Yi family side, there are Wang Fuguei, Hua Li, Yu Linglong and the other 6 sister-in-laws standing up. The 3 great sect masters are strong. The Yi family's old man still has disciples all over the world. Is the Yi family really that easy to fall? Some sharp-eyed people on the scene had already seen Master Yi sitting in the back seat, as well as those bigwigs who were usually rare to see on TV, all quietly sitting in various corners of the launch venue at this time. Mama, even the old man of the governor of Tiannan province is here. Your sister, Li family, is not looking for death? Yes, I also saw the old general of Southwest Guan, sitting in the southwest for 30 years. An old bone, actually also came. Alas, poor Li Zhong. After the crowd discovered these situations at the scene, they immediately understood that in fact, even if Yu Linglong and Wang Fuguei, Guo Li and the others didn't act, it was also impossible for the Li family to have their way. Elder Yi has personally come to sit on the fence. How could he not have a backhand? Yunqing, a small Li family, actually want to lay hands on Su group, and Yi family arm wrestling, as cannon fodder died too bad. Sign up. I want to sign up too. Ugh, that who? Don't squeeze. Line up properly. Quick, let me get to the front. All the company bosses on the scene went crazy, and at this time, they didn't care about any image, and squeezed towards the front one by one, wanting to grab the cooperation quota. The Su family's launch ended with a comprehensive victory for the Su family. Some of the channel merchants that the Li family had gathered before, some of the chicken thieves didn't get up in arms with the Li family, and are now lamenting that their ancestors' graves are smoking. Those channelers who had messed up with the Li family, needless to say, had been sidelined from cooperation from now on, and were sure to be hit across the board. And those of them who stayed behind can pick up money for 10 years just for the snowface cream alone. Yi Changfeng, who was sitting in the back seat, saw the scene in front of him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Those children and grandchildren of the Yi family, when things went wrong, were thousands of miles away, and I couldn't take care of them. And the Su family is in Cloud City, right under my nose. Can you still let you bully? However, Yi Changfeng was still a bit curious. When did the Su family have such a powerful snow face cream? If there was such a product, would the Su family still be in such a panic? Moreover, the Su family's control of the entire scene's arrangement today was so rigorous that it was almost dripping with water. Even with the help of people like Xia Hao and Guoli in the provincial capital, the whole will be the scene calculated. So understand, Yi Changfeng always feel that there are high people behind. Elder Yi, there shouldn't be anything else here. Let's go back and continue drinking. From all corners of the scene, those hidden bigwigs began to gather towards Yi Changfeng. Still drink didn't hear Dr. Lei said? Yi Young is completely have the possibility of awakening. We old guys should play a little bit of residual heat. How can not let the Yi family be bullied extinct? Which of your old subordinates should be greeted as soon as possible to greet it? Right, let's go back and plan. Those dogs, today's plan failed. There will definitely be follow-up actions. We must not let them succeed. Those bigwigs who were summoned by Lei Chenjie were all human beings among human beings, and the duel between the Su family and the Li family at the scene had developed too bizarrely, with the Li family being defeated in its entirety. Although Yi Fan still looked dumbfounded, everyone detected the flavor of abnormality. If Yi Fan wasn't dumb and stupid, but was faking it, then what kind of a scenario would it be? Yi Changfeng and a group of bigwigs quietly left. The core disciples of the Su family were busy greeting those company bosses. Sui Shui, as the president of the company, wanted to go over and greet them, but when she looked at Yi Fan, she was a little worried. Little sister-in-law, hurry up and go about your business. Big brother here has us to take care of him. Don't worry. Guoli could see Sui Shui's concern, greeted Sui Shui, put his arm around Yi Fan's shoulder, and then quickly walked towards the bottom of the stage. When he arrived at the lounge behind the stage, Guoli closed the door to the room and quickly said toward Yi Fan, "Big brother, when did you awaken?" Yi Fan knows that cannot hide Guoli. Guoli was Wang Fugue called Guoxiucai, its own wisdom and strategy. Mind, then Yi Fan is actually not much worse. Moreover, Yi Fan had sensed before that Guoli's own physique was also somewhat special. In addition to the normal breath in his body, there was also an ancient breath fluctuating in his body, and it seemed that an inheritance was sealed in his body, but it just hadn't been activated for the time being. Just a few days ago, the day the Yi family was destroyed, 5 years ago, the car accident was created by the Zhao family's people. By mistake, I sealed myself with a talisman seal for 5 years. So, Yi Fan quickly explained to Guoli, my plan is simple. Continue to play dumb, paralyze those opponents dealing with the Yi family. Start with the Zhao family, the Wang family, the Li family, check the Lu family in the provincial city, and then track down Zhou Xiao in Shangjing, to get justice for the Yi family. Guoli's role at Yi Fan's side had always been that of a military advisor. Yi Fan is now going to continue to play dumb. A lot of things for Guoli to carry out, when his own mouthpiece is very appropriate. Is that so? It turns out that the Zhao family's extermination, Li Yunyang's explosive death, are all the handiwork of Big Brother. Guoli all can't help but give a thumbs up to Yi Fan. Those opponents who are enemies of the Yi family simply did not think that the most demonic genius of the Yi family has already awakened. Waiting for them will be a day that is worse than life and death. In the room, Guoli was still discussing some subsequent plans with Yi Fan. On the other side of the stage, Wang Fugue just turned his head for a split second and realized that Guoli and Yi Fan had disappeared, and was furious and slapped his thighs. Guo Xiu Kai, you don't talk about martial virtues. Where did you get your big brother? You pat the horse's ass, patting a little too much. Leave me a little. The two of them, Yi Fan and Guoli, were in the room and couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other when they heard Wang Fugue's huge voice outside. This big stupid Chun, really speechless. So, big brother, we're going to meet Li Zhong next, as well as Qin Tao, and pry something out of their mouths? Guoli inquired towards Yi Fan. Yes, the next thing is up to you. The Li family will disappear from today. It's best to figure out who's behind the command of today's operation. It's best if you can dig up a big fish. Yes, when Wang Fugue found the door to the room behind the stage, Guoli and Yi Fan stepped out of it and greeted Wang Fugue. Go find Li Zhong. Chapter 53, More Than Sucks? Hurt each other. Wang Fugue looked at Guo Li with some suspicion. Guo Xiao Kai, what did you and Big Brother whisper? Why do I feel like you guys are hiding something from me? Big Brother, tell me honestly, are you awakened? I promise I won't tell anyone else. Wang Fugue had already asked Yifan more than once or twice in the past few days. Although Wang Fugue looked a bit naive, he was just slow to react, not really the stupid kind. Moreover, Wang Fugue's thinking and intelligence seemed to have been enlightened a few more points after he broke through the Zone Master. The two of them, Yifan and Guo Li, looked at each other without saying anything and stepped towards the door. Near the Su group, in a courtyard, Xiahao also Li Hu put Li Zhong and Qin Tao under control. Li Zhong somewhat unwillingly rebuked. Xiahao, Li Hu, is there any king's law in your eyes? It's against human rights for you to restrict my freedom like this. I'm going to sue you. Boo! Li Hu was grumpy and waved the battle knife in his hand, slapping it down on Li Zhong's face. Li family master, you'd better figure out your own situation. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xiao had to wait for news from your mouth, you would have died 1,000 times over. The king's law? How come Li Zhong didn't think about the king's law when he gathered so many martial arts experts, assassins, and archers to surround Su's launch site? If Li Zhong won, then Yifan and Sui Shui, including Li Hu, Xiahao and the others would have a good ending. Li Zhong wanted to continue to argue a couple of sentences. Guo Li and Wang Fugue, Yifan appeared at the gate. Yi Xiao, Xiahao and Li Hu greeted Yifan respectfully. Yifan did not respond, but naively grabbed the chair next to him and smashed it several more times against Li Zhong and Qin Tao. Bad people, you are bad people. You want to bully my wife. You should be beaten. Actually, to the Su family under such a cruel hand. If not, Yifan let Xiahao and Yu Linglong has long been arranged. Afraid that today is another end. We can't find out who's behind the manipulation yet, but the crap that's rushing ahead has to be taken out first and some interest collected. Yifan's outburst of anger was over before Guo Li came on. Li family master, are you going to give an account yourself, or am I going to use some means? Guo Li smiled as he pulled a dagger in his hand, but that smile, it was creepy. Pust. Li Zhong was still hesitant. The dagger in Guo Li's hand had already stabbed a slit in Li Zhong's chest. You guys are really hateful. Actually my big brother will be almost extinguished. Death is cheap. Guo Li genuinely regarded Yifan as his big brother, and after realizing that the entire Yi family had almost been wiped out, he blew up on the spot and couldn't bear to chop up all those enemies. Li Zhong looked at Guo Li with a horrified face. He didn't expect that Guo Li, who looked so civilized and elegant and was known as Guo Xiao Kai, would actually be so rude and play it for real, directly poking a big hole in his chest. Watching the blood flow down from his wounds, Li Zhong felt that his vitality power was rapidly draining away. You're really going to get played yourself? Li Zhong was very sure that if he didn't say something, they would really just get themselves killed. I said, this action is the provincial city Lu Ran family master ordered us to do. I just organized to help. The real command is him, is Qin Tao. Numb nuts, Qin Tao, you killed me. I'm going to fight you to the death. Li Zhong thought of his dead son and how he himself had now ended up in such a situation. Li Zhong knew that from today, the Li family would definitely cease to exist. Originally thought that following the Lu family in the provincial capital, the Li family could get greater development. But now, Li Zhong, don't spit blood. What did we agree on before the operation? Are you stupid? Do you think you can live just because you said the plan above? Isn't it just a death? We die. Naturally there will be other people to clean up the Yi family. They can't pop up for a few days. Qin Tao spoke joyfully, but the next moment, Guo Li made a big hole in his chest as well with a knife directly. You're very noisy. Don't worry, when Li Zhong has finished his explanation, it will soon be your turn. Guo Li turned his head toward Li Zhong and said, you continue. I know that they are planning an action, before to stop the Thunder God Doctor to cure Yi Xiao. There is another plan behind it. It seems that a big brother is coming from above to personally test Yi Xiao, to see if Yi Xiao has awakened. There are also other people that will be sent from the provincial city. Like pouring beans, Li Zhong told all the news he knew. Although a part of it was already known to Yifan, the big brother behind Lu Ran had begun to sit down and was planning to come to Cloud City in person, which was something Yifan had not expected. As long as they dared to come, Yifan would definitely let them have no return. Are their guests coming? Is it a bad guy? Is it a bad guy to kill them? Yifan responded naively. Guo Li stifled a smile and looked at Yifan. This big brother, pretending to be really like Li Zhong, you're crazy. You really said everything. Qin Tao was frantic. He had planned to take those secrets into the coffin, but Li Zhong didn't speak martial arts and told most of the secrets. There was no point in keeping them to himself. It sucks more than it sucks, right? So let's just see who sucks more. I also know that there are two people who are in contact with Lu Ran from above. One is from the military, codenamed Lone Wolf, and the other is Zhou Xiao from Shangjing. They are dealing with the Yi family. Apart from exterminating the family, they are also tracking down the same thing, and that thing is said to be able to raise the force value by leaps and bounds. What exactly it is I don't know at the moment. Xin Tao and Li Zhong looked like they were in a race, pouring out all the secrets they knew to each other. Yi Fan and Guo Li, among others, listened to the information explained by the two as if they were watching a good show. Yi Fan had a rough idea of those people's plans in his heart. The big young man who came from the provincial city is good, but the big man who came from the military, I don't know how strong he is, and he must be treated carefully. He must stay here, and it is better to let them not suspect themselves. It seems that he has to plan a lot. Northwest, in a separate garden, the big screen on the wall. The live broadcast is the Su Group launch site, above Li Zhong and other people's action plan. See clearly. It wasn't until the end when Li Zhong and the others were taken away that the old man next to him turned the screen off in annoyance. This is how you arranged the operation? Letting the Su Group make a big splash and the Li family all but wiped out. What kind of job did you run? What will other people think of us if we go on like this? Blatantly working against us, without any damage, not to mention holding a launch event that was a huge success? What the hell? The pavilion elder rests his anger. It's my fault. I didn't expect them to deploy so tightly. I'll go to Cloud City myself right away and look for a chance to do away with Yifan directly to eliminate any future problems. Chapter 54 Revenge comes so fast. You want to see Su's group? Wen Yun Chang, Guo Li and Yifan, Wang Fugue and a few others left and re-entered the Su group. The signing at the scene was almost completed. Seeing Yifan come back, Su Yixue hugged Yifan in her arms as soon as she was deeply in love. Hubby, thank you. Su Yixue didn't dare to be sure whether Yifan was awakened or in a state of dementia, but Su Yixue was certain of one thing. The biggest credit for the success of the Su family's launch today must be Yifan, although the ones who stepped forward were Wang Fugue, Guo Li, Yu Linglong, and Dr. Lei, but without Yifan, would they have stepped forward? Hearing the word husband, Yifan couldn't help but jerk a little inside. Yixue, this little nymph, was she finally completely conquered by herself? Yixue wife, you are my wife. I promised Grandpa that I would guard your. I will definitely try my best to take out those bad guys. As Yifan spoke, he also glanced at Yu Linglong, who was not far away. Yu Linglong looked at Yifan thoughtfully, thinking of the peculiar physique on Yifan. Being in close contact with him, she could enjoy the warmth to aid her cultivation. It was simply too amazing. If Yifan really awakened and his demonic talent came into play again, how terrifying would that be? Breaking through to the Wu Zun, Martial Emperor? It wasn't impossible to even reach the level of Martial Saint Ah. At that time, who else could stop the Yi family's unicorn? Moreover, Lei Qianjie, as the great summer medical sage, what he said yesterday made Yu Linglong a bit skeptical. Lei Qianjie had always been a very strict person and wouldn't put ambiguous information, but when he said Yifan's situation, he was a bit ambiguous, only saying that there was a possibility of Yifan awakening, but didn't say the exact time. According to Lei Qianjie's style, it was either possible to awaken or not. So vague. Unless, of course, it was instructed by someone more powerful to say that on purpose? Thinking of this, Yu Linglong's eyes looked sharply towards Yifan. Could it be that this husband of hers had really awakened? Yu Linglong had heard that Yifan was a famous Southwest teenage medical fairy 5 years ago, and in terms of medical skills, it was said that he had already crushed Lei Qianjie. If Yifan had awakened and conquered Lei Qianjie with his medical skills, it was entirely possible for Lei Qianjie to help cover up certain truths. Jade Linglong, as a 3-star female martial god of Disya, in addition to her superb combat power, her own intelligence was not covered. After a bit of speculation, she had actually speculated the truth. Yifan felt Yu Linglong's eyes, and Yifan couldn't help but thump in his heart. This first wife of his is not that easy to fool. It seems that in the future in front of Yu Linglong should be a bit more restrained. Otherwise, if Yu Linglong knows that she is no longer a little cutie. If Yu Linglong knows that she is no longer a cutie pie, will she still marry herself? Seniors and friends, thank you all very much for your help in making Su's launch go smoothly today. It's also time for lunch. I've already arranged for a banquet, so I'll invite all of you for a casual dinner. Su Yixue warmly greeted everyone. Su Honghai and Su Minghao didn't know how to greet them when they saw so many bigwigs, giggling one after another. They also didn't know whether the Su family was right or wrong in their decision now. Bundled so deeply with the Yi family, those rivals of the Yi family's retaliation will definitely not be relentless. Only, they didn't expect that the other side would act so quickly. Su Yixue greeted everyone at the scene and was just about to leave Su's group when the sound of a siren buzzing suddenly sounded outside the door. a group of uniformed officers rush into the scene. I'm sorry, we have received a report that you have illegally gathered funds here and are suspected of falsely publicizing fake medicines. Please ask the person in charge of you to go back with us to investigate. In addition, the company account funds we have frozen according to the law, when the investigation is clear, will immediately thaw. The operation was a joint effort between the police department, the FDA, and law enforcement. Boom! The sudden news was like a bolt from the blue. Officer, are you guys mistaken? Our Sue's group is a normal business activity. How can we be suspected of illegally gathering funds? Those funds are the deposit they paid for ordering Sui Shui are about to cry. Originally today's new drug conference was successfully held, but also to recruit so many new channel business, get back so much money. Sui Shui Heart is very happy. They expand the scale of production is not a problem at all. A few tens of billions could be enough to do a lot of things on its own, but suddenly so many uniformed officers have seized their companies and frozen their accounts. Not to mention the delay in production. Once the news got out, it would be a devastating blow to Sue's group. Would those martial arts merchants who wanted to cooperate with Su Clan still dare to continue their cooperation? The leading officer glanced at Sui Shui with some bitterness and said, Miss Su, there's nothing we can do. We're all just following orders. In fact, everyone knew that it was not at all about Sue's group itself, but rather the storm of the Yi family and those rivals who continue to struggle. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do with checking out a business conglomerate and acting so swiftly? You guys. Sui Shui still wanted to continue talking. Yi Fan made a wink to Guo Li at his side. Guo Li hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sister-in-law, it's fine. They are just investigating. Let them investigate. There are us. Sue's group will be fine. Guo Li and Yi Fan were both clear that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all just executives rushing to the front. To solve the problem at hand, you have to find the key person behind it. Ms. Su, also cooperate and have the core members of the company come with us. The officer leading the team was also in a difficult position, but there was an order from above and he had no choice but to carry it out. To take Sui Shui? Guo Li frowned and turned his head to look at Yi Fan. That's a bit of a bully, isn't it? How could Big Brother possibly put up with this? How dare you? Yu Linglong was also on fire. What do you guys mean? In broad daylight, you dared to arrest people casually. I'm here. Try arresting one of you? With a wave of Yu Linglong's hand, several of her own men surrounded her, guns already drawn. Swish, the uniformed personnel who came had also been prepared, and had pulled out the guys on their bodies, and both sides immediately began to confront each other. The atmosphere of the scene instantly turned a bit tense, and the battle was about to start. We all know the importance of the matter. If only the company account is frozen, the Sue's group still have room for salvation. But if Sui Shui was taken away, then Sue's group wants to obtain business reputation in the back will be difficult. It also meant that the Yi family had failed in their encounter with those opponents. Yi Fan frowned as he pondered. Yi Fan did have a lot of means, the Heavenly King authority of the Xuanwu war zone, and the power behind the Tianji pavilion that had not been activated yet. Any of these points were enough to be able to make the other side bow their heads, but if they were to be exposed so prematurely now, then I'm afraid that those who were really dealing with the Yi family would not dare to venture out. What for? What for? Yi Fan was still thinking. From outside the gate of Su Group, several military trucks stopped, and from the car jumped down a reinforced company in camouflage uniformed soldiers, all of them with loaded guns. The leader was none other than Major Guofei, who was on patrol training with his team, and when he passed by the Su Group, he happened to see Yi Fan surrounded by a group of people in the middle, and immediately rushed over with his men, and in turn surrounded those uniformed personnel in the middle. They are bad people, trying to capture my wife. Yi Fan saw Guofei, his eyes immediately lit up, and he opened his mouth toward Guofei. Yesterday, when he saved Xian Yufei's father in the hospital, Guofei was recognizing his Xuanwu Zhenshinwang token. Guofei's major's identity, doing the other can't work, but protecting Sui Shui and the others from being captured. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 55, Night of the Vast Ages. Initiate SSS Ranked Action Directive. Guofei's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan's meaning was obvious. It was not to deal with these uniformed personnel. After recognizing the Xuanwu Zhenshinwang's token yesterday, Guofei reported the situation to the top at the first opportunity. The token of the Jin Tianwang Emperor appeared again, directly alarming the highest head of Xuanwu, who personally spoke to Guofei, allowing him to recount the details of the situation. The final order given was that all actions fully cooperate with the Heavenly King. No matter what kind of appearance the Heavenly King has, any orders must be obeyed unconditionally, even all the forces under the Xuanwu banner. Guofei wasn't stupid, and heard some other meanings from the chief's words. This youngest master of the Yi family, to be able to become the Heavenly King of the Xuanwu district, he must have real skill. skills. The key was that the way Yifan was now, and the top was still so defensive, that could only mean one thing: Yifan was most likely not demented, but was pretending, confusing the enemy. Take it down. Without any hesitation, Guofei immediately gave the order, allowing his men to bring all the uniformed personnel under control. Those who still wanted to take Sui Shui away all lost their freedom in the blink of an eye. Although they were wearing uniforms, they were no match in front of those of Guofei's men, whether it was in terms of numbers or force value. In all aspects, Vice Commander Guofei, do you know what you are doing? We're carrying out our official duties. You're openly confronting us like this. Can you bear the responsibility behind it? The leading officer in that group of uniformed personnel still wanted to argue, but Guofei didn't give them any good looks. Shut up. I also want you to teach me to do things. All people, all take away. Tell you, Su's group and our military medicine supply channel, dare to Su's group hands, is and our enemy. What is the problem? Go back to say. Hiss, was sentence, although the voice was not loud, but the crowd that did not leave the scene listened to the heart trembled. When did Su's group become the military's pharmaceutical supply channel? However, Yifan glanced at Guofei and raised his eyebrows. This young man, he's very good at what he does. Other aspects Yifan does not dare to guarantee, but the Tianlong army and Xuanwu army side, if it is from the Su group to take drugs, at least a few $100 billion a year, right? Grace, it does seem like it could be operationalized. Wow, in just a moment's time, those uniformed personnel who had been arrogant and infinite just now were instantly taken away. Sui Shui looked at Yifan with some bewilderment. When did Yifan know someone from the Xianwu military? Moreover, normally, the military usually didn't interfere in the lives of ordinary people. And Guofei, just because of a word from Yifan, directly took away all of the so many uniformed personnel? That's 3 major departments joining forces. Sui Shui realized that she could not understand Yifan for a moment. What secret was Yifan hiding? Now that he was still in a demented state, he was so powerful. If Yifan returned to the state of a demonic genius, what kind of terrifying existence would he be? Suddenly, Sui Shui was full of expectations for the future. If Yifan awakened in the future, then it seemed like it would be a very beautiful thing to have himself as his wife. Su's temporary crisis was lifted, and the next problem was the freezing of the company's accounts. To freeze a company's account, it requires the joint efforts of many departments of industry, commerce and police to do so, but the most direct is the bank side. Su, don't be anxious. I've already called some of my old friends. They'll have news soon. Ishue, I've also contacted some of my elder friends, and they'll think of something too. Su, I've already asked Yuncheng Governor Sun Qian to find the president of the Huachi Bank, Lei Qianjie, Yu Linglong, as well as Xia Hao, all started to make frantic phone calls to operate for Su. Yifan glanced at Guo Li. I need to go to the restroom. Old Gua, you accompany me. Good. Guo Li knew that there must be another hidden backhand behind Yifan and answered. Then he wanted to leave with Yifan. Next to him, Wang Fugue hurriedly followed up and said, Big brother, I'll accompany you too. Although Wang Fugue is a little bit stupid, but recently he also realized that Yifan seems to have something to hide from him. Talking to Xia Hao, not even talking to himself. Is his mouth that lax? Old Wang, you really are. Big brother going to the toilet. What are you worried about? I'm a Zongshur expert. Can't I still protect Big brother? You just stay here. Contact your family's old man, and quickly help solve the problem at your sister-in-law's house. Guo Li was a bit speechless. This guy Wang Fugue must have realized something as well. Right. Look at this brain of mine. Why didn't I think of it? I can ask Grandpa for help. I'll call right now. While Wang Fugue was on the phone, Yifan and Guo Li quickly entered the company's restroom. Old Gua, lend me your phone. With the current situation, Yifan decided to utilize the power of Tianji Pavilion, but didn't want to expose himself so quickly, because at that time, it was also stated in the passage in the Dragon Ring that since the old Pavilion Master's fall, the Tianji Pavilion wasn't all that united internally. If the news of the new Pavilion Master's appearance leaked out, Yifan's current strength was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome to deal with it. After receiving Lao Guo's call, Yifan quickly entered a long string of encrypted passwords on his cell phone, and then dialed a number. The wind rises up and clears the night for all eternity. This was the secret language of the Tianji Pavilion, and it was also one of the inheritance credentials of the old and new Pavilion Masters. As recorded in the Dragon Ring, 8 simple words were set out, and there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and a ringing sound came out instantly. Subordinate Pang Hai, pay my respects to the new Pavilion Master. The old slave has been waiting for 20 years. Is Tianji Pavilion finally going to restart? Pang Hai was the chief administrator of the Tianji Pavilion, Pavilion. The old pavilion master had spoken to Pang Hai once before he suffered an assassination attempt and fell, allowing him to temporarily take over the internal affairs of the Tianji Pavilion, and the new pavilion master would appear 15 years later. And now, at last, the new court master has appeared. But it's not convenient for me to be exposed right now. Don't contact me when it's not necessary. Today, I'm looking for you because I have an urgent task. The company account of Yuncheng Su Group has been seized. I need you to use the power of Tianji Pavilion to unblock the account within 10 minutes and block all negative news about Su Group. Can you do it? Don't worry, Pavilion Master. The old slave will do his best. Pang Hai has been maintaining Tianji Pavilion barely functioning all these years, and has already been emaciated. And within Tianji Pavilion, forces from all sides are stirring up, and with the pavilion master having disappeared for 15 years, he, as the chief administrator, is about to lose his ability to suppress it. At this time when the new pavilion master appeared, that was the hope for the recovery of the entire Tianji Pavilion. The first mission given by the new pavilion master, Pang Hai naturally had to go all out. Although the Tianji Pavilion had been consumed by internal conflicts over the years, it was still a huge organization in the top 3 when looking at the world, and it was still not a problem to solve such a small matter in Cloud City. Pang Hai's external identity was the president of the trillion-dollar consortium that dominated the 18 southwestern provinces, the Kyushu Group. In the office of the Kyushu Group, after Pang Hai hung up the phone, he practically jogged all the way across the office and pressed a switch on the wall to access the secret door at the back. Through the dark door, inside was a huge command and operation room, which could accommodate at least a few hundred people, with all kinds of data monitoring images and electronic screens flashing constantly. No one would even be able to think that this was actually the temporary headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion. All personnel, move immediately, activate SSS-level action directives and execute the mission as fast as possible. Chapter 56 is going to blow up. Is this a hornet's nest? At the headquarters of the Huachi Bank in Yuncheng, the President Qian Tao's head is big today. He received an order from the boss over in the provincial city, asking him to join forces with the industry and commerce, police and other forces in Yuncheng to immediately seize Su's group's account. Although all kinds of formalities were not approved and complete, but there was no way that the big brother above had given a dead order, so he could only violate the rules and personally take action to seize the account of the Su group. The big man up there said that absolutely nothing will happen, because right after that, there will be news reports of core members of the SOS being arrested. But Chen Tao had been staring at the TV and cell phone, waiting for the news he hoped would appear, but he hadn't waited. Instead, Qian Tao's phone began to ring like crazy. First, it was Yuncheng Governor Sun Qian who called. Qian Tao, I don't know what you're up to. I'm ordering you to unblock the Su Group's account right away. What gives you the right to seize people? Tell you. Su Group and in Xuanwu Warzone cooperation. Just now arrest Su Group. Those police personnel have been taken away by the military. Hearing Sun Qian's words, Qian Tao's entire body was blinded. What do you mean? Didn't the bigwigs up there say that there would be someone from Cloud City who would work and join forces with them? How is it that you fall back and rush out, while your teammates around you go soft? Isn't he or she just a big stupid spring? Sun Qian hung up the phone. Qian Tao is still ready to call the big brother to inquire about it. As a result, the old boss's phone call came back. Split face is a scolding. Qian Tao, you find death nothing to provoke the Su family for what? Don't you know that the Yi family is behind the Su family? Although the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow, but Yi old man is not still dead. It immediately unblocked. Qian Tao was bitter for a while. How could he not know the situation? The fight between the Su family and the Li family is the Yi family and their opponents fighting. Two huge forces against each other. Qian Tao, these small characters simply do not have any choice since on the big brother's boat, knowing that he is cannon fodder, but also can only follow the action together. Then it was the other leaders from the provincial city, and even the bigwigs from Shangjing who called directly. Qian Tao's phone is almost busted, and it feels like he has stirred up a hornet's nest. A lot of people who usually can't even contact the big brother themselves are giving themselves greetings and letting themselves unblock. But Qian Tao does not have the orders of the big brother above. How dare he unblock the freeze? After a dozen consecutive phone calls, Qian Tao finally found the opportunity to open the door, just ready to call the big brother of the provincial city, but suddenly saw the news on the TV. Now, insert an urgent news. The provincial city of a certain leader surnamedly, because of suspected crimes, was arrested. For details, please pay attention to the follow-up news. Clunk. Qian Tao, the whole person is numb. Their biggest backer leadership big brother are caught in This is over. And at this moment, just 10 minutes after Su's account was seized, he was actually arrested? Qian Tao, as the chief banker of Huachi Bank's Yuncheng head office, and after so many years of mixing in officialdom and shopping malls, naturally could not believe that this was a coincidence. Running away. It has to be run right away. Reacting. Qian Tao took a few things in his personal safe, pushed open the door of his room and tried to leave. But just as the door to the room opened, several uniformed officers were already waiting outside the door. Mr. Qian Tao, you're suspected of a financial manipulation case. Please come with us. Done. Qian Tao's legs were soft, almost fell to the ground. Did he not run away in the end? We have just received an appointment from the head office's board of directors. Mr. Chen Wei will immediately take over the position of Yuncheng's governor and handle all things in Yuncheng with full authority. Before the uniformed personnel could leave with Qian Tao on their racks, the secretary had already announced the appointment on the spot with his nemesis, Chen Wei, and the documents issued by the head office. Chen Wei said with a smug look on his face, Qian Tao, what do you think you're doing messing with the Su family when you've had too much to eat? Honestly, I should be thanking you. You're a good person. Quickly, immediately execute my first order. Unblock Su's group account, and I'll personally call Mr. Su to apologize. Chen Wei knows very well himself through what channels he rose to power. The mysterious big man above gave instructions very clearly that after taking office, the first thing to do was to unblock Su's group's account and try to minimize the loss and impact. Yes, as Chen Wei's order was given. On the side of Huachi Bank, the operation quickly began. Qian Tao looked at the scene in front of him and closed his eyes in despair. Let's go. What can one expect when the big man behind one's back has been moved down? Yuncheng Su's group. The moment Yi Fan and Guo Li went to the restroom, everyone in the Su group was frantically contacting their contacts, striving to try to unfreeze the Su group's account. But because of the importance of the matter, even a big shot like Lei Qianjie would have to wait for an old friend to operate, and it would take time. Yi Changfeng and the others, who had just left, also knew the news, and under the command, made a call to a few old friends. This time, the fight between the Su family and the Li family. We all know in our hearts, this is the Yi family and the enemy behind the scene in the open. Yi Chongfang's old friend, although he promised to help, but the same time is also needed. While everyone was waiting anxiously, Sui Shue's phone suddenly rang. It was the finance director who called. Mr. Su, our account is back to normal. The bank side called just now, saying that it was an operational error on their part, and expressed their great apologies. Aha, mistake? I'll believe the hell out of you. Sui Shui listened to the financial director's report on the phone, and her heart was a million times more puzzled. Those people from the police just now have made it very clear that this is a retaliation against the Su family by those opponents. How can it be due to a mistake? Sui Shui just asked several leaders of the provincial city. Explaining the situation, they all said, this thing is very tricky, cannot help for the time being, politely refused. The situation on Xia Hao's side was not optimistic either. Sister Linglong, is it someone from your side? Sui Shui ended the call with the financial summary and glanced towards Yu Linglong with some suspicion. Among those currently present, from the looks of it, the people contacted by the two of them, Yu Linglong and Lei Qianjie, were at the top level. It was highly likely that the ones who could handle this matter were their connections. No, the friend my grandfather hired is still on the phone. It's impossible for the account to be unblocked so soon. Yu Linglong was also full of doubts. People on her side hadn't acted much yet, and Su Group's account was unblocked? Divine Dr. Lei, you? Sui Shui once again turned her gaze to Lei Qianjie. Lei Qianjie shook his head. It's not my side. Although my old friends have promised to help, it's impossible for them to be so fast. If they didn't hire them, who could it be? Xia Hao was beside him, quietly listening to Sui Shui and the others, his gaze quietly glancing towards Yi Fan. Such a swift action could only be Yi Xiao, right? What other energy was behind Yi Xiao that he could solve things perfectly within 10 minutes? Everyone look. The phone on the hot search first news. Provincial city. A big man, because of economic crimes, were arrested, but also the head of the Yunqing Industrial and Commercial Bureau Yang Mao, Yunqing Huachi Bank President Qian Mao, the Tax Bureau Zhang Mao. I do not know who shouted. Everyone has opened their cell phones, clicked on the first hot news to see. Suddenly dumbfounded. Chapter 57. The Kyushu Group has made a move. Pang Hai, can you move? Industry and commerce, taxation, police, banks, and then that big man in the provincial capital. Isn't this a complete chain? It happens to be the department needed to seize Su's account, and it was arrested sooner or later, and it happened to be arrested at this time? Hiss, those present were the elite of the elite, and with a little thought, they instantly understood. These are the parties directly involved in the seizure of the SOS, but were retaliated against in such a short time. What a fine thought. Even when the Yi family was at its peak, it was impossible to use the power to arrest all the people involved in 10 minutes and unblock the Su group account at the same same time, right? To mobilize so many officials to take action and balance the relationship between various forces, how much energy is needed to do so? It's horrible, but no matter what, it was clear that that force was on Sue's side. Sue's group's account was unblocked, and the people weren't taken away. The impact on the Sue family was already very small. As long as those photos that some people intentionally took when those uniformed personnel came to act just now don't get out and be maliciously speculated on, the Sue clan will have no problems at all. Jingle bells. Sui Shue's cell phone rang again. It was Chen Wei, the newly appointed president of the Huachi Bank in Yunchang. Miss Sue, I am Chen Wei, the newly appointed president of the Huachi Bank. First of all, on behalf of the Huachi Bank, I would like to express my most sincere apologies to Miss Sue, because of the irregular operation of Qiantao, which has caused trouble to the Sue's group. We will hold a special conference to explain to the public. I just already unfrozen Sue's group's account at the first time. In addition, President Pang Hai of the Kyushu Group asked me to greet Ms. Sue on his behalf, and in a couple of days, his old man said that he's going to come to visit you in person in Cloud City. Chen Wei's words caused Sui Shui to be a bit bewildered. Ah, Elder Pang? Jojo Group. That is the domination of the 13 southwestern provinces, affecting the entire summer of the behemoth. The assets are said to have reached the level of trillions of dollars above. That kind of big brother usually deal with at least the provincial city and the Beijing circle. The Su family, so a small family, how can enter the eyes of Pang Lao? And now Pang Lao even said that he wants to personally visit himself in Cloud City. How is this possible? Sui Shui hung up the phone and glanced at Yu Linglong, Lei Chenjia as well as Xia Hao. These people, the energy of any of them, was not enough to make Pang Lao bend over to meet himself. Sui Shui also understood at this time, so the one who stepped in to save the Su family this time should be the power from Pang Lao's side. Pang old male domination of the southwest, and in the Shangjing network rich, with the Kyushu group, indeed can protect the Su group, but still too fast, less than half an hour, so that all the suppression of the Su group of people all be cleaned up. Behind the Kyushu group, surely also hide this one superpower. If it wasn't Sister Linglong and the others, then who would it be that could make Elder Pang come out? Yifan? When Sui Shui's gaze finally landed on Yifan, her heart could not help but jump. Previously, Xia Hao had helped the Su group because of Yifan. Could it be that Pang Lao was also repaying the favor? Behind Pang Lao is a terrifying force more powerful than the Yi family. Ah, is this Yifan's last card? But right now Yifan was still in a state of dementia and couldn't ask anything out. Fortunately, despite the twists and turns, nothing happened to Su. Alright, everyone, now that the matter is settled, let's go on to dinner in peace. In the northwest, in the other garden, Zhang Gulao's henchman, codenamed Lone Wolf, looked at the information reported by his subordinates and smashed the screen in front of him with a furious fist. What kind of airplane is this? A small Su family. We have used the energy of the big man in the province to exert pressure. Cannot handle it? Those people in Cloud City, they were actually killed by the military in one fell swoop. Rice bucket. Lone Wolf was throwing the information in his hand one by one, and was getting mad when he saw the final news that even that big shot from the province had been arrested. His expression finally began to stare. What's going on? The Currency family still has the ability to get elderly arrested so quickly? Lone Wolf shocked to look at the information in his hands, including Li Lao, the provincial city in charge of the leadership of the industry and commerce, the Cloud City Industry and Commerce, the bank, all in this incident related to the person in charge. Actually a not fall. All were arrested? Captain Chu, it's not that the brothers sect isn't working hard. We've already investigated. Clearly that it's the Kyushu group that made the move. The henchman next to him opened his mouth somewhat apprehensively and reported, the Kyushu group? That old thing, Pang Hai, actually dares to meddle in our affairs? Why? There must be a reason why the Kyushu group formed such a huge behemoth with over $1 trillion in assets, and everyone knew that it was a piece of fat meat, yet none of them dared to touch it. It was just that although Chu Feng was the head of Pavilion Elder Shang's Guard of Honor and his right-hand man, he still wasn't qualified enough to know the secret behind Pang Lao. Numb nuts, dog thing, spoiling our good deed. I'll bring someone to Tiannan province personally and slaughter Yifan and that dog thing together. Chu Feng was annoyed that his actions 3 times had not caused any substantial damage to the Su clan and Yi family. Not only was the Pavilion Elder dissatisfied, Chu Feng was dissatisfied with himself. Stand still, little Feng, having followed me for so many years, are you still so fussy? Chu Feng had just gotten up when Pavilion Elder Zhang came in through the door draped in a piece of clothing and chided Chu Feng to a halt. Move, Pang Hai, can you move? You are merely at the strength of the Zhongshe realm. Do you think that Pang Hai's strength would be weaker than yours? Besides, who's behind Pang Hai, do you know? Looking at the Pavilion Elder's gloomy expression, Chu Feng said with some curiosity, Pavilion Elder, what kind of person is behind Pang Hai? How could he dare to meddle in our affairs? Doesn't he know that behind us is? Don't talk nonsense. Pavilion Elder Zhang hurriedly interrupted Chu Feng's words and continued to speak. Pang Hai made a move. Then moving the Su clan group would be troublesome. I'm temporarily unclear as to why he wants to help the Su clan group. I don't care if you go to Cloud City to do the rest of the I don't care if you temporarily don't start a direct conflict with Pang Hai. Do you understand? That force behind Pang Hai. We still need time to operate. I guess, soon, Pang Hai's reliance will fall apart. And at that time, we'll settle the score with him. Pavilion leader Zhang frowned as he looked at the results on the screen and said with some annoyance, the crux of the matter now is that everyone knows that the Li family was supported by us to fight against the Su group, and as a result, the Li family was overthrown, and the Su family won a huge victory, so we are very passive. If we don't make some noise, those who remain neutral may have their attitudes shifted. Courtier, I know what to do. Chu Feng's eyes stared, greeted a few of his men, and stepped away from the other garden. After waiting for Chu Feng to leave, Pavilion Master Zhang rubbed his temples and let out a long sigh. Things are getting more and more out of place. Alas, casting a stone. Chu Feng, hopefully this stone of yours can make some noise. The secretary beside Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes moved. Pavilion Master, you know that Captain Chu has no chance of survival if he goes this time, so why do you still let him go? Pavilion Master Zhang smiled faintly. The Yi family's matter is more complicated than we imagined. I let Chu Feng go because I wanted to see, what other cards does the Yi family hide? Could it be that the Yi family's demonic genius has awakened? As long as there is any feedback, we can quickly make adjustments. Chapter 58, it's a cutie. Finish it off too. Cloud City. In the office of the president of Xian Group, Xian Yufei looked at the news about the Su family on the TV screen. Her eyes were a bit grumpy. The Su family was actually so lucky to have escaped. Alas, brother Fan. Although she said luck on her lips, Xian Yufei was very clear that it could not be luck at all for the Su family to succeed so smoothly in this encounter with the Li family. Second uncle announced at that time that he was going to withdraw from the Yi family. Why did Xian Yufei hesitate? Because Xian Yufei had also considered that those opponents had wiped out all the sons and daughters of the Yi family in one day. Then they would definitely not let go of the remaining people of the Yi family. Even if Yi Fan was a little cutie, might also be able to behead them at any time. Xian Yufei's judgment at that time, the Yi family could no longer see hope. But so many things have happened in the last few days. 7 sisters-in-law announced that they married Yi Fan at the same time. The Zhao family inexplicably and wonderfully exterminated. Li Yunyang died violently on the night of his engagement with himself. Until now the Li family is completely destroyed. Xian Yufei gradually realized a problem. The Yi family, it seemed, was not as simple as one thought. The Xia family in the provincial capital, the Guo family, all spared no effort to support the Su group. It was obvious that this was directed at Yi Fan. If she hadn't withdrawn her marriage with Yi Fan, then the one standing beside Yi Fan right now should be herself. LOL. Where are Brother Fan and the others now? Xian Yufei hesitated slightly and inquired towards the secretary beside her. When he was in the hospital, Xian Yufei had told Yi Fan that he wouldn't give up easily. He did hurt Yi Fan that day, so he would double his compensation back. Yi Xiao should have gone to celebrate with Su's group at the Imperial City Hotel. Good. The afternoon meeting is cancelled. I'll go over to find Brother Fan. Xian Yufei briefly explained to her secretary, changed into a sexy set of clothes, and drove towards the Imperial City Hotel. Mr. Shen, you. The secretary looked at Xian Yufei's back as she left and shook her head. Mr. Xian is really only just regained control of the company, just like this. Alas, Imperial City Hotel. In the banquet hall on the 8th floor, Su Honghai and Su Mingho, the core members of the Su family, were very happy today. Everyone must eat and drink well, and don't ever treat yourself poorly. The Su family can be where it is today thanks to all of you. Today was just one day like the new drug launch, and the Su family had collected tens of billions of dollars in deposits. With this money, the Su family could open 10 new production assembly lines within 2 months. Together with that snow face cream prescription that Mr. Lei gifted, it would definitely be a big explosion behind it, and the assembly line would be a complete money printing machine. So many big shots that Su Honghai and Su Mingho couldn't even come into contact with before. But now when people see the two, they have to respectfully address them as Mr. Su. This is why Su Honghai knows very well, because Yi Fan, although Yi Fan is still in a demented state, Mr. Lei said that Yi Fan has the possibility of awakening. One day, if Yi Fan awakens and goes back to the peak state of that demonic genius, then the Su family will absolutely take off following the Yi family. In the crowd, some channelers were a bit indignant as they watched Su Honghai's smug look. Look at his smug look. What can you do? Who told you not to have a beautiful daughter? Don't talk nonsense, or the Zhao family will be the downfall. But you guys found a problem? Today the Su family happened such a big event. The internet actually has no information at all. Those police arrests, accounts seizure news, should not have leaked out at all. With that reminder, everyone quietly took their phones out and searched the internet for news. It doesn't matter if this is not searched. Once searched, all that was found was the high-profile video message of the Su family's new drug launch and the apology video of the Huachi Bank in Yuncheng. As for any other negative news about the Su group, there was nothing at all. It's not right. It's too abnormal. How could those rivals of the Yi family not let the negative news fester since they made a move against the Su family? Right. If I were a rival of the Yi family, I would do the same, and make sure to show those who help the Yi family what happens when they offend me. At this time, in the northwest direction, on a plane ready to take off, Lone Wolf Chufeng looked at the news on his cell phone and became furious again. What's going on? What's going on? Are all the media outlets we work with mute? There are so many negative news about the Su family. How come none of them have been sent out? This was originally a trifecta arranged by Chufeng. Seize the Su family's accounts, arrest the core members of the Su family, bring down the Su group, and then create public opinion so that everyone understands what will happen if they help the Yi family. Then they would use the same tactics to deal with Yu Linglong, as well as Shen Mango's clans. But now, before the first step is taken, it's over. Captain Chu, it's not that we don't send it out, but all of the media we control have been blocked by surveillance. As long as there's any negative news about the Su family, as long as it's uploaded, it'll immediately be forcibly deleted after more than a second. And there are even some places where it can't be uploaded at all. It should still be the Kyushu Group side that's making the effort. The Kyushu Group is that strong? Chu Feng's brows tightened. It seemed that he had still underestimated the Kyushu Group. Even though pavilion leader Zhang had instructed him, Chu Feng actually wanted to test Pang Hai's Kyushu Group before he set off. But now, Chu Feng began to hesitate a bit. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng still made a decision. Let's ignore those first. Let's deal with Yi Fan and the Su family first. It's best to exterminate them directly. If they continue to let the Su and Yi families continue to be so arrogant, then everything that the pavilion elder had set up before would be in vain. Those neutral forces would probably side with the Yi family, and even those forces that supported the pavilion elder before would choose to support the Yi family. Yes, by the way, over in the provincial city, have the Lu family acted yet? After raising them for so many years, it's time for them to make some effort. A touch of gloom surfaced on Chu Feng's face. That rice bucket Lu ran. Humph. I'll clean him up after my Cloud City matter is over. Captain, the one sent from the Lu family side is the eldest young master, Lu Qingyang, who has already departed. That's more like it. This time, even if Yi Fan plays dumb, we won't let him continue to live. Yi Fan was little cute. Before the above were hesitant to keep Yi Fan alive, but now that Lei Qianjie said that Yi Fan had the possibility of awakening, then he couldn't be kept. Otherwise, those who supported the Yi family could always still see hope. Imperial City Hotel. Yi Fan and Guo Li, Wang Fugui and others were sitting at a table. Looking at those people celebrating happily, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Although the Su family had taken a temporary victory now, Yi Fan knew that the Su family would definitely face more difficulties if they wanted to continue to develop. All one has to do is to remove all the difficulties and crush all the opponents in the cradle. Yi Fan was still pondering, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure at the main entrance. Xian Yufei? That little ninny, why is she here again? Chapter 59. Keep your distance. I'm afraid my wife will be jealous. Yi Fan, come here and hold me. While Xian Yufei walked towards Yi Fan, her mouth pouted while her eyes were filled with anticipation. Before, no matter if Yi Fan was in a sober state or if he was demented behind, he was obedient to Consort Xianyu. As long as Consort Xianyu waved her hand, Yi Fan would do as he was told. It's almost like the legendary lick dog. Concubine Xianyu's voice was not loud, but quite a few people in the surroundings heard it clearly, and their eyes flickered over to this side. 2 days ago, on the day of the Yi family's accident, the Xin family withdrew from the marriage in front of so many people, and this news was very clear to everyone. Isn't that Yi Fan's previous fiancée? What is she doing here? Yeah, does she still have the face to come? Hoof, is seeing the Su family's victory with the Yi family's support and is starting to get red in the eyes. At that time, the Xin family was in such a hurry to withdraw from the marriage and fall down the well. The people were all somewhat despised in their hearts, and they didn't have much of a good face for Fei Xianyu. At Yi Fan's table, Wang Fugui, Hua Li, Xiahao and the others had also heard Xian Yufei shout and all turned their gazes to Yi Fan. Looking at Xian Yufei dressed up so sexy and beautiful, Yi Fan had a waner in his heart, then shook his head and said, "No, Miss Xian, I'm afraid that Yi Shue's wife will be jealous." While speaking, Yi Fan looked towards Sui Shue's side. On the other side, after Sui Shue toasted a few guests, she also saw Xian Yufei, and also quickly walked over towards Yi Fan's side, and then intimately wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, and somewhat demonstratively said towards Xian Yufei, "Ms. Xian, You are welcome to my celebration. Come, my husband and I will toast you. In a sense, I should also thank you properly." As she spoke, Sui Shui picked up 2 glasses of champagne and raised her glass towards Princess Xianyu. Pain. Very painful. Afraid of Yi Shui's wife's jealousy. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xianyu Fei felt that her heart seemed to be viciously stabbed by a steel needle, and a certain place in her heart was hollowed out, something that seems to have been quietly lost, never to return. Congratulations! Xianyu Fei raised the wine cup in her hand in front of her and clinked it with Sui Shui and Yi Fan. His face was a little pale, while his heart cried out, "That was supposed to be mine. It was mine. I blame Uncle too for having to withdraw from the marriage in front of so many people, and now it's fine." His own van would never come back. However, Xianyu Fei was still unwilling. "Brother Fan, thank you for helping accompany me to Li Yunyan's engagement site yesterday. I would like to treat you to a meal, can I?" Perhaps, if he ate alone with Yi Fan and reminisced about the past, Yi Fan would think of something and wouldn't reject himself so much. Yi Fan naturally knew exactly what was in Xianyu Fei's mind, but the damage that Princess Xianyu had inflicted on that day, how could it be recovered so easily? "I already have a wife. You see, the first wife is also over there. I accompany them to eat, have to queue up. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yi Fan seriously broke his fingers and counted. "Eat with you." Later, although Yi Fan looked a bit naive, the logic of his answer was not faulty at all. Yeah, at that time, Xianyu Fei did withdraw from the marriage, but in a turnaround, the 7 sister-in-laws announced that they would marry Yi Fan. So Yi Fan is equivalent to 1 for 7. 1 wife for 7. With 7 stunning wives like that, what do you care about the rest? Pust. Xianyu Fei's heart was once again hit hard. Was she even going to rank behind the 7th? Looks like he really hurt Van. Xianyu Fei held back the tears in her eyes and secretly cheered herself up. It's okay. Must not give up. As long as one does not give up, there must still be a chance. Alright then, I'll invite Brother Fan when there's an opportunity later on. Xianyu Fei glanced deeply at Sui Shui. Mr. Su, I'm counting on you to take good care of Brother Fan. I'll kill back at any time. Xianyu Fei spoke with a serious face, like an admonition, more like a letter of war. The scene was silent as everyone looked at Sui Shui and Xianyu Fei, as well as Yu Linglong, who quietly approached over from behind. It's a battlefield between women. Princess Xianyu regretted it, wanted to snatch Yi Fan back. There are still just a few people who are a little taken aback by a little cutie. What's so rare about that? As for that, however, as long as the sober Guoli and Xia Hao and the others knew that Yi Fan had awakened, and his strength had already exceeded the peak of martial Zun, and would soon break through to the martial emperor level, a generation of demonic geniuses had once again awakened, and their strength had surpassed yet another peak. Such a demonic genius, whoever gets it, is a heavenly chance. The arrival of Princess Xianyu was just a small interlude. The crowd continued to start mingling and letting loose. Yi Changfeng old man also showed up at the banquet, just sitting in a private room on the 2nd floor. Looking at the scene just now, Yi Changfeng was also a burst of sighs. Alas, Xian family's oldest too. This is his own inability to see the form. Now he regrets it, right? However, you need to hurry up and investigate. Why is the Kyushu group helping us so much? I didn't have any dealings with the Kyushu group before. Yi Changfeng said to Long Feng, the chief of the guards beside him. Also, go and check what's going on in the Xuanwu war zone. A major stepping in to arrest so many uniformed members represents the Xuanwu battle region. Could it be that the Xuanwu battle region has started to support my Yi family as well? On the day that the Yi family held their funeral, many superpowers did not send people to pay their respects, but only secretly expressed their condolences. But now, overnight, it seems like all the winds are starting to change. It suddenly turned favorable to the Yi family. What the hell is going on here? As the words fell, Yi Changfeng's eyes sharply swept around the hall on the 1st floor below, then frowned and said, where is Su Jian? As the CEO of Yi Group, shouldn't he be here at this time? How come I feel like I haven't seen anyone else since last night? At the mention of this time, the muscles on Captain Langfeng's face couldn't help but twitch a bit, pulling out a piece of information from his body and handing it to Yi Changfeng. Yi old man, this is the news that we just got. Sudong last night, it seems that he was decapitated by the Wang family's people in the middle bridge of Cloud City. The reason for this is that Sudong kidnapped and killed the Wang family's eldest young man. Right now, Wang Zhong is leading people all over the city in pursuit of Su Jian, and Su Jian is presumably supposed to be in hiding. What? Sudong kidnapped Wang Chao? Wang Chao is also dead? Yi Changfeng raised his eyebrows, somewhat incredulous. Was it Wang Chao who arranged for old Wolf Wu to chase after Yi Shui? Exactly, Long Feng responded. In fact, they were all very shrewd people, and as things had developed to this point, there were already very many suspicions. Because the Zhao family was thinking about Sui Shui, they secretly made several moves against the Su family, exterminating them overnight. The Wang family, because they arranged to hunt down Sui Shui, Wang Chao was killed and framed Su Dong. The key is that Su Dong and Su Jian, the two of them, did not have any good intentions towards the Yi family, and have been trying to annex the Yi family's Cloud City Li family. Li Yunyan wanted to get engaged to Xin Yufei under the arrangement of Xin Zhenghua, but as a result, because of Yi fans stirring up, it was stirred up, not to mention that Li Yunyan even exploded to death on the spot. Today's Su group's new drug launch, Li Zhong and Qin Tao, were directly dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, declaring the demise of the Li family. It all ties together to come to a shocking conclusion. In less than 3 short days, all the clans that were hostile and unfavorable to the Yi family were exterminated. Moreover, everything was closely connected to Yi Fan. Where was Yi Fan last night? Yi Changfeng felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Could it be that his turtle grandson had awakened? But why didn't Su tell herself when she woke up? Chapter 60. The Wang family and Su Jian died together. Elder Yi. Yesterday our people were on stakeout and found that he had been at the Su family villa. The brothers heard some juvenile noises that lasted until after 11 o'clock before they subsided. As Long Feng spoke, a smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. But according to the brothers' report, Xia Hao's car from the Xia family in the provincial capital had appeared twice outside the Su family villa. Although Yi Xiao's IQ is a bit lacking now, his fighting strength is still not weak. According to this state, it shouldn't take long for Yi Lao to be able to hold his grandchildren. Has it been in the Su family? Long Feng, do you think there is a possibility that Yi Fan has awakened? Yi Changfeng keenly captured a key piece of information. What was Xia Hao doing guarding the outside of the Su family villa so late at night? Perhaps picking up Yafan for action? But our people have been staring at a 360-degree orientation. There are also surveillance cameras. If Yi Xiao left the Su family villa, there is no way our people wouldn't have noticed. Although Long Feng was also skeptical, he still couldn't figure it out. The people you arranged, just one Zhongshe, plus a few control realm. To know that Yi Fan was the strength of Zhongshe realm 5 years ago, if he is going to leave quietly, those men of yours, can they find him? Yi Changfeng let out a long sigh. Carefully go and check again, no matter if there is any news. Remember to keep it a secret. If Yi Fan has awakened without being exposed, there must be a reason for him. Yes, a glint flashed in Long Feng's eyes. If the young master awakens, with the young master's demonic talent, then the Yi family's blood feud will definitely be avenged. On the southern outskirts of Cloud City, Su Jian had a secret manor that had been built for a long time. After getting the video sent by Strange last night, Su Jian gathered his direct line of people to move here overnight. Father, save me, quickly save me. I'm going to be beaten to death by the Wang family's people. Father, Su Jian was in the living room, once again watching the video on the data, watching his son Su Dong being dragged and knifed to death by Wang Zhong. He was so angry that he slapped his hand on the table. The Wang family is simply too deceitful. Su Dong had previously thought of working together with the Wang, Zhao, and Li families to annex the Yi family's assets. As a result, now Wang had actually hacked Su Jian's only son to death, and that was an undying hatred. Boss, the brothers have sent word that Wang Zhong seems to have found out where we are staying and is leading people to kill this way. What do we do next? Besides Su Jian, a scarred man reported towards Su Jian, a strong killing aura stirring in his body. Outside, in the courtyard, there were hundreds of other strong men gathered, most of whom were martial arts experts. These are the assassin teams that Su Jian has operated himself over the years, and they are also the cards that he intends to use to seize power with the Yi family in the future. But now that his son was killed by the Wang family, and the Wang family still wanted to make a move against Su Jian and exterminate him as well, then Su Jian could only pull out his bottom card and fight the Wang family to the death. Instruct the brothers to start preparing, each in their own way. Everything will be acted according to the previous arrangement, so that they will have no return. Su Jian's eyes flashed with a flash of viciousness. Although he also wanted to seize the assets of the Yi family, the pain of losing his son had started to drive him crazy. Compared to the Yi family's assets, Su Jian preferred the Wang family to die. One thing that Su Jian hadn't told his men yet was that when he was building the manor, Su Jian had quietly buried several tons of explosives underneath the manor. The weight of those high explosives was enough to flatten the surrounding kilometers. If he really couldn't kill the Wang family, Su Jian had thought about pulling Wang Zhong along with him to die with him. But boss, the Wang family has many people coming this time, and they are not weak. Several times our strength. We are afraid that it will be a bit difficult. The scarred man voiced his concerns. Su Jian smiled faintly. What are you afraid of? You guys have followed me for so many years. The payment for this operation has already been paid to your families. Even if you die, you won't be shortchanged. Besides, we have so many organs here, so what if they are outnumbered? Until this moment, Su Jian was still brainwashing his men. In the royal hotel, Everyone was a little drunk when Guo Li's cell phone suddenly ding-donged. Guo Li opened his cell phone to an unfamiliar text message. According to the intelligence, there is a martial arts powerhouse coming from the northwest, with a strength at least at the level of Marshal Zun, and he should be rushing towards the Su family. In addition, the provincial city's Lu Daoyao, Lu Qingyang, has already arrived in Cloud City and is also going to make a move against the Su family. Look out for caution. Although the text message was unsigned, Guo Li knew that it must be the result of the call Yifan had made earlier. It was a reminder to this side. Guo Li quietly brought his cell phone text message to Yifan and let him take a look at it. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he whispered, "I'm afraid they won't come. As long as they dare to come, they will be able to follow the trail and find the real culprits behind the scenes, to wipe out almost all of the Yi family's entire clan and act in the 6 war zones at the same time." This was definitely not something an ordinary force could do. Those who jumped in front of them were just minor characters, but it was through these minor characters that the big fish behind the curtain would be pulled out step by step. The reason why Yifan was playing dumb now was because he was afraid that he would suddenly awaken and scare the real culprit behind the scenes. After all, at the age of 15 is the sect master realm demonic genius. Once awakened, that is absolutely can stir the entire Dasha wind and clouds. The Yi family unicorn rises again. The recovery of the Yi family is unstoppable. Maybe those real culprits who had exterminated the Yi family would quietly hide, so that Yifan would never be able to find out again. Guo Li and Yifan were still communicating quietly, when the big screen in the hall, switching to play the song, suddenly switched to the news channel, so the crowd saw a shocking news. Insert an important news. Just now, on the southern outskirts of Cloud City, a major explosion occurred. Preliminary investigation. Is the executive president of the Yi Group private behavior? Leading his men and the Wang family bodyguards firefight was unbeatable, and finally detonated the explosives. The same to die. Deaths were initially determined to be Wang Zhong, head of the Wang family, Wang Tao, a core member of the Wang family, and LV Quan, a senior leader of the Yi Group. Wow! The sudden news caused the entire crowd at the scene to explode. It seems that the youngest member of the Wang family was kidnapped and had his ticket ripped off last night. The news is only known to a small group of people, but it has already begun to fester today, and those in the know revealed that Wang Chao is the gold master behind Old Wolf Wu, and it was he who authorized Old Wolf Wu to attack Sui Shui, only to fail. That night, Wang Chao was kidnapped and died, and today, the Wang family is in a firefight with Su Jian, and all of their troops were wiped out, all die together? In the second floor private room, Yi Changfeng was shocked and directly exploded. This Nima, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Borrowing a knife to kill a man? Wang family moved Sui Shui. Su Jian wants to control the Yi group, and at this moment, the Yi family two major potential enemies, so self-inflicted and all extinguished? Anyone with a normal IQ would not believe that things could have developed so coincidentally. Was Wang Chao really kidnapped and killed by Su Dong? Why am I so disbelieving? Yi Changfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at Yifan, who was talking with Guo Li, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiufan, you hit it from grandpa so hard. The prosperity of the Yi family depends on you. Chapter 61, Lu Qingyan dislikes and insults? Not spoiling you. The Wang family and Su Jian perishing at the same time. Such powerful news caused quite a huge stir at the scene. Everyone looked toward Yifan's table. Sui Shui also frowned towards Yifan. The Wang family had only chased after them last night, and today they were met with such retaliation that they were directly exterminated again, associated with what happened to the Li and Zhao families earlier. It was hard for Sui Shui not to connect these things to Yifan, but other people are not clear. Sui Shui is the most clear. At that time, when the Zhao family and Wang Chao was killed, Yifan should be lying beside himself. Around the Su family villa, there are Su family bodyguards, as well as the Yi family bodyguards. Yifan should not have the opportunity to make a move. Could it be that Yifan had arranged for Xiahao and the others to go into action? This incident made the crowd of those channelers on the scene once again certain of one thing. That was that although the Yi family had suffered a heavy blow, the Yi family wasn't going to die right away. And when the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief, Yifan would definitely fight back like crazy, following the Yi family's Su clan, as well as Yu Linglong, and Shen Meng, Ling Yanqiu, and so on. They would definitely obtain heavenly benefits in the future, and those of them who chose to cooperate with Su's group at this point in time, the benefits they gained would surely not be small. Lucky we got on the bus early. Yeah, the Su family's account was frozen and unblocked in 10 minutes. It's simply amazing. While the crowd was sighing, there was a sudden clapping sound at the entrance of the hall. Congratulations, MS. Su, today's conference was held very successfully. I came uninvited. MS. Su won't be unwelcome, right? A young man in a pink suit stepped towards the hall, and while walking, he kept clapping. Lu Qingyang, you still came really fast. Guo Li, as the provincial city's great young man, naturally recognizes Lu Qingyang. This Lu Qingyang is the great young man of the provincial city's Lu family, is vicious and poisonous. It is said that he once killed his half-brother's mother, and at that time, Lu Qingyang was only in his teens. Listening to Guo Li's words, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but frown. How to listen to Guo Li's words? Something is not right. This Guo Li seemed to know that he was coming to Cloud City, but he had obviously gotten a call from Captain Chu only 2 hours ago and decided to set off on the spur of the moment. Was Guo Li's news channel so powerful? Lu Qingyang, I advise you to better not come and join in the fun, or else the Zhao, Li, and Wang families of Cloud City will be your Lu family's downfall. It was no longer a secret that the three great families had all perished. Lu Qingyang had just seen the news of the firefight between the Wang family and Su Jian on his way to Yin City. These were all the Yi family's nemesis, actually starting to kill each other up. Not scientific at all. There must be some secrets in the middle that outsiders don't know. But backtracking back, the one who got the most benefits was naturally the Yi family. So it can be inferred from this that it must be the Yi family that moved in the middle. But now the Yi family, young disciples, all have been extinguished, leaving a Yi Changfeng. The body is also sick, suffered such a big blow, can organize so many means, but it wasn't Yi Changfeng. Was it that cutie Yifan? Lu Qingyang gathered his gaze on Yifan, who still had that same naive look, leaning on Su Yishui's shoulder and holding Yu Linglong in his other hand. Numb nuts, Su Yishui and Yu Linglong, those were both absolute beauties. For an ordinary person to get one of them would be smoke from their ancestors' graves, while Yifan actually had both at the same time. No, it was 7, and there were another 5 who were not present, but yet had also announced that they would marry Yifan. Lu Qingyang carefully viewed Yifan. Yifan body does not have any martial arts breath fluctuations. It still looks dumb and silly, without any signs of awakening. It is unlikely that Yifan secretly shot off. Is Captain Chu overthinking this? If it wasn't Yi Changfeng or Yifan, then it could only be the actions of Guo Li and Xia Hao and the others. It seems that in addition to giving the Su family a little lesson, it is also necessary to give the Guo family and the Xia family a little bit of means. Otherwise they will be very passive if they let their two big families follow the stirring up of the matter. Coupled with the Kyushu group's hidden hand. Guo Xiao, I think you should think about yourself first. Don't mind your own business. If something goes wrong in your own home, you'll regret it by then. Lu Qingyang opened his mouth in a salty manner, but the meaning of provocative threat in his words was already very clear. The Xia family head is also you guys pull out now. Maybe it's still too late. But what Lu Qingyang didn't know was that Guo Li and Xia Hao were the only two awake people around Yifan, and they were clearly aware that Yifan had awakened. The demonic genius had returned once again and was even more powerful than before. A generation of demonic geniuses came back, with Wang Fugue as a martial artist, plus Guo Li as a Shiokai auxiliary, and with the huge and incomparable Tianji pavilion backing him up. Who could stop them? The corners of Guo Li and Xia Hao's mouths twitched as they smiled faintly. Lu Qingyang today is mainly ordered by Chu Feng. Came to test Yifan. The words fell. Holding a wine glass, walked to the front of Yifan, said, Yi Xiao, it is a pity that you are now turned into a little cute. With such two beautiful wives, will you use them at night? Ha ha, insults. That's already a finger in the nose insult. If Yi Xiao doesn't know how to use it, I can bring my wife at night and let me teach you I'll make sure to satisfy the two sister-in-laws. Boo! Lu Qingyang was still muttering. Yifan had already made his move, reaching out and grabbing a pot of boiling soup that had just come up on the table. He smashed it against Lu Qingyang's head. You don't have a face, Yi Shui's wife said. At night they can only sleep with me. What do you want? You want to sleep? Go home and sleep with your mom. Hiss. Lousy's face. My head. You're crazy. The boiling water drenched down Lu Qingyang's head. Although Lu Qingyang a few years ago was already at the peak of martial control, and now his strength was speculated by outsiders to have reached the realm of a grandmaster, but he was still scalded and jumped straight up, and was about to go crazy, because the distance was so close just now. Lu Qingyang actually didn't even have a chance to dodge. In that instant, Lu Qingyang couldn't decide whether Yifan was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Yifan's reaction moves were that swift. You're looking for death. Lu Qingyang's whole body was filled with murderous aura, and he swung his fist with the intention of making a move on Yifan. Linglong wife, I'm scared. Yifan was startled. His body flickered and he directly hid behind Yu Linglong. That fearful look was not in the least bit like a fake. Guo Li watched from the side and could not help but skim his lips. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. Good for you, big brother. How dare you? You're looking in the wrong place to be wild here. Lao Ao's man, try moving a single hair of your sweat? Yu Linglong stepped forward and her powerful aura began to fluctuate. At the same time, Guo Li, Wang Fugue and the three of them also stepped forward. The three great sect master powerhouses surrounded Lu Qingyang in the center, and for a moment Lu Qingyang was a little breathless. On what grounds? A little cutie, Yi Fan, can have so many powerful people protecting him? Lu Qingyang knew that if he wanted to do something here, he was afraid that it would be unlikely. You can only wait for Yi Fan to fall alone, then find a chance to do it yourself. Chapter 62 Provocation on the Brink of Death. Count yourselves ruthless. You can protect him for a while. Can you protect him for a lifetime? Lu Qingyang took a step back and stared evilly at Yu Linglong and the others. I'm only afraid that very soon, Yi Fan will expose his body to the wilderness, and at that time, you guys will become real widows. Ha ha ha, do you guys want to remarry to the Yi family's old thing? Lu Qingyang laughed so wildly that Yi Fan couldn't help the murderous aura stirring in his body. Lu Qingyang was still recklessly provocative, and when he passed by Yi Fan, he quietly whispered in Yi Fan's ear, "Little cutie, you know what? Your second brother died can be old and tragic. At that time I all stabbed him a dozen knives, but also his tendons and veins one by one pick off. He. In the end, that poor guy is still kneeling on the ground begging me to let you go. Unfortunately, you will soon have to go down to accompany him as well." Aha! In an instant, Yi Fan's pupils contracted violently. Is the real culprit who wiped out the Yi family finally starting to show his face? Yi Fan didn't expect that the Lu family in the provincial city was actually involved in the operation. Just in the southwest Vermilion Bird War Zone, the Lu family was actually involved in killing second brother Yi Lingjun, looking for death. At this moment, the anger in Yi Fan's heart could no longer be endured, and he reached out and violently grabbed Lu Qingyang with one hand. Lu Qingyang stared at Yi Fan smugly. What? Do you still want to beat me? What can you do if I tell you the truth? This time, Captain Chu Feng had come together to take action. Even if he couldn't deal with Yi Fan, wouldn't it be an incredibly easy thing for Captain Chu Feng to deal with Yi Fan? Yi Fan knew that Lu Qingyang had come here with the main purpose of provoking himself and exposing himself. Once he was exposed, then those behind the scenes who were dealing with the Yi family would either go crazy and do whatever it took to put a hit on Yi Fan, or they would be deeply hidden. So, the silver needle in Yi Fan's hand quickly stabbed out, and a chi force entrapped the colorless and tasteless poison penetrated into Lu Qingyang's body. Not exposing it didn't mean that Yi Fan didn't have the means to deal with Lu Qingyang. At that time, at the Li family's engagement banquet, Yi Fan could kill Li Yunyan without moving. Then he could likewise kill Lu Qingyang. However, Yi Fan didn't intend to let Lu Qingyang die so quickly, but to let him feel the pain of a life worse than death. Ha! What are you doing? Lu Qingyang was stabbed with a jolt. Although it was only a sudden stimulation on the skin, Lu Qingyang felt that the pain seemed to go deep into the bone marrow, as if his soul was being seared. At the same time, an iffy aura began to flow through Lu Qingyang's body, seemingly fusing with his own tendons and veins. What's going on with this? Although he sensed that something was wrong, Lu Qingyang once again felt carefully and did not sense anything else, and after giving Yi Fan a fierce glare, he quickly left the scene. The Su family's banquet lasted until the afternoon before the crowd dispersed. Yu Linglong excused herself and left. Over in the southeast war zone, recently, the attacks by the Easterning dogs became more and more frequent. The more experts were sent, Yu Linglong needed to go back to sit in the town as soon as possible. Sui Shui returned to Su Group, began to work on the back of the pharmaceutical production, the expansion of things, with Guoli and Wang Fugue accompanying Yi Fan. Sui Shui's crowd was also relieved. Big brother, how do we move next? As the banquet ended, Guoli and Wang Fugue's few people walked in front, with Xia Hao and Li Hu and the others following behind. Pang Lao's side gave information that a big brother was sent from the northwest side, and Lu Qingyang from the provincial capital came to Cloud City to prepare for action. The scream of Lu Qingyang just now, the others didn't understand, but Guoli and Xia Hao knew that Yi Fan must have done something to Lu Qingyang. How to act next? Yi Fan definitely had a plan. Yi Fan was just about to open his mouth when Elder Yi Changfeng came down from a nearby car with Lang Feng and walked quickly towards Yi Fan. Elder Yi, Guoli and the others greeted Elder Yi respectfully. Elder Yi had been sitting on the northern side for many years, and his title of king of the northern region was true to his name. Yi Changfeng was very satisfied with these junior partners who followed Yi Fan's side without leaving. You guys in are good. Guoli and Fu Gue will not be mentioned. Mr. Xia, if there's any obstruction in your business over there in the provincial city, you can call this number to go to the provincial defense chief, Jiang Chang, who is my student, and say that I told you to go to him. While speaking, Yi Changfeng handed a business card to Xia Hao. Thank you, Elder Yi. Xia Hao respectfully took the business card. A huge shock ran through his heart, and his eyes instinctively glanced towards Yi Fan. The benefits of following Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan had already given before so good pills, and Yi Fan's unlimited potential in the future. Even if there were no benefits, Xia Hao would do his best. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't object, Xia Hao then put the business card away. This was just a business card, but what that meant was all too clear to Xia Hao. the chief of defense of Tiannan province. That was the number 3 person who had crossed Tiannan. With his support, at least in Tiannan province, not many people would dare to make things difficult for the Xia family. It's an imperial sword, something that can actually work. Although Xia Hao's look at Yi Fan was hidden, Yi Changfeng, who had been carefully observing Xia Hao, saw Xia Hao's look clearly. He's just giving a business card, and Xia Hao has to consult Yi Fan. Then Yi Changfeng basically had 80% certainty to determine that Yi Fan should have awakened, and more than likely Xia Hao was one of the people who knew. During this period of time, a lot of things were done by Xia Hao accompanying Yi Fan. Lead Li Hu to save Sui Shui, deal with the Li family, and use the knife to kill to deal with the Wang family and Su Jian's father and son. Everything seems to be explained. Yi Fan still needed to continue to act like a cutie in front of outsiders. Appearance. However, specific actions and thought plans ultimately needed to be carried out by people. Then Xia Hao was the best person to cover and execute it, and now that Guo Li had returned. As a former brother and military advisor, Wei Xiaocai completely fit the bill as well, so Guo Li and Xia Hao should be in the know. As for Wang Fugue, this big stupid spring, although the strength is good, but the mouth, so he should be hidden in the drum. After speculating about all the things, Yi Changfeng finally understood that Su's conference. How could Xia Hao arrange things so tightly? Yi Fan is a generation of demonic genius, back then in the awakened state. Whether it is talent, intelligence that is top-notch, this all explains it. Now Su Jian's father and son have already died with the Wang family. Manhwa Group also has a not-so-small scale of funds, and likewise needs people to help deal with it. Mr. Xia, Huali, I will hand over the Yi Group to Yi Fan, and I will report to the board of directors and appoint you guys as the group's vice presidents. Is that okay? Huali's reaction was normal, and it didn't matter what the total was. He knew that even if Yi Fan was in a sober state and the Yi clan group was handed over to Yi Fan would most likely still dump it on himself. However, Xia Hao was once again shocked. Himself an outsider, the provincial city of Xia family ahead of the family. The size of the assets is only hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Yi family is completely incomparable. And Master Yi appointed himself as the vice president of Yi Group in the blink of an eye. This was a great trust. This, Yi Lao, this is not appropriate. He came to find Yi Fan. The original intention was to repay the favor, but just a few short days, he gained benefits, and it was already a height that countless people did not dare to think about. Xia Hao still wanted to continue to look over towards Yi Fan for instructions. Woli couldn't even look at him anymore and directly interrupted Xia Hao. Mr. Xia, since Elder Yi has made such an arrangement, we'll listen to Elder Yi's arrangement. At that time, when young Yi awakens, we will just resign again. Chapter 63, please ask Xiao Yi to help me kill my big brother and my own father. This Xia Hao, his loyalty is commendable, but it is just too loyal. According to his appearance, constantly asking for instructions from his big brother, Wang Fugue and the others, perhaps do not perceive how shrewd Master Yi is? One look and you're basically exposed. So Guoli directly interrupted Xia Hao's continued inquiry. Yi Changfeng smiled slightly beside him. It seemed that there was a reason for this Guoli's intelligence to serve as Yi Fan's military advisor. Although Guoli's talent would be slightly weaker than Yi Fan, in terms of intellect, he was at least able to follow in Yi Fan's footsteps. You guys go to the company first. I'll go say hello to a few old friends. I'll be right there. On the other side, Lei Qianjie had already gathered the group of old friends together. Those rivals of the Yi family did too much. Will the Yi family almost wiped out and not let go? Even Lei Qianjie want to kill. Is afraid that Lei Qianjie out of Lei Qianjie to treat Yi Fan awakened. So now people can't just sit back and wait. Previously, Yi Changfeng hadn't been much enthusiastic about Lei Qianjie's actions, but after what happened just now, sensing that his good turtle grandson had most likely awakened, Yi Changfeng also had a very strong interest. The Yi family can already see hope. Besides, there are still millions of Tianlong army in the north. As long as he still has a breath in his body, Yi's banner will not fall. As long as the heavenly dragon army was smoothly handed over to Yi Fan, then the Yi family would not fall. It's time to start fighting back. Yi Changfeng had just left with his front foot, and next to him, another youth wearing a flowery shirt quickly rushed over. Puff! Without any hesitation, that flower-shirted youth directly knelt down to Yi Fan. Xiao Yi, please Xiao Yi help me exterminate Lu Qingyang and the Lu family. If I succeed, I, Lu Maoyang, am willing to give my liver and brain to Xiao Yi as an ox and a horse. Aha! Looking at the youth in front of him, Yi Fan frowned. It's too similar. This youth in front of him, although he wore different clothes from the Lu Qingyang who had just rushed into the venue, his appearance was 80% similar. Also surnamed Lu, this Lu Maoyang in front of him was from the Lu family? A man from the Lu family wants to invite himself to destroy his family? What does that mean? Huali, who was next to him, looked at Lu Maoyang with a surprised face and said, "Second youngest of the Lu family? Haven't you been picking up chicks and making rumors with beautiful stars? What do you mean by finding Yishao like this? Don't you know that my big brother is still in a state of dementia?" The Lu family in the provincial capital, at that time, had caused a scandal that was almost known to the entire upper class of Huadu. Lu Qingyang's old man, Lu Zijian, slept with a girl in a nightclub back then. That is, the Lu family's second youngest Lu Maoyang's mother. But the Lu family has never recognized the identity of Lu Danyang's mother, and the latter even felt that the existence of Lu Danyang's mother is a shame. In the end, the Lu family's eldest young man, Lu Qingyang, stepped in and, with Lu Zijian's acquiescence, brutally killed Lu Maoyang's mother, in front of Lu Maoyang. At that time, Lu Maoyang was only 8 years old, hiding under the bed and watching such a cruel scene. From that time, Lu Maoyang secretly swore in his heart that he must live, and when he is strong enough, he must get his big brother Lu Qingyang and that same father dead, and he must let the Lu family perish. Later, 8-year-old Lu Maoyang suffered inhuman treatment in the Lu family, drinking urine, eating dog food, and finally under the shelter of a kind housekeeper, finally grew up. Lu Zijian, perhaps because of guilt or some other reason, left Lu Maoyang's one life and sent him to study. When Lu Maoyang was ostracized, he was voluntarily sent to Cloud City many years ago. On the surface is in an actress scandal. Every day spend days, all kinds of girls, but in fact, these years of time, Lu Maoyang used their own genius economic means, has quietly built several billions of companies, add up to several tens of billions of assets. Although the gap in strength with the provincial city Lu family was a bit large, surviving in the cracks was already very good. Guo Xiao, I believe in my vision. I can be sure that Yishao will definitely awaken one day. Even if I gamble, I'll bet all of it. I'll bet that Yishao can help me. Please, here's a list of all my assets. As he spoke, Lu Maoyang handed a piece of information as well as a contract to Guoli. Xiao Yi, please take a look. As long as Xiao Yi signs on it, all of my assets will all be Xiao Ye's. Guoli brought the information over and looked at the 8 companies listed above. His pupils couldn't help but dilate for a while. As the youngest member of the Guo family in the provincial city, Guoli's talent as well as his ability to do business was already considered to be top-notch. But Guoli's best is in the wisdom and strategy, if only in the financial management, completely by Lu Maoyang hanging. These few years, you pick up girls as simply a false image? Those actresses are your entertainment company's artists. You and their speculation gossip is to help them free publicity, to make heat. Lu Xiao really underestimated you and the recent emergence of that new Antu Financial, it is also you do it. You are a business genius recently bubbled up in the Southwest Antu Financial Microfinance Company. The use of PTP model to help small and micro enterprise loans, the use of big data model to assess the credit short, combined with the bank to take the funds, a short period of time to the scale of hundreds of billions of dollars. Everyone investigated the background of this company, are wondering who came up with such a powerful program. But everyone didn't realize that the original genius was the second young master of the Lu family who had been sent to the border. Seeing the second young master's meaning, he totally has the feeling of making a comeback. However, Lu Maoyang knew that his own power was very limited and he needed the help of a nobleman. When Cloud City was destroyed, Lu Maoyang thought the same as everyone else. Even if all 7 of his sisters-in-law announced that they were married to Yi Fan, it wouldn't change the trend of the Yi family's decline. But in just a few days, the Zhao family, Wang family, and Li family, who secretly took action against the Yi family, all exploded to death. The Xuanwu battle region openly supported, and the Jojo group stepped in, as well as all of Yi Fan's performances, showing that everything is not a coincidence at all. Putting it all together, Lu Maoyang decided that 5 years ago, the Yi family was demented. That demonic genius, Yi Fan, should have awakened. He was the nobleman he was looking for. So when big brother Lu Qingyang and Yi Fan went to war, Lu Maoyang was the first to look for them. In addition to these assets in hand, Lu Maoyang had another special pitch that would surely impress Yi Fan to make a move. While Guoli was looking at the asset table provided by Lu Maoyang, Yi Fan was also taking a closer look. When he saw that Lu Maoyang actually had a spelling UUU plan, he intended to set up a new shopping platform to let everyone cut a knife. Yi Fan's pupils could not help but dilate for a while. This Lu Maoyang is indeed a business genius. Take full advantage of human nature. Use a cut to reduce the price. Let consumers actively help advertising. Spend the least amount of money to achieve maximum publicity. Since Yi Fan intends to make the Yi family brilliant again, in addition to Guo Li, the military advisor Guo Xiukai, he also wants Wang Fugue, the martial artist, and in addition, he needs an internal financial god, in charge of logistical and commercial operations. And Lu Maoyang seems to be a good candidate? Chopping a knife is good. You're a good person. Go with me to the Yi family to see. Yi Fan still opened his mouth naively, but when he exchanged glances with Guo Li had already understood Yi Fan's meaning. Big brother is planning to let Lu Maoyang try. For Yi Fan, the Lu family is certainly to deal with. Since the Lu family can be divided within the attack, Yi Fan will not refuse. Lu Maoyan's face was delighted. As long as he was allowed to go to Yi Group, then his plan would have succeeded by a large margin. If there is nothing unexpected, his own big brother, at this time, should already be in the Yi Group, because Su Jian and Su Dong, father and son in the detection of some wrong, has found the provincial capital of the Lu family, with the official seal of the Yi Group, and the Yi family signed a secret acquisition agreement. The agreement have been notarized by a third party. There is a legal benefit. Su Jian's father and son's thoughts were obvious. If they couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't let the Yi family have a good time either. Chapter 64, Su Jian's disgusting operation before he died. Inside the Yi Group, the board of directors were all stunned when they suddenly received a notice from Yi Lao that Su Jian's father and son had died with the Wang family. The things that Su Jian's father and son had done in Yi Group over the years were actually known to most of the company's patriarchs, but Elder Yi hadn't given his word, so things must be under control. So everyone is still steady. If Su Jian hadn't signed that secret contract with the Lu family before he died, then the Yi Group would still be as stable as an old dog. Those two white-eyed wolves, father and son Su Jian, deserve what they get. Right, this is their downfall. Yi Lao kindly took them in and they actually wanted more, joining forces with outsiders to try and take complete control of the Yi Group. Damn it! Just, now that Su Jian's father and son have fallen, Elder Yi appointed Guo Li and Xia Hao as the company's vice presidents. What does this mean? Is it an intention to support the young master to the top? But the young master is still, alas. The crowd was a bit puzzled by Elder Yi's decision, but most of them still agreed. Only a small number of Su Jian's direct descendants secretly sneered as they listened to the mutterings of those around them. Do you still want to take over the Yips Group? Late. The contract that Mr. Su arranged before his death should take effect soon, and by then, the entire Yi Group, with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, is afraid that it won't be surnamed Yi, but Lu. When Yi Fan and Guo Li, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, Lu Maoyang and the others arrived at the conference hall of Yi Group, Lu Qingyang actually appeared here as well. Everyone, the situation is such a situation. Mr. Su Jian, the executive president of the Yi Group, has signed a contract with our Lu Group a day ago, selling the Yi Group to me for $30 million. This is the contract, notarized by the Grand Notary Office, with legal benefits. In addition, Minister Zhu of the Legal Department, when signing the contract, you and Manager Yu of the Purchasing Department were together. You can testify to the authenticity of this contract, right in? The Vice Minister of Legal Affairs, as well as Manager Yu of the Purchasing Department. These were the last two thorns Su Jian left behind in Yi Group, when Su Jian was facing the Wang family's pursuit. Although he did not understand why the Wang family had suddenly approached him, Su Dong was not stupid and quickly guessed that this matter must be related to the Yi family. That's why such a backhanded approach was laid out. Of course, we accompanied Mr. Su and witnessed the acquisition of the Yi Group by the Lu Group. $30 million, that's right. Hiss. After Manager Yu and the two opened their mouths to confirm the news, the crowd at the scene seemed to react. Asterisk. Are you kidding me? The Yi Clan Group are all at least $500 billion in size or more in assets. Selling for only $30 million? That's no way to sell cabbage. It's a freebie. Asterisk. It's too dark. Su Jian is just unsettled. It's too cheap for him to die just like that. Put. The contract is void. Most of the people in the Yi Group's senior management have actually been drawn away by Su Jian to fight with the Wang family, and those left behind are already difficult to become a climate. The public opinion at the scene was clearly in favor of the Yi family. It is just that the key to the contract is now in the hands of Lu Qingyang, or a notarized contract with legal benefits. Is it useful for you to make noise? Humph. This is the law, protected by the state. Lu Qingyang somewhat proudly raised the copy of the contract in his hand. Now since Ye's group is surnamed Lu, you guys should hand over. Also hurry to hand over. Special Information Research Lab side. Focus on handover. The reason why Lu Qingyang had come to take over the Yi family in such a hurry this time was also because he had come for one of the Yi family's treasures. It is said that the Yi family obtained an overwhelming treasure map many years ago, which recorded a divine miracle site. Once the map is cracked and the site is entered, then one can obtain supreme benefits and even cultivate immortality. Outsiders had suspected that the reason why the Yi family had appeared with so many Zhongshe powerhouses and occupied half of the Daxia military was most likely because the Yi family had already found some of the know-how in the ruins. The Yi family was exterminated this time, partly because the opponents wanted to eliminate the roots and partly because they came for the Yi family's treasure map, cultivating immortality and becoming a saint. This was something that all martial arts practitioners dreamed of. Any chance that there is, it's a gamble with your life. Yi Fan was at the door of the conference room, looking at the noisy appearance of the conference room, his brows locked. His heart was a little bit unfavorable. Now the core disciples of the Yi family were left alone. The key was that he was still in a state of dementia, and for the time being, he was unable to meet the crowd in his normal appearance. When people couldn't see any hope for the Yi family, they could only be scattered. It is necessary to integrate the Yi family internally as soon as possible, so that everyone can rebuild their confidence. Before coming here, Yi Fan had already let people investigate some information about Manager Yu, as well as the ministers of the legal department, and had not expected them to be useful. But as Su Jian's stubborn direct line, now that they were still so defensive even though Su Jian was dead, then Yi Fan would have no choice but to tear his face off. You all are so noisy. Where did the wild dogs come from? Spreading their wildness on my Yi family's territory? Yi Fan stepped into the hall, reached out and dragged a chair, staring scorchingly at Lu Qingyang. What? You weren't smashed enough at the celebration banquet for me to try my hand again? Seeing Yi Fan move so roughly, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Yi Fan also has Guo Li and Wang Fugue, 2 great masters guarding him. Lu Qingyang still does not have the certainty to kill Yi Fan with 1 blow, and can only endure. Yi Fan, you better not mess around. Let me tell you, now that Yi Group has been acquired by me, this place is no longer surnamed Yi. You'd better get out of here with your companions. This is a business behavior. Even if you kill me, it's useless. Lu Qingyang was still afraid of death and hastily added a sentence at the end. Otherwise, if Yi Fan goes crazy, really a hand to get himself killed by the little cutie. If he died, it would be in vain. I hear you. You 2 bad guys, eating out, want to sell the company at a low price, and reap the benefits for yourselves, isn't it? I secretly saw it. Manager Yu, you secretly received a few $1 million in bribes from others. And Minister Zhu, I saw that you kept 3 women in one place, and 5 years ago, you slept with a girl and made her jump off a building. You're all so bad. Grandpa wouldn't let me say it at the time. Now I'm going to expose you all. Yefan came on stage and muttered a lot. Clear articulation. It doesn't seem demented at all, does it? The hundreds of shareholders and core senior members of the Yi Group below were all a bit bewildered when they saw Yi Fan in front of them. The young master has been demented for 5 years, but he can finally speak and communicate normally? Saying so much information at once was really a bit difficult for him, but everyone also knew the news. The great summer medical sage Lei Qianjie had arrived in Cloud City and had already announced that Yi Fan's dementia was curable. Had it started to get better now? If that's the case, then Yes Group has every possibility of flipping. Yi Fan, don't spit blood. When did I ever take money from anyone? Yeah, who jumped? And does that have anything to do with me? Manager Yu and all the ministers listened to Yi Fan's words and their hearts jumped in fear. A bribe of a few $1 million. If the evidence is conclusive, that's at least a 10-year start. An intentional homicide is even more horrific. Since Yi Fan had made it clear, then the Yi family's old man must know the truth. He just hadn't cleaned himself up for the time being. Is it finally time to pay your debt? Chapter 65, Preventing a Desperate Attack and Taking the Blame for It. You should speak with evidence. Yi Fan, Minister Zhu, and Manager Yu, as the top executives of Yi Group, have fought for so many rights for the company, and you still suspect them of having second thoughts. You're chilling people. While Lu Qingyang was playing the garden scene next to him, he did not forget to backhand stab Yi Fan, making Yi Fan's mind suspect by everyone. Although Yes Group was a family business, after so many years of development, there were now other external shareholders who had joined in, and the interior was not completely ironclad. Lu Qingyang's words still had an effect, and a part of the scene frowned at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was a demonic genius 5 years ago. His cultivation as well as many of his wits are top-notch. Yi Fan is now starting to awaken and take over Yi Group. It is completely fine, but if the means used are not appropriate, it will be difficult to get all the support. Evidence? I just had some information to share here. As he spoke, Yi Fan handed a USB flash drive to Guo Li. Old Guo, my friend said there's something good in there, so help me out and go take a look. Guo Li looked at Yi Fan with some surprise. This good big brother of his, was it really just these 2 days that he had awakened? When did you get all the information and details of the Yi Group's top management so clearly? In fact, when Yi Fan used Wang Chao's death to deal with Su Dong, he had already begun to start investigating, and Su Jian father and son tore their faces. It was a matter of time. Just Yi Fan did not expect things actually developed so quickly. Manager Yu, this is 3 million. Yi Group that steel mill project, please, after the matter is accomplished, there is another 5 million. Good talk, good talk. Manager Yu, our incoming channels, has been stuck in the approval where it cannot pass. You see, or you help to dredging. The 2 million, you take to drink tea. The first video drop played on the screen, with a clear shot of the footage inside. Manager Yu of the purchasing department had already received a bribe of $5 million, and according to the relevant laws, Manager Yu could go peddle a tailor for the rest of his life. You guys, don't play it. When Manager Yu saw the situation in front of him, he was scared and directly paralyzed in his seat, his face pale. I was obviously paying close attention at the time, How could I still be filmed so clearly? Yi Fan is not a little cutie. How come he has so much hard information about himself in his hands? Manager, you doesn't need to rush. My friend said, there's a lot more exciting ones behind. Yi Fan smiled lightly without showing too much emotion and turned his head to look at the other ministers. Minister Zhu, next is your picture. It's a bit hot. Do you want to show off your well-developed pectoral and buttock muscles? Yi Fan's words instantly froze the ministers. Pectoral and gluteal muscles. What does this represent? Minister Zhu naturally understands. Most likely that he was photographed when he was dating his lover. Since Yi Fan was able to get evidence of Manager Yu receiving money, he was afraid that those circumstances about himself would be effortless. This Yefan is really a cutie. What? Or was it partially awake with the aid of Lei Qianjia's medical saint? Just so slightly out of the way. Everyone was already out of their element. If Yi Fan were to completely awaken and strike out in full force, then wouldn't the Yi family's opponents be in trouble? Minister Zhu thought of this point, the heart of a million regrets. If I had known that the young master still has the hope of awakening, why would I want to get on that thief ship Su Jian? But now that it had come to this, the ministers knew that there was no point in saying more. Yi Xiao, tell me, what do you want? Minister Zhu knew very well that Yi Fan didn't directly hand over this information to the police, so he must need to do something himself. Minister Zhu is so smart. What else to do? Do you still need me to say? Yi Fan smiled faintly, a touch of evil appearing on his face. Wang Fugue didn't notice anything unusual, but next to him, Lu Maoyang was overjoyed when he saw Yi Fan with such an expression. He knew that he should have made the right bet. This demonic young master of the Yi family should have awakened a long time ago, but has been playing dumb and deliberately deceiving everyone. Indecent development. Wait until the time of complete outburst. It will be the time for the Yi family to be glorious again, right? The ministers had surmised from Yi Fan's actions that Yi Fan had partially awakened, and those shrewd people present, although their reactions were half a beat slower, gradually understood. Ah, young master, it's not even stuttering anymore. It's awakening, isn't it? Right. Look at how cleanly the young master moved just now. I'm afraid a lot of company presidents can't do that, right? Dr. Lei is really powerful. Saving the young master, that's saving the entire Yi family, the Yi clan. Most of the people at the scene were happy for Yi Fan's awakening, but in the crowd, there were a few middle-aged men who grimaced and muttered in low voices. This isn't a good thing. Humph, those trash. They couldn't even do it by asking them to block Lei Qianjie. See, now there's trouble. Yi Fan's demonic talent had shocked everyone back then, while scaring them at the same time. Awakening again after 5 years of dementia, he wondered how far Yi Fan had gotten. Yi Fan said to let Minister Zhu think for himself. Minister Zhu took a look at the current situation and naturally understood. And Manager Yu looked at each other and faintly said, if you don't want to step on the sewing machine, just give up. What Yi Fan wanted them to do now was very clear. Just don't side with Lu Qingyang. By making the two biggest thorns that Su Jian had planted unable to function, Yi Fan would have to deal with Lu Qingyang a bit more smoothly. Manager Yu is not stupid. A little bit of thinking also understand. Slightly organized the thoughts, opened his mouth. Yes, group shareholders, just now our thoughts a little confused. Some words said wrong. In fact, at that time, Mr. Su and we did go together to meet Lu Qingyang, but did not sign a contract. Lu Qingyang's contract is a forgery. There is no such thing as acquiring the Yi Group. The two didn't know what other plans and backhanders Yi Fan had, but all they could do now was to not testify against Lu Qingyang, deny the legality and validity of Lu Qingyang's contract, and try to stand on Yi Fan's side. Lu Qingyang looked at the situation in front of him with a gloomy face. His anger was about to explode. Yu Yang, Zhu Ming, are you guys crazy? At that time obviously you were present to witness. You think you now deny. Useful? All of you see clearly, the contract has Su Jian's signature, handprint, Yi Group's official seal, and notarized materials from the notary public to prove that you guys are useless even if you deny it. Lu Qingyang shook the copy of the contract in his hand, and the noisy voices at the scene quieted down once again. Yeah, contracts are legally binding, not counting the fact that Manager Yu and Zhu Ming were forced to turn against Lu Qingyang and not support him. That won't change the ending. Swish. Everyone's gazes looked towards Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan frowned and was also thinking about how to proceed to the next step when Lu Maoyang suddenly dodged out from behind Yi Fan and spoke loudly. Duke Lu, what you're holding in your hand should only be a copy of the contract, right? What's the use of just copies, in case your contract is forged? Lu Maoyang? Lu Qingyang had an ominous feeling in his heart when he saw Lu Maoyang suddenly appear beside Yi Fan. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Qingyang did not less bully Lu Maoyang, but Lu Maoyang never cried, staring at Lu Qingyang's eyes, are ruthless as if they will eat themselves. Although this brother was sent to Cloud City, but Lu Qingyang's heart has always been very scrupulous, this time to Cloud City. In addition to dealing with Yi Fan's matter, Lu Qingyang thought about whether to make this brother also die, otherwise he could not sleep well at night. What do you mean? Knowing that you would question it so much, I brought the original contract with me. Someone, bring over the password box. Lu Qingyang greeted towards the bodyguard beside him, and someone instantly brought over a password box, and Lu Maoyang on the stage smiled evilly. Big brother, sorry, I happen to have a password box here. You say, exactly which box is the original now? Chapter 66. There's still treasure in him. Ha! When Lu Qingyang saw Lu Maoyang take out an identical combination box, a strong ominous feeling had already welled up in his heart. Intuition told Lu Qingyang, this younger brother of his in Cloud City must be quietly lewd development. Get it wrong. He is afraid that sooner or later he will be planted in the hands of this younger brother. Quickly open it. Lu Qingyang's tone was a bit urgent. He was originally afraid of any accidents in today's action, so he had been letting his bodyguard captain bring the box with him, which contained the acquisition contract. The bodyguard at his side opened the case, and the combination box didn't contain any contract, but a set of red birthday suits. ********. What the hell? Contracts now? Where did Laozi's contract go? Lu Qingyang was shocked by the birthday suit inside and couldn't help but take several steps backward, storming out, looking at Lu Maoyang with an expression filled with anger. Lu Maoyang, is it you who's up to no good? Lu Maoyang spoke faintly. Lu Qingyang, 20 years ago, you killed my mother, and now, this is a gift for you. I believe you will be able to use it soon. While speaking, Lu Maoyang opened the password box by his side, which contained exactly 3 acquisition contracts. The contract, Su Jian did sign with Lu Qingyang, but Lu Maoyang had long ago bought out the captain of the bodyguard beside his big brother, and dropped the contract, playing a game of kettle. Yi Xiao, the contract is all yours to handle. Lu Maoyang respectfully handed the password box to Yi Fan. Don't, Lu Maoyang, you stupid that's a few $100 billion of assets. You step on the horse. Lu Qingyang is about to be angry. He has boasted on Captain Chu's side had boasted that he was going to crush the Yi clan group economically today. As a result, at the end of the day, he was actually stabbed in the back by his own brother, and failed in the last kick at the door. Where to put his face? A few $100 billion? You count for nothing. Lu Qingyang, any assets, can't be worth to take your life. Go and repent to my mother in the ground. Lu Maoyang coldly responded. With his current manpower and strength, Lu Maoyang could also invite people to make a move against Lu Qingyang. But after killing Lu Qingyang, Lu Maoyang couldn't walk away in one piece. But Yi Fan was backed by the Yi family, supported by the Guo family, the Wang family and others, and was not afraid of the storm of retaliation. Yi Fan picked up the contract in the password box and looked at it twice. The contract was real. 3 copies, with a notary seal. Young Mr. Lu, all 3 originals are here with me. What do you think Yi Group's surname is now? Yi Fan stared scorchingly at Lu Qingyang with an evil face. Lu Qingyang glared fiercely at Lu Maoyang, really ready to eat Lu Maoyang alive. Lu Maoyang, count yourself cruel. Losing control of the Yi family was something that annoyed Lu Qingyang, but he was even more annoyed that this younger brother of his, who had been hiding in Cloud City for so many years, now seemed to have grown beyond his control. Lu Qingyang was somewhat regretting letting this younger brother of his be dispatched in Cloud City. Let's go. Since the original contract had been snatched away, Lu Qingyang knew that his acquisition plan for today was unlikely to succeed, and there was no point in staying here. After greeting his men, he planned to leave the scene. Stand still, just want to leave? Yi Fan coldly rebuked. My wife said, others have bullied me, there is always a price to pay. You messed up at the celebration banquet. I haven't even looked for trouble from you yet. Now, it's time to settle the score. Yi Fan did not intend to just let Lu Qingyang go. A touch of gloom appeared in Lu Qingyang's eyes. He hadn't even looked for Yi Fan's trouble yet, but Yi Fan was planning to take the lead and make a move on himself? What else do you want? Lu Qingyang stared at Yi Fan with some uneasiness. Although Yu Linglong was not present, Yi Fan still had Guo Li and Wang Fugui, 2 great masters of the Zhongshe powerhouse, and Yi Fan had other bodyguards arranged by the Yi family around him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's IQ seemed to be normal for a short period of time now, and I wondered if his strength had recovered as well. If that was the case, Lu Qingyang was really in trouble. Yi Xiao, he has a piece of transparent bone on his body that has been emitting a thick ancient aura, and it is said to be very helpful for cultivation. Why don't you, Yi Xiao, just let him hand this thing over? Before Yi Fan could open his mouth, Lu Maoyang by his side opened his mouth and directly exposed the treasure on Lu Qingyang's body. Lu Maoyang, you're going to die. That's a family heirloom of the Lu family. It's worth a lot of money. and you just exposed it like that. Lu Qingyang covered his chest. The fact that Lu Qingyang was able to reach above the Zhongshu level even in his early 30s had a great deal to do with the warmth of that bone. That was Lu Qingyang's lucky bone, and it was going to be snatched away like that? Lu Qingyang was unwilling. It is indeed a treasure of the Lu family, but what does that have to do with me? Lu Maoyang spoke indifferently. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up. This Lu Maoyang did seem to hate the Lu family to the bone. Without Yi Fan opening his mouth, Wang Fugue and Guo Li had already acted, one on the left and one on the right to frame Lu Qingyang in the center. Their powerful martial arts chi controlling Lu Qingyang. Young Lu, hand it over. You, guys, this is robbery. Lu Qingyang was furious and his face was iron blue, wanting to mobilize his entire body's martial chi to resist. However, the chi had only just been running when Lu Qingyang discovered a desperate situation. One's martial chi was actually unable to be utilized, and the force was rapidly diminishing. Since being stabbed by Yi Fan at the Sui Shui celebration banquet, Yi Fan seemed to have a breath on the tip of the needle that was quietly corroding his organs and bowels. Lu Qingyang just moved a little bit of strength, and felt as if his entire body was going to be deflated. What's going on with this? Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Fan with a face of fear. Could it be that Yi Fan had completely awakened? The means and strength of a demonic genius is completely incomprehensible. I'm robbing you. What can you do? Bastard. You can rob Yi Group. Can't we rob you? Wang Fugue is very rough, not so good-tempered. Mouth chided at the same time, reached out a hand to Lu Qingyang's clothes ripped open. From the most intimate inside the fast semi-transparent bones ripped off, and then handed to also Yi Fan. Big brother, you see. Yi Fan picked up the piece of bone and took a look at it, and his pupils dilated for a moment. Immortal bone? Yi Fan's heart was violently shocked. From the dragon ring, Yi Fan had long since learned about the relevant aspects, knowing that there had been some sages and great powers that had fallen across the globe. They were existences that surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts, and after they fell, the bones of their bodies condensed into these translucent bones, which gathered the accumulation of their superb feats, as well as the accumulation of some battle experience. When a normal martial arts powerhouse wore it on their body, they could be warmed up and gain heavenly benefits, and if one were to absorb the energy and experience from these undead bones, then the benefits gained would be even greater. As it happened, the notes in the dragon ring completed the record of the immortal bones absorption transformation method. Young Lu, thank you. I'll take the things. Yi Fan smiled and put the bones away, reverting back to his naive appearance. Old Gua, Old Wang, look. People are taking the initiative to deliver things. They are guests. What are you doing grabbing him like this? Quickly let go. Quickly let go. Young Lu, I'll see you out. As he spoke, Yi Fan's eyes reverted to a confused look while reaching out and intimately hooking his hand around Lu Qingyang's neck as if he was going to send Lu Qingyang out. Everyone else at the scene thought that Yi Fan had returned to his demented state, but only Guo Li and Xia Hao knew that Yi Fan must have other arrangements. Chapter 67, You think you can do it again? Pust. Lu Qingyang felt like his heart was broken at this moment, being proofed with one knife after another still stabbing hard. It's a murder and a heart attack. I came here today to rob you Yi Group. Finally by you guys almost even the bottom of the pants are stripped off. What is this? Big brother, I'll accompany you to see him off. Wang Fugue saw that Yi Fan was actually planning to go out with Lu Qingyang alone, so he quickly got up and wanted to follow along. Guo Li hurriedly stopped Wang Fugue and said, Old Wang, the order here at the scene still needs you to maintain it. Let Mr. Xia Hao accompany him. At the celebration banquet, Lu Qingyang was exposed. He was personally involved in the assassination of the Yi family members. Yi Fan was alone with Lu Qingyang. He definitely wanted to find out the truth of what happened at that time. If Wang Fugue were to follow along, there would definitely be trouble. Xia Hao immediately understood. Li Hu, bring someone to accompany me to send young Lu. Yi Fan smiled faintly and greeted Lu Maoyang as he left the conference room. Second youngest Lu, join me. Previously, at the Su family's celebration banquet, Yi Fan was not good enough to make a move. But this time, Lu Qingyang himself sent to Yi Group. Yi Fan did not intend to let Lu Qingyang go. More crucially, Yi Fan saw the potential of Lu Maoyang, and intended to send Lu Maoyang a favor, accepting Lu Maoyang for his own use and helping him manage his finances. Then Yi Fan would have more time to do other things. Good. Hearing that Yi Fan actually rejected the help of Wang Fugue and Guo Li and the others and wanted to accompany himself out alone, Lu Qingyang's pupils instantly dilated for a moment. With Wang Fugue and Guo Li, the two great Zhongshu powerhouses, he didn't dare to make a move against Yi Fan. But being alone with Yi Fan, even if one's strength was reduced, there was always a chance to make a move, right? As for Xia Hao and Lu Maoyang and the others, Lu Qingyang didn't even look at them. You know, in the parking lot underneath your own building, there are still arrangements for your own men to join forces. Does Yi Fan still have a chance to escape? Yeah, Fan. Yi Fan. There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you come. Lu Qingyang and Yi Fan. Lu Maoyang and the others came downstairs to the parking lot of the Yi group together, and after finding Lu Qingyang's vehicle, before Yi Fan could say anything, Lu Qingyang took the lead and spoke. Little cutie, since you've come, then don't go. Click. As Lu Qingyang snapped his fingers, a group of martial arts experts rushed out from a dozen or so cars around them, and the group surrounded Yi Fan and Xia Hao, Li Hu, Lu Maoyang and the others in the center. Yi Fan, I don't know if you're really stupid or not. You stayed with Guo Li and Wang Fugue. I still have more scruples and don't dare to make a move easily, but you actually don't want to die and rush down alone. Isn't this looking for death? Then I have no choice but to send you on your way first. Lu Qingyang looked like he had eaten up Yi Fan. Don't you expect them to come down to save you? Even if they were to come down, it would take a few minutes. This time is enough to kill you several times. Lu Qingyang had brought all the elites with him from home this time. The encirclement continued to shrink, and Lu Maoyang was getting a little nervous. Young Master Lu, our young master kindly sent you away. You yourself so insist on bumping into a gun. You don't blame our young master for not being polite. Xia Hao coldly looked at Lu Qingyang, and in his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Qingyang to death. This Lu Deshao is the one who's really stupid. Yi Fan had already acted so obviously. What was the meaning of bringing Lu Maoyang along? That's to avenge Lu Maoyang. This guy didn't want to find a way to hurry up and escape, not to mention that he was actually planning to make a move against Yi Fan in turn. You're welcome? Ha! A demented young master, plus the Xia family master you? Let me tell you, Xia Hao, honoring you by calling you Xia family master, or else calling you Xia dog would be lifting you up. Don't be anxious, when the Yi family is settled, it will soon be your turn. The above had already made it clear that any of those families that were close to the Yi family would not have a good ending and had to be punished. Li Hu stared vigilantly around Xia Hao's side, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Boom! Lu Qingyang spoke with abnormal excitement while Yi Fan moved. With a vicious stomp of his ankle on the ground, a powerful aura let loose and stirred, shattering the green stone floor. Countless pieces of debris sped out, precisely attacking towards those men of Lu Qingyang. Put. With the powerful chi, those bodyguards of Lu Qingyang didn't have any strength to resist, and all of them perished in an instant. Just now, there were dozens of experts on Lu Qingyang's side, and the situation seemed to be firmly in the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left on Lu Qingyang's side who was a bare-knuckle commander. Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated for a moment as he looked at the scene in shock, finally reacted. Yi Fan, you're playing dumb? You're lying to us? You've awakened, haven't you? At this point, the only ones standing on the scene were already Xia Hao, Lu Maoyang and Lu Qingyang, when Yi Fan had just made his move, along with Li Hu, as well as a few of Li Hu's men were knocked out dead together. Although as the underground godfather of Cloud City, Li Hu's mouth should not be a big problem, but right now Yi Fan didn't want to be exposed in front of too many people. Xia Hao already knew that he had awakened, and Lu Maoyang, as his future core member, had no problem knowing his own details. As for Lu Qingyang, dead people will not leak the news. Do you realize that now? It's too late. Yi Fan coldly took a step forward. Answer a few questions honestly, lest you suffer less physical pain. Lu Qingyang sensed the powerful chi fluctuation on Yi Fan's body. It had far exceeded the strength of a martial arts master. I'm afraid that it had already reached the level of martial zone, right? But on Captain Chu Feng's side, the information he had gotten was that Yi Fan was only a zongsure strength at most. If there is a lapse in judgment, I'm afraid that all of Captain Chu Feng's actions will fail. The most crucial thing was that there had been a lapse in intelligence, and everyone had arranged their plans according to the information that Yi Fan had not awakened. But now that Yi Fan had awakened, the situation would change drastically. Previously, several groups of forces that were watching were informed that if Yi Fan awoke, the influence of the demonic genius, coupled with the fact that the Yi family's old man was still in his residual power, an instantaneous reversal of the situation was possible. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyang quietly reached his hand towards his cell phone, intending to quietly report the situation here to Captain Chu Feng. Pust, not seeing how Yi Fan acted at all, a majestic chi force impacted towards the side of Lu Qingyang's pocket, directly shattering Lu Qingyang's cell phone with a blast. It's this time and you still want to report. Do you think you still have a chance? There seemed to be an invisible and majestic power in Yi Fan's body, suppressing Lu Qingyang to death and forcing him back to the side of the front of the car. Speak, who exactly is behind the Lu family? Is it the Shangjing Zhou Shao, or the Lone Wolf? The one who attacked my second brother in the Xuanwu war zone? Who else is there besides your Lu family? Chapter 68, 7-star Soul Destroying Claw. According to Yi Fan's character, when Lu Qingyang had been reckless at the Su family banquet before, Yi Fan was about to directly kill Lu Qingyang on the spot. The reason why he left him breathing was because he wanted to investigate some truth from Lu Qingyang's mouth. Follow the trail and find the real culprit who really wants to kill the Yi family. the Zhao family, the Li family, and that representative sent by the Lu family, Xin Tao, were all at a poorer level and knew very limited information. Lu Qingyang had come directly with that big brother from the Northwest War Zone, so he should know more. Humph, Yi Fan, do you think you've awakened and with you alone, you can change the ending? Dream on. The lone wolf big brother from the Northwest War Zone is already on his way here, counting the time he will be here soon. At that time, it will be the moment when your Yi family will be completely exterminated. Lu Qingyang at this moment was considered to understand that it was a mistake for him to come early to find Yi Fan today. There was more than likely no possibility of escape for himself anymore. Since this was the case, Lu Qingyang simply acted as if he was a dead pig. Even if I know some secrets, there's no way I'll tell you. You'll just wait for death. Ha ha, when you die, those sister-in-laws and wives of yours, pity them, there will surely be many men to take turns loving them. Pust, Yi Fan fiercely struck out. 7-star soul-destroying claw. This was a secret gong method in the dragon ring, which could control the spiritual power through qi, penetrate deep into the target's head, invade the target's mind, and suppress the target's blows and torment them from the soul level. As Yi Fan ran his qi, Lu Qingyang instantly felt as if his head was going to explode. What are you doing to me? Oh, why does it hurt so much? Lu Qingyang looked at Yi Fan with an unbelievable face. It felt like there was a knife gouging out the flesh in his head, and it was like there was a dagger picking out the bones, and the pain that drilled into his soul made Lu Qingyang's consciousness not relax, and he began to sink. Now say it, behind the Lu family, besides the Shangjing Zhou family, who else is there, and what exactly do they want to do with the Yi family? The 7-star soul-destroying hand Yi Fan used very little, but having used it a few times before, there was almost none that could resist it anymore. Lu Qingyang was no exception as well. Those involved in the attack, I don't know about the others, but the Lu family in the provincial city, as well as my Lu family, were involved. The one who met with us was Captain Chu Feng from the Northwest War Zone. Exactly who he belongs to, we're not sure, but he's definitely from the military. And Shangjing's Zhou Xiao itself is not that Zhou family in Shangjing, but behind him there seems to be another very powerful organization called the Holy Envoy Organization. What they are tracing is a map. After all, Lu Qingyang was at a much higher level and knew more than Li Zhong and Qin Yao knew. At least it was known that the one who made a move on the Yi family, above the top, was not a single force. On the one hand, there is the military, and on the other hand, there is the Holy Apostles Organization. They should have joined forces and struck at the same time because of certain interests, so that they could finally strike a blow. On the military side, the breakthrough was that Chu Feng, while on the side of the Holy Envoy Organization, Zhou Xiao was the ultimate breakthrough. Dealing with them that was later. The person who killed Ergo in front of him had to pay first. Put. After the chi impact on Yi Fan's hand destroyed all the tendons and veins in Lu Qingyang's entire body. This released him from under the 7-star soul-destroying claw, allowing him to regain consciousness. The pain drilling through his bones and tendons made Lu Qingyang's life worse than death, and his mouth howled loudly. Kill me, Yi Fan, you have the guts to kill me. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he faintly said, I do want to kill you, but there is someone else who wants to kill you, even more than I do. So your life, let us give it to him. As he spoke, Yi Fan picked up a dagger from the ground, turned around and handed it to Lu Mao Yang, who was still a bit dazed next to him, and said, Young Lu, take revenge. When Lu Mao Yang saw Yi Fan's tactics just now, his pupils couldn't help but dilate for a moment in shock. The Yi Xiao in front of me, the demonic genius is really still a demonic genius. Good, thanks. Without any hesitation, Lu Mao Yang took the dagger from Yi Fan's hand, and after making 2 gestures on Lu Qingyang's body, he stepped towards Lu Qingyang. You, Lu Mao Yang, what do you want to do? We are brothers. You cannot kill me. Lu Qingyang was not afraid of death when he saw Yi Fan, but in front of Lu Mao Yang, Lu Qingyang was afraid. Lu Mao Yang was a piece of trash who had been bullied by Lu Qingyang since he was a child. Why was he now so high and mighty that he could decide his own fate? Brothers? Humph. Lu Qingyang, do you want face? Your conscience, eaten by a dog. When you killed my mother at that time, why didn't you think that we were brothers? Lu Mao Yang was able to hold back for so many years, and he wasn't an oil lamp either. Looking at Lu Mao Yang who was close at hand, without any hesitation, the dagger in his hand plunged down fiercely against Lu Qingyang's chest. Pust! A huge hole immediately appeared in Lu Qingyang's chest, and blood flowed out along the wound, staining most of Lu Qingyang's clothes red. Hoo! You come for real Lu Qingyang looked at Lu Mao Yang in front of him. If you kill me like this, father won't let you go. Why don't you immediately stop? In fact, Lu Qingyang knew that any dissuasion on his part right now would have no effect. From the moment Lu Mao Yang arranged for someone to drop his contract, Lu Mao Yang had firmly chosen Yi Fan to take Lu Qingyang's life. It was just that Lu Qingyang was still trying to grab the last straw. Humph, a father? Does he deserve to be a father? Big brother, don't be in a hurry. You first go down and give my mother thanks. Soon, I will make him come down and kneel in front of my mother as well. Pust, this cut is revenge for you pissing on my head back then. Pust, this is a cut that you let steal food from a wolfhound. Pust, this is the cut that you rode up on my neck and made me crawl through a hole in a 10-degree below zero day. I don't know how many knives were stabbed, but in the end, Lu Qingyang had turned into a sieve, with not a single piece of good flesh left in his body. Young Lu, almost. Yi Fan saw that Lu Qingyang was already dead beyond death and reached out to pat Lu Maoyang. Only then did Lu Maoyang awaken from that grief, directly kneeling down towards the ground and heavily kowtowing 3 times in the direction of this provincial city. Mom, you see? I have avenged you. The person who killed you back then has been killed by me. At night I can finally sleep. Over the years, Lu Maoyang woke up in his sleep every day. As soon as he fell asleep, the scene that floated before his eyes was the scene of his mother being strangled by Lu Qingyang. And now that Lu Qingyang had finally gone to meet the king of hell, Lu Maoyang had only ended a piece of his mind. Xia family master, the video is ready, right? Yi Fan inquired towards Xia Hao. Xia Hao opened the cell phone video. What was filmed on it was exactly the way Yi Fan was gesticulating on Lu Qingyang's body with the dagger just now, and then combined with the way Lu Qingyang died in the back. Anyone would think that it was Yi Fan who killed Lu Qingyang. Yi Xiao, but Lu Qingyang was obviously killed by me. You are so. Yi Fan spoke indifferently. In fact, from the moment Lu Qingyang went to the Su family's celebration party to cause trouble, the moment I made a move on him, he was already dead. Just now, this was just leaving him with his last breath so that you could take revenge. Besides, if you announce to the public that you killed Lu Qingyang, with your power, can you handle the Lu family's revenge? Especially the revenge from Lu Qingyang's grandfather's side. Can you carry it? Yi Fan stared scorchingly at Lu Qingyang. You've gone through so much trouble and used so many cast-offs to find me. Isn't this what you're aiming for? Chapter 69, The Great Impact of Lu Qingyang's Murder. Yi Fan's earthly sobriety made Lu Maoyang somewhat snappy. Lu Maoyang, thank you for Yi Xiao's hand. In the future, if I, Xiao Yi, have any needs, just order. Good. What I'm waiting for is this sentence from you, and what I want is you as a person. Yi Fan didn't have any hesitation, and with one sentence, he made Lu Maoyang somewhat unresponsive. Ah, this, Yi Xiao, you want me as a person? But, Lu Maoyang misunderstood. Is Yi Xiao okay with this? Doesn't he obviously have so many beautiful wives and sisters-in-law? Why does he still like men? But thinking of the great favor Yi Fan had done for him, he gritted his teeth and said, as long as Yi Xiao likes it, I'm fine with any position. Lu Maoyang almost suffocated his red face before barely finishing the sentence. Seeing Lu Maoyang's appearance, Yi Fan was somewhat in a bad mood and knocked on Lu Maoyang's head. What are you thinking about? This young man is not good at this. What I want is your brain. Use your genius economic mind to help me build a huge business empire. Ah, Lu Maoyang was once again depressed. This Yi Xiao, did he mean what he said? Go! From now on, you don't need to hide those business plans of yours. The Yi family is your backing force, but you also have to be prepared. At the moment, I haven't been completely exposed yet, and the Yi family might still have to face a lot of pressure for quite some time. Yi Fan turned his head to look at the huge office building of the Yi group behind him. Holy Envoy Organization. Sounds like another huge group force. Afraid that it should be the same organization as the Tianji Pavilion behind himself? LOL. The road ahead is very difficult. However, Lu Maoyang didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. Since I am Xiao Ye's person, I will definitely share the pain and suffering with Xiao Yi. I definitely believe in Xiao Ye's strength. 5 years ago, the 15-year-old Yi Fan was already at the strength of the Zhongshe realm, and now after being demented for 5 years, Yi Fan's strength had clearly broken through the shackles of a Zhongshe, and was all but at least at the martial Zun level. Together with Yi Fan's demonic talent and intellect, it was only a matter of time before the Yi family rose to power. Leaving Xia Hao and Li Hu to deal with the scene, Yi Fan led the way towards Yi Group. In the provincial city, in the Lu family mansion, Lu family head Lu Zijian received a video sent by a stranger and jumped up. ********. What? Xin Yang was killed. The video was the same one that Xia Hao had handled, showing that it was Yi Fan who had beheaded Lu Qingyang, that little cutie from the Yi family. How does she have such strength? Killed Chongyang? Lu Zijian's voice was trembling. Quick, call Chongyang right away. Someone must be spoofing. The men around him acted in a hurry, but after half a day of busy work, Lu Qingyang's phone couldn't be answered at all, and all of Lu Qingyang's men who had followed along could not be contacted. Finally, it was a peripheral driver who reported a piece of news. Family master, I saw the body of the eldest young master being disposed of. The eldest young master was killed by the Yi family's people. I also saw the second young master. With additional news from the scene coming in, combined with the video footage, Lu Zijian fell on his butt on the couch, finally accepting the fact that his son was actually killed by that cutie from the Yi family. Killed him? But that little cutie from the Yi family, isn't she still in a state of dementia? How is she so powerful that she can kill Chongyang? Besides, Qingyang's own strength is already above the Zhongshu level A. Then in order to kill Chongyang, at least at the peak of the power of the sect master to be able to, while Lu Zijian was grieving, he quickly analyzed the current situation. Although only Yi Fan's figure was seen in the video, Lu Zijian instinctively brainstormed that there must be other people present at the scene. Otherwise a little cutie, it was impossible to decapitate his own son. It must be the Yi family who made a setup to kill their son. What Lu Qingyang was going to Cloud City for today, Lu Zijian was very clear. Captain Chu Feng had personally ordered that the Lu family should go out to deal with the Yi family and crush the Su family. Originally, Lu Zijian intended to go there personally, but because he had to receive an important person from the east, he didn't go. Now that his son is dead, should have known better and should have gone himself. Quickly, contact Captain Chu Feng immediately. This news must be reported to Captain Chu Feng. The Yi family had been suppressed to such an extent that they still dared to decapitate the Lu family's sect master powerhouse. The death of a Lu Qingyang did not seem to be a big deal to the Lu family or to Chu Feng and the others, but if it's not handled well, the early impact is very powerful. Previously, when those Zhao, Li, and Wang families in Cloud City that had struck out against the Yi family were obliterated, everyone was still able to accept it. After all, even though the Yi family had been suppressed, their underpinnings were still very strong, and they were completely capable of dealing with those small families. But the Lu family's heritage is already the existence of the majestic provincial city. Behind it clearly stands Chu Feng and others. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. The Yi family killed the dog so decisively, it was a naked slap in the face. In the Cloud City International Airport, Chu Feng had just gotten off the airplane when he received a message from Lu Zijian. What? Yi Fan killed Lu Qingyang? What the hell? Is Lu Qingyang a pig? Actually being killed by a little cutie. Killed? After Chu Feng received the news, his first reaction was that the news must be false. But the phone call was from Lu Qingyang's father, Lu Zijian. Lu Zijian could not possibly joke with his son's life off. Chu Feng was still answering the phone, and his men had already converged all the other situations in Cloud City one after another. That video of Lu Qingyang's murder has started to ferment online. The Yi family didn't seem to have any intention of hiding the fact that it was Yi Fan who had made the move, even though Yi Fan still looked naive and demented. But so what? A little cutie can crush the dogs under your Chu Feng's men. What are you guys so hoity-toity about? Furthermore, Lei Chenjie had said that Yi Fan's demented state hadn't harmed his nerves, and there was a complete possibility of recovery. In the future, if Yi Fan completely awakened, then the end of those opponents of the Yi family would come completely. Some of Cloud City's previously neutral clans, after seeing the video, have already decided that they plan to visit the Yi family tomorrow. On the Shangjing side, several families have also changed their tone. Those who wanted to cooperate with us before just suddenly called to say that they have urgent matters to deal with, and that the cooperation matter will be pushed back a bit. Chu Feng was answering the phone with Lu Zijian while listening to his men reporting on the various news they had just received, and their faces were all gloomy to the extreme. What these old foxes mean by cooperating to push back a bit is actually very obvious. They saw the hope of the Yi family's revival and were unwilling to take sides so quickly. Everyone was very clear about the Yi family's heritage. Although the core disciples of the Yi family were all wiped out, the Heavenly Dragon Army is still there, and Yi Fan is still there. As long as Yi Fan awakens and takes complete control of the Heavenly Dragon Army, by virtue of Yi Fan's demonic talent and overpowering strength, it won't be so easy to exterminate Yi Fan again. Chapter 70, Devouring the Immortal Bone. After listening to Lu Zijian's news, as well as the many other news from Cloud City and Shangjing that had converged, Chu Feng's expression began to become somewhat grave. Originally, before he came, Chu Feng thought that in order to deal with Yi Fan, he should be able to do it himself and it should be completely enough. After all, with the help of the Pavilion Elder, Chu Feng's strength had already broken through to the Martial Zun level, and in the entire Yi family, before there was still the Yi family boss who was at the Martial Zun realm of strength, but now the highest was only as long as Lang Feng and the Yi family elder who were Zhongshu masters, right? Even if 5 sect master experts were to attack together, so what? There was no way that they could be a match for their own Martial Zun powerhouse off, but now, Chu Feng didn't see it that way. As one of the 6 great families of the Great Xia, the Yi family was able to dominate the Great Xia for so many years, so it definitely had his heritage and reasoning. You still need to pay more attention to it yourself. Family Master Lu, the Yi family is in a bit of trouble right now, so you'd better arrange for a bit more people to come and support me. We need to settle the Yi family as soon as possible, or else none of us will have much to show for it when the time comes. Although Chu Feng was asking for help towards Lu Zijian knew that he was not qualified to refuse. Good, but, Captain Chu Feng, you also know that my Lu's personnel is very limited. The experts have all been taken away by Qingyang, and should be in have been taken out by the Yi family's people. And then, Today there are a few friends from the East Ing Black Clothes Society side have come over, and are also very interested in the Yi family's matter. Why don't we let them act together with you? Lu Zijian was not as honest as he thought, despite being associated with Chu Feng and the Holy Envoy's side, but at the same time, it also maintains a close contact with the east side of the world, trying to find another to rely on. Have them come to Cloud City to find me right away. Chu Feng frowned. Before, when they planned to make a move against the Yi family, there were people from the Black Clothes Society of the East who had approached them. It was just that at that time, the situation was very good, so Pavilion Master Zhang did not accept the people from the East. But now, the situation was starting to look a little off, and it seemed good to let the people from the East rush ahead. Just after hanging up the phone with Lu Zijian, Pavilion Elder Zhang's phone call came over. Chu Feng, what's the situation? How is it that the Lu family's great young man was killed by Yi Fan as soon as he arrived in Cloud City? How bad of an impact did this incident cause? Do you know? Northwest. In a hidden compound somewhere, Zhang Gelao was holding the phone, his brows locked and a bad expression on his face. There were still bigwigs above Zhang Gelao, who had just called to reprimand him severely. Several days had passed since the Su family and Yu Linglong and the others announced their support for the Yi family, but the Su family was still alive and well now, and had even perfectly held a conference. On the flip side, looking at the people arranged on Pavilion Master Zhang's side, the Zhao family, the Li family, the Wang family, all of them fell, and even the forces that came from the provincial city were decimated before they could even make a move. Yi family is even more arrogant to let a little cute hands. This is a demonstration. Pavilion Elder rest his anger. Chu Feng knows everything. I have already arrived in Cloud City. The people from the East Ing want to intervene. I have already promised to believe that I will soon give the Pavilion Elder an explanation. I always feel that the Yi family is very out of place right now, and that demented demonic genius of the Yi family, I'm afraid that he has awakened. Any news, I will definitely reply to you as soon as possible. Northwest. In the compound, Zhang Gelao hung up the phone. The muscles on his face twitched twice. Alas! Throwing a stone. Chu Feng such a big stone to throw out, afraid that at that time is not able to pry out any news, then the loss will not be worth it. Pavilion Elder, is the Yi family really that terrifying? Pavilion Master Zhang rubbed his head with some headache. According to the projectionist above, the Yi family will definitely produce a Qilin Sun, an existence that can shake the entire Disyaz, and even the global pattern. That's why the bigwigs above have gone to so much trouble, mobilizing so many forces to overthrow the Yi family. But everyone has erased all possibilities, only leaving out Yi Fan, this little cutie. Alas, I don't know if it's still too late. In Cloud City, when Yi Fan and Lu Maoyang return to the conference hall, Guoli and Wang Fugue are giving a meeting. Everyone should be getting the news that father and son Su Jian and Su Dong have died, and the Yi group is ultimately my big brother's Yi group. So the old master has appointed me and the Xia family head as vice presidents to temporarily assist big brother in managing the Yi group. There's another vice president to be added. It's this Lu Maoyang, the second youngest master of the Lu family. Everyone has just met him. He is meritorious to the Yi family, sidelined by the Lu family, in a short period of time, but established a tens of billions of dollars of business empire. So usually Guoli and I, when Mr. Xia is not there, all the things of the Yi group, listen to his arrangements. A flash of sharpness flashed through Yi Fan's eyes as he opened his mouth faintly, but his words did not have any acceptance of a rebuttal. Does anyone have a problem with my decision? Yi Fan glanced at the crowd and made a symbolic inquiry. Everyone had seen Yi Fan's recent performance, although Yi Fan didn't openly announce it, but from what happened to those opponents of the Yi family, everyone had already guessed roughly that they were afraid that Yi Fan had awakened a long time ago. Such a counterintuitive means. Ye's group just now are going to be sold cheaply. Yi Fan are counterintuitive flip. Demonic genius is demonic genius. With such strength, who dares to object? My big brother asked you guys, can't you all hear me? Seeing that everyone did not react strongly, Wang Fugue slammed his hands on the table with a huge commotion, causing the crowd at the scene to be startled. No opinion. Firmly support Yi Xiao's leadership. The crowd responded in unison. Young Lu, you can organize the work. The plan you said before to spell out Shiyu, you can also let go of it. It's all fine. All of the company's funds, you can just call on them to be responsible for you. You only need to be responsible for me, and you can discuss any necessary issues with Guo Xiao and Mr. Xia. Yi Fan gave Lu Maoyang enough authority. Lu Maoyang was touched, and at the same time, the pressure in his heart was not small. Thank you for Yi Xiao's trust. I will do my best. It was also Lu Maoyang's dream to go through the shopping mall. Before, he could only sneak around, but now that Yi Fan had given himself a super stage, then he must utilize his talent to the fullest. Ye's group will go through a drastic reform. Personnel cleaning, these are not what Yi Fan should worry about anymore. there were Guo Li and Lu Maoyang to operate. Yi Fan directly exited the conference room and entered into a lounge next to it. After closing the door to the room, Yi Fan took out the piece of undead bone that was on Lu Qingyang's. The qi energy in his hands revolved, and he began to devour and absorb the pure vitality power inside according to the method recorded in the dragon pattern ring. A soft power began to emerge from the undead bones, as if something had been activated. In the next moment, an incomparably large amount of energy began to start fluctuating with the lounge as the center. Yi Fan also instantly felt a vibrant power, madly surging towards his own body tendons, as if it had been silent for a long time and finally found a vent-like. Hoo-hoo! Yi Fan's strength, which was already at the peak of martial zone, began to rapidly gather ancient qi energy, and the dantian in his body continued to warm, expand, and strengthen. Even the swaying pei fire in Yi Fan's dantian was affected and began to shake rapidly, also crazily absorbing the energy inside the undead bone. The fire, which was only very weak before, had become much brighter in just a few moments. So tough? Yi Fan felt the powerful energy contained in the immortal bone, and at the same time there were countless oodles of battle experience pouring into his head, his heart bursting with excitement. If he continued at this rate, then he would soon be able to break through to the martial emperor level. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, there weren't many strong people who had reached the emperor level. At that time, even if they surrounded them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill themselves easily, right? Who can stop the rise of the Yi family? Click! Yi Fan was still thinking as if he was flying, when he suddenly felt his dantian, as if something had ruptured. Was it that the shackles of the martial Zun realm had broken, and that meant that Yi Fan could break through to martial emperor again? Without any hesitation, Yi Fan continued to sit in meditation, striking the martial emperor level with all his might. Chapter 71: The youngest demonic martial emperor is born. After Yi Changfeng met up with the gang of old friends, he took Lei Qianjie along with him and had just arrived next to the conference room of the Yi clan group when he detected a powerful energy fluctuation in the side lounge. Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he already had a guess in his heart, Yi Changfeng still inquired towards the bodyguard at the door. Who's inside? Elder Yi. Inside is the young master. The bodyguards at the door were personally arranged by Elder Yi. All of them were from Elder Ye's direct lineage, and the leader of them was still a Zhongshe level powerhouse. So naturally, they could also detect the strong energy fluctuations inside. It seems like the young master is making a breakthrough. Yi Changfeng nodded his head and rebuked Lung Feng and this sovereign captain expert. Seal off this place. No one is allowed to come near here without my order. As the words fell, Yi Changfeng pulled out a few red talisman seals from his body and urged the power of the talisman seals to form a powerful circle of flowing light that wrapped the lounge. This was something that a high person had once left behind for Yi Changfeng, which could form a protective circle, allowing the situation inside the protective circle not to be detected from the outside. Right now, Yi Fan's identity was still a demented state to the outside. If they noticed that they had reached martial emperor, then those enemies of the Yi family would either hide in fear and never venture out again, either they would be desperate, or even ask a strong person from outside the country to come out and kill Yi Fan in the cradle. Therefore, Yi Changfeng now also understood the need to keep a low profile. Gouge until you're strong enough. If Yi Fan had already awakened, with his demonic talent, it shouldn't take too long for him to advance to the martial saint level. At that time, Yi Fan was truly standing at the peak of the martial arts world. The entire world would not have more than 10 strong people at the level of martial saint, and almost all of them are immortal body state. Even if they fight for each other's life, it is also the state that no one can help anyone. Only, what Yi Changfeng didn't know was that although he had wrapped Yi Fan's energy fluctuations with the power of the talisman, however, the heaven and earth anomaly caused by impacting a martial emperor was too strong. As early as a few minutes ago, above the Yi group, all began to gather powerful energy fluctuations, forming an energy vortex that had already made the Cloud City lose some of its color in both heaven and earth. In a special garden in the eastern suburb of Cloud City, a few old men wearing gray robes, after sensing the energy fluctuation, they started to activate a mysterious instrument, and then stared at the energy fluctuation magnitude on the instrument. When they saw the energy break through the final red color on the instrument, a few old men couldn't help but jump up happily. It's the immortal bone. It's the power of the immortal bone. The clue left by the master. Has it finally appeared? Are the coordinates confirmed? In what place? The master disappeared for so many years. Before leaving, let us must guard the wandering soul organization. For the young master to help, we wait, is 20 years finally waited. The coordinates have been determined, and it's right at Yes group. However, The energy only lasted for a short bit of time. And now it's actually hidden? What's going on here? The crowd had just finalized their coordinate positions when they noticed the energy fluctuation, which suddenly disappeared. That's not surprising, since that's a descendant of the master. It must have some special means. Breaking through the martial emperor level of strength will definitely be missed by many other martial Dao powerhouses, and hiding one's energy fluctuations is the best way to do so. Martial cultivation, in fact, is equally in line with the laws of the dark forest. All martial arts cultivators were hunters with shotguns in the dark, and no one knew exactly who would shoot first. And the best way to do that is to shoot someone first. Wait, where did you guys just say the coordinates were? After a few seconds, the few old men at the scene seemed to have reacted and inquired towards one of the old men in the technical operation with a surprised face. Yeah, group ah, how? The words were just halfway through. The old man who was operating the technology also couldn't help but slam his thigh. Ah, ma, I just reacted. You guys are saying that the Yi family, that demonic genius 5 years ago, could it be him? Right. Back then, we noticed that kid from the Yi family. We just didn't have any evidence. And then he was demented behind us, so we didn't care about it. But now it seems that it shouldn't be able to run away. Haha, great. It turns out that the person we were looking for was right under our noses the whole time. Fortunately, we didn't act impulsively, and we were almost compelled by those people to take part in the action against the Yi family. Quickly, inform the elders at once that the Wandering Souls people are going to start moving. Since the Yi family is the master's descendant family, we can't just ignore the Yi family's current situation. Nyo heir, you're already at the martial Zun level. Come with me later to check on the young lord. If the young lord encounters any trouble, we can also step in and help. Yip's group, in the lounge. Yifan had sufficiently run the qi in his body for 49 weeks before he finally felt that the breath in his body had only been absorbed for the most part. The energy contained inside the undead bone was too terrifying. Yifan's physique had been strengthened by the dragon ring very early on, yet he still couldn't absorb all the energy, and the rest of those energies were hidden in Yifan's tendons on their own, waiting to be utilized subsequently. Yifan turned his hand towards his hand. Just now there was still immortal bone. At this time has disappeared cleanly, completely absorbed by Yifan. Stretching out in Yifan's dantian, the fire became more vigorous, and the qi mass formed by the qi energy in Yifan's dantian became more solid. The strength at the martial emperor level had reached a very terrifying situation. Yifan had only slightly released his perception and was able to clearly feel all the movements within a radius of several hundred meters. Flowers, birds, insects and fish, as well as flies, words, and even the movements of ants and the sound of seeds breaking through the ground. Yifan can feel the flow of biological qi of those living beings around him. Yifan can also perceive it, and he can even absorb it and use it for himself. I wonder, absorbing the breath of those living beings, is this a unique ability that belongs to you? Yifan, of course, felt it, too, in the form of his grandfather who was guarding him outside the door. Grandpa's own martial arts qi had been stuck at the Zongshi level for a long time due to his physical injuries, but he was able to use the talismanic seal to shroud his energy fluctuations. It seems that the Yi family still has a lot of things on the bottom line that they don't know yet. However, one's strength had broken through to this realm. Plus there was the cover of Lei Qin-jie, saying that he was only recovering temporarily. In front of Grandpa, there was the possibility of properly displaying his strength, so that Grandpa wouldn't be too worried. Also, find a way to get Grandpa's strength up again. That way, even when he wasn't around, Grandpa would at least have the ability to defend himself. Grandpa. The door to the room opened and Yifan called out towards Yi Changfeng. In the past few days, the blow dealt to Yi Changfeng by the near annihilation of the Yi family was very huge, and Yi Changfeng's breath was very bad in the first 2 days. But today, Yi Changfeng had been red-faced after learning Yifan's secret. My good grandson, I've wronged you. You've worked hard. Yi Changfeng didn't say much. As soon as he wrapped his arms around Yifan, the tears in the corner of his eyes couldn't help but slide down. Yifan looked at his grandfather and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but Yi Changfeng directly interrupted him. Little Fan, if there's anything to say, let's go back and talk about it. Chapter 72, The Yi Family's Superb Underpinnings. Grandpa's behavior made Yifan somewhat helpless as well. With all the things that had happened to the Yi family recently, Grandpa, as the commander of the Heavenly Dragon Army, naturally noticed something, and with today's events, Grandpa should already know about his awakening. I guess when the time comes, another round of nagging will be inevitable. But when he thought of his dead brothers and uncles, Yifan felt happy again. Other than his missing parents, his grandfather was the last relative Yifan had in this world. Yifan extraordinarily cherished the time he spent with his grandfather. Yi Changfeng brought Yifan to show up at the Yi group meeting, which was considered to be an expression of the strongest support for Yifan. In this way, Guoli and Xia Hao, Lu Maoyang and the others would not have any resistance when they carried out their plans. After doing so, Yi Changfeng hurriedly brought Yi Fan home. On the vehicle going home, Leng Feng was driving and sitting in the car were Lei Qianjie and Yi Fan. Yi Changfeng and the three of them. Good old Lei, you've kept me in the dark. If I hadn't discovered it on my own, how long were you planning to hide it from me? Yi Changfeng somewhat hammered Lei Qianjie on his shoulder without any good humor. Lei Qianjie looked at Yi Fan and asked for his opinion. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and said, "At that time, my state hadn't fully recovered and I didn't dare to expose it. But since Grandpa found out, don't hide it." Getting Yi Fan's permission, Lei Qianjie then hurriedly opened his mouth. "Old Yi it's not that I don't say it, it's that master doesn't allow me to say it, and it's harder for me to hold it in than it is for you, right? The words are on the edge of my mouth, but I have to swallow them again." "Master?" Yi Changfeng listened to Lei Qianjie's words, looked at Lei Qianjie, then at Yi Fan, and suddenly laughed out loud. "What do you mean, Lei Qianjie? You are worshipping my grandson as your master? Ha ha, then you will have to call me Tai Shi Gong. Quickly call me. Ha ha." Yi Changfeng was in a good mood today and couldn't even help but joke about Lei Qianjie. Lei Qianjie was a bit depressed. "Although I am very reluctant, but according to seniority, I should indeed call you that. Yi Xiao's strength, I willingly." Yi Fan was the young medical immortal who had dominated the Southwest back then. Completely an existence that could surpass the great summer medical sage, the 13 needles of the Ghost Valley, and the Snow Face cream formula that supported the Su group. Any of them were all earth-shattering existences. "Okay, just kidding." Yi Changfeng interrupted Lei Qianjie and turned his head to look at Yi Fan with a serious face. "Little Fan, when did you awaken? You really hid it from Grandpa so hard. Alas." Saying that, Yi Changfeng was about to start shedding tears again. The Yi family was such a large family, and in the end, only two people were left, Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng. It was just one short day before and after, which is saddening to say the least. It was on the day the Yi family was destroyed that I awoke. 5 years ago, when I was trying out the talismanic seal, I sealed myself for 5 years because of the effects of the car accident. That's why I woke up. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Yi Fan told his grandfather in detail about all the various states he had been in after awakening. Since his grandfather already knew that he had awakened, Yi Fan didn't intend to hide it from his grandfather and told him all of his plans. Sure enough, the Zhao family, the Li family, the Wang family, including Su Jian, all came from your hands. Sure enough, it's my old Ji family seed. Good job. Stepping on the horse, finally out of the breath. According to the account of Lu Qingyang and those people from the Zhao family, there is more than one power group that made a move against the Yi family. There is an organization called the Holy Angels, and there are also people from the military. Lu Qingyang was involved in the operation to kill second brother, and has already been resolved. Now over in the northwest, there's a big brother who intends to make a direct move against me and the Yi family. That's why I'm in a hurry to make a breakthrough. Since the other party dared to come from the northwest and make a direct move against the Yi family, their strength must be at the martial Zun realm. Yi Fan's breakthrough to the martial emperor level was also an insurance policy in case, in the back, I plan to have Lu Maoyang organize the establishment of a business group to provide strong business monetary support. In addition, a combat support team will be set up as well. Don't those people want to deal with the Yi family? Do they want to take action against the Su family, Yu Linglong and these families to deter others? Then we will, bit by bit, pull out all of their minions, and finally force them to show up and have to pay the price for their actions. However, the less my identity is revealed before the real enemy shows up, the better. After listening to Yi Fan's narration, Yi Changfeng did not have any unnecessary words. The heavens will not destroy my Yi family. All said that my Yi family is going to produce a Qilin son. Has it finally come out? Yi Changfeng old tears, wiped a handful of tears and continued. Xiaofan, originally after this great difficulty, I have already despaired. But now, you just let go. Go home with Grandpa. Although Grandpa is old, he can still help you. Yi family can be able to cross the dasha for so many years without collapsing, even if the royal family side also dare not act rashly. There must be the Yi family's heritage. And today, Yi Changfeng had decided that he intended to display all of the Yi family's heritage in front of Yi Fan. In the Yi family mansion, Yi Changfeng had increased the force of the family's guards by 5 times after returning today. Even Wang Fugui's grandfather was mobilized. Lei Qianjie, as the strength of the control realm, also assumed the duty of a guard and participated in the vigil. After the setup was completed, Yi Changfeng then led Yi Fan towards the garden behind the Yi family mansion. Behind the Yi family mansion was a huge garden with a very wide lake. In the wigwam park where Yi Fan played countless times as a child, Yi Changfeng walked to several of the wigwams, reached out and touched the east, and drummed the west 2 times. The next moment, the flat ground began to shake, and the garden actually cracked, and a huge step entrance appeared. Go! Yi Changfeng greeted Yi Fan as he went down the steps, while Yi Fan was stunned as he looked at the situation in front of him. This, own small time, play in the garden for so long, also did not notice the garden underground. There is another dry. Even though Yi Fan had now broken through to the martial emperor level, when he released his perception just now, he was still obstructed by a mysterious force under the ground. There are still high-level people behind the Yi family. It is obvious that there is a forbidden system set up in the garden, so that it can block other people from prying. This was the first time Yi Fan had entered the garden underground. After following the steps for hundreds of meters, the bottom opened up steeply to a huge hall filled with tabletops. These are the Tianlong army generals who sacrificed their lives back then. There are 10,000 captains, there are generals, and there are ordinary carriage drivers. Grandpa remembers them all. Yi Changfeng spoke at the same time, lit a pillar of incense and handed it to Yi Fan. Give them a pillar of incense. It's time for you to know this. Originally, with the shelter of those uncles, brothers, intended to be a peaceful son of the world with you, but the current situation, you must carry the responsibility of the Yi family. When Yi Fan finished the incense, Yi Changfeng led Yi Fan to continue walking towards a gate on the side. Upon entering that gate and looking at the scene in front of him, Yi Fan was once again shocked. Nuns, pay your respects to young master. Yi Fan had just entered the door, and the 4 stunningly beautiful maids pounced towards Yi Fan, bowing respectfully towards him. The 4 great maids, with fluctuating martial arts chi, were actually all strong at the Zhongshe realm, with stunning looks, and this was all for themselves? Chapter 73, Mother Unknown? Grandpa, when did he prepare 4 such stunning maids for himself? Even the maids are so tough. Is the Yi family's heritage as terrifying as this? Grandpa, outsiders thought that by taking out all those core disciples of the Yi family, they would be able to easily shake the Yi family. Who knew that what the Yi family had shown on the surface was only the tip of the iceberg? Since you want to do great things, reliable and loyal manpower is a must. These people are not prepared for you by Grandpa. They were left for you by your mother before she left. Yi Changfeng smiled. Your mother said that one day, you will use them. My mother? Yi Fan's pupils dilated for a moment. Yi Fan hadn't seen his mother since he was a child. Can a mother anticipate what is to come and set herself up for what is to follow more than 20 years ago? And what kind of a person is one's mother? Really? Yes, your mother didn't die. She just went to a faraway place with your father. Before your mother left, she originally instructed me that if you were mediocre all your life, you would never be able to use these things. But the point is that you have not been mediocre since you were a child. And at the age of 15 you were already at the peak of the Zone Master's strength. If you didn't get into a car accident 5 years ago, at that time you should have told you these things. It's not too late to tell you this. In addition to these forces underneath the Yi family, your mother has also arranged other backstops in Daxia. There are many that I am not sure about, so you will have to explore the specifics on your own. Yi Changfeng continued to lead Yi Fan towards the inside of the hall. Greetings to Elder Yi. Greetings to young master. In the innermost part, a team of black-clothed men and horses were training, and when they saw Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng coming over, they immediately stopped the training in their hands and respectfully bowed and paid their respects towards Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng. These are the 81 dead soldiers that your mother selected for you since you were a child, and have been cultivated for so many years, named Blood Guards, all loyal and reliable. If you want to set up your own force, you can use them as the basis for expansion. When Yi Changfeng introduced to Yi Fan, he explained to Yi Fan in a low voice, these Blood Guards, their physique has been extraordinary since they were young, and it seems that your mother has added some prohibitions on them. You are completely different to worry about in terms of safety and loyalty. Yi Changfeng took Yi Fan to continue to turn in the underground halls, all kinds of contacts and resources, as well as assets, treasures. This time, Yi Changfeng did not hide anything in front of Yi Fan. Also, the Heavenly Dragon Army token. It's time to hand it over to you. Going to the last and most secret room, Yi Changfeng pulled out a black dragon token from his body and rubbed his hand vigorously on it. A chi force whisked and swept. Something seemed to have been removed from the token. Phew! In the next moment, Yi Changfeng utilized his chi to cut a slit in Yi Fan's finger before letting the blood drip down onto the token. The Heavenly Dragon Order is warmed with the chi and blood of millions of soldiers, and has the special effect of being vaguely connected to millions of troops. The Heavenly Dragon Army Soul can even help you at critical times? This is also what your mother helped design at that time. As for what the principle of it is, I can't figure it out even now. Yi Changfeng handed the token to Yi Fan with a heavy hand. Little Fan, Yi family, I'm relying on you from now on. Don't ever fail the Yi family. Don't fail those sisters-in-law of yours. Yi Changfeng led Yi Fan around the underground halls, and the various underpinnings of the Yi family gave Yi Fan a new understanding of the Yi family. It turned out that behind the Yi family there is still such a huge network of people. In addition to the military, within the country, outside the country, martial arts, and the unknown backhand arranged by the mother. The enemy wants to completely exterminate the Yi family. It is simply impossible. Little Fan, originally, if you had stayed this dumb, I wouldn't have tossed it. But now, since you've awakened, then our Yi family must take another gamble. I may have to go on a trip to Shangjing to win 1,000 future for the Yi family, and whatever you want to do, just let it go. As long as Grandpa has a breath in his body, he still doesn't dare anyone to just touch you. After Yi Changfeng had explained all the things of the Yi family to Yi Fan, he himself seemed to have all relaxed a lot and began to be a bit grandiose. Yi Fan secretly nodded. Grandpa, your body, under Mr. Lay's conditioning, should be better, right? Previously, Yi Fan wasn't too good at exposing himself in front of his grandfather, so he let Lei Qianjie utilize the Ghost Valley 13 needles to condition his grandfather. It's already much better. I was curious at the time. Old Lei didn't even know that strong of medical skills before. How did he suddenly become so powerful? So it was all because you taught him. Yi Changfeng was a bit excited. If my body continues to recover, in my lifetime, I might be able to break through to the martial Zun realm. At that time, the influence of our Yi family will definitely be able to rise to another level. Helping his grandfather to improve his strength was also an aspect that Yi Fan was considering. Grandpa, let me show you. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and grabbed Yi Changfeng's wrist with one hand, carefully feeling Yi Changfeng's pulse. Yi Fan could clearly feel that the breath in Yi Changfeng's body had stabilized a lot more than before. These days Lei Qianjie should not have been lazy. Using the Ghost Valley 13 needles, he had already helped his grandfather to repair a lot of injuries. It was just that Lei Qianjie's own martial chi power was too weak, and the effect it had each time was very limited. Previously, when Yi Fan's strength was still only at the martial Zun level, he couldn't help his grandfather repair his injuries for a short period of time either. But now that Yi Fan had absorbed the undead bone in Lu Qingyang's hand, his strength had broken through to Martial Emperor, and there was still residual undead bone power in his body. Helping his grandfather to repair his injuries wasn't a difficult task. Grandpa, sit down. The injuries in your body, I should be able to help repair them. Yi Fan gestured his grandfather to sit down on the seat in the secret room. The power of the Martial Emperor level in his body surged out furiously, at the same time mobilizing the power of the immortal bone that had not been absorbed in his body, rapidly repairing the dark injuries in Yi Changfeng's body, making the tendons and veins that were all on the verge of withering away before once again come to life and vitality. Yi Changfeng felt the continuous repair of the tendons and veins in his body, as well as the breath that kept getting stronger within himself, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. This Yi Fan, is he really like his mother, not a normal person? Injuries that others had no way of fixing were so easily repaired in Yi Fan's hands? However, in 10 minutes' time, Yi Changfeng felt that his body had been transformed, and seemed to have instantly returned to the state of a youngster. Xiu Fan, I feel that my strength is on the verge of a breakthrough. It's just a pity that it would have been better if it had been assisted by a potion. Yi Changfeng's strength had already been at the peak of Zongshi for a long time before, and if it wasn't for the dark wounds left behind from the battles he participated in back then, Yi Changfeng would have long since broken through to the martial Zun realm. And now that the injuries in his body were repaired, Yi Changfeng immediately showed signs of a breakthrough. Yi Fan smiled lightly. The matter of pills, you don't have to worry about it at all. Grandpa, as early as 5 years ago, I was able to refine my own Yuan Qi pills. As he spoke, Yi Fan pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Yi Changfeng. There are 5 pills in here. Keep them for yourself. Apart from your own breakthroughs, see what other core members of the Yi family that are worth promoting a bit. All of them can be allowed to boost their strength. If it's not enough, feel free to ask for it. This. Yi Changfeng opened the porcelain bottle and looked at the fragrant Yuan Qi Dan inside. His mouth opened and closed. What kind of a treasure existence is this turtle grandson of his own? Is there nothing in the world he can't do? Elder Yi, young master, there's a situation outside. Someone is trying to break into the Yi family. They are very strong, and the escort battle team has already suffered quite a few casualties. Aha! Yi Fan frowned. Have they finally come? Chapter 74, My strength as a martial arts master. If I want to kill you, will they be able to stop me? Yi Fan had broken his strength to the martial emperor level before the arrival of that Chu Feng from the northwest, just to see. That big brother Chu Feng from the northwest, what was his level? Since Yi Fan was facing him, he had to crush him with absolute strength. Chu Feng is the key opening to tear the real culprit behind the military side. And what Yi Fan wants is to be strong. Little Fan, why don't you hide first? Although Yi Changfeng knew that Yi Fan was now awakened and not weak, he was still a little worried. After all, those who wanted to Yi family to death, their strength and background, were exceptionally powerful. This time, actually sent people directly to the main camp of Yun City to make a move. Surely also spend blood money. The Yi family was left with Yi Fan as the only seedling, and Yi Changfeng didn't want anything to happen to Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Grandpa, since I dared to step forward, I have absolute certainty. Besides, if I can't even resist them at the martial emperor level, then there's not even much hope for the Yi family to rise. Hiss, Wudi. Yi Changfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard Yi Fan's judgment of his strength. Although before, Yi Changfeng had already roughly guessed the situation of Yifan's strength breakthrough, but it was still shocking to actually hear the result from Yifan himself. Good, good, good. Yi Changfeng said 3 good things in a row. Everyone heard it, right? Our Yi family's young master. His strength is now at the martial emperor level. The heavens are not against my Yi family. In the future, Yi Fan will be counting on all of you. Yi Changfeng bowed to the dead soldiers, as well as Yi Fan's 4 great maids in the underground hall. Grandpa, go up. Yi Fan greeted Yi Changfeng and the 4 great maids as they went up the steps together. After I leave this gate, I will still be the same demented young master. Understand? Yi Fan was still afraid that his grandfather and the 4 great maids wouldn't understand, and reminded the crowd when he was on his way out. Yi Fan's awakening was only in the dark, and there were many things that would definitely be more effective to handle in a demented state. Yes, the gate of the Yi family, at this point, had been scourged beyond recognition. The gate, which was originally quite imposing, was all smashed to smithereens, with stones flying about and stepping down into a large area. The Yi family, it's just like that. Is that all the Yi family has? Chu Feng led a group of men, and without any concealment, he went straight towards the Yi family's residence to kill them. Captain Lang Feng brought the core guards of the Yi family and tried to continue blocking. However, Chu Feng's strength was far above the level of Martial Zun, and there were even 5 or 6 Zhongshe level powerhouses around him. So Lang Feng's men going up was simply a death sentence. Captain Lang Feng, don't waste your time. Those people of yours can't stop me. 9, you're a man. Get out of the way. I'm coming for Elder Yi and Yi Fan. As long as the others don't resist, I can keep you all alive. Although Lu Qingyang's death had caused Chu Feng no small amount of distress and some displeasure, but after Chu Feng really brought people to arrive at the Yi family's residence and attack the Yi family's compound, Chu Feng suddenly felt that it didn't seem to be so difficult to deal with the Yi family. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy maneuvers were futile. The ones Chu Feng brought today were all absolute elites who had been in the battlefield for a long time. They either did not come, or they came with the purpose of destroying the Yi family's entire clan. Although he knew that killing the last 2 core figures of the Yi family, one old and one young, would definitely cause an uproar in the whole of Daxia, Chu Feng had come prepared for everything. Since you're not even afraid of death, there's nothing to be afraid of. Humph, just you trash. You only dare to hide behind the back and make a move against the Yi family, and you still want to exterminate the Yi family? Let me tell you, you can't exterminate the Yi family. When the young master awakens, all of you will have to give the Yi family a burial. Lang Feng was the most loyal guard leader beside Yi Changfeng. Following Yi Changfeng for many years, his feelings towards the Yi family were very deep. Although he knew that his people were no match for Chu Feng and the others, he still brought the Yi family's guards to block the entrance to the Yi family's inner courtyard without giving an inch. Since you're looking for death yourself, don't blame me for not being polite. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, those 5 or 6 sovereign master experts under his command took a step forward, and their entire body's martial aura began to stir. You here, together with that old thing Yi Changfeng, are only 3 sect master level powerhouses. The experts on our side can completely crush you in terms of numbers, and you're still trying to put up a fight. You're completely looking for death. Before Chu Feng came, he had investigated all of the Yi family's forces very clearly. Now the Yi family, completely is the autumn wind falling leaves, the last bit of dying struggle just. I really don't know why Lu Qingyang and the Zhao family, the Wang family and all that trash couldn't even deal with such a family that was about to fall. Phew! Just after Chu Feng's words fell, from the backyard, a group of people rushed out with quick steps. Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan walked at the front, and beside Yi Fan, surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful maidservants, all of them were at the Zhongshe level of martial arts chi fluctuation. Moreover, behind Yi Fan, there were 2 more dead soldiers whose strength was also at the Zhongshe level. Humph, who says that my Yi family only has 3 strong men at the Zhongshe level? Do you really think that my Yi family has no one? Yi Changfeng gave a sullen rebuke, his eyes sharply glancing up and down at Chu Feng. Although Yi Changfeng probably had some guesses about his nemesis, but Chu Feng were all upstarts, and Yi Changfeng didn't participate much in the actual things behind him, so he didn't recognize Chu Feng. Aha! In a flash, 6 great sect master level powerhouses had actually appeared around Yi Fan? This Nima, what's going on here? Seeing such a situation, Chu Feng's face began to stare, turning his head toward one of his own men and glaring at him with a death glare, letting them investigate the intelligence. Was this the intelligence they investigated? Didn't you say that after the core of the Yi family was killed, the Yi family was already falling apart? So how did so many strong people suddenly appear? Moreover, looking at the attitude of those maids and dead soldiers towards Yi Fan, so respectful and careful, completely worshipful and unconditionally sheltered, the combat power displayed was definitely not less than one's own men and horses. With the appearance of the four great maids around Yi Fan, the powerhouses at the Zhongshu level, the two sides instantly reached an equilibrium. You were still wearing open pants when I was killing enemies on the battlefield back then, weren't you? Humph. Now that you are secretly laying your hands on my Yi family, in the end, are you not even going to spare my Yi family's only child? Yi Changfeng stared at Chu Feng as he continued to speak. Tell your family's master that you have the balls to let him come face to face with Lao Fu. Ha! Chu Feng was dumbfounded by Yi Changfeng's dislike. It was because in the entire Grand Xia, everyone could not deny the Yi family's great achievements for the entire Grand Xia. It could be said that half of the entire Xia world was fought by the Yi family army. Now everyone was just afraid that the Yi family was too powerful and they were threatened, so they just made their moves. However, Chu Feng was, after all, also the right-hand man beside Pavilion Elder Zhang, and after only a momentary loss of concentration, he immediately reacted. Elder Yi, the Yi family's downfall has already been doomed. Originally intending to give you guys a decent end, you guys had to make it on your own, then I have no choice but to come personally to give you a ride. Even if you still have 6 Grandmaster level powerhouses, so what? This seat is already a peak Martial Zune powerhouse. I'm going to kill that little cutie Yi fan, and Elder Yi, can you guys stop me? Chapter 75. Another superpower coming to join in the fun? That was Chu Feng's bottom line. Having already broken through to the peak of martial exaltation, looking at the entire Grand Xia, other than those few old demons making a move, other people would not be able to stop Chu Feng at all. In other words, Chu Feng had completely annihilated the Yi family today, and even if those vassal families and forces of the Yi family sought Chu Feng's revenge, they could not help Chu Feng. If Yi Fan hadn't awakened and his strength hadn't advanced to the martial emperor level, today, the Yi family was afraid that exposing all of their cards was very much stopping Chu Feng. Yi Changfeng raised his eyebrows. If it was before, he would have been worried, but now that he knew Yi Fan's strength and situation, Yi Changfeng was calm, and looking at Chu Feng's expression was the same as looking at a person. Yi Fan was investigating the truth behind the Yi family's demise, and this guy had sent himself to the door, so it was just the right place to start his in-depth investigation. Yi Fan stood beside Yi Changfeng. The corner of his mouth moved a bit as he looked Chu Feng up and down. With the strength of a peak martial Zune, it wasn't difficult for Yi Fan to deal with it. Furthermore, after Yi Fan devoured the immortal bone, he activated a super characteristic, teleportation. It could be instantly spurred by intention to move more than 10 meters away. In a duel between masters, even a hair's breadth can be fatal, not to mention Yi Fan's life-saving feature of flash. When it matters, you can get in your face and turn on the big one, or run for your life. So it's totally a must-have move. Before Yi Fan could open his mouth to speak, there was a strong fluctuation of martial aura at the gate, and another group of experts appeared in the Yi family compound. Who wants to kill my young master? Get past the old ox first. Wow! With a burst of noisy footsteps outside, a group of at least 20 to 30 strong people instantly appeared in front of the crowd, in turn surrounding Chu Feng and those of his men in the center. The Wandering Souls? What are you guys here to make a scene? Chu Feng recognized the leader, Nyo Air, who seemed to be one of the powerful general characters within the Traveling Souls, and his pupils could not help but tighten for a while. The Great Summer Martial Way has been developing for many years. In addition to the major super families, there are also those traditional sects, Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, Confucian sects, Shaolin, and so on. In addition to this, some other organizations have been formed. For example, there is an official background of the Jinwu Division, as well as the civil formation of the Martial Arts Alliance Organization, the Wandering Soul, the Blade, and among them, the Wandering Soul is one of the several organizations whose influence is very powerful. It was said that the Traveling Soul had established hundreds of rudiments all over the world back then. Some foreign dignitaries were honored to join the Soul Tour martial arts organization. Only later, all of a sudden, it seems that the Soul Tour internal encountered some major changes. The whole organization began to hide low profile up, but no one dares to ignore the mighty power of the Wandering Souls organization. One must know that there were martial emperor powerhouses sitting within the Traveling Soul. When Pavilion Elder Zhang and the others were planning to make a move against the Yi family, they had secretly formed some agreements with the Wandering Souls. While the Wandering Spirits won't support it, at least don't block it. And now the people of the Wandering Soul suddenly appeared and also claimed to protect the young master. This matter is a little complicated. Humph, did I not make myself clear enough? I came to protect my young master. If you want to go to war with the Wandering Souls, just move a finger and try? Nyo Air did not seem to have a good temper and disliked Chu Feng as he directly cursed. Chu Feng was at least the secretary beside Zhang Gulao, a high-level figure of the right hand and left hand. How can you possibly take this kind of humiliation? Humph, with just a few of you trash, do you want to stop this seat? Do you think that since this seat dared to come, it would only bring such a small amount of power? Chu Feng originally did not intend to expose those forces, but now that the people of the Traveling Soul had appeared, Chu Feng had to make those forces work together as well. Since he intended to settle the Yi family once and for all today, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, after missing today's opportunity, Chu Feng had a feeling that the Yi family was no longer within his control. Snap! Chu Feng flicked his hand in the air, and from beyond the Yi family's enclosure, a group of veiled, strong men with samurai swords stuck in their waists instantly appeared. Several dozens of them. The Yi family compound was originally very wide, but with several waves of people appearing, the compound was a few degrees narrower. A martial arts powerhouse from the Easterning Black Clothes Society? You actually colluded with the dogs of Easterning to strike against the Yi family? Do you still have face? When Nyoair saw those Easterning dogs appear, he immediately became agitated. Asshole, have you forgotten how the Easterning dogs wreaked havoc on my Chinese land back then? You actually colluded with them? If I don't kill you today, I'll take your name. Chu Feng did not care in the slightest about Nyoair's shouting. Want a face? Humph, can it be used as a meal? Today, the Yi family will be destroyed. Chu Feng coldly swept everyone at the scene. I'll give you all one last chance. Other than Yi Fan and that old thing Yi Changfeng, I can let everyone else go. As long as you all leave right away, I'll give you a way to live. Otherwise, kill without amnesty. But what made Chu Feng annoyed was that after his words fell, not a single person at the scene had the intention to leave, and everyone stared at Chu Feng with a gaze that was eager to eat him alive. Do it! Chu Feng clenched his teeth and gave the order to fight to the men around him, as well as those Easterning Black Clothes Society powerhouses. On the side of the Black Clothes Society's powerhouses, as the leading captain approached Chu Feng, his mouth coldly said, Captain Chu, we'll act together today, and don't forget the agreement between us afterwards. Kill. On the Yi clan side, all the martial arts experts, under Lang Feng's greeting, also waved their battle blades in their hands, intending towards starting to meet the enemy. However, at the critical time, Yi Fan whispered towards his grandfather, let all of them retreat into the underground chamber. I'm going to go on a killing spree today. Yi Fan had endured for a long time, and Chu Feng should be considered the first high-level enemy to make a move against the Yi family. The most detestable thing was that Chu Feng actually colluded with the Easterning dog, so that was even more detestable. Yi Fan hadn't planned to leave Chu Feng alive, so now he would be even more unlikely to let Chu Feng and the others go. A group of martial arts experts at the level of martial arts Zun and Zongshi were just a group of martial arts experts. Yi Fan's strength at the level of martial arts emperor could be easily crushed with one hand. Everyone, on my command, retreat! A sudden order from Yi Changfeng caused all the bodyguards and martial arts experts of the Yi family to be confused. Those powerhouses of the wandering souls were also a bit bewildered. What's going on with Master Yi? These strong men of the Yi family and the people of the wandering souls may not necessarily not have the power to fight. Why did they suddenly withdraw? All of the Yi family's bodyguards and experts, all of whom were well trained, received Yi Lao's order, and although they didn't understand what it meant, they all instantly began to retreat back. Yi Changfeng greeted towards Nyoair and the others. Everyone, all of you retreat with Lao Fu. The matter outside has its own way to solve. Everyone instantly retreated to the entrance gate of the inner courtyard's secret room, but Yi Fan and the 4 great maids under his command stopped outside, seemingly with no intention of going in. Nyoair and the others had originally come over to check out the powerful energy fluctuations, and their eyes couldn't help but light up when they saw the situation in front of them. Is the young master going to do it himself? Chapter 76. That's right. I'm Martial Emperor Strength. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When they were observing in the base, they had already judged that the intensity of the Yi group's martial aura fluctuations before was at least at the Martial Emperor level. Since the young lord is of the master's direct bloodline, his strength will definitely not be weak. Go! Retreat! Elder Yi was so confident in letting the young lord stay outside. He must know something. The young master claimed to the outside world that he was still a little cutie. But don't forget that 5 years ago the young master's demonic talent that was against the heavens existed. Everyone instantly retreated, which caused those martial arts powerhouses on Xu Feng's side who were preparing to make a move to be somewhat bewildered. What's the point of fighting when they're going all out and intend to do it and realize their opponent is gone? Captain, those men of Chu Feng, looking at the direction Yi Changfeng and the others left, were filled with doubts. What the hell is the Yi family up to? If it means you're planning to retreat altogether, you should take Yi Fan with you. What's the point of leaving Yi Fan here? Little cutie, your grandfather withdrew, but left you behind. Is this planning to treat you as an outcast? Do you know how hard it is? Let me help you out. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and stared scorchingly at Chu Feng. Just like dealing with your big brother, slowly cutting your big brother into pieces, blade by blade. Chu Feng waved his hand and several of his men surrounded Yi Fan from 8 directions. Beside Yi Fan, the 4 stunningly beautiful maids, the martial aura on their bodies began to stir furiously, intending to fight at any time. Yi Fan calmly reached out and patted on the shoulders of a few maids. You don't have to be nervous. You were told to stay here to deal with the scene later. Yes, young master. Although the 4 great maids had never really seen Yi Fan's strength, They were aware of Yifan's superb martial arts talent 5 years ago. Moreover, when they were in the basement just now, they had personally heard Yifan say that his strength had reached the martial emperor level. With such strength, cleaning up these people on the scene was a complete piece of cake. Aha! Hearing Yifan open his mouth so calmly and with a clear diction, Chu Feng was a bit bewildered, his eyes looking sharply towards Yifan. You're not stupid? Are you pretending to be stupid? Chu Feng looked at Yifan alertly, and a flash of ominous feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. So, dealing with the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, as well as Lu Qingyang, all of these things were all secretly planned and urged by you? Chu Feng's head spun very quickly, instantly figuring out everything. Previously, Chu Feng had wondered why it was so difficult for the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Li family to join forces and deal with the Su family. In the end, it didn't have any effect at all, not to mention that it also played itself to death. The Yi family was clearly on the verge of destruction, and there seemed to be a pair of strong hands behind them urging everything to develop in favor of the Yi family. Moreover, Lei Qianjie, the Xia family in the provincial city, the Guo family, and Pang Lao of the Kyushu group, all willingly stood up for the Yi family. On what grounds? At this moment, Chu Feng seemed to have it all figured out. If that little cutie in the Yi family, young master, the demonic genius had awakened and his strength had been promoted once again, then Yifan, alone, was enough to be able to top the potential of all the disciples of the Yi family. Any superpower would not give up the opportunity to embrace such a golden thigh. Even if it means gambling on the fate of the entire family, it will be done. Everyone was fooled by Yifan, but since Yifan had been pretending for such a long time, why was he showing exposure in front of himself at this moment? Unless, Chu Feng instantly thought of it, unless Yifan already had absolute certainty that everyone at the scene would not be able to open their mouths. Only dead people. It's not going to open its mouth. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's first thought was to take out the communication tool on his body and immediately pass the message out. Yifan has awakened. This was definitely explosive news, and it was imperative to let Pavilion Master Zhang and the people behind him know about this news. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Zhang and the others would definitely be played to death by Yifan. However, what Chu Feng did not expect was that just as he reached out to grab the walkie-talkie on his body, the walkie-talkie on his body, suddenly under the control of a powerful chi energy, directly floated up, not only those on Chu Feng's body, but also the cell phones and communicators on those of his men, as well as on all of the Easterning powerhouses. All of them were controlled by a powerful martial Dao Qi energy, leaving from their respective bodies and floating in the air. Put. With the powerful chi impact, those cell phones, earphones, all instantly exploded and turned into a pile of fragments. Yifan was now at the level of martial emperor, and the sound of ants acting within a range of 500 meters around him could be heard clearly, so the cell phones and other communication tools on these powerful people, Yifan naturally knew them like the back of his hand. In the work of a single thought, however, all means of communication were destroyed. You have already broken through to the martial emperor level? Heavenly. Chu Feng looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly thought of a very frightening result. Yifan could control the use of martial chi to destroy so many cell phones at the same time and with such precision. Such mental power, as well as control mastery over martial chi energy, could only be achieved by strength at the level of a martial emperor. Chu Feng's face turned pale, and his body could not help but stagger for a while, almost falling towards the ground. He had thought that he had reached the peak level of martial zone and could easily crush Yifan. As a result, Yifan's strength had long surpassed him by a few large realms, an existence that even 10 of him could not defeat. That's right, I am the strength of a martial emperor. Yifan took a step forward and coldly stared at Chu Feng. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. Every time Yifan took a step towards the front, the Tarzan-like invisible pressure that pressed the air seemed to deform, and Chu Feng's breathing became a little unsmooth. There seemed to be a large hand in the air that had a death grip on his neck, making his breath start to catch. At this moment, Chu Feng finally understood that in today's situation, it looked like they were counting on the Yi family, but in reality, Yifan had planned everything out and laid out a trap, just waiting for himself to drill into it. Today, whether it was himself or Pavilion Master Zhang, no matter who it was, as long as they came, there was no way back. It's just a dead end. Indiscretion, a little cutie, I'll kill you. Not far from Chu Feng's side, the two berserk sect master powerhouses saw that Chu Feng was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. Some of them didn't believe in the evil, and while their mouths rebuked, they swung the battle knives in their hands, and frantically slashed towards Yifan's chest. The muscles on Yifan's face twitched for a moment, only turning his head to faintly look at the two Zhongsher powerhouses as a fluctuation of martial chi fluctuated on his body. In an instant, an invisible wall seemed to have formed in the air, deadlocking those two martial arts sect masters in the air. Click, click. The battle knives in the hands of the two great sect master powerhouses shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground. At the same time, the powerful martial arts chi energy began to impact toward their arms, chest, abdomen. put, boom, rumble. After a sound of cutting a watermelon, the bodies of the two great masters instantly disintegrated, turning into a puff of blood mist that drifted away with the air. Chapter 77, 7-Star Soul Destroying Hand. Hiss. Such a scene directly shocked everyone at the scene as their pupils dilated for a moment. Is this the terror of a martial emperor powerhouse? Obviously didn't even see how Yifan moved his hands. The two great Zhongshe powerhouses didn't even touch little Yifan's sleeves, and they had already burst into death? Die so simply? What's the point? Baka. Retreat. The ones who reacted first were those Eastern dogs, and when they saw that the situation was not right, the first thing they thought of was to get out of here. Under the greeting of the leading captain, dozens of Easterning martial arts experts, at this moment, all hated that their parents had given birth to two more legs, and desperately and madly fled in all directions. But from the moment Yifan was exposed in front of them, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving. So how could Yifan let any of them leave this place? Shoo shoo shoo. Yifan moved. The instantaneous shift characteristic was activated. His body was like a ghost, transforming into countless phantoms, quickly interspersing between those Easterning dogs. Looking down from high above, an illusory residual shadow seemed to appear in the middle of those scattered Easterning martial arts powerhouses, constantly scurrying about. However, in a matter of seconds, all of the bodies of those Easterning dogs that fled froze in place, and then a huge gash appeared in their chests, and lines of blood began to spray wildly. Vitality power was lost crazily. Kung Fu power disappeared. Before all the Easterning dogs could react to what was going on, the whole person had already collapsed towards the ground. His body twitched a few times, and there was no more movement. Dozens of Easterning dogs, among which there were at least 5 Zhongshe-level powerhouses, but they simply didn't even get a clear look at Yifan's face, and they were chopped up by Yifan within a few seconds. The last remaining captain of the Black-Clothed Society looked around with a horrified face, and the battle sword in his hand couldn't help but clang and fall to the ground. Yama dad, don't! The Black-Clothed Society, as the strongest martial arts organization in the territory of Eastern Japan, had strong men within who were all devilishly trained and had a superb will to fight. But at this moment, the Black-Clothed Society squad leader Muto instantly lost any thoughts of fighting, and didn't even have the courage to commit suicide, or escape. How can we escape? On his own side, a combat squadron, which was one of the 5 major forces that had sneaked into Dacia, had been completely wiped out without any credit. A powerful martial emperor. Any resistance is futile. Boo! Yifan stepped forward and smashed his fist dully on Wudo's chest, smashing Wudo wildly spraying blood, after which the whole person directly fainted to death. Yifan stared coldly at Wu Tang. Those powerful people from the east, all of them already had so many martial arts experts lurking into the territory of Dacia. What did they want? Before Wu Tang died, Yifan naturally wanted to get some news from his mouth before saying anything. After throwing Wudo on the ground like a dead dog, Yifan stepped towards Chu Feng. Yifan, you! Chu Feng instinctively wanted to move his body, but realized that his legs, like lead, could not move a single bit. Feeling that Tarzan-like pressure, Chu Feng knew that if he fell into Yifan's hands, he would definitely be worse than death. Thinking of this, a flash of viciousness flashed through Chu Feng's eyes, and urging his martial chi, he wanted to end his own life. But Chu Feng, a martial Zun level expert, in the eyes of Yifan at martial emperor level, it was simply trash. Yifan just moved his finger. A complex of martial chi surged out, easily blocking Chu Feng's entire body from all major acupoints, and Chu Feng's entire body stiffened in place. Watching Yifan step by step walking towards himself, Chu Feng still had a last resort, trying to bite the poison in his own teeth. However, Yifan was obviously more astute than him, and before Chu Feng moved his mouth, an air force impacted out, pulling out all 4 large teeth in Chu Feng's mouth, along with the poison pills behind the grooves. Seeing such a situation, Chu Feng completely despaired. In front of a martial emperor powerhouse, was he now without even the right to die? What do you really want? Chu Feng looked at Yifan. Since he knew that he could no longer escape, Chu Feng instead calmed down quite a bit. From the moment he had made his move against the Yi family, Chu Feng knew that wanting to bring down the Yi family was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Moreover, when he came to Cloud City from the northwest region, even though Pavilion Master Zhang didn't say so, Chu Feng wasn't stupid. He was thrown out as a stone, and Pavilion Master Zhang was using himself to throw stones. Chu Feng most likely didn't have any good ending, but a warrior dies for a friend. Chu Feng knew what would happen to him, knew where he would end up, yet he still didn't have any hesitation and still brought his men. Yifan didn't have any hesitation either, and didn't intend to use normal means to deal with Chu Feng at all. An expert of this level had been profoundly brainwashed, and normal means of questioning could not possibly have any effect at all. Have you heard of the 7-star soul destroying hand? Yifan took a step forward and stared scorchingly at Chu Feng. Just one sentence made Chu Feng's face pale. Ah, you actually know that evil method. Don't touch me. Chu Feng had repulsion written all over his face. As a direct core beside Pavilion Master Zhang, he had naturally heard of the 7-star soul destroying hand, a special technique. It is said that by utilizing the 7-star soul destroyer, one can destroy from the mental level, control the target's mind, and can disintegrate the target's willpower to confess all their secrets. The people on Pavilion Master Zhang's side had always wanted to obtain the 7-star soul destroying hand's cultivation method, but they could have never succeeded. And now that Yi Fan mentioned this matter, it was obvious that Yi Fan was afraid that most likely he would know this technique. Boo! Yi Fan ignored Chu Feng's resistance. A stream of light appeared on his wrist and placed his palm on Chu Feng's head. As those streams of light didn't enter Chu Feng's head, Chu Feng began to struggle violently. It hurts. Don't. It hurts. Chu Feng's whole body veins were rippling, but his resistance power was obviously not enough. But in a few seconds of effort, Chu Feng quieted down. His eyes were still open, but his complexion was a pan-dispersed look. Speak. Who do you serve and who exactly sent you? Yi Fan coldly stared at Chu Feng, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Yi Fan had played dumb for so long just to wait for the arrival of a big shot. As for Chu Feng, he was already a Martial Zune-level powerhouse, and at this level, Yi Fan believed that he was already starting to get closer to the truth. Those big fish that were dealing with the Yi family were about to start surfacing as well. It's the Northwest Zhang Court Elder. It's Zhang Court Elder who was going to deal with the Yi family. All the assassination actions against the Yi family's children. Zhang Court Elder was involved in the planning of the action plan for the Northwest region, which was mainly handled by Zhang Court Elder. Chu Feng's soul was under Yi Fan's control at this time, and almost instinctively, he spoke out the many secrets. Mr. Chang? Yi Fan frowned. This was that Zhang Gao Lao, one of the 9 Gao Lao of Disxia, mainly responsible for the Northwest military things. Against the Yi family, they have only torn a corner of the secret. Are already involved in such a strong big man? From Chu Feng's tone, Yi Fan heard out that it seemed like this Zhang Gao Lao was all just a part of the plan of action, and not the ultimate helmsman at all. Behind Cabinet Master Zhang, there is another boss. And who is that? Above Zhang Galo, the only thing more powerful would be the Daxia royal family. Could it be that the Disxia royal family wanted to make a move against the Yi family? If that's the case, Yi Fan doesn't mind letting Daxia change the sky. Chapter 78, Singing the Yellow Reed. The Backstabber. Yi Fan once again pressed Chu Feng, originally wanting to ask Chu Feng for information about the person behind Zhang Golao from Chu Feng's mouth, but Chu Feng did seem to not know, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and in the end, the mental pressure seemed to be too great, and the whole person directly collapsed and fainted to death, and did not explain any other useful information. However, knowing from Chu Feng that Pavilion Master Zhang was one of the big fish, this information was already enough. Since Zhang Golao had shown his head, then Yi Fan would not keep him for the new year. The important clues have been opened, so start along with Zhang Golao, and none of those big fish in the back will be able to escape. Kill them all. Yi Fan instructed the 4 grade maids around him to deal with Chu Feng's stunned men, while Yi Fan walked over to the Black Clothes Society Captain Muto, and similarly utilized the 7-star soul destruction hand to torture the Easterning dogs about their plans. Not tortured yet do not know. Once tortured actually found that the Easting dog in Daxia lurch 5 such powerful forces, and the purpose is to assassinate Daxia's senior officials, attack Daxia's geniuses and important people, create chaos. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Yu Linglong in the first instance, his own first wife, charging the first front line in the southeast. Her strength was only at the peak of the Zhongshe. If she encountered these Eastern war teams, she was afraid that she would still be in trouble. Gotta find a way to remind her. It would be best to find a way to help Yu Linglong improve her strength. The fastest way for Yi Fan to help improve his strength is to have intimate contact with Yu Linglong and let his warmth flow back to Yu Linglong. Inside the Yi family's secret room, Yi Changfeng retreated all of his people to the secret room. This terrifyingly uninformed Longfeng and the others were anxious. Elder Yi, what do you mean by leaving the young master and the 4 great maids outside? The young master hasn't awakened yet? Yes, Elder Yi, the young master is the last soul seedling of the Yi family. Nothing can happen to him. These direct forces of the Yi family were genuinely worried about Yi Fan's safety. In fact, not only them, even Yi Changfeng himself was very worried. If he hadn't seen Yi Fan's arrangement, Yi Changfeng wouldn't have categorically let Yi Fan face those people outside alone. Wandering Souls Neo Air and the others were slightly more at ease because they had monitored Yi Fan's strength in advance. Then, when he associated it with the fact that Elder Yi had now brought so many people into the secret room, Neo Air instantly figured it out. The young lord was playing dumb and then wanted to do it himself, but didn't want to expose his strength, so he deliberately had people withdraw in order to just create an opportunity for him to do it himself? Thinking about this, Nyo Air hurriedly spoke. Don't worry everyone, we, the traveling souls, have other experts sitting outside. The strength may all reach the martial emperor level. We won't let anything happen to young lord. Besides, you guys have to believe in Xiaoye's strength. Before Xiaoye's car accident, Xiaoye was such a demonic genius that he had already reached the strength of the zone master level. It's been 5 years. Maybe Xiaoye's strength has already gotten a breakthrough? Didn't Divine Dr. Lei say that Xiaoye will soon awaken as well? So maybe if Xiaoye participates in more battles, he can awaken even faster, right? Nyo Air suddenly opened his mouth, immediately easing Yi Changfeng's embarrassment. Lei Qianjie, who was beside Yi Changfeng, also hurriedly responded. Right. Yi Xiao's situation. According to the old man's speculation, his strength in terms of martial arts should have recovered. Yi Lao and Yi Fan is outside. Also want to take this opportunity to test Yi Xiao. Moreover, there are still experts of the wandering soul sitting outside. It will be fine. A few people sang along and rounded things out though. However, Leng Feng and the others always felt that something was strange. Although the people were in the underground chamber, Yi Fan had heard clearly about the conversation in the underground chamber after ending the battle, with Nyo Air interjecting like this, saying that it was the people of the traveling soul who had taken care of Chu Feng's assassination warriors. It was also just the right time to keep things under wraps. After the 4 great maids outside had pretty much cleaned up the battlefield, Yi Fan knocked on the door of the secret room and reverted to his demented state. So many people died. What a powerful old man. Yi Fan displayed a shocked look in front of the crowd. However, while speaking, his eyes were directed towards Nyoji. That deep, sharp gaze, where does it look like dementia? The young lord is really high. After holding back for so many years, to strike now with strength at the martial emperor level. It was clearly the young master who had killed Chu Feng's group, but he was looking for someone to take the blame, making it convenient for the young master to continue to play the fool and pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. Ah, right, it should be our wandering soul's elder Wu who made a move. I told you, these trash can't threaten the Yi family. The crowd came out of the secret room and surveyed the Yi family compound. Aside from the smell of blood still permeating the air, everything was normal here, and it seemed as if Chu Feng and the others had not even been here. The arrogant way that Chu Feng wanted to wipe out the entire Yi family before. If Chu Feng and the others had not died, then it would be impossible for Yi Fan to stand here so peacefully. Was it really the expert of the traveling soul who got Chu Feng and the others killed? But why are they avoiding these witnesses from the Yi family? Although the Yi family's direct lineage forces were puzzled in their hearts, but now that the situation was like this, everyone had the good sense not to ask more questions. It was just that the gazes of the people looking at Yi Fan were filled with some curious looks. Perhaps this young master was already a little different from before. Nyo Air had come today to pay his respects to Yi Fan. Now that the Yi family's crisis has been lifted, Nyo Air bowed towards Yi Lao and said, Yi Lao, I would like to talk to Yi Xiao alone for a couple of moments. Yi Lao, look at this. Yi Changfeng glanced toward Yi Fan. Follow me. Yi Changfeng brought Nyo Air and Yi Fan into the secret room once again. After the door of the room was closed, Nyo Air respectfully knelt down directly at Yi Fan. My subordinate, the captain of the 38th team of the Traveling Souls, Nyo Air pays his respects to the young lord. Please atone for your sins. It has taken us so long to ascertain the existence of the young lord. Captain Nyo, what's going on here? Our Yi family and the Traveling Souls usually don't have much interaction, so how come you guys are addressing Yi Fan as young master? Is there some misunderstanding in between? Yi Changfeng saw that Yi Fan didn't open his mouth, so he raised the question in his heart. Yi old man, this is a token that the master gave us before he left, saying that the young master will naturally believe it when he sees this. As Nyo Air spoke, he pulled out a jade pendant remnant from his body and handed it to Yi Changfeng. Seeing that jade pendant remnant, Yi Changfeng's face changed. Xiaoshu's jade pendant remnant? How come it's in your hands? While Yi Changfeng was shocked, he pulled out the other half of the remnants of the jade pendant from his body, and the two remnants came together with just the right amount of tightness to form a completed jade pendant. I don't know the specifics. The master gave this to us when he saw us for the last time, and told us to make sure to pass on the wandering soul to the young master. Yi Changfeng nodded and turned his head towards Yi Fan. Little Fan, this is true. It is indeed your mother's arrangement. It seems that in addition to these forces of the Yi family, your mother has also arranged other backhanders. Chapter 79 All killed. Only after receiving his grandfather's affirmative reply did Yi Fan faintly speak. Get up! The powerful force that was the wandering soul. Yi Fan had heard of it before, now on his side. In addition to the mysterious celestial pavilion inherited from the dragon mark ring, he had another big helping hand. Then one would have a little more confidence in dealing with those enemies of the Yi family. The matter of my awakening is not known by many people at the moment, and you count as one of them. For the sake of my subsequent plan arrangement, it cannot be exposed for the time being, understand? Although Nyo Air had mostly understood his plan, Yi Fan still urged once again, yes, my subordinate will definitely keep it strictly confidential. If the young lord has anything that is not convenient for the Yi family to come out, he can leave it to us. Our dean said that young master can completely trust the wandering soul. Nyo Air responded respectfully. The dean has pretty much taken care of things over in Shangjing, and will personally come to pay a visit to the young lord in a few days. So when it is convenient for the young lord to do so, he will complete the handover ceremony. This is not urgent, but when it comes to things to do, there is indeed one thing that needs to be done by you all. I found out about someone when I was interrogating Chu Feng. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned his head to look at his grandfather. Behind Chu Feng is Zhang Golo, who is responsible for the military affairs in the northwest. Big Brother's fall was a direct strike by them, but it was deduced from Chu Feng's words that behind Zhang Golo, there is another person who is instructing them to act. I suspect that there is a shadow of the royal family behind Pavilion Master Zhang. In this matter, you wandering souls go and start investigating, and have a definite result as soon as possible. Yi Changfeng let out a long sigh. It's really him, alas. In fact, it does not matter whether to investigate or not. The entire Disya Power High level, there are only so many people. Who wants to make a move on my Yi family? In fact, everyone is clear. It's just that I didn't expect them to do it so absolutely and so stealthily. In one night, they actually beheaded all 10 core children of my Yi family. Yi Changfeng's eyes were red. They really don't miss old feelings at all. Originally, the old man was going to resign himself to his fate. But now, we, the two of us masters, are joining forces to make them pay for their blood debts. Yes, the traveling soul will do whatever it takes to fully support the young lord. But to deal with Pavilion Master Zhang, we still need to plan step by step. Currently, their nails in Cloud City have been pretty much pulled out. Next, we have to destroy all of their arrangements in Tiannan province, so that after they have no more power to take action against Qingxue, Linglong, and these girls, we'll then go all out on their main camp. Yi Fan agreed with his grandfather's proposal. The 7 sister-in-laws have made so many sacrifices for the Yi family. I will use all the power I can muster to build their family into a top-tier Disya powerhouse. But externally, I'm still the same little cutie. A lot of things, Grandpa, you just know in your heart. When the few people came out of the secret room, Yi Fan once again reverted to that demented state. The day has been late. Sui Shui Company things also dealt with poor Not. The heart has been thinking of Yi Fan, personally drove over to pick up Yi Fan home. Little Fan, thank you. In the car, Sui Shui drove while looking at Yi Fan with a face full of gratitude. Today, the Su family encountered the situation. If not, Yi Fan's side has so well thought out arrangements, I really do not know what will become of the Su family. It is estimated that it may really have to be a few million to be acquired by the Li family. Yi Shui wife, you are my wife are going to give me a big fat boy? No need to thank between us. Yi Fan looked at the absolutely beautiful beauty beside him, and his heart was also a burst of wainer. Such a superb girl, choosing to marry herself at the most difficult time for the Yi family. Those enemies of the Yi family must all be cleaned up, and these girls must be guarded in order to be able to afford their emotions towards them. Xiao Fan, you have awakened? Are you alright? Sui Shui heard Yi Fan's words. Her logic was clear and she looked at Yi Fan with a face full of anticipation. Wife, what are you talking about? Yi Fan knew that Sui Shui very much wanted to confirm his state, but right now Yi Fan's state had already exposed many people. If he continued to be exposed, then Yi Fan's plan behind him could not be executed. Therefore, Yi Fan still planned to continue hiding it from Sui Shui. Moreover, another important aspect was that Yi Fan hadn't figured out how to face Sui Shui, these sister-in-laws, yet. If he is now awakened, will the other 6 wives marry him or not? Chu Feng had brought so many powerful people to attack the Yi family in Cloud City, and had even united those martial arts powerhouses from the Eastern Ing. Though the plan of action is secret, when for those who are interested, the eye is always on this side. Northwest, somewhere in the compound, Zhang Gulao tapped his fingers on the desktop with some uneasiness, looking at the gradually darkening sky, his brows tightly locked. What's going on? There is still no news from Cloud City? Chu Feng, as his personally trained right-hand man, whose strength was already above the Martial Zun level, led the team to deal with a Yi family that was about to collapse. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, and, whether it succeeds or fails, it's almost a day old now, so there should be news, too, right? Pavilion Elder, there is still no news. Moreover, Captain Chu Feng we also can't contact. The secret agents that we sent out, I don't know what's going on, but they've all lost contact as well. the assistant beside Pavilion Elder Zhang, looking at the news that kept coming back on the tablet, was in his heart there was some panic. In order to deal with the Yi family, they had planted 3 vassal families, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family, in Cloud City, and they had also set up a very large number of undercover agents. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families had been inexplicably wiped out, and that's not to mention, but now it was, those hidden spies they had set up, exposed one, immediately disappeared one, all out of contact. The last news that came in was still in the afternoon, and they reported that they saw Captain Chu Feng arranging for people to enter the Yi family compound, but at the same time they saw experts from the Wandering Souls go to the Yi family compound. What? The Wandering Souls have also interfered in the Yi family's affairs? Aren't they staying neutral? Damn. It's going to be bad. Zhang Gulao's face immediately changed when he heard that the traveling souls had also entered the Yi family compound. Sure enough, the next moment, news finally came from Cloud City's side. Pavilion Elder. Assistant's voice is trembling. Cloud City has news. Captain Chu Feng and all his men are completely wiped out. It is said to be the Wandering Souls Elder Wu made a move. The experts at the level of the Martial Emperor, all exterminated. None of them live still. Ah! Zhang Galao angrily swept the teacup on the table to the ground and angrily chided. Those bastards from the traveling soul, what do they want to do? Rely on. What means did the Yi family actually use? Actually invited the Wandering Souls to make a move? Trouble. Chapter 80, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. If he couldn't get the Yi family killed this time, he was afraid that it would be troublesome if he wanted to completely get the Yi family killed later on. Zhang Galao was very annoyed. Moreover, what Zhang Galao was even more worried about was that all the people Chu Feng had brought with him had all been wiped out. Did they actually die so cleanly? Even if the Wandering Souls people made a move, wouldn't Chu Feng know to arrange some people outside to countermeasure? Nearly hundreds of strongmen, so many sovereign masters, and not a single one of them came out alive? That's not normal. Moreover, although Chu Feng was indeed loyal enough, if Chu Feng once loosened his tongue and exposed himself behind him, then his own identity would be exposed, and the ones involved would be those really big shots behind him, and the entire Xia would have to be shaken off. If it really caused the Yi family to fully counterattack and the Tianlong army all started to get restless, the scene would be out of control. What now? The assistant was also a bit flustered. The Wandering Souls siding to the Yi family's side was a very strong signal. The Kyushu group had already stood over, along with the influence of the traveling soul, and Lei Qianjia mediating from there. Then, many of the original forces that didn't see the Yi family would probably stand up for the Yi family, continue to make a move, immediately arrange for a few other families in the provincial city to fully suppress the Su group. Must not let the Yi family and the people around them get better. If they get better, we won't get better. Zhang Galao looked a little unsettled. In addition, arrange for our people to fully test Yi fan. I want to be clear, that little cutie, to the ground is really stupid, or is he pretending to be stupid? Zhang Galao always felt that something was wrong. So many things had happened to the Yi family lately, but all of them, in the end, were handled very properly and in the Yi family's favor. Behind the scenes, there seemed to be a pair of big invisible hands manipulating everything, and still, the owner of those big hands is very wise and thoughtful. It was not like Yi Changfeng could arrange, but if it wasn't Yi Changfeng, who could it be? After a series of orders were given one after another, the entire southwest region, it seemed, began to boil. All those clans and forces associated with Pavilion Master Zhang had been ordered to surround the Su clan on all fronts and suppress those 7 granddaughter-in-law clans of the Yi clan. It's no longer a secret fight, it's now out in the open. If Cabinet Master Zhang and the others didn't make some moves, they were going to be in a very passive position. After waving his hand to drive his assistant out of the room, Zhang Dalao took out a worn-out cell phone and dialed an encrypted number. Boss, the situation has changed a bit now. My assistant, who was dealing with the Yi family in Cloud City, was taken out by the people from the Wandering Souls. The news was blocked for an afternoon, and we only got the news at this moment. What's a wandering spirit doing here? Didn't we agree before that the Yi family had all been greatly wounded, and there was one little cutie left, and an old thing that can be left alone? Why did you guys suddenly start acting again? The person on the other end of the phone was also a little surprised and annoyed to hear the traveling soul intervene. Boss, the situation is more complicated than we thought. Although the Yi family has suffered a great deal of vitality, it has recently shown signs of recovery. That little cutie of the Yi family, young master, must also perish, otherwise it will always be a scourge. Please decide. Boss, I know. I'll think about it. You guys better be quiet lately. Don't make too many small moves. Southwest side. The situation is very complicated lately. If you don't get it right, you'll get yourselves involved, and you won't even know how you died. Also, Chu Feng's matter, you will wipe your own tail clean. Otherwise, if something really happens, even I can't protect you. Yes, In addition to Pavilion Master Zhang, who was concerned about what was going on in Cloud City, Huadu in Tiannan Province, the Lu Ran family, and Lu Zijian were all concerned about what was going on in Cloud City. After getting the news from Cloud City, the two great lords had almost the same reaction. What? Captain Chu Feng was actually killed by the people of the Traveling Soul? Not a single survivor? Is the Yi family so lucky? It was actually able to invite the people of the Traveling Soul to take action? Especially Lu Zijian. His eldest son Lu Qingyang died in Yi Fan's hands. Lu Zijian was still counting on Chu Feng to bring his men, so he could finish off Yi Fan's entire family and avenge his son's death. But now that Captain Chu Feng himself had hung up, what the hell was there to avenge? According to Lu Zijian's information, the bastard son that he had been the least optimistic about before seemed to be raising funds, and it seemed that he was planning to make a move against the Lu family and take it down completely. The Yi family's life is really good. The wandering spirit has struck. We're in a bit of trouble. With the support of the Yi family, if the Lu family did not receive the support of the other forces on Chu Feng's side, the Lu family would simply not be able to carry on Lu Maoyang's blow to the Lu family. Lu Ran was also in mourning after learning the news. Nuts. A broken Yi family, how can it be so troublesome to deal with? Zhao family, Wang family, Li family all planted. Lu Ran's eyes flashed a touch of depth, turned to look at his son Lu Hao beside him and said, "Hao, tomorrow you go to a trip to Yun City. Use some other means. Pay attention not to directly conflict with the Yi family." It wasn't that Lu Ran wanted to make a move against the Yi family, but the Zhao and Li families. And after the Wang family's demise, the Yi family could quickly investigate that the three great families were behind the Lu Ran family. If the Yi family was allowed to slow down, they would definitely make a full-scale move against the Lu Ran family. Taking advantage of the fact that both the Yi family are now and the Su family are still in the stage of powering up, it is better to strike first. Yes, Lu Hao answered. I remember. It seems that the Lu family and the Su family signed a contract before, but at that time, we never executed that contract because of the Yi family, but now it might come in handy. After his son's reminder, Lu Ran could not help but see a light in front of his eyes. It is indeed a good means, but you have to be careful yourself. Lu Qingyang has Su Jian and Su Dong father and son in his hands to leave the contract behind, and all of them did not get the benefit of the doubt. Xia Hao and Guoli, Wang Fu Gui, these people are not vegetarian. No. Lu Hao's eyes flashed with a touch of depth. In Lu Hao's heart, he still despised Jifan and Sui Shui. A little cutie, and just a small family from Cloud City. How much more can it make waves? As long as you don't mess with the behemoths of the wandering souls, you won't have much of a problem. Cloud City, Su's villa. After a night of tossing and turning, Sui Shui was all limp in Yifan's arms, her eyes looking at Yifan in a dazed manner. In his heart, he was also curious. Wasn't Yifan still in a state of dementia? Why was his energy so good? The key was that the kind of warm feedback obtained after every intimate contact with Yifan allowed Sui Shui to obtain very many benefits in just a few days. His own physical qualities had become stronger, and Sui Shui herself possessed the strength of a martial Dao harmonization power level. If this continued, Sui Shui, an ordinary person who didn't cultivate, was afraid that she would become a Zhongshe level powerhouse. Yifan also noticed the change in Sui Shui's body qi. With Sui Shui in his arms, Yifan also began to think in his heart that he should find someone whose martial arts kung fu was still good and give Sui Shui some pointers. And Captain Bull 2 of the Wandering Soul seems like a good candidate. Chapter 81. How about picking up a leak? Although Sui Shui was tossed around at night and was paralyzed, the next day, just as the day dawned, Sui Shui woke up very early. Sui Shui had planned to get up quietly on her own, but just as soon as she moved, Yifan opened his eyes and stared at Sui Shui, all looking at Sui Shui a little embarrassed. Fan, you're awake? I have something to do in the company today. Is it okay for you to play alone at home? Sui Shui really wanted to accompany Yifan, but there was no way that the company had too many things to do. And now that she already had the Snow Face beauty cream given by Lei Qianjie, along with the channel support from the Xiao family, Su's group was a great opportunity for development. Ish Yue's wife, I'm going to join you. What are you going to be busy with? Yifan's current plan was to support and grow Su's group before anything else, and Yifan would do his best to help with Su's group's troubles. Sui Shui let out a long sigh as she dressed. Alas! Hasn't Su's group now announced to the public the miraculous effects of the Snow Face beauty cream? It has also gotten so many orders, but now there's still one more trouble. That is, if we want to officially start producing the ointment, we still need to get the production license from the Pharmaceutical Association. But Yu Chang, the president of the Southwest Pharmaceutical Association, won't give face to anyone, and it's useless for Dr. Leishan to step in. The only thing he likes is some antique paintings and calligraphy. I'm going to go to an antique street to buy 2 pairs of paintings and calligraphy, then visit Yu Chang to see if I can pass the Su Group's production license as soon as possible. This production license quota is very tight. In the entire Southwest region, there is said to be only one quota this year, and our Sue Group's rival, the Jean family, is also actively fighting for this quota. If the quota is snatched away by them, our Sue Group will be in big trouble. So many orders can't be delivered on time. Just the liquidated damages. It's not a small amount. Sui Shui didn't care if Yi Fan could understand, and recounted everything to Yi Fan. Yu Chang, president of the Southwest Pharmaceutical Association? Yi Fan felt somewhat familiar when he heard this name. After a quick thought in his head, he immediately remembered that Yu Chang's name was on the list of core members of the Tianji Pavilion in the Dragon Ring. Yu Chang was ostensibly the president of the Southwest Medicine Association, but in reality, he was the head of the assassination hall of the Tianji Pavilion, with high strength. According to the instructions in the Dragon Mark Ring, ever since the accident of the old pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion had been in a semi-silent state. For the sake of Sue's group, Yi Fan had informed Pang Hai before. Then this time, taking the opportunity to deliver the ancient painting, you can also point out Yu Chang. After all, right now, Yi Fan needed more helpers as he had to fight those real culprits who were dealing with the Yi family. I also want to follow along. I like those antique paintings and calligraphy the most. Ishua wife, I am very good at choosing. Take me along, okay? Yi Fan's eyes followed some peculiar changes after activating the dragon ring at that time. Having activated a function similar to the magic pupil, although it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that he could see through, Yi Fan could see things that other people couldn't see as long as he ran his chi towards the area around his eyes. The last time he and Wang Fugue went to the Cloud City underground trading market, it was by utilizing the special ability of his eyes that he discovered the Yuan Chi Dan wrapped in that stone. Well, since you want to follow along, I'll take you along, but you have to be obedient. Don't run around, okay? Sui Shui looked deeply at Yi Fan. Dr. Lei Shen also said that Yi Fan's current situation is to be accompanied more, and go to some places that Yi Fan was familiar with before. Perhaps it could stimulate Yi Fan to awaken as soon as possible. Previously, Yi Fan and Wang Fugue's favorite place to go was the Antique Street. Perhaps, after going to those places, Yi Fan would be able to recall something and recover a little memory. The Antique Street in Cloud City was relatively famous in the whole of Daxia. It's huge and full of goodies. Although it was only about 9 in the morning, the Antique Street was already crowded. Wanbao Pavilion, a separate 9-story building, was decorated in gold and blue, a little different from the surrounding buildings. Sui Shui brought Yi Fan and came straight here. Since he was going to visit Yu Chang, it was natural to send good things. However, before entering the building, Yi Fan's eyes suddenly noticed that next to him, on a small antique store, 2 middle-aged men were furtively holding a pair of paintings and seemed to be peddling them to the owner again. At the martial emperor level of processing, Yi Fan could clearly perceive all the movements within the surrounding 500 meters. Yi Fan's eyes only stared, and he detected the ancient aura fluctuating on that scroll. That old painting is a good one. Hello, I'm looking for your shopkeeper Wu. I want to buy 2 good things from him. Can you convey this for me? Sui Shui was familiar with the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion before, and contacted shopkeeper Wu before she came. The receptionist lady should also have received the greeting from the shopkeeper. Seeing Sui Shui's arrival, she warmly greeted, Mr. Su. Shopkeeper Wu explained that if you come, he will directly take you to the inner room. Please follow me. Yes, Sui Shui greeted Yi Fan, and then she planned to follow the receptionist lady into the inner room. But at this time, Yi Fan's sharp hearing has clearly heard, next door to that store, those 2 men actually intends to $1,000 will be sold that scroll. According to Yi Fan's judgment, that scroll was worth at least $10 million. It was sold for $1,000. If he went over there, wouldn't he be able to pick up a few things? Thinking of this, Yi Fan said towards Sui Shui, Yi Shui wife, you go in first. I'll go to the restroom and come over to you, okay? This, Sui Shui was a little hesitant. In her impression, Yi Fan is still in a demented state. If he is lost, now so many people are staring at Yi Fan. Something happens, Sui Shui can't afford it. Don't worry wife, I won't run around, and I've grown up, so there won't be any problems. Yi Fan stared searingly at Sui Shui. Sui Shui pondered slightly for a while. Judging from Yi Fan's performance in the past few days, Yi Fan's IQ seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Anyway, it was just inside the Wanbao Pavilion, so nothing should happen, right? Alright then. Sui Shui saw that the receptionist was still waiting for her, and she was too embarrassed to keep people waiting for too long. If there's anything, be sure to call me. Sui Shui followed the receptionist lady in, but also did not forget to give the other receptionist at the front desk a few instructions. Beauty, trouble you to help me keep an eye on my husband. he intellectually a little. Miss Su, don't worry about going. Nothing will happen in the Wanbao Pavilion. After Sui Shui followed the receptionist lady into the inner room, Yi Fan quickly walked towards the location of the restroom, and after turning the corner, with an instantaneous movement, the person had already arrived in front of the store next to the Wanbao Pavilion, and at this time, the store owner is trading with the two men. We can say in advance, $1,000, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Overhand can't regret. Ma-san, the store owner, held back his inner excitement, even though he couldn't decide whether the painting was real or fake. But even if it's a fake, it's also a better imitation of that kind. $1,000 to collect. Turn if you meet the wrongdoer. At least you can pit a few tens of thousands of dollars is not much of a problem. Chapter 82. The sky is as black as a crow. Yi Fan was on the side, holding his cell phone, quietly recording the scene. The two men got $1,000 and quickly left the scene, leaving with their mouths still muttering, "This single earns good. Numb nuts." $50 received from an old lady's hand, turned around and sold $1,000. No loss. Ha ha, that's a black heart. Yi Fan sighed. Since they were all black-hearted guys, there was nothing to feel guilty about Yi Fan's later actions. Just after the two men left, the store owner Ma-san couldn't wait to open the scroll and scrutinize it once again. This scroll, it looks like the brush is strong and powerful, the lines are clear, and the meaning is profound. Signed by Wu Daozi, it is a fierce tiger going down the mountain. In all aspects, it's just that the color of the scroll is so worn that it doesn't really sell. It's a pity that the craftsman who highly imitated this scroll was too eager to make the scroll too old, but it's not bad. Ma-san lifted the scroll up, so he was ready to hang it in a conspicuous place in the store. When you meet someone who doesn't know what they're doing, with the power of the scroll's brush, it's not a bad idea to pitch yourself against them anyway. Boss, this painting, $1,500, I'll take it. Before Ma-san could turn around, Yi Fan had already dashed to the entrance of the store and smiled at Ma-san. Ma-san froze. $1,500? This young man in front of me is very sharp. Ah, their own $1,000 collected. This guy will add $500 of hard work? Handsome. You're kidding. This is Wu Daozi's real work. I spent $1 million to get it with great difficulty. If you don't buy it, don't mess it up, Ma-san said in a serious manner, as if he really spent $1 million. If you are sincere to buy, I also give you a sincere price. 300,000. I'll cut it off. Ma-san spoke with an air of heartache, while his eyes were fixed on Yi Fan, observing the change in Yi Fan's expression. The business of antiquing is supposed to be in the eye of the beholder. All the antique bosses, who are not good in other aspects, but in terms of reading people, they are absolutely all human beings. A word to say, test your expression change. If you are rich and powerful, not too much shocked jaw for 300,000, then the boss may not sell you below this price. It was a pity that Ma-san had met Yi Fan. Yi Fan had recorded all of Ma-san's transactions just now, so how could he have been punked by Ma-san? Boss, the heart can't be too black. Take a little bit of hard work and get over it. Boss might as well watch something first. As Yi Fan spoke, he smiled as he stepped forward and opened the video he had just recorded in his cell phone. Inside was a clear record of the transaction process between Ma-san and those two men. The price. Ma-san's eyes flashed with a flash of sharpness, searingly staring at Yi Fan. What do you want? Ma-san usually didn't have a good reputation on this street and was known to be dark, although Ma-san had always wanted to change his image. Every time he came across something good, Ma-san still instinctively wanted to hack others a little more, and there hadn't been much business lately. If this video in Yi Fan's hand was exposed, then Ma-san basically didn't need to do business in Cloud City. I just said, I came to buy the painting for $1,500. You take $500 for the hard work. You're not at a disadvantage. Yi Fan knew the true value of this painting, not to mention $1 million. Even $10 million was not bad, but Ma-san was too dark, and Yi Fan came here to teach Ma-san a lesson. Counted on you to be ruthless. Ma-san fiercely glared at Yi Fan, at this time behind Ma-san, as well as gathered a few bare-chested strong men, looking at Yi Fan with unfriendly eyes. But at this moment, because Ma-san was displaying this scroll, quite a few onlookers had gathered around. Everyone is here to see the fun. The antique market, everyone's favorite, is a place where they hope to pick up the pieces themselves, or it's fun to watch someone else pick up the pieces. $10,000. You take the painting, and we won't say any more. Ma-san had wanted his men to make a move and drive Yi Fan away, but with so many people here, Ma-san still had to be concerned about the impact, so he could only hold back his patience to bargain with Yi Fan. $1,500. You can consider it for 10 seconds. Nowadays, technology is so advanced, if it's exposed, your loss will be more than so many tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Fan looked as if he was eating Ma-san, making Ma-san very upset. But again, he had to admit that Yi Fan was right. If Yi Fan posted the video online and it festered a little, then Ma-san's store could just close down. Kid, You are deliberately looking for trouble, is not it? The boss behind me is Wu Old Wolf. You'd better think clearly. To buy the painting, give $10,000. Take the painting and go away. Otherwise tearing up the face. To everyone who is not good. Ma-san approached Yi-fan and chided in a low voice. Old Wolf Wu. Yi-fan was stunned. Originally, when he took a shot at Ma-san like this, Yi-fan's heart was still slightly overjoyed. But when he heard that behind Ma-san was actually Old Wolf Wu, he was immediately relieved. Old Wolf Wu is the guy who almost killed Sui Xiu's wife. Not a good thing. Moreover, Old Wolf Wu had already been cleaned up by Xia Hao and Li Hu, and the Fierce Tiger Hall had already been disbanded. And Ma-san was actually using Old Wolf Wu's name to flaunt his power? You can try. I'll count down to 3, 2, 1. Yi-fan didn't have the slightest intention of giving in and directly started counting down. Such a strong Yi-fan made Ma-san go crazy. The youth in front of him, Ma-san always felt somewhat familiar, but momentarily forgot where he had seen him. As Yi-fan's last count came out, Ma-san clenched his teeth fiercely. Good, count you hard. You win. Yi-fan dared to bet, but Ma-san didn't dare to. Ma-san coldly shoved the speech scroll into Yi-fan's arms. Take the money. Yi-fan smiled faintly and pulled out 15 red tickets from his body, handing them to Ma-san. Do business in the future and be conscientious. I'll remember you. Kid, you better watch where you're walking. Ma-san took the money in his hand and angrily walked towards the inside of the store. Originally intended to use this scroll to make a hard profit, the result was revealed on the spot. Only tearfully earned 500. Alas, Ma-san threatened Yi-fan, and before Yi-fan could say anything, a girl's pouting voice suddenly came from the crowd. Handsome guy, can you sell me this painting? I'll offer $8 million. Hiss. The young girl's words instantly caused the crowd at the scene to suck in a breath of cool air. The scroll you just bought for $1,500, and you're offering $8 million for it? These two aren't here as a double act, are they? The crowd turned their heads toward the young girl. The young girl was wearing a long green dress, with a yellow belt tied around her waist, binding her small waist in plain sight, and her exquisite curves, showing incomparable charm. It's Ren Shuiying, the daughter of the Ren family in the provincial city. It is said that Miss Ren is also a master of antiques. Ah, she can offer $8 million. There must be her reason. Could it be that we have really witnessed a heavenly leak today? Chapter 83. The beautiful woman who saved her life 6 years ago. Ma-san, who had just walked to the entrance of the store, couldn't help but stagger his body when he heard the price of $8 million. Stopping his body, he turned around to see Ren Shuiying, then spoke with some bewilderment. Beauty, you're not kidding, right? If this painting is really worth $8 million, you yourself are a great Skybreaker's riches were already in his hands, and then that kid snatched them away from him the hard way? Boss, do I look like I'm joking? Ren Shuiying spoke faintly, turning her head to look towards Yi-fan once again, and at this time, Yi-fan, ignoring Ren Shuiying, took out a bottle of mineral water and splashed it against the surface of the scroll. Wow, the people present were directly stunned. Boy, what are you doing? Right, that pretty girl just now already offered $8 million. Aren't you ruining the painting? Ugh, the crowd sighed, but only Ren Shuiying, seeing Yi-fan's movements, could not help but see a bright light emerge in her eyes. Looks like I've met a connoisseur today. Handsome guy, how about I offer $10 million? Ren Shuiying actually raised the price by $2 million again. Such an action that the crowd was completely confused. Obviously, Ren Shuiying had seen something, or else as a huge extended family in the provincial city of Huadu, Ren Shuiying would not have been able to raise the price so unjustifiably. Fizzle. Yi-fan still didn't open his mouth, and when the water luster had almost moistened the scroll, there was a fluctuation in his chi, and he reached out and grabbed a corner of the scroll, then tore it with force. In the crowd's shocked gaze, it actually tore off a layer of film on the surface of the scroll, as if it was a layer of adhesive paper covering the scroll, and as the layer of film was torn off, the real picture scroll inside was immediately revealed. The color is bright, the strokes are clear, and the lines are clearer. Wu Daozi's seals are all clearer. Set painting. I know, it's the legendary set painting. This outer layer is the sheepskin protective film, and the inner one is the real one. Oh my god, this is actually Wu Daozi's real handwriting. We've got a great deal, not to mention $10 million, even $20 million. Handsome, how about I offer $15 million to sell me this painting? A cash deal. I'll offer $18 million. The crowd at the scene instantly exploded. This is indeed too powerful. A painting bought for $1,500 is turned around and someone else offers $20 million for it. That's a 10,000-fold windfall. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and the moment the film was torn apart. The flowing ancient aura in the scroll was all absorbed by Yi Fan under the pull of his chi. Yi Fan could clearly feel that as that ancient aura was absorbed into his dantian. Deep in the dantian, the dancing fire seemed to have flourished by a few points, and the flames all became brighter. It seemed as if the ancient aura of the scroll was as much sustenance and firewood for the fire as it was nourishment for that mysterious payload in his own body. For Yi Fan, no matter if it was $20 million or $200 million, although the money was indeed quite a lot, but for Yi Fan, it was just a number. Behind Yi Fan was the Yi Group, the Wandering Soul Organization, and the Tianji Pavilion that hadn't been fully disclosed. If Yi Fan wanted money, he could shake a country by moving a finger. The main reason why Yi Fan had the painting on his mind was because Yi Fan needed the ancient aura from the scroll. Now that the ancient aura in the scroll was all absorbed by Yi Fan, the scroll actually had little meaning to Yi Fan. However, for Ma San, losing $20 million on a scroll would be worse than killing him. Ma San was dazed in the doorway for several seconds, and finally reacted at this time, walking quickly to Yi Fan's side, grabbing Yi Fan's arm and saying, "Give the painting back to me. I'm not selling it." As he spoke, Ma San reached out and tried to grab the scroll back. Yi Fan's body flashed as he coldly said, "Boss, you're robbing me? What do you mean? The scrolls have obviously been sold, and you still want to rob them back? I'm afraid it's unlikely. Kid, don't be ungrateful. How dare you grab food from a tiger's mouth? In Yun City, there are not many people who dare to grab good things from me." Ma San stared coldly at Yi Fan as he continued to speak. "Kid, you'd better obediently return the scroll to me, or I'll make your life worse than death." As Ma San's words grew gloomy, several strong men behind him surrounded towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. "Boss, you're afraid that you haven't gotten the situation right, right? Let's not talk about other things first. The big brother behind you, Old Wolf Wu, is dead. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Moreover, I can tell you that he was killed by me. Do you want to go down to accompany him?" As Yi Fan spoke, a strong murderous aura stirred out from his body, instantly causing Ma San's heart to tremble violently. He naturally knew that something had happened to Old Wolf Wu. People at his level only knew that Old Wolf Wu seemed to have offended young Master Yi as well as the Su clan, so he was cleaned up. It was unclear what exactly was going on. Being reminded by Yi Fan, Ma San once again took a serious look at Yi Fan and seemed to remember who Yi Fan was. "This isn't that little cutie from the Yi family, is it? Why was Yi Fan not stupid at all at this time? What the hell is going on here? Handsome, how about selling me this painting for $30 million? Ren Shuiying squeezed over from the crowd. Both reached out and grabbed Yi Fan's arm, gently shaking it, the loftiness of her chest bumping against Yi Fan's arm, not caring in the slightest. "My grandpa's going to have a birthday soon. I don't know what kind of gift I'm going to prepare for him. So handsome, you'll satisfy my heart's desire, okay?" As Rin Shuiying's body shook, the neckline of her chest shook. The hem of her skirt all slipped halfway down her shoulders, and half of the whiteness of her chest was exposed. Although it was only a glimpse, Yi Fan could not help but have his pupils dilated for a while. The phoenix pattern? Below Rin Shuiying's collarbone, Yi Fan clearly saw a golden phoenix pattern flash by. And 6 years ago, when Yi Fan was carrying out a secret mission in the provincial city, he was almost attacked and died. And at that time, it happened to be a girl who saved herself. At that time, the night was very dark, and without seeing the girl's face, Yi Fan saw the golden phoenix tattoo on the girl's collar. After 6 years, he actually met the girl who saved his life again in Cloud City? What a coincidence of fate. If you save your life, you should return the favor. But he's got 7 wives now, so maybe he won't come over. Since Rin Shuiying liked the scroll, let's give it to her. Beauty is really good at filial piety. In that case, this scroll will be given to you. While speaking, Yi Fan reached out and shoved the scroll in his hand into Rin Shuiying's hand. "Ha!" Ren Shuiying was all stunned. "Handsome, you're..." The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. $30 million of scrolls, said to give it away? How dirt cheap is this? Not bad. And the most depressed is Ma San. His own treadmill to spend $1 million want to buy back. Yi Fan did not agree. Turned around and gave someone else beauty? Is this a deliberate attempt to disgust yourself? Chapter 84, Miss, you've moved your heart, asshole. Ma San originally wanted to start cursing, but thinking of Yi Fan's identity, the words stopped at his mouth. Ma San greedily looked at the scroll in Rin Shuiying's hand, wanting to open his mouth and ask Rin Shuiying for it, but he didn't have the guts to do so either. Yi family and Rin family, any one of them, Ma San couldn't afford to mess with them all. The key was that the big brother behind himself had fallen, and it was indeed in Yi Fan's hands that Old Wolf Wu had fallen, and although Ma San had eaten a heavenly newt, he didn't dare to have any complaints. "Boss, just let it go? That's $30 million? Ma San had already given up. but the few bodyguards around him were a bit puzzled. If we let them leave this place, we won't have a chance if we want to do it again? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you think we have a chance here? Do you know who they are? One is the only young master of the Yi family right now. The other is the daughter of the Tu Rin family. Try touching one of their fingers? Ma San's eyes glanced towards the surroundings. Although on the surface, only Yi Fan and Rin Shuiying appeared by themselves. But secretly, he did not know how many strong people were secretly escorting them. Ma San watched as $30 million slipped away from his eyes, but could do nothing about it. Ren Shuiying looked at the scroll in her hand, still surprised. Handsome guy, you really gave it to me just like that? This is $30 million? Why? When Rin Shuiying looked at Yi Fan's appearance, she also felt somewhat familiar in kind. But for a moment, she couldn't recall exactly where she had seen Yi Fan. But opening her mouth and giving herself a $30 million scroll made Rin Shuiying feel very overwhelmed. Right, it's for you. Because you're a good person. You deserve a good reward. After saying that, Yi Fan turned around and intended to leave. He had left to leave for too long. If Sui Shui couldn't find himself, he was afraid that he would be anxious again. Good people have good rewards? Ren Shuiying listened to Yi Fan's words and pondered. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, she hurriedly called out to Yi Fan, "Handsome boy, wait a moment." While speaking, Ren Shuiying reached out and pulled off a jade pendant that was close to her chest, so she intended to hand it to Yi Fan. Beside Ren Shuiying, a young girl wearing jeans hurriedly spoke. "Miss, you have to think twice. This jade pendant is the old man this to you as a dowry." Ren Shuiying hesitated for a moment, but still continued to hand out the jade pendant. "I don't like to owe others anything. This is a jade pendant from my family. It should be good too. Just give it to you." The words paused. Ren Shuiying said with a somewhat blushing face, "If you're free next month, you're welcome to come to the Ren family to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet." After saying that, Ren Shuiying's face blushed to the back of her neck. Yi Fan took the jade pendant that Ren Shuiying handed to him. The jade pendant was still warm with Ren Shuiying's body temperature, and there was a trace of aroma on it, which was a bit charming. Looking at Ren Shuiying's shy appearance, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of that night 6 years ago again. Under the cold winter, when he was almost killed, it was this young girl in front of him who used her own body to help warm her body. This friendship, Yi Fan always remembered in his heart. At that time, it was because he already had Xian Yufei, and now, with Xian Yufei and herself backing out of the marriage, and the 7 sister-in-laws announcing their marriages to themselves, he had 7 wives all of a sudden, and it didn't seem to have much of an impact if he had one more. Good, I will definitely come. Yi Fan looked deeply at Ren Shuiying, the girls who were kind to him. Yi Fan didn't want to let them down, and just as Yi Fan was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly discovered that Ren Shuiying actually had a few strands of black lines wrapped around her forehead, while there was also some blood-red color in the middle. Aha, a bloodbath? Ren Shuiying, this is being used by means. Recently the blood and light disaster haunting and it is still a very serious blood and light disaster. Yi Fan frowned. It would be fine if he hadn't encountered it himself, but since he had, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yi Fan glanced at Ren Shuiying's wrist. On Ren Shuiying's wrist she was wearing a bracelet. "Beauty, show me your bracelet." While speaking, Yi Fan reached out and grabbed Ren Shuiying's wrist, removing the emerald green bracelet above it, his hand fluctuating with chi energy, quickly sealing several arcane patterns on the bracelet. Within the last half a month, be sure to wear the bracelet all the time, and be sure not to get wet. It will keep you safe. This was a peace talisman seal. Yi Fan had comprehended the talisman seal in the dragon pattern direct. Yi Fan had tried it many times. This peace talisman seal had a very powerful effect. Before Yu Linglong left this time, Yi Fan had quietly engraved several talismans on Yu Linglong's personal belongings, only that Yu Linglong did not know about it. It was also best to hope that Yu Linglong wouldn't be able to use these talismans. Oh, good. Although Ren Shuiying didn't understand what Yi Fan was doing, but looking at Yi Fan's appearance, it seemed that he really cared about himself. Bye-bye. Yi Fan took the jade pendant and quickly walked towards the Wanbao pavilion, disappearing in front of Ren Shuiying in the blink of an eye. Ren Shuiying looked at Yi Fan's back as he left and frowned slightly, muttering as she left with her maid, "Why do I feel that handsome guy just now is so familiar? It always feels like I've seen him somewhere." Cluck. "Miss, you are moving to spring. Look at you. You even gave away your personal jade pendant. You know that jade pendant. You are wearing it in that place every day. Looking for a fight, aren't you?" Ren Shuiying's face burst with shyness, and while her mouth pouted, she suddenly felt that the place where she had just come into contact with Yi Fan's wrist actually had an additional warm current surging through her body. Warm currents? Noticing this, Ren Shuiying's pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment, immediately thinking of the teenager she had met 6 years ago. That night, when he had wrapped his arms around him, he had also received so many warm currents in his own body, allowing his martial chi to improve by leaps and bounds. Ha! It's him! It's him from 6 years ago. Thinking about everything in it, Ren Shuiying couldn't help but pout excitedly. fate is really too amazing. Xiao Chang. Immediately go and investigate clearly. What kind of person is that handsome guy just now? I want to know all his information. Yes, the maid next to her was clear about what happened to Miss 6 years ago, and Miss all these years, never contacted any boys, always looking for that teenager back then. Now that Miss has found her intended, the maid was also genuinely happy for Rin Shuiying. Congratulations, Miss. Now and in the past, the favorite is the same person. Rin Shuiying's face was full of excitement and at the same time a bit shy. Humph, that bad guy. He definitely recognized me. I told you. Why did he send me $30 million of scrolls for no reason? Nasty. At the same time, Ren Shuiying silently read in her heart, next month, when Grandpa's birthday party is coming, you must come. If you had come, half my troubles would have been solved. Chapter 85 Finding Fault in the Court of 10,000 Treasures? When Yi Fan re-entered the Wanbao Pavilion, Sui Shui and the Wanbao Pavilion shopkeeper Wu had just come out of the inner room together. Sui Shui was also holding 2 wooden boxes in her hands, and perceiving them from the outside, there was also an ancient aura fluctuating inside. Shopkeeper Wu, how embarrassing is this? Such an expensive thing. You have given it to me directly, not even money. Sui Shui looked at Boss Wu with a face full of gratitude. Yi Fan sort of heard. Shopkeeper Wu, this has selected 2 good things. Directly to Sui Shui, do not intend to ask for money? Judging from the fluctuation of that ancient and simple breath, what Shopkeeper Wu gave out must be something good, at least worth tens of millions of dollars. Mr. Su, don't be polite to me. We can all see the righteous behavior of Mr. Su, Miss Yu Linglong and the others. For Mr. Su to be able to firmly support the Yi family at that time, we bosses all admire that. As Boss Wu spoke, he saw Yi Fan appear and hurriedly stepped forward and owed Yi Fan, saying, Young Yi, our boss asked me to convey that although we can't openly show our support for the Yi family, we can still contribute if there is anything we can use. These 2 items, let's call them a meet and greet gift. The Wanbao Pavilion was showing goodwill towards the Yi and Su families. Sui Shui also kind of understood that, when shopkeeper Wu sent himself antiques, it was not for his own face, or for Yi Fan's face. Some of the things that had happened in Cloud City recently, although many of them were blocked from the news. However, the Xiao, Li, and Wang families had successively perished, and the great young man of the Lu family in the provincial city, as well as the butler of the Lu family, had all fallen in Cloud City, so these news could not be concealed after all. Moreover, at the Su clan's new drug launch, there was such a big turn of events that Dr. Leishan helped Su clan to stand up, as well as those other bigwigs who showed up. All signs indicated that the Yi family was not as weak as everyone thought. Moreover, so many mysterious forces had begun to gather towards the Yi family. Those bigwigs were the best of the best of the best. If they made such a choice, they must have some news that outsiders didn't know. For example, Yi Fan had awakened? It's not too late for Marlborough to get on board. Thank you guys, the people who helped my wife are all good people. Yi Fan didn't show his dementedness extraordinarily, but responded in a more normal manner. Lei Chenjie had already laid the groundwork for Yi Fan before, saying that Yi Fan would gradually awaken. So it was completely normal for Yi Fan's IQ to slowly grow from the level of an 8-year-old to a 10-year-old now. Shopkeeper Wu, my husband, his situation. You should know something. You understand more. Sui Shui explained to Shopkeeper Wu, but Shopkeeper Wu looked deeply at Yi Fan. No harm. No harm. Yi Xiao was a genius demon back then. In time, he will definitely return to the peak again. After a few people chatted for a couple of minutes, Sui Shui was in a hurry to visit Yu Chang, so she planned to say goodbye and leave. But right at this moment, a group of people rushed in aggressively from outside the Wan Baoge building. Ha! Isn't the Court of 10,000 Treasures great? Today, this young man is going to come and see how the level of your Wanbao Pavilion really is? Last time on the Treasure Appraisal Conference, you won my brother, causing my brother to jump and get seriously injured. Today you must pay the price. The leader, a young man in a floral shirt, had someone next to him on a simulcast as he stomped toward the hall. Everyone netizens, everyone looked clearly This is the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters. We are here today to kick the field, to see if Wanbao Pavilion has the guts to take our challenge. Seeing this group of people coming, Shopkeeper Wu couldn't help but frown. It's this group of people again. It's never ending. What's going on? Seeing the situation in front of her, Sui Shui couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire as well. They are the people of the Sun family in the provincial city. Last year in the Treasure Appraisal Conference, our Wanbao Pavilion to participate in the competition, and his brother met. In the final, his brother error to hit the eye, will be a vase age judgment is wrong, and finally was defeated by us. They cannot stand the defeat, jumped from the second floor, broke his leg. Since then, the Sun family has been staring at our Wanbao Pavilion, coming every now and then to stir up trouble. At first, we didn't take it seriously, but it's getting more and more excessive back there. It's clear that there's someone behind it who's up to something. Wanbao Pavilion's signboard for many years has always suppressed their Sun family's jewelry lodge head-on. As long as Wanbao Pavilion is suppressed, only then will they be able to come out on top. The corner of Boss Wu's mouth curled up. It doesn't matter. Some petty tricks. Old man can handle it. Shopkeeper Wu is the titan of the antique world in the whole of Daxia, and he is a man of true talent. After sitting in the Wanbao Pavilion for so many years, there are rarely times when he misses. Said. Wu Boss stepped forward, greeted the Grand Master of the Sun family. Sun Dishing said, Sun Grand Master, Treasure Appraisal Conference Competition, are each based on their own ability? Things have gone so long, the Sun family cannot afford to lose? All of you netizens have bright eyes. You may as well make a judgment. As the chief handler of Wanbao Pavilion for many years, Mr. Wu still had 2 brushes. He went up and greeted the netizens in front of the camera, and immediately wrenched back some of the public opinion. Sun Dishing was dumbfounded by the dislike. This, Shopkeeper Wu grasped the initiative and immediately rode the wave of victory. But since Wanbao Pavilion dares to open here, it is naturally not afraid of anyone's challenge. Young Sun, since you brought someone here today, let's play a big game. Let's make a bet. If I win, in the future, please don't play these small tactics. The competition between our 2 families. Let's just play fair on the stage. Hearing that Shopkeeper Wu actually agreed to today's challenge, Sun Dishing's face immediately surfaced with a touch of joy. Good. Shopkeeper Wu is bold and generous. Let's play a big game today. If you Wanbao Pavilion wins, my Sun family's jewelry lounge will directly withdraw from Cloud City and not have any competition with Wanbao Pavilion. But if I win, your Wanbao Pavilion also withdraws from Cloud City. Do you dare? Sun Dishing is very cocky and directly pushes the Wanbao Pavilion into the fire. Jewelry fast size and business. Originally inferior to Wanbao Court. Withdrawn also withdrawn. But Wanbao Pavilion will not necessarily dare to go down. Boss Wu frowned. Some indignation looked at Sun Dishing. This Sun Daxiao came without good intentions, directly pushed himself into the fire. His own promise is not good. Do not agree also cannot. The live streaming data now shows that there are millions of them all watching. If Shopkeeper Wu refused, then the face and credibility of Wanbao Pavilion would also be immediately swept away. Good. It's a deal. Although Shopkeeper Wu was confident, his heart couldn't help but thump when he saw Sun Dishing's men carry in several porcelain vases from outside. Because of those porcelain vases, Shopkeeper Wu looked at them several times, and for a while he actually couldn't tell their vintage. That's a bit annoying. Next to Sui Shui, seeing that the situation in front of her suddenly took such a big turn, she was a bit conflicted, whether she should go or not. Ish Yue's wife, let's take a look before we go. I seem to have remembered something. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth from the moment those porcelain vases were brought in. This Sun Dishing is very sinister. Those vases have been tampered with. Relying on normal means of identification, it is impossible to detect. If he didn't step in to help, Shopkeeper Wu would definitely lose today. For the face of the 2 antiques sent by Shopkeeper Wu, Yifan decided to take a shot. Chapter 86, is this a coincidence? Fan, you remembered something? Well, then let's take a look here. Sui Shui heard that there was a possibility of Yifan's memory and IQ being restored, and was immediately elated. All other things were not as important as this. In the middle of the hall, Sun Dishing moved 5 porcelain vases, which had been set out on the table in a row. Sun Dishing face proudly looked at the Shopkeeper Wu. Today Sun Dishing was originally prepared. He is not afraid of the Shopkeeper Wu. How many kinds of identification methods? Afraid of the Shopkeeper Wu did not agree to the challenge. Then he, in addition to the addiction to the Shopkeeper Wu, cannot cause any substantial harm. Shopkeeper Wu, these 5 bottles, I got them from the antique market, but the year is now unknown. Please bother Wu Boss to help Paul my look. But as long as Wu Boss will be 3 of the bottles of the correct year to determine out. Even if Wu Boss win, how? Sun Dishing and the few men beside himself glanced at each other, their eyes full of complacency. These 5 porcelain vases were imitated by the top foreign craftsmen they had hired at a high price for 3 months. It's not right to say it's fake, because every single porcelain tile in it is real. But it wouldn't be right to say it's true, because just a single porcelain vase are with dozens of pieces of fragments spliced together, and then outside to do a high level of restoration process. From the outside cannot be seen at all as broken a porcelain vase, but in fact, those fragments used in a porcelain vase were sampled separately from those of the 5 dynasties and then pieced together. Wu Shopkeeper, even more powerful, can judge the age of one of the porcelain tiles. It is determined that the age of the vase. Sun Dishing immediately can use another piece of porcelain tiles to refute the Wu Shopkeeper. Therefore, in today's bet, from the moment Manager Wu agreed, Wanbao Ge had already lost, because Sun Dishing's topic is equivalent to 2 people playing rock, paper, scissors to win or lose. But you play first, he plays later, and he can always change the shape he plays according to the shape you play. So how can you win? As a titan of the antique world, the strength of Shopkeeper Wu himself was not something to be blown away. From the moment the 5 porcelain vases were set up, Shopkeeper Wu was carefully observing and smelling the vases, but after just sniffing one of them, Shopkeeper Wu's face changed, because Shopkeeper Wu found that the flavor of the porcelain vase was a bit disordered and unstable, like the Song dynasty, like the Tang dynasty, and even some Ming and Qing dynasty flavors. This, Shopkeeper Wu was instantly baffled. In accordance with normal reasoning, if a vase has been restored, this is a very normal thing, but not so with more than one dynasty of ceramic tile splicing. Moreover, the key is that Shopkeeper Wu picked up the porcelain vase, carefully observed it, and also used a magnifying glass, and could not see any traces of restoration on it at all. The first vase was like this, the second vase is still the same. Looking at 5 porcelain vases one after another, they all took more than 10 minutes. However, Shopkeeper Wu did not say a word, not daring to make any judgment. Shopkeeper Wu actually had a rough guess in his heart. Sun dishing this time to bring the porcelain vase, should be imitated by masters? Restoration of no trace, with a variety of dynasties of porcelain tile spliced together, is to dig a pit for themselves. No matter which dynasty they say, sun dishing will easily refute their own. Fooled, Shopkeeper Wu had realized the problem. But this is a young conspiracy, even if he knows the scheme of it. Now Wu promised even in front of millions of netizens to say it. People will not believe himself. How about it? Does Shopkeeper Wu see it? Let's meet Boss Wu's profound knowledge and explain the origin of these porcelain vases. Look at the Wu shopkeeper for a long time did not open his mouth. Sun dishing face proud in front of the Wu shopkeeper shaking, but also intentionally to the live camera to show off. Everyone see clearly. This is the Wanbao court Wu master in the appraisal of the 5 vases that I brought. Alas, to be honest, some of the disappointment. It turned out that the Wanbao court, but so, everyone, don't go away. Help be a witness. We had a bet just now. Sun dishing kept showing off. The staff of the Wanbao pavilion all gathered around, furious, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to do anything to sun dishing at all. Liar, big liar. You're shameful. You actually use fake things to cheat Boss Wu. While everyone was at a loss as to what to do, and Shopkeeper Wu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, Yifan suddenly stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Sun Dishing's nose and cursing, a sentence that instantly attracted the attention of the crowd, especially in the live broadcast room. The crowd of netizens immediately began to boil. And who is this? How can you call Mr. Sun a liar? I also feel something is wrong. I still trust Master Wu. The atmosphere that had been created with great difficulty was instantly destroyed, and Sun Dishing was very angry as he pointed at Yifan and said, "Who the hell are you? What's the matter with you? Come on, throw him out." Sun Dishing was rushing to bring down Wan Baoge this time, so he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt his plan of action. Now that Shopkeeper Wu had taken the bait, all that was left was the final step to drive the Wanbao Pavilion out of Cloud City. Wanbage left. Yuncheng Antique Market. Most of the business is not to their own jewelry fast. From behind Sun Dishing, several bodyguards immediately rushed out, intending to make a move on Yifan. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up. Just now when the porcelain vases appeared, Yifan, through his magic pupil, saw clearly that those porcelain vases were specially restored, using porcelain tiles from different dynasties. No matter how powerful the shopkeeper Wu was, how could he identify so many porcelain tiles at once? I don't want to go out. I want to expose you as a big liar." Yifan smiled faintly. His body flickered quickly, dodging the grasp of several bodyguards. Those 2 burly men, seeing that they actually couldn't even catch such a skinny youth, felt their faces very overwhelmed, and their movements couldn't help but speed up by a few points. And as Yifan saw the opportunity, while avoiding the 2 bodyguards' grasp, a chi energy on his wrist fluctuated gently, pushing one of the bodyguards, impartially, just enough to knock over one of the porcelain bottles at the very edge, and fall towards the ground. Clunk! With a crisp crunch, the porcelain vase fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces in response. The sudden change of events caused all the people present to freeze in place. The target that was used as identification suddenly broke, or Sun Dishing's own bodyguard knocked down the vase. "Whose is it?" The crowd was still amazed, but Yifan suddenly snatched the cell phone of the live broadcast, pointed the camera at the fragments below, and then reached out to take a few fragments in his hand, and called out in feigned surprise, "Yeah, this piece I recognize, is the fragment of the Tang dynasty, this piece is the Song dynasty, and this piece is the Ming dynasty. Ha, Master Wu, a porcelain vase in the middle. How there are so many dynasties of porcelain pieces? You see, on the outside surface of these porcelain tiles, there is a layer of mysterious wrappings that, once torn open, will reveal the secrets inside." Yifan spoke at the same time. "Will be one of the pieces of porcelain in the hand, with chi strength a tear." Immediately the outside of the layer of false surface layer torn open. Inside the pasted fragments, immediately presented in front of the live broadcast netizens, but also presented in front of the Wu shopkeeper as well as the scene of the crowd of onlookers. Chapter 87. Fallen into the hands of a cutie. Hands. Looking at the situation in front of him, Shopkeeper Wu couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. In fact, the situation of the porcelain vase, Shopkeeper Wu had already speculated pretty much what Yifan had said, but the point is, it's not good for him to state the situation directly himself. And now, with Yifan suddenly appearing and exposing Sun Dishing, or Sun Dishing's own bodyguard knocking over the table, Sun Dishing was completely unable to find any faults with Wanbao Pavilion. The netizens in the live room instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you something was off. So mean? Sun's family plays really dirty. I'll never shop at Sun's house next time. Garbage. Instead of thinking of how to do business properly, you think of playing these insidious tricks. Disappointing. Those netizens who had just supported Sun Dishing, the public opinion instantly began to fall side by side towards the side of Shopkeeper Wu as well as Wanbao Pavilion. Young Master Sun, this is a bit mean of you. The look on Shopkeeper Wu's face began to relax, and when he looked at Yifan, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Now, Shopkeeper Wu was almost 80% sure that Yifan was not stupid at all. If Yifan was in a state of dementia, would he have rushed over so coincidentally? And so coincidentally made Sun Dishing's bodyguard knock over the table? Absolutely not. Sun Dishing hesitated for several seconds before reacting. The live broadcast of the phone has been snatched. Damn, who are you? You dare to rob my cell phone? You idiots, what are you waiting for? Snatch the phone back. Sun Dishing was on the verge of going mad. The live broadcast room is so many netizens are witnessing today's provocation. If it fails, the jewelry fasting will have to be withdrawn from the Cloud City. Moreover, once this matter has fermented, even if the jewelry fast does not withdraw, the original little business, I'm afraid that it is basically negligible. Which one of you dares to touch my big brother? Before Yifan could do anything, a roar came from the crowd and Wang Fugui's huge body appeared on the scene. Seeing the two bodyguards rushing over, Wang Fugui did not have any hesitation. Bushy hand, left and right each grabbed one, ruthlessly smashed together, directly smashed stun thrown out. Put those bodyguards under Sun Dishing, although they were also martial arts experts, but Wang Fugui was now all at the Zhongshu level of power, and dealing with these bodyguards was simply like playing. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguards around Sun Dishing were all smashed to death. What do you want? You can't compete. Do you plan to use force? Sun Dishing knew that he was at a disadvantage and planned to play pitiful to turn public opinion around. Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest son of the Sun family in the provincial city. You'd better not touch me. Ha ha, then do you know who my big brother is? He is the only young master of the Yi family right now. Yifan, you dare to touch him, aren't you afraid? Wang Fugui spoke out Yifan's identity, and Sun Dishing was instantly dumbfounded. That cutie from the Yi family. Let's just say that when he saw Yifan just now, he looked so familiar. Nima, so unlucky to meet a little cutie. To make trouble? You can't say it yourself even if you have a point. Moreover, even if he could make himself clear, the Sun family still had no chance of winning if they went to mess with the Yi family now. Fake. All of them are fake. When Yifan saw that Wang Fugui, the great fool Chun, had come, he became even more reckless and pointed at the remaining few porcelain bottles towards Sun Dishing. Having a broken porcelain vase as proof of the latter is a good thing. Boss Wu also took the initiative. Young Sun, the remaining four, do we still need to smash them open one by one to verify them? What those porcelain vases look like? Sun Dishing himself knows better than that. Smashing it open is a complete slap in the face. You, count yourselves ruthless. Sun Dishing knew that he was planted today, but it was planted in a little cute hands. I really don't know whether Yifan, coincidentally, sabotaged his own plans or deliberately came to sabotage his own plans. As he spoke, Sun Dishing wanted to reach for the cell phone in Yifan's hand, but Yifan did not agree. The bet, you just bet on you this liar. If you lose, you jewelry fast. You have to roll out from the Cloud City, all of you babies. You say it is so? While Yifan was chiding Sun Dishing, he didn't forget to greet the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room. Since the Wanbao Pavilion chose to help the Yi family, then Yifan naturally won't let them help for nothing. This time, when they bump into each other, then they will help the Wanbao Pavilion to suppress the jewelry Zhai to the extreme. Right, a man should do what he promises. We are the witnesses of millions of netizens to the bet just now. Don't try to deny it. The public opinion in the live broadcast room had begun to boil. Sun Dishing's teeth were itching with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it, because just now has established the bet, though it was a verbal agreement and no one pursued enforcement. But now is the age of the network. The power of the netizens is very powerful. Sun Dishing, although very much do not want to admit, but at least in face, or must make a statement. Shopkeeper Wu, you've won. I, Jeweler's Lodge, am willing to gamble and accept defeat, and will leave Cloud City as soon as possible. Sun Dishing had no choice but to repeat his promise again to the camera. and looked at Yi Fan gloomily. Is this always okay? Yi Fan inquired toward Wang Fugue by his side. Old Wang, do you think this is okay? Wang Fugue has some silly potential. It's useless to talk with your mouth. 3 days later, this young man invited a few bulldozers to go over. If you see the jewelry fast still there, on behalf of the netizens to push them, everyone say good? Wang Fugue disliked that huge faceplate on the screen and chided towards the crowd of netizens. Immediately once again caused the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room to have a boil. Good, good, yes, not only the netizens in the live broadcast room, but the crowd of onlookers at the scene also began to boil and shout. Sun Dishing took the cell phone from Yi Fan's hand, greatly shut down the live broadcast, and then with a few of his own men, rolled and crawled away from the Wanbao Pavilion building. Today's loss of face can lose a big deal. Was full of confidence to find Wanbao Pavilion trouble, but now the results are stolen chicken cannot eclipse rice. Their jewelry fast are played waste. Sun Deshing, what good thing you do. You did not say you want to take the Wanbao court today. How just now I received a phone call. All to terminate cooperation with my jewelry fast. What is going on live online? Ah, stupid. Just coming out of the front door of the Wanbao Pavilion, Sun Dishing received a call from his father. Dad, get your ass back here right now and tell it like it is. You tell. What am I going to tell the board now? They're going to kill us, asshole. Sun Dishing was almost deafened by his father's voice on the phone. With a long sigh, Sun Dishing could only helplessly and quickly rush towards the Sun family, and in the Wanbao Pavilion building. After Sun Dishing left, shopkeeper Wu gave Yi Fan a meaningful glance and respectfully bowed a total to Yi Fan. Young Yi, thank you for saving me today. Chapter 88, the Yi family is going to produce a dragon. Shopkeeper Wu was very glad that he did what he did today and directly gave Sui Shui 2 antiques. Although those 2 antiques, their value had indeed been in the tens of millions. The value that Yi Fan had just helped out with had long exceeded 10 million. If Wanbao Pavilion really fell into Sun Dishing's trap today, and lost its credibility from then on, and wasn't believed by everyone, then the loss would be at least a few $1 billion. And if the Wanbao Pavilion was screwed over, the loss would be even more than tens of billions of dollars. More importantly, the existence of the Wanbao Gu is still other more important roles that cannot be measured by money. Shopkeeper Wu is polite. You helped my wife. It's only right that I help you. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. The logic was normal. The statements were clear, and Sui Shui beside her was listening with some confusion. Was Yi Fan now in a state of wakefulness, or was he in a state of dementia? Sui Shui was a little confused, but at the moment, with so many people here, Sui Shui couldn't be bothered to ask more. Before Boss Wu could say anything, a staff member beside him suddenly walked quickly to Boss Wu's side and whispered in Boss Wu's ear. Elder Wu, the young lady said that the item can be taken out now. Yes. Hearing the words of his subordinates, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of shopkeeper Wu. The lady was indeed still shrewd enough to have discovered Yi Fan's potential as well. Although the Yi family had suffered such a heavy blow, as long as Yi Fan was still alive, the Yi family's potential in the future would surely be limitless. Now that Yi Fan had awakened, those who were dealing with the Yi family were afraid that they should be unable to sleep. Young Yi, please wait a moment. You've done Wanbao Pavilion such a great favor. We must show our gratitude. As he spoke, shopkeeper Wu quickly stepped into the inner room, and when he came out again, he was already holding an ancient wooden box in his hand. Young Yi, this thing has been in our store for a long time. Although old me has studied it for many years, I have never known what use it actually has. Xiao Yi is a demonic genius. When Xiao Yi awakens, it can definitely come in handy, and this thing can be considered to bring out his maximum value. As he spoke, shopkeeper Wu respectfully handed the box to Yi Fan. Although shopkeeper Wu had already guessed that Yi Fan had awakened, but since Yi Fan had not exposed himself, then shopkeeper Wu had cooperated in acting together. Oh, thank you, shopkeeper Wu. Yi Fan just released his perception to perceive the box, and his face started to look a bit gloomy. Yi Fan was in possession of a magic pupil that could see through to probe almost everything. However, Yi Fan had just carefully perceived it, but he suddenly realized that his spiritual power at the martial emperor level was actually unable to probe what exactly was inside the box. Outside of the things inside the box, it seemed to be surrounded by a layer of mysterious aura, and Yi Fan's current spiritual power and perception was actually unable to break through. But fortunately, Yi Fan could detect that the things inside the box had a few affectionate feelings towards Yi Fan. When Yi Fan and Sui Shui left from the Wanbao Pavilion, shopkeeper Wu looked at the backs of the two as they left, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Yi family, a dragon is going to come out. Alas, those who made a move against the Yi family are really too short-sighted. As the words fell, Boss Wu quickly entered the secret room in the inner room and dialed an encrypted phone. Miss, the thing you asked to be handed over, I have already handed it over. However, That is the most important thing for Miss, and relates to the fate of the entire family. Isn't it too risky to just hand it over to Yifan? At this time, in the Kunlun Mountains, in an elegant courtyard, a young girl with bare feet, sitting on a rattan chair, holding a tablet computer in her hand, looking at the surveillance on it, while answering the phone call from Boss Wu. Elder Wu, I believe in my vision. If Yifan can't even shelter my family, then there is no hope for the revival of my Ruan family. Elder Wu, you remember, since we have chosen Yifan, then we must trust him unconditionally. In the future, if Yifan has any needs, Wan Baoge must help at all costs. After all, he is the man I have my eye on. Hanging up the phone with shopkeeper Wu, the young girl looked at the emerald green jungle outside the courtyard and muttered, Yifan, we are destined to be destined in our past lives. I hope that you will awaken earlier. The entire ancient martial arts world, there would have been a place for your Yi family. I hope you can really rise up. There's only so much I can do to help you. In Cloud City, after Yifan and Sui Shui left from the antique street, Sui Shui drove while looking at Yifan with some confusion. Little Fan, are you awake or in a demented state right now? I can't even figure it out. Saying that Yifan was demented, but all of Yifan's behavior just now seemed very logical, and could even be said to be very ingenious, making Sun Dishing so stifled that he had suffered a secret loss, and still had no way to call out his pain. Ishua wife, I very much don't understand what you're talking about, but I have a feeling. My head doesn't seem to be as foggy as it was before, and I'm remembering things. It seems like I was pretty good before. So many things, I am acting instinctively. Perhaps, in the near future, I will be able to completely remember what happened before. Yifan knew what kind of things Sui Shui was concerned about, and in order to keep Sui Shui from worrying too much, Yifan made his state a little bit vague, but also let Sui Shui see hope. This was also in line with what Lei Qianjie had said, that he needed time to slowly awaken. Xiufan, have you finally sobered up a bit? Great, Yi family needs you very much right now. If you don't come to your senses again, I don't know if Sister Linglong and us can still hold on. Sui Shui excitedly parked the car on the side of the road, wrapped her arms around Yifan's face and kissed him fiercely. Then it seemed to remember something. If Yifan was sober, as Yifan's previous little sister-in-law, now with Yifan so like this, wouldn't that be too shy? Little Fan, last night, Sui Shui somewhat shyly inquired towards Yifan, wanting to see if Yifan had awakened last night. Of course Yifan knew what Sui Shui was thinking. Yi Shui wife, what happened last night? Did you not sleep well? Did I do something bad? Yifan once again reverted to that demented look, making Sui Shui confused. Yifan was a little demented again? Ugh, there's nothing. Let's go find Mr. Yu Chang. I hope he'll like it if we bring something today. Sui Shui glanced at the two antiques given by the shopkeeper Wu next to her. One was a famous painting from the Song dynasty, and the other was a jade unicorn. Yifan faintly smiled. If Yu Chang is really the Tianji Pavilion's assassination hall head, then even these two gifts, not in his eyes at all. Perhaps, Yu Chang is also waiting for his own appearance. Chapter 89. Please show some respect. I have a husband. The Southwest Pharmaceutical Association was in a separate building in the southern suburbs of Cloud City. This is the entire Southwest, all the medicine bigwigs, as well as the official joint organization to form a semi-official, semi-civilian medicine institutions. Although he usually kept a low profile, major pharmaceutical manufacturers, if they wanted to produce a new drug, or expand their scale, expand their plants and so on, they needed his approval. So the position of the president of the Pharmaceutical Association became significantly important, and became the position that everyone was pursuing. But what was annoying was that the president of the Medicine Association, since Yu Chang took office 20 years ago, had never been changed, no matter what other people tried to do. Even using the power at Shangjing to try to oust Yu Chang from that position, they were unsuccessful. This made the outside world even more jealous of Yu Chang's background and strength. All the major manufacturers in the back can only curry favor with Yu Chang. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, and the lounge outside of Yu Chang's office was already packed with people, because there is only one new drug production quota left in the second half of the Southwest region. All the major manufacturers have pulled out all the stops to come and please Yu Chang. And Yu Chang is not at all shy about his hobbies. Everything is based on the calligraphy and paintings delivered. When Sui Shui led Yifan into the rest hall, everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards Yifan and Sui Shui's side. If it isn't that little cutie from the Yi family, is it? Yeah, Sui Shui is really bold, really keeping this little cutie, carrying it around at all times. However, did you watch the Su family's new medicine conference yesterday? The Su family has really developed such a powerful beauty cream. That's something. It seems that the Su family is also rushing for this spot today. Alas, we are all probably cannon fodder. Not necessarily. The Su family's nemesis, the Jin family of the provincial city, is also seeking this quota. The Jin family's energy, at present, is much stronger than the Su family can be." As the crowd spoke, they couldn't help but turn their heads in the other direction of the lounge. Over there, a young man in a suit and a few assistants were sitting on chairs, and all around them there were several empty seats, so no one dared to approach at all. It was no one else but Jin Yang, the eldest young man of the Jin family in the provincial city. Seeing Su Yishui come in, a wicked smile surfaced on Jin Yang's face. "Yishui, long time no see. I knew you would come. Today look at you. You've been working too hard lately. You've lost weight." As he spoke, Jin Yang intended to reach out and stroke his hand towards Su Yishui's cheek. Su Yishui's face sank. "Jin Yang, please show some respect. I have a husband." "Aha!" Seeing Jin Yang in this state, Yi Fan frowned. Looks like there's something going on between this Jin Xiao and Yishua's wife. Previously, Yi Fan had only roughly heard that Su Yishui had a very stalker suitor before she finalized her engagement with the seventh brother of the Yi family, who was even more difficult to deal with than Zhao Tianlong. But at that time, Yi Fan did not have an in-depth understanding. Now it seems, could it be the Jin Yang in front of him? Jin Yang's arm was opened by Su Yishui and was not annoyed at all. Instead, she looked at Yi Fan with a look of contempt and said, "Husband, Yi Shui, are you talking about that dead Yi family's seventh son? Or this little cutie in front of you? Rubbish? Ha! Before, when you entered the Yi family, I wouldn't say anything. I can't afford to mess with the Yi family. But now that the Yi family's seventh son is dead, and the Yi family is on the verge of collapsing, so why are you suffering?" Jin Yang took a bouquet of roses behind him and handed it to Su Yishui with both hands. "Yi Shui, do my girlfriend. You know, from the time I was in high school, I pursued you. Until now it has been almost 10 years. There is a foundation of affection. And, you are also rushing to the pharmaceutical production quota today, right? As long as you do my girlfriend, I cannot fight with you for this quota. Let your Su family get this quota. At that time, your Su family can take off. United with my Jin family, the pharmaceutical industry in the southwest region. Who else can compete with us?" Jin Yang said it with a sincere face, saying that Yi Fan almost believed it. At this time, Yi Fan also understood that Jin Yang was the suitor of Su Yishui from before. However, looking at Su Yishui's appearance, it seemed that she was not a fan of Jin Yang. "Jin Yang, can you stop being so boring? I've told you countless times before, I'm not interested in you, so don't pester me. Now I have a husband. That's Yi Fan. No matter what he is like, I will give her many children, so don't make a fool of yourself." Su Yishui tightly held Yi Fan's wrist. "Xiao Fan, don't be angry. There was nothing between me and him before. I am already your woman. In this life I will definitely only be your woman." Yi Fan's heart warmed as he listened. These extremely talented girls, who were so good and loyal to the Yi family, he must become stronger to be strong enough to protect them. "Do you hear me? My wife said that I'm his husband. You're pestering someone's wife like this. Do you want to be ashamed?" Yi Fan stared at Jin Yang. His killing aura was quietly released. A spiritual power that penetrated deep into his soul impacted out, causing Jin Yang's body to tremble. Snap! Before Jin Yang could react, Yi Fan had already snatched the rose from Jin Yang's hand and slammed it on the ground, stomping on it several times, trampling it to pieces. "Grandpa said that if anyone bullies my wife, let me beat them back." Snap! The next moment, Yi Fan actually really raised his hand and slapped hard on Jin Yang's face, making half of Jin Yang's face instantly red and swollen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You step on a horse. A little cutie. Actually dare to hit me? You seek death." Jin Yang only said 2 words and did nothing, then suddenly and inexplicably received a beating. The angry Jin Yang stormed out, scolding his men, then intended to make a move on Yi Fan. "Which one of you will try to touch a hair on my big brother's head? You guys are afraid to forget. Who is my big brother? Yi family's only seedling. Yi family now although suffered a heavy blow. Also is not you these cats and dogs can bully. You are not afraid to die on try to see?" Wang Fugue burst out and stood out from the gate. The martial Dao Qi stirring in his body set off waves of qi throughout the room. A grandmaster? Jin Yang and those assistants around him were dumbfounded. The Wang family, as a vassal family of the Yi family, had been Yi Fan's grandfather's lieutenant general since Wang Fugue's grandfather was Yi Fan's grandfather. Wang Fugue's father was also Yi Fan's father's right-hand man. Although the Yi family was now suffering from a heavy blow, Wang Fugue's father was still trying his best to stabilize the situation in the Heavenly Dragon Army. Even if the Yi family fell, the might of the Wang family was still not to be underestimated. Although Jin Yang was incomparably annoyed in his heart, but facing Wang Fugue and Yi Fan's identity there, Jin Yang didn't dare to have any excessive action, at least on the surface. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it in secret. What's going on? Are all of you so reckless? Wanting to get a pharmaceutical production quota? How dare you fight here? From inside the office, a male secretary wearing glasses stepped out. His eyes sharply swept a glance at the crowd. The scene was suppressed by Wang Fugue's atmosphere, instantly disintegrated. Aha! Yi Fan's eyebrows twitched. A small secretary was actually at the Martial Zone level? Although that secretary had hidden his aura very deeply, it was only just for a moment, but Yi Fan still clearly perceived it. In that case, Yu Chang's identity as the head of the assassination hall should not be false. Chapter 90, Broken Eggs. The appearance of this secretary dissolved the tension at the scene, and Jin Yang found a step downhill. "Humph, kid, count yourself lucky." Jin Yang stared at Yi Fan and let out a vicious sentence, then stared at Sui Shui with some resentment and said, "Sui Shui, you'd better not regret your decision today. Dare to reject me, Jin Yang. I guarantee that you won't be able to get the medicine production quota today. At that time, even if you have a supreme beauty ointment, so what? You can't produce it. Don't come begging me at that time." Jin Yang coldly stared at Sui Shui with an air of victory. For the sake of today's medicine quota, Jin Yang had spent a heavy amount of money to bring back 2 treasures from the realm. According to the Grandmaster, both of them contain a strong ancient and simple atmosphere. And the most crucial thing is that Jin Yang has learned secret information from various channels. That is, those antiques that Yu Chang was looking at had a mysterious and ancient aura fluctuating on them, and those that didn't have an ancient aura, Yu Chang directly passed them all. Just now, Jin Yang had looked at the 2 antiques that Sui Shui had brought with her, and although they also had a fluctuating ancient aura, they were not the kind of ancient aura that Yu Chang wanted. Therefore, Jin Yang concluded that Sui Shui was bound to lose. Sui Shui looked at the room full of people and was also worried. After all, before Sui Shui asked Lei Qianjie, a medical sage, to step in, Yu Chang still did not let go. Can he knock on Yu Chang's door now with just the 2 antiques in his hand? Trash who misses other people's wives. How can you conclude that you can definitely get the quota? Yi Fan coldly glanced at Jin Yang. On the contrary, I think that Su's group, will definitely get the medical quota today. After the words were said, Yi Fan gently patted Sui Shui's wrist. "Wife, don't worry, I will definitely help you get your hands on the medical quota today." After determining that Yu Chang was the head of the Tianji Pavilion's assassination hall, then this quota was 100% locked in for Yi Fan. According to the information conveyed in the dragon pattern ring, Yu Chang, the head of the Tianji Pavilion's hall, was the old pavilion master's absolute beloved, and was trustworthy, as long as he revealed the token, as well as that code word. As the candidate for the new pavilion master, there was no reason for Yu Chang not to convince himself. "Humph, a waste of. Just you? What do you use to take it? With your mouth?" While Jin Yang sneered at Yi Fan, it suddenly occurred to him that just now, when Yi Fan took advantage of his inattention, he directly slapped him with his hand. And Jin Yang himself also knew some martial arts chi energy were about to reach the realm of control. Actually, even Yi Fan's slap did not avoid. That meant that Yi Fan's strength, even if he was now demented, was still at least above the control realm. Fear of being slapped again. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he hurriedly covered his cheeks with his hands. Being smacked once was fine, but if you were to be smacked a second time, it would be a real disgrace. Speak out and get yourself beat up by a cutie. It's hard to say anything when you've been beaten up, isn't it? The key opponent's identity was there. Even if he wanted to do something, he didn't dare to do it easily. It can only be a dumb loss. However, Jin Yang only had 2 hands, and reached out to cover his cheeks, but couldn't cover his crotch. Before Jin Yang could react, Yi Fan had already struck, lifting his foot and viciously kicking Jin Yang in the crotch. Put, put. It was the sound of a broken egg, and Jin Yang fell to the ground with a painful thud right then and there, his body bending into a prawn. "Ah, my egg. Yi Fan, you stepped on a horse looking for death." Oh, the feeling of broken eggs made Jin Yang's entire face swollen red, twitching in pain, and finally fainted directly, lying on the ground like a dead dog. The few bodyguards beside Jin Yang, somewhat fearful of looking at Yi Fan, hesitated for a moment. Will only Jin Yang help up? Quickly sent towards the hospital side, Jin Yang left, and the atmosphere of the scene once again became subtle. The first time Jin Yang was beaten just now, it could be said that it was a coincidence that Jin Yang was not prepared. However, Jin Yang had clearly defended himself the second time, but he was once again violently beaten by Yi Fan, and he directly fainted. Who said that young master of the Yi family is a cutie? It's obviously very smart. Okay, he also knew how to make a sound and beat up Jin Yang like this. Everyone knew that Jin Yang's strength was above control, almost at the level of a Zongshi, and if Yi Fan could hang him, that meant that Yi Fan's strength was at least above that of a Zong master. 5 years, that demonic genius young master of the Yi family, although he was demented, his talent didn't seem to have fallen. The way everyone looked at Yi Fan changed in an instant, and so many family representatives were lamenting that even if the Jin family couldn't get this spot, they were afraid that it wouldn't be the turn of any other family. After all, there was still a Yi family Baksu family in front of them. On the other hand, the most shocked person was the secretary under Yu Chang. Although he wears glasses, he is not actually nearsighted at all, and wears them merely to hide certain things. He was clearly in the room just now, so close to Yi Fan, but his strength at the martial Zun realm failed to stop Yi Fan's attack, not to mention that he didn't even notice how Yi Fan did it at all. When something like this happened, there were only two outcomes. One was that Yi Fan had not used his martial chi at all, while the other was that Yi Fan's strength had far exceeded his own, so he was simply unable to detect it. You guys want to fight for that spot too? Take something out. The secretary, who was originally a bit fiery, after noticing Yi Fan's abnormality, her attitude towards Sui Shui obviously softened quite a bit. Thanks, the stuff is here. Sui Shui respectfully handed the stuff to the secretary. After the secretary took away the antique from Sui Shui's hand, she looked at the time on her watch, then glanced around towards the crowd in the hall and said, "It's about time. The Su family pharmaceuticals item is the last one. The quota for who exactly is coming out very soon, so everyone wait a little bit." After the secretary finished speaking, he quickly entered the room inside, but in 5 minutes, he walked out holding a large pile of things. "Everyone, I'm sorry. This time, the medicine production quota belongs to the Jean family. All the others, please take your things back in order." "Mister, you asked me to thank you for your kindness. LOL. The crowd at the scene sighed. So many people fought for it, and there was only one spot. Many people actually came to just try their luck. The result of losing the election was something they had expected. Sui Shui was also full of loss, and after going up to bring the antiques she had given over, she greeted Yi Fan. "Hubby, let's go back." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said towards Sui Shui, "Wife, can you show me the antique in your hand?" Sui Shui was a bit puzzled. "For you to see?" Next to him, Wang Fugue aptly helped. "Sister-in-law, it's good to let my big brother take a look. My big brother is very powerful. Last time he found the treasure." "Oh," Sui Shui answered and handed the antique in her hand to Yi Fan. The moment Yi Fan received the antique, his wrist moved quickly, running his chi energy to quickly carve a subtle pattern in the antique box, which was precisely the secret order of the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion. The moment Yi Fan made his move, that secretary of Yu Chang seemed to have sensed something and looked sharply towards Yi Fan's side, but found nothing. Yi Fan observed a few eyes and rehanded the antique to Sui Shui. "Ishue's wife, the most precious part of this antique is the box. Why don't you let them take a fresh look?" Chapter 91, Things Turn Around. "The box is more precious?" Sui Shui answered with a frown. Was this Yi Fan talking nonsense, or had he really discovered something? Although Sui Shui didn't quite understand, she hesitated when she thought about what Yi Fan had shown before. Next to him, Wang Fugue was a bit impatient. "Sister-in-law, you have to believe in Big Brother. Big Brother is very powerful, and before that, he brought me to choose a super treasure in the antique market. Come on, sister-in-law, give me the stuff." As he spoke, Wang Fugue took the box from Sui Shui's hand and then walked over towards that secretary of Yu Chang. "Brother, take another look?" Yu Chang's secretary had no intention of continuing to watch because the quota had already been set, so there was no point in watching it again. But thinking of the martial chi fluctuation that he had just detected for a moment, that arcane breath fluctuation, although it was only a momentary detection, he was very sure that the martial aura truly existed. Could it be that that breath fluctuation was from that little cutie Sui Shui? Hubby's body? Humph, what are you looking at? Sui Shui, the quota has already been determined. What else do you want? Do you think the two things you brought can be compared to what I brought? Before that secretary of Yu Chang could say anything, at the entrance of the room, Jin Yang once again suddenly appeared. Despite the broken egg in his pants, Jin Yang simply bandaged it and entered the room with a funny look with gauze wrapped around his crotch. Jin Yang was very confident in his antiques, so he didn't want to miss the moment when the quota was announced. As Jin Yang spoke, he instinctively reached out to grab the antique box in Wang Fugue's hand, but upon noticing the martial arts chi stirring in Wang Fugue's body, he immediately took a step back with some scorn. "Secretary Zhang, I think you shouldn't waste your time. The quota has already been determined. Hurry up and get Elder Yu to sign. Can you?" Jin Yang somewhat smugly dissuaded Yu Chang's secretary. When Jin Yang turned his head to look at Sui Shui, his face was gloomy as he said, "Humph, Sui Shui, I said long ago, there will be a time when you beg me. Now that the quota has been determined, your Su family has no chance. Your Su group's beauty cream is no longer good. Without a production license, what can you do? Giving face? I don't believe that with this young man's means. Can't he still handle you?" Jin Yang chided Sui Shui and Yi Fan for a while, and when he saw that Yi Fan's face seemed a bit off, he shut up in a hurry. Yi Fan's strength was a bit weird, and Jin Yang was very jealous. Just a moment ago, Jin Yang had already contacted the family side and sent a stronger expert to protect himself, and before that expert arrived, Jin Yang didn't dare to be too reckless. "Secretary Zhang, why aren't you moving?" Jin Yang arrived for a while, but noticed that Secretary Zhang seemed to have no intention of leaving, while his eyes stayed fixed on the box in Wang Fugue's hand. "You're teaching me things?" Secretary Zhang's eyes flashed sharply as he glared at Jin Yang. Although the quota has indeed been announced, It is not unchangeable. Secretary Zhang's words instantly made Jin Yang's heart thump. Secretary Chang. A touch of ominous feeling had already surfaced in Jin Yang's heart, while Secretary Zhang had already walked to Wang Fugue at this time, reaching out to pick up the box in Wang Fugue's hand, glancing towards Yifan, and his gaze finally landing on Sui Shui. Mr. Su, this box, I'll take it in and then let Elder Yu take another look at it, but how it will turn out, I don't dare to guarantee it. After the quota was announced just now, those family representatives on the scene had already planned to leave, but the scene suddenly appeared such a change. The antique taken by the Su family, actually sent back again, got a chance to resurrect. Things are starting to get interesting. Everyone started to stay back again, wanting to see how things would really turn out. As I said, today's quota is my wife's. You won't have any chance. Yifan lightly glanced at Jin Yang and coldly spoke. Wang Fugue also helped out from the side. When my big brother says that the quota is the Su family's, it's the Su family's. If you dare to rob the Su family's quota, I don't mind beating you to death. Humph. Wang Fugue, do you think your Wang family and my Jin family will be afraid? Even though the Su family's stuff is taken back in, you think you'll have a chance? Dream on. Jin Yang was still talking tough, but as soon as Jin Yang's words left his mouth, the face-slapping moment came. The door of the room opened from inside in a hurry. Secretary Zhang walked out with a grave face, respectfully walked to Sui Shui and Yifan, and actually bowed. Mr. Su, Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang, Elder Yu invites you to go in and talk in detail. Ah, Sui Shui looked at Secretary Zhang with some difference, completely incredulous. For so many years, those family representatives who wanted to get the quota were lucky to have the opportunity to meet with Secretary Zhang, and never had any chance to talk to Elder Yu individually in detail. And it's pretty obvious what it means to talk in detail so individually. Secretary Zhang, what do we do? The quota. Just now, Jin Yang was completely dumbfounded. The situation in front of him, even the little cutie, also saw some clues. The quota just now is null and void. Everyone please return. Elder Yu just said that the quota belongs to the Su family and no one can change it. Secretary Zhang faintly announced the result. In fact, this result, from Secretary Zhang's behavior just now, everyone had already guessed the general result. Ah, this. Jin Yang's face instantly turned pale. The Jin family had spent too much effort for this quota. Not only money, but also contacts, can be very costly, with the aim of launching a new drug. If they missed the spot, not only would all of the Jin family's previous efforts go down the drain, but if the Jin family couldn't produce the new drug on schedule, the capital chain would break, and they might even go bankrupt. Secretary Chang. Jin Yang still wanted to fight for a bit, but Secretary Zhang had already guided Yifan, Sui Shui, and Wang Fugue towards the inner compartment. A few of Yu Chang's bodyguards stopped Jin Yang and spoke coldly. Mr. Jin, please return. This. Jin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Just now it was clear that he had already gotten the quota. The Su family actually re-let Yu Chang look at the antiques, and Yu Chang actually re-identified the antiques, and invited Sui Shui and the others in, allowing the Su family to get the quota. What tactics did the Su family use? The Jin family was all defeated? It's amazing. Are you guys leaving? I still want to see what's going on. You guys, look at Jin Yang. That smug look just now. Now he's defeated, isn't he? Listening to the whispers of those family representatives around him, Jin Yang's heart was as hard as eating siang. How could the final result be like this? Looking at the closed door of the room, Jin Yang's eyes flashed a touch of ruthlessness. So what if the Su family got the quota? The current Yi family is a tiger with its teeth pulled out. As for the Su family, the Jin family didn't even look at it. Chapter 92. I want to talk to Yi Xiao alone. Inside the compartment, Yu Chang respectfully looked at the antique box in front of him, his face filled with shock. This antique, just now Yu Chang has seen. There is not much ancient atmosphere fluctuation on it, and it is not what he wants. But when it was brought back again, on that antique box, an arcane pattern of lines actually appeared. That pattern, it was the secret order of the master of Tinji Pavilion. Back then, the last order given by the old pavilion master before he disappeared was for Yu Chang to wait in Cloud City for the new pavilion master to appear. Yu Chang has been waiting here for almost 20 years, and now, the Lord of the Court's order has reappeared. Does this mean that the new court master has appeared? Yu Chang is the head of the strongest assassin hall of Tianji Pavilion. Although the old pavilion master had disappeared for so many years and Tianji Pavilion had become chaotic internally, the assassin hall in Yu Chang's hands did not have any chaos and was not subservient to any faction. The only person Yu Chang was loyal to was the Tianji Pavilion master. Just now, Before the antique was brought in for the first time, there was no pattern on the box, and the second time it was brought in, there was a mysterious pattern on it. Then it means that the pattern was sealed and engraved in the moment just now. The new loft master is probably inside the parlor outside, because this Tianji Pavilion command tattoo, only the pavilion master himself would seal it, and it wouldn't be passed on to any other person who wasn't the pavilion master. Squeak! When the door of the room opened from outside and Secretary Zhang appeared in the room with Sui Shui, Wang Fugue, and Yi Fan, Yu Chang quickly got up and respectfully said, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for the slow reception just now." As he spoke, Yu Chang's eyes swept sharply toward Sui Shui and Wang Fugue's several people. Sui Shui had martial qi above the level of Huan Jin on her body, and the qi fluctuations were not strong, as if she had cultivated martial qi, so it was obviously not possible for her to be the Tianji Pavilion master candidate. As for Wang Fugue, Yu Chang was aware of it. The youngest member of the Wang family in Yin Chang, his strength was already above the Zhongshi level, which was already a very good achievement. However, with such talent and ability as Wang Fugue's, if he wanted to take charge of the entire Tianji Pavilion, it was obvious that he was still nearly on fire. Then in the end, the only one left was that young master of the Yi family, the little cutie of the Yi family that everyone knew, Yi Fan. Yi Fan had shown amazing cultivation talent since he was 5 years old, and at the age of 15, he had already broken through to the Zhongshi level, and was even on the verge of breaking through to the martial Zun level. At that time, Yi Fan's perverted talent had indeed caught Yu Chang's attention. This was because time-wise, Yi Fan's rise to power was perfectly aligned with the time when the old pavilion master disappeared. At that time, Yu Chang suspected that Yi Fan was not obtaining the old pavilion master's inheritance to behave so powerfully, but just when Yu Chang was planning to investigate Yi Fan in depth, Yi Fan had a car accident and became demented, losing all his kung fu, and Yu Chang's investigation of Yi Fan was terminated. And now, Yi Fan once again appeared in front of Yu Chang, along with the Tianji Pavilion's secret order. Yu Chang had to suspect Yi Fan. When Yu Chang's powerful perception swept toward Yi Fan, the first thing he felt was a thick, dense and a few familiar martial arts qi energy, and even a feeling of Tarzan oppression came to his face. Martial Emperor level? The Martial Emperor strength that Yi Fan had displayed was at least above a third-grade Martial Emperor, while Yu Chang's strength had only just broken through to Martial Emperor some time ago. When Yu Chang still wanted to continue probing deeper, a powerful spiritual force gushed out, roughly forcing Yu Chang's body to take a step back. That spiritual power seemed to sear into the depths of Yu Chang's soul, causing Yu Chang's body to vibrate violently. Yu Chang knew that this was Yi Fan's warning to himself that he had probed too far and crossed the border, but Yu Chang was a bit curious. Since Yi Fan was the Tianji Pavilion master and was now in a very awakened state, why was he still acting like a demented fool? However, since Yi Fan had arranged it this way, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Yu, you are too kind. For you to give Su Clan this spot, Yi Shui is very grateful. I don't even know how to express the gratitude in my heart. While Sui Shui looked at Yu Chang gratefully, her heart was really curious. Just now, she had clearly handed the antique to Yu Chang already, but she was beaten back. Just taking it back again made Yu Chang change his decision. Why, Mr. Su, you don't have to thank me. Haven't you already given what you should have given? Same as what your husband said. What's in the box isn't important. The box is more valuable than what's inside. While speaking, Yu Chang glanced at Yi Fan. Mr. Su, in the future, if there is anything that Su Group can use from my old man, feel free to open your mouth. Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, I would like to talk to Yi Shao alone. Is that okay? Yu Chang had basically determined that the Tianji Pavilion master was Yi Fan. He just needed to confirm it again. This, Sui Shui looked at Yi Fan with some concern, while Wang Fugue also had a wary look on his face. Elder Yu, this isn't appropriate, is it? Wang Fugue knew that Yi Fan was still in a state of dementia and was very aware of Yi Fan's safety at all times. Yi Fan knew that Yu Chang had something to talk to himself alone, and Yi Fan also had something to explain to Yu Chang. After all, the Tianji Pavilion was such a huge organization that what Yi Fan understood was still very limited. Moreover, if he wanted to completely control the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it was obviously not possible to rely on Yi Fan alone. Wanting to avenge the Yi family, although there were those institutional forces left behind by his mother, one more Tianji Pavilion would naturally not be wrong. Ishua wife, it's fine, you guys just wait for me outside. I can protect myself. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and grabbed Sui Shui. Sui Shui was a bit puzzled, but she still keenly sensed that Yi Fan seemed to be much better than before already. His memory and IQ had recovered quite a bit. Perhaps leaving Yi Fan to have more contact with other people would be very beneficial to Yi Fan's recovery now? Then, Fugue, let's go out. Little Fan should be fine. Sui Shui greeted Wang Fugue, nodded at Yi Fan and quickly left the room entrance. Sui Shue didn't know where she got her confidence, and was very trusting of Yifan. She believed that Yifan could definitely handle everything and would definitely be fine. Sui Shue and Wang Fugue had just left the gate in the front foot, and Yu Chang started to move in the back foot. 13 flying daggers in his hand, with strong chi energy, from 8 tricky angles, shot rapidly towards Yifan. The sound of breaking air, which tore the void apart, all emitted a loud wail. That powerful chi fluctuation showed that the martial Dao chi carried on the flying daggers that Yu Chang had projected had already reached the martial emperor level of strength. And the underhandedness is what kills. Yifan knew that this was a test and a kill. If he is really Tianji Pavilion Master, then these flying daggers, he should be able to easily next. If he is not imposing as a Pavilion Master, then Yu Chang will be really good. Not to be merciful, will behead himself. Chapter 93, Strong Crush. Yifan knew that he had to show a bit of real skill so that Yu Chang could completely submit. Without any hesitation, Yifan's instantaneous shift characteristic was fully activated and his body disappeared in place, easily avoiding the attack of the 13 flying daggers. However, Yifan's movements didn't stop there. The strength of a third-grade martial emperor was fully exerted, and the martial chi in his hands was on the verge of materializing. Stacking chop, Yifan's mouth gently chortled. The martial chi in his hand instantly superimposed 18 times, originally the strength of the third-grade martial emperor. In a moment, the combat power exerted, completely geometrically multiplied. The real combat power are comparable to the strength of the 5th-grade martial emperor. Buzz! Under the impact of the two powerful chi energies, the air in the entire room let out a wail. The air was forcibly torn apart with a sharp, violent sound. The 13 flying daggers, which had contained a powerful force under the impact of Yifan's powerful chi, were instantly forced to stop in the air, seemingly frozen in the air. Aha! Noticing that Yifan's strength had gotten such a crazy boost in an instant, a flash of shock flashed through Yu Chang's eyes. Yifan's strength was actually stronger than he thought? It had all reached the 5th rank of Martial Emperor? This, click, click, as Yu Chang's flying daggers paused in the air. The next moment, those flying daggers were crushed by the impact of the powerful chi energy, and all of them shattered into a pile of debris, falling towards the ground. Just one move, strength high and low, immediately judged clearly. Yifan's strength was completely crushing Yu Chang. If Yifan wanted to make a move to kill Yu Chang, it was very unlikely that Yu Chang would be able to avoid it. Pavilion Master, redeem yourself. Subordinate Yu Chang, pay respects to Pavilion Master. My subordinate Zhang Chao, greetings to the Pavilion Master. The moment the flying dagger landed on the ground, Yu Chang immediately knelt down towards the ground and respectfully paid his respects towards Yifan. Zhang Chao, the secretary next to him, also knelt down to pay his respects. The two men were shocked and surprised in their hearts as they kneeled down. They hadn't expected at all that the Pavilion Master they had waited for almost 20 years was actually right beside them. That little cutie from the Yi family. Young Master. They were aware of Yifan's talent before he was demented. At only 15 years old, he had reached the Zhongshe realm. Now it was even at the level of Martial Emperor. The key was that Yifan was only in his early 20s now. In time, what kind of achievement would Yifan be? Tianji Court is saved. Yifan himself walked to one side of the chair and sat down, speaking faintly, "Get up." With the sudden appearance of the Pavilion Master's order, you guys have suspicions and the need to test it can be understood. Now if you have any doubts, you can ask me about it. Subordinate does not have any doubts. Now that Pavilion Master has appeared, it must be an order from the old Pavilion Master. I will lead the killer hall and unconditionally obey any order from Pavilion Master. Although Yu Chang stood up, he still stood respectfully in front of Yifan with a pious face. Yifan looked at Yu Chang's appearance and secretly nodded in his heart. As expected, it was just like what that old man in the dragon ring had said. Yu Chang was worth trusting. Currently, the only ones who know my identity are you and Elder Pang. Tianji Pavilion's old Pavilion Master has fallen for so long. There must have been problems internally for a long time. I need time to unclutter. Currently there are no other tasks that you need to carry out. However, I need you to secretly go and investigate clearly. In the end, who wants to exterminate my Yi family? I need evidence. In addition, the 7 clans that are related to the Yi family need to be sheltered and assisted by the Tianji Pavilion from all aspects. Yifan knew that although he had decapitated Chu Feng and exterminated the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, the other party's retaliation would definitely come even more crazily. If it was a time when it was inconvenient for him to step forward, he was afraid that relying on the strength of Xia Hao, Guo Li and the others alone would still not be enough. If he used the Yi family's power, he would probably expose himself very quickly. The best way to do this was to have the power of the Celestial Pavilion step in, as well as the power of the Wandering Souls to assist from the sidelines. Yes, my subordinate will do his best to shelter the 7 clans. Yu Chang was probably aware of the Yi family's situation. Which 7 families Yifan was talking about? Yu Chang naturally knew well. When Yifan walked out from inside, Sui Shui and Wang Fugue went up with worried faces and asked, "Big brother, husband, are you all right?" Yifan smiled faintly. It's fine. Secretary Zhang followed along behind and came out, respectfully saying towards Su Yishui, Mr. Su, this is the production license signed by our elder Yu. The Su family can carry out the production of new medicines at any time. If Mr. Su encounters any trouble, you can contact me or elder Yu at any time. This is our business card. While speaking, Zhang Chao handed Su Yishui the 2 business cards in his hand, both with a few moments of fear in his eyes. The Su Yishui in front of her, that was the pavilion master's wife. Luckily, he hadn't made things difficult for Su Yishui before, or he wouldn't even know how to die. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. After leaving from Yu Chang's place and sitting in the car, Su Yishui was still full of doubts. Hubby, what did Elder Yu say to you? Also, what exactly did you use to make Elder Yu suddenly agree to give the license quota to my Su group? Su Yishui was now becoming more and more skeptical of Yifan, suspecting that Yifan had already awakened a long time ago. If that was the case, it would be too shy for her to be that intimate with Yifan at night. After all, Su Yishui had been treating Yifan as if he was in a state of dementia, and so many of the movements and postures, it was Su Yishui who took the initiative to guide Yifan to do them. Didn't say anything. I just have some research in antiques and discovered the secret of that box, and Elder Yu and I discussed the knowledge of antique identification. As Yifan explained this, Wang Fugue, who was driving in front of him, quickly helped out. Yes, sister-in-law, as I said, my big brother has his own means when it comes to antiques. Su Yishui still wanted to continue to ask a few more questions when she suddenly received a call from the company. Mr. Su, someone from the provincial city came to look for you, saying that Su's group had signed a major project with them before, and that if the project wasn't carried out now, they would have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. Hearing the phone call from the secretary, Su Yishui couldn't help but thump in her heart, and her face paled at once. Is it time to come after all? Uncle Tu's one drunken mistake at the time was going to bring about the end of the family after all. Good, I'll be right back. Su Yishui hung up the phone and said to Wang Fugue in front of her, Fugue, drive to Su's group. Later you help take care of little Fan. I'm going to the company to deal with a little something. But what Su Yishui didn't know was that Yifan had already heard what Su Yishui was saying on the phone clearly. The Su group had encountered trouble again, and although Yifan didn't know what it was for the time being, there was one thing that Yifan was sure of. It must be those people on Zhang Golao's side who had started to retaliate. If they don't suppress the Su group, their majesty will suffer a great blow, and those who join them in taking action against the Yi family will doubt their strength. Chapter 94, Attack and Kill in the Road. When Yifan and Su Yishui left from Yuchang, Jin Yang had set his eyes on Su Yishui, bringing a convoy of cars to follow Yifan and Su Yishui and the others behind them, vaguely presenting a U shape that surrounded Su Yishui's car. In the back of a black business car, a henchman beside Jin Yang said with some hesitation, Young Jin, do you really want to make a move on Miss Su? You are trying to pursue Ms. Su. Jin Young coldly glanced at his men and chided, I need you to teach me how to do things, get everyone to do it and crash it. I want production license slots, understand? Jin Yang did have an interest in Su Yishui before, but Su Yishui had already clearly rejected him, and that bastard Yifan even made Jin Yang lose face in front of so many people. Compared to Su Yishui, obviously the production license is more important. This time if you can't get back the license, the Jin family loss will be big. Go home. The old man is estimated to peel him a layer of skin to go. Further, Jin Yang had long hated Yifan and Su Yishui with itchy teeth and had to take this breath. Yes, with Jin Yang's order, from the left and right of Su Yishui's blue BMW, several vans, and a few pickup trucks, all accelerated towards Yifan's several people's vehicles. Yifan sat in the vehicle and sensed the pursuing vehicles when he set off from Yuchang. These trash vehicles, with Yifan's current strength of a third-grade martial emperor, even without any other external assistance, he could easily deal with them and crush them, so he didn't care at all. But before Yifan could do anything, Wang Fugue had already sensed the situation outside. Big brother, sister-in-law, sit tight. Someone is trying to kill us. Humph, my old Wang is not that easy to bully. As the words fell, Wang Fugue stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The vehicle whistled and rushed out, instantly coming to a sharp acceleration, a perfect drift, easily dodging the impact of the left and right two small trucks. Bang! As Wang Fugue drove his car toward the front and impacted, the two pickup trucks behind him violently collided together, and the front of the car was instantly scrapped. Behind, not far away, in the business car, Jin Yang saw the situation in front of him. His mouth could not bear to burst a foul mouth. Horse, luck actually so good? Continue to act. Do not stop. I don't believe, we are so many people, still can't kill you. For this action, Jin Yang have mobilized dozens of vehicles to act together, is determined to Yifan and Su Yishui life. More vehicles accelerated towards Yifan and whistled. What neither Yifan nor Jin Yang knew was that at the other end of the street too, in a stretch Lincoln, several people were looking at the scene in front of them with no binoculars. Interesting, we haven't made a move yet. But Jin Yang made the first move. The youth put down his binoculars and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Beside the youth, the henchman proposed, "Young master, why don't we go up and add more fire? Help Jin Yang out and just get Yifan killed?" The youth smiled coldly. If Yifan died so easily, then he would have died 5 years ago. Humph. Besides, you guys don't forget that Captain Chufeng personally came to Cloud City to make a move, and with the strength of the martial Zun realm, all of them fell. Although the news we got was that the traveling soul made a move, but behind the Yi family, it's definitely not as simple as we think. Might as well keep looking. On the street, Wang Fugue completely showed his superior car skills, moving left and right on the street at a fast speed, just like driving a bumper car, avoiding the impacts of those vehicles arranged by Jin Yang again and again. After dodging a dozen times in a row, Wang Fugue was also on fire. What the? Is it over? Wang Fugue's forehead was already covered in sweat, his nerves highly concentrated. Sister-in-law quickly called Weishiotsai and asked them to send backup. Wang Fugue saw that more vehicles were surrounding him, and it was beyond his control, which is why he asked Sui Shue to call and ask Guoli for help. Yes, Sui Shue just dialed the phone. From the front of the street, 4 small trucks, actually retrograde, side by side towards this side of the impact, will Wang Fugue all the way sealed, and behind them, again, were 4 pickup trucks, blocking off the road as well. Jin Yang sat in the car, looking at the situation in front of him. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Humph, this time, let's see where you guys are still running towards. A car accident is simply the best way to kill someone. As long as you, Sui Shui, are dead, how else will the Su family's quota be enforced? As for Yifan, if you really killed Yifan, I'm afraid that there are still people who will thank you, right? The Jin family is going to be rich. Jin Yang's face was full of complacency, proud of the action he had arranged. Wang Fugue, facing such a desperate situation, was also really and completely anxious. Quick, sister-in-law, take big brother out of the car. Let's escape through the flower bed next to us. I'll protect you. Wang Fugue, as Yifan's loyal lapdog, was always in charge of Yifan's safety. Yifan knew that with Wang Fugue's current strength at the zone master level, facing such a major car accident, if he were to avoid it with all his might, he would not have much problem protecting himself. But to protect 3 people at the same time, Wang Fugue would obviously be a bit overwhelmed. Boom! Rumble! When Yifan was just about to make a move, on the other road on the side, 2 20-ton heavy trucks roared over, impartially, just in time to shatter all 8 of those small trucks on impact, crushing them into a mass of scrap metal. Those small trucks, weighing several tons, were still lethal in front of the BMW sedan, but in front of those heavy trucks, they were just like papier-mâché, destroying them and crushing them all directly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Such a coincidence? Jin Yang was completely dumbfounded when he saw the situation in front of him. Wang Fugue also touched a bead of sweat on his forehead. Too lucky. Sui Shui, on the other hand, had an elation appear on her face and turned her head to look at Yifan with an infatuated expression. Although there was no evidence, Sui Shui's sixth sense knew that all of this must have something to do with Yifan. After the 2 heavy trucks took care of those small trucks, the 2 drivers quickly jumped down and quietly made a gesture in Yifan's direction. Yifan could see clearly that this was an internal gesture of the Tianji Pavilion. Did Tianji Gu make a move so soon? As the head of the Killer Hall, Yu Cheng had arranged for people to protect him in such a quick time. It seems that Yu Chang's ability and means are both excellent, and like Pang Hai, he is also one of the 2 powerful generals of the Tianji Pavilion's internal civil and military forces. Yifan eyes flashed a touch of depth. With the support of these competent generals, those who destroyed the Yi family's full door will surely surface soon, and the blood debt will be paid. With the power of Tianji Pavilion secretly coming to their aid, all those vehicles arranged by Jin Yang were somehow hit by other vehicles where the drivers were beaten. All of them were instantly dumbfounded. Jin Yang was so angry in the business car that he went crazy and cursed. What the hell is going on? Are they all pigs? How did you arrange this? Why are these people so unreliable? Chapter 95, Revenge Comes So Fast? $1 billion for moral damages. Jin Xiao, I didn't. These people are all professionally trained and selected, and it's absolutely impossible for them to make any mistakes when carrying out a mission. The secretary beside Jin Yang hurriedly spoke. The current situation, it's obvious that someone has secretly made a move. How else could 2 trucks appear at the same time to the left and right of Sui Shui's vehicle? Jin Xiao, why don't we just hurry up and withdraw first? This secretary by Jin Yang's side is really something, analyzing the situation in front of him. Although he was not really involved in the planning of the truth of the matter, he had speculated the truth of the matter pretty much. However, at this time, Jin Yang was killing red eyes. Such a sophisticated plan had failed to kill Sui Shui, so what chance would there be in the future? Withdraw a chicken feather. If we don't kill them today, what chance will we have in the future? Jin Yang was very clear that if he let Sui Shui leave today, it would be much more difficult for him to make a move on Sui Shui again in the future. Moreover, that production quota, which fell into the hands of the Su group, the news would soon ferment. At that time, the Su family's development would become more and more rapid, while the Jin family's credibility and development would all be severely sidelined. Today, Sui Shui must be taken down. At the very least, it should keep Sui Shui out of action and involved in the leadership of the company. You, go over, drive the other 2 cars, and crash with me. Jin Yang's eyes flashed a flash of viciousness. I don't believe it. Can't I get you killed today? A little cutie, and a pussy. Jin Yang looked around. There were no more other trucks, sedans or the like nearby. When Yifan and Sui Shui were hit by their own arranged vehicle just now, a truck came over to rescue them, and now that he had done it again, even if there were still people who wanted to save Yifan, they couldn't have done it so quickly, could they? Jin Young. Well, although the secretary beside Jin Yang was reluctant in 100 ways, but Jin Yang had opened his mouth. He couldn't refuse, so he could only get into another car and urge the bodyguard to start the vehicle. And together with Jin Yang, they continued to chase towards Yifan and Sui Shui's vehicle. At this time, Sui Shui in the sedan was stunned as she looked around. 8 vehicles in pursuit of him, so besieging him, were actually stopped at the critical moment by 2 trucks that suddenly rushed by. Sui Shui was also the daughter of a powerful family, so she naturally knew that this was not a coincidence. Sui Shui turned her head to look at Yifan. What she was wondering was whether this was a force arranged by Yifan, or was it some other force protecting in secret? Yifan just exchanged the knowledge of antique appraisal with Yu Chang, and Yu Chang changed his original decision and gave the production quota to himself? Sui Shui couldn't believe it, but one thing Sui Shui was sure of was that she should have chosen the right one when she chose Yifan. Although there would still be a period of hard times to come when he followed Yifan, the future would definitely be bright. Buzz, Wang Fuguei was still continuing to drive. When he heard the roar of the engine behind him, his face couldn't help but change, and he spoke coldly. Still coming? If the tiger doesn't give out, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Wang Fuguei pulled his sleeves up and said to Sui Shui, Sister-in-law, you help hold the steering wheel first. As he spoke, Wang Fuguei's entire body jumped out directly from the car window. The peak strength of his own sure did not have any reservation. Wang Fuguei faced a van that came impacting from behind and swung the fist in his hand and smashed it directly. Boom! The powerful chi energy from Wang Fuguei's arm directly smashed the entire front end of the vehicle, and the van instantly came to a halt as black smoke began to rise from the front end. The moment Wang Fuguei made his move, Yifan could see clearly from the car that a golden stream of light was faintly floating on Wang Fuguei's back. Basilisk armor. Wang Fuguei's body actually contained a special physique pattern, the Xuanwu armor, which was the most natural shield if it could be completely activated and mastered. When utilized properly, attacks under a martial emperor would not be able to do anything at all under the Xuanwu armor. This brother of mine really isn't so bad after all. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. It seemed that sometimes, later on, he would have to continue to raise Wang Fuguei's strength a bit, even though this guy's brain is a bit naive. When it comes to fighting, it's still unambiguous. The van, that secretary of Jin Yang, because the van stopped, instantly hit by the face, panicked and climbed down from the car, crawling towards the distance. Boom! That secretary of Jin Yang had just left less than 5 meters when the van behind him exploded directly. With such a scene, on the other side, Jin Yang, who hadn't rushed over yet, froze once again. Tramp! This Wang Fuguei is also a little cutie. What? Does he really want to die? Jin Xiao, do we still have to continue to rush up? The driver in front of Jin Yang, his legs and stomach were shivering in fear. The situation in front of him, if he rushed up, it would be a complete head-scratcher. Dash my ass. If you don't leave at this time, are you waiting to die? Jin Yang didn't have the good sense to knock on the driver's head. Jin Yang had already sensed that a super-powerful martial chi was rapidly approaching. On the opposite side of the road, a large group of convoys were approaching this way. Most likely Yifan's rescuers had come. That driver was so amazed that he couldn't wait to push the gas into the tank, and the vehicle whizzed off. Today is really take Yifan and Sui Shui have no way out, can only continue to find the opportunity to do it later? Alas, although he was not willing to do so, all of Jin Yang's men died. Ding dong! Jin Yang's vehicle had just left a few hundred meters away when his cell phone suddenly received a text message. Immediately transfer $1 billion to Sue's group as a moral damage fee to Mr. Sue, or you'll regret it. Aha! Jean Yang's heart thumped. Is there any big shot behind the Sue group that hasn't made a move yet? Revenge so soon? But after thinking about it for a few seconds, Jean Yang didn't take the message seriously. With all the spam nowadays, it was highly likely that it was a deliberate threat. However, in the next moment, the bodyguard beside Jean Yang pointed at Jean Yang's chest in horror and said, "Young Jean, your chest. Chest, what happened to my chest?" Jean Yang looked down towards his chest with some uncertainty, only to see several red dots gathered on his chest, seemingly locked by a sniper. This, Jean Yang nerves immediately began to tense up. Quick, drive the car to hide under the shelter. Although Jean Yang wasn't sure if these red dots were meant to be snipers locking themselves in, Jean Yang didn't dare to gamble. If you lose the bet, it's your life. Bang! Jean Yang's vehicle was still moving when a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out the window. In the next moment, the bodyguard beside Jean Yang was directly pierced through, killing him on the spot. Ding dong! Another text message was sent over on Jean Yang's phone. This time it's your bodyguard. Last warning, next time it's your turn. Be good. Chapter 96, Recognize and Pay. If you can hide for a moment, can you hide for a lifetime? Our people are everywhere. We'll give you 10 seconds to think. At the same time that another text message was sent over, Jean Yang realized that the red dots on his chest had once again increased by several, and were actually shooting from different directions. Such a situation has been very telling. That meant that those who were secretly protecting Yifan were obviously not just one, but many. Jean Yang was violently shocked in his heart. Yifan wasn't a cutie pie. What? The Yi family was clearly on the verge of collapse. Where did so many people manpower come from to protect Yifan? The strength of the other party has just been seen by Jean Yang, said, sniping his bodyguard. The next moment instantly killed the bodyguard. If he dares to slack off a little bit, afraid that his life will really be lost here. I'll pay, okay. While speaking out of his mouth, Jean Yang panicked and got down from the car, raised his hands towards the void, then quickly pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number. Dad, save me. Immediately make a payment of $1 billion to the Sioux Group. I'm being targeted with a sniper rifle right now. Asshole. Weren't you going for a production slot? How come you're being threatened for $1 billion? On the other end of the phone, Jean Yang's father was very angry. I've been reminding you to keep a low profile, but you always refuse to listen. So now it's okay? Father, you quickly arrange to call the money. I only have 10 seconds. If it is any later, you will wait for your son to collect the corpse. Jean Yang was suffocating. All this time, why is his old man still muttering there? First save his life is important. Good. I'll arrange to transfer the money right away. Jean Yang's old man had gotten a son late in life, and it was rare to have such a son. $1 billion was a huge amount of money for the Jean family, but compared to Jean Yang's life, it was nothing at all. On the other end of the phone, Jean Yang's father quickly arranged for the transfer. The moment the transfer message was confirmed, Jean Yang realized that the red dot on his chest had disappeared. At the same time came a text message. Be at peace in the future. If you dare to find Yi Xiao, Mr. Sue, and the Sioux Group have a bit of trouble. We'll take your life at any time. Looking at the content on the text message on his cell phone, Jean Yang's face was gloomy to the extreme. He knew that he had planted himself this time, and he had planted himself completely. After spending such a large price to transport the antique back from outside the country, he had intended to get the production quota from Yu Chang. As a result, not only was the production quota snatched by the Sioux Group, but the assassination that he had arranged for Sui Shui and Yifan also failed, in addition to compensating the Sioux Group with $1 billion in moral damages. The key up to now, who was secretly protecting Yifan and Sui Shui, who was making a move on Jean Yang. Jean Yang knew nothing. That is to say, even if the Jean family seeks a claim from the Sioux Group, it is not in the right name and is not justified, because the Jean family turned over $1 billion. The notes are said very clearly, is a voluntary donation. There is also a donation contract. Damn it! Jean Yang slammed his fist fiercely on the seat, a flash of gloom in his eyes. Sui Shui, this stinking, and Yi Fan, that little cutie, he definitely wouldn't just let it go. You wait for me. If I can't deal with you, I'll find someone who can. It will definitely not end well for you. Not far away, the youth who had been watching the show, seeing Jean Yang holding his hands up to surrender outside the car, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said to the henchmen around him, "See, the Yi family's heritage is stronger than what you and I imagined. So, don't do it easily. Once you do it, it has to be 100%. Don't give them any chance. Young lord is right. I will continue to arrange for people to follow up and wait for the opportunity. Go! The youth was satisfied with his opponent's performance and waved his hand for his men to leave, while his eyes glanced evilly towards Yifan's direction and muttered, "He, only someone like this is worthy of being my opponent, right? It's finally not so boring." While the youth was looking towards Yifan's side, Yifan seemed to have sensed something and his eyes were sharp as he looked towards the youth's direction. The powerful perception of the martial emperor level was released, but there was no abnormality over there. However, Yifan's sixth sense could clearly sense that there was something weird. There must be hidden experts over there that he hadn't noticed. It was also this feeling that made Yifan realize that in this world, there were too many strong people beyond the scope of his own perception, and that he still needed to continue to work hard for a higher breakthrough before he could do so. Mother had left so many means and aids for herself. Surely it wasn't as simple as simply letting herself fight for supremacy in the Grand Xia. Above the wandering souls, as well as above the Tianji Pavilion, there were definitely more powerful existences. It's just that, at his current level, he's not touchy-feely enough. It's okay. The other car, count on him to run fast. Wang Fugue smashed one of the cars directly and was going to go and smash the other car. But Jin Yang ran faster and Wang Fugue was worried about Yifan and Sui Shui being attacked by other parties, so he gave up the chase. Wang Fugue's intelligence couldn't even notice that there were actually other people in the shadows who helped intercept today's assassination. While Wang Fugue drove towards Su's group, Yifan's head was thinking about the troubles that Su's group had to face, and how he had already helped to solve a lot of them. Who's up to no good today? However, now that Yifan, behind him, had stood a number of super organizations and family forces, as well as those cards left behind by his mother, Yifan was not as flustered. With the capital to arm wrestle with those people, soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. The car accident in Cloud City had just ended, but Ren Shuiying, who had returned to the provincial capital, had suffered another bizarre car accident. Ren Shuiying had plucked an authentic ancient painting from Cloud City, and had met a man who made her smooth. Ren Shuiying was so happy that she drove back to the provincial city with the maid beside her, intending to arrange the birthday banquet behind for her grandfather. But right after the vehicle got off the highway and entered the provincial city of Huadu, at an intersection, the vehicle Ren Shuiying was traveling in ran into trouble. An intersection. 4 directions, there were actually 4 heavy trucks, simultaneously from 4 directions, crashing towards Ren Shuiying's sedan. Ren Shuiying is obviously in accordance with the traffic light rules and regulations of walking, but instantly surrounded by 4 heavy trucks in the center, 360 degrees without a dead angle surrounded by a group of people, and ruthlessly hit and go. Those heavy trucks are pulling rocks, full weight. If the impact is solid, then Ren Shuiying's small car, I'm afraid to be squeezed into a discus. Damn, have they all started to be so reckless? Looking at the situation in front of her, Ren Shuiying chortled out of her mouth. In Ren Shuiying's heart, she could actually probably guess what kind of people made the move. She just didn't expect that they would actually dare to be so reckless and make a move on Ren Shuiying in broad daylight in Huadu. Boom! Rumble! 4 trucks, without any suspense, ruthless impact on Ren Shuiying's sedan. The sedan Ren Shuiying was riding squeezed into a mass of scrap metal. Ren Shuiying simply did not have any chance to dodge the escape. Chapter 97, the hero saves the day. Call the police. Call 120 for an ambulance. Ugh, it's useless to call an ambulance now, isn't it? Can't you see that the car has been deformed and turned into a piece of scrap metal? How can a person still be alive? It's a pity. I saw it just now. It was 2 girls driving the car, so young to lose their lives. Such a tragic car accident. The scene immediately gathered a large number of people. The crowd of those older women, adults, have lamented. Some even want to go forward to help. In the 4 heavy trucks, a few drivers with bottles in their hands staggered out of the trucks, then dropped straight to the ground with no intention of escaping. Obviously, the people who planned this operation know the law, and a drunken hit and run that kills someone is just a couple of years, not the death penalty. In the crowd, a few youths wearing sunglasses went up to check it out, saw that the sedans were in that state, quietly took 2 pictures, then quickly hid into the back of the crowd and dialed an encrypted phone number. Boss, you've seen the photos, right? 4 heavy trucks have crashed Ren Shuiying's sedan like that. It's categorically impossible to be alive. To avoid exposure, we'll retreat first. Yes, those few youths had just retreated when the sedan, which had been hit into scrap metal in the middle of the 4 heavy trucks, suddenly moved. It was followed by gravity kicking in from the inside a few feet. Then, a warped car door was opened from inside. Ren Shuiying and her attendant Xiao Qing by her side staggered out of the car, their heads still a bit dazed. The maid, Haru, had a gash on her forehead, not a big one, and the blood had stopped flowing, and Ren Shuiying actually didn't have a single scratch on her entire body, not even a broken skin. After a few seconds of shock, Ren Shuiying looked at the sedan with an incredulous face. The entire sedan has been hit by the impact of no one intact, all broken into pieces, but only the front and back of the driver's compartment, leaving a place 2 feet wide, just enough to accommodate the driving Xiao Qing, as well as sitting in the back of the Ren Shuiying safely avoided the impact. How is that possible? Ren Shuiying frowned as she pondered the scene in front of her. Even the passenger compartment had been shattered, leaving only the main cab so intact? It's not scientific. Miss, this. Xiao Qing was beside her and also saw the situation in front of her, noticing that it was very abnormal. Ren Shuiying was still thinking, when she suddenly felt a burning pain in her wrist, and when she looked down towards her wrist, she froze, only to see Ren Shuiying's wrist, that originally emerald green bracelet, at this time has turned black and charred. The intense searing pain came from the very spot where the bracelet had been placed. Ren Shuiying was a bit puzzled as she reached out to touch the bracelet on her wrist, and in the next moment, the bracelet, which had already turned pitch black, turned into a piece of powder and dissipated with the wind. On the other hand, Ren Shuiying's wrist skin was left with a circle of arcane lines, still flickering with streams of light, fluctuating for a few moments, and finally disappearing. Ren Shuiying was ice smart, and after a few seconds of slight reflection, she instantly understood. It's him. Ren Shuiying thought of the time in Cloud City when Yifan ended up taking away the bracelet on his wrist and then quickly sealing something on it. Could it be that Yifan was sealing these lines on his bracelet at that time? Definitely. Ren Shuiying's family had a huge power, and the things they had touched were much more than normal people. Ren Shuiying knew very well that in this world, there was that category of people who were called talisman masters, who were the ones who could seal some special patterns and play a special role at critical times. And Yifan is definitely that kind of person. Miss, who is it? That handsome guy from Cloud City? The maid next to her was puzzled for a moment, and when she saw Ren Shuiying's expression, she immediately guessed the general idea. He saved Miss's life. Such a favor. Miss has no way of repaying him. She can only give her body in return. Oh, giggle. The maid snickered beside her, and the two of them hijacked and laughed again. Although Ren Shuiying was retorting to Xiao Qing with her mouth, she was sweet inside. Is this the magic of fate? To have yourself and that big brother meet again and make so many connections? But thinking about today's assassination, Ren Shuiying's face couldn't help but sink. Those people, they're too arrogant. They actually dare to be so reckless. Grandpa is still alive. Humph. After a slight hesitation, Ren Shuiying dialed her grandfather's phone. Grandpa, I've encountered an attack in Huadu. Someone wants me dead. You send someone over immediately. In Cloud City, Yifan was still on his way to the Su group when he suddenly noticed a change in a mark on his hand, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile slightly. Did Ren Shuiying's bloodbath come so quickly? The peace talisman had taken effect so quickly, but from what he had sensed, Ren Shuiying's life should not be in danger. So much the better. Yifan had just retrieved his thoughts when his cell phone suddenly received a message from Guo Li. Brother Fan, a message came from Pang Lao's side. The Lu family in the provincial city has begun to act again. Lu Rant's son, Lu Hao, personally came to the Su group. It is said that he wants to execute a contract that the second master of the Su family had signed before when he was intoxicated, and that if it is not handled properly, the entire Su group will have to lose money in it. However, when Pang Lao was investigating the Lu family, he discovered a secret about Lu Hao. Although Lu Hao was sinister, he loved his mother very much, but his mother accidentally jumped to her death when he was a teenager, and Lu Hao has been investigating the truth. But the truth of the matter is that, because of the Holy Angels organization, a big man had his eyes on Lu Rant's wife. So Lu Hao's father personally sent his wife to the Holy Angel's big man's bed. Lu Hao once let slip to the public that if anyone could find the murderer who killed his mother, he could give up all his life after taking revenge. I've already sent the relevant evidence to Brother Fan's mailbox. Yifan looked at the text message on his cell phone and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Lu Ran, really ruthless. For the development of the Lu family, actually even his own wife can be sacrificed. If Lu Hao knew the truth of the matter, then the Lu family would be lively. Sons and fathers fighting with swords. Interesting. The Lu family was so crazy to control the Zhao family, the Li family, and the Wang family to deal with the Yi family, and it was the tragic end they deserved. With what Lu Hao needed in his hand, Yifan instantly thought of a way to deal with Lu Hao. Ishua wife, let me accompany you to the company. Maybe I can help with the company? Yifan tenderly hugged Su Ishua's arm and leaned his head on Su Ishua's shoulder. Su Ishua hesitated slightly for 2 seconds, thinking of Yifan's previous performances. She nodded her head and said, "Good." Although Yifan was still in a state of dementia, when he was in the antique street, Yifan had said that he seemed to have remembered something, and his IQ was recovering rapidly. Previously, Yifan's IQ had been maintained at 7 or 8 years old, but now it should at least be in the teens, right? Yifan had accumulated so many contacts before the accident, it might really come in handy. Chapter 98. Whoever says I'm a cutie, I'll beat the hell out of him. Su Clan Group. A group of executives gathered in the conference room, nervously looking at a youth at the top. That youth was no one else but Lu Hao, who came from the Lu family in the provincial city. We all see clearly, this is the second master of the Su family. Su Mingho Su, on behalf of the Su family group and my Lu family, signed a betting contract. That year, the Lu family invested 100 million to the Su family group. The Su family group needs to expand the scale. Within 3 years, the total amount of production to break through tens of billions of dollars. The market share to break through 50%. If you can't do it, the Lu family will take over the full range of the Su family group. Moreover, according to the contract, not only are the Su group assets to be returned to the Lu family, but it is also stated very clearly in the additional conditions that all the core disciples of the Su family are to listen to the Lu family's arrangements. In other words, if I, Lu Hao, have my eyes on one of the Su family's women, they must all serve me unconditionally. This contract is stamped in fair by the Great Summer Martial Arts Alliance. You don't have to doubt it. I investigated. Su's group's scale in recent years is only a few billion. The scale is obviously not up to standard, right? Su's group, my Lu family, is going to be ready to take over. You all should still prepare the transfer contract first, and then think about how to assist me to run Su's group in the back. Lu Hao sat at the top with a smug look on his face. With that contract in hand, can't Lu Hao easily pin down the Su family? As long as the Su family was pinned down and made to suffer, then there would be an explanation to the above. Those who had made a move against the Yi family, all they needed was to let the others see the tragic end of helping the Yi family. Young Lu, we can't be sure of the authenticity of the contract you said for now. And since Mr. Su is not in the company, we can't carry out your orders. A few of the company's executives were still very supportive of Su Yishui. Although there was a company stamp on the top of the contract, people did not intend to listen to Lu Hao's orders. There's no point in dragging this out. When the Su family stood up to the Yi family, they should have had to think of their own downfall. Lu Hao coldly chided and was about to continue speaking when the conference room door opened from outside. Su Yishui and Yi Fan, Wang Fu Gue pushed the door in. Seeing Lu Hao, Su Yishui couldn't help but chide. Lu Hao, you are too despicable. The contract of that year, you know clearly that it was signed after the second uncle got drunk. At that time we talked about this matter, clearly agreed that that contract was voided. What do you mean by taking it out like this now? Su Yishui arrived, and those executives of the Su clan group at the scene instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found their backbone. What do I mean? Isn't this very obvious? For those properties of the Su group, I cannot want them, but for Mr. Su, this absolutely beautiful body, I am very eager to try it out. Anyway, the contract is so agreed. Mr. Su has no qualification to refuse. Otherwise, everyone in the Su family will be hunted down by the Martial Arts Alliance. Mr. Su should understand, right? Lu Hao's eyes recklessly surveyed Su Yishui. If his eyes could act, I'm afraid Lu Hao would have already stripped Su Yishui naked with his eyes. That richly aggressive look made Su Yishui feel uncomfortable. Yi Fan, who was standing beside Su Yishui, moved his body and blocked in front of Su Yishui, gently pinching Su Yishui's wrist and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here." Although it was only a soft sentence, it caused Su Yishui's heart to tremble. Has Yafan really grown up, knowing that you have to protect your wife? Although it was just such a soft sentence, it made Su Yishui feel a strong sense of security. Lu Hao's move against the Su group was originally aimed at Yi Fan, and when he saw that Yi Fan had stepped forward, a touch of contempt surfaced on his face. This is that little cutie from the Yi family. Retard? Such a beautiful woman. Actually married to you. Really blind. Night you know how to sleep? Why don't we find a hotel? I'll teach you live? A touch of evil surfaced in Lu Hao's eyes as he stared scorchingly at Su Yishui. Su Yishui absolutely beautiful body. Lu Hao but thought for a long time. If it is pressed under the body, it must be super comfortable. Get off my wife's seat. Yi Fan stepped forward and grabbed Lu Hao by the neck, forcibly pulling him towards one side. Also, my wife said that whoever dares to call me a cutie, will just beat the hell out of him. Snap. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan swung his own arm and viciously slapped Lu Hao in the face. 5 clearly visible fingerprints instantly appeared on the left side of Lu Hao's face, and half of his face was red and swollen. How dare you hit me? You are also worthy of hitting me? Lu Hao jumped up in place in pain with an unbelievable face. While howling from his mouth, he turned towards a gray-robed old man beside himself. Uncle Wang, what's the situation here? Lu Hao had heard something about Yi Fan before he left and knew that Yi Fan was not to be messed with, so he specifically brought the strongest bodyguard in the family. Uncle Wang's strength was all on the verge of reaching the martial Zun realm, and he had a certain prestige in the southwest region. According to past experience, if someone was going to make a move on himself, Uncle Wang would intercept the other party's movement before they did so. Why did you actually let Yi Fan get it today? Young Lu, this Yi Fan is a bit weird. He moves too fast. I didn't even notice it just now. Xiao Lu, be careful. The grey-robed old man's face was grave, and his eyes were full of caution as he looked at Yi Fan. As a martial arts powerhouse, he was very clear about how fast Yi Fan had moved his hand just now. With his peak strength of his own sure, he couldn't even see how Yi Fan made his move. With such strength, he was afraid that he was at least above the martial Zun realm, and it was simply not something that he could deal with. Now Uncle Wang also understood why the strong man from the northwest direction, who had brought so many experts with him, had fallen in the Yi family. Swimming Soul's help was one aspect. If there was no Swimming Soul's help for the Yi family, would those strong men in the northwest really be able to exterminate the Yi family? I'm afraid that may not be the case. Fortunately, today's visit to Cloud City was not to compete in a contest of force either. Lu Hao came here today, mainly to use the Martial Arts Alliance's contract to make things happen. Although Lu Hao was a rich second generation, he was not stupid. He knew very well what Uncle Wang meant. This was a hint to him, not to fight hard with Yi Fan. After all, everyone knew that Yi Fan was just a little cutie. If he were to be killed by a little cutie to death, then it would also be in vain. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to be planning to continue, Lu Hao hurriedly called Yi Fan to a halt. Wait a minute, I'm not here to fight today. Putting aside the others, the contract between the Su group and the Lu family. This is true. Today I'm here to take over the Su group. By the way, all the people in the Su family will have to be slaves to the Lu family. This is a contract that has the Martial Arts Alliance's impartiality. You guys always dare not violate it, right? As Lu Hao spoke, he glanced towards the other two middle-aged men and women next to him. The ones coming from over there were representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, folks, we testify on behalf of the Martial Arts Alliance that the contract is valid and the signing process was legal and compliant. If it is unilaterally not enforced, our Martial Arts Alliance will pursue it to the end. Chapter 99, Instantly Kneeling Yi Fan. The influence of the Martial Arts Alliance was even higher than the official one within the Great Xia. In the era of reverence for martial arts is above all else. Officials do things, may also be in accordance with some of the rules, but the Martial Arts Alliance's way of doing things may be even more brutal. Life and death to look down on, do not serve on dry. Previously, there had been many examples of going against the meaning of the Martial Arts Alliance and going against the Martial Arts Alliance, but without exception, all of them did not have a good ending. As soon as the words of the two representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance came out, the scene was all quiet. All those core senior leaders of the Su clan were silent, and a mournful mood filled the room. The Martial Arts Alliance had stepped in. No matter how powerful the Su clan was, they wouldn't dare to fight against the Martial Arts Alliance. Yi family is now also declined. If the Yi family heyday, perhaps also can break a wrist, but now, moreover, Yi Fan is just a little cutie. Does he know what to do against the Martial Arts Alliance? Looking at the atmosphere of the scene, Lu Hao was satisfied and looked at Yi Fan and Sui Shui with a smug look on his face. Yi Fan, I know that 5 years ago you were a genius, but now you're just a cutie pie. So what if you can fight? Yi family has fallen. Such a beautiful beauty. You don't deserve it. Your wife is destined to be my woman. What can you do to me? If you kill me, the Martial Arts Alliance will definitely not let you go. Lu Hao also relied on the amulet of the Martial Arts Alliance, so he dared to come to Cloud City. Snap! Before Lu Hao's words fell, Yi Fan once again made his move and slapped Lu Hao hard on the right side of his face again. 5 fingerprints surfaced again. This was symmetrical from left to right. Lu Hao's face puffed up, like a pig's head, and his eyes were squinting. The nearby Uncle Wang instinctively prepared to intercept, but before his wrist was even raised, Yi Fan's attacking movement had already been completed, and he didn't have any chance to protect Lu Hao. Quick, it's too fast. Sweat beaded on Uncle Wang's forehead as he looked at Yi Fan with a face of fear, while in his heart, he sighed. Is this the power of a genius demon? Just slightly out of hand. He simply could not even touch the skin? If Yi Fan wanted to kill all the people present today, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to stop him, right? In fact, where does Uncle Wang know that he is guessing conservatively? Yi Fan is already in the strength of the Martial Emperor realm. If Yi Fan goes all out, not to mention these people at the scene, even if you look at the whole of Daxia, there are not many people who can fight against Yi Fan. Nima, you want to die? Lu Hao opened his mouth and was ready to swear at Yi Fan. Being hit in the face by Yi Fan once could still be explained that it was an accident, but being hit twice, it was definitely not as simple as an accident. Yi Fan was really strong, so the words of cursing in Lu Hao's mouth were finally swallowed back hard. Lu Hao turned his gaze towards the representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance next to him. Those two representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance had received benefits from Lu Hao, so they naturally had to help Lu Hao at this time. Yi Fan, today, Lu Xiao is here to talk about the contract and the matter of taking over the Suze Group. If you make another move, we in the Martial Arts Alliance will have to intervene. Business matters, we still want people to use business means to solve them. Next to her, Sui Shui also let out a long sigh and reached out to pull Yi Fan's sleeve and said, "Little Fan, calm down. Let's sit down and have a good chat." Yi Fan said indifferently, "What's there to talk about with this kind of person?" As the words fell, Yi Fan quickly walked towards Lu Hao. "What do you want to do?" 2 slaps in a row had already scared Lu Hao. Seeing Yi Fan walk over, Lu Hao's voice trembled a little, instinctively wanting to move backward. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. "Nothing, I want to make a deal with you." Speaking at the same time, Yi Fan will open his cell phone. Will Guoli sent over the information to open? Above is Lu Hao mother jumped some video information. In Lu Hao mother behind, a man's appearance flashed. Before Lu Hao could see clearly, Yi Fan put his cell phone back, but at this time, Lu Hao has been shocked pupils or a burst of dilation. How do you have this video? You know the truth about my mother's death? Quickly, tell me, please, you let me do anything. Lu Hao's attitude changed instantly, and his arrogant appearance just now was completely different, reaching out and pulling Yi Fan's arm and shaking it non-stop. Over the years, Lu Hao has spent too much energy and effort to investigate the truth of his mother's death. At that time, the mother jumped off the opposite side of the building. There was supposed to be monitoring, but Lu Hao went to investigate many times. We're told that at that time the monitoring was broken. Lu Hao simply cannot get the monitoring. And why does Yi Fan have this surveillance in his hands now? Yi Fan is not a cutie. What? How did he strike and pinpoint his softest spot? However, at this time Lu Hao has no heart to think about these things. He now urgently wants to know, when the murderer who killed his mother, in the end who is it? He wants to give his mother revenge. Anyone who dares to harm his mother, Lu Hao will definitely not be spared. What I need you to do, you know very well. Yi Fan put his cell phone away and looked at Lu Hao indifferently. Lu Hao froze and immediately understood. I revoke this contract and will no longer pursue any responsibility from Su Group. Without any hesitation, Lu Hao asked his men to bring the password box over, then took out the 3 stamped contracts inside and displayed them in front of Yi Fan before respectfully handing them over to Yi Fan. Young Yi, the contracts are at your disposal. There's no other backup? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and stared searingly at Lu Hao. Lu Hao shook his head like a wave drum. No more. All the originals are here. Yi Xiao rest assured that even if there is, I will not pursue it. If Yi Xiao cannot, I represent Lu's group. On the spot to sign a disclaimer contract. Lu Hao was afraid that Yi Fan wouldn't believe him, and on the spot, he had his secretary draft a waiver of liability contract, signed it himself, then stamped it and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan handed the stamped contract and the previously signed contract to Sui Shui at the same time. Wife, check the contract and see if there are any problems. Sui Shui looked at the contract in her hand. Her entire body was confused. What kind of magic does Yi Fan have? It was the same when he took the production quota from Yu Chang just now. He just asked Wang Fugue to send the antique back again, and Yu Chang passed. And now when dealing with Lu Hao, it was the same. Yi Fan just quietly said a few words to Lu Hao, and Lu Hao was so good and soft. There's nothing wrong with it. Uncle Tu also said that there were just 3 contracts at the time, and they're all here. After getting Sui Shui's affirmative reply, Yi Fan opened his cell phone and said to Lu Hao, "Give me your mailbox. I'll send you all the information. But speaking beforehand, you can judge the authenticity of the matter yourself. Also, friendly reminder, before you find out the truth of the matter, you'd better be psychologically prepared." Chapter 100, I made a deal with him. Prepare yourself mentally? What does that mean? Lu Hao was still a little confused in his heart, but when he opened the information that Yi Fan had sent to him in his mailbox and read a few lines, he jumped up in excitement. No, it's not possible. It's absolutely impossible. My father, how could he be like this? Yi Fan, did you deliberately make some fake information to trick me? The information sent by Pang Lao was very detailed. From how Lu Ran made contact with those people from the Holy Envoy, how the big brother of the Holy Envoy looked at Lu Hao's mother, and how Lu Ran talked to Lu Hao's mother alone and how he dissuaded. Even, at that time, in the hotel room, the father appeared in front of the camera. In other words, the father was there when the mother was insulted. All of the processes are explained in detail, aided by some video footage. At first, Lu Hao was agitated and wanted to argue with Yi Fan, but in the back, seeing the video information inside to testify, Lu Hao gradually calmed down. The information Lu Hao investigated before, in fact, many aspects, are pointing to their own father. Just, at that time, the key evidence is missing, and Lu Hao also does not believe that his father, for the sake of power, will send his own wife to other people's beds, so he is not willing to believe just. And now, some of the clues and evidence provided by Yifan happened to fill in those key evidence missing from Lu Hao's investigation at that time, and all the chains made sense. It eventually pointed to a fact that Lu Hao was very reluctant to believe, but had to accept. It was really the father, Lu Ran, who had forcibly bewitched his mother and then sent her to the bed of that big shot from the Holy Angels organization, currently in the process of being defiled, and after he came to his senses, he couldn't bear to be humiliated and then jumped directly from the 18th floor. Ah, darn it! Lu Hao finished organizing all the information, and his entire body was about to collapse. One is his favorite mother, the other is his most respected father. Lu Hao did not expect that his father would actually do something like that. It's all the Holy Angels organization. Back then, when my father wanted to join the Holy Envoy organization and serve the Holy Envoy, many people in the family were against it, but my father didn't listen, and gradually kicked those people in the family out of the core position. And finally the Lu family in the provincial city. Such a huge family ended up being reduced to a vassal of the Holy Envoy organization. Yi Fan, no matter what your purpose is for telling me this information, but I still thank you. At least I know the truth of the matter. This revenge, I will definitely avenge. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Lu Hao looked deeply at Yi Fan, greeted Uncle Wang, and quickly left from the Su Group conference room. Lu Hao has grown up very quickly inside Lu's group, and already has the vague intention of taking over his father's position. Lu Hao had little problem trying to deal with Lu Ran, but in fact, the one who directly killed Lu Hao's mother was that big guy from the Holy Angels organization, and Lu Hao had to find that guy from the Holy Angels organization and kill him in order to avenge his mother's death. But after so many years, Lu Hao, through his father, also probably knew that the power behind the Holy Envoy organization was very huge. It wasn't easy for Lu Hao to find the big man and kill him. It was impossible for him to fight against the Holy Angels organization on his own, not even if the entire Lu family were to make an all-out effort. Lu Hao needs allies, and Yi Fan, behind also the Yi family. Yi Fan has strength and intelligence now, seems to be awakening, naturally the best choice of ally. Lu Hao was even more keenly aware that behind Yi Fan, besides the Yi family, there seemed to be another powerful force secretly supporting him. That power was in existence that could rival the Holy Angels organization. Wow! After Lu Hao left, in the Su Group conference room, it instantly started to blow up. That's settled? That was a contract that the representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance had justified. Lu Xiao actually revoked it just like that? Yeah, the Su Group has nearly $10 billion in assets to say the least. What means did Ji Xiao use to make Lu Hao give up so easily? The Yi family is really the Yi family. Even if Yi Fan is just a little cutie, it's still not weak in power. Perhaps, Mr. Su made the right choice. While the crowd was discussing, their eyes were burning towards Yi Fan. In fact, at the same time that the crowd was puzzled, Su Yishui was also puzzled as to what means Yi Fan was using. Van, what the hell is going on here? Su Yishui held the contract in her hand. The three originals were all here. Now as long as those contracts were thrown into the shredder and pulverized, the one that threatened Su's group was eliminated. Su's group previously lacked a prescription. Although it was Lei Qianjie who contributed the prescription, Su Yishui now also felt that the prescription should have been given to Lei Qianjie by Yi Fan. After all, although Lei Qianjie is the great summer medical sage, but such a heaven-defying beauty cream, if Lei Qianjie had known the prescription long ago, he should have already contributed it. Why wait until now? Specifically and exclusively licensed to the Su Group? Su's group lacks funds. Just now, Su Yishui has gotten the news from the finance department. The Jin family, because of secretly planning the assassination of Su Yishui and Yi Fan, voluntarily compensated for the mental damage of 1 billion. And there is also the support of the provincial city Yunfei Yang, Huali, and Xia Hao. And secretly there is also the support of Pang Lao. The Su family has the funds they need, the prescriptions they need, and the production quota is in hand. No one will be able to stop the development of Su's group in the future. Before the Su group and the Li family, and the provincial city of Lu family fight, secretly is actually the Yi family, and behind those who deal with the Yi family sparring. Now it seems that those opponents of the Yi family, temporarily has suppressed the wind of the Yi family. The core disciples of the Yi family had basically all died, and the only one left was Yi Fan, a little cutie. But besides Yi Fan, who has such powerful means to secretly come and plan all this? I made a deal with Lu Hao. I think, very soon, the Lu family in the provincial city is going to have their chickens come home to roost. Let's just sit back and wait to see a good show. Yi Fan smiled evilly. Before Su Yishui could continue to ask anything, Yi Fan once again reverted to that demented look. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Old Wang, take me out to eat, I want to eat ice cream. Some of the situations that Sue's group was currently encountering, Yifan had already helped to resolve, allowing Sue's group to take a breather for the time being. Having cleaned up Chu Feng all by himself, and having caused those murderers so much damage, they definitely would not be willing to rest, and would definitely have follow-up means. However, Yifan inherited those killers within the Yi family, as well as the Wandering Soul organization left behind by his mother. Yifan has also decided that he will no longer wait for other people's enemies to come to his door, but will take the initiative. However, Yifan cannot be completely exposed for the time being. The specific implementation plan can only let Guoli and Xia Hao, as well as Yu Chang and others to implement. Chapter 101, She's going to fall down and you're not going to help her? Seeing Yifan suddenly recover into such a state, Sui Shui was a bit helpless, but the heart is already very happy. At least now Yifan always have time to be awake. Completely return to normal should be just a matter of time sooner or later. Fu Gue, I still have to deal with company matters, so you can help take Brother Fan out for dinner first. Sui Shui tenderly kissed Yifan on the cheek. Come home early tonight. Now Sui Shui also knew that there were other forces protecting Yifan in the dark. That tragic car accident was blocked by those bodyguards, and an ordinary killer should not be able to harm Yifan, so he was also relieved to let Wang Fugue take Yifan away. Yifan and Wang Fugue had just left from the gate of Su Group, when a red BMW stopped in front of Yifan, and a beautiful woman in a sexy long dress got off and walked towards Yifan in a graceful manner. Van. The one who came was no one else but the Xian Yufei who had previously withdrawn from the marriage at the Yi family's funeral. Today's Xian Yufei, obviously specially dressed to some, also painted a little lipstick. The whole person looks full of wild and charm. Seeing Xian Yufei appear, Yi Fan's mood was a bit complicated. For this and his childhood sweetheart who grew up, although at the time at the funeral, Xian Zhenggua's announcement, Xian Yufei acquiesced, so that Yi Fan was very sad, but after all, it's the first love, and it's not so easy to forget it completely. I apologize again to Brother Fan. At that time to withdraw from the marriage, is the second uncle's own initiative. At that time, that kind of situation, my father is seriously ill. I have to consider the development of the family, a lot of things, really helpless. Now the second uncle has already been expelled by my left the family. Brother Fan, can you give me another chance? Now Xian Yufei was very regretful. In just a few days' time, the Li family, Zhao family, and Wang family, who were against the Yi family, had all been wiped out, and within the Yi family, the father and son of Su Jian, who had been on the verge of taking power, had suddenly disappeared. In other words, the Yi family was now all under Yi Fan's control. How could this be done by a little cutie? How could this be accomplished by a little cutie? Concubine Xian Yu was 60% certain that Yi Fan was deliberately playing dumb, while confusing the crowd. She herself was secretly making a move to quietly remove those rivals of the Yi family. At the thought of this, Xian Yufei couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps. She herself grew up with Yi Fan. What kind of talent Yi Fan had, she should have known best. A demonic genius like that, who didn't suffer any injuries in a car accident, and just had his IQ affected? That's not scientific, is it? Only, Yi Fan pretending to be a fool can pretend for 5 years. Yi Fan is afraid that he has long encountered the scene today. Poor self, actually stupidly agreed to the second uncle's request to withdraw from the marriage, and also withdrew from the Yi family in front of so many people. His own behavior, compared to Yu Linglong and Sui Shui, was indeed too chilling, but after Xian Yufei thought everything through, she still couldn't give up on Yi Fan, so she had been looking for a chance to be alone with Yi Fan and prayed for his forgiveness. Looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Yi Fan let out a long sigh. What are the chances? There was only one time. Xian Yufei had already missed it, so how could it be so easy to go back to the past again? The opportunity is gone. I already have a wife. You don't want me anymore. Why do you still come to me? Yi Fan stared at Xian Yufei with more or less a complaining tone in his tone. Aha! Wang Fugue was listening to Yi Fan's words from the side. Even if he was no longer stupid, he could hear that Yi Fan's tone seemed to be starting to become normal. Big Brother is sober already? Why does it feel like Big Brother is really different from before? It seems that his sixth sense was accurate. However, in the face of complex emotional problems, Wang Fugue has some headaches, and even worse, how to intervene. After all, when they grew up together, Xian Yufei, Wang Fugue, and Yi Fan often played together. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Ouch, my foot twisted. Xian Yufei was almost close to Yi Fan when her body suddenly stumbled and almost fell towards the ground next to her. If it was before, when Xian Yufei was in such a situation, Yi Fan would have been the first to step forward and hold Xian Yufei up. But this time, although Yi Fan saw it, he stood calmly in place and just watched Xian Yufei fall towards the ground. Xian Yufei also had martial arts kung fu in her body, so naturally, she wouldn't really fall down. She was only doing this because she wanted to test Yi Fan. When she was about to fall, Xian Yufei stood up again again and pouted at Yi Fan. Brother Fan, even if you don't love, when you see someone about to fall, don't you even reach out to help? As her mouth pouted, Xian Yufei felt her heart very painful. Nothing can go back to what it was before. Before, if he was tired, Yi Fan would squat down and take the initiative to walk on his own back. If he is thirsty, Yi Fan will immediately buy water for himself. Even if he walks on the road, Yi Fan will be attentive and guard himself on the side. The emotions are really fading now. Tears were swirling in Xian Yufei's eyes. Everything was caused by her own confusion. Now that you want to make up for it, you don't even have a chance? What more do you want from yourself? Did she, a girl, have to strip naked and crawl into Yi Fan's bed? If Yi Fan was in a sober state, and he had slept with Yi Fan, perhaps Yi Fan would still admit it. But what exactly was Yi Fan's state right now? Xian Yufei couldn't decide. In case Yi Fan put himself to sleep and didn't admit it, what was he to do? When Xian Yufei was still frustrated, Yi Fan suddenly spoke. I'm hungry. Yufei, are you hungry? If you're hungry, let's go eat together. Yi Fan was still soft-hearted after all, unwilling to see his former childhood friend so lost. He still opened his mouth to invite Fei Xianyu. Last time, Xian Yufei took the initiative to invite herself to Su Yishue's celebration banquet. At that time, Yi Fan gambled and didn't agree, but now Yi Fan still loosened his lips. Ha, is it okay? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Go. Xian Yufei's mood, which had been frustrated to the extreme just a moment ago, instantly improved a lot. Almost instinctively, Xian Yufei quickly stepped forward, walked to Yi Fan's side, took Yi Fan's arm, and walked towards her BMW. Yi Fan wanted to struggle away, but looking at Xian Yufei's expectant eyes, he ended up not opening his mouth. Wang Fugui watched the actions of the two men from the side, although a little naive, but at this time, he was very sensible, turning his head toward his vehicle, while his mouth was a long sigh. Alas, these two people are really enemies. In the BMW, Xian Yufei was a little excited, and her hands were shaking as she drove. When she had been around before, Xian Yufei didn't know how to cherish it, and now that she had lost it, she knew how to cherish it even more. Brother Fan, I really realized that I was wrong myself. At that time it was me who shouldn't have hurt you. I shouldn't have been so confused. I don't want to lose you. We once went through so much together. I know that you are not so easy to forgive me for the time being. I will definitely try harder to get your understanding. In the BMW, Xian Yufei kept muttering under her breath, apologizing and explaining towards Yi Fan. What they didn't know was that not far away, a van was quietly staring at them. Asshole, why are you so annoyed? That little cutie from the Yi family also followed into Xian Yufei's car. Do we still have to continue to do it? P.S. See here our iron powder. Ask for a recommendation and monthly votes. Support Mr. Son. Chapter 102 Brother. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by a poisonous snake? Move a fart. You've got your head caught in the door. Don't you know that those clans in Cloud City that made a move against the Yi family recently didn't have a good ending? You want to die early. Don't drag us along. Inside the van, several men in black suits argued with each other, but the mission explained above. Today is the deadline. Let's test out Xian Yufei's true strength. If we fail to complete the task, how should we explain to the above? Wait for the night. That little cutie from the Yi family can't be with Xian Yufei all the time. Just wait for Xian Yufei to fall alone. Then we'll do it. Quickly follow up. Don't lose them. A few people muttered in low voices, but they didn't know that their conversation was clearly heard by Yi Fan in the vehicle in front of them. The reason why Yi Fan had invited Fei Xianyu just now was that his heart was soft on one hand, while a more important aspect was that Yi Fan realized that Fei Xianyu was being followed. It seemed that someone was trying to do something bad to Princess Xianyu. Although the two of them now had problems with their previous relationship, Yi Fan did not want to see anything really happen to Fei Xianyu. Therefore, Yi Fan's invitation to Fei Xianyu was a disguised form of protection for Fei Xianyu. At the same time, Yi Fan also wanted to figure out who were those who wanted to make a move on Princess Xianyu again. The Xian family had already drawn a line with the Yi family at the funeral that day, so it was reasonable to say that those rivals behind the Yi family shouldn't be able to make a move against the Xian family. But if it wasn't those behind the Yi family, who had the Xian family in mind? Yi Fan chose a hot pot restaurant, and Xian Yufei, Wang Fugui several people sat on the second floor by the window, while eating hot pot, can clearly see below in the van, the actions of the several suits of youth. Although Yi Fan had only inadvertently scanned, the few youths in the van below still felt the hairs on their bodies stand up and sweat. Big brother, what's going on? Why do I always feel like someone is staring at us? It's like being stared at by a poisonous snake. I feel uncomfortable all over. One of the youths wearing glasses reported towards the leading middle-aged man in front. Big brother, you say, that little cutie up there, isn't it already discovered us? The middle-aged man's own strength was also at the peak of Zongshi, almost entering the martial Zun level of strength. That aura, if any, he naturally detected, but he wasn't sure that the aura was coming from Yi Fan's side either. You guys are all suspicious one by one. That little cutie from the Yi family, how could it be that powerful? Keep a good eye on me and build up your strength so that you can make a move later. If we get it, that's Xian Yufei. The brothers can all have fun. Yes. At the mention of Xian Yufei's stunning figure, a flash of excitement surfaced in the eyes of the people in the car. For a meal, Xian Yufei took care of Yifan the entire time. Wang Fuguei can't stand it next to him. Yufei, can you take it easy? I'm full of dog food. What did you do earlier? Look at little sister-in-law and there. Wang Fuguei is also a man of nature. Seeing Xian Yufei so lowly, his heart is not a good taste, and he could not help but mention Sui Shui and Yu Linglong in them. Although Wang Fuguei couldn't guess the truth of it. From the current situation, Wang Fuguei could still see some future directions clearly. In just a few days, the Xia family in the provincial city, the Guo family, as well as the Kyushu group, the traveling souls, were all approaching the Yi family, and none of the families that were against the Yi family had a good ending. The many circumstances indicated that the Yi family could not be brought down so easily. When the Yi family slowed down, there were still millions of Tianlong army supporting them behind them. At that time, the Yi family's rise to power again was a sure thing. What's more, the great summer medical sage Lei Qianjie had also said that Yifan was fully capable of awakening, and that with more training and stimulation, Big Brother would soon awaken. When Big Brother awakens, Big Brother's heaven-defying talent activates. The future is limitless. Sui Shui and Yu Linglong's 7 sister-in-law's choices, although they were a bit painful for a short period of time, the benefits they would gain in the future would definitely be heavenly. Old Wang, you know my situation. Second uncle was controlling the family at the time and I was momentarily confused, but I still love Brother Fan in my heart. You have time to help me talk about it. The chopsticks in Xian Yufei's hand stopped, and tears were about to start dripping down again. If she hadn't withdrawn from the marriage at that time, perhaps the one standing by Yifan's side right now would have been herself. Not Su Yishue, much less those other 6 sisters-in-law. Yevon is on his own. But now, even if you go back yourself, it will only be 1/8, or even 1/10. However, even so, Xian Yufei didn't have any complaints. The result of everything is self-inflicted now. There's nothing to say. After the meal was finished, Yifan insisted on sending Xian Yufei home first and watched Xian Yufei enter her room before leaving with Wang Fuguei. 2 minutes after Yifan's vehicle left, the few black-clothed men hidden in the shadows showed up and muttered with some annoyance. Nuts! That little cutie from the Yi family, finally gone. Otherwise, with Wang Fuguei and Yifan here, it's not really good to make a move. That little cutie. I can't kill it. The matter of Jin Yang attacking Yifan. Although the Jin family wanted to keep the news sealed, but those news were like wings, flying around Cloud City, Tiannan Province, and the Grand Xia martial arts circles. Jin Yang attacked Yifan, Sui Shui failed, and his own fleet suffered heavy losses, and he was forced to compensate the Su group for $1 billion of moral damages. These news appeared to be circulating unintentionally, but only those who had reached a certain level knew clearly that this was someone behind the scenes intentionally pushing the envelope, deliberately allowing these news to ferment in the martial arts circle. This was a warning to everyone else to be careful and not just hit on Yifan and the Su family, or else Jin Yang would be the next step. This time, these people who made a move on Princess Xian Yu were just a private team of bounty hunters in the martial arts world, usually taking on some missions. It wasn't like they had any deep grudges with Princess Xian Yu, so naturally, Fan couldn't go and fight for their lives. All move smartly. The test is over. If you have a chance to eat meat, eat it. If you don't, withdraw immediately. I feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere tonight. The middle-aged man instructed his men, and the group of people quickly tumbled in towards Princess Xian Yu's villa compound. And 2 minutes after Yifan's vehicle left, Yifan suddenly called Wang Fuguei to a halt. Old Wang, go back immediately. I suddenly remembered that I still have something at Xian Yufei's house. I'm going to get it back. Although Wang Fuguei was puzzled as to what else Yifan had left behind in Fei Xian Yu's house, Wang Fuguei never carried out Yifan's words 100%. Yes, Wang Fuguei answered, immediately turned around and rushed back toward Xian Yufei residence. Chapter 103 The pattern on your chest. Let the brothers see it. In the villa, Xian Yufei went into the shower room when she returned home. Taking off her long red dress, Xian Yufei showed off her stunningly beautiful body in the mirror. Your own body really looks good. Front and back, concave and convex. Where there should be meat there is meat. Flat belly. When the tattooed breasts on his chest unraveled, the pair of large phoenixes instantly broke free of their bindings, both on the verge of flying out as if they were on the verge of flying out. Such a stunningly beautiful body. If it was cheaper for someone else, Xian Yufei's heart was not willing. Himself belongs only to Van. Back when he was still a youthful age, he himself had been that close to Van, and it was absolutely impossible to accept anyone else. After Xian Yufei had finished admiring her figure, she picked up the clothes next to her and placed them in front of her nose and took a deep breath. There was still Yifan's flavor lingering on it. That's what a man tastes like. All those other trash. What with Zhao Tianlong and Jin Yang? they don't deserve it. Xian Yufei was just about to go turn on the faucet to take a bath when she suddenly heard light footsteps outside. Xian Yufei was immediately alert. What kind of person? Xian Yufei practiced martial arts with Yifan at that time, and although her talent was not as good as Yifan's, she had already reached the strength of the control realm. Of the people outside that lurked in, only the middle-aged man in the lead was at the sovereign realm. The others were only at the control realm, so naturally, they couldn't hide their aura. Xian Yufei clearly remembered that after she came in, she had unlocked the front door, as well as the villa's living room door. It's impossible for ordinary people to get in. With a chortle from her mouth, Xian Yufei couldn't even wait to wear the intimate clothes inside, quickly putting her jacket and long skirt over her body before staring vigilantly at the door of the bathing room. At the same time, Wang Fugue also drove and arrived outside the gate of Xian Yufei's villa. Wang Fugue had planned to go in with Yifan, but Yifan refused. "I'll just go in by myself. You wait for me a little bit outside. It might take a little bit longer. I need to look for something." Wang Fugue's mind was spinning very fast at this moment, but a wicked smile appeared on his face. "Good. Looking for something. I'm afraid it's an excuse. LOL. Big Brother is demented, but it's an old love. No, the state of Big Brother now. It should have recovered quite a lot. Later, we must find an opportunity to inquire about it." Anyway, Xian Yufei's villa was this big, and there couldn't be any danger inside. Big Brother's strength had all been restored to the martial exaltation realm, and it wasn't that easy for ordinary people to kill him. "You'll be less of a sentry out there yourself." Wang Fugue put the seat down, and his mouth was humming a little song. In the bathroom in the villa, Xian Yufei was nervous to the extreme. Although she was only at the strength of the control realm, she had clearly sensed that outside the door, there were at least 3 people staring into the shower room. Sneaking into one's villa this late at night is definitely not a good person. Xian Yufei stared at the entrance of the room while picking up her cell phone and dialing Yifan's number. "Brother Fan, save me." Previously, when she grew up with Yifan, Wang Fugue, Huoli and several others also often went out on missions, and when they encountered danger, Xian Yufei, almost instinctively, all turned towards Yifan for help. "Yes." On the phone, Yifan answered, causing Xian Yufei to be stunned. Yifan knew he was in danger? Didn't Yifan leave already? Why did he come right away? Xian Yufei called Yifan, just seeking psychological comfort. She is also very clear that even if Yifan understands her own meaning, when Yifan arrives, I am afraid that it is all too late. Boom! Not even waiting for Xian Yufei to think more, the door to the shower room had already been roughly kicked open. The men in black suits quickly rushed in towards the shower room, their figures flashing while the martial arts chi on their bodies fiercely stirred. The 2 control realm killers who rushed at the front swung their fists and greeted Xian Yufei in front of her chest. "You guys." Xian Yufei had long been prepared for battle, and similarly swung her fist to block. Bang bang, 2 dull thuds, one person facing 2 people's attacks. Xian Yufei was naturally not an opponent, and was shaken back by the powerful chi force, hitting the wall behind her. The walls were all cracked open by the impact, while a smear of blood flowed from the corner of Xian Yufei's mouth, and her face instantly paled. Xian Yufei's talent was average, and without the aid of external forces, she might only be able to stay in the control realm for the rest of her life. And the opposite hands are 2 peak control killers. Xian Yufei did not just internal organs were shaken. "It has been very lucky. Is that all you can do? It seems that the higher-ups think too highly of you." "Ha!" The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and stepped forward, grabbing Xian Yufei's shoulder as he stared coldly at her. "The above said that you have a pattern on your chest, so let the brothers take a look at it today." As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out his hand with the intention of tearing towards the clothes on Xian Yufei's shoulders. Fizzle! The red dress on Xian Yufei had just torn half of it, and half of her white collarbone was exposed, when a chi force suddenly shot out of the door, causing that middle-aged man to instantly tense up, his entire body exploding in sweat as he flew and tried to dodge towards the side. But to the middle-aged man's horror, the force that shot out was actually able to turn. His strength at the Zhongshe realm had dodged 3 times in a row, and that chi energy behind him was still locked onto him in a dead heat. Put. Flying in were 2 flower seeds that happened to block the middle-aged man's bloodline. The middle-aged man's strength of the sect master realm was instantly unable to be utilized. His body staggered several times and almost fell to the ground. "Retreat quickly. There are experts." The middle-aged man was already at the peak of the Zhongshe's strength, but the other party was able to hold himself so easily, indicating that the other party's strength was at least above the martial Zun realm. Staying any longer on his own would be a total giveaway, so he greeted his men and tried to leave, but it was too late. Put. Didn't even see the silhouettes outside, only heard countless flower seeds hurtling towards the room, blocking all 7 or 8 killers in the room. All the people into the sinews were blocked. They couldn't exert any martial arts chi at all. Walking became a problem, and finally all of them were paralyzed on the ground. This, Xian Yufei looked at the situation in front of her. Our shocked pupils a real enlargement. Just now was that the sect master realm of the strong man grabbed. Xian Yufei are already completely desperate. There was surely nothing good that could come from falling into the hands of these people when one was dressed so coolly. The key was her own strength. She was not a match for those people at all. Xian Yufei was still thinking about how to deal with it when an expert appeared. Thinking of the phone call she had just made, Xian Yufei tentatively called out towards the outside. "Brother Fan, is that you?" Xian Yufei's heart burst with excitement. Just now she had only called Yi Fan. If Yi Fan had made a move, it would mean that Yi Fan's strength was at least in the martial zone realm. Yi Fan must have awakened. Chapter 104, Sooner or later, I'll be yours. Pust. A phantom flashed outside, and before Fei Xianyu could react to what was going on, a seed also struck Fei Xianyu's acupoints, and Fei Xianyu's eyes went black on the spot, and she directly fainted. The one who rushed in was naturally Yi Fan. The moment Xian Yufei collapsed to the ground, Yi Fan wrapped his arms around Xian Yufei and then walked towards the bedroom. The Xian Yufei in his arms, originally in, has been put in the gap. At this moment the skirt has been torn in half by that middle-aged man. Inside that absolutely beautiful scenery in front of the chest swaying, white big phoenix are about to fly out. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart as he watched, and where he came into contact with Xian Yufei's skin, a stream of warmth soared towards Xian Yufei's body, rapidly boosting Xian Yufei's martial arts chi strength. The payroll shakes. Yi Fan similarly received warm feedback from Fei Xianyu, and his own strength was rapidly increasing, putting Xian Yufei back in her room and gently covering her with a quilt. When she returned again, Wang Fugue had already rushed in. "Big brother, are you alright?" Wang Fugue looked at Yi Fan with a nervous face. His little sister-in-law Su Yishui asked Wang Fugue to take care of Yi Fan. Wang Fugue didn't want anything to happen to Yi Fan. Otherwise Wang Fugue wouldn't be able to explain to Su Yishui. Now that Yi Fan was at the tip of the storm, he didn't know how many people were staring at him, and he was still careless just now. "I'm fine." Yi Fan glanced at the killers lying on the ground and wailing. "They wanted to make a move on concubine you. Old Wang, you interrogate them." "Yes," Wang Fugue answered without any politeness, and in the next moment, he directly made a move to grab one of the killers and slammed it hard against the wall. "Asshole, actually dared to make a move on my ex-sister-in-law. Looking for death?" Wang Fugue was furious in his heart. Under his own eyes, he actually dared to make a move. If not for his big brother's own good strength, I don't know what would have happened. That assassin's entire body's tendons and veins had been blocked by Yi Fan, and in the face of Wang Fugue's rampage, there was no room for any resistance at all, and he could only let Wang Fugue's crazy hands, his head cracking open, and blood flowing all over the place. Pust. Wang Fugue's hand movements did not have any pause. Continue to other killers' hands. Thigh smashed, arm pinch burst. In just a few dozen seconds of work, those killers on the scene had all hung up their colors, not a single one intact. The whole Wang Fugue, in addition to the hands, did not open the mouth to ask a question. Will be the leader of the middle-aged man are depressed. "Big brother, do not fight, do not fight. The two masters, you are asking They were all depressed and on the verge of freaking out. Originally, he thought that Yi Fan was already very crazy, but he didn't expect that Wang Fugue, who came behind him, was even crazier than Yi Fan. It was clear that they had agreed to interrogate, but without asking a single question, they just started punching. If the beating continues like this, I'm afraid I'll really be beaten to death here. Will you guys talk if I ask? Wang Fugue stared coldly at the group of killers, a touch of evil surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Why don't you let me properly take out my anger for my big brother before you say anything? We say everything. We didn't come to kill Xian Yufei. We were just commissioned by Zhou Shao of Shangjing to come and test Xian Yufei's potential. I begged the two masters to spare my life. The leading middle-aged man's voice shivered in fear when he saw Wang Fugue bring over a bottle of boiling water again. This Wang Fugue, is he evil? That boiling water, if you pour it in your own crotch, that acidity, just thinking about it makes your whole body shiver. Trying out Princess Xianyu for what potential? Wang Fugue's hand movements paused for a moment as he continued to chortle at the leading middle-aged man. Specifically, I don't know, but according to what I overheard Zhou Shao on the phone, it is said that Miss Xian Yufei's mother is not an ordinary person, and that Xian Yufei should have genetically inherited some special physiques. If Xian Yufei activates those physiques, she will definitely have a very great future in the future. The leading middle-aged man's mouth was still rambling, while Yi Fan was in deep thought. A special physique? Just now, when he held Xian Yufei in his arms, Yi Fan did feel a mysterious fluctuation of breath in Xian Yufei's body, which seemed to be warming up Xian Yufei's body, and also attempted to help Xian Yufei to to impact the blocked blood veins. He had grown up with Xian Yufei for so many years, but he hadn't found anything special about Xian Yufei. However, when Yi Fan thought of Jin Yang, as well as Li Yunyang of the Li family who were also crazy and couldn't wait to marry Fei Xianyu, there were more than likely these reasons behind it, right? What secrets does Princess Xianyu have on her? Moreover, Xian Yufei's matter once again involved Shangjing Zhou Xiao, the Holy Angels. It seems like a trip to Shangjing is needed as soon as possible to figure out what's going on with that Holy Angels organization. The one who made a move on the Yi family was not just the people on the military side. The people from the Holy Envoy organization also joined in, supposedly looking for a pair of maps. But up to now, Yi Fan didn't have any clues about the maps either. What is the secret behind the map? All the doubts lingered in Yi Fan's mind. Yi Fan's brows were tightly locked and his head was thinking rapidly. But the current information was indeed too little. Yi Fan couldn't find any clue. Big brother, what to do with these people? Waiting for the middle-aged man to finish explaining all the information he knew, Wang Fugue made a move to directly beat all of them into a fainting stupor, collapsing on the ground like a dead dog. Notify Xiahao and have Li Hu come and deal with it. These killers, all of them, were killers and existed. Their hands were covered in blood. There was no need to be merciful. Yes, while Wang Fugue was arranging these assassins, Yi Fan stepped towards the upstairs once again. Just as I pushed open the door to the bedroom room, there was a gasp from inside. In the room Xian Yufei had already awakened, and had just taken off her own clothes, which happened to reveal the big phoenix on her chest, white and erect, and was ready to change her clothes, when Yi Fan happened to walk in. Xian Yufei was in a state of shock, and after seeing that it was Yi Fan, her covered movements hesitated slightly, then slowly let go, and deliberately displayed her chest towards the front, and said somewhat shyly, "Brother Fan, just now it was you who saved me? You awakened?" Yi Fan turned his head to avoid Xian Yufei's proud scenery, and his mouth answered, "I just came back to get an item, and I happened to see them make a move on you. Old Wang made a move to knock them all out, and I came up to see you." Yi Fan didn't answer Xian Yufei's words directly. Right now Yi Fan was still in a state of dementia externally, and for the time being, he didn't want Xian Yufei to know his secret. Seeing that it wasn't Yi Fan who saved her, Xian Yufei's eyes flashed with a flash of loss, but her complexion quickly returned to normal. Oh, but Xian Yufei is sure of one thing. Her own body has already had an additional warm current, the kind of warm current that can only be generated when she is in contact with Yi Fan. Yi Fan's talent has not been lost, just now must be Yi Fan hugged himself up. No matter what state Yi Fan is in, after all, still can't let go of himself? Thinking of this, Xian Yufei seems to have made a certain decision, her whole body without a single strand, quickly walking towards Yi Fan, while in her heart, she shyly secretly said, Look, anyway, sooner or later it is yours." Chapter 105, Soul Regaining Evil Art. Brother Van, I want to be your woman. Although she was very shy, Xian Yufei still opened her mouth and spoke towards Yi Fan with a flushed face. "Once upon a time, we grew up together. It was so beautiful. I don't want to miss it." As she spoke, Xian Yufei moved closer towards Yi Fan's arms. Xian Yufei is very confident in her own figure. She is already so seductive in her own clothes, and now she is even more so without a single strand of clothing. Such a stunning beauty, appearing naked in front of you, it is hard for any man to refuse. Yi Fan looked at the approaching beauty, and his heart was also a little hot. One must admit that Xian Yufei was really pretty, and Sui Shui was two different styles of beauty. Sui Shui had a bit of imperial sister's charm, while Xian Yufei had a bit more wilderness and demonic, especially the seductive eyes, which had a bit of exotic flavor. But when he thought of consort Xian Yu withdrawing from the marriage at the funeral of his uncles and elder brothers, Yi Fan's heart ached. Now you want to be your own woman. What did you do long ago? Although before, Yi Fan could be good to Xian Yufei without any bottom line or dignity, but this is not a reason for Xian Yufei to be reckless. Licking dogs also have dignity. Once they don't love anymore, then they are fearless. Saving Princess Xian Yu was only because she couldn't bear it in her heart, but Xian Yu wants to be his own woman. Yi Fan cannot pass that hurdle in his heart. Yi Fan's figure flickered and once again dodged Xian Yufei towards the side, while his mouth was puzzled. "Yufei, why do you want to be my woman? What does it take to be my woman? Shouldn't you be your own woman?" Yi Fan's eyes flashed with confusion, reverting to that demented look. Xian Yufei's eyes were a bit sultry, and at the same time, there were a few moments of loss. Is Yi Fan really still in a state of dementia? But Xian Yufei didn't want to give up just like that. "Hasn't your Yishui wife taught you yet? This is how. You don't know how. I'll teach you." Xian Yufei had already decided. No matter what state Yi Fan was in now, she herself would first take Yi Fan down and then say, the raw rice would be cooked, and she would become Yi Fan's woman, and it would be best to have Yi Fan's seed. In this way, in the future, when Yi Fan came to his senses, he couldn't leave himself alone. Xian Yufei came closer and reached out to wrap her arms around Yifan's neck, the large phoenix on her chest demonically rubbing against Yifan's arm. The soft touch, and the amazing elasticity, made Yifan a little unable to hold on. After all, before was so deeply loved lover, now although there is a rift, but Xian Yufei's tenderness, Yifan is still a little incapable of resisting. However, thinking of those 7 who had made such great sacrifices to guard the Yi family and to guard themselves, Yifan's heart still recovered its sanity. A friend in need is a friend in need. At his uncle's funeral, the 7 people were true to themselves, and he could not live up to their feelings for him. I'd better let Ishua's wife teach me. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth as a chi fluctuated in his hand and pressed a few times on the back of Xian Yufei's neck. A wave of drowsiness came over Xian Yufei and she fell asleep in Yifan's arms once again in a daze. Yifan wrapped his arms around Xian Yufei and walked towards the bed. Rest well. The damage that Princess Xian Yu had done to herself could not be repaired in a day or two, but just at the moment Yifan put Xian Yufei down, Yifan's arms suddenly detected another potential breath fluctuation in Xian Yufei. Yifan's eyes condensed, the golden aura around his eyes began to fluctuate, and his pupils all turned red, as Yifan's eyes began to penetrate Fei Xian Yu's skin, entering Fei Xian Yu's tendons and veins of his body, carefully checking it out. Soon, Yifan found a black aura deep within Xian Yufei's dantian. The aura was bizarre and seemed to have taken on a spirit of its own. When Yifan's breath went in to check it out, the black mass of breath actually intended to disintegrate itself and hide. Aha! Yifan was now at the martial emperor level, and with the inheritance and the dragon ring, his mental power was exceedingly powerful, and after quickly analyzing the black aura, he immediately connected it with a bizarre means he had learned in the ring. Demented evil? The massive black breath in Fei Xian Yu's body was a kind of evil soul-taking evil art from the ancient times, similar to the subduing head in the southeast region, by arranging some special means on the target, so that he could remotely control the target to act according to his own meaning. Princess Xian Yu is being regaled? Yifan frowned. The Xin family was nothing more than a merchant family in Cloud City. They hadn't offended any big shots. It was worth them paying so much attention to Xian Yufei. Yifan's head was racing with thoughts, and he couldn't help but think of the information that those killers had just passed on. There was also a mysterious force behind concubine Xian Yu, and even young Zhou from Shangjing was thinking about it, so it was estimated that the force behind concubine Xian Yu was really strong. What kind of a power is that? It seems that when there is a chance, one must find Uncle Xian and ask him about it. The art of soul regeneration was tricky for other people, but Yifan had the inheritance of the dragon ring from the Tianji pavilion, which happened to have a way to deal with it. The most crucial thing was that Yifan had the salary flame in his body, which was the nemesis of these evil arts. Yifan hesitated for a moment, and with a flick of his wrist, he guided the salary flame out of his fingers from his own dantian, and then quickly invaded in towards Fei Xian Yu's body, following the tendons and veins, and swiftly reaching Fei Xian Yu's dantian. From multiple directions, they besieged towards the black mass of breath. That black regal aura sensed the salary flame's arrival and seemed to be very frightened, wanting to find a path to escape, but they were all blocked back by Yifan's control of the payload. Soon, the black soul regenerating breath was all wrapped up in the salary flame, and then began to scorch inside Fei Xian Yu's body. Boing boing! The black breath was connected to Xian Yufei's spirit, and as it burned, Xian Yufei seemed to be in some pain, and a wailing sound came out of her mouth. Yifan released his martial aura and warmed Xian Yufei's spirit, and only then did Xian Yufei feel better. In just a few tens of seconds, the black soul regenerating aura in Princess Xian Yu's body was all scorched clean by the salary flame. After checking again and confirming that there wasn't any other soul regenerating aura in Fei Xian Yu's body, Yifan then withdrew the salary flame from Fei Xian Yu's body and pulled over the quilt to gently cover Fei Xian Yu. The moment Yifan was ready to leave, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since Consort Xian Yu was controlled by the Dementor technique, then at the funeral scene, Consort Xian Yu withdrew from the marriage with herself. Was it Consort Xian Yu's own intention, or was she controlled by the Dementor technique? However, Yifan's mind just flickered. What the truth really was, it didn't matter now. Yifan's task now, don't is to assist the rise of Su's group, shelter the 7 people's family, investigate the murderer behind those who harmed the Yi family, avenge the Yi family, and write the name of the Yi family. As for the rest, nothing matters so much. Yifan glanced at Xian Yufei and turned around to leave through the bedroom door, and just at the moment when the black aura on Fei Xian Yu's body was completely scorched clean, in Shangjing, in a separate garden, a youth suddenly sat up from his bed in shock, his mouth furiously spraying a mouthful of blood. Ah! Who broke my layout? Chapter 106 To change his name to wife. Zhou Xiao? What's wrong? What happened? The youth had just shouted out, and a large group of bodyguards immediately poured in outside the door, with the leading bearded man glancing around with a nervous face. This youth was no one else but Zhou Ming, the general head of the Southwest region within the Holy Envoy organization. 5 years ago, after Yi Fan's accident, Zhou Ming had quietly arranged the soul regeneration technique on Fei Xianyu, so that on one hand, he could use Fei Xianyu as a puppet to cultivate his spiritual power, and on the other hand, he could use Fei Xianyu as one of the ports for his intelligence acquisition. The most crucial thing was that Zhou Ming also knew the identity of Xianyu Fei's mother through some channels. It was highly likely that Princess Xianyu's mother was a descendant of a servant of the Divine Gate clan, and the Divine Sect is the life and death enemy of the Holy Angels organization. Zhou Ming had spent so much effort in arranging the soul regeneration technique on Fei Xianyu, originally hoping to make a breakthrough from Fei Xianyu. It had been 5 years, and although the soul regeneration technique on Princess Xianyu hadn't acquired any useful information, nothing had gone wrong either. But just now, Zhou Ming realized that the soul regeneration technique that he had placed on Fei Xianyu was suddenly broken. Princess Xianyu had lost contact with herself, and Zhou Ming had suffered a backlash. Immediately send someone to find out what exactly happened to Princess Xianyu in Cloud City. Who has come into contact with Princess Xianyu today? I want to know all about Princess Xianyu. Zhou Ming touched a handful of blood at the corner of his mouth as he continued to speak. Also, contact those assassins we sent out to test Princess Xianyu and have them report on the situation immediately. Zhou Ming's words had just fallen, and a four-eyed boy in the crowd immediately opened his mouth. Zhou Xiao, an hour ago, we lost contact with those killers. Just now, the information that came back from the life detector was that the group of killers had all dead. What? Zhou Ming's pupils dilated for a moment, and he stood up from the bed in shock, his brows locked. The reason why Zhou Ming had sent that group of assassins to test Princess Xianyu was because they weren't very famous and didn't belong to any of the forces, so basically no one would notice. But he had only just made his move, and all those killers were reunited? Zhou Ming knew that among those people, the leader was at the strength of the Zhongshu realm, which was not a low strength for the entire Dixia. Who on earth meddled in Princess Xianyu's affairs? The Yi family? But Xianyu Fei had obviously already withdrawn from Yi Fan's marriage. There was absolutely no need for the Yi family to continue to pay attention to the Xian family's affairs. And Yi Fan wasn't a cutie. How was he going to meddle in Xianyu Fei's affairs? Young Zhou, the intelligence has come back. According to our brother's covert observation, just now Yi Fan and Wang Fugue went to Xianyu Fei's residence and haven't left yet. Aha! Yi Fan again? Zhou Ming was very clear about what had happened in Cloud City recently. The Zhao family is destroyed, the Li family is destroyed, and the Wang family is destroyed. All the clans that were unfavorable to the Su and Yi clans didn't have a good end. Moreover, the Chu Feng sent by the northwestern side, a powerful person of the martial Zun realm, had intended to go and wipe out the Yi family completely, but happened to encounter the experts of the Wandering Souls, wiping out Chu Feng and the others. Zhou Ming's brows tightened as he muttered, was it really the strongest of the Wandering Souls who did this? Has Yi Fan awakened? Have the people from the various teams in Shangjing come over for a meeting early tomorrow morning? A glint of gloom flashed across Zhou Ming's eyes. He had to make a trip to Cloud City himself. At that time, together with the northwestern side, the purpose of making a move against the Yi family was for the Yi family's pair of maps. But the 10 core disciples of the Yi family had all been decapitated, and no clues to the map had been found from them. Only that little cutie Yi Fan. There was no check on his body. The clue to that map should mostly be in Yi Fan. The demand for the map from above had reached the point of fire, and if he could find the whereabouts of the map as soon as possible, the above would surely reward him even more. In Cloud City, Yi Fan and Wang Fugue left Xianyu Fei's residence and drove straight home. Yi Fan had just entered the gate of Su Yishue's villa when he saw another acquaintance. Sixth sister-in-law Cheng Rulan also came. Little Fan, I just happened to come to Cloud City to do some errands and stopped by to see you. Are you feeling better? When Cheng Rulan saw Yi Fan come in, she tenderly went forward, took Yi Fan's hand and looked up and down. Cheng Rulan's skin was very good, and while pulling Yi Fan's wrist, her face was so flushed that she was about to pinch out water because of her shyness. Such a shy girl, before at the funeral, but with Yu Linglong and the others so determined to publicly announce that she wanted to marry Yi Fan, and it's still 7 people marrying Yi Fan together to give the Yi family a new branch. It was evident how determined Cheng Rulan was. Sister-in-law Rulan, I'm already much better. Today Yishue took me to an antique street, and I remembered a lot of other things. Only I can't remember a lot of things. But Dr. Lei said that I'll get better slowly. Rulan's sister-in-law, give me a hug. Looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Yi Fan didn't know how to express his emotions. It's not like you can fully reveal that you've awakened and express your concern. It can only be half true, half sober, half demented, seeing Yifan's unfolding embrace. Cheng Ruolan's face was full of blush, glancing at Su Yishui, but eventually shyly snuggled into Yifan's arms, since she had already announced in front of so many people that she was going to marry Yifan. From that moment on, everyone would think that Cheng Ruolan was Yifan's wife. Little Fan, in the future, don't call sister-in-law, call your wife. Got it? Cheng Ruolan wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck and gently taught Yifan, to Sister Linglong and Mange they are all your wives too. Although she was shy, Cheng Ruolan was still pleased in her heart to see Yifan in such a state. After all, at that time, when the announcement was made to marry Yifan, Yifan was in a completely demented state, not even in a lucid state for a second. And now, Yifan's IQ had recovered to the point where he was in his teens, and in time, Yifan would definitely be able to recover to his former peak state. Yes, Yifan replied seriously, his eyes sharply noticing a flash of sadness in Cheng Ruolan's eyes. Ruolan's wife, are you in some kind of trouble? I see that you are a bit unhappy. Cheng Ruolan froze and looked at Yifan with some doubt. Her emotions were hidden so deeply that Yifan actually noticed them all. No, nothing, it's just that our Cheng family's jewelry business recently suffered some impact, before and we cooperate with the supply channel business. In recent times, and we cancelled the cooperation. We hoarded the raw stone, already can't support for long, alas. I heard that General Sungpa from the Burmese side is going to come to Daxia in the next 2 days to renegotiate the agent of Daxia's jadeite raw stone, so I wanted to come and try my luck to see if I could have a chance to get the raw stone from General Sungpa's hands, so that I don't have to be taken by those channelers within Daxia. Although Cheng Ruolan didn't specify, Yifan was very clear. Now that the Cheng family was experiencing all this trouble, it should all be because Cheng Ruolan continued to stand up to the Yi family, openly announcing that she wanted to marry herself. Those murderers against the Yi family are suppressing the Cheng family behind the scenes. Ruolan wife, don't worry, I will definitely help you get the emerald agent. You don't have to worry. Yifan tenderly patted Cheng Ruolan on the back, while his head remembered the burly man in Burma. Back then, Sungpa could owe Yifan several lives. Chapter 107, Sister Yishui, do you want me to help you tonight? You? How can you help? Cheng Ruolan looked at Yifan with some surprise. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I appreciate your kindness. You'd better feel at ease and get well and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, our sisters won't be able to support us. The ones who had already been suppressed now were the Su family, the Qing family, and it was feared that soon, it would be the turn of the Shin family, the Yu Linglong family, and the other people's families. The granddaughters of the 7 great families simultaneously announced their marriage to Yifan, continuing to be deeply bound to the Yi family. Those who dealt with the Yi family would surely not stop. I can really do it. Wife Ruolan, you have to believe me. Yifan looked at Cheng Ruolan with a serious face. He very much wanted to open his mouth and tell Cheng Ruolan that he only needed to say one word, Songpa, not to mention giving the agency to himself. Even if he was asked to give his life to himself, Songpa probably wouldn't even hesitate. After all, 5 years ago, when Yifan infiltrated into Burma in pursuit of a drug dealer, within 3 days, he saved Songpa 3 times, and helped Songpa take care of his biggest rival. If it wasn't for Yifan's help, Songpa's whole family would have been exterminated long ago, not to mention today's supreme position of dominating the northwestern part of Myanmar. Alright, it's not early, Yi Shui, you hurry up and take little Fan to bed. Counting the days, Xiaofan has accompanied you for a few days. You have to seize the time with. Next month, Xiaofan can belong to me. Cheng Ruolan looked at Su Yishui jokingly. Yishui's sister, Xiaofan won't be. You have to teach him more well. If you won't, or not the evening I'll come and guide you guys? Pust. Hearing Cheng Ruolan's words, Yifan was inwardly speechless. Sister-in-laws, you really don't treat me like an outsider. Cheng Ruolan came at night to instruct Su Yishui on how to seduce men. The image, completely unimaginable, is simply beautiful. However, Yifan actually had some vague expectations in his heart. If Cheng Ruolan and Su Yishui were together, what kind of scene would it be? However, Yifan also knew that it would be a long time before such a scenario could be realized for fear that at least those mortal enemies of the Yi family would have to be resolved. Sister Ruolan, you're bad. Yifan, he's not stupid at times. Humph, soon, you can experience it. If you're in a hurry, I'll let you have it tonight. Su Yishui was full of shyness, but in turn, she also teased Cheng Ruolan. Put, no way. Although Cheng Ruolan's mouth said a lot, but in reality it's all on paper. Mouth pouted and ran quickly towards her bedroom. In the doorway also delicately twisted her waist, to the back of the Yifan said, Fan, still stupidly standing for what ah? Hurry up and go to bed with Yi Shui. We're all waiting for you to give the Yi family a new branch. That charming eyes, as well as the hot body. See Yi Fan a burst of fire. In his heart, he even sighed. What virtue and ability he had, actually getting 7 such stunning favor at the same time. Yi Fan was even in a trance for a moment. On the day of the funeral, Xian Yufei withdrew from the marriage. Was it a blessing or a curse for himself? After all, 1 for 7 doesn't seem to be a loss for himself. Good, I'll listen to Ruolan's wife. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth surfaced a touch of evil, and in the next moment, before Sui Shui could react, he wrapped his arms around Sui Shui and quickly rushed up towards the second-floor bedroom. Ah, Xiao Fan, lighten up. Sister Ruolan, you're too bad. You've only been here for a day and you've taught Xiao Fan bad. However, although Sui Shui was complaining with her mouth, in her heart, she was vaguely looking forward to it. It's that saying, a man is not a bad man. On the second floor of Sue's villa, there was a burst of juvenile songs. Cheng Ruolan downstairs are affected by the tossing and turning. Most of the night did not fall asleep. Inwardly regretted to death. Why do you want to come to Sui Shui here to live? They are not looking for abuse? Cloud City, gradually enveloped by night, returned to silence. But the provincial city, the Lu family, is not destined to be peaceful tonight. Lu Hao learned from Yi Fan's mouth that back then it was actually his own father who killed his mother with his own hands. So in the afternoon, he rushed back to the provincial capital at a rapid pace, and only after quietly making some arrangements did he return home. In the study, Lu Ran was a bit surprised to see Lu Hao come in. How you came back so soon? How are things going in Cloud City? Did the Su family take it down? What is Yi Fan's situation now? The 3 major vassal families under the Lu family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Li family were all exterminated. Although all the information rumored outside had nothing to do with the Yi family, it was all car accidents, or being chased by enemies and destroyed. But Lu Ran's side naturally knew that this was the Yi family making a move, and it was also highly likely that it was Yi Fan making a move. So Lu Ran is now very eager to take action against the Su family to give an explanation to the above, and at the same time, he also needs to figure out Yi Fan's situation as soon as possible. Lu Hao grimaced, stared dead at Lu Ran, and popped out a few words through his teeth. How exactly did mother die at that time? Lu Ran also noticed something wrong with Lu Hao's face, stood up from the chair, frowned and spoke. Didn't I tell you many times about this matter? Your mother was in a bad mood at the time and jumped to her death. This matter is also very sad to me. Why do you suddenly mention this? Give you one last chance. Say, how mother really died at that time. Lu Hao was trying his best to suppress his emotions. He wanted Lu Ran to open his mouth to defend a few words or not, but the muscles on Lu Ran's face twitched a few times. Then he loudly scolded. Asshole! Lu Hao! You have hardened your wings. Is this the attitude you have when talking to me? The Lu family is not your turn to be in charge right now. Your mother's death was already investigated clearly at that time. Are you crazy today? Although Lu Ran was chiding Lu Hao with his mouth, he was actually a little apprehensive inside. Lu Hao has always been a good boy. Today he went to Cloud City and came back so abnormal. He must have found something. Snap! Lu Hao reached out and slammed a stack of printed photos and information on the table. Lu Ran, you this. Take a good look. What is this? How can you bear it? Sending your own wife to someone else's bed, and letting someone else insult her in front of you. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You deserve to die. Seeing those photos on the table, Lu Ran's eyes flashed with a flash of panic as he quickly picked up 2 of them and glanced at them. In the photo, Lu Ran pressed his wife on the bed. The picture was extraordinarily clear, and the other man next to him, although it was just a back, Lu Ran knew that it was exactly the big man in the Holy Envoy organization. However, where did you get these photos from? You listen to me. This is fake. It is all a false accusation. It is a false accusation. Lu Ran stumbled and almost fell to the ground. His mouth was still lying and defending, but Lu Ran's flustered expression had long since betrayed him. Clang! Lu Hao reached out and pulled out the combat knife on his body, the tip of the knife pointing at Lu Ran. Today, I will avenge my mother's death. Chapter 108, Putting Father on a Dog Leash. Lu Hao was also at the strength of the martial Dao mastery realm. His entire body was agitated with martial Dao Qi, and the room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. What do you want? Unbridled. Lu Ran's heart was agitated. Even if your mother died because of me at that time, I had no choice but to do so. I was forced to sacrifice your mother for the sake of the family's development. You, as a son, actually dare to hold a knife against me? Don't make excuses here. For so many years, you have deceived me for so many years. Moreover, even if you sacrificed for the family, do you need your mother to do something like that? Have you ever thought about it? A woman who was humiliated by her own husband sending her to someone else's man's bed. How desperate and broken she was inside at that time. You just don't deserve to be a human being. While Lu Hao chortled with his mouth, he swung the battle sword in his hand. whistling and slashing towards Lu Ran. There was a fluctuation of chi on Lu Ran's body, easily avoiding Lu Hao's attack. Both father and son were at the strength of the control realm, and it wasn't easy for either to take the other. Someone come, take this sinner down for me. Lu Ran's face sank as he saw Lu Hao's battle sword slash at the tables and chairs behind him, blasting them to smithereens. It could be seen that Lu Hao had already moved to kill himself. After all, Lu Ran was already old. If he fought Lu Hao alone, Lu Ran didn't have much chance of winning. With Lu Ran's chortling, outside the room, the Lu family's chief steward, Wang Wei, dodged and appeared, standing respectfully at the doorway. Family master, young master, quickly, take this sinner down. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Is going to teach him a lesson. The old man is not dead yet, and he dares to be reckless. Humph. Lu Ran's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. In his eyes, there is only power and allegiance to the Holy Angels organization. As for the son, if you're dead, you're dead. The big deal is that you'll have a few more. He doesn't care. Wang Wei and Lu Hao glanced at each other before speaking faintly. I'm sorry, family master. Forgive me for having difficulty carrying out your orders. Aha! Wang Wei's words instantly made Lu Ran's heart thump. The Lu family's strongest bodyguard head, the family's chief administrator, actually disobeyed his own orders? Wang Wei, do you want to rebel? Don't forget that I am the head of the Lu family. You serve my Lu family. Who are you to disobey orders? Lu Ran was a bit flustered as he dodged Lu Hao's attack while chiding Wang Wei. Wang Wei coldly spoke, by virtue of the fact that Madam has been kind to me. Back then, it was Madam who took me in, and only then did I get where I am today. What young master did today is also what I have always wanted to do. It's just that there were some things I didn't see with my own eyes before and wasn't sure. But today, seeing those evidences and videos, I would love to say, Lu Ran, you really aren't human. Hearing Wang Wei's words, Lu Ran's heart completely cooled down. Wang Wei was indeed taken in by Lu Hao's mother after he was injured back then, recovered and then stayed in the Lu family. With Wang Wei's strength, he could totally have a better future. The reason why he stayed in the Lu family was just to repay the favor. Phew! When Lu Ran was once again forced to dodge in front of Wang Wei struck, smashing his fist on Lu Ran's back. The powerful impact of chi energy blocked Lu Ran's entire body's blood veins instantly, and his body stiffened in place. Young master, next, whether to kill or stay, you see to it. Wang Wei knows how to go in and out, although Lu Ran killed his wife, but after all, the chase is just a matter of people's father and son's own affairs. It would not be good for Wang Wei to continue to intervene. Kill? Humph. It would be too cheap to let him die just like that. I'll make him kneel in front of my mother and repent for the rest of his life. Lu Hao coldly grunted. The battle knife in his hand did not hesitate and stabbed in at Lu Ran's dantian. Do not Howard, I'm your own father Seeing Lu Hao move, Lu Ran let out a desperate wail from his mouth. Now with the help of that big brother of the Holy Envoy organization, Lu Ran had already broken through to the control realm. That big brother had promised that after the Yi and Su families were dealt with this time, the big brother would give him an elixir of immense value to assist him in God's promotion to the sovereign realm. If the dantian was destroyed, then all the dreams behind himself would be a mirage. There's treasure in the chamber inside. And treasure, son, I'll give it all to you. Pust. No matter how much Lu Ran begged, Lu Hao didn't have any intention to stay his hand. The battle knife pierced in ruthlessly, destroying the dantian completely before stopping. From today onwards, the Lu family is fully taken over by me, Lu Hao. Lu Hao stared coldly at Lu Ran. I've long since grown tired of seeing you hanging out with those trash from the Holy Envoy and those people from the Eastern Ing dogs. Pass on my order. From this moment on, terminate all cooperation with the East Ing people, and carry out a full-scale suppression of the East Ing dogs. Immediately sever all ties with the Holy Envoy organization. We, the Lu family, will not be the dogs of the Holy Envoy. Lu Hao passed out one order after another, and someone outside immediately began to carry it out. Over the years, Lu Hao has entered the core leadership of the Lu family, and is the actual controller of the Lu family. Therefore, even if Lu Ran died, it still didn't affect the continued operation of Lu's group. Are you crazy? Lu Hao, do you know what benefits they will give us from the Holy Angels organization? I spent so much effort to join the Holy Angels organization. Lu Ran still wanted to continue to chatter. Lu Hao waved his hand and smashed Lu Ran into fainting, then used Lu Ran's pupils to open the secret room in the study. Someone come, chain him up with a dog chain and make him kneel in front of my mother's statue to repent. As soon as he entered the secret room, Lu Hao was attracted by the ancient aura of several boxes inside. The scroll in one of the boxes was very familiar to Lu Hao. It was the very same map scroll that the Sacred Envoy organization had asked the Lu family to keep investigating. It turns out that my father had already found the scroll and hadn't gotten around to turning it in yet. Lu Hao pondered a little for a few seconds, reached out and picked up the scroll, then took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Fan's number. Young Yi, I have a pair of scroll maps here. They were searched from my father's secret room. They should be related to the Holy Envoy organization. I'll send someone to send them over to you first thing tomorrow morning. Cloud City, Sue's villa compound. Yi-fan, after a bout of exercise, is refreshed to run the power. Suddenly received Lu Hao's phone call. Yi-fan will know that Lu Hao should be back to already clean up his own father. But Lu Hao also seized a map from Lu Ran. Could it be that this is the map that the holy angels are looking for? Good, Yi-fan answered. But in his heart there was some doubt as to why Lu Hao was doing this. To know, just in the daytime, Lu Hao also brought people to come to Cloud City, to suppress the Su group. Within a day, to their own attitude change so big? Xiao Yi, I have just announced that the Lu family will cut off all dealings with the Holy Envoy organization and those trash from the East Ding with immediate effect. Moreover, the list of all the names associated with the Lu family, I will hand them over to Xiao Yi tomorrow morning along with the scroll. So please forgive the Lu family for the wrongdoings they did before. On the phone, Lu Hao respectfully recounted the matter. Yi-fan listened with some skepticism. This Lu Hao still has such vigor? Is it a bitter trick? Hanging up with Lu Hao, Yi-fan immediately dialed Guo Li's cell phone. Old Guo, let Pang Lao's side investigate the Lu family situation and get back to me as soon as possible. If Lu Hao really had such vigor, Yi-fan didn't mind helping him out. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, no matter who it was, as long as they were on the opposite side of the Holy Angels organization, as well as those real culprits who had exterminated the Yi family. They were all friends. Chapter 109. Big Brother's olive branch smashed Jin Yang. Yi-fan turned his head to look at the lazy look of Sui Shui beside him, and then felt the martial qi in his body. Because of the feedback from the warmth gained from the close contact with Sui Shui and the power given by the immortal bone earlier, Yi-fan had now broken through to the martial emperor level. But the rate of progress is still too slow. Yi family's old mansion. There is actually an underground palace. Mother actually laid out so much for herself in advance, left behind the 4 great maids, and so many dead soldiers. Even the wandering souls are the power that Mother left for herself. The Holy Envoy organization was so frantic in infiltrating every corner of the Grand Xia. What they were planning was definitely not simple. One's martial emperor's strength might not seem low enough on the surface, but if one were to face a stronger expert, or another level of powerhouse attacking and killing, would one have the cards to save one's life? How could one guard the Yi family and these sisters-in-law? How can one avenge the Yi family? But Yi-fan's physical quality was very overpowering. But Sui Shui had been an ordinary girl after all, and couldn't resist Yi-fan's madness at all. LOL. There are times when it's not good for a man to be too strong. Originally, there was still Cheng Roland downstairs, and Yi-fan could sense that Cheng Roland was not asleep. Why don't you go down now and get some more exercise? Thinking of Cheng Roland's stunning body, Yi-fan also had a few flutters, just so that his own little cute's identity was going to be recognized. It's not the time to be exposed yet, so it's better to hold back a little longer. Since Cheng Roland came to Cloud City because she wanted to get the Emerald Agent, Yi-fan naturally had to help get it done. These things, on the surface, were directed at the Su family, the Qing family and others, but in reality, they were directed at the Yi family. Yi-fan, the 7 sisters-in-law's families must be protected from the cold. Yi-fan once again ran his kung fu for a few rounds, then went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. But in Cloud City, Jin Yang was full of depression, sitting and drinking with a youth who was no one else but the eldest young master of the Sun family of the provincial city's jewelry family, Sun Deshing. Young Sun, you don't know, I've never been so stifled. I've been wise for a lifetime, but I've actually been fooled by a little cutie. You know what? Southwest Region's medicine production quota. I obviously have got my hands on it. At the last moment, I don't know Yi-fan, that little cutie. Did what? Yu Chang, that's stupid. Actually really will production quota to Su Group. Brother heart bitter ah. The production quota was lost, not to mention that in the end, Jin Yang arranged for the assassination of Yi-fan and Sui Shui, and all of his own men and women were wiped out, and he was also locked up by a sniper, forcing himself to transfer $1 billion of mental damage to the Su Group. Jin Yang was now psyching himself out when he spoke, his eyes always vigilantly checking in all directions, afraid that he would be targeted by a sniper again. Jin Yang didn't even know how he should explain to his father and his family when he went back this time. Su's group got the production quota, and the 1 billion cash given by himself, plus that beauty cream announced at the conference. So marvelous function. As long as the production line will be built and start production, it will be a complete money printing machine ah. Young Jean, don't be sad. That little cutie in Ye's family is a bit evil. You know my situation in the morning. Originally I was planning to bring to smash the scene of the Wanbao Pavilion, but in the end, it was also Yi-fan, that little cutie, spoiled the good thing, but also apologized in front of millions of netizens face disgrace. Jewelry lounge in the future business. I'm afraid it's more difficult to do. Sun Dishing held up his wine glass, a touch of gloom flashing in his eyes. But just in the afternoon, a big shot in Shangjing contacted me, introduced General Songpa, the general of the Burmese country who came to Daxia, to me, and at this time is staying in the hotel next to me. With General Songpa's support, a Wanbao pavilion counts as a chicken feather, and the jewelry business of the Qing family in the provincial capital. If they want to do it, they all have to look at the face of Laozi. General Songpa of Burma? That's the one who controls 70% of the jadeite stones in Myanmar? I heard that he came to Daxia, this time to redistribute Daxia Emerald Raw Stone agents. Right thing. Sun Young is also close to the water tower. First get the moon. Jin Yang eyes flashed a touch of envy. There is if Sun Dishing really can be sung by general hands of the jadeite raw stone agent right to get hand. That Sun family immediately to become a first-class Daxia mansion. LOL. How come you haven't met such a big shot yourself? Young Jin is well informed enough. You are right. General Songpa this time to Daxia is to redistribute the jadeite agent rights of the matter. Before in the Qing family friendship of the family will not have another opportunity. The big man in Beijing has already talked to General Songpa. This time the emerald agent rights. 100% sure is my Sun family. Tomorrow's investment meeting, just a formality. Sun Dishing had a smug look on his face. At this moment, he even wanted to take the initiative to call Yifan and Wanbao Pavilion shopkeeper Wu and ask them to personally come to the investment site tomorrow to see his signing ceremony. There's also that one who announced that she's married to a little cutie. Yifan's Qing Roland, should be here tomorrow too? According to the Shinjing Big Brother's request, when the time came, he must be properly humiliated, so that those who were close to the Yi family would know what would happen to them if they supported the Yi family now. After the Emerald proxy was taken care of, the order given from above was to bring down the Qing family's jewelry group at all costs. The source of goods should be jammed, the sales channels should be blocked, and the partners should be deterred from cutting off. Anyway, there is just one thing, to make Qing's jewelry group have a hard time, and it is better to go bankrupt. Listening to Sun Dishing's words, the less Jin Yang felt in his heart. Originally thought that he had come to find a resonance, all the bitter people who had been repaired by Yifan, but it turned out that the other party had already disembarked first. Tinkerbell. Jin Yang was still depressed when the cell phone on his body suddenly called. A very long string of encrypted calls. Previously, Sun Dishing had dialed it when he saw the great uncle of the Heavenly Patrol Division reporting to the top. Usually on the other side of a phone call like this, it's a big shot. Jin Yang didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly put the phone through. Hello, which one of you? I'm Pavilion Master Zhang, looking for you to discuss something. Aha? Jin Yang hesitated for a few seconds, his brows locked. Zhang, you. The hairs of sweat on Jin Yang's entire body stood up, and then he hastily stopped his mouth. Right, that's right, it's the one you're thinking of, Zhang Gulo, who is in charge of the Northwest Military Affairs. On the other end of the phone, it's the Zhang Gulo who is secretly mobilizing people in the Northwest region. The head of the escort under his command, Xu Feng, had come with the intention of clearing away the last obstacles of the Yi family, and as a result, the men and horses he had brought with him had all perished, making Pavilion Master Zhang a little anxious as well. Yi family, this last bit of obstacle, delay cannot be solved. Above, a lot of plans will not be able to implement. Above, the big boss said, if the Yi family thinks on what trouble, he cannot protect themselves. Although Chu Feng was dead, Zhang Gulao wondered if Chu Feng had given himself up before he died. If the Yi family side caught the traces, following the vine, investigating to their own head, when the Yi family slowed down this breath in, then it is very troublesome. The Yi family that old things credits back then, all of them were fought out with real bullets, and his authority in the military was extremely high. As long as Yi Changfeng still had a breath in him, then if the Yi family wanted to move Pavilion Master Zhang, there was really no one who could stop them. So, Zhang Gulo was in a hurry. Although Pavilion Master Zhang had quite a few other strong men under his command, he didn't dare to send them out easily anymore. So he found Jin Yang, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At least make some moves so the top sees their value. Otherwise, Zhang Gulo knew very well that if he was useless, the top would quickly discard him. I know you're skeptical about the identity, so I'll do something to prove it. Your eldest uncle, Jin Mingliang, has been serving as the deputy director of the Tiannan Provincial City's Heavenly Patrol Division for 10 years, right? I'll greet him right away and directly promote him to a full director. The credit will go to you. You can call to confirm. I'll call back in 5 minutes. Chapter 110, The realization of being used as a gun. After the phone hung up, Jin Yang was still a bit dazed. That one of the 9 pavilion elders of Daxia, Pavilion Elder Zhang, had actually called himself? Or are you looking for yourself to discuss things? In order to convince himself, with one direct sentence, he promotes his eldest uncle to the position of a full director? The Tiannan province's official director of the Heaven Inspection Division. That was already considered the absolute top level of Tiannan province, and could be said to be the number 4 person in Tiannan province. Previously, a large part of the reason why the Jin family had developed so well in the provincial city was because of the identity of the eldest uncle. Although the eldest uncle was only a deputy director, most people in the provincial capital had to give the Jin family a few points of face, And if the eldest uncle has been promoted to a full director before he turns 60, then after a few years of work, it is entirely possible that he will enter the upper capital and become one of the bigwigs in the upper capital Ah. Then the Jean family can definitely rise to another level under the influence of the eldest uncle Ah. At least, it won't be too much worse than the Sun-Dishing family. In an instant, Jean Yang's eyes looked at Sun-Dishing with much more confidence. Jean Yang just ready to call home. Father Jean Mingdong's phone has called. Son, good news Ah. Heavenly good news Ah. Your eldest uncle just got the news from the organization. Said that the organization decided, let your eldest uncle promoted. Ha ha. Promoted to the position of the main bureau. The phone said that it is the credit of you. What is going on here? Before his father could say 2 sentences, the phone was grabbed by his eldest uncle Jean Mingliang next to him. Great nephew, quickly tell your eldest uncle. In the end, what kind of big shot did you know? Today you used $1 billion. Did you go to recognize this big shot? Great nephew, uncle told you, if you spend $1 billion, is to recognize that big man went. I must praise you, that used simply too right. Ha ha, you have to know. Big uncle promote this thing. Simply not $1 billion can be fixed. Thank you Ah. Big nephew, in the future there are any requirements, in addition to the wife cannot give you, the other requirements casually mentioned. On the other side of the phone, it wasn't even Jean Yang's turn to speak. The eldest uncle and father on the phone took turns to give a rainbow fart, blowing Jean Yang all the way up to the sky. Vaguely, I could also hear Grandpa's satisfied laugh, as well as my mother's happy, modest voice. For a while, Jean Yang felt that his vanity was greatly satisfied. Did you spend $1 billion on yourself to get to know the big guy? Of course not. One is totally targeted by a sniper and is buying his life for $1 billion. However, Jean Yang was not stupid. After such a thing happened today, Zhang Golao found himself, and before that, the news of the previous disagreement between court elder Zhang and the Yi family. Jean Yang had probably heard some of it. Now that Zhang Golao had found himself what he meant, Jean Yang had guessed roughly. When Zhang Golao found Jean Yang, he should be borrowing Jean Yang's hand to deal with the Su clan, or Yi fan, right? Although Jean Yang was clear that he was going to be used as a gun, but there was no way that the other party's origin was big enough and the benefits given were strong enough. Jean Yang had no reason to refuse Ah. In that case, if he had spent $1 billion, perhaps he could be considered to have paved the way for getting to know Cabinet Master Zhang, right? I'll stop talking for now. That big shot is going to call. Jean Yang directly interrupted the elder brother and father's words, and the two people on the other end of the phone, the elder brother and father, were very cautious and quickly spoke. Right. You take care of that big shot first, we definitely won't ask much. When you come back, big uncle will personally convene a celebration banquet for you. Jean Yang hung up with his eldest uncle, his father, and Zhang Golao's phone call came. Still the same encrypted phone call. The news from the home side is already in place, right? The appointment from the organization will arrive in concrete to take effect tomorrow. This is just a meeting gift, or for your eldest uncle. The gift for your father, as well as you, will only be better than this. All the resources in my hand can be unconditionally utilized for your Jean family, and within a year, your Jean family can become a first-class powerhouse in Daxia. After displaying his strength, Pavilion Master Zhang continued to describe the subsequent beautiful blueprint to Jean Yang. Jean Yang wasn't stupid, and after determining that it was Cabinet Master Zhang on the other end of the phone, he knew that what Cabinet Master Zhang had said was not bragging at all. As one of the 9 pavilion elders in the Grand Xia's upper capital, that was definitely the group of people who held the highest voice in the Grand Xia. As long as they were willing, they could completely make a family take off with a single word. Cabinet Master Zhang, I have understood all your meaning. What do you command? What do you need me to do to the Su clan and the Yi family? Although Court Elder Zhang said that it was unconditionally possible to utilize Court Elder Zhang's resources, if you really believed that the other party was saying that it was unconditional, then that would be the cutie. If there are no conditions, why should the other person, who is not related to you, help you? Young Jean is indeed a smart person. A little bit of understanding. Zhang Galao is also indeed anxious, and did not beat around the bush. What you have to do is very simple, is to replace me? From business, assassination. All aspects of the siege of the Su group and the Yi family can be killed one, even if you make a great achievement, at least make them not good. This was similar to what Jean Yang had thought, as Zhang Golao contacted Jean Yang to ask him to step in to deal with Yifan and the Su clan. I understand. It's just that, on the side of Cabinet Secretary Zhang, Yi family, I also arranged for assassination today, but in the dark, there seems to be a very powerful force protecting Yifan, and I'm afraid that the power in my hand is not enough. This is natural. I have arranged the departure of the compulsion masters from the Miaojiang compulsion religion side. Tonight should be able to arrive in Cloud City. All of them will listen to your deployment. In addition, the Southwest Hegemony Financial Group, all the funds, adding up to at least hundreds of billions of dollars, you can casually call, and my contacts in the Southwest region. Later I will send a list to you. I will also give them a good greeting in advance. They will all listen to your command. In short, there's only one request, and that is to make Cloud City as chaotic as possible. And it's best if a few people can die. Jin Yang's heart was violently shocked as he listened. Hegemony Financial Group, that's a financial oligarchy that dominates the Southwest. Asset scale can be more than Zhang Golao said, hundreds of billions. So simple. Ding dong. Jin Yang was still in shock when his cell phone received an email. Jin Yang just opened it and glanced at it, and his pupils contracted in shock. Deputy Governor of Tiannan Province, as well as the Deputy Director of the Department of Patrol and Defense, and officials of all sizes in Cloud City. In the entire Tiannan Province, almost half of the important positions are held by Zhang Gur. In several other provinces in the southwest, there were likewise key positions filled with Zhang Gur's people. Zhang Golao was really anxious, and all of a sudden, he handed over his economic power, official connections, and secret assassins, all to himself, allowing himself to lead the fight against the Yi family and the Su group. Is this going to be a complete teardown and fight to the death? I understand, Cabinet Master Zhang. When things come to fruition, everything is fine. If it fails, everything is my Jin Yang's private actions, and all the culpability will be borne by me alone. Today, this phone call from you will be considered as if it had never been made, right? As Jin Yang spoke, the button to record on his cell phone was working with a flash, being used as a gun. Naturally have the consciousness of being used as a gun. If you don't leave yourself a way out, the whole Jin family, if they are pulled into the situation of no return, then how can they afford to the Jin family ancestors and ancestors? Chapter 111, Xiaofan's husband. I will be good to you. Young Jin is indeed a smart man. I can't help but like you a little. Ha ha, I want to take you as my god-grandson. Zhang Golao burst into laughter over the phone, not knowing whether what was said was true or not. The corner of Jin Yang's mouth curled slightly. Let's wait until after the matter in Cloud City is over. Although Pavilion Master Zhang had given Jin Yang such a huge power, Jin Yang instead did not have a trace of relief, and his mood instead became a bit gloomy. Jin Yang didn't know if he had made the right or wrong choice. It was a big gamble. If he won the bet, then the Jin family would be brilliant and prosperous from then on. If he lost, then the Jin family would be completely finished. It was just that. From the moment Zhang Golao called Jin Yang and helped Jin Mingliang to be promoted to a full director, Jin Yang had no choice. If Jin Yang didn't agree, the Jin family was afraid that it wouldn't end well. Jin Yang finished answering the phone and re-entered the tavern, his face all flushed. What good thing is going on with young Jin? When Sun Dishing saw Jin Yang's appearance, he immediately raised his wineglass towards Jin Yang. Jin Yang smiled evilly. Young Sun, from now on, we are allies again when it comes to dealing with Yi Fan. If Sun Xiao has any key information, remember to make sure to share it in time. Ha ha, originally in a somewhat irritable mood, once he thought of the hegemony group, as well as the terrifying lethality of the Miaojiang compassion cult, Jin Yang was immediately in a much better mood. No matter how powerful Yi Fan is, he's just a little cutie, that's all. That mysterious protective force around Yi Fan could protect Yi Fan at any time, but it couldn't protect Sui Shui, and Cheng Rulan, and all those other friends and brothers at any time, right? As long as he took the strongest members of the compulsion sect out and poisoned a few of them, he would be accountable on Zhang Gulao's side. Those poisonous parasites of the Miaojiang compassion cult were the ones who caused the devastation of the people within the boundaries of Daxia back then, with tens of millions of dead people. The current royal family of Daxia, after uniting all the major forces of Daxia's martial arts path, took 3 years of effort to drive those poisonous parasites of the compulsion sect to the depths of the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang, and a death order was given. Without the permission of the official Daxia, any compulsion master shall not leave the Miaojiang area. Otherwise, everyone will be punished. Zhang Golao had invited those compote masters from Miaojiang, and also had to let Jin Yang lead the way. The purpose was also very simple. The companions were blatantly inconvenient in Cloud City and needed Jin Yang to arrange cover. Well said, good to say that. Besides that big brother in Shangjing, there is another big young man who is also interested in the Yi family. Waiting for tomorrow, I'll ask him if it's convenient or not. We can talk together then. Maybe there's some good ideas to deal with the Yi family now. The great young man that Sun Dishing was talking about was the same youth who had been secretly observing Jin Yang's actions during the day. He didn't belong to Shangjing, nor was he in the provincial city, but was a great young man from another level, the same level as the lady behind the Wanbao Pavilion. This time, when he came to Cloud City, he naturally came for that map of the Yi family. It was just that seeing Jin Yang's actions so easily neutralized during the day made the youth more cautious in his subsequent actions and decided to wait and see for a while longer. If Yi-fan was just a little cutie, then there would be no difficulty in dealing with it. However, if Yi-fan had awakened and was just playing dumb, then Yi-fan would be too scary and had to be treated carefully. The next morning, Yi-fan had just woken up when Sui Shui wriggled in Yi-fan's arms. "Little Fan, today I'm going to go outside to inspect the factory's address, so I might not have enough more time to take care of you, so you can stay with Sister Roland." Ching Roland still had a few more days to stay in Cloud City, so having Yi-fan accompany Ching Roland was a way to cultivate a relationship in advance. In addition, Yi-fan said yesterday that he could help the Ching family to get the Jadeite Raw Stone Agency, although Ching Roland did not quite believe it, but Sui Shui saw the many miraculous means of Yi-fan. To the second is some belief. By letting Yi-fan accompany Ching Roland, perhaps the problem of the Emerald Raw Stone Agency that was giving the Ching family a headache would be solved? Yes. Yi-fan rubbed his big hand on Sui Shui's body for a while, and tossed Sui Shui again before getting up with Sui Shui. In the dining room on the first floor, Ching Roland had already prepared breakfast, only that Ching Roland's face was full of dark circles under her eyes, and her demeanor seemed to be tired. "Roland's wife, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Yi-fan looked at Ching Roland's appearance and deliberately asked. This Ching Roland's wife, still very interesting. Last night she was still so poking fun at herself, wanting to instruct Sui Shui on the spot. Now she knows how powerful this young man is, right? Humph, you still have the nerve to ask. You guys really don't care about other people's feelings at all. Are you a cow? With all that commotion last night, tossing and turning in the middle of the night, how could Ching Roland possibly sleep well? Ching Roland didn't expect that Yi-fan was actually that strong even though he was still a bit demented. Then, when the time comes, can he or she fight it off? Thinking of this, Ching Roland couldn't help but feel a blush on her face and hurriedly lowered her head to hide her inner embarrassment. However, she did not know that in fact, her inner thoughts, Yi-fan had already guessed about it. Weiner smiled. At the end of breakfast, Sui Shui went to work at the company, while Chang Roland drove Yi-fan to prepare for General Songpa's Jadeite Raw Stone Agency Rights investment fair. "Xiu-fan, when you go in later, don't run around, stay close to me, and it's best to hold my hand all the time, so you don't lose it. If you lose it, there will be bad people who will take you away, you know?" Chang Roland stopped the car in front of a business hotel in Yunchang, and when she got off the car, she was still urging Yi-fan. Looking at Yi-fan's harmless appearance, Chang Roland also felt a heartache. Yi-fan's parents disappeared when he was a child, and he was raised by his grandfather with great difficulty, and he was also a generation of demonic geniuses with an unlimited future. But because of a car accident, he became such a demented and stupid person as he is now. What was even more tragic was that the entire Yi family had been exterminated, and when the Yi family's old man died, Yi-fan didn't even have anything to rely on. "Little Fan husband, don't worry, we will definitely stay with you all the way. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, no matter if you can awaken or not, we will honestly be your wives and give you many big fat boys." While speaking, Ching Roland's eyes reddened with motherly love and reached out to tightly embrace Yi-fan in her arms. The plump body pressed in front of Yi-fan. Yi-fan felt Ching Roland's gentleness, and the aroma of Ching Roland's body, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Sister-in-law, I'm not a cutie anymore. I'm not a cutie anymore. I can't stand it if you keep this up." Ching Roland twisted her body slightly, and then she noticed the changes in Yi-fan's body, and Yi-fan's weapon had already begun to raise its head majestically, and was ready to fight. "Put, you're a bad guy. You're not awake yet, but your body is solid." Ching Roland was a bit shy and wanted to dodge, but thinking that she was Yi-fan's person sooner or later, her face was a bit flushed, but she hugged Yi-fan even tighter. "Little Fan husband." Ching Roland's eyes flashed with a charming luster, and while her mouth exclaimed softly, she suddenly tilted her head and her red lips printed toward Yi-fan's lips. Chapter 112. Lick my shoes clean and I'll let you off the hook. Well, sweet in the mouth and full of an aromatic flavor, originally was his own wife. So extreme, Yi-fan naturally will not refuse. Instantly anticlimactic, a mouth will Chang Roland's cherry mouth hold. Aha! Chang Roland was already shy, and when she found out that Yi-fan actually took the initiative to attack towards herself, she couldn't help but have her pupils dilated in shock. But then she was intoxicated by that marvelous feeling, and her whole body went limp in Yi-fan's arms, allowing Yi-fan's big hands to claim over her body with impunity. This deadbeat, who said he was a cutie? Who says he's a cutie? Obviously so will. Chang Roland was shy again, and a little more frank. For a long time, Chang Roland was about to gasp for breath, only then reluctant to part with Yi-fan, perceived to be the hotel door. Back and forth there are so many people in and out. Ching Ruolin pouted, reached out in front of the chest of Yifan, pounded a little. Xiaofan, you're bad, just know to bully me. That pampered and coquettish look, looking at Yifan really eat his fingers. All want to now Chang Ruolin on the ground to do the right thing. Yifan's strength urgently needed a breakthrough. In addition to the assistance of the immortal bone, the salary warmth was the fastest method. Light Sui Shui alone, completely insufficient. Yifan reached out and wrapped his arm around Ching Ruolin's small waist as he stepped towards the inside of the hotel. The worst is yet to come. Aha! Listening to Yifan's words, Chang Ruolin's expression froze, and for a moment, she couldn't tell what state Yifan was in right now. Is it a state of dementia, or has it awakened? The reason why Ching Ruolin took the initiative to kiss Yifan just now was because she thought that Yifan was still in a state of dementia, and even if she took the initiative herself, she wasn't too shy. But if Yifan was just now in a state of awakening, and he took the initiative to go like this, ouch, wouldn't that be a shameful personal death? You know, just a few days ago, Chang Ruolin was still Yifan's sister-in-law. By mistake, after the facilitation of various forces, she actually became Yifan's wife. It's also the magic of fate. However, not allowing Chang Ruolin to continue to think about it in detail, Chang Ruolin immediately noticed the marvelous changes in her body. Warm currents. Just now, after her skin contact with Yifan and her intimate contact, Chang Ruolin realized that a powerful warm current suddenly appeared in her body. That warm current surged and fluctuated within Chang Ruolin's body, warming Chang Ruolin's body while rapidly raising Chang Ruolin's martial qi. This, being in close contact with Yifan, could actually lead to such benefits? Now Chang Ruolin seemed to have some understanding that in just a few days, Sui Shui had already stepped into the realm of martial arts, and was on the verge of breaking through to above control. Is that why? Chang Ruolin's eyes were filled with light as she turned her head to look at Yifan. Yifan actually had such a heavenly secret in his body. This should also be the reason why Yifan was so demonically elevated before, right? Although Yifan had been in a car accident and was demented, his talent was not lost. But that Xian Yufei actually gave up Yifan. That is completely giving up a treasure. Later there is his regret. Since Yifan had such a powerful talent, shouldn't he have a closer contact with Yifan as soon as possible? And to share the secret with the other sisters. After all, only when everyone's strength had increased, those murderers who had made a move against the Yi family would be more fearful and would not dare to easily continue to make a move against the Yi family. Phew! If it isn't that little cutie from the Yi family. Young master? Oh, in the Wanbao Pavilion you are very powerful today and want to come here to spread wild? Yifan and Chang Ruolin had just entered the door when they saw an old acquaintance. It was none other than Sun Dishing, who had fought with Yifan over at the Wanbao Pavilion. That game, Sun Dishing is holding the mind of certain victory to deal with Wanbage. The result is because of Yifan's stirring. Sun Dishing in front of millions of netizens to lose face, almost completely cut off the business of the jewelry fast. Today, Sun Dishing had been afraid that Yifan would not come. After all, if Yifan didn't come, he would have no place to pretend. Yifan was here now, and even came with Ching Ruolin, and Sun Dishing immediately felt full of spirit. The purpose of that big brother in Shinjing arranging a meeting between Sun Dishing and General Sunpa was to choke off the source of Ching Ruolin's jadeite raw stone and bring down the Ching family. Ching Ruolin openly announced that she wanted to marry Yifan. That was also an enemy. Ms. Ching, I heard that the Ching family is in big trouble. With no source of raw jadeite, your group's hoard of goods, I'm afraid it won't even last a month, right? Sun Dishing face continued to speak. Quietly tell Miss Ching, Sampa General this time and Dasha all the schedule. Are I personally responsible for? The Emerald agent's right to the quota have been internalized. Is my son family? Miss Ching do not need to waste effort. How about this? If Miss Ching kneels down and begs me, licking my leather shoes clean, I might be in a good mood and be able to give the Ching family a little share of the original stone, so that the Ching family can renew their lives for a few days. Ha ha! Sun Dishing was very much enjoying this feeling of holding someone else, looking at Yifan standing next to him with a blank look on his face. Sun Dishing continued to speak. It's a pity, Yifan, although you have such a beautiful wife, you are just a little cutie. What can you do if you can't keep a good cabbage? At that time, when your wife is bullied by other men in front of you, you probably still want to clap your hands. Sun Dishing, don't go too far. Dare to bully my husband. I'm not done with you. Chang Ruolin frowned and chided as she listened to Sun Dishing's vicious language. But Sun Dishing is no longer the same Sun Dishing before. With the support of the big brother in Beijing, Sun Dishing non-bottom, I bullied you, so what? You Ching family are difficult to protect themselves. Still want to protect the Yi family? Oh, tell you. Very soon, you Ching family, all the sales channels, as well as the source of goods channels, will be cut off. You then kneel to beg me are useless. Yifan listened to Sun Dishing's words from the side and frowned. From Sun Dishing's words, Yi Fan heard other meanings. It was true that Sun Dishing had already feuded with Yi Fan before, but Sun Dishing's own family hadn't had the guts to dare to fight against the Yi family, even if the Yi family had already declined. And now that Sun Desmond's situation seems to be backed by the big boys, have those against the Yi family made another move? Previously, when he was at the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Fan's conflict with Sun Dishing was limited to just helping Boss Wu. But now, Sun Dishing actually counted to his head, but also want to use the Jade Agent right thing to blackmail Ching Roland. Yi Fan naturally cannot endure. Pust. While Sun Dishing was still only focusing on his own words, Yi Fan had already begun to take action, and as soon as he ripped off Sun Dishing's shoes, he directly shoved them into Sun Dishing's mouth before Sun Dishing could react. Yi Fan was still afraid that Sun Dishing's mouth couldn't be stuffed. After the tip of the shoe entered Sun Dishing's mouth, Yi Fan also thoughtfully slapped the back of the shoe and stuffed most of the shoe all the way into Sun Dishing's mouth. Oh, Yi Fan, you are looking for death. Sun Dishing felt like his mouth was about to burst and tears were flowing down his cheeks. There is also the stench of their shoes, but also in the crazy toward the Sun Dishing mouth surging in, the sour smell, so that Sun Dishing nausea want to vomit, but cannot spit out. Difficult to be crazy. Chapter 113, kneel down and learn to bark. But compared to the nausea in his mouth, what made Sun Dishing more annoyed was the humiliation. Today's investment conference, although Sun Dishing just a form, but now still came hundreds of company representatives. The scene has come to a few hundred people. As we all know, today's investment meeting was organized and chaired by Sun Dishing. A portion of the population also knows that the choice of General Sanpa's agent has basically been internalized to be Sun Dishing, and it was under these circumstances that Sun Dishing was actually bullied by Yi Fan in his own territory. That's just humiliating. If he didn't give Yi Fan a little lesson, not only would Sun Dishing's face fall off, but the big man behind Sun Dishing was afraid that he wouldn't let Sun Dishing go either. After all, that big brother in Shangjing, who was so supportive of Sun Dishing's appearance, was trying to get Sun Dishing to suppress Qing Rulan and the Yi family. Come on people, get him for me. Sun Dishing let out a rebuke, and from the side of the hall, a group of black-clothed bodyguards rushed out in a hurry, all of them stirring with not-so-weak martial qi energy. Most of them were at the strength of the control realm, and several of them were actually at the strength of the sovereign realm. The most crucial thing was that Yi Fan realized that these martial arts experts were actually not from Disya, but from the East. Sun Dishing has colluded with the Dog of the East. According to Disya's regulations, any Easterning martial artist who entered Disya's territory was required to report. I'm afraid that Sun Dishing didn't report the appearance of so many powerful people here at once, right? Or perhaps, the official level opened the door on purpose? After all, many of those who were dealing with the Yi family were obviously in high positions, and without official support, it would be impossible for them to so easily take action against the core disciples of the Yi family in the 6 battlefields at the same time. How dare you? Who dares to touch a hair on our young master's head? Yi Fan was still considering whether or not to kill all of these Easterning dogs. Behind Yi Fan, 4 stunningly beautiful young girls in jeans flashed and took the lead in rushing out towards those martial arts bodyguards. Bang, bang, bang. With just a few easy moves, those Easterning martial artists were all smashed to the ground, as if they were dead dogs without movement. The 4 stunning young girls turned around and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. Young Master, Master has ordered that from now on, let the 4 of us and Young Master not move an inch and be responsible for Young Master's safety. These 4 young girls were the 4 major maids that Yi Fan's mother had left for Yi Fan, and their strengths were all above the Zhongshu realm. Good. Yi Fan was not repulsed. With these beautiful women around, it was eye-pleasing to look at, and some simple things could indeed be left to them to deal with the hands. Swish! There were hundreds of people on the scene, and all their eyes were originally gathered over here. Now that the 4 stunning maids had ended the battle so easily, the gazes of the crowd became even sharper. Everyone looked at the situation in front of them with curiosity. Those 4 great maids that had appeared, those were all strong people at the Zhongshu realm. Hadn't Yi Fan's core 10 disciples all been decimated, and the outside world had rumored that the Yi family was on the verge of collapsing? How is it that the Yi family still has such powerful experts? Sun Dishing managed to pull the shoe out of his mouth with great difficulty, and was dumbfounded when he saw that he had arranged for the Eastern Killer Warriors to be taken care of so easily. What's going on here? It's not the same as what that big guy in Shangjing said. That big brother above supported himself when he said that the Yi family had already exhausted its gas. The 10 core disciples were decimated, and those strong people around them had all left to scatter in all directions. Moreover, according to their accurate intelligence, the Yi family originally didn't have many strong people above the Zhongshu realm. But now, the 4 stunningly beautiful maids were at the Zhongshu realm out of the blue. So how could this continue to be fun? Young Master, is this fellow also beheaded by the way? Those who collude with the Easterning dogs are no good. Of the 4 maids, the one in the lead was named Xiao Wan, and although she spoke to Yi Fan in a gentle voice, the means of her actions were not subtle at all. Vivian's words caused Sun Dishing's neck to shrink. Sun Dishing's own strength was only just stepping into the martial arts path. There was no way he could be a match for the 4 attendants. If they really made a move, then Sun Dishing would die for sure. When he thought of this, Sun Dishing frantically gestured to the other martial Zune powerhouses in the dark, signaling for them to make a move. However, the few martial Zune powerhouses hidden in the shadows were not the least bit moved, and they also gave Sun Dishing a voice message. This is not a suitable place to make a move. Find another opportunity. The atmosphere was starting to get awkward. All the gazes burned at Yifan. The outside world knew that Yifan was a little cutie. How Yifan would handle this matter would make everyone have a new understanding of Yifan. Yifan made a judgment after a little thought. He knew that Sun Dishing was just a pawn rushing ahead, and his death or life was simply insignificant. If Yifan wanted to kill Sun Dishing, it was as easy as crushing an ant. The important thing was to deal with the people behind Sun Dishing, so that they would be humiliated, defeated and furious, and then jump out on their own. Fun fun fun. He likes dogs. I want to see him crawl on the ground like a dog and bark like a dog. Yifan had a naive look on his face, and while barking, he clapped his hands at the same time. That look, if it wasn't a little cutie, I don't believe it. LOL. Seeing Yifan in such a condition, the people present could not help but let out a long sigh. That genius demonic young master of the Yi family was really still demented. If they were in their place, Sun Dishing would definitely not have a good ending. But how did they know that just now? When Yifan was stuffing the shoes into Sun Dishing's mouth, the salary breath in his hand had already invaded Sun Dishing's body, and had long ago taken control of Sun Dishing's vitality breath. Wanting Sun Dishing's life was just a matter of moments. Still not doing what my young master did. Do you want to die? Xiaowen took a step forward, her entire body's martial aura fluctuating as she crushed towards Sun Dishing. Sun Dishing's face was bitter, and he was on the verge of crying as he looked at all the guests at the scene. If he kneels down and learns to bark like a dog, it would be even more humiliating than apologizing at the Wanbao Pavilion last time. Moreover, counting the time, General Songpa should be getting up and coming downstairs soon. If he saw himself like this, would the cooperation between the Sun family and General Songpa be affected? Sun Dishing was still hesitant. Another maid beside Yifan, Nancheng, as well as couldn't wait any longer, yanked up a chair and smashed it against the bend of Sun Dishing's leg. Can't you kneel down? This lady will help you kneel. Pust. Sun Dishing was smashed straight toward the ground to kneel down, although the eyes are full of stifled, but did not dare to have any more words. You guys, do you know who is behind me? The of Shanjing. Sun Dishing just wanted to continue to open his mouth to name the big brother who supported him, but suddenly saw a pair of sharp eyes in the crowd staring at him dead on, threateningly. That was the very same person that Big Brother sent to assist Sun Dishing. They say they're assisting, but really they're just spying on themselves. Sun Dishing heart tightened, knowing that they cannot expose the Big Brother behind 10,000 grievances. Can only one person alone to bear? Woof woof. Chapter 114. Believe me, General Songpa will come to you of his own accord. Sun Dishing's suffocated tears were about to stay out, and had no choice but to lie down on the ground and learn how to bark like a dog while starting to crawl around the hall. The bitter fruits of one's own planting can only be swallowed by oneself. The 10 or so strong men of the Eastern Ing were actually inferior to even the 4 great maids of the Yi family. Now Sun Dishing was somewhat regretting agreeing to that big man's hands. With the same idea as Jin Yang, Sun Dishing knew at the time when he agreed that he was obviously giving that big brother in Shanjing a gun by going out like this, but he didn't realize that the Yi family was too strong. But at this moment, it was too late for Sun Dishing to regret. Right now, Sun Dishing was hoping that the strong martial Zune sent by that big brother in Shanjing would clean up Yifan, or, on Jin Yang's side, he could get rid of Yifan. Otherwise, now that he was representing the Sun family, he had already formed a life and death feud with Yifan, the Su family, and the Qing family. When the Yi family slowed down, then his own family would definitely be the first to fall into cannon fodder. Wow! Sun Dishing just crawled a few steps. A footstep sounded outside the hall, and a middle-aged man with a big belly, surrounded by a group of camouflage-suited youths, walked quickly towards the entrance of the hall. General Songpa. General Songpa. There were people who knew each other. Their gazes were instantly attracted, and they greeted the middle-aged man with a face of excitement. This man is the border area of Burma, the largest armed leader, but also control of Burma's largest emerald mine. Cheng Roland stood beside Yifan and also wanted to go up to greet General Songpa, but she was a little apprehensive in her heart. After all, the previous volume of the Qing family was not even close to reaching the ground level to negotiate with General Songpa. LOL. How wonderful it would have been if he had gotten to know General Songpa. Even if General Songpa didn't hand over the Jadeite Raw Stone Agency to himself, casually helping to say a word, the Qing family's later days would definitely have to be much better. Yifan looked at the sight of Cheng Roland's face expression constantly changing. Will Cheng Roland's mind guess more or less? Tenderly embraced Cheng Roland's small waist said, Rule and wife, rest assured. Emerald agent must be your. Immediately, Sungpa will come over to take the initiative to greet you. Sungpa said hello to me? How is that possible? Ching Rulin froze, then laughed a little. It's true that the Ching Rulin family is a little famous for running jewelry in the southwest, but it's not up to the qualifications of having a direct conversation with General Sungpa, and since I didn't know General Sungpa at all before, how could he possibly say hello to me? At this time, Sun Deshing, who was lying on the ground and learning to bark, also sneered. What do you think you are, General Songpa taking the initiative to greet you? Dream on, pust. Sun Deshing just talked too much. Yifan didn't have any hesitation and kicked Sun Deshing's mouth violently. I let you learn how to bark like a dog. Why don't you listen? Grandpa said that if a dog doesn't listen, you have to beat him until he does. Sun Deshing's heart that suffocated, tears were coming to his eyes. Nima, he was at least the young master of a big family in the provincial city. When had he ever been bullied like this? And in front of General Sampa, too. The face is clean. You know, what Sun Deshing represents now is a big shot in Shangjing. What will General Songpa think when he sees it? This side of the movement naturally attracted the attention of General Songpa. General Songpa could not help but turn his head to look at this side to see Sun Deshing actually kneeling on the ground to school dog barking. General Songpa frowned and was just about to open his mouth to reprimand, but suddenly saw Yifan standing beside Qing Rulin. At the same time General Songpa looked towards Yifan. Yifan was also staring at him with a smile on his face. This is not. General Songpa's mouth exclaimed in shock, just ready to chortle out. The ear suddenly came a subtle voice. Don't expose, I am now the Yi family's demented cutie, next to my wife Qing Rulin, the president of the provincial capital Qing Family Jewelry Group. You look at it. A comment that instantly stunned General Songpa. What is this? General Songpa had naturally heard of that demented demonic genius of the Yi family. 15 years old is a strong person of the Zhongshu realm. If he didn't get into a car accident 5 years ago, now, 5 years later, he is at least a strong person of the martial Zun realm. The key is youth. The future is completely unlimited. But by the way, it was at that time that a car accident turned the Yi family's genius into a cutie pie. And even more coincidentally, General Songpa only figured out at this time that the one who had saved himself and helped cure his daughter 3 times in the border area at that time was that genius demon of the Yi family. Yi Fan is going to play dumb. General Songpa thought a little, and immediately understood. The 10 core members of the Yi family had all been assassinated, and if Yi Fan didn't keep a low profile, the Yi family would be finished. Yi Fan introduced Qing Rulin by his side. What this meant was already very obvious. The people who are here today are all here for the Emerald Proxy. Since the Qing family was in the jewelry business, it was natural for them to do the same. Yi Fan to Songpa, is the grace of reconstruction? Without Yi Fan, there is no Songpa. Now all the things. Without Yi Fan, there would be no Songpa. A small agency, Yi Fan can look at, that is Songpa's honor. Without any hesitation, Songpa pushed away all the people surrounding him and jogged all the way towards Yifan and Qing Rulin's side. All eyes moved this way following Songpa. When Sun Deshing saw General Songpa coming over, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. General, quickly, save me, Yifan, this trash, bullied me. Sun Deshing knew that the black bodyguard beside General Songpa was also at the martial Zun realm. If General Songpa had stepped in, he could have certainly saved himself. Get out! Seeing Sun Deshing crawling towards his feet, General Songpa didn't even look at him, coldly rebuked him, kicked Sun Deshing away, and continued to walk towards Yifan and Qing Rulin's side, and extended his hand towards Qing Rulin from afar. Qing Rulin's pupils dilated for a moment, looking at the scene in front of her, all in disbelief. Is General Songpa really here to see himself? Miss Qing, I've heard a lot about you. Qing's jewelry's market share in the southwest is getting bigger and bigger. I've wanted to work with Miss Qing for a long time. If we join forces together, we can definitely make our business even bigger. General Songpa enthusiastically stretched out his hands and shook Qing Rulin's, but at once, Qing Rulin was confused. It's true that the Qing family's jewelry business is doing well, but it's not that exaggerated, is it? General Songpa had wanted to work with himself for a long time. How had he not heard about it before? Qing Rulin thought of what Yifan had just said, that General Songpa would soon come over to find himself, and it had become a reality so quickly? Qing Rulin wasn't stupid. She knew very well that the fact that Songpa was treating herself so well must have something to do with Yifan. Is it the Yi family connection? But the Yi family is in a situation where everyone is avoiding it, and General Songpa actually has such vigor to stand up to the Yi family? What kind of magic was in Yifan? Chapter 115, Grooming for Others. This is Miss Qing's husband, Yi Xiao, right? Young Yi is such a demonic genius. If he's fine from a car accident, he must be blessed with heavenly fortune behind him. Miss Ching, don't worry, young Yi will definitely wake up. General Songpa saw Ching Roland's gaze toward Yifan and hurriedly extended his hand toward Yifan again. Young Yi, long time no see. General Songpa held Yifan's hand and fiercely shook it a few times. Looking at Yifan's eyes filled with a burning heat, there was gratitude, admiration, and submission in those eyes. To Yifan, General Songpa was truly convinced. Previously, when he was in the southwestern border area, Yifan was still just a teenager, yet he showed great composure. And the key to this was that he swept through tens of thousands of troops by himself, as if he was in no man's land. When he killed those drug dealers, his strategy, kung fu, and methods were all worthy of the title of genius demon. Miss Ching making such a decision in front of so many people is truly a woman's hero, making Songpa sweat and admire. Miss Ching will surely have heavenly blessings in the future as well. Songpa didn't mince his words of praise, a rainbow fart, praising both Yifan and Ching Roland fiercely. The praise made Ching Roland a little embarrassed. General Songpa is too polite. This is all what I should do. General Songpa, please come inside. Miss Ching, Yi Xiao please. General Songpa made a gesture of invitation to Ching Roland and Yifan, and only after seeing Yifan move, Songpa then lagged a step behind Yifan and followed along towards the inside of the hall, leaving Sun Dishing alone on his knees, his head a bit messy. No, shouldn't he be the one accompanying General Songpa into the hall now? Didn't he work hard for most of yesterday's night, saddling up and serving, just to show how good his relationship with General Songpa was in front of so many people today, to win back some face for the Sun family? How come in the end, you've given yourself away again, General Songpa? You, Sun Dishing wanted to stand up and call out to General Songpa, but beside him Yifan's maid, Nancheng, was not polite at all. Looking for death, aren't you? Keep climbing. Nancheng's chiding caused General Songpa to glance this way. After noticing that the martial chi energy fluctuating on these four attendants of Nancheng were all at the Zhongshu realm, General Songpa couldn't help but secretly touch the beads of sweat on his forehead. Luckily, almost, he himself was just a little bit close to being taken to the ditch by Sun Dishing. If he really announced that the Emerald Agent's rights would be given to the Sun family today, then he would have completely offended the Ching and Yi families. The Yi family was so powerful now. How could offending the Yi family possibly end well? Ching Roland accompanied General Songpa into the hall and sat down on the main seat, and the scene instantly quieted down. Previously, everyone thought that today's proxy had been internalized and was the Sun family's. But now, from General Songpa's words just now, everyone heard out that General Songpa wanted to join hands with the Ching family, and the meaning of that was already very obvious. Today's proxy is afraid to fall into the hands of the Ching family? But what does the secretary have to do with it? General Songpa, allow us to introduce ourselves. I am the Southwest Su family, engaged in the jewelry business for many years, with very wide channels. A middle-aged man below stood up and introduced himself towards General Songpa. If General Songpa gives me the agency, I'll make sure to double the sales several times over before. Right, my young family can do it too. We have the #1 number of physical stores in the entire Southwest region. Our channels are more mature, not comparable to those other small families. Someone started. The following people have begun to introduce their own company's advantages. All want to get this Emerald Agent. After all, Songpa General's General Agent in Daxia, that the scale is at least 100 billion level, which the profits of the individual is tens of billions of dollars. If the sales can be up to hundreds of billions of words, afraid of the light profits can be hundreds of billions. More crucially, this agent in the hand, more represents as a status and network grasp. General Songpa looked at the crowd lightly, and after a few people opened their mouths and their words fell, Songpa raised his hand. Everyone, don't waste time. Today I am very thankful to all of you for coming to participate in today's investment promotion. But this time, the attribution of the Emerald Agent right problem. I have decided, the next 10 years of the Emerald Agent right, will be all by the Qing's Jewelry Agent. In the future, I Songpa and Daxia all the emerald-related business, are by the Qing's Group full agent. Ha! Cheng Roland's shocked pupils dilated for a moment when she heard Songpa's words, although Cheng Roland had already guessed such an outcome from Songpa's words just now. However, when Songpa actually announced the results, Cheng Roland still felt that it was somewhat unreal, and, profit-wise, something needs to change. General Songpa continued to add. Cheng Roland didn't have any opinion. I agree. Before the agent's profit share was 30%, the Ching family can accept 20%, or 10% is fine. Cheng Roland came to touch base today, mainly to solve the problem of the Ching family's source of goods being cut off. As long as you can take care of the problem of the Ching family's supply of goods, the supply of goods is not pinched off by those rivals of the Yi family. Not to mention that there are still profits. Even if there are no profits, Cheng Roland is also willing. What's more, even though it's only 10% profit, that's at least tens of billions of dollars. The representatives of those clans fans below watched with a pang of redness, but there was nothing they could do about it. Miss Ching, you have misunderstood. The profit change I said is not to reduce the agent's profit, but the profit share in the future. 50-50, or 60-40. 60% for Miss Ching is also possible. As Songpa spoke, his eyes looked towards Yifan next to him, observing the change in Yifan's face. Of course, if Miss Ching has problems with her funds for the time being, it's okay if I don't want the profits for the time being. Songpa was afraid that the conditions he offered would make Yifan unsatisfied, and if Yifan became angry, then he would be in trouble. Originally, Songpa gave the agency to Ching Rulin. It was to return the favor. Things should be done beautifully since they have to be done. 50-50. General Songpa, you this. Chang Roland excitedly all stood up. Somewhat incomprehensible look at General Songpa. Hiss, those delegates down there, no matter how stupid they are, can see that something is not right. General Songpa and Yifan, before Chang Roland, must have had certain relationships that people didn't know about, because, now, the decision made by General Songpa has gone against the laws of business. Don't want profit. What kind of business is that? Songpa looked at Yifan, knowing that if he didn't explain, people would definitely make wild guesses and even speculate that there was something between him and Ching Rulin. I am not joking. Truth be told, I have some previous connections with Young Yi, who saved my life in the border area 5 years ago, and since Miss Ching is Young Yi's wife, it would be Songpa's honor to work with Miss Ching. Phew! When Songpa explained this, Chang Rulin was instantly relieved. So that's it? Chang Rulin thought of what Yifan said yesterday, saying that the Emerald Agent will definitely be his own. Is it that time? Yifan already knew? Yifan has awakened? This dead bad guy. If this lady knows that he dares to lie to me, there will be a good time for him. Chapter 116, Threaten me? Break both legs. Wow! Those delegates below were in an uproar after General Sampa's explanation. Then what the hell is there to play? So people Yishao has already laid out today's events? Alas, demonic talent is just not the same. Even though you are now demented, you still have someone to shelter you. It's just that, doesn't General Songpa know that the Yi family is in a state right now? If you stand up to the Yi family at this time, I'm afraid that you'll run into big trouble in the future. The scene was in an uproar, while Sun Deshing, who had crawled over from a distance, heard General Songpa's final decision and could no longer think of anything else, rising directly from the ground. General Songpa, didn't Big Brother and General Songpa all agree yesterday? This time the Emerald Proxy must be given to my Sun family. Why did you suddenly give it to the Qing family? Sundance was sure to prevent the proxy agreement from being signed. The Qing family is the big man's nemesis. The big man in the capital let Sun Dishing out. The purpose is to suppress the Qing family. And now, the emerald power all fell into the hands of the Qing family, then still suppress the Moreover, with the emerald proxy in the hands of the Qing family, then they have the initiative. It was feared that for the sake of a smooth supply of goods, those who had previously promised the Sun family to join together to deal with the Qing family would all turn against the Qing family's side. Sun Deshing, do I know you well? Does this general still need you to teach me things? Songpa stared at Sun Deshing with a cold face and said, if you dare to continue to talk too much, beware that I will chop you up and throw you out to the dogs. General Songpa, as an armed head commanding tens of thousands of people, was angry, naturally had a majesty that pressed Sun Deshing momentarily into some trembling. But, General Songpa, don't forget, if you give the emerald proxy to the Qing family, then those conditions that Big Brother promised you can't be done. Moreover, Big Brother still has some information about you in his hands, so when it comes to light, it won't be good for anyone. Sun Dishing was also really anxious, and directly said many of the words that the Big Brother had instructed him to say in front of so many people. A sentence that completely enraged Songpa. Are you threatening me? Songpa stood up with a mischievous sound and stared coldly at Sun Dishing. Is it your intention? Or is it the meaning of that trash in Shangjing? Tell your master. Just him. This general hasn't looked at him in the eye. To cooperate with him is to give him face, not to cooperate with him. So what? Do you really think that without him, this general can't conduct business in Dasha? In the crowd, the young man sent by the big man from Shangjing was furious when he heard Sun Dishing's words. Stupid! How can you say something in front of so many people? Besides, how can an armed leader like General Sampa be threatened? LOL. Anthony, go break his legs and throw him out. Songpa held back the anger in his heart. Leaving you alive. This is for the sake of my daughter's virtue. If it was according to my previous temper, I would have dragged my knife and hacked you to death long ago. Yes, beside General Songpa, a burly man flashed out, his body's martial chi rapidly stirring, clicking twice, directly breaking both of Sun Dishing's legs on the spot, and then threw them out towards the outside of the hall. My leg. Sun Dishing pain in the mouth issued a miserable scream. tearing his heart and lungs rolling on the ground, miserable screams in the hall to resonate. Compared with the physical pain, sun dishing more desperate is the heart grief and despair. If we mess up this time, what should we say to the bigwigs in Beijing? After all, on the side of the big man in Shangjing, he had already given the Sun family so many benefits, and he himself must be punished if he did not reciprocate. Gentlemen, do any of you have any more comments? After Sun Dishing's matter was dealt with, General Songpa swept a glance at those other clans and representatives present. In the future, the emerald jewelry industry of Daxia will still need all of you to come together to support it. Good talk, good talk. No comment, no comment. Sun Dishing was in such a state, those families present, where would they dare to say more? Since that's the case, Ms. Ching, let's sign the contract on the spot. Just now I've asked my secretary to change some of the terms of the contract, and the split ratio as well. You can have your legal affairs check it over. Songpa respectfully handed several contracts to Qing Rulin and signaled for her signature. Qing Rulin was still hesitant, but Yifan took the first step and handed the signing pen to Qing Rulin. Rulin's wife, sign it. There won't be any problems with the contract. Since he knew his identity, Songpa naturally didn't dare to pull any tricks in front of Yifan. If Songpa dared to make any small moves, then Yifan would have at least 100 means to deal with him. Good. After what happened just now, Chang Rulin had unconditional trust in Yifan, picking up the signing pen and quickly signing a few points of the cooperation documents. There were dozens of other media outlets on the scene, but most of them were arranged by Sun Dishing and the bigwigs behind him. There was some hesitation at this point as I watched several other media outlets take pictures of the signing scene in front of me. Reporter Zhang, do you think we should take pictures or not? Right. I've got my press release written and I'm just waiting for the photos. But now this, just pull out. Alas, as long as they've already paid, it doesn't matter. Merchants' conference, finally to Qing Rulin one hemp ended. Before the ceremony was over, a large group of people at the scene surged forward and congratulated Qing Rulin. Miss Qing, before our company and the Qing family had some misunderstandings, I'm here to apologize to Miss Qing, but also ask Miss Qing to be generous and not to be general with us. In the future we still want to cooperate with Miss Qing? Right. Ms. Qing, before we took possession of a batch of goods Ms. Qing has not paid, I will immediately arrange for financial transfers. Our future cooperation will continue to last. Everyone was fawning over Qing Rulin, including the bosses of the Su family and other big jewelry companies in the southwest, all of whom went up to curry favor with Qing Rulin. It's impossible not to please. Most of the sources of jadeite within Daxia come from Burma, and now the general agent within the territory of Daxia, all by Qing Rulin control in the hands. If the Qing Rulin offended, then there is no source of goods in the future. They either from other channels to buy high-price sources, or can only go out of business. Although Qing Rulin was somewhat flattered, she was after all the president of a $10 billion company, and she quickly began to cope with these scenes with ease. Ms. Qing, you first busy. Don't know your husband can conveniently lend me a few minutes. I have some words I want to talk to Yishao alone. Songpa looked at the scene in front of him and took the time to open his mouth towards Qing Rulin. It had been another 5 years since they had seen each other, and Songpa did have some things he wanted to say to Yifan. And the bottom line is that Songpa's girl has been messing around for years, and in order to find her big brother, Songpa has to finish the job. This, although Songpa was not a bad person, Qing Rulin was still a little worried about Yifan's safety. The maid next to her, Xiao Wen, spoke up, Miss Qing, don't worry, with us here, nothing will happen. As the 4 major maids arranged by Yifan's mother, they clearly know that Yifan has actually awakened, and their strengths are all at the level of martial emperor. Looking at the whole of Daxia, there are not many people who can harm Yifan. Chapter 117, List of Lurkers, go kill them one by one. Qing Rulin had indeed seen the strength of Xiao Wen in Nanqing just now. Okay then. Anyway, he's right on his heels, so nothing should happen. With Qing Rulin's permission, General Songpa greeted Yifan and led him towards a nearby lounge. When the door to the lounge room closed, General Songpa hugged Yifan tightly as soon as he could. Young Yi, I haven't seen you in 5 years. I've missed you to death. Yifan pushed General Songpa away as he said indifferently, I'm not interested in men. Speak up, what do you want to say to me? Songpa didn't get angry either, but said with a somewhat gloomy face, Young Yi, I already know something about the Yi family's situation roughly. Moreover, last night, after I arrived in Cloud City, one of the pavilion elders over in Shangjing contacted me and asked me to cooperate with the Sun family to suppress the Yi family and the Qing family. And at that time, I didn't know that you were the demonic genius of the Yi family. General Songpa held nothing back about his actions last night, giving all the information he knew. That big man in Shangjing is named Tang Jiang, is one of the 9 cabinet elders, belongs to the Tang family in Shangjing, before and I have some interactions. Using his relationship, delivered some weapons to me, relying on the hands of some of my handle. Today Sundishing would like to use this as a blackmail, but will this seat be afraid? After hearing Songpa's words, Yi Fan's face clouded over. Don Young, another courtier, HM, together with Pavilion Master Zhang, who was sitting in the northwest. There were already 2 major pavilion masters who had openly made a move against the Yi family. Cloud City is almost over. The next step is to deal with those minions. Will be the other side of those subordinate family all settled. To that time, everything is going to be water. Behind the real culprit, all should be surfaced, right? I know. You're not to blame for this. Without knowing, if I were you, I would have chosen the same way. After all, within the Great Xia, no one would easily offend a pavilion elder if they weren't overly connected. Thank you, Yi Xiao. In addition, there is another thing. My daughter, are disturbing me for 5 years, has been to say to come to you, to marry Yi Xiao. I really cannot stop. This time all follow together. Yi Xiao, if you are convenient, let her follow the side of tea and water is also possible. Songpa was full of heartache when he spoke of his daughter. Though the thought that the cabbages he had worked so hard to raise were about to be swept away by pigs made Sungpa feel bad. But if this pig was Yi Fan, Songpa felt a little better in his heart again. After all, he was very clear about Yi Fan's strength. Although Songpa already knew that there were already so many girls around Yi Fan, but with Yi Fan's character, his own daughter wouldn't be wronged if she followed him. Moreover, with the existence of the relationship between the daughter, in the future, perhaps they will also follow along with the light, will be more solidly embraced by this golden thigh. Oh, Angel, counting the time, that little girl should have grown up. She's here too? Mentioning that daughter of Songpa's, Yi Fan also sighed for a while. At that time, when Yi Fan was 15 years old, although he only stayed in the place where Songpa was for about a month, but at that time, Songpa's 13-year-old daughter, wrapped around Yi Fan to cook delicious food, and also weaved a scarf for Yi Fan, and even swore to say that when she grows up, she will give Yi Fan a wife. At the time, Angel was only 13 years old, but was already considered to be a beautiful woman with an exotic air. Yi Fan also did not know how Songpa, such a groovy man, had given birth to such an absolutely beautiful and tender daughter. Although 5 years had passed, and then thought of that spiteful girl, Yi Fan's heart was also a burst of wainer. Let's meet and talk when we have time. At that time, when he was on a mission in Burma, Yi Fan didn't think that much about it, and certainly didn't take Angel's sworn word seriously, but Angel did. When Yi Fan and Songpa came out of the lounge, outside Qing Ruolin was still receiving those family representatives. Hundreds of company representatives, all of them had to come to curry favor with Qing Ruolin, and even if each of them only said one sentence, it would take quite a bit of time. Yi Fan was just about to go to the entrance of the hall to take a break, when a few men in suits carrying a box hurriedly walked towards Yi Fan. After seeing Yi Fan, he respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and said, "Young Yi, it was young Lu who asked us to come to you. Xiao Lu asked us to give this box to you." Yi Fan took the box from the hands of those men in suits and thought about what Lu Hao said last night. This Lu Hao also in ruthless role learned that his father killed his mother. Lu Hao really knight with his own direct line of men. The father abolished, with a dog chained in front of the mother's statue of repentance. Moreover, according to the news of the in-depth investigation on the side of Pang Lao of Tianji Pavilion, Lu Hao also actually really cut off the contact with the Easterning dog, as well as those of the Holy Envoy organization, and all the cooperation was terminated comprehensively. With a few pep in his step, Yi Fan opened the box and the first thing that caught his eye was an ancient parchment map. Although it was only a fragment, it shone with a rich ancient flavor. Yi Fan only perceived it for a moment and noticed how valuable it was. There was a fluctuation of breath on his eyes, and Yi Fan urged his magic pupil to sweep around the parchment. On this parchment map, underneath those arcane patterns, there was another mysterious pattern hidden, which seemed to be the pattern of a heavenly palace, but because it was a fragment, there was only a very small part of it. Looking deeper through the magic pupil, in that heavenly palace, there were still some vague fluctuations of illusory images. Is this the same map that the holy angels wanted? They want what was in that palace? This map hid two pieces of information. One was a map of the inner structure of the Earth Palace, and the outer layer of the map. Was it pointing to the hidden location of the heavenly palace? Associating those experts and information that his mother had left behind for him, as well as the information from Xian Yufei's mother's side, Yi Fan suddenly had a conjecture. Is your own mother the one behind the God's Gate? Is she also connected to the holy angels? But his parents had disappeared from the time Yi Fan was born, and there was no word from them until now, and there was no place for Yi Fan to ask if he wanted to. Perhaps one could learn part of the truth after one actually had access to those mysterious holy messengers. There are also some lists below. Part of them are the vassal families under the Holy Envoy, and the list of the Eastern dogs lurking in Daxia. In addition, there are also some key undercover agents arranged by the above to lurk around the Yi family. Lu Xiao said that everything Yi Xiao himself will see to it. A few men in suits respectfully left after safely handing over the password box to Yi Fan, and after Yi Fan had memorized everything on the sheepskin map, his gaze then shifted to the list below. When Yi Fan picked up the list and saw the list of a few familiar families on it, his expression couldn't help but be grave. They were actually the other party's secret agents arranged around the Yi family? If not for this list of Lu Hao, I'm afraid that the Yi family will have to suffer major losses in the future. Chapter 118, If I Don't Kill You, Will I Save You for New Year's? Tiancheng Foods Limited, which was the company mainly responsible for the Yi family's ingredients, as well as catering. Divine Eagle Security Group. This was the company that was mainly responsible for the Yi family's peripheral security. There's another transportation company. Through this list of Lu Haos, it appears that either all of these companies, or the higher-ups in them, have been infiltrated by the Holy Angels. These companies, almost all of the people in the Yi family are covered with food, clothing, and shelter. It can be imagined, even if the other side, if not on the battlefield to arrange the assassination of the core disciples of the Yi family, usually find an opportunity to poison the meals in the Yi family, or to create car accidents and explosions. Those core disciples, it is estimated that they still have to suffer, even if the final result is not so horrible as it is now. But the Yi family is afraid that it will still have to lose a great deal of awe. Yi Fan grimly put the information back into the password box, then dialed Guo Li's phone. Old Guo immediately informed Pang Lao to investigate these companies. The faster the better. Although according to the information from the previous investigation on Pang Lao's side, Lu Hao did make quite a commotion in the Yi family, making a move on his father, and drawing a line in the sand with the holy envoys. The people of the East were indeed all true, but after all, before the Lu family came Zhao family, Li family, Wang family behind the leading family. Now although the attitude has changed, Yi Fan still cannot trust. Yi Fan's side had just hung up with Guo Li when his cell phone received a call from his grandfather. Little Fan, is it convenient for you to speak? Today some of our old buddies are having a gathering, which is also considered a gathering of the Yi family's direct lineage family, and I think you should come and make an appearance. Yi Fan also happened to be about to call his grandfather to give him instructions. Good, where is it? I will definitely come. Now that the Yi family's descendant disciples were all wiped out, the hope of revitalizing the Yi family all rested on himself. Grandpa gathered those old fellows together, also to tell everyone that the Yi family hadn't broken the flame. It's in a building outside the hotel of Tiancheng Foods Company Limited, the biggest heavenly private room. Grandfather Yi Chongfun's words instantly caused Yi Fan's heart to tighten. Is it coming so soon? Today happened to be the time when all those first families of Grandpa gathered together. If at this time, the crowd's meals were tampered with a little bit, then all the people were afraid that none of them would be able to run away. Grandpa, remember, you must instruct everyone that after entering the outside the building hotel, everything, don't touch it, and don't even drink water until I arrive. Remember that. Yi Fan's tone was a bit grave. Also, have Lei Qianjia make sure to follow you around, just in case of accidents. Good. Although Yi Changfeng didn't understand why Yi Fan had arranged it this way, but his grandson was now at the martial emperor level and the superhuman abilities that he had displayed were something that Yi Changfeng had already seen. Naturally all of them listened to Yi Fan's arrangements. Hanging up with his grandfather, Yi Fan immediately called Guo Li and Lu Qingyang, Xia Hao and the others. Arrange for your men to gather towards the outbuilding. There will be action later. For safety's sake, Yi Fan also called Captain Niu Air of Swimming Soul. Captain Niu, mobilize all the forces Swimming Soul can mobilize to help focus on monitoring the movements of these company personnel. Yi Fan read all the lists to Niu Air in detail. Lu Hao had already defected from the Sacred Envoy Organization and the Dogs of the East, and when the Sacred Envoy Organization side learned of the news, they would surely arrange for the evacuation of the important people under them at the first opportunity. And Yi Fan's arrangement was that he couldn't let those lurking members leave so easily. If it wasn't for Lu Hao's list, Yi Fan wouldn't have been able to notice that there were actually so many enemies lurking around the Yi family, in such an important position. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of the information he had previously learned from Zhao Dekang and the others. Those who wanted to bring down the Yi family had gone to great lengths to achieve their goal. Yes, as Yi Fan's order was given, the entire Cloud City began to boil. Although on the surface, it was still quiet. Secretly, the brothers under Cloud City's godfather Li Hu, those elites of the traveling souls, and the forces that Xia Hao, Hua Li, and the others had arranged in Cloud City began to act. They were rushing towards the Lulu Hotel, forming a several-layered encirclement outside the Lulu Hotel. At the site of General Songpa's investment conference, Sun Dishing was still kneeling on the ground, looking at the scene with a depressed face. Seeing Yi Fan walking towards himself, Sun Dishing immediately tensed up and looked at Yi Fan with a resentful face. Yi Fan, what else do you want to do? I'm telling you, you definitely won't have a good ending. Behind me, Yi Fan crouched down and stared scorchingly at Sun Dishing. Do you want to say that it's Pavilion Elder Tang Zhang behind you? It's useless. No matter who it is that wants to get my Yi family killed, I will make sure that their entire family is buried with them. Yi Fan's words caused Sun Dishing's entire body to freeze in place. Yi Fan, earlier, when he was in the Wanbao Pavilion, Sun Dishing had suspicions that Yi Fan's demented appearance was feigned. However, there was no evidence at the time, and the actions Yi Fan displayed didn't seem to indicate anything. But at this moment, Yi Fan had so easily told all the people behind his curtain. That meant that Yi Fan must have made arrangements in the dark and already knew all the other party's actions. Yi Fan wasn't stupid. You're not stupid? You are pretending? After Sun Dishing figured out Yi Fan's situation, he looked at Yi Fan with a horrified face. Yi Fan was able to pretend to be demented for 5 years, escaping those enemies of the Yi family who surrounded him, and then secretly laying out his plans. He had already cleaned up almost all of those families in Yun City that were unfavorable to the Yi family, and even the Lu family in the provincial city didn't run away. Yi Fan was too scary. You're right, I am just pretending. Unfortunately, you know too late. Yi Fan stared evilly at Sun Dishing. Usually when Yi Fan told them the truth, he had already announced the other party's death sentence, because Yi Fan's secret, except for the few people he trusted the most to know, Yi Fan would not expose it easily. And if you want the secret not to be revealed, the only people who won't talk about it are the dead. Everyone. Sun Dishing's face was horrified. Thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying means, if Yi Fan was in a sober state and knew that he was treating the Qing family like this, and still wanted to deal with the Yi and Su families, how could Yi Fan possibly let himself go? Sun Dishing opened his mouth, so he intended to cry out in shock. But the next moment, Sun Dishing realized that although his mouth was open, he could not make any sound, and his mouth began to spit white foam, and his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Sun Dishing's mouth whimpered unwillingly, wanting to say something, but he clearly felt his entire body's vitality power draining away. The strength of the whole body was being withdrawn a little. Yi Fan in the very beginning when he met Sun Dishing, in Sun Dishing's body arranged the salary fire chi energy. Want Sun Dishing to die, just need to move a finger thing. To his enemies, Yi Fan was never merciful. With the development of things, Yi Fan is soon to leave the Cloud City, deep into the provincial side to investigate. Then this kind of enemy must be solved before it is too late. Cannot stay for the new year. Chapter 119, Is he a pig? Soong Ba, you take care of it. Looking at Sun Dishing who gradually stopped breathing, Yi Fan opened his mouth towards Songpa who was following him. Yes, with a wave of Songpa's hand, several of his men dragged the already dying Sun Dishing out. Not far away from the crowd, the young man sent by Tang Zhang could only let out a long sigh of helplessness when he saw the situation in front of him. On one hand, Sun Dishing was too stupid. On the other hand, Yi Fan was too strong. So it leads to, all the arrangements of the cabinet, Sun Dishing are not yet much play. It died, and even buried himself. That youth silently retreated, and after leaving the investment site, he then dialed the Shangjing Pavilion Elder's phone. Pavilion Elder, the mission has failed. The Emerald Proxy has been taken by Qing Rulan. What? The agency was snatched away by the Qing family. Are you guys mistaken? Sun Dishing manned, what is he up to? Tang Zhang on the other end of the phone heard the news reported by his men. His voice steeply raised 8 degrees. Last night, didn't I all call General Songpa and arrange everything? Today's investment meeting, just go through the formality. Tang Zhang thought to himself that with that kind of friendship with General Songpa, this matter of agency should be a trivial matter that could be easily resolved. Things have been arranged to this point. Sun Dishing, even if he is a pig, he can still complete the subsequent actions. Get the agent right, completely cut off the source of the Qing family, and then from the channel sales, the full range of suppression of the Qing family, playing the price war. With less than a month, the Qing family will fall. Sun Dishing has died. The death is a bit strange. I don't know if Yi Fan has made a move, or those 4 maiden masters beside Yi Fan have made a move. Without any reservations, the youth recounted what he had seen in detail to Tang Zhang. When Tang Zhang heard that the Yi family had actually arranged for there to be 4 great Zhongsha realm attendants, his expression couldn't help but start to gaze up. The Yi family's heritage, it seems that it hasn't been fully utilized yet. A few of their pavilion elders originally thought that after getting rid of those core disciples of the Yi family and leaving a little cutie, the Yi family would already be insufficient to worry about. But now, so many days have passed, that old thing from the Yi family, and that little cutie, alive and well. Lei Qianjie had already been in Cloud City for so many days. If Lei Qianjie really had a method to cure Yi Fan and make him completely awake, then everyone's life behind them would really be bad. In the back from the mouth of his men. Moreover, he learned that Songpa had actually been saved by Yi Fan. Tang Zhengdu couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Numb nuts. This Yi Fan, in the end, how many other secrets do we not know? Previously, when Zhang Gulao's side was blocking the Su group, at the critical time, Xia Hao from the provincial city appeared and solved the problem of Su group's sales channels, leaving the Zhao family all thrown off. One of them, Xia Hao, also made a move because of Yifan's saving of his life. Geniuses and demons, are they really this powerful? Pavilion Elder, what should we do now? All the previous arrangements have already failed. Do we still have to continue with the suppression plan against the Qing family? As the youth spoke, he glanced at the hotel building over there. Because the Qing family had gotten the jadeite raw stone agency, countless family representatives were now out to curry favor with the Qing family. As for the previous blocking order issued by the vassal families on the pavilion master's side, it had little effect at all now. Of course I'm going to continue. Humph, if the Qing family doesn't fall, then our action against the Yi family is a failure. What will others think of us? Those 7 announced that they are married to Yi Fan, and if we do nothing, it will be a slap in our face. Tang Zheng pondered for 2 seconds and continued to speak. You immediately go to the provincial city. I just got the news that the Lu family in the provincial city has had a change of heart, and so many of us have been exposed, and that side of the provincial city needs to be rearranged. A few other vassal families, after raising them for so many years, it is also time for them to play a role. Yes, the youth answered. Then are the martial Zun experts we invited from the east going to make a move? Do it. Of course we have to do it. Numb nuts, those garbage in the east ing. These years from us here to take how much benefit to go. Light eat white food, not work how to line. Give them a dead order. Can give enough temptation, let them hands to kill Yi Fan. As long as can kill Yi Fan, this seat wife can give them. Damn Yi Fan, luck is so good every time. I'd like to see just how long you can be lucky. A little cutie, can you still protect the 7 families? Numb nuts, if you're pissed off, you'll just ask the bigwigs above to come down. And if you're at the level of a martial emperor, I don't believe that you can't be killed. In the merchant's hall, after dealing with Sun Dishing, Yi Fan and a few maids walked towards Cheng Roland's side. Cheng Roland just finished entertaining a group of company bosses, and seeing Yi Fan walking over, she held Yi Fan's arm with a gentle face and said, Xiao Fan's husband, have you finished chatting? What did you talk about? Yi Fan smiled evilly and spoke naively. General Songpa said that his daughter also wants to marry me as his wife. What do you think I should do? A sentence that instantly made both Cheng Roland and Songpa a bit snappy. This Yi Xiao, is he really stupid? Or is he just a fake? General Songpa, you are. Cheng Roland is also a little speechless. General Songpa actually sent his own daughter to steal her husband. While speaking, Cheng Roland held Yi Fan's arm tighter, as if she was swearing her sovereignty. MS. Cheng, just now the old master called and wanted to invite Yi Xiao back to attend a meeting, so we'll go back first. Xiaowen saw that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit off, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Oh, then you guys go, and call me when it's over. Cheng Roland looked at Yi Fan with a loving face. She still had a lot more to say to Yi Fan. This time she got the Emerald Agent. She had to thank Yi Fan properly. Only, exactly how to thank them, Cheng Roland hadn't thought about it yet. Yi Fan and the 4 great maids left from the merchant's hall and drove quickly towards the Lulu Hotel. And at this time, the Lulu Hotel, on the surface, looked calm, but in fact, the periphery had been filled with people from Yi Fan's side. But at the same time, inside the hotel, a large group of martial arts powerhouses had gathered, and those were the men lurking under the Holy Envoy. In the back kitchen of the restaurant, a group of youths dressed as waiters gathered together, and a leading middle-aged man chided. Just now, we got a call from Zhou Xiao. The Lu family in the provincial city has had a change of heart, and it is highly likely that we will be exposed. If the Yi family learns of our identities and investigates us, we will surely die. So, Zhou Xiao has arranged for us to complete today's mission as soon as possible. And regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, Zhou Xiao will arrange for us to leave. Our plan is very simple. First we will start through the poison in the meals, drinks, and if there are still people who are not dead, then we will go and make up for it. Hopefully, it's best to wipe out all those full-fledged members of the Yi family. Chapter 120, Don't you understand human language? Did everyone hear what I said? The leading middleman's eyes flashed with a touch of sinister. No one should make any mistakes in today's matter. Otherwise if Zhou Xiao above tracks it down, no one will have a good ending. Yes, Tiancheng Foods Limited. The entire company is already a force under the Holy Angels Organization. For the orders of the Holy Angels Organization, it is absolute execution. Look carefully, everyone. For the toxin in the drink, you should use this colorless and tasteless one, and it should be a chronic poison. Otherwise if the first person drinks it and has a problem with it, the ones after them won't drink it. In addition to the wine and water, when you put poison in the dishes, according to the color and flavor of the dishes, different dishes put different poisons, to make sure that no one dish is missed. While the middle-aged man was still in the kitchen instructing his men on poisoning, Yi Fan, accompanied by the 4 great maids, had already arrived at the Luai Lu Hotel. At this time, the hotel, unlike usual, had been covered with bodyguards on the inside and outside. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, the bodyguard at the door stopped him. What for? The hotel is not receiving today. Please come back another time. In order to deal with this wave of the Yi family's full-fledged power, the Lulu Hotel directly stopped the entire hotel's business. How dare you? This is Yi Xiao. How dare you not answer? Xiao Wen let out a rebuke, causing the heart of the bodyguard at the door to tremble, and immediately looked Yi Fan up and down. And after a slight comparison, he immediately determined that what was in front of him was Yi Fan himself. The leader above said that no one would be let in, and added that if they were going to Yi Fan's meeting, they could go in. Yi Fan was the first young master of the Yi family. Was he considered allowed to go to a meeting or not? These bodyguards at the door seemed to be a little unresponsive for a moment. Yi Fan sniffed the air and had already detected several toxins floating in the air. Time was already running out and there was no extra time to waste. Get out! Yi Fan suddenly struck out, and the chi at the martial emperor level instantly smashed a few bodyguards at the doorway and flew out, directly fainting in place. In the hall, those other bodyguards still wanted to continue rushing over, when Yi Fan exploded a chi force, forming an invisible barrier in the air, blocking everyone while immobilizing their figures in place. Take me to the hotel's head chef. Yi Fan grabbed one of the foremen, and while the 7-star soul-destroying hand was activated, he said towards Nanxing at his side, "You immediately go to the heavenly character room and lead the old man and the others to withdraw." Yes. Soldiers divided into two ways. Yi Fan followed that foreman and quickly rushed towards the chief kitchen on the 3rd floor. The other way, Nanxing quickly rushed towards the heavenly private room. Yi Fan wasn't too sure what exactly was the situation with the other party's arrangement inside the Lulu Hotel, so he was very cautious. The people of the Wandering Soul had already moved out, but Yi Fan had asked them not to come in directly from the main door, but to descend from the roof rope, and at this time they were already outside the window of the heavenly private room. If there was any movement inside, they would be the first to act. In the kitchen, the leading middle-aged man had just had his men distribute the various poisons and mix them into the rice and wine, when another man in a pink suit appeared in the doorway surrounded by a few minions. "How's it going, Mr. Li? All these things I provided are very powerful, right?" This leading man's name was Li Dong, the general manager of this restaurant, and he was in charge of all the actions today. "Mr. Poison is indeed a good tactic." Li Dong glanced at the room next to him, where several dogs, pigs, cows and so on had died, all of which had been used before to test whether those toxins actually worked. "We only used 1 drop of the toxin before, and it poisoned 2 cows, 3 goats and 5 dogs to death. And for this banquet of the Yi family today, I directly asked them to add half a bottle, so no one can run away." Li Dong greeted the tight pink-clothed youth with satisfaction. "Don't worry, Mr. Poison. After the success of this operation, our boss will definitely fulfill any conditions that Mr. Poison has, as long as we can." The complete extermination of the Yi family was the biggest headache for the above. If this plan of action could not only destroy the Yi family, but also wipe out all those direct lineage forces of the Yi family, then the top would surely be so happy that they would wake up from their dreams laughing. Good to say. Well said. What I care about is that copy of the Yi family's map. If there is any news from the boss's side, just remember to inform me, even if it's a copy. Give me a copy. Duke Poison sucked a mouthful of milk tea and nodded. "It tastes good. Do you want to try it?" "No, no, no, no." Li Dong shook his head like a wave drum. "I just ate. My stomach is still full." Nima. On the level of martial arts, everyone was scared of the poisonous prince. Anything he touched could contain severe poison, and who dared to touch the milk tea he drank? "That's fine. You guys continue. I'll go over to the sky character private room again, and move the air a little bit more, just in case they don't eat or drink. Then they can't stop breathing, right?" It's still Mr. Poison who was thoughtful. Pop, pop, snap. Before the Poison Duke could answer, a sound of applause suddenly rang out from the doorway. "Li Dong, you really are a good calculator. The Yi family asked you to be in charge of the Yi family's meals and gave you your life and body. And this is how you repay the Yi family? Planning to poison all of us?" A cold chortle appeared at the gate, and it was Yi Fan and his own maid, Xiao Wen, and the others who came. "Ha!" When Li Dong saw Yi Fan's sudden appearance, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. The look on his face was a bit flustered, that expression, like a small child who had done something wrong. However, Li Dong was more curious because he had also seen Yi Fan several times. After the car accident, Yi Fan was indeed just like a little cutie. There's no difference. How come there's no dementia at all now? Moreover, beside Yi Fan, when did so many beautiful maids appear? The martial chi energy stirring in their bodies was above the level of a zongshi. It was troublesome for them to come here at this time. A touch of ominous feeling had already surfaced in Li Dong's heart. "Young Yi, why did you suddenly come? We are busy preparing to serve the food." Yi Xiao went to the room and waited for a while. "I will arrange to serve the food right away." Li Dong didn't quite understand what exactly Yifan meant for a moment. His mouth answered vaguely, wanting to muddle through, would Young Yi like to have a piece of candy first? If Yifan was a little cutie. Words, it was really fooled, but at this moment, Yifan's strength was at the martial emperor level, and his intelligence, already further than his previous peak, state. How could he be fooled by Li Dong? Can't you understand human language? I said you poisoned the rice and tried to kill all of our Yi family. Tell me how you plan to explain it? The situation was not good. Li Dong couldn't help but thump in his heart, wanting to turn on the intercom to contact his boss, but he was stared at by Yifan's gaze and didn't dare to move at all. That, Yi Xiao, you misunderstand. How can there be poison inside the rice? I personally stared here. All safe. Yeah, the food isn't poisoned? Then this bowl of chicken soup, you drink it and show me? Chapter 121, you shouldn't mess with me. This, Yi Xiao. Li Dong was immediately dumbfounded. That little cutie from the Yi family actually knew such tactics? Li Dong burned a glance at Yifan. From Yifan's eyes that flashed with essence, Li Dong could see that little cutie of the Yi family, young master, was not stupid at all. I'm afraid that my own plan of action is doomed today. Yifan brought 3 Zhongshe level maids to the kitchen, fearing that they were coming for them. Xiao Yi, don't joke. This is the ingredient specially prepared for those bigwigs of today's banquet. How can we dare to move it easily? As he spoke, Li Dong kept winking at the poison duke next to him, signaling for the poison duke to make a move. The poison duke was known as the poison maniac of the southwest region, using poison in unpredictable ways that almost no one could match. Even a strong person of the martial Zun realm would have to be cautious when facing those toxins of the poison duke. Those powerhouses below the martial exalt realm had to be courteous when they saw the poison duke. When Prince Poison saw that Yifan had personally come to the kitchen, he realized that something bad had happened, and he had certainly seen the wink that Li Dong had given him clearly. He also knew that there was only one chance to make a move against the Yi family, and if he failed once, even though the Yi family was now down and out, it was not for them, these small shrimps, to deal with when they counterattacked. Therefore, just in such a moment when Yifan spoke just now, the poison duke had already utilized 36 toxins to greet Yifan's body without stopping. But what shocked the poison duke was that no matter what toxin he used, doubled, or even 10 times the portion sprinkled towards Yifan's body, Yifan and the few attendants around him stood still. Not a single thing happened. The poison duke's most powerful group of poisons were on the verge of disliking Yifan's mouth, but Yifan still didn't have any reaction. The poison duke was getting skeptical. Nima, is this still human? The poison duke had experimented countless times over the years since his debut, and even experts in the martial Zun realm had to be affected when faced with the poison duke's combined toxin attack. Yifan was not affected at all. Could it be that Yifan was already above the martial Zun realm? Seeing the two of them, Li Dong and the poison duke, frowning at each other, their eyes bulging out, Yifan coldly smiled. Alright, why don't I give you guys a tweeter and I'll just stand still and let the poison duke give me his toxin again. As he spoke, Yifan reached out and dabbed a bit of the toxin that the poison duke had waved on Yifan's clothes and placed it in his mouth for a taste. The toxicity is very strong, but the formula is still missing a few things, such as raspberries and half summers. If you add those two things, this toxicity of yours can be strengthened by at least 10 times, and there is also a paralyzing effect on the target's nerves. The poison duke's entire body went numb when he saw Yifan's actions and heard his words. Punch in the face. It's a blatant slap in the face humiliation. It was clearly the poison duke who used poison on Yifan, but it turned out that he ate your poison like candy. No, and commented on how good or bad you were. Duke Poison knew that he had met an expert today, not only an expert in martial arts chi, but also an expert in using poison. But rumor has it that Yifan is not a cutie pie. What? How come Yifan was so powerful now, easily crushing everyone on the scene? Unless Yifan hadn't been stupid at all 5 years ago and had been playing dumb to confuse the crowd? Thinking of this, the poison duke's figure flashed, and he intended to rush out towards the door. Phew! With a flick of his wrist, Yifan swung those poisons that the poison duke had just swung to Yifan's place in the same way towards the poison duke. All of it back to you. The poison duke smiled faintly. The toxins he had configured himself, even if they were all poured into his mouth, so what? The poison duke was confident that he had 100 ways to detoxify himself. However, the moment those toxin powders that Yifan swung came and touched the poison duke's skin, the poison duke's face changed. Not good. The composition of the toxicity has changed. In such a short amount of time, Yifan actually collected all the toxins that he had swung out, not to mention that he also switched the order of their combinations, strengthening the previous toxins by at least 100 times and making them 100 times more tricky. Just like what Yifan had just said, those toxins returned from Yifan's hands already had the effect of paralyzing the nerves. After the poison duke reacted, he panicked and tried to remove the powder from his skin, but his wrist only just reached out before it froze in the air. In the next moment, foaming at the mouth, his body fell down towards the ground, his body twitching unceasingly. However, Yi Fan had controlled the amount very well, and although the poison duke fell to the ground and lost his ability to move, he did not faint to death, and his eyes were still able to turn, and he was still able to clearly see everything in front of him. As the poison duke fell, Li Dong's entire body instantly had all of its strength drained out of it, and his legs went limp, directly paralyzing towards the ground. The poison duke was the biggest reliance of today's action, and the poison duke himself was a strong practitioner of the Zhongshu realm, the strongest expert on Li Dong's side of the scene. As a result, the poison duke and Yi Fan exchanged blows, and not even 3 seconds later, he had already collapsed on the ground. What's the point of playing when your biggest asset is down? What? Are you drinking it of your own accord, or do I feed you to drink? Yi Fan coldly stared at Li Dong. At the same time, his eyes sharply swept towards those other cooks in the kitchen. All of you be conscious, don't let me do it. Otherwise, you'll all be worse off than dead. For these scum in front of him, from the moment Yi Fan stepped into this place, he had never thought of leaving a living soul. All these bastards were thinking of using the poison to completely wipe out the Yi family, while also removing all those direct lineage forces of the Yi family. They were all so vicious. Why would Yi Fan be kind to them? Yi Xiao, I'm wrong. Li Dong was paralyzed on the ground. His mouth feebly screamed. At this time, Li Dong's heart is more or less regretful. Had he known that Yi Fan had long since stopped being a little cutie, then he wouldn't have agreed to make a move against the Yi family even if he had beaten him to death. Now bury your life in it. Numb nuts. I don't believe it. A little cutie. What waves can it make? Among the dozens of chefs, there are a few youths whose eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, greeting the brothers around them. Brothers, copy the guys, take the chopper and go together. They only have 4 people. With so many of us doing it together, there's always a chance to get Yi Fan dead. They knew before they poisoned today that what they did was to turn around the operation. Once you fail, you are bound to die. Now that Yi Fan had caught them in the act, they were going to die either way. So they thought about taking a chance. Hoo-hoo! 5 or 6 strong men waved the kitchen knives in their hands and actually really didn't know what to do and came towards Yi Fan in an onslaught. Humph! Yi Fan just snorted coldly as a chi force impacted out, easily blasting the kitchen knives in the hands of those burly men into shreds, shooting out and accurately piercing through the throats of those chefs. You shouldn't have messed with me. Put. Each piece of debris that shot out reaped the life of a villain. However, in a matter of seconds, all of the other people from the hotel at the scene, except for Li Dong and Mr. Poison, were all killed on the spot. Drink! Yi Fan stepped forward and stamped his foot on Li Dong's chest, condescendingly looking at Li Dong. I'll give you one last chance. Chapter 122, give you all the good stuff to buy a life? Woo! Li Dong was on the verge of tears. He knew best what was in the chicken soup. The arsenic in the chicken soup just now was put in by Li Dong himself, and it was naturally self-evident what would happen if he drank it. Although Li Dong was reluctant in 100 ways, he knew that if he did not drink, he was afraid that he would be met with an even crazier encounter. Trembling, he brought up the bowl of chicken soup and drank it in one desperate gulp. Li Dong then quietly lay on the ground and waited for death. Are you satisfied? Ha ha. Yi Fan, tell you. You can't fight them. The above will surely avenge us. Your Yi family will all perish sooner or later. Li Dong stood up stiffly and waited for a few dozen seconds. Realizing that nothing had actually happened to him, Li Dong was all a bit puzzled, picking up the bowl on the table and looking at it. I'm fine? This chicken soup really isn't poisonous? Ha ha. Li Dong couldn't help but laugh happily. His life was not meant to be, but laughing, Li Dong cannot laugh. Mouth, eyes, nasal cavity, suddenly began to flow blood. The body instantly fell toward the ground, began to convulse violently. However, in a few seconds of effort, Li Dong's entire body went limp, like a dead dog not moving at all, without any vitality power. Blame! Yi Fan glanced at Li Dong indifferently and turned his head towards the poison duke next to him. Now it's your turn. Yi Xiao, spare my life. I was forced to. The poisonous male looked at Yi Fan with a horrified face as he came towards himself. His body was controlled all over, unable to move at all, and the look of horror in his eyes had reached an unmatched level. Do you think I believe it? Yi Fan picked up a kitchen knife and gestured at the crotch of the poisonous duke, frightening the poisonous duke so much that his body shivered and his crotch got wet. Straight up pissed off, Yi Fan fanned his nose, still staring scorchingly at the poisoned duke without opening his mouth. That sharp eyes, looking at the poisonous male's heart, creepy panic, insisted for a few seconds, finally collapsed. I confessed. I said, Tiancheng Foods Limited's boss Li Cheng defined my hands, promised to give $1 billion. At the same time, also promised to give me the Yi family's copy of the mysterious map debris, which is said to lead to the Heavenly Palace out of the head. The Heavenly Palace was once the ruins of gods and goddesses. There are superb treasures inside, and there are also some fragments that can allow one to obtain heavenly benefits. The poisonous male told all the information he knew to Yi Fan, and seeing that Yi Fan's eyes didn't seem to have the intention of letting him go yet, he finally had no choice but to continue to open his mouth. Yi Xiao, there are still good things on my body. There is a piece of debris on my body that is all given to Yi Xiao, so please Yi Xiao spare my life." Without waiting for Yi Fan to make a move, the maid beside him stepped forward and pulled out all the things on the Poison Duke's body. There were several bank cards, and cell phones, and a few other miscellaneous items. What caught Yi Fan's attention was one of the purple stones, which seemed to be wrapped in a layer of something on the outside, suppressing the powerful fluctuations of the ancient aura inside. Is this what is called a god and goddess fragment? Yi Fan picked up the fragment and released his perception to feel it. He could clearly feel the powerful energy fluctuation inside, and there was still some vague connection between the breath inside and the salary fire in Yi Fan's body. It was just that, right now, Grandpa and those full-fledged forces of the Yi family were still in the building beyond the building, and the danger had not been lifted, so now was not the time to study this. Yi Xiao, is it possible to let me off the hook now? Seeing that Yi Fan's face changed for a moment, Mr. Poison thought that he finally had a chance to live, and hurriedly opened his mouth. There are also several billions of dollars in those bank cards, and the passwords are all 6 sevens. All of them are also given to Yi Xiao. I only beg Yi Xiao to spare my life. Duke Poison really does not want to die. He is still young, now have reached the strength of the Sovereign Master Realm. In the future, if you get other opportunities, it is completely possible to continue to break through to the strength of the Martial Zune, and even the Martial Sage Realm. The life expectancy can be increased by a lot. Yes, Yi Fan answered and put the shards away, getting up and walking towards the kitchen door. The Poison Duke was happy in his heart and had just breathed a sigh of relief when Yi Fan's maid next to him made a move. Pust! The dagger in the maid's hand stabbed straight down at the Poison Duke's heart and dantian. The vitality power in the Poison Duke's body instantly began to rapidly dissipate, and his eyes flashed with a flash of disbelief. Beauty! Yi Xiao didn't say that he spared me. You guys. As the poisonous Duke spoke, blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose. Humph, my young master spared you, but we don't want to spare you. The maid drew her dagger out, put those bank cards away, and said coldly, all the scum who want to exterminate the Yi family, and still want to live? Dream on. The Poison Duke felt the coldness of his body and convulsed violently for a few times. A look of despair flashed in his eyes, and eventually his body went limp powerlessly. To the last moment, the Poison Duke's heart was regretful. He very much regretted listening to Li Cheng's compulsion at that time and came to participate in this operation. He completely didn't expect the Yi family to actually have such a deep heritage, and the key was that Yi Fan was no longer a little cutie anymore, and his strength was still far beyond the Martial Zune realm. At this time, Tiancheng Foods Limited. In the general manager's office, Li Cheng anxiously paced back and forth with his cell phone. He was waiting for news from the outside of the building. Once today's plan succeeded, then Zhou Xiao would definitely give heavenly rewards, and putting himself in charge of the entire Southwest was possible. At that time, Tiancheng Foods Limited was definitely a first-class family in Daxia, and one's own position and power could definitely reach a new peak. But half an hour had already passed, and there was still no news coming from the side of the outside the building hotel. Li Cheng suddenly remembered that his computer is connected to the hotel side of the monitoring. Li Cheng immediately opened the monitoring to check the monitoring of the hotel entrance. Seeing Yi Changfeng and all those direct subordinates of the Yi family enter the hotel, a touch of smugness surfaced on Li Cheng's face. These old things, once they enter the building beyond the building, if they take a sip of water, they don't want to come back alive today. Suddenly, Li Cheng saw a special person on the monitor. Ye Fan? He was not surprised that Yi Fan arrived here, but Li Cheng was surprised that Yi Fan actually made a move to smash the bodyguard at the door directly, and also led people to run directly to the main kitchen. Looking at Yi Fan's appearance, it didn't seem like he was demented. Not good. Li Cheng hurriedly tuned the surveillance screen to the main kitchen, and as soon as the screen opened, Li Cheng immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The person in charge of the building outside the building, Li Dong, and also the poisonous eunuchs all fell to the ground and did not move, and those other chefs, they also did not have breath. Something did happen. Without any hesitation, Li Cheng panicked and started to pick up his cell phone, picked up one of the suitcases he had packed in advance, and planned to run away from the office. Once the poisoning plan fails and the Yi family retaliates, Li Cheng knows that he has absolutely no chance of surviving. However, Li Cheng had just walked to the door of the room when the door opened from the outside, and several martial arts experts stared scorchingly at Li Cheng. Mr. Li, where are you going in such a hurry? Chapter 123, The Beauty Who Broke into the Men's Restroom. This was someone Yi Fan had arranged. A strong person from the Wandering Soul, the leading captain. His strength was at the Sovereign Realm, and the other 4 henchmen, they were all masters of the Control Realm as well. Li Cheng was only a small shrimp who had just stepped into the martial way harmonization force, and his body was almost unsteady in the face of the aura suppression of 5 strong men. I'm going out for a meeting. Who are you guys? Why did you barge in without an appointment? Although he had already guessed the general idea, Li Cheng still held a few chances and wanted to muddle through. Get out now, or I'll call the police. Don't pretend, Li Chang, our young master invites you to come. Without any hesitation, a few wandering soul experts stepped forward and urged their martial chi, directly controlling Li Chang. All the tendons and veins in his body were blocked, and all the communication tools on his body were confiscated. The wandering soul strongman in the hands of Tiancheng Foods Limited at the same time, the president's office of the Divine Eagle Security Group Limited, the chairman's office of Hongda Transportation Limited, all the people on that list provided by Lu Hao, who had just received the order to retreat from Zhou Xiao in Shanjing 1 second, were controlled by all the people from the traveling souls who had rushed to the city the next second, betraying the Yi family, being bribed by the Sacred Envoy organization, lurking around the Yi family in a vain attempt to wipe out the Yi family completely. What awaited them would be a punishment worse than death. Outside the building hotel, after Yi Fan and the three maids settled the matter in the kitchen, they quickly rushed towards the Heaven's Character private room on the 8th floor. Nan Shang, who had gone to the Tianji private room in advance, had already sent back word that the current situation in the Tianji private room was normal for the time being. Outside of the heavenly room, although there were many bodyguard experts gathered, there was currently no intention to make a move. The personnel of the outdoor poisoning program have all been killed, and the person in charge, Li Dong, has also been killed, so these direct forces of the Yi family should not be in any danger for the time being. Yi Fan was slightly relieved. When he passed by a bathroom, Yi Fan said to Xiao Wen and the others, "I'm going to go to the toilet. You guys just leave one of you to wait for me, and the remaining two, go over to the Heaven's Character private room first." After entering the inside of the bathroom, Yi Fan had just finished solving the problem, and was shaking the bird again when a silhouette outside suddenly broke in and directly crashed into Yi Fan's arms, holding milk in his hands. Yi Fan thought at first that it was Xiao Wen who had suddenly barged in, but when Yi Fan took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't at all. The young girl in front of her was wearing a short denim skirt, a slim little waist, a stunningly beautiful figure, concave and convex, indeed a superb. I'm sorry, the beautiful woman hurriedly apologized, but when she suddenly saw the amazing weapon in front of Yi Fan, she froze for a few seconds, then instantly reacted, and a scream came out of her mouth. "Ah, rogue," the beautiful woman screamed while scrambling to cover her eyes. "Rascal, why did you break into the ladies' restroom? Get the hell out of here, shameless," the beautiful woman screamed while her hand squeezed so hard that the milk in her hand spiked out, dripping right onto her own short skirt in splotches. As the case may be, anyone who looks at it will be floored. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiao Wen, who was outside the door, heard the scream and rushed in as well, and happened to also see such an astonishing size of Yi Fan, her shy face flushed with a blush. "Young master, are you alright?" Although at that time, when they were selected to become Yi Fan's maidservants, they were prepared for the fact that they were following Yi Fan and were meant to do anything for him at all costs, including when Yi Fan had a need, they had to actively help with it. But after all, they were all still Yellow Blossom girls, and it was still a bit humiliating to see such a hot picture so abruptly. "I'm fine." Yi Fan was also a bit embarrassed and hurriedly let the little bird back into the cage, then coughed and said to the beautiful woman in his arms, "Big sister, look carefully, this is the men's restroom. To say hooligan, you should be the hooligan, right? You nonsense. How can this be a men's restroom?" Short skirt beauty mouth is still arguing, but when she saw the men's urinal in the toilet, immediately dumbfounded. "Is this really the men's room? Own this." Humph. With a cold snort, the beautiful woman panicked and tried to rush out of the toilet, but Yi Fan pulled the beautiful woman. "Wait a minute, just now you've seen me naked. You've taken advantage of me and you want to leave like this? What? I took advantage of you? Where did I take advantage of you?" The short-skirted beauty looked at Yi Fan with some depression. What floated in her head was still the huge size of Yi Fan just now, which lingered. Woo! Eyes are unclean. Thoughts are unclean. A man. What's the fear of being looked at? The beautiful woman muttered. "Then what do you want?" Perhaps because she was at a disadvantage, the beauty's tone of voice gradually weakened. "Humph. It's all because of that young master of the Yi family, saying that he doesn't allow everyone to move around. Water can't be drunk, and things can't be eaten. What the hell? It's someone from the Yi family's direct power?" Hearing the young girl's words, Yi Fan froze, then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What do I want? It's simple. Since you're looking at me naked, you let me look at you too, and we'll be even. You wish. Rascal, you're dreaming." The short-skirted beauty stared at Yi Fan with some annoyance. "Can that be the same? It's not like I intentionally wanted to look at You're a man. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat if you're looked at." "Humph. Rascal." Yi Fan laughed dumbly. "Didn't you guys say that you want equality between men and women? Why is it okay for you guys to look at men, but not for us to look at you?" The short-skirted beauty was so dumbfounded by the dislike that she didn't even know how to respond. Nan Shang's words suddenly came from Xiao Wen's earphone, and Xiao Wen hurriedly said to Yi Fan, "Young master, those bigwigs in the private room are a bit impatient. Some of them want to eat, you see?" Yi Fan also knew that somehow having people come for such a long time without eating or drinking, they would definitely have opinions. "Count your luck. What you owe me. Next time we meet, I'll look back. You don't want to renege on your debt." Yi Fan let go of that short-skirted beauty and smiled evilly. "Humph." The short-skirted beauty once again pouted. "Still next time? In the future, this girl will definitely not meet you again." After the young girl left, Yi Fan greeted Xiao Wen and said, "Let's go. Make a quick trip over there. Also, have the people outside send a few mice over. I need them right away." "Yes." After arranging everything, Yi Fan and Xiao Wen quickly rushed towards the Heavenly Character private room. Outside the door of the Heaven's Character private room, there was a large group of bodyguards gathered at this time, and these were all arranged by Li Dong. They were waiting for orders from Li Dong and Li Chang, but they didn't know that their bosses had all been taken down. Yi Fan entered the private room, and just as the door opened, he heard noisy voices inside. "Yi Lao, what exactly is the situation now? You asked everyone to come here to discuss things. How come everyone is not allowed to drink the water on the table? What in the world is the situation? Why don't you give everyone an explanation?" Chapter 124. Yi Fan, he's not a cutie. Up, just a moment everyone. It was that grandson of mine who called me to tell everyone to stay put. He'll be here in a minute. He'll be able to explain it all to you for sure. Yi Changfeng had also explained countless times, but some of those first-line forces that came today did not believe in Yi Fan's ability. Moreover, although Yi Changfeng had already screened the candidates once, Yi Changfeng still didn't dare to guarantee that all the direct lineage forces hadn't been bribed. After all, with the current situation of the Yi family, it was normal that some people would find another way out. Elder Yi, it's not that we despise young Yi, although Yi Fan was a genius demon before, but after the car accident 5 years ago, he became so demented. What can he do now? Alas, if it wasn't for your face, Elder Yi, none of us would have come today. Yes, Elder Yi, we all know very well that the Yi family is now facing a very crisis situation. We all have to join together in order to get through it. But you, Yi old man, shouldn't pin your hopes on a little cutie. The Heavenly Character private room set up 5 large tables, the representatives of the Yi family's direct lineage present. There were a full 40 to 50 people. Everyone stared scorchingly at Yi Changfeng, waiting for Yi Changfeng's continued explanation. "We all came here with sincerity today. Old Ji must let us have a sip of water, right?" There were already people at the scene who couldn't help themselves, and a middle-aged man sitting in the front row picked up the water on the table, opened the cap and intended to feed it into his mouth. "Wait!" Suddenly, a chortling voice sounded at the entrance of the room, and Yi Fan and his maid, Xiao Wen, appeared at the front door. While Yi Fan's mouth chided, his figure flashed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of the middle-aged man, reaching out to take the water away from the man's hand. "Yi Xiao, what do you mean by that?" That middle-aged man frowned a bit, although they all thought that Yi Fan was a little cutie, but in front of so many people, the water that was about to be fed to his mouth was snatched away. He was still a little bit upset in face. "Uncle Zhang, you'll know later." Yi Fan answered towards the man in front of him, and said towards the maid at his side, "Xiao Wen, have you prepared the things you asked them to prepare?" "Everything is ready." While speaking, Xiao Wen asked the Yi family's bodyguards at the door to bring up a few mice in cages. Without saying much, Yi Fan poured the same water that Uncle Zhang wanted to drink just now into the bowl of the mice. Several mice in the cage immediately came forward and licked the water from the bowl. The people in the booth all looked at the situation in front of them with a puzzled look of curiosity. What is Yi Xiao doing? This little cutie of the Yi family, young master, since his dementia 5 years ago, has often done things that are incomprehensible. This brings the rats to the party. You're not going to let them go straight to the table later, are you? There was a commotion down there, and just when people couldn't help but ask questions, the little white mouse in the cage suddenly began to convulse violently, foaming madly in its mouth, and then its body froze, directly losing its vitality power. 3 mice in a cage, all killed instantly. Everyone on the scene all dumbfounded. The situation in front of them, even if they are stupid, they can see clearly. The water in front of them is poisonous. ********. The middle-aged man from earlier jumped directly in place and shouted excitedly, "Nima, this water is poisonous? I almost became this guinea pig." The crowd, shocked, pushed away all the glasses of water and bottled water in front of them. Among these direct lineage forces of the Yi family, there were a few who were already strong in the Zhongshu realm, and all of them had attainments in the use of poison. But the water was poisoned just now and they didn't notice it in the slightest. While the crowd was shocked, they were even more curious about Yifan. A little cutie, how did he know about it? Not just in the water. Yifan opened his mouth indifferently, then opened the other cage, and a few mice climbed directly from the cage to the table, and made their mouths towards those delicious dishes on the table. But in 3 seconds, same result, a few mice had only taken 2 bites of the chicken soup on the table, and died straight away on the spot. Wow! The crowd at the scene was thoroughly agitated. Nima, these people, they're just too much, poisoning the water and poisoning the dishes. Do they really want to drive them to extinction? Numb nuts. Ye old man, you just give the order right away. We fight them. These vicious and mischievous guys. I'm afraid that all of them who are associated with the Yi family will not be spared. Brothers, let's not concede to anyone. Let's do it with them. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly pushed to a climax. There were dozens of people on the scene, and most of these were majors or top presences in a particular industry. On weekdays, they were all dependent on the Yi family for development, and now that the Yi family was in trouble, they remained unshakable. However, in the crowd, there were still a few who saw the situation in front of them without much expression change on their faces, and even, there were a few points of resentment in their eyes. Although that look was just a flash, Yifan still keenly captured the change in expression. But now, those opponents who had made a move against the Yi family, their underbelly minions, Yifan had pretty much cleaned them up. The Yi family had some underpinnings and secrets, and it was time to let them know. The Cloud City Zhao family, the Li family, the Wang family, the great young man of the provincial city Lu family, as well as the Northwest Sen Chu Feng, all perished in Cloud City. If the Yi family didn't expose a little bit of their underbelly out, those opponents wouldn't continue to reveal their fox tails. The crowd at the scene was emotional for a while, but finally calmed down a bit. At this point, the elites and bigwigs finally reacted and began to wonder about one thing. Elder Yi, young Master Yi fan him? This is. Thinking of the situation just now, the crowd only reacted at this time. Just now Yifan used a little white mouse to do experiments, and also let everyone not to move anything here in advance. Obviously not like a little cute. The intelligence and tactics possessed Yi Changfeng glanced towards Yifan, and after receiving Yifan's permission, this pointed towards Lei Qianjie at his side. This great summer medical sage, Mr. Lei, everyone knows about it, right? Divine Dr. Lei has already examined Yifan and said that Yifan is already slowly recovering and will soon be completely back to normal. One of the purposes of gathering everyone here today is to give you an official announcement of this news. Wow! Yi Changfeng's words instantly caused the scene to explode. Congratulations to Elder Yi! Congratulations to Elder Yi! Has Yi Shao finally awakened? The heavens have not failed my Yi family. With young Ye's demonic talent, those enemies who slaughtered my Yi family's sons and daughters must be paid in blood. Almost all of the people at the scene boiled over, some congratulating towards Elder Yi and some towards Yifan. They knew very well what it meant that Yifan had awakened. With such a demonic talent, Yifan was already at the Zhongshu realm 5 years ago. Once his talent was restored, I'm afraid Yifan would soon break through to the Martial Zun realm, right? With a strong person of the Martial Zun realm sitting in the Yi family, it would not be so easy for the entire Great Xia to wipe out the Yi family without moving. And the most crucial thing is, once Yifan completely awakened, then the Yi family will have a backbone. Those families and forces that depend on the Yi family will also have a backbone. And the millions of Tianlong army will also have a backbone. When people can see the hope for the future, they will naturally be more active in doing things. Chapter 125, Young Yi likes my granddaughter? Then it's yours. Everyone on the scene was abuzz, and instantly they all looked like they had been pumped up. Yi Changfeng waited for everyone's emotions to calm down a bit before continuing to speak. Everyone, Mr. Yi is very thankful that you were able to come today. Although Xiaofan's situation has improved, it's only partially improved now, and it's still unstable. Sometimes he'll be demented, sometimes he'll be temporarily normal. The Yi family still needs all of you to continue to give your full support. Next to him, Lei Qianjie also spoke up. Yi Lao is right. Yi Shao's current situation is only 1/3 recovered. If he wants to completely recover, at least 3 more months are needed. His current state of wakefulness can only be sustained for up to an hour a day, and he will become demented at any time. Lei Qianjie felt his face burning as he spoke. What was Yifan's situation was very clear from the time he was invited by Yu Linglong to treat Yifan. Yifan was simply completely back to normal, and his strength was even more heaven-defying. Lei Qianjie had already worshipped Yifan as his master. and now he had no choice but to cooperate with his master and act together. Lei Qianjie and Yi Changfeng spoke in tandem, both having discussed with Yi Fan in advance. The reason why a 3-month recovery time was set was because Yi Fan had left a buffer space for his opponent. If Yi Fan had all recovered now, with Yi Fan's superb talent, those opponents would probably be too scared to continue. But now that Yi Fan hadn't completely recovered yet, and if 3 months were needed for complete recovery, then after the opponent hesitated, he would definitely continue to make his move and wipe out Yi Fan and the Yi family as a whole during this 3-month window period, before Yi Fan completely recovered. That's pretty good too. 5 years ago, Yi Xiao was the #1 demonic genius of Great Xia, so as long as there is hope for recovery, he can definitely make it to the top again. That's right, don't worry, Elder Yi. During the time you go to Shangjing, we will definitely do our best to guard the Yi family and protect young Yi. Previously, Yi Changfeng had said that he planned to make a trip to Shangjing to win 1,000 future for the Yi family. This trip to Shangjing, although the north had millions of Tianlong army as a bargaining chip, Yi Changfeng's situation was still very dangerous. So Yi Changfeng was arranging that Yi Fan must be separated from himself, and although Yi Fan's own power was no longer bad, Yi Fan's true strength had not yet been exposed, and those direct lineage forces of the Yi family around him had not been gathered, and his own people all saw the hope for the future, and moreover, they would not sell their lives. That's why this time, when the Yi family's direct lineage was gathered together, they were also preparing for a counterattack of revenge. Mr. Yi thanks you all. Yi Changfeng bowed towards the crowd. I've let you all suffer. Let's change places and chat while eating. When the crowd in the private room started to move, Yi Fan gestured to the window. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, those wandering soul powerhouses hidden outside the window broke the window and rushed towards the entrance of the private room. Aha! All the people at the scene froze. There were actually so many strong people hidden outside the window, so many big shots in the booth, and not many of them even noticed what was going on outside. These people are all arranged by Yi Fan. Elders, settle down less. There are still some minions from outside the building outside the door. Let them go and clean it up. Yi Fan smiled faintly and explained to the crowd. Although it was just a simple sentence, it allowed the crowd to truly see how powerful Yi Fan was. From the very beginning of stopping the crowd from eating all the food at the site and not drinking a single drop of water at the site, to the later part of the story when the maids were sent to first pacify and then control those killers in the main kitchen, and the windows were arranged for their own people to be ready for any contingency. All of it, 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 all of it. When all the Yi family's direct forces stopped, Yi Fan saw the short-skirted, stunningly beautiful girl in the crowd behind him. At the same time that Yi Fan saw that young girl also saw Yi Fan and tried desperately to hide behind an old man. Yi Fan Weiner smiled. That pretty girl in the back, don't hide, I see you, come over for a chat? Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth, causing everyone at the scene to look towards the back. The scene today are basically some old people, middle-aged people, come to the teenage girl is only the last that a beautiful woman. That was the old man of the Han family's own granddaughter, Han Yuyue. The old man of the Han family, Han Wuji, had been doing intelligence work with Yi Changfeng for almost 50 years, and now he was about to retire. So this time he brought his granddaughter with him, and he should have seen the world as well. Xiaofan? Yuyue? Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Fan and then at that cold Yuyue behind him, somewhat not understanding what Yi Fan meant. Yi Changfeng was very clear that there was no shortage of beautiful women around Yi Fan. The Xian Yufei who had previously clamored to withdraw from the marriage, the 7 sisters-in-law behind her, and the 4 great maids arranged by Yi Fan's mother. Any one of them would be superb. And what did Yi Fan mean by setting his sights on cold Yuyu again? Grandpa, that beautiful woman smells good. I want him to stay by my side. Okay. The essence in Yi Fan's eyes suddenly disappeared, instantly becoming a bit demented. Such a scene caused all the people at the scene to be stunned. Is Yi Xiao's condition really a bit unstable? You were so smart a moment ago, and now you're stupid? Alas, I hope that Dr. Lei can do it as soon as possible and completely cure Yi Fan's condition. However, a smug smile surfaced at the corners of the mouths of those few guys lurking in the crowd. Luckily, there's still a chance. Today's situation must be immediately reported to the leaders above, so that they have to make appropriate countermeasures as soon as possible. Old cold. Yi Fan had opened his mouth like this. Although Yi Changfeng somewhat did not understand Yi Fan's purpose, he still opened his mouth towards his old buddy Cold Wuji and called out. Cold Wuji brought his granddaughter, Cold Yuyue, forward in quick steps and spoke respectfully. Elder Yi, if Yi Xiao needs the company of Yuyue, I think Yuyue will be very happy to do so. Cold Yuyue stomped her feet in annoyance next to her. Grandpa, I don't want. This Yi Fan, he must have done it on purpose. Just now in the toilet, she stepped on his foot, and also looked at Yi Fan's so shameful place. Yi Fan intentionally asked herself to be beside him. Surely her heart is not in the right place. Moreover, how did Yi Fan look like he was in a state of dementia? He must be faking it. Intuition told cold Yue that this Yi Fan could not be served well. Grandpa, I want it. She smells so good on her body. I smell it every day and it's very comfortable. Yi Fan also pulled Yi Chongfeng's arm and shook it a few times. Cold Yue still wanted to continue to speak, but grandfather Cold Wuji directly interrupted Cold Yue's words. Yue, listen to me. Stay well by Yi Xiao's side. Yi Xiao looks at you. That's your honor. Everything listen to Yi Xiao's arrangement. Any request, you have to execute it 100%. Do you understand? This is an order. Cold Wuji's cold eyes disliked Cold Yue's words of continued refusal. A flash of light flashed in Cold Wuji's eyes as he looked at Yi Chongfeng and then Lei Qianjie, plus some of Yi Fan's previous actions linked together. Cold Wuji already had a rough guess in his heart. There are a couple of them, and I'm afraid they're deliberately putting on a show. Cold Wuji also did not understand why Yi Fan wanted Cold Yue to stay by his side, but he vaguely felt that this was a great opportunity for the Cold family. Young Yi, since you like my granddaughter, it's yours. You can arrange for her to do anything. Chapter 126. You're just deliberately taking revenge, right? I'm not going to promise you that, especially the 4 words anything, which Cold Wuji said with extraordinarily deep meaning. Yi Fan couldn't help but listen to a burst of whiner. Does the old man mean he can get his granddaughter to help warm the bed? This old man, he must be thinking the wrong way. Yi Fan left behind Cold Yue, just wanting Cold Yue to help take care of the intelligence work Yi Fan needed later on. It wasn't just Cold Wuji who thought wrongly. All those other Yi clan's full-fledged forces at the scene thought wrongly and were whispering, alas, it's a pity that my granddaughter didn't bring it today. I didn't catch this heavenly fortune. Yeah, nuts. I want to go and snatch a granddaughter over and send it to young Isbed, but Yi Xiao is now a little cutie. Ah, aren't you burying your granddaughter's happiness like this? You're the one who's a cutie. You use your brain to think. Now Yi Xiao is still a little silly. Look, there is still a possibility to look at these ordinary girls. If it is when Yi Xiao is awake, we these granddaughters, I'm afraid if queuing up can't get into Yi Xiao's eyes. Now and Yi Xiao make out. In the future when Yi Xiao completely awakened, can't raise pants and not recognize it. Listening to the crowd below discussing in tongues, Yi Fan was also helpless. Greeted the extremely reluctant Cold Yue, left the private room and headed towards the front door of the Luelu Hotel. You did it on purpose. You just want revenge, right? A man with such a small mind. Heart, are you still a man? In the elevator, Cold Yue finally found a chance to open her mouth, and directed an output at Yi Fan. Aren't you already seen if I'm a man or not? I still doubt if you are a woman. Why don't you show me too? You still owe me a favor. Yi Fan responded lightly, instantly causing Han Yue's face to blush as she pouted. Shut up. Next to the Cold Wuji originally did not notice what the two were saying, suddenly heard his granddaughter chiding, immediately frowned. You, to Yi Xiao to be respectful, understand? From now on, you are a maid beside Yi Xiao. You have to listen to Yi Xiao in everything, otherwise, Yi Xiao, you can just spank her ass all you want. Cold Yue was depressed. Grandpa, how can you be like this? He's obviously trying to get back at me. Revenge? What revenge? Cold Wuji continued to speak. Don't say anything. You need to contain Yi Xiao more. Right now Yi Xiao is still in a demented state. You are with a little cutie. What are you angry about? Cutie pie. Cold Yue froze, looked at the appearance of Yi Fan next to her, and snorted coldly in her heart. This guy, he's not even a cutie. Okay, he just did it on purpose. But Grandpa's attitude was so strong. Cold Yue knew that there was no use in opposing himself, so he could only let out a long sigh of helplessness and look for a chance to escape behind him. Whether Yi Fan is a little cutie, still is not a little cute. Cold Yue didn't want to accompany such a rascal. The crowd came out from the main entrance of the Lu Hotel together, and saw a large black pressured crowd gathered outside, almost 1,000. The front leader is Guo Li, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, Li Hu, Lu Maoyang and others. In addition to the masters and the wandering soul will be outside the building of the boss Li Cheng escorted in the forefront. Behind there are some of the senior leadership of the Hongda Transportation Company, some of the senior management of the Divine Eagle Security Group. Elder Yi, these people, what do you think should be done with them? Although the wandering soul captain, Nyo Air, asked Elder Yi for instructions again, his gaze actually looked towards Yi Fan. waiting for Yi Fan's instructions. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Fan and spoke, temporarily detain them at the traveling soul base. When today's events are over, I will personally come and talk to them. As Yi Changfeng spoke, his eyes stared sharply at the few leading executives. A good number of them were personally hand-picked by Yi Changfeng, but he didn't expect that they would actually be bribed by the Holy Envoy organization, and in the end, they intended to completely exterminate the Yi family. A wolfish thing. Those rivals of the Yi family were also getting more and more rampant. Elder Yi, the other restaurant has been arranged. Please get on the bus. With the matter of the traitor temporarily dealt with, Guo Li went up and reported towards Yi Changfeng. Everything was laid out and arranged by Yi Fan in advance. Yi Changfeng nodded, very satisfied with this little brother of Yi Fan's, and opened his mouth to introduce towards the Yi family's direct lineage power. This is Guo Li, the young master of the Guo family in the provincial city, who grew up wearing crotchless pants together with Xiao Fan, and has always been the dog-head military advisor beside Xiao Fan. You all have more to bring up in the future. In the future, it'll be the world of their young people. Yi Changfeng's light-hearted words caused the hearts of all the Yi family's direct lineage forces present to tighten. A seemingly casual sentence of introduction, but it has already shown that Master Yi's mind. This is the intention to hand over power, in order to pave the way for young people. The scene does not move to gather so many people, which is not extensive. There are wandering souls. Those martial arts powerhouses sit in the town. Everything is Yi Fan in the center of the arrangement scheduling. This once again shocked the hearts of the crowd. A sober Yi Fan really isn't something to mess with. Moreover, from the partners gathered around Yi Fan, it seemed that Yi Fan's squad was already taking shape. Wei Xiucai served as a military division. Wang Fugue main force. Informants also know that the provincial city of Lu family's second youngest Lu Maoyang has defected to Yi Fan. Should be the future of the god of wealth in Yi Fan's class, in charge of financial. Sure enough, are geniuses attracted to each other? These demonic geniuses gathered together. The moment Yi Fan completely awakened, I'm afraid that the entire pattern of the Great Summer would have to change. Under Guo Li's arrangement, the crowd boarded the vehicle that was going to another hotel. Cold Yue and Yi Fan's maid, Nansheng, Xiao Wen, rightfully sat in the same car as Yi Fan, looking at the sullen and displeased Cold Yue by his side. Yi Fan's mouth smiled slightly. You don't think that I let you follow me just because of your looks, do you? Otherwise, what's that? Humph, rascal. Cold Yue responded with some lack of curiosity. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Cold Yu, although you are very pretty, but by my side. Yi Fan, will there be a lack of pretty women? 5 years ago, when I was crisscrossing the globe, the imperial consort of the Peak of Bulai, the princess of Italy, and the prince consort of the East Ing, were all devoted to me, and I couldn't even look at them, let alone you. You are too small. While speaking, Yi Fan intentionally glanced towards Cold Yu's chest. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. Cold Yu's mouth pouted. Shameless. What's so small about her? It's AD. What else do you want? Cold Yu provocatively pushed her chest out towards the front, as if in demonstration. Xiao Wen, take the stuff out. Yi Fan didn't continue to talk too much, signaling Xiao Wen to take out a bunch of bank cards and hand them to Cold Yue. In here is $20 billion. I want you to. What are you doing? Want to use money to buy me? Tell you, I'm not that kind of person. You're too insulting me. Stop the car. I want to get off the car. Cold Yu saw the pile of bank cards in Xiao Wen's hand, completely angry and disappointed. Yi Fan was also a bit speechless. Big sister, can you finish listening to my words? It deserves a beating. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Cold Yu's small waist and slapped Cold Yu's buttocks twice. Pop, snap, a crisp ringing sound rang out in the car, and Cold Yue instantly screamed, "Ah, you're shameless. You actually, spanked my ass." Yi Fan didn't pay attention to Cold Yue, but continued to speak. I'm giving you $20 billion to build me an intelligence network that only accepts your control and management within 3 months, no matter what ways and means you use. Chapter 127, who says I have big boobs and no brain? Cold Yue, who was still feeling the fiery pain in her butt, instantly froze when she heard Yi Fan's next words. Give $20 billion to set up your own intelligence network? Cold Yue looked at Yi Fan with some incredulity. Why me? This Yi Fan, is he so bossy? It's $20 billion out of the gate without blinking an eye. You're not afraid that I'll roll up the money and run away? Cold Yue looked at the bank card in Xiao Wen's hand with a shocked face. That's $20 billion, not $200. Although the Cold family was also a family under the subordination of the Yi family, the assets of the entire family added up to a few $1 billion. Now that Yi Fan's situation is in such a crisis, Yi Fan, a little cutie, where did he get so much money? Your Cold family has long been tied together with my Yi family depth, and your information I have in-depth understanding. From the time you were 13 years old, your grandfather sent you abroad to the KGB. Me 6, lurked and studied for so long, It was originally used as your grandfather's successor to cultivate. Yifan's words caused a flash of shocked jaw in Cold Yue's eyes. These covert operations, Grandpa said, only he knows himself. And back then when Cold Yue was born, she didn't reveal her relationship with the Cold family, and grew up directly in a secret place. And it was only in the last 2 days that Cold Yue had appeared in the Cold family, and Yifan had actually made his bottom line so clear? This Yifan, how could he be the cutie that everyone thought he was? You big liar. You lied to everyone, didn't you? Oof. Cold Yue shocked jaw at the same time, cannot help but have a few points of admiration. If Yifan didn't play dumb to fool those rivals of the Yi family, he was afraid that 5 years ago, Yifan would have already died. Now, Yifan continues to lurk and play dumb, but quietly gathers the Yi family's direct lineage. Is this an intention to fight back? In fact, you know very well that if I didn't play dumb, I would have died 5 years ago. Yifan looked deeply at Cold Yue. The situation is just like that. If you think you can't do it, you can pretend that today's words weren't said. Anyway, looking at you, you're just a vase with big boobs and no brain. Yifan deliberately stimulated Cold Yue. Sure enough, when Cold Yue heard this, she was instantly unhappy. What did you say? Who said I have big boobs and no brain? Isn't it just forming an intelligence system? Which ear of yours heard that I can't? Oomph, I'm going to prove it to you. If I accomplish my goal in 3 months, you have to apologize to me on your knees. In the toilet, you've all defiled my eyes. Cold Yue was clearly gambling. Yifan smiled faintly. Good. After 3 months, if you finish what I said, I will definitely kneel down and apologize to you properly. 1 step at a time. Yifan smiled evilly, while in his heart, he silently added, apologizing is fine, and so is getting down on your knees, but the circumstances and location of the kneeling are debatable. There's only one place a man should be on his knees. Because of the list intelligence sent by Lu Hao in time, Yifan laid out his plan in advance, eliminating all those betrayers lurking around the Yi family, and also avoiding a poison murder case at the outer house. It just so happened that Zhao Tianlong's father, Zhao Dekhang, had also said before his death that there were other infiltrators from above in Cloud City, so this should be the group. It's also the last of Cloud City's hidden forces, right? Yifan took a long breath of relief. Flat, the nail in the Cloud City purged. Then the next step, Yifan is to go to the provincial city to do things. Only by using a bigger bait can the real culprits behind it all be aroused. Although the 2 court elders, Zhang Golao and Tang Zhang, were already in high positions of power and authority, with the 2 court elders, it was still almost interesting to want to take action against the Yi family's core disciples in the 7 war zones at the same time. Behind the 2 major courtiers, there was someone else. Yifan wanted direct evidence. More critically, a move had been made against the Yi family, and in addition to the forces on the Pavilion Elder's side, the Sacred Envoy had also joined in. This time, when the Lu family suddenly defected and gave this list, and Yifan destroyed all of the last deployments of the Holy Envoy in Cloud City, that Zhou Xiao and Shangjing should not be able to resist, right? On the airplane from Shangjing to Cloud City, Zhou Xiao was squinting and resting when he was suddenly woken up by the assistant beside him. Zhou Xiao, something big has happened in Cloud City. All the manpower that we have set up in Cloud City, 10 minutes ago, were all wiped out by the Yi family, in conjunction with the Wandering Souls, Xia Hao, Li Hu and others. The assistant looked at the information in his hand. His face was a bit ugly. Moreover, the poison-killing operation arranged today was a total wipeout, and those full-fledged forces of the Yi family were unharmed. What's even more annoying is that apart from the death of the Poison Duke, everyone else has been taken alive, and I'm afraid that your identity, Young Zhou, has been exposed. Damn it! Zhou Xiao, who had just woken up, listening to the news reported by his men, was so angry that he violently slammed his fist on the seat, and the powerful qi energy caused the entire airplane to lurch. The assistant jumped in fear. Zhou Xiao, please be gentle. We are now on an airplane. If you dismantle the plane, we will all die. Zhou Ming also realized the situation in front of him and suppressed his qi for a bit, but the anger on his face was not suppressed in the slightest. Bunch of losers, stupid pigs, the arrangements that we have laid out for so many years, all of them were exterminated in a matter of moments. How will we still be able to govern the Yi family in Cloud City in the future? Although Zhou Ming was furious, things still had to go on. What other news is there from other sides? The Shangjing Tangjung court elder let the Sun family's Sun Dishing fail to seize the agency, and in the end, I don't know whether he was killed by Song Pa's people, or by Yi Fan, the Sun family. Moreover, has been subjected to insane retaliation. Northwestern Cabinet Master Zhang has also stepped in, allowing Jin Yang, the youngest member of the Jin family in the provincial capital, to step in and join forces with the sex compulsion masters, intending to plan an operation in Cloud City. In addition, just now, at the private meeting of the Yi family's direct lineage forces, Yi Changfeng released the news that Yifan has begun to awaken, and now he can be awake for an hour a day. And Lei Qianjie said that within 3 months, Yifan can be completely back to normal. After listening to the report of his men, Zhou Ming's eyebrows were wrinkled into twists, and finally sighed long and helplessly. Alas, 5 years ago, should not be merciful to Yifan, back then should send him to the Western Paradise. Now, we do not have much time. 3 months. If within 3 months, we are unable to completely solve Yifan and the Yi family, then we all have to suffer. Contact Tang Zhang and Pavilion Master Zhang for me immediately. Yifan is starting to awaken. That demonic genius. I don't know what he'll do to deploy. We must act jointly and wring our strength together. Yes, the assistant answered. Thinking of the current situation in Cloud City, he said with some concern, Zhou Xiao, the situation in Cloud City is not good right now. Should we go back in a few days? In just a few days' time, none of the clans that were against the Yi family had a good ending. All of them perished. Even Captain Chu Feng under Northwest Pavilion leader Zhang, a powerful person of the martial Zun realm, had not been spared, and had died without even knowing exactly in whose hands he had died. Although Zhou Ming was a member of the Holy Envoy organization and had some special means, but if he happened to run into a sober Yifan, would he be Yifan's opponent? Chapter 128. You can totally kiss me to verify it, right? Now that Yifan has begun to awaken, how many more days? Asshole, do we have to wait until he has a baby? Humph, speed up. Zhou Ming coldly scolded his assistant. I'm not that stupid. Although the Yi family has already purged most of the forces we deployed, there's still a part of the force that Lu Hao doesn't even know about. Before I figure out Yifan's bottom line, I won't make a direct move. A touch of gloom flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. There was another wave of forces that the Holy Angels organization had set up in Cloud City, and some of those forces were still Yifan's classmates back then. By organizing a reunion and creating some conflicts, they would naturally be able to see Yifan's true situation. In Cloud City, in the vehicle where Yifan and Cold Yuyue were, Cold Yuyue had already gambled on agreeing to Yifan's request, but the moment her body twisted, she suddenly felt an abnormality in her body. Warm currents? There were actually several more strands of intense warmth in one's body, spreading out from the place where one's buttocks had been slapped, then warming one's body's tendons and veins, which in turn continued to be transformed into martial Dao Qi, rapidly raising one's strength. This, Cold Yuyue thought she felt wrong at first, but after she quieted her mind and felt it carefully, she finally determined that the source of the warmth was generated from the place where Yifan had spanked her buttocks and surged into her body. So evil? Could this be due to Yifan's demonic genius? Just by being spanked by Yifan, you can boost your strength? And Yifan himself relied on this warmth to boost his strength? Cold Yuyue glanced at Yifan, very much wanting to continue to verify her inner thoughts, but at this moment it was not good to open her mouth. She couldn't just stick her butt up and request Yifan to beat herself once more, right? After hesitating for a moment, Cold Yuyue suddenly grabbed Yifan's wrist and bit down on it. Here we go. Here we go. When the skin touched, that familiar warmth surged from Shanya's lips into Shanya's body once again. It was only when the bite went down that Cold Yuyue realized that Yifan's arm was actually as hard as steel, and almost chipped her own teeth off. Are you a dog? Yifan lightly glanced at Cold Yuyue. Humph. Cold Yuyue shook Yifan's arm away and pouted. I just want to verify the warmth of whatever it is you're carrying. If you want to verify, you can totally kiss on my face. Yifan rolled his eyes. This Cold Yuyue was really a rose with thorns? Hot enough. You wish. Cold Yuyue's face flushed with a blush, her mouth pouted, and her head couldn't help but think of the spicy scene she had seen in the restroom. His own eyes were unclean. He couldn't shake off the scene he had seen. He was ashamed. It's all because of this big asshole, Yifan. But when she thought of the mysterious warmth in Yifan's body, there was again intense envy in Cold Yuyue's eyes. As long as one had skin-to-skin intimacy with Yifan, one could obtain enough warmth to gain heavenly benefits. If one spent enough time with Yifan, wouldn't one's strength be able to surpass that of a Zongshi, a martial Zun, or even impact a superpower in the martial saint realm? Vaguely, Cold Yuyue realized that she seemed to have found a golden thigh. Should I hold it? The other restaurant that Guo Li had arranged was not far from here. The people discussed specific responses while eating, and it was only when the meal was almost done that Yifan signaled his grandfather to follow him to the nearby lounge. What's wrong, little fan? Yi Changfeng drank a little wine and was red-faced, completely different from the disheveled look he had before. Grandpa, this map scroll, have you seen it before? Yifan took out the sheepskin scroll sent by Lu Hao and handed it to Yi Changfeng. As soon as Yi Changfeng saw this scroll, his expression immediately became excited. Finally, I saw such a scroll again. Xiaofan, you really are the Yi family's unicorn son Alas, Yi Changfeng let out a long sigh and said, when our Yi family was attacked and backstabbed on such a large scale, they came for such a map. It's just that the outside world knows that the Yi family has a pair of such maps, but what they don't know is that the Yi family actually has 7 pairs of such maps, that point to a place of gods and goddesses, which are said to contain endless feats of skill, and are even rumored to contain the secrets of cultivating immortality. 7 pairs? Yi Fan's heart thumped. He already had a pair of fragments in his hand. If 7 fragments were gathered together, it was estimated that the complete map could be spliced almost together. Right? Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Is that the ruins of the gods and goddesses? Is this where the Divine Gate came to originate? Where are those maps? Yi Fan was a bit curious. Since his grandfather knew about these maps, why didn't he talk to himself about this last time when he was introduced to the Yi family's underground palace? Yi Changfeng shook his head. Those maps were brought back by your mother. Back then, after you were born, your mother gave 7 pairs of maps to your 7 older brothers to keep with them. But now, your 7 older brothers have all perished, and those 7 pairs of maps, alas. But according to the character of your 7 older brothers, they were in danger. We'll definitely find a way to save those maps. Your mother has said that the secrets in those maps are related to the life and death of the entire world's living beings, as well as the future prosperity of the Yi family. You must collect them all as soon as possible, and not let them fall into the wrong hands. The map of the Heavenly Palace. That was the key to enter the gods and goddesses. Once those people from the Holy Envoy organization entered the Heavenly Palace first and got the words of the inheritance inside, then I was afraid that more people would suffer. The point was, if those nemesis of the Yi family were allowed to get the inheritance inside, it would be even more impossible for Yi Fan to avenge his brothers and uncles, and to protect his sister-in-law and the Yi family, to resolve. Yes, Yi Fan answered. Originally, according to Yi Fan's plan, after purging the enemies of Cloud City and Tiannan province, Yi Fan also had to make a trip to the place where his brothers had perished, to investigate the truth of their perishing clearly. Now, it's just one more little task. While investigating the murderers of his brother and uncles, he has to find those missing maps. By the way, after the gathering, when Yi Fan came out from the hotel building, Sheng Ruolin had already driven and waited at the gate. Seeing Yi Fan come out, Sheng Ruolin went forward with a happy face and reached out to hold Yi Fan's arm intimately and said, "Little Fan, here." Originally, last night, Sheng Ruolin was still worried about what to do with the emerald source when the Qing family was suppressed. As a result, when Yi Fan made his move today, General Songpa directly changed his attention and handed over the emerald agency of the entire daxia to the Qing family. After the news will be sent to the Qing family, the entire Qing family is boiling. Father, uncle, as well as grandfather and other shareholders of the core patriarchs, all praised Sheng Ruolin, but also to Yi Fan impressed. Sheng Ruolin thought a lot on the way here. Yi Fan had helped himself so much, how in the world should he repay him now? Chapter 129, His sister-in-law to a reunion. Although on the day of the Yi family's funeral, Sheng Ruolin, along with her sister-in-law Yu Linglong and the others, announced that they were marrying Yi Fan. It was discussed that each person would accompany Yi Fan for a month to open up the Yi family, but when things really came down to it, Sheng Ruolin was still a little shy. She was her sister-in-law before, after all, and, in the middle of the day, did she have to drag Yi Fan to the hotel? Now Yi Fan is a little cutie. Luckily, in case Yi Fan suddenly came to his senses at some point, wouldn't he die of shame? After waiting for Yi Fan to get on the car, Sheng Ruolin looked at Yi Fan, the big sunny boy beside her, and a touch of fascination flashed in her eyes. Little Fan husband, do you, like me? Yi Fan froze and looked at Sheng Ruolin's appearance, not knowing what Sheng Ruolin meant. Of course, like Ruolin's wife is the best. Yu Fei's wife doesn't want me anymore, and I have Yi Shue's wife, Ruolin's wife, and Linglong's wife, so much more. He. Yi Fan answered Sheng Ruolin naively, and that simple look made Sheng Ruolin feel a heartache again. Poor Yi Fan, the family suffered that kind of disaster, so critical time. Xian Yu Fei, that girl, actually also withdraw from the marriage. Salt in the wound. Xiao Fan husband, what I want to tell you is that although I have been internalized as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family very early, the object is 6th Lang, but, because they are in the military all year round, we don't have anything at all. We haven't even held hands. You don't mind. In fact, Sheng Ruolin didn't know why she was explaining this to Yi Fan. Yi Fan is a little cutie in front of him. His own purpose for marrying him in the beginning was purely to repay the Yi family, to take the heat for the Yi family, and to continue the bloodline. But and Yi Fan get along with these days down. Sheng Ruolin also do not know how they are. It seems that Yi Fan body has a strange magic, attracting Sheng Ruolin head will always involuntarily think of Yi Fan. Seems to be vaguely in their own destiny has been linked together with Yi Fan, although Sheng Ruolin was very loose with her mouth. In reality, when she really wanted to do something, Sheng Ruolin was very shy again. Listening to Sheng Ruolin's words, Yifan instantly understood that Qing Ruolin was afraid that she would mind. But what Qing Ruolin didn't know was that although Yifan had been demented for 5 years, during the 5 years, Yifan was just his soul sealed by himself. And many things, Yifan saw very clearly. 7 sister-in-laws, although they are the nominal daughters-in-law of the Yi family, but in reality, one of them has not happened anything, and they have not even seen each other a few times. It was nothing in the first place. Why should I mind? Now that Roland's wife is treating me so well, I can't even wait for my heart to ache. Yifan reached out and wrapped Qing Ruolin in his arms as he spoke. The moment his skin touched, that warmth arose once again, warming Qing Ruolin and at the same time feeding back to Yifan, helping him raise his strength. Feeling the beautiful person in his arms, Yifan's big hands recklessly began to move on Qing Ruolin's body, going deeper into the valley and climbing higher, outlining the extreme contours of the human body. Feeling Yifan's palm, Qing Ruolin's whole body was paralyzed in Yifan's embrace. Her lips involuntarily kissed towards Yifan, and closed her eyes, while her heart secretly said, "Dead bad guy, you can toss it as much as you want. Sooner or later it will be yours anyway." Only, Qing Ruolin was a little worried that it was that bad now that Yifan was still in a demented state. In the future, if and when he comes to his senses completely, just how bad must he be? At that time, will your sisters be able to handle it? The car's atmosphere are beginning to charming up. Yifan body restless, and now urgently need to improve their own strength. Yifan is very tempted to Qing Ruolin will be done right here. However, Yifan still stopped at the critical time. Although Qing Ruolin would not object, Yifan felt that this was still too disrespectful to Qing Ruolin. At the very least, it has to be in a place that's passable. In a car. Ahem, try that later. After a long time, Qing Ruolin sat up somewhat disheveled from Yifan's arms and looked at Yifan with a face full of tenderness. "Little Fan husband, don't worry, before you completely awaken, we, the 7 sisters, will definitely do our best to protect you, and we will definitely not let you suffer any harm or aggravation." Although Qing Ruolin's body and bones looked soft, the words she uttered were very hard. Yifan also secretly said in his heart, "Sister-in-law, your announcement at the funeral as a guardian for the Yi family to go well. You risked the world to marry a little cutie in the Yi family together. Such courage, such a woman's temperament. I, Yifan, and how will fail you? Sister-in-law, I'm not a cutie anymore. It's just that, right now, because of the situation being forced upon them, they can't be exposed for the time being." Yifan's words had just fallen, when the voice of the maid, Nancheng, knocking on the car window suddenly sounded outside the car window. "Young master, there is a call from your high school classmates. They said that they are going to agree on a reunion. All of their classmates are going, only you are missing. Do you want to go?" Nancheng was still holding Yifan's phone in his hand, and the phone call came from the class president Qi Jun. "Yifan, all of us know that you are a little cutie. You were stimulated 5 years ago, but it's because of this that you should come out for a walk all the more. Seeing us, maybe you remembered something again and suddenly you're not stupid?" Qi Jun's words didn't sound like much at first, but when analyzed carefully, it was quite possible to hear the mocking color in Qi Jun's words. Next to it, there is also the voice of Qi Jun's lapdog Wang Tao. "Yi Xiao, come out and finish together. I heard that your sister-in-law is married to you. Bring together to come out to play. Ha ha, let us also see." The cell phone was on speakerphone, and Qing Ruolin could hear it clearly in the car. Before Yifan could say anything, Qing Ruolin snatched the phone. "Very well, isn't it just a class reunion? Let's come to the party and see if any of you dare to bully my husband to his face." Qing Ruolin really couldn't help Yifan being despised and insulted like this. 5 years ago, Yifan could be a generation of demonic geniuses. You are the pride of heaven, the first among the young generation of Daxia, only because of a car accident, became now like this. Coupled with the Yi family was backstabbed. Yifan should be trampled like this? Hanging up the phone, Qing Ruolin took Yifan's hand and said, "Little Fan, don't worry, everything is with my wife. Isn't it just a reunion? I will let them see that whoever dares to despise my husband will have to pay the price." Next to him, Nanqing knew Yifan's clarity, knew that Yifan was fully awake, and was still waiting for Yifan's orders. Yifan smiled faintly and said to Qing Ruolin, "Good, let's go to the reunion. There are some old classmates that we haven't seen for a long time indeed." Yifan's eyes flashed a deep. All these years have passed, not holding a reunion early, not holding a reunion late, suddenly holding a reunion at this time, and deliberately urging, so that he must take his sister-in-law to attend the reunion? This reunion, I'm afraid it's not that simple. It's highly likely that it's a honk. Yifan's current treatment, but not afraid of any of their means. Yifan is afraid of instead those hiding in the dark waiting for the opportunity to do something. It's good to go there and see what other small fry are planning to play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Chapter 130, Damn, he's loaded to the hilt. In the southern outskirts of Cloud City, in a compound, Hearing the affirmative answer on the phone, Chi-jun turned his head somewhat sardonically towards the side. Next to Chi-jun was none other than Jin Yang, as well as Zhou Xiao and a group of his men who had arrived from Xinjiang. Seeing Zhou Xiao nodding, only then did Chi-jun continue. Then remember the address. It's at the Cloud City Hotel. Our classmates will be over there right away, so hurry up and come too. After saying that, Chi-jun hung up the phone and somewhat curtly said towards Zhou Xiao, Zhou Xiao, that's all we can do. That guy Yifan has been a cutie since 5 years ago. I've seen that lack of brain countless times. Is he really that scary? Zhou Xiao didn't say anything, and Jin Yang beside him spoke. Whether or not it's that powerful, the next step is up to you guys. If things are done right this time, the benefits will not be lacking for you guys. Jin Yang had received the support of Pavilion Master Zhang, and had originally planned to unite with the strongest members of the compulsion sect to directly strike at Yifan and the brothers around him. However, Zhou Ming had contacted Pavilion Master Zhang in time to tell him the news of Pavilion Master Tang Zhang's failure, and the first time he contacted Jin Yang, he decided to combine the power gathered on Jin Yang's side with the power Zhou Ming himself had at his disposal, to lay a life and death situation for Yifan. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou. It is an honor for us to follow Xiao Zhou. We will definitely not disgrace our mission and let Yifan have no return. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across the faces of several people, Chi-jun and Wang Tao, who were ready to fight for their lives at any time. But Zhou Ming waved his hand and said, letting you organize the reunion is not to fight for your life. All you have to do is to make sure that Yifan comes to the scene and then create some conflicts. You don't have to care about the latter. What I want to see is whether Yifan is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Zhou Ming, as the white-robed emissary of the Holy Envoy organization, controlling the entire southwest region, as well as having the authority to assist in the entire Grand Xia operation, naturally thought much more meticulously than Jin Yang. According to the information Zhou Xiao had so far, all the soul-taking techniques he had arranged on Xian Yufei had been broken, and the only people who had gone to the vicinity of Xian Yufei's villa that night were Yifan and Wang Fugue. Zhou Ming was now very skeptical that Yifan had awakened. Otherwise it couldn't have been that coincidental. Moreover, the Chufeng captain under the Northwest Zheng Pavilion elder, Zhou Ming has seen the strength of the martial Zun realm, but also with so many Zhongshe powerhouses, the siege of the Yi family actually died silently. This is too unscientific. Under normal circumstances, Xu Feng, as Zhang Gulao's beloved, even if something went wrong in dealing with the Yi family, he always had to stay outside to ventilate the situation, right? But now, no matter what means and methods were used by people like Pavilion Master Zhang and Zhou Ming, they were simply unable to obtain information about the Yi family's scene at that time. Although the Wandering Soul declared that it was responsible for this matter and explicitly said that Chu Feng was sniped by Niu Er with his men, Zhou Ming always felt that something was not right. Yes, after Qi Jun and the others left, Zhou Ming said to Jin Yang, Young Jin, Pavilion Master Zhang should have explained the situation to you, right? Now that we're on the same boat, have all the compulsion masters from the compulsion sect side been put in place? I'm afraid that today's action will mainly depend on them. And the people from the companions, they arrived this morning. If it wasn't for the fact that I was waiting for Zhou Xiao, I might have even moved ahead. Jin Yang was a bit upset about Zhou Xiao's sudden intervention, but Zhang Gulao's side said that Zhou Ming's position was even stronger than his, and told Jin Yang to make sure that he unconditionally listened to Zhou Ming's command, so Jin Yang could do nothing about it. In addition to the people from the compulsion division, I plan to get Sui Shui over as well. At that time, the two sisters-in-law, Cheng Ruolin and Sui Shui, will both be tied up, so that Yifan can only choose one to live. Ha ha, that's a good show. Jin Yang was still resenting the damage Yifan had done to him. In front of so many people, he was disgraced, and with the failure of the attack at the back, Jin Yang was forced to compensate $1 billion. This revenge must be avenged. Suit yourself. I won't be there at the scene, but I want to know all the details of the scene clearly. Zhou Ming still kept an eye out. Chu Feng went to see Yifan and didn't even come back alive in the end. Although Zhou Ming had some special abilities and techniques bestowed upon him in the Sacred Envoy organization, and his own strength was at the peak of martial Zun, and his true combat power, even more so, was at the astonishing level of a martial emperor, Zhou Ming was still very cautious, and would not take risks easily. Cloud City Hotel. Qi Jun is really a bunch of classmates from that year called most of them. After all, the Qi family still had some influence in Cloud City. Plus Qi Jun said that Yifan will also be there. Most of the students still came. Everyone these years have heard that Yifan accident, head a little demented. Want to care about Yifan. The private rooms had already been arranged. Jin Yang's people had also been arranged, and those parasites of the compulsion cult had already disguised themselves as waiters and security guards and lurked in the Cloud City Hotel. Everything was ready, just waiting for Yifan and Qing Ruolin to arrive. Crunch! When the 5 black Maybachs stopped at the front entrance of the hotel, Qi Jun and the others were stunned, their eyes automatically looking to the side. They thought some big shot had come, but when the door of the Maybach at the front opened, Shi Jun and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Fan? The one who got down from the car was actually Yi Fan? At this moment, Yi Fan was dressed in a well-tailored black suit. His hair was in shape, his face had well-defined lines, he was aggressive and domineering, his eyes were sharp, and when he swept over the people present, they felt that their souls seemed to have been cut apart. With every step, the entire aura seemed to change. This, or that cutie from the Yi family. Young master? Yi Fan looked like this. Where was there a little bit of cuteness in him? The air of a little cutie? Beside Yi Fan, following along down was Cheng Ruolin. At this time, Cheng Ruolin has changed into a red dress, slender and full body, slender, sexy without losing elegance, angel face, devil-esque body. Cheng Ruolin gently held Yi Fan's arm in an intimate manner, totally a match made in heaven. In front of the vehicle, Wang Fugue and Guo Li, also dressed in Western clothes, stood on Yi Fan's left and right sides, and reached out their hands to Yi Fan and Cheng Ruolin, saying, "Big brother, sister-in-law, please." Behind them were Yi Fan's four stunningly beautiful maids, all of whom were also dressed up in playful, flamboyant, or sexy styles. This row, this specification, abominable. It was loaded to the hilt by him. Shi Jun had planned to show off his newly bought Lamborghini in front of Yi Fan, thinking that the Yi family had been hit so hard that the economy was already in jeopardy and would collapse at any time. The result, Yi Fan out of the blue is so many limited edition Maybach. Anyone can buy their own Lamborghini more than a dozen. Shi Jun now felt like a clown in front of Yi Fan. Back then, whether it was in terms of family history, power, intelligence, and accomplishments, Yi Fan was the one that shone the brightest. 5 years later, even after the Yi family had suffered such a heavy blow, the Yi family still hung on to beat them. Yi Xiao, you're here. Shi Jun was still planning to call Yi Fan by his name, but when the words came out, he instinctively changed it to Yi Xiao. It seemed that at this time, calling out Yi Fan's name was a bit inconsistent with Yi Fan's temperament at this time. Chapter 131, Sister-in-law, Marrying a Cutie. What's it like? Have all the students arrived? Yi Fan glanced at Shi Jun, sensing the aura on Shi Jun's body, and couldn't help but frown. Compassionate breath? The Qi army and the compulsion cult have joined forces? A long time before, Yi Fan had gotten news that those rivals of the Yi family had contacted the strongest members of the compulsion sect to secretly make a move against Yi Fan and Grandpa. Had they finally acted now? Figuring out what was going on behind the scenes at today's reunion, Yi Fan's heart was instantly clear. Niaojiang parasite religion, those terrible poisonous parasites, killing invisible, in the eyes of other people. That is an incomparable horror of the existence of once let those poisonous parasites into the body words. Even if it is a martial arts zone realm of the strong, the brain is likely to be poisonous parasites thirsty for bites clean. But Yi Fan, but not afraid, because in the inheritance of the Tianji Pavilion, there is a supreme treasure of the compassion sect, 10,000 compassion tripod, the most honored holy relic of that compassion cult, and the origin of all the compassions, all the poisonous parasites of the compulsion religion. The origin comes from the 10,000 parasites tripod. In the 10,000 parasites tripod, there is a golden compulsion emperor, can order all the poisonous parasites and parasites, is more than the compulsion religion master, also useful symbol of authority. Once the compassionate emperor came out, all the poisonous parasites had to submit. Today, Yi Fan wanted to see who was behind Shi Jun and the others. Yi family, those rivals arranged in the cloud city of the dark sun. This should be the last wave. After solving this wave, grandfather should move to go to the capital, and Yi Fan should go to the provincial city to continue to investigate the truth in depth to go. All arrived, just in the private room above. Yi Fan, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to become stupid after such a serious car accident. Alas, Shi Jun is also a rich second generation after all. Although he was shocked by Yi Fan's temperament at the beginning, he quickly adjusted, while guiding Yi Fan towards the private room, while testing towards Yi Fan. I'm getting stupid? Who said I was a cutie? I'm not even stupid, okay? Snap. As Yi Fan argued with his mouth, he raised his hand and slapped Shi Jun's face. Ruolin's wife and Ishue's wife both said that whoever is calling me a cutie, then slap him. Shi Jun was staggered and almost hit the wall, so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Yi Fan, I'm just concerned about you. You stepped on the horse. Shi Jun was halfway through his sentence when he steeply deflated. What's wrong with your head? With a little cutie? What's the point? Today, Shi Jun's main task was to lure Yi Fan here, and naturally, Jin Xiao and Zhou Xiao's people would step in behind him. If plan A didn't work, then another plan would be executed to lure Yi Fan and Cheng Ruolin to another place where Yi Fan would have to completely perish. Then the task that Zhou Xiao had explained to himself was complete. Yi Fan, don't blame me. Originally I don't have any deep hatred with you, but I can't help that Zhou Xiao promised to give too much, pills that could advance to the realm of control. Those weren't something that could be bought with money, as well as the envoy privileges of the Holy Envoy organization that was in charge of the Tiannan province, supreme power, and strength-enhancing pills. These were enough to drive the Qi army crazy. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I deserve to be beaten. Just now I was just quick with my mouth. You're not cutie pie. I'm a little cutie. Qi Jun was afraid that Yi Fan would be unhappy and not go to the private room. Then all of Qi Jun's arrangements for today would go down the drain, so he could only coax Yi Fan. As he spoke, Qi Jun even swung his own palm towards his face. Looking at Qi Jun's appearance, Yi Fan smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Old classmates, actually joining the camp against the Yi family. You are asking for trouble. As Qi Jun led Yi Fan towards the private room, he exchanged a quiet glance as he brushed past the waiter. Those waiters were none other than Jin Yang's henchmen, as well as compulsion sect powerhouses in disguise. On the side of the compulsion sect, the leader was Ling Yun, the third elder of the compulsion sect. From the moment Yi Fan entered the door, Ling Yun had set his eyes on Yi Fan and quietly released 7 types of poisonous parasites, intending to invade Yi Fan's body. But what shocked Ling Yun was that no matter how powerful the poisonous parasites he released, those poisonous parasites all fled back like crazy after getting close to Yi Fan's distance of 3 meters, as if they had encountered something terrible. Young Jin, there's something odd about this Yi Fan. After waiting for Yi Fan to go upstairs, Ling Yun quickly dodged to the control room on the side and reported toward Jin Yang. There seems to be something terrifying on him, restricting our poisonous parasites from approaching. In the control room, Jin Yang's brow furrowed as he looked at the surveillance on the wall and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Is it that evil? It's not just a little cutie. Even the poisonous parasites can't help him? This is troublesome. Previously, Jin Yang arranged a car accident attack, but the result was that there was a strong obstruction halfway. Yi Fan was unharmed, and Jin Yang was also locked by a sniper, forcing him to compensate for $1 billion of moral damages. So this time, Jin Yang directly hid in his room, so no one would be able to keep an eye on him anymore, right? It's just that this Yi Fan, even though he's become a little cutie, he's still so powerful, and if the people of the compulsion sect can't do anything about him now, then how can they kill him? Elder Ling, is there something wrong with your poisonous parasites? Jin Yang frowned. Zhang Gulao gave himself such great authority this time. He could even mobilize all the latent forces within Tiannan, and Zhou Xiao personally came to supervise the battle. If he didn't make some achievements, it wouldn't be good to explain to Zhang Gulao and Zhou Xiao. Impossible. Not only did I do it, our young master also did it. Neither of our 2 poisonous parasites were able to invade into Yi Fan's body. Ling Yun's face was a bit gloomy. If this direct invasion didn't work, then he could only count on Qi Jun and the others to get their hands on the alcohol and drinks. Jin Yang nodded and said to a few waiter-dressed henchmen around him, later on, you guys will cooperate with Qi Jun and make sure Yi Fan and Cheng Rulin drink the drinks they prepared. Yes, in the private room, when Yi Fan and Cheng Rulin arrived, there were already almost 3 tables sitting in the private room. Seeing Yi Fan arrive, everyone basically stood up and gave a warm welcome. Young Yi is still so handsome. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Congratulations to Mr. Yi. Most of the students held a very large amount of goodwill and warmly greeted Yi Fan Cheng Rulin. Cheng Rulin was a little embarrassed as she followed Yi Fan, but today's reunion was supposed to be a hongmen banquet prepared by the Qi army, so naturally it couldn't be smooth sailing. Taking advantage of the interruption of the middle student's words, Qi Jun's lapdog Wang Tao spoke up. Sister-in-law Rulin, I remember that before. Sister-in-law Rulin was the wife of Yi family's 6th Lang, right? Oh, now that you're married to Yi Fan again, how does it feel to serve 2 brothers at the same time? Why don't you share it with everyone? Sister-in-law Rulin? Cheng Rulin and Yu Linglong's 7 sister-in-laws announced their marriage to Yi Fan at the funeral at the same time, which was something that everyone knew. Moreover, the main purpose of those 7 sisters-in-law marrying Yi Fan was to shelter the Yi family, which was clear to everyone. But everyone is very sensible not to mention this problem, and Wang Tao opened his mouth to directly bring up the most acute problem, which is dislike face open big, provoking Yi Fan. Of course this was also the task that Zhou Xiao had given them, to deliberately create a conflict and test what kind of situation Yi Fan was in. Chapter 132, The crotch of my pants is burning. Yes, Rulin's sister-in-law. Satisfy everyone's curiosity. Yi Fan a little cutie. Will he sleep at night? Qi Jun also hurriedly opened his mouth at the side and added. However, Qi Jun had just been slapped by Yi Fan and was a bit scared. While speaking, his body couldn't help but retreat 2 steps backward. LOL. The words of both Wang Tao and Qi Jun instantly caused the private room to erupt in an uproar. Wang Tao, Qi Jun, what are you 2 doing? Today is a class reunion. Why are you talking about this? That's right, everyone knows about the Yi family's situation. We're here today because we care about Yi Fan. Don't go too far. Among the students, a good number of them stood out somewhat indignantly to help Yifan. However, Chi Jun and Wang Tao's table, as well as a few other great young men, snorted coldly and opened their mouths to retaliate. What can't be said? Rulan's sister-in-law and the other women heroes on the day of the funeral, in front of so many people announced that they were going to marry Yifan. Did it all? Still not letting people say it? Rulan's sister-in-law, don't you think so? You guys don't go too far. Our sisters announced that kind of decision at that time. What was it for? Aren't you all clear about that? Chang Rulan's face turned cold as she stared searingly at everyone present. Do you guys really think that you can trample on Yifan at will just because he had a car accident? This young lady is not one to be messed with. Beside Chang Rulan and Yifan, Guoli and Wang Fugui's faces were gloomy when they saw the actions and words of Chi Jun and Wang Tao and the others. Tramp! You guys dare to disrespect my big brother and sister-in-law. I'll get you killed. Wang Fugui was short-tempered and rolled up his sleeves, intending to make a move, but Guoli stopped Wang Fugui. Old Wang, don't be in a hurry. Although Big Brother is temporarily demented, he has never been a lord to be messed with. Let's see how Big Brother handles it first. Chang Rulan's intimidation didn't work at all. It was true that the influence of the Qing family in Dasha was not small, but that was inside the provincial city, whereas in Cloud City, Chang Rulan, a weak woman, did not have any usable manpower in her hands, and could not deter the Chi Jun and Wang Tao. And behind Wang Tao and Chi Jun, there were people like Zhou Xiao as well as Jin Yang backing them up. They had set up hundreds of people all around for this operation today, just so Yifan could only reveal anything. After the scene clamored for a while, everyone's eyes finally gathered on Yifan. Everyone wanted to see just how Yifan planned to act. The corners of the room, 360 degrees, were covered with cameras. In the compound on the southern outskirts of Cloud City, Zhou Ming was staring at the wall full of CCTV images with a scrutinizing look on his face, staring at Yifan's movements from multiple angles. Humph, such an insult. If you're not a cutie, surely you can't help but fight back, right? As long as you make a move, this young man will be able to judge your situation. A flash of gloom flashed across Zhou Ming's eyes. Those 10 core disciples of the Yi family have all been cleared out, but the last remaining old thing in the Yi family and this little cutie. The Yi family's last remaining old thing and this little cutie. This made Zhou Ming very annoyed. In the private room of the Cloud City Hotel, Yifan's strength at the martial emperor level, after entering the room, had already detected the 23 cameras in the room. Yifan knew that it must be the people behind Chi Jun and Wang Tao staring at this place. Chi Jun and Wang Tao had openly insulted Ching Rulan in such a way, so of course Yifan would not just let them off the hook. But how to do it? That requires careful consideration. Using martial arts chi? No. Yifan saw the boiling hot pot on the table, and the corner of his mouth sketched out a good-looking arc. Rulan's wife, are they bullying you? Yifan tilted his head and opened his mouth towards Ching Rulan with an innocent face. Ching Rulan's heart warmed. Aha, but it's okay, as long as you. Before Ching Rulan's words fell, Yifan had already stood up. How is it okay? Yishua's wife said that only I can bully you guys. No one else can bully you. You bad guys, apologize to my Rulan's wife. While Yifan chortled with his mouth, his hand steeply slammed on the table with force. Wow! The hot pot that was boiling on the table jumped up, and the pot full of boiling water, without missing anything, all splashed towards the faces of Chi Jun and Wang Tao, as well as a few other doglegs. In the middle of Wang Tao and Chi Jun, there was originally another student who helped Yifan. It was reasonable to assume that all that boiling fire base spilling out must have scalded that classmate as well. But the weird thing was that those hot pot ingredients that were waved out, as if they had eyes, when they passed in front of that classmate, they happened to diverge and avoid him. Only a few drops dripped down, and the rest were all splashed onto the faces of Wang Tao and Chi Jun and the others. Ah, my eyes, ein yet, my crotch, my neck, cough. 4 or 5 students, including Chi Jun and Wang Tao, didn't react for a moment, and the rolling pot of hot pot base greeted them all. In an instant, their faces were scalded with blisters, and even hairs fell out of their pants, and they could vaguely smell the smell of roasted meat, which was presumably on the verge of being scalded. Yifan, are you crazy? Chi Jun himself knows a little bit of martial arts chi energy, and at the critical time, he used his chi energy to block most of the boiling water. Only a big blister was scalded on his neck, and while wiping his wounds with a towel, he growled madly at Yifan. Chi Jun and a few brothers around him, while chiding with their mouths, dragged their chairs and wanted to greet Yifan. What do you want? Want to fight? Wang Fugui stepped forward and used his head to directly knock a man beside Wang Tao flying backwards. Don't go too far. Classmates' reunion should be a good one. Wang Fugui chortled and turned his head to give Yifan a dumbfounded look. Is this intentional on Big Brother's part, or is it a coincidence? Just happened to punish them a bit? Those who had the same doubts were Jin Yang in the surveillance room, and Zhou Ming in the compound in the southern suburb. Such a coincidence? Zhou Ming's eyes gazed up, replaying the footage he had just recorded several times over, scrutinizing Yi Fan's movements, wanting to find clues in between. But no matter how carefully Zhou Ming searched, he finally realized that although the results were clear, Shi Jun and Wang Tao and the others were punished, and a few of his brothers were even scalded. Yi Fan's movements just couldn't be found to be broken in any way. Everything seemed so natural, as if Yi Fan just unintentionally touched over the hot pot base and then happened to burn Shi Jun and the others. Had he guessed wrong? Yi Fan was still in a state of dementia. The soul regeneration technique being broken was a complete accident? The booth. Because of the steep change, the atmosphere of the scene got a little weird. All of the classmates were injured, and Shi Jun and Wang Tao came up and attacked Yi Fan with such a clear target. According to the normal situation, the class reunion should not be able to go on, but when the waiter cleaned up the scene more or less, Shi Jun actually adjusted his mood again. Yi Xiao. Just now it was us and Wang Xiao who spoke with the wrong attitude. We shouldn't have asked Roland's sister-in-law those questions. Come on, we're classmates for a while. I'll toast you and your sister-in-law a cup. How about an apology for you guys? While speaking, Shi Jun and Wang Tao had already walked over with 2 glasses of wine and raised their glasses towards Yi Fan and Shang Roland. Chapter 133, Moving a Stone to Stone Your Own Feet. Shang Roland looked at the 2 glasses of wine that were held out to him with some hesitation. The situation now was obvious that Shi Jun and Wang Tao didn't have any good intentions today, so these 2 cups of wine must be problematic as well. Wei Xiaotsai, we should make a move, right? Wang Fugue said with a nervous face beside him. Even Wang Fugue knew that there might be something wrong with this wine, so naturally Yi Fan knew it as well. Behind the surveillance, Zhou Ming and Jin Yang were both staring at the images in the surveillance with burning eyes. Humph. Yi Fan, as long as you drink the cup of wine today, your Yi family will be completely finished. Jin Yang was so excited that he just wanted to help Yi Fan pour that cup of wine in. The wine has been put a lot of poisonous parasites by several poisonous parasites masters. The most powerful one of them is called the 3 corpses brain god parasites. Once Yi Fan drinks the champagne down, those poisonous parasites will enter Yi Fan's body and control Yi Fan's head insanity. Yi Fan was originally a little cute. If he is not controlled by the 3 corpses brain god compulsion, I am afraid that when the time comes to let him take a knife to his grandfather, he will not hesitate to agree, right? The Yi family's old man was hacked to death by his own stupid grandson. No one could blame anyone else for this news being released, could they? Die a silent death. Shi Jun. I don't think Yi Fan should drink now since his body hasn't recovered yet, right? There were still students on the scene who discouraged Shi Jun, but they were somewhat afraid of the Qi family's power and did not dare to speak too loudly. Zhang Hua, what do you mean? How can I express my sincerity if I don't drink the wine I gave Xiao Yi to apologize? This wine must be drunk. Shi Jun chided at the boy who opened his mouth. The threat in his eyes was very obvious. Why don't you drink it for him? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up and took the wine cup from Shi Jun's hand. Speaking faintly, Shi Jun, does this wine have to be drunk? Grandpa said, we do, classmates. We have to help each other. For the sake of the friendship of classmates, I forgive you, the wine or not, right? Yi Fan was giving Shi Jun a chance. If Shi Jun didn't continue to force Yi Fan to drink, Yi Fan might have left Shi Jun alive. But Shi Jun was already crazy at this time, and all that was on his mind was how the top would reward him after getting Yi Fan killed. Moreover, 1 cup of wine could control Yi Fan and completely overthrow the Yi family, and Shi Jun didn't need to spend any other means at all. With such power and status at their fingertips, how could the Qi army possibly give it up? Of course you must drink. Young Yi, look, everyone is still waiting. If you drink this cup of wine, only then will my heart be at peace. Shi Jun hooked Yi Fan's neck and said to Yi Fan with a smile on his face. Looking at Shi Jun's performance, a flash of loss passed through Yi Fan's eyes. This Shi Jun is determined to get himself killed? In that case, don't blame me. I'm not the same cutie pie I was back then, anymore. Good. Drink. Then, Yi Fan took the wine glass in Shi Jun's hand and gently shook it in his hand a few times. Yi Fan's action made Shi Jun's heart flutter and he was a little nervous. This Yi Fan shouldn't have discovered the end of the wine glass. Jin Yang and Zhou Ming, who were behind the surveillance, were also staring at Yi Fan without taking their eyes off, carefully observing his every movement. The wine had poisonous parasites in it. This was clear to Zhou Ming and Jin Yang. As long as Yi Fan drank it, even if Yi Fan was at the strength of the martial Zun realm, so what? Being invaded by poisonous parasites. Since ancient times, they had not heard of anyone who could resist the erosion of poisonous parasites. If the poisonous parasites weren't so powerful, the compulsion sect wouldn't have been able to plague the entire Xia back then. In the private room, when Yi Fan picked up the wine cup, Shang Roland's heart was in her throat. Xiao Fan, this wine, really want to drink it? Ching Roland was a little confused as to what exactly Yifan meant. In fact, how could Ching Roland know that when Yifan entered the room? He had sensed the problems with the compounder in the room as well as the 3 alcoholic beverages. When Yifan picked up the wine cup, because of the 10,000 compulsory tripod and the compulsive emperor in Yifan's body, those 3 corpses' brain god compulsions lurking in the wine cup instinctively wanted to escape. It was only when Yifan urged the password that those poisonous parasites settled down. Yifan put the wine glass in front of his nose and sniffed it, just at the moment when Qi Jun was about to open his mouth. Yifan spoke. "My wine is not sweet. I just saw that you put sugar in your wine glass. I'm going to drink from your wine glass." Ha! Qi Jun was confused. Yifan wanted to drink from his own wine glass? This Nima, when did you put sugar in your own wine glass? Your own wine glass is clean, nothing in it. Wasn't it said that Yifan was a little cutie? It's a little cute, but now it looks like Yifan is not like a little cute at all. Actually knew to drink from his own wine glass. That poisonous compulsion laid on Yifan. How else to get it into Yifan's body? Young Yi, it's better to forget about it, right? Qi Jun opened his mouth, still wanting to argue, but Yifan's subsequent actions made Qi Jun directly collapse. Let's swap drinks. While Yifan chortled with his mouth, he raised the wine cup in his hand and poured it into Qi Jun's mouth. Gulp! Qi Jun did not react. Full of a big mouth, directly all swallowed. Pupils are shocked to burst of violent dilation. Nima, Yifan's wine glass has poisonous parasites in it. Now, all those poisonous parasites have entered his body. Those parasites Jin Yang had brought with him had said that some of those poisonous parasites they had arranged in the wine cups they could control, and some they couldn't. For example, the bloodthirsty compulsion. Once it enters the host's body, then it will frantically start devouring the host's essence blood until it sucks the target clean. Qi Shao, Yifan, Wang Tao was holding his wine glass next to him. His body couldn't help but take a step back, somewhat fearful of Yifan. As expected, little cutie, when you get mad, you don't follow the rules at all. However, Wang Tao didn't dodge at all. Yifan took the wine glass in Ching Roland's hand as well, and poured it into Wang Tao's mouth as well. I know, you must have put sugar in your wine glass as well. Humph, you guys are too cheap to put sugar in our wine cups. Gulp! Without any suspense, Wang Tao also drank all of that cup of poisonous compote with a full stomach. Cheers! I forgive you all. Yifan lifted up Qi Jun's glass of wine, and after finishing it in one gulp, he didn't forget to clink it against Qi Jun's and Wang Tao's glasses. Tinkerbell! The crisp sound of clinking glasses resounded in the private room, causing the hearts of the crowd to follow. Both Qi Jun and Wang Tao's entire bodies were frozen in place, their bodies completely stiff. Cheers to you, your ancestors. Dying. The two of them, Qi Jun and Wang Tao, glanced at each other, and there was no way to hide that knife man's eyes. Vomit. Almost simultaneously, both men reached up and quickly dug toward their throats, trying to hook themselves into vomiting and spitting out the wine they had just consumed. But it was too late. The drinks were all down and, as their movements intensified, both men realized that their noses were bleeding. This was a sign that the bloodthirsty parasites were beginning to suck the essence blood from their bodies. Poisonous parasites into the body. They are already certain death. Chapter 134, Killing the Heart. Poof! The two of them, Qi Jun and Wang Tao, staggered physically and took 2 steps backward. Sitting on their chairs with their asses, their faces pale, Yifan smiled coldly, his heart understanding. At this time, he was still utilizing the 10,000 compulsions tripod to control the poisonous parasites in the two men's bodies, not letting them completely and fully explode. After all, with so many students here, it still wouldn't be good if they caused a scene. Ha! Young Qi, young Wang, what's wrong with you guys? Isn't it just a glass of wine? Getting drunk so quickly, your drinking capacity is too bad. Yifan deliberately flirted with the two of them. Since you are all drunk, then want today to end here? I should also go back. Otherwise Yishue's wife should be worried about me. Yifan is trying to escape. He knew that there must be other people behind Qi Jun and Wang Tao who were secretly manipulating them, and Yifan was trying to make the people behind them show themselves. Their plan to kill with poisonous parasites had failed, but they definitely wouldn't just let it go. Don't, Young Yi, I'm just a little dizzy just now. I'll be fine after a little rest. Qi Jun forced a smile and wobbled as he stood up. Since we're here, we should get together today and help Young Yi remember the happy things he did when he was in school. Right. Wang Tao followed suit and stood up, wiping the blood from in front of his nose and helping out. As they spoke, the two men winked at the waiters around them, meaning that they should contact Jin Shao to figure out what to do. 2 cups of poisonous compulsion liquor were drunk by them, and they knew that they were already bound to die, and their mentality had already changed. Since his own death could not be changed, he had to pull back. Even if he died, he must have Yifan buried with him today. Yes? Then let's all stop standing and sit down to eat together. Let's chat while eating. Yifan greeted everyone as if he was the host. At the end, he didn't forget to care about Chi Jun and Wang Tao. Are you guys really alright? I see you all have nosebleeds. Should we go find a doctor? Pust. The two of them, Chi Jun and Wang Tao, were cursing their mothers, killing people to kill them? Nima. Originally, the two of them had planned to find a chance to sneak away and seek the help of those parasites to suppress the poisonous parasites in their bodies, or at least to keep themselves alive for a longer period of time. But now that Yifan had said so, they were too embarrassed to leave. It's fine. Maybe I drank too much wine. That's good. When the people were seated and started eating, Xing Ruolin beside Yifan was looking at Yifan with glowing eyes. This fanny husband, who says he's stupid? When those two guys scolded themselves just now, they poured a pot of hot pot to Xing Ruolin to take out their anger. And while drinking, Yifan was in a state of dementia and actually used the most primitive method to easily break the game. In time, after Yifan's complete awakening, with Yifan's talent, it would only be a matter of time before the Yi family took off. The seven sisters themselves, who chose Yifan, originally only did so to repay the Yi family and shelter them. But now, does it look like you've got yourself a golden leg? The key was that Yifan still had that mysterious warm current in his body that could boost his strength. Xing Ruolin had already decided that as long as there was an opportunity, she must be Yifan's woman as soon as possible, and have more intimate actions with Yifan. Perhaps then, her strength could also be raised above the Zongsha realm. At that time, one could also not be a vase, but rather be by Yifan's side to contribute to Yifan, right? At the entrance, Wang Fugui looked at Yifan and those classmates talking and laughing with a puzzled face. His mouth muttered towards Guo Li. Wei Xiaotsai, tell me honestly, has Big Brother awakened? This brain of mine, it's a bit spinning. How do I feel that familiar flavor coming back? Big Brother, 2 simple moves and you fooled them. That's awesome. The corner of Guo Li's mouth twitched. Don't think blindly, didn't Mr. Lei say it. Big Brother's brain didn't suffer any damage. Recovery takes time just. Now it's already starting to slowly recover. It's not strange to have this kind of behavior. Although Wang Fugui had already detected some abnormalities, Guo Li still didn't dare to tell Wang Fugui the truth. In case Wang Fugui, the loudmouth, exposed the truth and spoiled Big Brother's long-term plan, it would be troublesome. In the private room, in addition to Chi Jun and Wang Tao, both of whom were black-faced, the rest of the crowd, all of whom were smiling and happy, the atmosphere was peaceful. In the Yuncheng Hotel surveillance choke, Jin Yang watched the action in the private room, angry and kept pacing back and forth. Stupid pigs, a bunch of stupid pigs, a group of people, actually being fooled by a little cutie, playing tricks on them. As Jin Yang chided, he turned his head towards Ling Yan, who had entered the door. Elder Ling, how is your attempt again going? Ling Yan shook his head with a grave expression. Not good. Just now when Yifan was drinking with Chi Jun and the others, Lao Fu and a few other experts of the compulsion sect tried again. Almost all the poisonous parasites were tried, but the result was the same. None of the poisonous parasites dared to come close to Yifan. On this Yifan, there must be something that makes the poisonous parasites very scrupulous, and it is highly possible that the Ling Yan also guessed at the long-missing item from the compulsion sect, the holy relic of the compassion cult, the 10,000 compassion tripod. When the current compassion sect master took the throne, he didn't have the 10,000 compassion tripod in his hands, and his name was not correct. If the 10,000 compulsion tripod was really in Yifan's possession, and he himself could get the 10,000 compulsion tripod, then wouldn't he be able to command the entire compulsion sect? What? Jin Yang was already not surprised by the many strange places on Yifan's body. Yifan was, after all, the direct young master of the Yi family, and although he was demented, the treasures of the people he protected around him were certainly not lacking. The compulsion sect's holy relic, the 10,000 compulsion cauldron. Ling Yan's words caused Jin Yang's eyes to light up as well. You mean, the treasure that can command the entire companion sect? Ling Yan nodded. Precisely. The 3,000 poisonous parasites of our compulsion sect can attack almost every living being in the world, and there is almost nothing that can stop all the poisonous parasites, but only the 10,000 compulsion tripod, as the source of the poisonous parasites, which also houses the ancestor compulsion emperor of all the parasites, can restrain all the parasites. Once we can get our hands on the 10,000 compulsion tripod, then we will be in control of the entire compulsion sect. Jin Xiao, please make sure you help me today. What it means to be able to get the 10,000 compulsion tripod. You know very well that you will definitely not be short of benefits in the future. Elder Ling Yan was very ambitious, and Jin Yang probably knew that. Within the compulsion sect, because the current sect master did not use normal means to get to the top, so it was not an ironclad one, and everyone coveted that position of sect master, and among them, Elder Ling Yan was one of the important parties. Good. A glint flashed in Jin Yang's eyes. Back then, the compassion cult had spread across the entire Grand Xia. If he assisted Elder Ling Yan to take the throne, then wouldn't he really be in the eye of Elder Zhang? At that time, I, Jin Yang, can also become a dominant force in the world. Chapter 135, Threatening Yifan with his wife? Looking for death. The more Jin Yang thought about it, the more excited he became, and he chirped towards the people around him. The brothers over there who made a move on Sui Shui. How is it going? Back to Jin Xiao. We have followed your arrangement. Hacked into Sui Shui's cell phone and blocked Yifan's cell phone, and then contacted Sui Shui with another cell phone to make her come out and look for Yifan on her own, and we should get it right away. That's good. Su Clan Group. Sui Shui was in the middle of seriously planning for the manufacturing of a new drug, but she suddenly received an unfamiliar text message. Ish Yue's wife, come save me. The brief 8 words made Sui Shui's heart instantly tangled up. The only one who could call her that was Yifan. However, didn't Yifan go out with Qing Roland this morning to participate in the Jadeite Agent Rights investment fair? There were also 4 major maids following Yifan around. How could something happen to Yifan? Sui Shui immediately found Yifan's phone and dialed it, only to find that Yifan's phone was not working. Sui Shui dialed Qing Roland's phone again, and still couldn't get through. Sui Shui has some panic. Once again find Wang Fugue in Guoli's phone. After dialing out are the same result, are unable to connect, but Sui Shui to call their own father, and can get through. Did something really happen to Yifan? Sui Shui was just about to try calling Yichang phone when that unfamiliar number once again sent a text message. MS. Su, don't expose any information. If you come alone, Yifan can still live. If you let any third person know the information, then you'll be waiting to collect Yifan's corpse. At the back of the text message, there was also a photo attached of Yifan and Qing Roland getting off the bus together. Such a situation with a falsehood made Sui Shui urban panic. Have those rivals of the Yi family finally come back with a vengeance? Isn't Yifan so powerful? Why was he kidnapped all of a sudden? Where did Wang Fugue and Guoli and Xia Hao go? But at this time, Sui Shui's heart was full of worry about Yifan. She couldn't care less, and replied to the message in a panic. Where should I go to see Yifan? The panicked Sui Shui didn't think much at all. If the other party really had Yifan under control, they would only have killed him long ago. How could they still allow themselves to see Yifan? Moreover, if Sui Shui went, would they let Yifan go because of Sui Shui? The Su family was nothing more than a vassal family of the Yi family, and it did not pose any threat to those opponents at all. As the saying goes, caring is messy. Sui Shui didn't even think that much because she was too concerned about Yifan. In an abandoned cement factory in the western suburbs, you have half an hour. Come here now. Seeing the information prompted on the text message, Sui Shui hurriedly got up from her office, and as she left the office, she said to her secretary, Xiao Tang, if I'm not back in 2 hours, call and tell Yi Lao. Tell Elder Yi what? The secretary inquired towards Sui Shui with some confusion. I'll email you the details later. Sui Shui wasn't stupid enough, but what Sui Shui didn't know was that this was supposed to be a setup today. Jin Yang and the others were trying to use Sui Shui and Qing Roland to coerce Yifan. When Sui Shui left from the company, a Ferrari car opposite the company, Xian Yufei looked at the direction Sui Shui left and followed after her with a frown. Humph, Yifan, this guy, the phone can't even get through. Yi Shui should have gone to look for Yifan, right? Alas, if I hadn't withdrawn from the marriage at that time, how good it would have been. Xian Yufei drove the car while quickly following Sui Shui. She traced her way. Now Xian Yufei regretted so hard that she couldn't even give herself 2 slaps. Yesterday, Xian Yufei's home was attacked and she almost perished when Yifan suddenly appeared at the critical time. Although Yifan said that those killers at the scene were handled by Wang Fugue, Xian Yufei had an intuition that those killers were definitely taken down by Yifan. Moreover, when Xian Yufei and Yifan's skin contacted each other, she clearly felt the warmth returning from Yifan's body, and in just a short period of time, Xian Yufei's strength had already broken through to the peak of control. If she hadn't withdrawn her marriage with Yifan at that time, and instead became Yifan's woman, I'm afraid that she would have reached the strength of a zone master by now, right? During this period of time, those who were against the Yi family all somehow perished, and the Xia family in the provincial city, and even Pang Lao from the Kyushu group, had all stepped in to help Yifan. Concubine Xian Yu completely didn't expect Yifan to have so many powerful connections. With these connections of Yifan, it would not be easy at all for those opponents of the Yi family to completely overthrow Yifan. Moreover, Late Zhenjia had said that Yifan was already slowly awakening. When Yifan awakens, then it will be sooner or later that the Yi family will take off. So Xian Yufei had to speed up and gain Yifan's understanding. It was best to have any intimate relationship with Yifan before he completely woke up. Otherwise, when Yifan woke up and understood everything, then Xian Yufei would be even more helpless. Cloud City Hotel. In the private room, a meal was finally finished, and Qi Jun and Wang Tao were about to go crazy. Those parasites in his body, though secretly suppressed by a compounder, were on the verge of emptying them out. If they didn't end the meal, they were afraid they would collapse at the table. Yi Xiao, today's class reunion. We had a good time. We can't just break up like this, right? Let's transfer to the second place? Shi Jun and Wang Tao endured the severe pain in their bodies and invited Yifan with fake smiles. Just now, Jin Yang had already passed them a message that the assassins from the East Japan side were already in place, and the hostages that Jin Yang had captured were also in place. As long as Yifan arrived there, with a hostage in his hands, Yifan would definitely be at a disadvantage. The two hooked Yifan's shoulders left and right, fearing that Yifan would not agree. Cheng Rulin was also a bit worried. Xiaofan, it was just a reunion that made so much trouble, and if they went to another place, they didn't know what else was waiting for them. This Qi Jun and Wang Tao obviously didn't have any good intentions. Had I known they were so bad, Cheng Rulin wouldn't have agreed to come to the reunion before. Go. Must go. Happy drinking today. There has to be a second one. I'll drink alone with Qi Xiao. Yifan pretended to be drunk and seemed to be very close to Qi Jun and Wang Tao. Yifan came to the reunion because he wanted to dig out the mastermind behind them. Now Qi Jun and Wang Tao have been unable to fight. Will Yifan lead to the second scene? Should be the meaning of the person behind the curtain. This should also be the last wave of the power of the Cloud City. Yifan will not clean them up. Yifan marching into the provincial city is also not assured. Xiao Yi is bold. Let's go. The car has been arranged for Xiao Yi. As Qi Jun spoke, he greeted Yifan with the intention of leaving. Cheng Rulin was anxious and asked Guo Li and Wang Fugue beside her for help. Guo Xiao, Wang Xiao. This, Guo Li had guessed what Yifan meant and nodded towards Cheng Rulin. Don't worry, sister-in-law. With us here, nothing will happen. Chapter 136, What a Sisterly Love. Cheng Rulin glanced at Guo Li and Wang Fugue, and behind them were the four great maids, that were all at the Zhongshe realm. With so many powerful people around, Shi Jun and Wang Tao and the others shouldn't be able to do any harm to Yifan, right? What's more, Yifan's own strength wasn't weak. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Rulin then followed Yifan onto the vehicle arranged by Qi Jun, while Guo Li and the four great maids followed along behind. Wang Fugue was a little anxious when he saw that Yifan and himself weren't riding in the same car. Wei Xiaotsai, Big Brother is riding in a separate car from us. There won't be any problems, right? Those two bastards, Qi Jun, don't have any good intentions. Guo Li, as the military advisor beside Yifan, his own perception, naturally, was very strong. Guo Li could see the situation in the private room clearly. Qi Jun had deliberately created a conflict and tampered with the drinks. Yifan must have known about it, but Yifan had easily diffused the crisis while playing dumb. Now that Yifan had agreed to follow him to another place, he must have his big brother's own arrangements. It'll be fine. Big Brother definitely has something in mind. Guo Li was quick with his mouth and almost revealed himself. For safety's sake, I'd better transfer a batch of those dead soldiers from the Yi family over. As the words fell, Guo Li quickly gave orders to mobilize the blood guards left behind by Yifan's mother to follow the caravan, while Qi Jun's side acted. Jin Yang and Ling Yun, the elder of the compulsion sect, also started to act, driving a shortcut and speeding towards the cement factory side. Reporting to Jin Xiao, Sui Shui has arrived at the place. The brothers have already taken her down. Jin Yang received a report from his men. In addition, there is also an unexpected surprise. Xian Yufei, who had previously withdrawn her marriage with the Yi family, actually followed along. Originally, we didn't intend to arrest that stupid girl Xian Yufei, but that stupid girl actually asked us not to hurt Sui Shui and told us to rush at her, so we just went along with it. Princess Xian Yu is here too? Jin Yang's mouth twitched as he thought about that extremely beautiful woman. Xian Yufei and Yifan grew up as childhood sweethearts, and even though they retired from marriage, if Yifan was in a sober state, he definitely had feelings. Doesn't that give you more leverage? With Yifan's two women in hand, are you still worried about not being able to take Yifan? Very well, order them to stay put. Don't mess around, and don't touch a single hair on their heads until I get there. Understand? I have a great use for them. Jin Yang's tone was grave. Xian Yufei and Sui Shui were just bargaining chips, and Jin Yang did not intend to harm them until the last resort. If Yifan and Yi Changfeng died, there would be no one in the Yi family to take revenge for them. But behind Sui Shui and Xian Yufei, there were still two big clans, so if they caused some unnecessary trouble, the ones who suffered behind would still be themselves. Yes, in the southern suburb of Yunchang's special garden, Zhou Ming stared at the picture on the monitor, his heart still torn. Zhou Xiao, just now Jin Xiao sent a message that they have taken control of both Sui Shui and Xian Yufei, and are now heading towards the cement factory. Should we follow alone? Zhou Ming scrutinized the surveillance footage, replaying it almost frame by frame. But whether it was looking at Yifan drinking, or looking at Yifan knocking over the hot pot, any action, nothing could be seen, and it seemed that everything was really a little cutie's behavior. But the final result oriented was that Yifan didn't suffer any loss in the reunion event. It's not right. It's very wrong. This Yifan has a problem. Zhou Ming frowned and thought for a while before finally speaking. Go, we have to go, but just don't covertly observe from a kilometer away. Once something is wrong, retreat immediately. Also, that martial arts powerhouse from the east, you can get them ready for action. That Easterning martial zone powerhouse was originally arranged by the Shangjing Pavilion elder, Tang Zhang, for the operation, but Sun Dishing had now hung up and Zhou Ming had arrived in Cloud City, so that martial zone expert was also assigned to Zhou Ming to direct the operation. Yes, the cement factory in the western suburb of Cloud City, originally in the deserted for many years, the building are collapsed stepped a lot. The square in front of them have been overgrown, but today, it's starting to come alive. When Jin Yang arrived with his men, Xian Yufei and Xian Yufei had already been tied up. Jin Yang, it's you? What do you want? When Sui Shui saw that it was Jin Yang who appeared, she was shocked and at the same time, her eyes were full of annoyance. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. I didn't promise to be your girlfriend. You actually have such dirty tricks. Tell you what, I have a husband. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Sui Shui's chest trembled with anger. Although she was angry, she was still so beautiful. Next to her, Xian Yufei struggled violently. Bastard, don't you guys touch Sister Su. If you have anything come at me, if you guys dare to touch a hair on Sister Su's head, I'm not done with you. Miss Xian, you don't have to be like this. If they are coming for Yifan, it's only right that I die for Yifan. You've already withdrawn from the Yi family. There's no need to wade through such muddy waters. Sister Su, you mustn't say that. I'm already very regretful now. At that time withdrawing from the marriage wasn't my own intention. It was completely arranged by Uncle Tu secretly. At that time, I didn't know what was wrong. It was as if a ghost had possessed me. I was in a trance at that time. If I can save Sister Su today, I'll have an explanation for Yifan. Xian Yufei said with great affection. And after Sui Shui heard it, a flash of emotion could not help but flash through her eyes. LOL, if I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? Pop, pop, snap. Jin Yang clapped his palms closer and looked at the two with an evil face. What a sisterly love. Oh, it seems that this young man's charm is too strong. Are you also anxious to get into my bed? Don't worry, after resolving Yifan, this young man will definitely fulfill your wishes. Sui Shui, I really can't figure it out. What do you want? Isn't it good to follow me? Have to marry a little cutie. Can he make you feel the joy of being a woman? Jin Yang actually wanted to touch Sui Shui, but his men reported that Qi Jun and the others were about to arrive. Jin Yang didn't dare to be careless. Quick, hang them all up. From the first floor to the fifth floor, almost 20 meters high. If they fall, they shouldn't survive. After watching Sui Shui and Xian Yufei being hoisted up on both sides of the building, Jin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. You too, when the time comes, let's see who Yifan will actually choose to live. Ha ha, Jin Yang not only wanted Yifan to die today, he also wanted to kill and kill. Zhou Ming saw Jin Yang's deployment through the surveillance on the way here, and a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Capturing Yifan's two women. The means is a bit despicable, but it's methodical. His own woman was kidnapped like this. How could Yifan not be indifferent if he was sober? Later on, let's get a little closer and observe from a distance of 500 meters. Yifan shouldn't be able to make much of a wave this time, right? The Holy Envoy organization had given a death order from above, making it imperative for Zhou Ming to take care of Yifan within a week. If the mission can be accomplished today, Zhou Ming is not considered to be under much pressure. Chapter 137, Playing the Fool and Catching the Big Fish. Yifan and Cheng Roland sat in Qi Jun and Wang Tao's car, and the vehicle kept whistling towards the front. The surroundings were getting more and more remote, and Cheng Roland was noticing something was wrong. Aren't we going to the second singing? Where are you guys taking us? Although Cheng Roland was not familiar with Yun City, she knew that the current situation should be that she was already out of the Yun City area. Miss Cheng, don't be anxious, we'll be there soon. Qi Jun's speech was a little weak. Because of the poisonous parasites moving around in his body, Qi Jun felt that his internal organs had become a lump of glue. But for the sake of that position of power promised by Zhou Xiao, he was still forcing himself to hold on. Xiao Fan, the situation is not right. Where are they taking us? Cheng Roland turned around and looked towards the back. Little Fan, Wang Fugue and Laogua who were following behind are gone as well. Stop the car. Stop the car. A touch of ominous feeling surfaced in Cheng Roland's heart. Qi Jun and Wang Tao really didn't have any good intentions with their plan. Originally, with Wang Fugue and Guo Li, as well as the four great maids accompanying him at the back, Cheng Roland's heart was still a little more at ease. But now, Qi Jun and the others didn't know when they actually got rid of Guo Li and the others, and they accompanied Yifan by themselves. So if something happened, how could they possibly protect Yifan? Yifan sat next to him with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind Guo Li and Wang Fugue they were halfway there. blocked by an overturned excavator, so they were separated from the vehicles in front. Things certainly couldn't be that coincidental. Everything was arranged by Chi Jun and Jin Yang and the others. Yi Fan was merely making a trick out of it, allowing Guo Li and the four great maids to delay a bit and arrive later. If those few experts beside Yi Fan didn't separate apart, those people hiding behind Chi Jun would not dare to take action easily. I'm afraid, Ms. Chang, don't be in a hurry. There's still a minute to go. As Chi Jun spoke, he sprayed some spray into the car, and a scent surfaced in the car. What are you doing? Chang Rulan gave a wary chortle, but in the next moment, her eyes were dazed, and her entire body slumped over directly towards the seat. Yi Fan frowned. A drug that makes people unconscious? This Chi Jun and Wang Tao, in order to achieve their goal, they really do everything. Why did Rulan's wife suddenly fall asleep? Yi Fan deliberately played dumb and inquired towards Chi Jun. When Chi Jun and Wang Tao saw that Chang Rulan finally shut up, they secretly took a long breath in their hearts. It's fine. Sister-in-law is probably just too tired. We'll be there soon. We'll definitely make you very happy and joyful today. Chi Jun and Wang Tao looked at each other. After using so many tactics today, I finally got rid of Guo Li, Wang Fugue and those four big maids from the Yi family in the back, and mesmerized Ching Rulan as well. In the end it was just this little cutie, and it's so much easier to deal with. If they weren't afraid of the martial chi on Yi Fan's body, both Chi Jun and Wang Tao would have wanted to take matters into their own hands and directly finish off Yi Fan. The vehicle finally stopped outside the cement factory. Chi Jun and Wang Tao, with an evil face, said to Yi Fan, don't come down in the car first, let's make a game, okay? Yeah, I love making games. A touch of gloom flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Just now when he was approaching this place, Yi Fan's martial emperor level of perception was released and he had already perceived the situation here pretty much. It actually has the scent of Princess Xianyu and Sui Shui, and Jin Yang. Is Jin Yang behind the Qi army? Returning from the medical association, Jin Yang attacked and killed Yi Fan and was forced to pay out $1 billion. And still hasn't grown a memory? Still want to make a move on himself? Even have hit the attention to Sui Shui and Xian Yufei body? Moving his own woman? That was Yi Fan's reverse scale. Looking for death. However, when he detected Jin Yang's aura, Yi Fan actually detected another subtle aura fluctuation, 500 meters away from the scene. The aura that fluctuated on that body was peculiar, and it was a bit similar to the god and goddess fragment that Yi Fan had obtained. Yi Fan's head flew through his thoughts and he quickly understood the relationship. Jin Yang, as the eldest young man of the Jin family in the provincial city, if it was just his own power, after being punished last time, he would definitely not dare to take action against himself easily again. Behind Chi Jun is Jin Yang, and behind Jin Yang there must be another big brother supporting him. Therefore, the real big man behind all the actions today should be that mysterious big man hiding in the shadows. Although Yi Fan didn't see Zhou Ming directly, Yi Fan's superb mind speculated and had already guessed the truth of the matter. When Yi Fan sensed Zhou Ming also detected a vague force of perception. Murano-kun, did you feel a force of perception just now, prying into our position and power? Zhou Ming frowned and inquired towards the Easting martial arts powerhouse beside him. There was a reason why Zhou Ming had chosen the distance to be 500 meters away. This was because according to the experience of the martial level, 500 meters was the range that a strong martial emperor could perceive. Zhou Ming was cautious and worried that if Yi Fan's strength was at the martial emperor level, then he could escape himself. No, Chokuan, you're having an illusion, aren't you? Such a little cutie. I just sensed it. There are indeed some martial aura fluctuations in his body, but at most it's only at the sect master realm, so how could he possibly be able to perceive so far? Next to the Easterning powerhouse, Murano Koji said with a confident expression. Wait, it's best if Jin Yang's side can solve Yi Fan. If not, I'll step in and end the fight in 3 seconds at most. Zhou Ming didn't make a sound beside him. His brows furrowed. Things were too smooth today. Yi Fan had a wise master like Guo Li under his banner, and the 4 great maids, so easily isolated at the back, to just smoothly let Yi Fan face Jin Yang's methods alone? It's not normal to be smooth. On the square in front of the cement factory, after Chi Jun stopped the vehicle, he gave a wink to a few of his men who were approaching outside, and a few of them immediately rushed up, grabbed Ching Rulan, and flew towards the outside to pull him away. Where are you taking Rulan's wife? Yi Fan spoke coldly. Just now, Yi Fan had already seen clearly that Jin Yang was on the 3rd floor and had already hoisted Xian Yufei and Sui Shui to the height of the 5th floor. Now that Cheng Rulan had been taken away, was this an attempt to threaten himself with 3 women? A murderous aura flashed across Yi Fan's body. Today, no one here, no one will leave here. Even if the 3 women were tied up at the height of the 5th floor at the same time, Yi Fan did not have the slightest scruple. Don't forget that Yi Fan had awakened an instantaneous movement characteristic when he absorbed the immortal bone. With such a small distance, Yi Fan could save all 3 girls in an instant. There was no chance of the other side making a move. However, before making a move to save the people, Yi Fan had another matter to settle. That is the big man hidden in the dark. Yi Fan cannot be exposed for the time being. Once you do it, then all the people who see the truth, all of them will have to die. Chapter 138. Who the hell is a cutie? Therefore, before Yi Fan made his move to save the three girls, he had to take care of that big brother first. At the same time, Yi Fan also wanted to see who was the one hiding behind the curtain. We're playing a game. I'll hide your wife first, then see if you can find it the fastest. Shi Jun looked at Yi Fan's demented appearance, and finally felt a bit of satisfaction in his heart. Aren't you Yi Fan a bully? After all, you're just a little cutie. Treadmill. Earlier, in the private room, he had caused himself to drink those poisonous parasites, and now he felt like he was going to die. But just to die, he had to pull Yi Fan on his back. Oh, is that so? Have you guys hidden it then? Yi Fan was ready to get down from the car, but was stopped by Shi Jun. But in fact, Yi Fan had already seen all the movements outside through the gap in the sunshade. Those two henchmen of Shi Jun had already tied up Cheng Roland and were likewise hanging from the 5th floor. It's ready right away. Shi Jun watched the action over there and saw Jin Yang gesture an OK sign above the 3rd floor before he spoke with an evil look on his face. It's done. Yi Xiao, please get off. As he spoke, the two of them, Shi Jun and Wang Tao, quickly dodged a few steps to the side. Ha, I didn't expect it. Yi Fan, we meet again so soon. Yi Fan had just stepped out of the car when Jin Yang laughed maniacally from the 3rd floor. Young Yi, how is it? Look at the gift I prepared for you. Do you still like it? At this time, Su Yishui and Xian Yufei, who were hanging at the height of the 5th floor, had already seen Yi Fan. Su Yishui's heart was greatly shocked, and she finally understood Jin Yang's thoughts. Jin Yang was not rushing towards Su Yishui at all, but towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, run! Quickly get out of here! Don't care about us! Su Yishui frantically screamed towards Yi Fan. Hurry back to find Grandpa. They'll take your life. Xian Yufei also spoke up from the side. Brother Fan, run! On the way here, I've already notified Master Tiger about the situation over here. So run! They'll be here to save you soon. Cheng Roland, who had just been hoisted up, hadn't awakened for the time being because of the effects of the medicine. Watching three flowery girls hanging in the air. All this was the handiwork of Jin Yang and the big guy behind him? Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart. Moving this young woman, today all of you will perish here. Yi Fan, how dare you try taking a step? If you dare to take a step, I will immediately throw these three women down from the 5th floor. Jin Yang sneered from the 3rd floor and chided towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan cocked his head below and looked at the situation above. Are you guys making a game? Why did you tie my wife up so high? I'm not playing games with you guys. At this moment, Yi Fan had a demented look, completely dumbfounded. Jin Yang looked at it all for a while speechless. He had kidnapped Yi Fan's three women, but Yi Fan was a cutie. That guy shouldn't just leave those three girls behind and run away by himself, right? If so, wouldn't all the plans he had arranged be invalidated? Right, this is making a game. This game can be fun, and there's a next step. As Jin Yang spoke, he winked at the henchman next to him. Bang bang! Jin Yang's men next to him immediately reacted and quickly smashed dozens of beer bottles in front of Yi Fan, and the glass dregs immediately shattered all over the place. See all that glass in front of you? Now crawl over from there on your knees, and I'll give you a chance to choose between three girls to put down. Jin Yang laughed out loud from above, finally releasing his pent-up frustration from these days. Numb nuts! Isn't the power behind Yi Fan very strong? In the middle of nowhere, all of Yi Fan's rescue forces were isolated. So let's see who else can save this little cutie. Fan, don't kneel, you run! Su Yishui chided towards the bottom with a sobbing voice, and in her heart, she all regretted a million times. Had she known that when she couldn't get her phone out, she should have thought one step more and tried with another phone. As a result, he ended up becoming a bargaining chip to coerce Yi Fan, leaving him in a dilemma. Brother Fan, it doesn't matter if we die or live. You must live well and take revenge for the Yi family. For us, run, just like that time when we were chased by the bad guys. Keep running. Xian Yufei was beside her, recalling the past, and her tears couldn't help but fall. Are you and Yi Fan, after all, destined for each other? As Yi Fan listened to Xian Yufei's words, he also remembered those lives and deaths that he had experienced with Xian Yufei before. Only, Yi Fan was a bit curious. Su Yishui was captured. How come Xian Yufei was also captured? Didn't Princess Xian Yu announce that she and the Yi family had both retired? Kneel? Why kneel? That above, that's so much glass. Kneeling down, the knee must flow a lot of blood. I am afraid of pain. Yi Fan looked at Jin Yang lightly, without the slightest hint of panic. The 5th floor is almost 20 meters high, which is high for the average person. But for Yi Fan, it was a very easy height. Even if Jin Yang put the three girls down at the same time, Yi Fan was sure that he could safely save them before they hit the ground. What are you afraid of? Only if you kneel will they have a chance to live. Understand? Humph. Yi Fan, don't pretend. Now you have to kneel even if you kneel. And you have to kneel even if you don't. Chi Jun finally couldn't help himself from the side, and while his mouth chided, a scowl surfaced on his face. Yi Fan faintly looked at Chi Jun. This Chi Jun really does not miss the friendship of classmates at all. In that case, let's give you a ride. Do I have to kneel? Then why don't you demonstrate for me first? We are the best classmates, aren't we? As Yi Fan spoke, his ankle stomped on the ground. The chi energy of the Zhongshe realm stirred out, and he reached out and violently grabbed the wrists of Chi Jun and Wang Tao, and then threw them towards the pile of glass dregs like sandbags. Put, put. The moment the two men hit the ground, their chests, knees, and bellies were almost entirely pierced by those glass slivers. Ah, my chest, my crotch. The two of them, Chi Jun and Wang Tao, immediately cried out in pain and wailed loudly. They were about to die, and before they died, they had to suffer such torture. Yi Fan, are you crazy? The most depressed one was Wang Tao. He clearly didn't open his mouth just now. How come even he had to be thrown in with him? At this time, Chi Jun and Wang Tao, two people, lying on a pile of glass scum, even move do not rush to move. The blood on the body clattered and flowed straight to the two people who were already weak. According to this speed, I am afraid that it will soon bleed clean and die. Jin Yang saw such a situation on the third floor and was furious. Yi Fan, don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm asking you to crawl over on your knees. It has to be you crawling over on your own knees, not someone else. I don't climb. Can't you see that they have only climbed so little and have shed so much blood? You think I'm stupid, or you come to climb. Right, I come up and pull you to climb well. Looking at Yi Fan's burning gaze on himself, Jin Yang could not help but tremble. He had the illusion that Yi Fan seemed to have played everyone. Treadmill, who the hell is a cutie? Chapter 139, God Stops God. It's horrible. So much blood. It's horrible. Oh, I'm going home to my grandpa. While Yi Fan screamed out of his mouth, he suddenly swung his wrist and his body ran rapidly towards the outside of the abandoned factory. The direction he ran in was exactly the direction where Murano Koji and Zhou Ming were. He's going to run? Quickly, stop him. Jin Yang was all depressed and about to go crazy on the third floor. All the plans today were perfect, but Jin Yang forgot that Yi Fan was a cutie. Thinking differently from normal people. So their wives were captured. Definitely want to find a way to save their wives. But Yi Fan, this little cutie, seeing so much blood, he was scared away directly? Su Yishui and Xian Yufei, who were tied up on the fifth floor, saw that Yi Fan actually really didn't care about them and ran away, and a flash of disappointment surfaced in their eyes. LOL, didn't Dr. Lei say that Yi Fan was about to awaken? And every day there would be an hour of awakening time. How come Yi Fan is like this now? At Jin Yang's order, from behind the abandoned building on the side, a large group of martial arts experts rushed out and then tried to stop Yi Fan. However, that group of martial arts experts were generally only at the martial control and harmonized power stages. What do you want? Let me tell you, if you block me, I will be very angry. Get out of the way right now. Yi Fan rebuked at the group of killers, and his entire silhouette was like a brute bull as he madly charged forward. Boom! Bang bang! Yi Fan's powerful chi exploded, seemingly tearing the air apart. Those killers who wanted to block Yi Fan were all instantly smashed away, falling hard to the ground without any movement. Yi Fan seemed to be panicked. The whole person seemed to roll up a wild dragon on the ground, and from those weeds, he continued to rush towards Zhou Ming and Murano Koji's side. Sure enough, a little cutie, with his wife kidnapped, he actually thought of escaping on his own. Murano Koji looked at the direction where Yi Fan was rushing over and sneered. Baka, just in time to come. Throw yourself into the net. When you come, this father will kill you with one move. However, Zhou Ming, who was standing beside Murano Koji, thought otherwise. The actions Yi Fan displayed, although they all seemed, indeed, demented, but the final result oriented. No matter if it was dealing with Chi Jun and Wang Tao in the private room, or here in the abandoned factory building, Yi Fan directly chose to escape and leave. For Yi Fan, it was the most favorable. Moreover, when Jin Yang told Yi Fan to kneel down, Yi Fan himself didn't kneel down and made Chi Jun and Wang Tao suffer a defeat. This is so not normal. It was very likely that Yi Fan was playing dumb. Murano-kun, do you need my help? Zhou Ming inquired politely towards Murano Koji, but inside, he actually wanted to retreat. His intuition told him that he was afraid that he would suffer if he continued to stay here today. No need, Koji Murano responded, and in the next moment, his mouth couldn't help but chortle out in surprise. *******. So fast, the two of them, Murano and Zhou Ming, had only spoken for a moment, and Yi Fan had actually dodged from 500 meters away to within 100 meters. No good. Zhou Ming's heart thumped. Yi Fan didn't even use 3 seconds even though he had just instantly moved such a long distance. This was definitely not the strength of the Sovereign Realm, or even the strength of the Martial Exalt Realm. Yi Fan was afraid that he had already reached the Martial Emperor level of strength, and this fellow had been hiding his clumsiness. Moreover, Yi Fan might not be stupid at all, and everything was an act. Previously, when Chu Feng, the direct henchman of Northwest Cabinet Master Zhang, was taken out, it was probably Yi Xiao himself, not some wandering souls expert at all. Now that Yi Fan had been guided here so easily by Qi Jun and Jin Yang and the others, it wasn't that Qi Jun and Jin Yang were so tactful, but rather that Yi Fan had deliberately waited here. The purpose is to wait for yourself. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming's body flashed rapidly, and he intended to flee towards the distance. But at this moment, Yi Fan, with another instantaneous shift, had already arrived in front of Zhou Ming. What Yi Fan had just sensed in the car was Zhou Ming's aura. The aura that was very similar to the aura of the god and goddess remnants was the one that emanated from Zhou Ming. The object that Yi Fan was going to make a move to exterminate was Zhou Ming. As for Murano Koji, although he had also reached the martial Zun realm, Yi Fan had not yet looked at him. At the martial emperor level, with the movement of a finger, he was completely crushing the powerhouses of the martial Zun realm. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yi Fan struck out with a kill. Yama chop, a berserk breath frantically chopped over, sweeping across to cut Zhou Ming down. Quick, it's too fast. It was so fast that Zhou Ming had absolutely no chance to dodge. Although Zhou Ming had also reached the martial emperor level of strength under the special power, it was obvious that his strength was still a few points weaker than Yi Fan. With Yi Fan's crazy move, Zhou Ming was afraid that even if he received it, he would be seriously injured. At the critical moment, Zhou Ming grabbed Murano and blocked him horizontally while his body rolled towards the ground without any regard. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the powerful chi at the martial emperor level impacted Murano Koji's body, and although Murano Koji had martial chi to protect his body, the strength of the martial exalted realm, at the martial emperor level, was simply unbearable, and collapsed in an instant. Murano Koji's entire body exploded, and Murano Koji didn't even let out a single scream as he directly went to the western sky. And taking advantage of the 0.1 second gap in space, Zhou Ming barely avoided Yi Fan's surefire move, only receiving the residual power impact, but not suffering any major injuries. With his clothes blown out and his hair upside down, he looked incomparably wretched. Murano Koji's body exploded, and the smell of blood filled the air. Zhou Ming had already stood up from the ground and stood opposite Yi Fan, staring at him with a wary face. What a young Yi! So you've been playing dumb the whole time. Yi Fan looked Zhou Ming up and down. You're that Zhou Xiao from Shangjing? Someone from the Holy Envoy organization? Zhou Ming's strength was barely at the martial emperor level, but there was a peculiar aura on Zhou Ming's body that was very similar to that in the god and goddess fragment, and Yi Fan was a little unsure if he would be able to kill him with a single strike. But since he was exposed in front of Zhou Ming today, Yi Fan had no intention of letting Zhou Ming leave alive. This was the first time that Yi Fan had met someone in the Holy Angels organization, and it was also a good opportunity to thoroughly understand the Holy Angels organization. It seems that Yi Xiao already knows quite a bit. Humph, if I had known this 5 years ago, I shouldn't have been soft. I should have just sent you to the west as well. Zhou Ming was now very regretful. Back then, thinking that Yi Fan had turned into a cutie, then he could rest assured. As a result, this little cutie now became the Yi family's biggest trouble. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly as his entire body exploded with chi energy, coldly chortling. Today, let's start with you, and use your blood to sacrifice to the dead souls of my Yi family. Suffer death. Chapter 140. This expert is overly cautious. Is killing a person the end of the world for you? Yi Fan's entire body exploded with martial chi, and the air around him seemed to form a vortex. Zhou Ming, as a person from the Holy Envoy organization, although he did not directly fight just now, Yi Fan also sensed that this Zhou Ming, I'm afraid, was not easy to deal with. So Yi Fan's move was to go all out. On Zhou Ming's side, through the moment he used Murano to block Yi Fan just now, he also probed Yi Fan's strength clearly. Yi Fan, although you surprised me by having reached the martial emperor level of strength, but with this amount of strength, you want to kill me? Do you think it's enough? The Holy Envoy organization side had said that Zhou Ming's current strength, coupled with the undercard given to him by the Holy Envoy organization, in order to completely obliterate Zhou Ming, it would take at least a martial saint level powerhouse to be enough. Boom! Zhou Ming's entire body's martial emperor level chi also began to fluctuate, similarly forming an air vortex that violently tossed and turned. From a distance, it looked like two tornadoes were poised and ready to crash together. Yi Fan's face was a bit gloomy. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the instantaneous movement characteristic was launched in an instant. His body appeared around Zhou Ming like a ghost. Yama chop. In just an instant, Yi Fan's body moved quickly, forming attack formations in all 8 directions around Zhou Ming. Moreover, the attacking warblade was not illusory, but a real attack. It was only because Yi Fan's speed was so fast that it didn't cause a time lag, and from Zhou Ming's point of view, it appeared as if Yi Fan had started to surround Zhou Ming from 8 directions at the same time. As far as you're concerned, fighting for your life as soon as you come up? Zhou Ming was surrounded by 8 of Yi Fan's phantoms, and as he felt the powerful martial qi oppression around him, Zhou Ming no longer had any relaxed look on his face. Strong. It's too strong. Yi Fan's Yama Chop. The power seemed to be infinitely stackable. Originally, Yi Fan's strength was only at the level of a martial emperor, but the Yan Luo Chop that was exerted seemed to have superimposed 5 or 6 levels in an instant, and had vaguely all but reached the combat power of the martial saint realm. And it wasn't just one person who did it at the same time, but 8 Yi Fan did it at the same time. How could Yi Fan be that fast? Zhou Ming began to panic, instinctively trying to find a break to escape, but Yi Fan had long ago calculated all his thoughts. Heaven and earth cage. Yi Fan's mouth once again chortled, and a raging chi force impacted out, forming a golden flowing light cage in the void, trapping Zhou Ming in the center. Powerful chi fluctuations. That golden cage is about to materialize. Moreover, it was not just martial arts chi, but also contained spiritual power. Zhou Ming just tried to break the cage to escape, but only just touched the cage, the soul as if burned. Pain. He retracted back half a step. The golden flowing light cage itself was even more incomparably hard, and Zhou Ming's martial chi energy, in a short period of time, could not be broken. Escape. It's impossible to escape for the time being. Then there is only one battle. Zhou Ming's face smiled bitterly as he reached out and stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth. This was the blood chi pill bestowed upon Zhou Ming by the Sacred Envoy organization, which could forcibly stimulate the blood veins and elevate one's realm at critical times. Don't think you're the only one with means. This young man's means are no worse. In an instant, Zhou Ming's own strength had exploded by several levels, and it seemed as if they were all about to break through from Yi Fan's 8 silhouettes. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming swung the battle sword in his hand and blasted towards Yi Fan in a vain attempt to break his killing formation. Boom! Rumble! The 2 monstrous martial arts chi forces collided together, emitting a shocking explosive sound. The air seemed to be torn, emitting a burst of wailing. The powerful chi force lifted the surrounding sand and stones, and the surroundings were even more heavenly and dark for a day, and the flying sand and stones were gone. This heaven and earth was eclipsed by the 2 great martial emperor-level powerhouses making their move. Zhou Ming barely used all of his strength to block Yi Fan's Yan Luo Chop, but at this time, Zhou Ming's clothes were once again cut by the blade, and they were all shattered into pieces, and his body was left with several cuts, and even the battle knife in his hand had been broken, and he was in a sorry state. And within Zhou Ming, he was even more violently shocked, his pupils dilating for a while. This Yan Luo Chop that Yi Fan utilized, in the end, what kind of extreme technique was it? Without utilizing any life-draining techniques, it was actually possible to exert such a powerful battle blade power? You've been moving and knocking out so many drugs yourself, you can barely resist? Thought how powerful you are. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. Although his heart was shocked, Zhou Ming's mouth was not at all convinced. Don't worry, I will soon send you to reunite with those brothers of yours, and come back. Before Zhou Ming could finish the sentence in his mouth, he only saw Yi Fan gathering several super huge chi bubbles in his hands once again and smashing them towards him. Boom! Those chi bubbles, from the outside, looked very beautiful, but the moment they touched Zhou Ming, they directly exploded, with the same destructive power of a peak martial emperor. Boom! Rumble! Yi Fan is just like endless, non-stop spitting bubbles. Just less than 10 seconds, will be Zhou Ming fried deflated. 1 broken arm, skinned back, 1 eye lost. At this moment, Zhou Ming had already lost his fighting strength and was trapped in the heaven and earth cage, panting heavily. Tramp, you want to go crazy? Not just kill a person? How do you feel like you want to exterminate the world? Zhou Ming's heart originally existed a trace of fluke, thinking that Yi Fan stopped there. If it was just that, with the special kung fu means taught over at the Holy Envoy organization, Zhou Ming would still be able to escape. But Yi Fan's next wave of attacks came again. This time, what Yi Fan utilized was the salary fire deep in his dantian. The vaguely emerging fire danced on Yi Fan's palm, and in the next moment, it was directly waved towards Zhou Ming, wrapping him in a cage and directly incinerating. Yi Fan had verified before that the mysterious salary fire deep in his dantian could also cauterize everything, even the soul. Snicker. In just a moment, the salary flame broke all of Zhou Ming's protective astral aura and set Zhou Ming's body on fire. Put. Put. In just an instant, Zhou Ming's body turned into a piece of powder that dissipated with the wind, and Zhou Ming's vitality power instantly dissipated as well. However, Yifan noticed that the moment Zhou Ming's body was scorched and crushed, a white color flashed by and instantly disappeared. Yifan frowned and released his own perception to probe, and he didn't detect any of Zhou Ming's aura within a 500-meter radius. This is dead? It's too unbeatable, isn't it? Yifan muttered with his mouth as he inspected the large crater hole that was dozens of feet in circumference and determined that Zhou Ming was completely dead. And at this moment, a kilometer away, a white silhouette leaned against the wall, vaguely resembling none other than Zhou Ming. Hearing Yifan's words, Zhou Ming almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Mother asterisk 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 error. Don't you know you're a martial emperor expert? Frying and burning again. Who can carry it? I've been ed to death by my old man's stoned ass. Chapter 141, Children Make Choices. Adults want them all. Zhou Ming's current state was amazing, and it could be said that he was a human being because he still had the appearance of a human being, but not like a human being, because his body was somewhat illusory and in an unstable state. This was precisely the bizarre secret technique from the Holy Envoy organization's side that allowed Zhou Ming to exist in such a state even after he had been blasted to pieces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yifan is so strong. No, I must immediately report Yifan's intelligence sharing. Zhou Ming muttered in his mouth, panicked and found his cell phone, just ready to make a call. The whole person instantly bang-ported. Ha, what am I doing with my cell phone? I seem to be to do a very important thing, but in the end is to do what? How did the old man forget? Zhou Ming's entire person was directly blinded. Wait, I came from Shangjing to Cloud City to deal with Yifan, but my men failed. Then I came to Cloud City, and then, Laozi became like this? What exactly happened in the middle? Zhou Ming was very annoyed and spun around in place thinking for half a day, but nothing came to mind. It seems to be like having Parkinson's syndrome and not remembering anything. After arriving at Cloud City in the middle, until the end of the battle just now, it seemed that all the memories of this period of time had been erased. Forget it, my old man's body is in an unstable state right now. I have to get my body's problems sorted out first. Zhou Ming muttered a couple sentences to himself, then dialed an encrypted number. Lord Holy Envoy, something has gone terribly wrong on my side. I can't remember exactly what happened, but my body has been destroyed. I'm asking for your help. On this side of the abandoned cement factory, Jin Yang and a group of his men had planned such a meticulous operation today with the purpose of taking Yifan down. As a result, when Yifan saw that pile of glassed eggs, he was actually scared away directly. So many people stopped Yifan and couldn't even stop him. Immediately afterward, Jin Yang and his men saw two major tornadoes dueling not far away. But in just a few moments, peace was restored there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Was it an Easterning powerhouse that made a move just now? Was Yifan not already taken down? Jin Yang didn't realize that Zhou Ming had actually arrived at the scene as well. Jin Yang tried to contact Zhou Ming several times, but Zhou Ming's phone connected but never spoke. What's going on here? Right now, on Jin Yang's side, the strongest experts were only Elder Lingyun of the Compulsion sect, as well as a few of Pavilion Elder Zhang's patriarchal henchmen who were lurking in Cloud City. If all those reinforcements from Yifan arrived, could they deal with Yifan? Today this action, if it fails, then the Yi family side of the force retaliation up. Jin Yang is bound to bear the brunt. Jin Yang looked at the three girls dangling above, which was Jin Yang's biggest bargaining chip. Numb nuts. I hope Yifan had better be in a sober state. How good is that? At least when Yifan is sober, he won't care about his wife's death or life. Ishua wife, I'm back. While Jin Yang's head was thinking about what to do next, Yifan's voice suddenly sounded outside the factory building, and with a flash of his body, Yifan quickly appeared outside the factory building. Sui Shui, who was hung up, originally had some loss in her heart, but seeing Yifan suddenly reappear, that feeling of being lost and found made Sui Shui so excited that she was on the verge of tears. Hubby, although shy, it was the first time Sui Shui called out in front of so many people. You fool, what are you doing back again? Xian Yufei was beside her, and when she saw Yifan's eyes looking towards her, her heart couldn't help but tremble. This Yifan, does he still have me in his heart? On the other side, Sheng Ruolin also woke up, and seeing the situation here, with a face of self-blame and anxiety, she said, Sister Yi Shui, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't take care of Yifan. I shouldn't have promised them to come here. No, Ruolin's wife, there's nothing to be sorry for. If they don't kill me today, they'll think of other ways to kill me tomorrow as well. And since they're here today, let's settle it all together by the way. Once and for all. A touch of gloom surfaced in Yifan's eyes. Today, everyone present must die. Aha! Yifan's words and attitude caused Sui Shui and Xian Yufei, Xing Ruolin to be stunned. Yi Fan is already awake? According to what Lei Qianjie had said, Yi Fan had an hour or so of awakening time every day. Could it be that Yi Fan had awakened at this critical time? Jin Yang also discovered the change in Yi Fan's state and smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan, it seems that you are now in an awake state. Ha ha, the game can finally start exactly. Now give you a chance. 3 women. You choose one to live. Children only make choices. Adults, naturally all of them. Yi Fan smiled faintly, looking at the 3 women above him with tenderness in his eyes. Yi Fan's words made Xian Yufei's heart follow with a thump. Adults all? What does Yi Fan mean? Either himself? Has he finally admitted to himself again? Yi Fan paused in his words and continued towards Jin Yang. Jin Yang, now I'm also giving you a chance. Immediately put the 3 of them down and obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness. I can promise to spare your family as long as you live. Ha ha ha, Jin Yang burst out laughing. Yi Fan, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me now? Don't forget, all 3 of your women are in my hands. Moreover, by now all your reinforcements are nowhere to be seen. Just by yourself. Do you still want to leave from here? The brothers in charge of the alert outside reported that by now Guoli and Wang Fugue and the others were still a few kilometers away, and had been blocked from arriving over here. There was only one Yi Fan on the scene, even if Yi Fan's strength was that of a Zongshi, or even a martial Zun realm. So what? Jin Yang had so many experts arranged by Zhang Golao in his hands, and 3 women in his hands as hostages. Could he not take Yi Fan? Crossbowmen, all lock on. With a wave of Jin Yang's hand, from the 3rd floor, and the balconies on the 4th floor, dozens of reinforced steel crossbows all locked onto Yi Fan. These modified steel crossbows are more powerful than sniper bullets. Martial powerhouses below the level of sovereign could be killed in seconds, and even powerhouses in the martial Zun realm were very afraid. I'll give you 10 seconds to kneel on the glass crumbs and choose. Otherwise, all 3 women will be buried with you. What a pity! Jin Yang shouted from above while turning towards Ling Yun at his side. Elder Ling Yun, don't forget, if you take down Yi Fan today and get the 10,000 compulsive cauldron, you must pull the Jin family behind you. Ling Yun stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Don't worry, young Jin, I, Mr. Ling, am a person who will repay any favor. I will definitely not forget young Jin's help today. At this time in front of the cement factory, next to the pile of glass dregs, although Qi Jun and Wang Tao were rescued, but their vitality and strength has been dissipated almost, lying on the ground, like a dead dog. However, they still had their eyes open, holding on to their last breath, wanting to see Yi Fan being taken down. Yi Fan smiled faintly, walked to Qi Jun and Wang Tao, squatted down and said, "At least you guys are classmates. You guys really don't think about the love of classmates at all." That's right, let me tell you, before in the private room, I was faking everything. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys keep trying to get me killed, so I'll have to let you guys drink those poisonous compote drinks on my behalf. Everyone who makes a move against my Yi family must die. A flash of sternness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and that sharp look made the souls of both Qi Jun and Wang Tao tremble. Pust. In the shocked, unwilling eyes, Qi Jun and Wang Tao, 2 pupils, a burst of dilation, mouth wildly sprayed a few mouths of blood, head a crooked, on the spot death. Yi Fan stood up and looked toward Jin Yang on the 3rd floor. It was his turn next. Chapter 142, Don't doubt hubby. I'm very strong. Did Yi Fan talk Qi Jun and Wang Tao to death? Jin Yang was probably aware of Qi Jun and Wang Tao's situation. They had been poisoned by the poisonous parasites into their bodies, although their bodies were already very weak. Elder Ling Yun had also said that there was still a period of time before they died, but Yi Fan obviously didn't do anything, just squatted like that and said a few words to them, and those 2 trashy losers died? What kind of magic is this? The 3 girls hanging on the roof of the building saw Yi Fan standing up. Sui Shui first opened her mouth. Xiao Fan, you choose Yu Fei. Today, Yu Fei would not have been caught. She was caught by Jin Yang and the others in order to save me. You are former lovers. She still can't forget you. Aha! Xian Yufei wasn't captured by Jin Yang and the others, but rushed up on her own for Sui Shui. This made Yi Fan a little surprised. This Xian Yufei, has she finally reacted now? But at that time, at the funeral, why did you withdraw from the Yi family in front of so many people as if you were possessed? The first thing that came to Yi Fan's head was that mysterious soul regeneration evil art. Could it be that at that time, Princess Xian Yu was really controlled by soul regeneration? Was it not her intention to withdraw from the marriage? Brother Fan, you should choose Sister Yi Shui. Sister Yi Shui has been with you for such a long time that she might even have your flesh and blood. Xian Yufei also hurriedly opened her mouth to remind Yi Fan from the side. Right, husband little Fan, hurry up and save Sister Yi Shui. We must continue the bloodline for the Yi family. Cheng Rulan added from the side while expressing her approval of Fei Xian Yu's decision. Husband little Fan, don't worry, none of us will blame you. In our next life, if there is fate, we will still marry you as a wife. A touch of regret flashed in Cheng Ruolan's eyes. Originally, after getting along with Yifan for so many days, Cheng Ruolan had already developed feelings for Yifan, and was planning to give herself to Yifan. As a result, this happened today. Listening to the words of the three women, Yifan was speechless for a while. What's going on? Are you all so eager to die? Being my woman, how can I let you die? Jin Yang on the third floor was made to have his head in big by Cheng Ruolan and Sui Shui and the rest of the people who said one thing to the left and one thing to the right. Shut up, all shut up. Beep again. This young man will throw all of you down. Yifan, there are still 3 seconds left. Do you choose or not? If you don't choose, I'll make my move. 3. Jin Yang is a little impatient up there ready to start the countdown, but the 3 in his mouth had only just been shouted out when Yifan's body on the first floor below suddenly turned into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. Yifan disappeared? A touch of ominous feeling had surfaced in Jin Yang's heart. Quick, protect me. Jin Yang chirped at the bodyguards around him, causing all the surrounding bodyguards to form a circle, protecting Jin Yang in the center. Yifan's strength was at least above the sovereign realm. Jin Yang was aware of this. His own strength in the control realm was not Yifan's opponent at all. While chortling with his mouth, Jin Yang kept retreating towards the back. Shoo shoo shoo. There was an ear-splitting cracking sound outside the empty factory building as the air was torn apart by the fast-moving object. Sui Shue's hands were tied in the air. Her arms were a little numb, but suddenly she felt her waist being wrapped around her, and then in a blink of an eye, the whole person had already appeared in the third-floor factory building. Those who felt the same way were Cheng Ruolan, Xian Yufei. Before a few people could react to what was going on, they had already been rescued from high in the air by Yifan and safely appeared on the third floor of the plant. Feeling the solid floor under her feet, Sui Shui was astonished, and couldn't believe that the situation in front of her was real. Hubby, this, Van's husband? Cheng Ruolan and Sui Shui both stepped on the floor with their feet to confirm that this was true before they opened their mouths towards Yifan with shocked faces. Yifan smiled evilly and reached out to slap Cheng Ruolan and Sui Shui on their asses. What? Doubt your husband's ability? I said, I'm very strong. Yi Shui wife, aren't you clear? Yifan's sentence caused Sui Shui's face to blush. This deadbeat, brother Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei stood silently at the side, somewhat at a loss for words. Before, he was Yifan's closest lover, and it should have been her who flirted with Yifan. And now, because she had completely hurt Yifan by withdrawing from the marriage once, now although Xian Yufei felt that her relationship with Yifan was slowly improving, there was always a gap in it. And yet, Jin Yang and his men, who were on the opposite side, had retreated to the corner, and couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that Yifan had actually instantly saved all 3 women so easily. Jin Yang rubbed his eyes together and looked at them carefully again before confirming that Yifan had indeed saved all 3 women. A bunch of rice buckets. Do they all grow up eating xiang? Jin Yang was very angry and scolded those crossbowmen outside. Weren't they aiming at Yifan at all times? How come they hadn't made a move after Yifan had saved all the people? But Jin Yang knew after scolding them that it was useless to scold them. After all, even Elder Ling Yun, who was beside Jin Yang, as well as a few other sect master powerhouses, had not realized how Yifan was moving. Those crossbowmen, how could they possibly keep up with Yifan's speed? Elder Ling, everything depends on you. You, get on. Jin Yang's voice trembled. Sui Shui and Cheng Ruolan, Xian Yufei 3 were saved by Yifan. Jin Yang lost the most important bargaining chip. Yifan's next action is bound to be unscrupulous. Zhou Xiao, where did that Easterning expert go? Hurry up and get him over here to help. Jin Yang was frantically dialing Zhou Ming's phone while chiding towards Ling Yun. But what makes Jin Yang depressed is that just now it is clear that the signal is very good here in the plant, and now all the phones cannot be dialed out. It seems that this place has been isolated from the world. Of course, what Jin Yang knew even less was that the previous Easterning powerhouse, Murano Koji, an expert of the martial Zun realm, didn't even have a chance to make a move before he was directly crushed and pulverized. After Yifan greeted Sui Shui and Cheng Ruolan, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun at the front, as well as a few other sect master powerhouses, and said, "You guys go together. There's no need to waste time. All of you must die today anyway." The last word, death, contained an infinite coldness that impacted out, causing Ling Yun and several other sect master powerhouses to tremble. Obviously, Yifan's strength was far above theirs. At least all of them were at the martial Zun realm. Numb nuts. Intelligence completely mislead. Said what Yifan had most only the peak of Zhongshe. Laozi X his ancestors. Ghost of the peak of Zhongshe. Yifan now showed the strength. At least are in the peak of the martial arts soon. Yifan, don't you dare. I am the third elder of the Compassion sect. When I have all the compassions out, it will be your time to die. Be a good boy and kneel down to beg for mercy. Ling Yun hardened his head and released all his poisonous parasites from his arm, including his own poisonous parasites, intending to fight with Yi Fan. Chapter 143, Die Together? You're overthinking it. It was just that what Ling Yan didn't know was that his strongest battle power couldn't even reach Yi Fan's lower limit. What he thought was the ceiling was actually not even as good as Yi Fan's floor. The compulsion religion violates the ban and leaves the 100,000 mountains of Niaojiang without authorization. Everyone will be executed. You are afraid that you have forgotten it, right? Yi Fan opened his mouth indifferently, and with a flip of his wrist, a small black tripod surfaced in Yi Fan's palm. As Yi Fan urged the password, a golden beetle crawled out of the small black tripod. 10,000 compulsion tripod. The Compassion Emperor really is the 10,000 compassion tripod. The 10,000 compassion tripod is actually in your little cutie hand. Seeing the thing in Yi Fan's hand, Ling Yun couldn't even speak well in his excitement. The wonderful thing about the 10,000 compulsion tripod, not simply just control those poisonous parasites in the Miaojiang so simple. There are other more behind the wonderful. Just a lot of people do not know just. The 10,000 compulsory tripod could be considered a treasure that all martial arts powerhouses in Great Xia wanted to obtain. Ling Yun's eyes were glowing when he looked at the 10,000 compulsions tripod in Yi Fan's hand. That's right, it's the 10,000 compulsive tripod. But if you have the life to see it, can you have the life to take it? I'll give it to you. Can you take it? Yi Fan coldly smiled, and the mouth command was once again urged. In the palm of his hand, the Compass Emperor flapped his wings and a snorting sound came from his mouth. In the next moment, those poisonous parasites that had already poured out of Ling Yun's arm just now seemed to have received some sort of order and began to frantically drill towards Ling Yun's body. It began to devour Ling Yun's skin and internal organs like crazy. Ah, what are you doing? What's going on here? Have they all gone mad? Ling Yun panicked and urged his mouth to stop the poisonous parasites from attacking him, but suddenly realized that all of them were no longer under his control. Even the intrinsic poisonous compass, which had gone completely insane, drilled into Ling Yun's heart, tearing it apart in the blink of an eye. The Compulsion Emperor could control all the poisonous parasites in the world, and that bloodline suppression and majesty was not something to be blown off. Woo! Soon, Ling Yun's body fell down towards the ground uncontrollably. Blood began to flow out of his mouth, eyes, and nose, and his body convulsed violently. From the skin of his body, there were still parasites drilling out from it, waving their wings towards the Compulsion Emperor on Yi Fan's side, as if they were pleasing and inviting for credit. The parasites that you raise yourself end up killing the host. Ling Yun did not rest in peace until he died. Compulsion had always been Ling Yun's proudest card and means, but as a result, before he could even make a move, he was easily crushed by Yi Fan and died under his poisonous compulsion. By Ling Yun's side, there were also the four great patriarchal powerhouses that Zhang Golao had arranged, originally intending to act together with compassionate Ling Yun, but now Ling Yun had hung up before he could do anything about it. They, the four great patriarchs, were all a bit scared out of their wits, and they all turned their gazes towards Jin Yang. After all, Jin Yang was the chief commander of the operation. Ta-da! Ta-da! Jin Yang was surrounded by several bodyguards, and his crotch was already a wet mess. In such a situation, Jin Yang was directly scared to death. Yi Fan easily saved the three women. Jin Yang was still harboring a fluke, thinking that Ling Yun and a few sect masters, with their compulsion, were able to intercept Yi Fan, and that if that martial Zun expert from the east came over again, he would have a better chance of winning. However, until now, the strong easterning people over there did not have the slightest intention of making a move, and then associated with the two tornadoes seen earlier, Jin Yang seemed to understand something. This Yi Fan, I'm afraid that he only took the lead and had already killed that martial Zun powerhouse? Even the strongest martial arts honors were not Yi Fan's opponents. These minions of his own were naturally even less of a match for Yi Fan. Poof! Thinking of this, Jin Yang did not have any hesitation, directly kneeling down to Yi Fan. Yi Xiao, spare my life. I'm wrong. I was obsessed and kidnapped Sui Shui. I won't dare to do it again in the future. I beg Yi Xiao to spare my life. In the future I will definitely be a cow as a horse to repay Yi Xiao's favor. Jin Yang's movements were extremely exaggerated, and while kneeling on the ground, he kept kowtowing to Yi Fan. Those few other patriarchal powerhouses of Zhang Golao instantly reacted when they saw Jin Yang's actions. Poof! Poof! In the blink of an eye, the entire third floor, Jin Yang and the killer bodyguards he brought with him, all knelt down towards Yi Fan. Please spare Yi Xiao's life. The crowd pleaded and pleaded almost in unison, a picture that was quite a bit more imposing. Yi Fan smiled coldly. Jin Xiao, if you had known this, why did you bother? You were already warned when we were competing for the quota. Afterward, you arranged for an assassination, and I ignored you. You actually still don't know how to repent, and you still want to continue to make a move? Yi Fan took a step forward and looked at Jin Yang condescendingly. If someone is intent on killing you, would you let him go? Since Yi Fan had decided to expose himself in front of these people, he had no intention of leaving a single survivor. These people had long been dead in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, turns out that you have already awakened a long time ago, and you have been lying to us and fooling all of us? Jin Yang looked at Yifan with a horrified face. If that was the case, then Yifan's heart and means were too terrifying. That's right. I just fooled all of you, and now look who's really the cutie. Up? Yifan stared scorchingly at Jin Yang with that harmonic look, causing Jin Yang to instantly suffer a 10,000 point blitz. Pust. Jin Yang felt like his heart had been viciously stabbed, and he was on the verge of vomiting blood. At this moment, Jin Yang somewhat understand why Wang Tao and Shi Jun was Yifan said dead. This Yifan, simply too angry. He had worked so hard to set up such a killing game, but it turned out that everything was in Yifan's calculations. Even, in the end, the killing game became Jin Yang's own grave. Wanting Yifan to spare his life was obviously impossible, because in Jin Yang's place, if Yifan wanted to kill himself like that, then there was no way he would let Yifan go. In that case, Yifan, don't be too happy too soon. Since I have to die, I'll have to drag you along with me in my death. So let's die together. Ha ha. Jin Yang burst into a wild laugh. A flash of despair surfaced in his eyes. Then he reached out and ripped his clothes apart with one hand. Inside Jin Yang's clothes, there was actually a large ring of explosives tied up. The fuse had been pulled and was smoldering as if it was about to explode at any moment. While Jin Yang laughed maniacally, he wanted to go forward and hold Yifan to death. But Yifan just smiled coldly. Die together? You're overthinking it. To die you die on your own. In the next moment, Yifan reached out and wrapped Sui Shui, Cheng Rulan, and Xian Yufei's arms around the three of them, and with an instantaneous movement, several people instantly arrived at the square on the first floor a few dozen meters away. Boom! Rumble! The explosives exploded instantly, and the huge factory building was instantly blown away, while there were also the miserable screams of those bodyguard killers inside. Jin Yang, I X your mother. I don't want to die yet. Jin Yang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Chapter 144, we must have Xiaofan speed up the plowing. The smoke cleared and the entire abandoned cement factory was a dusty ruin. Yifan's powerful perception was unleashed, and after the ruins, the few sect master powerhouses, as well as the other killers, had all been devoid of any living breath, and had either been blown to pieces, or had perished instantly. As for those killers lurking around the plant, Big Brother, are you alright? It's all Gui Xiaocai's fault. He had to ask for compensation from those people. He pissed me off. This side had only just calmed down, when Wang Fugue and Guoli and the others flew towards this side. On the way here, a few killers who were in the way instinctively tried to swing the combat knives in their hands to block the way, only to be directly sent to the west by Wang Fugue's 2 slaps. Those killers on the periphery had long since been cleaned up by those men Guoli brought with him. Not a single survivor was left at the scene. What can I do? There was a big explosion there just now. Bang! All gone. Yifan opened his mouth with a naive face and responded to Wang Fugue. At the same time, he reached out his hand and directly felt around Cheng Rulan's body. Rulan's wife, are you alright? Is there any place that was injured by the explosion? Yifan's big hand Cheng Rulan's small waist, buttocks non-stop groping, as if there is magic. So Cheng Rulan's face hot, uncomfortable. No, I'm fine. Although Cheng Rulan had now fully accepted that Yifan could examine his body. It was not here. There are so many more people here now. Xian Yufei and Sui Shui watched from the side as Yifan instantly turned into this state. A touch of sadness couldn't help but appear in their eyes. With Yifan in such a state, it was obvious that he had reverted back to being demented. LOL. Fortunately, just now Yifan was in an awake state. Otherwise, Sui Shui and Xian Yufei, Cheng Rulan and the others were all controlled by Jin Yang, and if Yifan was killed by them, those three would really regret it for the rest of their lives. He had clearly promised Elder Yi that he would shelter the only bloodline of the Yi family and start a family for the Yi family. Sui Shui looked at Yifan and then at her stomach. She and Yifan had been together for a while, and her stomach hadn't moved at all. Is it that your body is too weak? It seems that it is necessary to seize the time, so that Yifan can speed up the plowing, or else a month's time will come, and Yifan will have to go to the provincial city side. With 7 sisters, you can't afford to be left behind yourself. Humph, Guo Xiao Kai. Luckily Big Brother is fine. If Big Brother loses a hair of sweat, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Fugue confirmed that Yifan was fine, and only then did his face look better towards Guoli. Guoli was depressed for a while beside him. Wang Fugue, this mallet. This is all arranged in advance by Big Brother. Is Big Brother intentionally let us all not appear here? Big Brother's strength and situation can't be fully exposed right now. If there are too many people on the scene, how will Big Brother strike? Can't you see that those who saw Big Brother's strike are now all dead? Zhou Ming, the ultimate assault plan planned by Jin Yang, ended up with Jin Yang and the people of the compulsion cult all wiped out. That Easterning powerhouse by Zhou Ming's side perished, and Zhou Ming himself was beaten to death, left in a bit of a ghostly, inhuman state, and had almost forgotten who he was. Yi Fan glanced at the huge ruins, a sigh of relief in his heart. Those rivals of the Yi family should have all been cleared of the last lurking forces in Cloud City, right? Cloud City was safe for the time being, and it was already difficult for the opponents to block Su's group again. The next step was to go to the provincial city. On the one hand, to assist the Qing family to fight with those nemesis, and to completely clean up those nemesis minions in the Tiannan province. On the other hand, to go to the Xuanwu war zone, to look for the tattered map on the body of second brother. And on the third hand, naturally, to go deeper into the vengeance, and to find those core enemies who dealt with the Yi family, and to settle all of them one by one, and to pay the debt of blood in blood. Yi Fan turned his head and suddenly frowned when he looked towards Sui Shui. There's something wrong with Sui Shui. Around Sui Shui's head, several black baleful auras actually appeared. When Yi Fan and Sui Shui made out last night, there was nothing on Sui Shui, but today there was on Sui Shui. A feng shui expert is secretly making a move on Sui Shui. There are still people in Cloud City who are not happy. A touch of gloom flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he walked over to Sui Shui and said, Yi Shui's wife, where did you go in the morning? I want to be with you in the afternoon. Sui Shui looked at Yi Fan. Her gaze was full of tenderness. In the morning, I went to the new plant to check it out. In the afternoon, I'll stay with you properly, okay? After experiencing such a life and death, Sui Shui had also figured out many things in her heart. Good, I'll go to the new factory building as well. I want to see what the new factory building is really like. Yi Fan had already determined in his heart that the problem was definitely in the new factory building. Old Gua, will you accompany me? Yi Fan still needed to act like a little cutie in front of outsiders. The appearance of the person. If a problem was found, the person still needed to deal with the execution. Right now, the only people who knew Yi Fan's identity were Xia Hao, Guo Li and the others. A life and death killing game, a clear calm. It seems like nothing happened, but in reality, there are far more waves behind the scenes. Right after Yi Fan and Wang Fugue, Guo Li and the others left, a van approached this side of the cement factory at speed. A few youths came down from the van and looked at the situation in front of them. Their faces were grave. Then they dialed a few phones. Northwest, somewhere in the compound, Cabinet Master Zhang was playing chess with an old man when his men suddenly came in with a tablet and reported. Although Pavilion Master Zhang was extremely well cultivated, when he heard the news reported by his men, he was still shocked and stood up directly from his seat. What? Everyone from the Golden Sun and the Compulsion sect was wiped out? That third elder of the Compulsion sect, Ling Yun, is also dead? Is this Yi Fan not even afraid of the Compulsion sect's methods? The flat-headed henchman next to him shook his head and said, The Pavilion Elder. The specific situation we are not clear at all. All the people who were at the scene at that time, there was not a single survivor. Our distant brothers only saw the explosion. Jin Yang and the people of the Compulsion sect didn't pass on any useful information. Jin Yang, they were blown up in the end, or whether they had undergone other changes, we don't know at all. In addition, Zhou Xiao's side. And what happened to young Zhou? Didn't he also go to Cloud City? He should have participated in this action plan as well. When Pavilion Master Zhang heard the words of his men, his heart couldn't help but thump. Zhou Xiao is the spokesman of the Holy Envoy organization. Under the gift of the Holy Envoy, Zhou Xiao has a lot of heavenly skills, and even has the strange ability of immortal body. In terms of comprehensive combat power, Zhou Ming had even reached the martial emperor level. Could it be that Zhou Ming was also defeated in Cloud City? Word has come from the Shinjing side that Zhou Xiao is dead. Dead? Are you kidding? The chess pieces in Pavilion Master Zhang's hand fell to the ground. Zhou Ming, who was at the level of martial emperor, died in Cloud City. So who in the world was secretly making a move? Even if the swimming soul had meddled in the Yi family's affairs, if they wanted to behead a strong person at the level of a martial emperor, it would have to be the swimming soul's few old men who did it, right? But according to the intelligence, those old things of the wandering souls didn't leave the headquarters base at all. The Shinjing side said that Zhou Xiao was considered dead, and not completely dead. Because of the Saint Envoy's side of the bizarre secret technique, Zhou Ming manless, ghostless escaped, but just the specific battle at that time, but forget all about it. Chapter 145, Still think Yi Fan doesn't have enough wives? This coincidence? Zhou Ming died and happened to forget all about the battle at the time? You don't even know who you fought with? Just got the news in the morning. Tang Zhang's side of the arrangement of sun dishing failed. Even the general of Burma and Yi Fan have friendship. This Yi Fan, in the end, how many more cards? Zhang Galao rubbed his head with some headache. Now he very much doubted that Yi Fan had awakened. Pavilion Master Zhang had joined forces with Pavilion Master Tang Zhang and gathered so much power to seal off the Yi family and suppress the Su clan and the Qing family, all of which ended up being invisibly dissolved. There must be someone high up behind the Yi family, but Yi Chanfeng is dying of old age. Can he do it? Pavilion Elder, should we inform the young master? The young master has already returned from the 4 Holy Lands over the 9 Sephiroths, and it is said that they have all become the 9 Sephiroth Sacred Lord's shut-in disciples, and their strengths have all broken through the martial zone. when the time comes, let the young master personally make a trip to the Tiannan province to find out what Yifan's situation is? The secretary beside Cabinet Master Zhang inquired tentatively. The other 10 core disciples of Yifan's other 10 core disciples had a smooth handshake, but only that old thing from the Yi family and the little cutie at the end were so laborious to deal with. And the most crucial thing was that there was no first-hand information about Yifan's real situation. Those who had contact with Yifan were either all dead, or like Zhou Ming, who had forgotten all of his memories at the time. It was necessary to probe Yifan's bottom line clearly. Pavilion Elder Zhang pondered for a few seconds and spoke with some gravity. Let's wait until Little Feng returns. But the Tiannan side does need one to go over and get the situation straightened out. Zhang Dalao let out a long sigh, a little worried in his heart. The two great powerhouses, Chu Feng and Zhou Ming, had successively suffered defeat in Cloud City. The Yi family was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. However, if they didn't bring the Yi family down, they were afraid that as the Yi family continued to investigate deeper, sooner or later, they would investigate themselves. The Holy Envoy organization side had said that if they really had actual evidence, they wouldn't hesitate to treat themselves as an outcast. Court Elder, a call from the compulsion sect side. Should I answer it? Pavilion Elder Zhan was still thinking when the cell phone on his secretary suddenly rang. Catch! Pavilion Master Zhang knew that all of the experts of the compulsion sect had all been wiped out, and even the third Elder Lingyan was dead, so the compulsion sect side must have known the news. Pavilion Master Zhang, what's the situation? How come my compulsion sect side is showing that third Elder Lingyan's life and death card has ruptured? Is Lingyan dead? There are also several other experts of the compulsion sect, and their instinctive parasites are all dead as well. What is going on here? The one who opened his mouth on the other side of the phone was the compulsion sect master Zhuang Baifan, his tone somewhat anxious. Although third Elder Lingyan had always been a threat to Zhuang Baifan's position, third Elder Lingyan's compulsion techniques, as well as his strength, were still very beneficial to the development of the compassion sect. At the very least, with the third Elder around, some external forces would have to weigh their options if they wanted to make a move against the compassion sect. But with the third Elder dead, that would be a weakening of the power of the compulsion sect. The back of the companions wanted to negotiate with their allies outside, and the bottom line was quite a bit less. Yes, Sect Master Zhuang, the experts you sent this time, together with the men I arranged, all perished in Cloud City. The specific cause of death, we are investigating, with all our might, but one thing is for sure, this matter is certainly not unrelated to Yifan. Elder Zhang continued to detail the situation. According to Jin Yang's arrangement, they had kidnapped and guided Sui Shui, Xian Yufei and Yifan, Sheng Rulan and the others to the cement factory. But in the end, the cement factory exploded, and all of Jin Yang and the compulsion sect were wiped out. But Yifan and his 3 wives were not the least bit okay. Damn it! Zhuang Baifan cursed over the phone. It must be Yifan who messed up. 5 years ago, Yifan was that kind of demonic genius, and you guys kept saying that he was a little cutie. I seriously doubt that he has awakened a long time ago. Pavilion Master Zhang, we've all lost so much. Things can't just be left alone, can they? We haven't even found those precious things of the Yi family yet. If they fall into other people's hands, won't you lose a lot of money for everything you've done before? Pavilion Elder Zhang snorted coldly. Of course we can't just let it go. My grandson is coming back soon from the 9 specters of the 4 great sacred lands. I have already informed him to ask the experts of the sacred lands to come out. And you, the compulsion sect, will also send a group of strong men to come at that time, so we must exterminate Yifan in the cradle. Yes, in the eastern suburb of Cloud City, Sui Shui drove Yifan towards the new factory side while opening her mouth. Xiao Fan, in fact, Yufei's mind is not that bad. Today she could have not come, but seeing that I was captured, she followed up and wanted to save me before she was captured. Are you too indifferent to her? The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched as he listened to Sui Shui's words. Xian Yufei's appearance at the scene today really made Yifan somewhat surprised. Xian Yufei that day at the funeral, so determined to withdraw from the marriage with himself, and then later regretted 3 times to pursue himself. Today, over at the cement factory, when threatened with death by Jin Yang, Xian Yufei was even willing to sacrifice herself to preserve Sui Shui. Yifan couldn't help but think of the soul regeneration evil art on Fei Xianyu. Could it be that Fei Xianyu was really controlled at that time? It was Yufei who didn't want me first. Ishua wife. Then what do you say should be done? Yifan was of course in a sober state, but Yifan left this dilemma to Sui Shui. Sui Shui hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. Actually, it's very good. Originally, you guys are the best couple. Why don't you, Xiao Fan, give her another chance? Anyway, you already have 7 wives. It's okay to have one more. After saying that, Sui Shui's face was all a blush. What are you doing to yourself? You think Yifan doesn't have enough wives? Yifan in her heart also a burst of wainer. It seems that this Sui Shui sister-in-law is truly for their own consideration. However, Yi Fan heart added a sentence. If it is Xian Yufei to join the words, afraid of more than 7 provincial Rin Shuiying, that girl, 6 years ago, but with their own big phoenix warmed their own one night, saved their own life. I'm afraid I can only repay the favor with my body, right? There are already many wives, let's talk about it later. Yi Shui wife, we should be almost there, right? Yi Fan's powerful perception was released, and he had already sensed that there was a very eerie baleful aura stirring in the vicinity, and the flavor of that aura was very similar to that on Sui Shui. Just turn a corner ahead, Sui Shui answered, looking at Yi Fan's naive appearance. She didn't know what exactly Yi Fan was thinking in his heart, and could only drop the topic and concentrate on driving towards the factory side. At this time, in the newly selected factory building of Su Group, a few construction workers were organizing a few acacia trees in the factory yard. Beside a few workers, a middle-aged man in a tunic was burying several plastic bags filled with blood towards the tree. Yen Taoist, quickly withdraw. Sui Shui suddenly came to the factory building again. You if you are found, or some trouble. The robed man's earphone suddenly came a voice. Yen Taoist did not have any hesitation. Will not be buried in the hands of the bag to carry. Flying towards the side of the plant flash and go. Chapter 146, Black Dog Blood. A dead body? The locust tree beckons. Just short of the last point of the 7-star absolute break formation will be completely formed. At that time the 7 break invasion. Sui Shui by the break erosion. The king of heaven came also cannot save her. This time to run to dry chicken hair. Taoist Yen muttered under his breath as he ran. What he didn't know was that death had already arrived. Taoist Master Yen, those means you set up, they won't be exposed, right? If you are exposed, our young master will not care about your. The man in the headset continued to mutter, but Taoist Yen became a bit impatient. Shut up, our Maoshan lineage, and you are only in a cooperative relationship. Let's use this tone of voice to talk to the seat. Taoist Yan's body rushed into the side plant at a rapid pace, hiding his aura and looking towards the plant's main entrance. At the gate of the factory, Yi Fan and Sui Shui arrived. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Yi Fan felt a strong hidden aura permeating the entire plant. That's right, it's the plant that's the problem here. A golden stream of light flowed around Yi Fan's eyes as he swept his eyes sharply towards the surroundings and found the source of the fury in 7 directions of the plant. Heavenly pivot, shaking light. The entire orientation is laid out according to the 7 stars and the Big Dipper. 7-star extinction formation? Sure enough, someone has moved in the plant. Yi Fan's research on formations and the inheritance he obtained from that dragon ring 5 years ago could be countless times stronger than these low-level formations. This little tactic could not be difficult for Yi Fan, but these evil formations, the resulting fury, invaded into the bodies of ordinary people. Sui Shui and the others would not be able to carry it. The locust tree beckons, 7-star absolute fury formation, of which the most critical eye of the formation is the old acacia tree in the green belt opposite the main door of the plant. A few workers are still over there in the construction. The old acacia tree is not fully loaded, the formation is not fully formed, and there seems to be something missing inside. After determining the key to the formation, Yi Fan had a plan in mind. Xiu Fan, this is the new factory building. There are enough 10 production lines here to cope with the sales of the snowface cream in the southwest. It should be enough. In addition, we are still looking for a new factory building over in the provincial city. If the sales are good by then, we will expand the scale over there in the provincial city. Sui Shui took Yi Fan's arm and introduced the situation of the plant to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded, while his eyes were fixed on the construction over the greenbelt. Seeing the excavator helping with the work, Yi Fan's eyes rolled. Ishua wife, that digging machine is so much fun. I want to play. This, Xiu Fan, that one is a worker in construction. Will you play that? As Sui Shui spoke, she turned her head to look at Guo Li who was following behind her. Guo Li naturally knew that his big brother had awakened, and since he was going to play digger, naturally he wasn't playing casually, and he must have found some kind of clues. Guo Li was also an expert above the Zhongshe realm, and when he first entered the plant, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong as well. This factory building of Su's group seemed to be much colder compared to other places, and as soon as he entered here, it seemed that the temperature was lowered by several degrees. There's definitely a problem here. Sister-in-law, if Big Brother wants to try, let him try. If sister-in-law is worried, I'll just accompany Big Brother. Sui Shui nodded. Alright then. Guo Li was one of Yi Fan's best brothers and his strength wasn't weak. If Guo Li accompanied Yi Fan, Sui Shui would be quite relieved. I want to play with your excavators. Let me play with them, okay? Yi Fan walked over and opened his mouth to the workers, while his gaze sharply scanned over a few people. There was nothing wrong with most of the workers, but the contractor who led them had a touch of evil about him, and his face was too white to look like a normal worker. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the contractor spoke with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, this is that little cutie from the Yi family. Young master, right? It's said that his IQ is a bit abnormal. How dare Mr. Sue let him play with such a dangerous machine? I think it's better to forget about it. The contractor knew that there was a secret under the acacia tree, and his heart was a little weak, so naturally he didn't dare to let Yifan play digger here. In case Yifan dug out the secret under the acacia tree, it would not be easy to explain. If someone who knew what they were doing uncovered their plan, both master and themselves would suffer. Who are you calling a cutie? You're the cutie. Your whole family is a cutie. Snap! Before that bagman's words fell, Yifan suddenly stepped forward and slapped him directly on the face. The wife said, "Whoever says I'm a cutie," she said, "I'll beat up whoever says I'm a cutie." The contractor was so depressed that he was about to go crazy, but when he saw Sui Shui and Guo Li beside him, he just wanted to open his mouth to curse, but he stiffly held back his anger. This intention of his own was for nothing. With a little cutie, calculating, one is really stupid. Now the key is still to stop Yifan from moving the excavator. Yi Xiao, the excavator is too dangerous. I think you'd better not play with it. The contractor held back the anger in his heart and continued to dissuade Yifan, but Yifan didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and directly rushed to the side of the excavator's cab, and threw that driver out with a handful of carries. "I want to play. I want to play. You go aside." That excavator driver. He's also a Taoist priest from Maoshan pretending to be a Taoist priest. He himself knows some kung fu. Yifan came up. He had wanted to resist a little, but in the end, he didn't expect to be thrown out so easily. "Senior," the driver walked over to the pack leader and called out in a low voice. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, improvise." The contractor responded grimly, while his eyes were fixed on several key points in the green belt. Under those spots, the master had buried several dead black dogs, and several babies. "Let's stand over there, where there are people. That little cutie shouldn't be digging around. As long as we don't dig into those key points, there won't be a problem." The contractor didn't move a muscle and took 2 steps, and stood with the driver right up to those points. But what they didn't know was that Yifan had long seen the source of the bogey here clearly, which happened to be the 2 spots where the contractor and the driver were standing. If he said that they didn't have a problem, killing Yifan wouldn't believe it. Yifan sat down in the cab and Guo Li followed him up and got into the cab. "Big brother, what's the problem here?" Yifan faced a burst of gravity. "Let the brothers who followed me block the entire plant. No one is allowed to go in and out. A very absolutely poisonous array has been set up here. There are dead black dogs buried underneath there, as well as baby corpses, so you will step in and take them down. They are just small minions, and there are still big fishes behind them. I will go and track them down." "Good," Guo Li answered, and his heart thumped. Although Guo Li does not know much about feng shui, but heard that the dead black dog, as well as the baby, these are very bad and evil things, buried under the new factory building, must be aimed at the Su group and Yi family. "Start playing," Yifan shouted stupidly from his mouth and maneuvered the excavator, without any hesitation, directly digging down towards the direction where the contractor and that driver were. Phew! Seeing that excavator arm swinging rapidly, digging down towards himself, the contractor instantly scared hairs upside down. Treadmill. This little cutie, is she crazy? Chapter 147, Blood-Soaked Clay. 8 sons filial piety mother evil formation. Boom! The digger almost grazed the packer's thighs as it dug down, deep into the ground beneath him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The packer and the one driver beside him were going limp with fear. This Yefan, when it comes down to it, is a little cutie, is it? You are blind. Can't you see that there is someone in front of you? The contractor's mouth chided, his legs trembling. The driver next to him looked down toward the crotch of the bagman, who was already wet and dewy at this time. Senior brother, your crotch, you scared to pee? The contractor all hated to bite his stupid senior brother. I know, and I need you to say it. Yifan in the cab did not pay any attention to the words of the foreman, but continued to operate the excavator digging. The foreman stood under the feet of the land directly turned over, not the slightest concern about the sight of someone. Will be several tons of heavy soil, sand and gravel, towards the 2 men's heads dumped. Crazy, crazy. At this moment, the 2 packers could no longer care about anything else, and could only move aside towards the side, although they were very reluctant to have their secrets dug up down there. But after all, lives mattered. Yifan is a cutie that everyone knows. A little cutie. He can do anything. He had just been slapped, and he had already been considered to have been beaten for nothing. If he had been killed by Yifan, it would have been for nothing. Soon, Yifan excavated 3 times, and dead dogs with fresh blood appeared under the ground. Then there was a clay pot containing the body of a baby girl, all still bloody as well, in a situation that made people very uncomfortable. And most crucially, Yifan realized that underneath that baby girl's clay pot, a line of blood had formed, seeping into the soil, seemingly intending to interconnect with the formations in the other 6 places. Yi Fan's magic pupil opened, found that the direction of the bloodline spread. The other side also has the same bloodline spread over, between the 2 bloodlines, just a foot away, to be connected. Woo! When Yi Fan dug out that clay pot, Yi Fan even heard a whimpering sound from underground. The entire air seemed to be filled with an aura of resentment, and the sky seemed to darken a few points as a cloudy wind struck. Big brother, did you just hear the sound of a baby crying? Next to him, Wooly's face was a bit cautious. Although it was broad daylight, Wooly was still a bit wary of encountering such a bizarre situation. Yi Fan nodded. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. Remember not to let anyone leave this place. This feng shui master has some strength. This formation is just a blindfold. There is another, more evil formation behind it. 8 sons are filial to their mothers. This is the more sinister one of the formations, behind the 7-star Absolute Fury formation, together with the 8 sons and filial mothers formation. This feng shui master is planning to utilize the plant's 7-star Absolute Fury formation to suck the blood of Sui Shui, as well as the plant's workers, and then warm up those baby brats, with the ultimate goal of raising that super mother? Ha! Sui Shui also saw what was dug out from under the dirt, although Sui Shui didn't understand, but seeing the dead dog below, and the corpse in the clay pot, Sui Shui also understood that this must be a bad situation, and her mouth couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, and at the same time, the baleful chi on Sui Shui's forehead fluctuated, and Sui Shui seemed to be affected by it all. Her body staggered and almost fell. The contractor and the driver at the edge of the green belt, seeing the situation in front of them, also had a gloomy look on their faces. Senior brother, are we being exposed? What should we do? The contractor was so angry that he wanted to give his stupid senior brother a kick. How would I know what to do? Master is right over there. If there's really any big problem, Master will definitely have to step in. As the contractor spoke in a low voice, his eyes couldn't help but look towards the side of the factory building next to him, and at this moment, Taoist Yen, who was hiding in the plant next to him, saw the eyes of the 2 disciples looking this way, and the whole person immediately almost jumped up. Why are you 2 looking at this place? Although Yi Fan had dug out the secret under the acacia tree, it seemed like an unintentional move, but Taoist Yen already had a strong ominous feeling in his heart. He always felt that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose, and that Yi Fan must have discovered something. Those 2 disciples of his own must have been suspected to be targeted like that. Aren't they giving each other directions by looking their way at this time? Pust! Damn! The formation was partially broken, and Taoist Yen quickly suffered a backlash and couldn't help but open his mouth and spray out a mouthful of blood. Unlike the normal 8 sons filial piety mother formation in feng shui, the formation designed by Taoist Master Yen, all the blood is not ultimately fed to a mother corpse. All the blood is fed to Taoist Master Yen himself. Taoist Master Yen is a Maoshan feng shui master, but wants to use evil methods to get his power up as soon as possible. On this side of the green belt, in the excavator, Yi Fan made a face towards Guoli. Guoli immediately jumped down from above and chided the contractor. What's going on here? You guys planted the acacia trees here even if it's not enough. What are you doing burying these things here? We don't know. Big brother, these things really don't concern us. The contractor and that excavator driver were still planning to muddle through, but they didn't know that Guoli and Yi Fan had long seen through their tricks. Guoli continued to interrogate the contractor and the driver, while Yi Fan continued to dig a few excavators after the raid drove the excavator, once again digging towards another part of the plant. Boom! Rumble! But a few moments of effort had been built almost completed plant, 7 or 8 green belts, all were dug up, but just like the situation in this green belt just now, Yi Fan dug up baby corpses and dead dogs from several other places as well. Sui Shui looked at the situation in front of her and was stunned. Was Yi Fan really so coincidental that he happened to find so many problematic parts of the scene? Sister-in-law, Big brother had a brief moment of lucidity just now, and discovered the problem down below. Someone is setting up evil formations in the plant, trying to harm you. Willie saw Sui Shui's puzzled eyes and explained to Sui Shui in a low voice. Did Ji-Fan have a short awakening time again? Now that Ji-Fan was waking up more and more, was Ji-Fan finally close to fully awakening? With all the 8 places in the plant that had been tampered with being dug up cleanly, Taoist Yen, who was hiding in the side plant, could no longer hold back. His body staggered and fell directly to the ground, foaming at the mouth. No, this is not a coincidence. It must not be a coincidence. Yi-Fan must have discovered the formation that Lao Fu had set up. This is coming at Lao Zi. Only, what Taoist Yen couldn't figure out was that Yi-Fan was just a little cutie. How does he have such powerful kung fu and no feng shui? How did he crack his 7-star Absolute Fury formation and 8 Sons and Filial Mothers formation so easily? After a moment's hesitation, Taoist Master Yen dragged his frail body and then tried to quietly slip out through the other gate of the plant. The plan to use the formation to deal with the Su family is definitely going to fail. And Taoist Yen has also discovered a secret of Yifan. This Yifan, although the outside world says that he is a little cute, but from the fact that Yifan could crack the formation, Yifan was definitely not a cutie. Chapter 148. Taoist Yen broke his defense. Taoist Yen's idea was good, wanting to escape immediately and to spread the news as soon as possible so that the rest of the people were clear about Yifan's situation. But when Taoist Master Yen came through the other gate, only just stepping out, he saw Yifan driving a digger, waiting for him with a smile. Taoist Yen just showed up. Yifan swung his mechanical arm and slammed a digger down hard against Taoist Yen. Taoist Yen had never seen a digger's arm that could swing so fast and with a powerful chi impact. If it really smashed into him, he was afraid that his entire body would be smashed into pieces. Although his body was very weak, Taoist Yen quickly dodged towards the side, narrowly avoiding Yifan's attack. Sure enough, it's you who messed up, touching my Yifan's wife. Didn't you see the consequences of the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Li family? Yifan got down from the excavator and looked at Taoist Yen with an evil face. Those sharp eyes looked at Taoist Yen's heart. You really aren't stupid at all. You're pretending. Everyone has been fooled by you. Taoist Yen heard Yifan speak, and at this moment completely confirmed that the cutie pie of the Yi family, young master, was not at all as stupid as the rumors from the outside world. Those who dealt with the Yi family continued to take action against the Yi family, but the result was that all those minions suffered. When Taoist Yen were all aware of these news, he was still curious as to who, exactly, had gotten all those people killed without moving. Those opponents of the Yi family had not understood until now. Now, Taoist Yen understood that everything was secretly laid out by Yifan. That's right, I'm just pretending. If I didn't pretend to be stupid, you scums, how could you jump out on your own? Yifan took 2 steps forward and stared scorchingly at Taoist Yen. Honestly explain, and who told you to make a move against the Su family? Was it Shangjing Zhou Xiao, or Pavilion Master Zhang, or Pavilion Master Tang? I don't know what you're talking about, Taoist Yen responded, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Yifan, you're very smart, but you shouldn't have come alone to chase after old me. 5 years ago, your talent was demonic and you did reach the Sect Master realm, but don't forget that I am also at the peak of Sect Master strength. Old me is not afraid of you. Taoist Yen still had a few moments of confidence. Pulling out the battle sword on his body and enduring the weakness of his body, he intended to fight Yifan to the death. Yifan smiled faintly. Who said I'm only at the Zhongshi realm? Yifan gently waved his hand, and a majestic chi energy surfaced on Yifan's wrist. Yifan just moved his fingers, and those agitated chi energy obediently changed into any shape. The fluctuating martial chi energy was on the verge of materializing words, and the power contained within it even made the air wail as if it was being torn apart. Transforming form with chi. You reached the martial emperor level? Your sister, Taoist Yen, was confident just now, but at this moment, he instantly broke his defense. Originally, I thought Yifan was a little cutie, but it turned out that he was so smart that he fooled everyone. Originally, he thought that his strength could hang Yifan, but in the end, he realized that he was at the top of his game, and he couldn't even touch other people's heels. The end of your life's endeavor is just the beginning of someone else's. Clunk! Taoist Yen directly threw his battle sword to the ground, not having any more courage to make a move. He himself was nothing more than the strength of a Zhongshi, and with the super difficult to cross great realm of martial Zun in between, any resistance was meaningless. The one who made me do it wasn't the Zhou Xiao you mentioned, nor was it any pavilion elder. Rather, it was the eldest youngster of the ancient martial arts family, the Feng family, Feng Xianxiao. Without any hesitation, Taoist Yen directly sold the person behind him. To die a Taoist friend is not to die a pauper. This was what Taoist Yen insisted in his heart. Although Taoist Yen and Feng Xianxiao were also only in a cooperative relationship, at this point in time, this pot could only be covered on Feng Xianxiao. The ancient martial level has also intervened? Yifan frowned. The situation was getting more and more complicated now. Zhang Guer's side of the military, Zhou Xiao and the Holy Angels organization behind it. Now the ancient martial arts family has stepped in as well. More and more people are staring at the Yi family. The so-called hands on the Su family should be in just a front. The ultimate goal, I'm afraid, is the Yi family's map fragment, but the point is, the Yi family doesn't have any map fragments in their hands right now either. According to what Grandpa said, those map fragments of the Yi family were all placed on the 7 brothers, and now with the 7 brothers falling, those map fragments, even the Yi family themselves do not know the whereabouts. However, the fact that so many people were staring at the Heavenly Palace map fragments made it even more clear that those map fragments were very important. Yifan had to find those 7 lost fragments as soon as possible. He couldn't let them fall into the hands of those rival enemies of the Yi family. Since Grandpa said that that place where the gods and goddesses had been left behind had some high-level martial arts techniques and even secret cultivation methods, if those opponents really went in ahead of them, then the Yi family would really be finished. Yes, the ancient martial wind family made the old man do it, so I can't do anything about it. Young Yi, please spare my life. I promise not to go against the Yi family in the future. Taoist Yen pretended to look pitiful and bowed respectfully to Yifan, begging for mercy towards him, but a cold glint appeared in Yifan's eyes. Today it was he who discovered this guy's feng shui formation. That's why he saved Sui Shue's life, and that's why this guy conceded. If he did not know feng shui, Sui Shue died, afraid that he would not even know how to die. Humph, I can give you a pain in the ass if you give me an honest explanation. Moving my wife and still wanting to live. Do you think it's possible? Yifan's body chi fluctuated, ready to strike at any time. Taoist Master Yen was all but immobilized by the pressure, and when he saw Yifan's movements, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. Yi shall spare your life. I am a disciple of Mao Shan. If Yi Shao kills me, it is against Mao Shan. Please Yi Shao think twice. Mao Shan? That's bull asterisk. Yifan snorted coldly. If he would have exerted all those inheritances in the Dragon Ring, not to mention Mao Shan, even those celestial masters of Longhu Mountain would have to call out an ancestor when they saw him. The area of Mao Shan. How could Yifan look at it in the eyes? Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Taoist Yen completely despaired, and finally a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Since that's the case, then I'll fight you. Shoo shoo shoo. As Taoist Yan's words fell, from Taoist Yan's sleeves, countless pieces of paper people sped out, soaring against the wind, forming a powerful martial arts expert in a matter of moments, chopping towards Yifan, and at the same time, the doorway of the empty factory building instantly began to emerge a thick black smoke. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. An eerie atmosphere will be covered in a circle of 10 feet. Yifan could almost feel the biting killing aura on the blades of those paper masters. You actually know the evil arts of the puppet corpse sect? Looking at the situation in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. This Taoist priest of Mao Shan knows quite a lot. Chapter 149, I am your ancestor. The puppet corpse sect originally originated in western Hunan, and before that it was that group of corpse catchers who made some talismans to facilitate corpse catching. So they refined some talismans and pasted them on those corpses to control their movements, and to prevent the corpse from being caught at first sight. Some of them in the back gradually took another path and started to consider controlling paper people with talismans, or even controlling living people with talismans, to do some illegal deeds, murdering people and stealing from them. In the ring's inheritance, there were also some detailed techniques of the puppet corpse sect. Although Yifan had never used them, the specific instructions and techniques were very clear to Yifan. Facing those attacking paper people, Yifan didn't use any martial arts chi at all. He just reached out and concluded a few seals in the air and violently slammed down towards the ground. Up, with a resounding sound, a golden 8 trigrams pattern pressed towards the ground. The moment it touched the ground, golden streams of light began to impact in all directions. Those paper figures with biting killing moves immediately stopped their movements in their hands and their bodies stiffened in the air the moment they were affected by the stream of light. The surrounding mist also instantly dispersed. 3 meters away, Yan Daolong, who had picked up his battle sword, was just about to bolt when he saw the dispersing mist and instantly froze, looking at Yifan in the 8 trigrams formation with an unbelievable face. How is this possible? How can you be so demonic? Taoist Master Yen had heard that Yifan's talent was very demonic, and that he had already reached the realm of a grandmaster at the age of 15. But he didn't expect that Yifan's feng shui talent was so demonic as usual. His own 8 sons and filial mother's formation was broken. The 7-star absolute fatalities formation was broken. And finally, even his own puppet corpse evil controlling technique, Yifan also cracked it so easily. Hoo! Before Taoist Master Yen could react, Taoist Master Yen was shocked to realize that the paper killers that he had originally bred and controlled had actually all turned around and were frantically encircling towards him. Taoist Master Yan's mouth could barely close in shock, and he hurriedly concluded seals to stop those paper slayers from attacking, only to find that no matter what seals he used, they were useless. Even if Taoist Yen bit his finger and used his essence blood as a guide, he still couldn't control those paper killers. Put. With incredulous eyes, Taoist Yen could only watch as the battle knives in the hands of the 5 paper slayers stabbed through his chest. Oh, you, how on earth did you? Tell me. Taoist Yen looked at Yifan in shock, unable to figure out before he died. Why did Yifan even know the means of the puppet corpse sect? Yifan smiled coldly. Because, I am your ancestor. As the words fell, Yifan waved his palm. the salary fire swayed, and an air force enveloped Daoist Yen, whose body instantly turned into a pile of fragments. Along with those paper people dissipating into thin air, a gust of wind blew, swirling up the dust on the ground. If it wasn't for the huge crater left by the excavator on the ground, no one would have guessed that a Maoshan clan master-level expert had just fallen here. When Guoli and Sui Shui rushed this way, Yi Fan had already returned to that demented look. Bad guys were driven away. Yi Fan smiled innocently at Sui Shui. Looking at Sui Shui's heart warmed and a heartache came over her. Going forward, she tenderly embraced Yi Fan in her arms, her face full of pampering. This brother-in-law husband, though often not in his right head, is a constant protector of his sisters, even if he was in a demented state. As long as he was aggravated or in any danger, Yi Fan would not hesitate to step in at the first opportunity. Poor Yefan, get well soon. When he embraced Sui Shui, Yi Fan felt his wrist on Sui Shui's body and made sure that Sui Shui didn't have any more fury on her body. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But then there were a few worries in the back of his mind. Those opponents of the Yi family seemed to have changed their strategy now. Knowing that they wouldn't be able to curry any favors by making a move on Yi Fan, they began to make a move on the people around Yi Fan. LOL. It is necessary to eliminate all those opponents as soon as possible, so that there will be peaceful days off. In addition, it was necessary to make Sui Shui and Yu Linglong and the others stronger as soon as possible, so that they would have the ability to defend themselves. And the fastest way to make Sui Shui and the others stronger was to get more intimate. Yi Fan glanced at Sui Shui. This Sui Shui and himself had been together for some time. Under Yi Fan's nourishment, his complexion was much better, and his own martial arts chi had all reached the realm of control. If he practiced his martial arts and assisted with pills, breaking through the sovereign realm wouldn't be a big problem. As long as they reached the sovereign realm, it wouldn't be so easy for others to harm Sui Shui. After all, in the path of martial arts, sect masters were not cabbages. Yi Fan arrived at the plant and, like a madman, destroyed the plant that was about to be built, and all the green belts had to be redone. This time, it was Guoli who personally arranged for the construction team to come over. A few people left from the scene before the site of the factory building. In a building, a young man's face retracted his gaze from the entrance of the factory building and reported towards a young man seated in the room. Feng Xiao, all the formations arranged by Taoist Yen have been destroyed, and the plan to use the formations to deal with Sui Shui has completely failed. Moreover, I suspect that Taoist Yen must have betrayed you. In the room, a young man wearing a black t-shirt sat at the top, holding a cup of tea in his hand, gently sipping it, and faintly saying, "Failure is inevitable." And having Taoist Master Yen make a move is nothing more than a stone-throwing action. But to fail so quickly is a bit of a surprise. This youth was no one else. It was the same youth who had watched from afar when Jin Yang had attacked Yi Fan. The ancient martial arts wine family wind with a smile. This time, this young man has already determined that Yi Fan is definitely not stupid, but is pretending to be stupid. A wicked smile emerged from the corner of Feng Xianxiao's mouth. Although that Guo Xiucai from the Guo family in the provincial city is not too bad in terms of intelligence, but with him, he probably can't deal with Taoist Master Yen yet. Continue to keep an eye on Yi Fan. Observe for a while longer and the game between us will officially begin. Yes, going back to Cloud City. Sui Shui had to go back to the company to deal with things. Yi Fan, on the other hand, returned to the Yi family's old mansion with Guo Li, with the 4 great maids, and gathered those direct forces left behind by his mother, including Cold Yu Yue, Lu Mao Yang, Xia Hao, Lei Qianjie, as well as Yu Chang from Tianji Pavilion, and the second captain of the Wandering Soul Ox were all present. All of you did not leave the Yi family at its most critical time. I, Yi Fan, on behalf of the Yi family, thank you all. Yi Fan bowed to the crowd, and the truth that I have awakened is only best known to all of you. Right now, those minions that the enemy has planted in Cloud City, I've already purged almost as much. I intend to make a trip to the provincial city, and by the way, I will go to the Xuanwu war zone to investigate the specifics of the attack and death of my second brother. And by the way, I will be looking for the same thing, so I need to make arrangements for the situation in Cloud City. Mr. Xia, the Tiger Master under your banner, cooperate with Captain Nyo Air to shelter the Yi family headquarters in Cloud City, as well as the safety of the Su family. You old man, the people under your banner, to start walking to the provincial side of the city. I remember some internal subordinate families, has long been stupid. Just this trip can also be them to clean up a bit. Lu Mao Yang, the plan for you to integrate the resources in your hands and create a new business group. You need to speed up. When we really completely tear our faces off with the enemy later on, we'll need a lot of financial support. It's all up to you. What Yi Fan didn't make clear to everyone is that Yi Fan has guessed that his mother has a relationship with the divine sect, and that he may have to face even more in the future. But right now, the most important thing is revenge. To kill all those enemies of the Yi family clean. Return the Yi family spirits at justice. To the Yi family bow 1,000 future. Chapter 150. are you craving for Xiaofan's husband now? Shangjing, in a secret base, on the operating table, several special syringes and instruments are inserted into the head of a torso on the operating table. From that syringe, a white light flashed, and the next moment the torso on the operating table sat straight up, gasping for air. I, Zhou Ming, have been reborn again? The man came down from the operating table, feeling his body, and martial qi. I haven't lost my strength. Great. The man in front of him spoke and thought in the exact same way as Zhou Ming. It is that Zhou Ming who escaped the white light from the cement factory. Although he is inhuman and ghostly, he is still Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming felt it slightly and suddenly noticed a white-robed old man in the corner of the room. Hastily running all the way towards the old man, he respectfully knelt down and said, "Subordinate, I pay my respects to Lord Saint Envoy. Thank you, Lord Saint Envoy, for saving my life." That white-robed old man person's entire body was tightly wrapped by the robe, straightly revealing 2 eye sockets, and the eyes inside were covered by streams of light, so that they could not be clearly seen. "Get up!" The white-robed old man gently waved his hand and helped Zhou Ming up. "Tell me specifically, what exactly did you go through in Cloud City? How did you destroy your own physical body?" When it came to what happened in Cloud City, Zhou Ming was both angry and bewildered. What exactly he had experienced in Cloud City, Zhou Ming really couldn't recall at all, but only knew that Cloud City was terrifying, and when it was mentioned, Zhou Ming was a bit intimidated. "Lord Holy Messenger, redeem me. I really can't remember a single thing about how my body's condition was actually caused. The last thing I remember is that Jin Yang and the people from the compulsion cult arranged an assassination operation against Yifan over at the cement factory, but I was cautious and didn't go to the scene at all. I don't know what exactly I got myself into." Zhou Ming was a little apprehensive in his heart. As the representative of the Holy Envoy organization in the southwestern region himself, he had been urged countless times from above to take Yifan down and find those maps of the Yi family, but after such a long time, not only did he not get Yifan killed, but he himself suffered such a severe injury, all of which required the Holy Envoy Lord to step in and help. Even worse, those vassal clans that the Holy Envoy had set up and planted in Cloud City were almost completely wiped out, with not a single one left behind. The white-robed old man let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Also, do not blame you. I have just probed your thinking, found that your memory about that section has been completely erased. The hands must be a high person. Strength is too much stronger than you. Spiritual power, even more powerful than me. The Yi family is not easy to deal with. And that little cutie, Yi Fan, whether it's a little cutie or not, we still need to probe more before we can do so." The white-robed old man continued to speak. "You take a short break to adjust, and immediately move to go over to Tiannan province again. Feel the latest intelligence. A few clans at the ancient martial level have also set their eyes on the Yi family. What we want, we definitely can't let them grab it first." "Yes, Lord Saint Envoy, it's just that my strength." Zhou Ming was a bit helpless, now although he was already at the martial zone realm of strength. However, after this destruction of his physical body, Zhou Ming realized that his strength at the martial zone realm was still not enough. The Holy Envoy Lord nodded, and a white light wrapped Zhou Ming, and a powerful qi energy madly poured towards Zhou Ming's body. A moment later, the white-robed elder released Zhou Ming's wrist. "Alright, the limit of what your current body can carry is only a third-grade martial emperor, and with those extreme-grade martial skills I've imparted to you, it's more than enough to deal with the trash of the mundane world. Thank you, Lord Holy Envoy, thank you." Feeling the powerful fluctuations of martial qi within his body, as well as some special inheritance, Zhou Ming's face was on the verge of bursting into smiles. At the martial emperor level, if he met Yifan again, he would not lose, would he? Yifan was already in the demonic sovereign realm 5 years ago, but after being demented for 5 years, even if his strength had progressed, he would still be in the martial zone realm at most, right? He himself had the Holy Envoy Lord to directly raise his strength to a third-grade martial emperor, so wouldn't he crush Yifan at that time? In Cloud City, when Yifan returned to Su Yishue's villa after arranging all the forces clearly in the Yi family, the two of them, Su Yishui and Chang Rulan, were chatting. "Sister Yishue, I have an unforgiving request. Can you lend me Yifan for 2 days first? After 2 days, I'll return it?" Chang Rulan had already tasted the sweetness from Yifan. As long as one had intimate contact with Yifan, one could obtain that magical warmth, thus rapidly improving their strength. If she were to become Yifan's woman, the rate of enhancement should be doubled even more. After this kidnapping incident, Chang Rulan also figured it out. One must not be a vase and pull back for Yifan, not to say how much to help Yifan, but at least to have the ability to defend himself. LOL. Sister Rulan, you can't help it so soon. Have started craving for little Fan? Su Yishui laughed and teased Chang Rulan. "I'm afraid you won't be able to resist then." Chang Rulan was already shy, and when she was teased by Su Yishui, her face was even more red to the back of her neck. "Dead Nizi, you're bad. I'm not thinking of opening up for the Yi family. Look, dealing with so many enemies of the Yi family, we still need to leave the Yi family's bloodline as soon as possible is the best. Although Qing Rulan said this on her lips, in fact, there was another thought inside. Just shy. Now that Yi Fan hadn't completely awakened, he himself could be Yi Fan's woman while Yi Fan was demented. Otherwise, when Yi Fan had completely awakened, as Yi Fan's previous sister-in-law, and now being Yi Fan's woman, although Chang Rolan was a demon, she was still a little embarrassed. On the contrary, Sui Shui, with the longer time she spent with Yi Fan, on the contrary, she became more open, thinking of Yi Fan's amazing fighting strength every time. Sui Shui blushed and pulled Chang Rolan's shoulder, whispering in Chang Rolan's ear. After hearing this, Chang Rolan almost directly exploded. What? Together, Ishue's sister. You. Chang Rolan thought that the word himself was more demonic type, but every thought that after Sui Shui became Yi Fan's woman, she actually wanted to let go so open. Sui Shui was stunned by Chang Rolan's voice. Rolan's sister, you want me? Anyway, we are so openly declared to be Yi Fan's wife, and Yi Fan is really strong. By then, sooner or later, we are still not. Although Sui Shui and Chang Rolan were chewing their ears and whispering in their room, but for Yi Fan, who had already reached the level of martial emperor, he could hear the movement of an ant around him clearly, and he naturally heard the voices of his two women in the room. Yi Fan also did not expect that this Yi Shui wife of his actually had such vigor. Grace, why don't we try it tonight? Chapter 151, Brother-in-law loses his father. I'm back. Yi Shui's wife, Rulan's wife, what have you been chatting about? Yi Fan suddenly stepped in, and his sudden voice startled Sui Shui and Chang Rolan in the hall. Thinking about the little secrets the two of them had talked about, the two girls blushed even more in shame. Oops, what is all this chatting about yourself? No, nothing. Chang Rolan was a bit overwhelmed, her hands not knowing where to put them. After all, Chang Rolan's intimacy with Yi Fan was limited to cuddling. I've even kissed, and I've only fantasized and heard about all the things men and women do. Little Fan, we are talking about the evening. Sui Shui saw Chang Rolan's shy look and couldn't help but want to poke fun at him, purposely saying the words halfway. Frightened, Chang Rolan hastily reached out to cover Sui Shui's mouth. It's really nothing, Sister Yi Shui. Don't talk nonsense. Although Yi Fan was now in a state of dementia, if Yi Fan knew that the two of them, himself and Sui Shui, were actually quietly chatting about something as shameful as that, in the future, Chang Rolan would really have to be too ashamed to raise her head. The two of them joked around a bit. Yi Fan looked at the two of them playful appearance. Even if the loose robe slipped down, amazing white big phoenix are revealed. The two of them do not care in the slightest. Yi Fan was instead enjoying the stunning scenery from the side. Slender thighs, slender little waist, white shoulders, collarbone, soaring big phoenix. One of the pair, Yi Fan has already captured. The other pair, Yi Fan should soon also be captured. Any one of these extremely beautiful women was a national beauty. And now, Yi Fan had 7 of them at once. LOL. One had to become strong as soon as possible in order to guard these women of his and to avenge the Yi family's spirits. Ishue's sister. What I just said. Do you promise no? I also want to get stronger quickly. I don't want to drag Yi Fan back. Chang Rulan's face was a little shy, but she was resolute. After experiencing today's kidnapping incident, Chang Rulan knew that if she was not strong enough to be Yi Fan's woman, she would only be reduced to a vase in the future. Of course, Sister Rulan, now we are all one. Yi Fan is mine and yours, to be able to seed the Yi family as soon as possible. That's what Sister Linglong instructed us before. Sui Shui held Chang Rulan's hand. I can't wait for Sister Rulan to be seated earlier. The 7 sisters-in-law, if any of them had the bloodline of the Yi family, the significance of this would be very significant. This meant that the Yi family would immediately have a new bloodline to pass on, even if the outside world didn't know that Yi Fan was no longer a little cutie anymore. Knowing that the Yi family had a new bloodline inheritance, the attitude of many watching forces towards the Yi family would immediately shift 180 degrees. Chang Rulan face a happy, just ready to speak. The phone suddenly rang sharply. What? The younger brother and the Shangjing Xinxiao bet. Both lost tens of billions of cash. Put the Qing family are betting on the father was also lost. Bastard thing. His head ate Sean? Receiving the call, Chang Rulan was instantly about to explode. Chang Rulan mother gave birth to 2 siblings. Sister Chang Rulan, the ability is very strong. In charge of the Qing's group of hundreds of billions of dollars of asset scale, is the daughter of heaven. But Chang Rulan's younger brother Chang Xiaochang is uneducated. Every day just no idle, picking up girls, playing cards. But there is a certain degree of proportion. Even if playing cards, win or lose a few tens of thousands of dollars will close. How this time actually bet so big, and will be the Qing family assets are betting, but also the father are lost to the Shangjing Shinless. Sister, quickly come to save me. They said that you must come to the scene. If you do not come, they will immediately cut off my legs. Ah, sister. On the phone, Chang Xiaocheng begged for help with a crying voice. Chang Roland's brows were furrowed and she didn't even know what to say. I'll clean you up when I come back. Although Chang Roland hadn't turned on the cell phone's external playback, Yi Fan was listening clearly from the sidelines. On this side, Chang Roland has just taken the Emerald Agent right in the hands of General Songpa and the Shin family in Beijing, so coincidentally, bet with the young master of the Qing family, and happened to bet the entire assets of the Qing family on it, and they need Chang Roland to be there? With a little thought, Yi Fan understood that this should be the backhand of that pavilion master Tang Zhang in Shangjing. It's coming at you. Previously, he had assisted Sun Disheng in trying to grab the Jadeite proxy rights with Chang Roland. After the failure of Sun Disheng, the assassination of the Eastern Ing experts was also unsuccessful, and the kidnapping plan of Jin Yang and others in Cloud City also failed subsequently. This declared that all the layouts of those rivals of the Yi family in Cloud City had been destroyed, and in such a situation, it was feared that they were not quite as good as the people behind them to account for it. So they should be in a hurry now, and must make a little achievement right away to show the people above them their value. Yi Fan was still thinking. His own self suddenly received a text message as well. Pavilion Master, just received the news. There are some strange situations over there in the provincial city. There are several construction underground cracks. There is black mist coming out and it is spreading towards the surrounding area rapidly. According to the previous experience, this should be some evil Chong to come out to scourge Daxia. Suppressing these evil Changs is the essence of our Tianji Pavilion's work. Pavilion Master, do you think we should make a trip to Huadu? Evil Chong out of the world? Yi Fan couldn't help but think of the inheritance in the Dragon Ring, which did say that the great summer sages had sealed a lot of rebellious evil Chong underground. Relying on the formations set up by the sages, it has been possible to suppress those evil Chong, and now those seals are starting to loosen? Or maybe someone is deliberately breaking those seals? It looks like a trip to the provincial capital, Huadu, is a must. I'll set out tonight. Just have Elder you secretly keep watch. Yi Fan had just returned a message when Chang Roland's side had ended the call. Sister Yi Shui, something big has happened to my family. I need to rush back right now. Look, Chang Roland looked at Sui Shui with an expectant face. Chang Roland had seen the fighting prowess that Yi Fan had shown today, and although Yi Fan was in a demented state most of the time, there were still times when Yi Fan was awake. When facing the bullying of the Shin family in Shangjing, with Yi Fan by her side, Chang Roland was going to have a little more confidence. Go, Sister Roland. Yi Fan has already started to awaken. He can definitely help some by tagging along, Sui Shui said to Chang Roland. At the same time she walked to Yi Fan's side and looked at Yi Fan with a burning look. Little Fan, we are all your women now. When you follow Sister Roland to the flower capital, you first have to protect yourself, and then you have to protect Sister Roland from being bullied. Do you understand? Yi Fan's heart burst with Wainer. Understood, Yi Shui's wife. Whoever bullies my wife baby, I'll beat them up and fly. Yi Fan waved his arm, and although he acted a bit naive, the words he said were from his heart. The Shin family in Shangjing, in front of so many families, have had the fate of extinction. They still do not know how to die to rush forward. This trip to Huadu trip, Yi Fan intends not to retain his strength, will certainly make a mess of Huadu. Chapter 152, Trading Your Sister's Body for Your Life. Chang Roland led Yi Fan as he flew towards the provincial city of Huadu. Still in the car, Yi Fan quietly informed Guoli to use Pang Hai's power to secretly monitor the behavior of the Shin family's eldest young man. Make sure to ensure the safety of Qing Xiaocheng's life. This would have been directed at myself. Chang Roland and the other 6 sister-in-laws had married themselves and were already their own women, and now that they had awakened, then they must not let the people of the Qing family be harmed. Roland's wife, there's no need to rush. I'm here. I'll protect you. Won't let them bully us. Yi Fan looked at Chang Roland's anxious appearance, reached out and grabbed Chang Roland's wrist. A breath of vitality didn't enter into Chang Roland's body, warming her body while regulating Chang Roland's mind. A warm current entered Chang Roland's body along her wrist. Chang Roland instantly felt a warmth in her body, and the anxiety and worries in her heart instantly seemed to dissipate, and her heart was extraordinarily peaceful. It seemed that with Yi Fan around, nothing was a problem. Is this his man? Chang Roland realized more and more that she hadn't chosen wrong. Xiao Fan husband, today things are settled. Evening, thinking of the things behind, Chang Roland's face blushed for a while, and directly snuggled in Yi Fan's arms. A breath emerged from Yi Fan's wrist and pressed Chang Roland's blood veins, causing Chang Roland to fall asleep directly. Driving back to the provincial city from Cloud City would take at least 2 hours, and Chang Roland couldn't do anything on the way, so it would be better for her to just fall asleep. In fact, what Chang Roland had just said to Sui Shui, Yi Fan heard clearly. Chang Roland wanted to lend herself to the provincial city. Naturally she wanted to be Yi Fan's woman, because by being in close contact with Yi Fan, fan, one could gain warmth to enhance their strength, and such a quick method of enhancement was indeed the fastest shortcut. The most crucial thing was that Yi Fan could feel that Qing Ruolin had moved emotionally towards himself. Thinking of this, Yi Fan held Qing Ruolin tightly in his arms and kissed Qing Ruolin on her forehead. Huadu, the economic center of the entire Daxia region, is a prosperous city comparable to Shangjing. In the southern suburb of Huadu, in a clubhouse, the young master of the Qing family, Qing Shaochang, was being guarded by several bodyguards. In front of Qing Shaochang, there was a young man in a white shirt sitting in front of him, and it was none other than Shin Xiaoxiao, the eldest son of the Shin family in Shangjing. Young Master Chang, didn't you say that your sister would definitely come to save you? 2 hours have almost passed. Your sister should be back from Cloud City, right? Let's see. Why don't I collect some interest first and cut one of your thumbs? Shin Xiaoxiao stared at Qing Shaochang with an evil face, and in his heart, he was actually somewhat contemptuous. The Qing family's daughter, Qing Ruolin, the person looks extremely good, ability IQ, all aspects are top, but this younger brother is a wimpy thing. He just slightly used a little bit of trickery. This guy fell for it. Hing's family tens of billions of dollars in cash all taken by themselves, even their own father mortgaged to brush their own toilets for a month. Of course Shin Xiaoxiao's purpose is not these. The Shin family of Shangjing is one of the 6 most powerful families in Daxia, and is not a family that lacks money. Shin Xiaoxiao came this time, was authorized by his grandfather, came to make a move against the Qing family. The Yi family was almost wiped out. 10 core disciples died in one day. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was someone trying to deal with the Yi family, and everyone was avoiding it. And those 7 grandson daughters-in-law of the Yi family, not only did they not back down, they actually announced at the funeral of those disciples of the Yi family that they would marry Yi Fan at the same time. This had a big impact on the plan of action on the side of Grandpa and his allies. Originally, 10 sons and daughters of the Yi family died in one day, which should have been an earthquake for the whole of Daxia, but the fact that the 7 women heroes didn't leave them alone was slapping them in the face. On the side of Grandpa and his allies, they had already sent countless waves of people back and forth to deal with the Yi family, against the Su family, and the Qing family. The result was actually a total loss. Even the Yi family seemed to be getting stronger and stronger the more they fought, and the imperial family in Shangjing had received a request for an order from Elder Yi, who was planning to go to Shangjing. It seems that he is looking for a new commander for the millions of Tianlong army in the north. Then the candidate for the commander-in-chief could naturally only be Yi Fan. Together with the fact that the great summer medical sage Lei Qianjia had already arrived in Cloud City for several days, publicly announcing that Yi Fan's head had not been damaged, and that there were now signs of recovery, and that at most in March, he would be able to fully recover. At that time, Yi Fan completely awakened and succeeded Yi Changfeng in charge of the millions of Heavenly Dragon army. With Yi Fan's demonic talent, who could stop the rise of the Yi family? At that time, Grandpa, as well as his allies, and even the people behind Grandpa, will all suffer, right? That's why Grandpa sent Shin Xiaoxiao here, with the purpose of catapulting the Yi family, or at least destroying the Qing family. Qing Ruolin, even if Qing Ruolin was forced on her, this would still be a powerful blow to the prestige of the Yi family. That was why Shin Xiao had planned this action today, starting with Qing Shaochang. Don't worry, Xiao Shun. My sister will definitely come. My sister loves me the most. Look, I didn't even inform my father. She will definitely come to save me. Qing Shaochang was very confident in his sister. Looking at Qing Shaochang's silly look, Shin Xiao burst out laughing. Qing Xiao, have you thought about it? I let your sister come over to save you. How can your sister save? Give money, you've already lost all the liquidity of the Qing family to me. If it's a fight, I've got a strong person of the martial Zun realm by my side. Do you think your sister can find an expert of the martial Zun realm to come? This, Qing Shaochang didn't think that much at first, and at this time, being reminded by Shin Xiaoxiao, he immediately began to be alert. You, Shin Xiaoxiao, tell you that you don't hit my sister's attention, otherwise I'll fight you to the death. Shen Xiao, you're despicable. The moment you started betting with me, you weren't aiming at me, you were aiming at my sister, right? You're shameless. I'm going to inform my sister. Qing Shaochang finally reacted and struggled to call Chang Ruolin. Late, Shin Xiaoxiao smiled evilly. The room next to me is all ready, and the cameras are all in place, so when the time comes, it will be a full live broadcast of the intimate images of your sister and I. Don't worry, I'll definitely leave you alive, so that you can appreciate how your sister is being pressed by me underneath her body. The fact that the eldest member of the Shin family in Shangjing slept with the Yi family's granddaughter-in-law was the greatest insult to the Yi family. Tang was letting Shin Xiaoxiao make a move, and it was a very vicious move. If Shin Xiaoxiao's plan succeeded, if the Yi family didn't do something about it, then the Yi family's face would be completely swept away, and all those old parts of the Yi family that had previously supported the Yi family would probably have to give up on the Yi family. And if the Yi family really did anything to the Shin family, it would be a direct confrontation with the two major powerhouses in Shangjing, and it would also involve the four great sacred grounds of the nine Sephiroths. Moreover, the most crucial this way, the Yi family exactly what the bottom card, to be all exposed. The people behind Tang Zheng can then uproot all of the Yi family and completely wipe out the Yi family. Shen Xiao, MS, Xing and the others have already arrived, right in front of the clubhouse. It's just, that little cutie from the Yi family, also followed. Here, chapter 153, if you look at my wife like that, I'll clasp your eyes. Sis, don't come in, sis, this is a trap. Hearing that Qing Rulin had arrived, Qing Shaochang loudly chided towards the outside of the private room, but this private room was soundproofed, so how could Qing Shaochang's voice be heard outside? Go, gag him with a rag, his job is done. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xiaoxiao's mouth. Have the next room make that potion, later I'll make that Qing Rulin wave like a fiery horse. As for that little cutie, it's just right for him to come. Humph, letting him watch his wife get ed on the spot would be a bigger shock to those diehard Yi family members. Right, a touch of evil surfaced in Xin Zhao's eyes. Better yet, directly piss off that old thing Yi Changfeng. In fact, in Xin Xiaoxiao's heart, he had never quite believed what Grandpa had said about the situation. It had always been said above that Yi Fan was a genius demon, and the recent events in the Yi family in Cloud City were a bit strange, and it was highly likely that they were all secretly manipulated by Yi Fan. Xin Xiaoxiao doesn't believe it. A little cutie, can he still manipulate the whole situation? This time, Chang Rulin actually brought Yi Fan along with her, so Xin Xiaoxiao would definitely not let go of this opportunity to directly get Yi Fan killed, and those bigwigs behind Grandpa would definitely look at themselves differently, right? Xin Xiaoxiao's judgment of Yi Fan, even if 5 years ago Yi Fan's strength had reached the peak of Zongshi, now that Yi Fan was awakened, his strength was at most at the martial Zun realm. This time when Xin Xiao acted, both the family and Grandpa's side sent strong guards from the martial Zun realm. Wouldn't it be easy to take down Yi Fan? But what Xin Xiaoxiao didn't know was that Yi Fan's strength had already reached above the third rank of martial emperor. Any movement within a 500-meter radius could not escape Yi Fan's ears. Qing Xiao Chang Xiao just now, as well as Xin Zhao's orders and arrangements. Yi Fan was still outside the door of the clubhouse and had heard them clearly. Chang Rulin's driver parked his car in front of the clubhouse. Yi Fan looked at the door of the clubhouse and thought of what Xin Xiaoxiao had just arranged, and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph, actually started thinking about your own wife? And you're planning to use a camera to broadcast live? Then this young man will definitely fulfill your wish. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Guoli. Go and get me a few majestic wolf dogs over here. Give them to be excited enough. Understand? You want to insult this young man's wife in front of the camera, then this young man will definitely let you experience the feeling of being bullied by a wolf dog. Ah, how did I fall asleep? Are we there already? Yi Fan reached out and pressed a few times on Chang Rulin's blood veins, and Chang Rulin instantly woke up, looking around somewhat blankly. Already arrived. Miss Qing, let's go in together. Outside the car door, Yi Fan's 4 great maids were already in place. Nancheng, Xiuwen, Qingdao, Peonia, the 4 great patriarchal powerhouses were along the way, with a shocking aura, which put Qing Rulin at ease quite a bit. Previously, Qing Rulin only knew that Yi Fan had a deep heritage, but she didn't know that the original Yi family's heritage was actually so strong. The 10 core disciples were all only strong at the Zongshi realm, while the Yi family still had 4 great Zongshi realm maids accompanying Yi Fan after the core disciples perished. Only, as Yi Fan looked at the 4 beautiful maids in front of him, his heart was still somewhat dissatisfied. The strength of the Zongshi realm, when placed in Cloud City, was already enough for self-preservation. However, Yi Fan would have to make a big fuss about Huadu in the future and enter the upper capital. The strength of the Zongshi realm would not be that helpful to Yi Fan. Must find a way to get their strength up as well as soon as possible. And naturally, the fastest way to improve is to make all the 4 great maids their own women and get warmth from themselves. But that seems a little too soon. Pop, pop, snap. Yi Fan and Chang Rulin had just entered the hall of the clubhouse when Xin Xiaoxiao came down from the stairs clapping. Miss Qing is really on time. If Ms. Qing was 5 minutes late, your brother's third leg would not have survived, and the Qing family would have been extinct. Mr. Shin, my people are already here. Where is my brother? Release my brother immediately. Qing Rulin stared angrily at Xin Xiao, looking at Xin Zhao's gloomy face. Ms. Qing, don't be in a hurry. We two meet for the first time. How to cultivate feelings first. Xin Xiaoxiao stared at Qing Rulin with a greedy face. His eyes swept up and down, and it seemed that he wanted to peel off Qing Rulin's body. Sure enough, such a superb product, actually wanting to marry that little cutie Yifan. What a waste. Didn't your parents teach you that it's rude to stare at someone's wife like that? Shen Xiaoxiao all wanted to reach out and touch it when Yifan beside him spoke up. For such an uneducated guy, Grandpa said, just beat it up directly. Seeing Yifan open his mouth, Shen Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed. Ha ha, a little cutie. And you know it's your wife? Do you know what wife means? It means to sleep together at night. But tonight, your wife is going to sleep with me. Do you want to come and watch together? Shen Xiaoxiao teasingly surveyed the demented Yifan in front of him. With Yifan in such a state, Shen Xiaoxiao really couldn't believe that this was the demonic genius from 5 years ago. Snap! Shen Xiaoxiao only cared about what he said, but he didn't realize that Yifan actually rushed directly to him and slapped him hard in the face. The crisp ringing sound rang through the hall, causing everyone on the scene to freeze. Stinky little cutie, actually dare to hit me? Shen Xiaoxiao covered her red and swollen cheeks, somewhat incredulous. Shen Xiaoxiao, as the family heir, had been trained by top martial arts experts since he was a child, and his strength had already reached the realm of a grandmaster, but he hadn't actually dodged Yifan's slap? And what was even more shocked were the two great martial Zun powerhouses beside Shen Xiao. This is the strongest person that the Shen family has invited from the ancient martial arts family, two major martial Zun experts, so close that they didn't defend themselves against a little cutie, making a move on Shen Xiao. And when Yifan made his move, they didn't notice exactly how Yifan did it. Still barking? Looks like it wasn't beaten enough. Snap! Yifan's mouth rebuked, raised his hand and smacked Shen Xiaoxiao's face with another one of those. This time, both cheeks of Shen Xiaoxiao were symmetrically red and swollen, and the pain made Shen Xiaoxiao jump. But what is more difficult is the heart. This is being beaten face a little cutie. Even if he beat himself up once, he still beat him up a second time? God kills me. I want to kill you. Shen Xiaoxiao was almost mad. He stepped on the horse this time with so many experts. Is to find Xing Rule in trouble. How to go out of the division is not quick first death. Shen Xiaoxiao's mouth wowed and his martial aura stirred violently. Just when the crowd thought that Shen Xiaoxiao was going to make a direct move on Yifan, Shen Xiaoxiao suddenly turned his figure and actually backed up quickly before hiding behind the two great martial Zun experts. Elder Kong, Elder Chao, please take action and capture him. Yifan's two slaps had struck Shen Xiaoxiao with some fear in her heart. He was at least a strong person of the Zhongshi realm, but when facing Yifan, he actually did not have the slightest possibility of dodging, and he was afraid that Yifan's strength had far exceeded his own. Shen Xiao doesn't want to come and give away his head. Chapter 154, it's immoral for the two of us to beat up one of him. No more fighting. No more fighting. Yes, the two great martial Zun realm powerhouses, Elder Kong and Elder Chao, stomped their feet and wrists on the ground, and their bodies instantly rushed in front of Yifan. The martial arts chi in the hands of the two men began to violently impact, and it looked like they were about to make a move on Yifan, who was all ready to make a move. However, Elder Kong and Elder Chao suddenly saw a pendant on Yifan's neck, and the attacking movements of their hands instantly stopped. Both of them were almost the same action. Their bodies made a sharp turn and actually withdrew back instantly. Xiao Shun, our purpose today is not to deal with Yifan. It's better for Xiao Shun to strike out in some other way. When the two dashed back to Shen Zhao's side, a touch of panic still surfaced in their eyes as they transmitted their voices to each other. Old Kong, you've seen it clearly, haven't you? That is indeed the Namgang family's scepter pendant? That's right. It's the scepter pendant of the Namgang family. Why is it on that cutie's body? That's it. Nima, that scepter pendant is a symbol of the highest authority of the ancient martial alliance. It should be worn by Miss Namgang personally. What is the relationship between this Yifan and Miss Namgang? How did it appear on Yifan? This little cutie from the Yi family. What is it about the young master that makes him so naturally attractive for women to like? Yifan had been a little confused as to why the two great martial Zun experts had suddenly stopped moving the moment they made a move on him. But when he heard the two muttering language, Yifan couldn't help but look down towards his chest. This pendant that Yifan wore on his chest was exactly the one that in the Wanbao pavilion, Counselor Wu said that their lady had forwarded to him. At that time, Yifan just felt that there was some kind of strange vitality power in that pendant, vaguely sensing with himself, giving Yifan a very comfortable feeling, so he wore the pendant on his body. So, is this the scepter of the ancient martial arts alliance? An existence that could, in principle, command the entire ancient martial arts world. Namgang family. It seems that Miss Namgang, giving herself something is not a lightweight. Elder Kong, Elder Chao, what are you doing? Grandpa and Grandpa invited you guys here to deal with Yifan. Shen Xiaoxiao was on the side and had been waiting to see Yifan's joke. As a result, the two of them, Elder Chao and Elder Kong, actually withdrew their hands the moment they made their move. Such an action directly confused Shen Xiao. Young Shun, it's indeed right for us to come and help, but I feel that the two of us are a handful of years old. Bullying a little cutie seems a bit immoral. Old Kong says it's like that, right? Right. We, people of the martial arts path, the most important thing is to put morals and be civilized. to deal with a little cutie like this is really degrading. Old Chow, I didn't sleep well last night and I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. Why don't we go back to bed? That's exactly what I was thinking. So let's go. In Xin Zhao's shocked eyes, the two great martial Zun powerhouses, Chao Lao and Kong Lao, after vaguely owing Yi Fan, retreated towards the main door at a rapid pace. 2 against 1 is immoral? Civilized? Are you kidding me? In the martial arts, life and death are not important. You're going to civilize me? Speak of Nima, Xiao Shun. Don't call us when there's nothing going on, and don't call us when there's something going on even more so. On Pavilion Elder Tang Zhang's side, we'll explain ourselves. Xiao Shun better think of other ways. We haven't been here today. The silhouettes of the two instantly disappeared without a trace, but the sound was still coming. Nima, the two are not stupid. Yi Fan has the scepter of the ancient martial arts alliance on his body. That means that behind Yi Fan is at least using the support of the Nangong family. Although the Chao family and the Kong family were not weak in the ancient martial arts world, it was clearly unwise to offend an allied family, so the two suddenly buggered off, leaving Shin Xiaoxiao alone in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell did I do? Although only Yi Fan and Chang Roland had come to the scene, from the strength of Yi Fan, who had just slapped himself twice one after the other and had not dodged himself, Yi Fan's strength was at least above the martial Zun realm. After the departure of Elder Kong and Elder Chao at the scene, the strongest strength on Xin Zhao's side was only at the peak of the Zongshi. If they really fought, Xin Zhao did not have any chance of winning. Ha! Weren't they going to fight? Why did they suddenly run away? Yi Fan smiled evilly and spoke towards Xin Zhao. Do you still want to continue barking? As he spoke, Yi Fan rubbed his palms as if he was planning to strike at any time. Xin Xiaoxiao looked bilious. His hands will cover his face. Depressed or almost crazy. I don't generalize with you. Xin Xiaoxiao was also speechless. He had thought that Yi Fan was still bullying, but it turned out to be that he was being bullied by a little cutie, violently beaten up. Ms. Chang, your brother mortgaged all of the Qing family's assets. If you want to redeem your brother, you always have to pay a small price. Xin Xiaoxiao held back the anger in his heart and turned his head to target Cheng Roland. Since Yi Fan, this little cutie, was not easy to deal with, then by taking Cheng Roland down, the effect achieved would be the same. Just what Xin Xiaoxiao didn't know was that the current Yi Fan wasn't stupid at all, and his strength was already at the martial emperor level. All of Xin Zhao's movements were clowns in front of Yi Fan. Mr. Shin, what exactly do you want? Cheng Roland frowned and chided towards Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao looked at Cheng Roland's coquettish appearance. His mood was instantly better. What I want is very simple. Miss Ching accompanied me alone to talk about. Time is very short. 3 minutes is enough. 3 minutes. Xin Xiaoxiao are still bragging. Before Xin Xiaoxiao so many times, have not lasted a minute. Looking at Xin Xiaoxiao's lewd appearance, Cheng Roland immediately guessed what Xin Xiaoxiao wanted to do. You're dreaming. I have a husband. You're shameless. Ha, Miss Ching. Feel free to scold me however you like. Anyway, you have to be clear about one thing. Now that your brother has lost the Qing family and even your father to me, if you don't promise me, then your Qing family will be destroyed today, and your face will be disgraced. Xin Xiaoxiao felt little pressure when he spoke to Qing Roland, and seemed to be pleased that he could completely pin down Qing Roland. Of course, you can also take everything back in another way, that is to bet with me again. Xin Xiao stared at Qing Roland evilly, guiding Qing Roland step by step. Bet? Good. I'll bet with you. I like to bet the most. Yi Fan coldly smiled beside him. Killing and killing, let Xin Xiaoxiao completely despair. Good. You, a little cutie, what are you betting with me? A glint emerged in Xin Xiaoxiao's eyes, and a fire began to ignite in his heart again. If he were to guide Yi Fan to bet with himself and lose the Yi family to himself as well, the sensation caused would definitely be even more enormous. Betting your life? Do you dare? Yi Fan's sentence was like a bomb that directly blew Xin Xiao a bit confused. Next to her, Cheng Roland was also filled with worry. Xiao Fan, don't mess around. Cheng Roland thought that Yi Fan was still dealing with the state of dementia and opened her mouth to try to continue to dissuade Yi Fan. However, the 4 attendants beside Yi Fan knew that the young master had fully awakened a long time ago. Don't worry, Miss Ching. Our young master's gambling skills are very good. He has never lost before. If I lose, my life belongs to you. You can kill me on the spot. I definitely won't resist. If you lose, in addition to all of the Qing family's assets being returned, your life belongs to me. Yi Fan explained. We're going to play big. Do you dare? Chapter 155. Bet your life. Dare you? 1,000 strong hands. How dare you? Actually, Xin Xiaoxiao was somewhat afraid to do so, especially seeing Yi Fan's burning eyes. Xin Xiaoxiao wasn't even sure if Yi Fan was in a state of dementia or had awakened. If Yi Fan was a little cutie, then, with the 1,000 arts experts on his side, he would be able to deal with a little cutie. Surely there wouldn't be any problem. But if Yi Fan had awakened, and Yi Fan's strength was above the martial Zun realm, what if he played a trick and denied the result? Xin Xiaoxiao was still hesitant when he suddenly received a call in his earpiece. Xin Xiaoxiao, Don't worry. The Sacred Envoy organization side has already dispatched experts at the Martial Emperor level to lurk around the clubhouse and bet against him. A Martial Emperor level expert has arrived? Was it all behind Grandpa's back that showed up? Nima. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Shin Xiaoxiao immediately felt his waist straighten. How powerful Yifan was. At most, he was only at the strength of the Martial Zun realm, right? Since the Sacred Envoy organization side had sent a strong person at the Martial Emperor level, it was impossible for Yifan to leave from here alive, regardless of the outcome of the bet he made with himself today. Good. I'll bet with you. Shin Xiaoxiao smiled evilly. But if I win, don't blame me for bullying a little cutie like you. Miss Qing, you can testify from the side. Qing Rulin was a bit at a loss for words. Xiaofan, can you really do it? Yifan smiled faintly. Rulin wife, how can a man say no? While speaking, Yifan reached out and pinched Qing Rulin's buttocks, causing Qing Rulin's mouth to let out a burst of pout. Looking at Yifan with some doubt. Little fan husband, you. Yifan nodded. It won't take long, but dealing with Shin Xiao shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yifan has awakened? Qing Rulin was finally sure. Since Yifan had awakened, nothing would be a problem. After all, during the day today, Qing Rulin had also witnessed Yifan make a move to save Qing Rulin, Xian Yufei, and Sui Shui all at the same time, instantly moving out of the range of the explosion from as high as a 5-story building. The powerhouses of the Martial Zun realm were all null and void in front of Yifan, and Yifan's strength after awakening was at least above the Martial Emperor level, so today's situation, surely, is stable. But this bad guy, how did he pinch himself there in front of so many people? Yifan had already awakened, but before, he was Yifan's sister-in-law, and now he was going to be with Yifan, and if Yifan was in his awakened state, wouldn't that be a shame? Thinking about her plans for tonight, Qing Rulin couldn't help but blush for a moment. Shin Xiaoxiao, full of confidence, brought Yifan and Qing Rulin, as well as the 4 great maids to a private room in the clubhouse. In the private room, there had long been bodyguards arranged by Shin Xiaoxiao, as well as a few masters of the 1,000 arts sitting across the table. What we're going to play today is very simple. We'll play the fried gold flower that we're all familiar with. Whoever is bigger is considered the winner. Shin Xiao introduced the rules with a smug look on his face, and a scar-faced man from the scene began to prepare to deal the cards. Shuffle and cut. Everything was natural. With so many people staring at the scene, it seemed like everything was normal for that master of the 1,000 tricks to move. However, Yifan only took a faint look and discovered the end. Although that 1,000 arts expert's movements were fast, Yifan was a Martial Emperor powerhouse with magic pupils, and he still keenly captured the moment that 1,000 arts expert made his move. That master of the 1,000 arts moved his fingers one after another the moment Yifan cut his cards, cutting several aces all the way to 246, and 135 is replaced with third kings. In this way, if the cards were dealt normally, what Yifan got in his hand would be 3 kings, while on Shin Zhao's side, what he got would be 3 aces. 3 old kings is actually pretty big in a hand, and anyone is bound to call if they get a hand like that. This is why so many people will lose their money in gambling. Those masters of the 1,000 tricks can control any card you want, and any card he wants. You think your hand is big enough, that's just the kind of hand he wants you to have, and his hand is just that much bigger than yours. Enough to beat you just enough. When you bet all your assets on it, you end up with nothing. That's why there's a saying, 9 out of 10 bets are fraudulent, and no bet is a win. Don't touch a bet even if you are 100% sure. Your 100% is just what others make you think is 100%. Of course, Yifan, as a Martial Emperor powerhouse and with the instantaneous shift trait added to his body, any technique was completely useless in front of him. The moment that scar-faced man dealt the cards, Yifan made his move. A vague fluctuation of chi energy in his hand. At the moment the cards flew out, using chi energy to catalyze that cardboard to quickly misplace. 246 position of the card, and 135 the face of the card were all switched. So, the final result was that the 3 aces originally sent to Shin Xiao all went to Yifan, and Shin Xiao was holding 3 old kings. After the cards were dealt out, Shin Xiao and the scar-faced man looked at each other. The scar-faced man secretly nodded to Shin Xiao, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of Shin Xiao's mouth when he received the scar-faced man's affirmative answer. Yifan, is the card I dealt you okay? Yifan took the card in his hand and glanced at it, and said with an excited face, "What a big card. No problem, no problem. You guys didn't make a mistake, did you? With such a big deck, I'm going to raise my bet." Yifan, this little cutie, you're actually raising the stakes? Shin Xiaoxiao froze. He invited the foreign masters of the 1,000 tricks. Long ago will be today's betting winners and losers internalized. Yifan actually want to raise the bet? What do you want to raise the bet? Shin Xiaoxiao's heart heated up. If he guided Yifan to lose the Yi family's assets as well, Grandpa would definitely praise himself. I'll bet my entire Yi family's assets, and my grandfather's life as well. Is that okay? Yifan said with a serious serious face. I can make a note. What? Qin Shaochang had only lost his dad to Shin Xiao earlier, and Yi Fan was going to bet on his grandfather as well? Shin Xiaoxiao's mouth was about to smile crookedly at such a good thing delivered to her door. Ha ha, of course you can. Of course you can. Come on people, get Yi Xiao a paper and a writing receipt. Shin Xiaoxiao ordered the men around him, all a bit impatient. Before Yi Fan died, he actually had to pull his grandfather into the water. So he really is a little cutie. Is this the kind of thinking that only a little cutie can do? Although it was not enough to get Ji Changfeng killed with a note, it was still legally valid for the first young master of the Yi family to stake the assets of the Yi family. Yi Fan stopped instantly when he was about to write, I bet on the Yi family, and Young Shin has to bet on something corresponding to that. Ah, right, Xiao Shin should also bet the assets of the Shin family, as well as Xiao Shin's grandfather, and the Tang family's assets as well in order to equalize with the Yi family, right? This time, the one who spoke for Yi Fan was the maid by his side, Nansheng. Regarding Shin Xiaoxiao's background, Yi Fan's side had already investigated it clearly a long time ago. Grandpa Tang Zhang is one of the 9 great summer pavilions. The morning instructions Sun Dishing Rob Chang Rulan's emerald agent failed. The evening led his grandson personally. This time, naturally, cannot let Tang Zhang stay out of it. Aha! Yi Fan's side actually made his information so clear? Shin Xiaofa froze for a few seconds, but instantly realized that it wasn't like the relationship between his Shin family and his grandfather. Tang Zhang's family was a secret. After all, the Yi family was one of the top mansions in Daxia, and it wasn't strange to know this information. Although Yi Fan is a little cutie, but those few maids around him definitely have their own channels for obtaining information. Although Shin Xiaoxiao sensed that there was something wrong with the request made by the maid, this big gamble was a bet on Yi Fan's life, the entire Yi family's assets, and Yi Chongfeng's life. As long as Shin Xiao wins, even if Yi Fan doesn't die now, with this bet, it will make the Yi family lose face, and make those close to the Yi family lose hope and patience. Good. The bet's on. Get a pen. Chapter 156. This is impossible. Yi Fan, you cheated. Brush up. Without any hesitation, Shin Xiao wrote the note as well and then pressed her handprint. It wasn't that Shin Xiaoxiao didn't suspect, it was really that these bets that Yi Fan had placed were too tempting. All of this, what Grandpa and the people behind him wanted. The experts that Grandpa had invited from the ancient martial arts family had retreated, and the people behind Grandpa had sent strong people at the level of Martial Emperor to sit in on the scene. So Shin Xiaoxiao would have to perform well today even if he had to fight for his life. It's okay now, isn't it? Shin Xiaoxiao looked at the 2 copies of the note placed in the center of the table, not caring much at all about the one he had just written. In Shin Xiaoxiao's opinion, there is that strong man of 1,000 arts invited back from abroad to deal with a little cutie. He himself read a solid win situation today. Qin Shaochang also has a master of the 1,000 tricks around him, and today they all lost their bottoms. A little cutie. I'm not going to let myself be pinched. Until now, Shin Xiaoxiao didn't even know that the cards he thought he was sure to win had already been quietly changed by Yi Fan. Of course, Xiao Shun, please open the cards. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. Do you still need to open the cards? Young Yi, if you dare to agree to bet with me today and dare to step into this gate, you've already lost. Shin Xiaoxiao spoke with a confident face. I don't know if Young Yi's previous bet counts. Yi Xiao's life. I want. Your people will resist? Shin Xiao played with the dagger in his hand and stared at Yi Fan with a cold face. If Yi Fan really honored his promise and let himself kill him, then how great this credit was, Shin Xiao simply dared not imagine. Grandpa and his allies, as well as those behind him, had spent a heavenly amount of money to deal with the Yi family. After the deaths of the 10 core disciples, the ones behind them in order to deal with this little cutie of the Yi family, and the old thing, those vassal clans that Cloud City had arranged had all been lost. Of course I won't resist. This is a bet that was made with a note. So naturally, I have to honor my word. Yi Fan stared indifferently at Shin Xiaoxiao and continued to speak. Then, if Young Shin loses, will he honor his promise as well? Xiao Yi is joking. I said that today here. It's my home ground. I will never lose. As Shin Xiao spoke, he glanced towards the door of the private room. The martial emperor powerhouse behind Grandpa had already arrived. With such an expert in attendance, Shin Xiaoxiao didn't put Yi Fan in his eyes at all. Before the cards are opened, everything is possible. Shin Xiao might as well make it clear. If you lose, your grandfather, the Shin family, including your life, all belong to me, is that right? Yi Fan once again pursued the question. Seeing Yi Fan with such an attitude, Shin Xiaoxiao began to feel a little hairy in his heart. Why was Yi Fan so sure? But the master of the 1,000 arts that he had hired had just given himself a clear signal that everything was under control. Vaguely, Shin Xiao already had an ominous feeling. However, Shin Xiaoxiao still chose to believe in the means of the masters of the 1,000 arts and continued to speak stiffly. Of course, I, Shen Xiao, have a mouthful of spittle and a nail, and my words definitely count. Open the cards. Yi Fan spoke again, so calmly that Shin Xiaoxiao was a bit nonplussed. Open on open. Yi Xiao, it seems that you do not die until you reach the Yellow River. Ha, I have 3 aces in my hand, an absolute ace. What are you going to win with? Shin Xiaoxiao turned over the cards on the table and flung them fiercely towards the table. Xing Roland beside Yifan tugged at the corner of Yifan's coat with a tense face. Although she knew that Yifan in his awakened state must have the means to deal with it, she was still worried. Snap! The cards fell on the table. The 3 kings clearly visible. The scar-faced man in charge of dealing the cards instantly froze when he saw such a card. Those bodyguards behind Shen Xiao also froze. Shen Xiao, do you not know how to read? This is clearly 3 kings. How come it's 3 aces? Yifan smiled evilly. The 3 aces are clearly with me. I'm the ace. This bet, I win. Yifan gently flipped his side of the cards over and 3 aces surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. Ha! Shen Xiaoxiao looked at her 3 cards incredulously and was directly dumbfounded. How is this possible? What's going on? What the is wrong with you? Shen Xiaoxiao excitedly rushed to the front of the scar-faced man who dealt the cards, grabbed the scar-faced man's neck with both hands, and growled angrily. Didn't you agree to deal me 3 aces? How did it get to Yifan's side? Shen Xiao, I don't know. When I shuffled the cards, I had already shuffled them, and in the moments before the cards were dealt, I also looked at the cards below, and the 3 aces should indeed come to young Shen's hand by all rights. While that scar-faced man was puzzled, his pupils dilated for a moment, and he was also filled with shock. Moments before the cards were dealt, he even looked at them, but why did they change after they were dealt? That's not possible. Shen Xiaoxiao was angry for a few seconds, looking at the scar-faced man's confused eyes. His heart continued to gradually calm down. This expert in the art of 1,000 tricks was hired by himself from outside the country at a high price, and he had already cooperated with Shen Xiaoxiao many times. He had faith in his skills and his loyalty, but now that the cards are presented this way, it can only mean one thing: he cheated. The scar-faced man also thought of this problem, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes as he spoke to Shen Xiao. Yifan cheating? Shen Xiaoxiao was still a little unsure even though she had thought of it. But he's just a cutie. A little cutie. How do you go about cheating? I'm afraid not many people would believe that, right? But now the cards have been presented like this. If you admit it, then Shen Xiaoxiao's life belongs to Yifan. Shen Xiao, willing to gamble, willing to lose. I won. According to what I just said, your life belongs to me. Your grandfather, all the assets of your Shen family, all belong to me. As Yifan spoke, he took the note from Shen Xiaoxiao and intended to put it away, but Shen Xiaoxiao violently pressed the note down and coldly spoke. Yifan, you cheated. You cheated. This game doesn't count. Typical thievery. I cheated? Shen Xiao, you can't talk nonsense. Take out the evidence. Where did you see me cheating? Yifan's face also began to gloom. If it wasn't for the purpose of pitting the Shin and Tang families, Yifan would have already made a direct move to start the fight. Call the monitor. Let the clubhouse people come to call the monitor. I want to see the monitor. With Shen Xiaoxiao's call, the club staff immediately moved to a few computers. Will be in the room of the surveillance called out. Slowed down 10 times to view. There is no problem. Slowed down 40 times to view. Still did not find any evidence of cheating. In the end, after viewing almost frame by frame, he still didn't see any evidence of Yifan cheating. But Shen Xiaoxiao and the scar-faced man knew clearly that the cards they had prepared had ended up like this, and it must have been Yifan or someone around him who had moved. But the point is you can't find any evidence. What else can you say? Poof! Shen Xiaoxiao's legs went limp and he directly paralyzed on the ground. A few hours ago, Shen Xiaoxiao was still mocking Qing Xiaochang for losing his father, and now Shen Xiaoxiao had also lost his father and grandfather and grandpa all, and to a little cutie. Yi Xiao, please don't kill me, okay? If you don't kill me, I'll buy you a lot of candies. I'll buy you a lot of delicious food. Until this moment, Shen Xiaoxiao had thought that Yifan was just a cutie. He still thought that Yifan could not possibly have a hand in it, and that the only ones who could have a hand in it would be the maidservants around Yifan. Chapter 157: The Story of 8 Male Dogs and a Man. Candy? Of course I'm going to eat it, but I'm going to get it myself. Yifan smiled evilly, and with a fluctuation of qi energy in his hand, he easily pushed Shen Xiaoxiao away from him, and brought over the note he had written, handing it over to Xiaowen by his side. The scene is all recorded, isn't it? Make a video according to this note and send it online for the netizens to judge. Didn't Shen Xiao want to use this bet to deal with the Yi family and sweep the Yi family's face? Then Yifan would return the favor in his own way. Don't. Shen Xiaoxiao then noticed that Xiaowen had been holding a cell phone in her hand, recording the scene. The Yi family, as the Dixia's top gentry, although it had suffered a heavy blow, its influence was not something that a single family, the Shin family, could fight against. It could be imagined that when Yifan transmitted this video footage online and fermented it, what impact would it have on the Shin and Tang Zheng families? Tang Zheng, one of the 9 pavilion elders, actually instructed his grandson, Shen Xiao, to go and bet with Yi Fan, and the key was that Shen Xiao was with a little cutie. He also lost the bet and lost his grandfather to brush the toilet for Yi Fan. It's just a strange shame, and with such an action, the influence generated was more powerful than the actual effect. Those clans that had previously remained neutral might all revert back to the Yi family's side. Shen Xiaoxiao still wanted to come over and grab the note, but the 4 attendants beside Yi Fan were all at the strength of the Zhongshe realm, so Shen Xiaoxiao couldn't even get close. Nanchang stepped forward from Shen Xiaoxiao's side to take all the notes made by Qing Xiaochang before Qing Xiaochang's lost transfer out of the Qing family. In addition to cash, all returned. Snap! Shen Xiaoxiao powerless fell to the ground. Look a little stagnant. How can he not figure out? Today his own plan is obviously so smooth. Why did he end up a little cute? He could not even fight? After slightly hesitating for a few seconds, Shen Xiao suddenly realized. Yi Fan, you're not stupid at all? Right, you are in an awakened state, right? Shen Xiaoxiao stared at Yi Fan somewhat frantically, his gaze full of shock. If Yi Fan was in his awakened state, it would be too terrifying. Yi Fan was a demonic genius 5 years ago, so if he played dumb for 5 years and developed obscenely, what point did his strength reach now? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Do you only understand now? Isn't it a bit late? Just now, Yi Fan has received the news that Guo Li has brought people over and surrounded the entire clubhouse. All the staff members have been taken down, and all the monitoring hard disks have been controlled. The cell phone signals here were all blocked as well, and it was impossible for Shen Xiao to pass any information out. Yu Chang also arrived with his men, lurking around, and had spotted a martial emperor powerhouse trying to approach. Yu Chang's men were the most elite and strongest members of the Tianji Pavilion's Killer Hall, all of whom could fight across levels. As Yu Chang personally stepped out, that martial emperor expert who wanted to approach wandered around for a long time, never daring to make a move. You, quickly call and inform Grandpa and Grandpa. Shen Xiao with a horrified face rebuked towards the bodyguards and henchmen behind her. This Yi Fan was too scary. Shen Xiaoxiao now felt as if she had gotten inside a bureau set up by Yi Fan. The news that Yi Fan had awakened already had to be notified to Grandpa and Grandpa, otherwise they didn't know how much longer they would be lied to. But after those men of Shen Xiaoxiao took their cell phones out, they found that all the messages could not be sent out, and the cell phone signals had all been blocked. Xiao Shun, there's no cell phone signal. I don't have a signal here either. Everyone has no signal. Listening to the report of his men, Shen Xiaoxiao's heart completely cooled. He opened his cell phone and confirmed that there was indeed no signal. Yi Fan, this is all your trick, right? Shen Xiaoxiao understood that everything was definitely Yi Fan's trick. Originally, Shen Xiaoxiao thought that Yi Fan was already dead when he stepped into this clubhouse, but it turned out that the moment Yi Fan stepped into this clubhouse was the beginning of Yi Fan's plan. Yi Fan, Cheng Rulan, don't be too happy. Don't forget that Qing Xiaochang is still in my hands, and none of you want him to die, right? Shen Xiaoxiao was still making a final struggle. Squeak! Just as Shen Zhao's words fell, the door to the private room opened, and Guo Li appeared in the private room with a few elite henchmen, along with Qing Xiaochang. Sis, it's great that you're okay. Quickly go. This bastard is not good intentioned. Want to bully you? Sis, you quickly go. Don't care about me. Although Qing Xiaochang is a bastard, but was genuinely loving to Qing Rulan. Until now, he still didn't understand what the situation was. Seeing that Qing Rulan was fine, he was relieved and pushed Sang Qing Rulan, so he wanted Qing Rulan to escape. When Qing Rulan saw Guo Li appear, she knew that everything should be under Yi Fan's control. Call brother-in-law. Qing Rulan pulled Qing Xiaocheng towards Yi Fan and introduced him. Qing Xiaocheng didn't react for a moment, and Qing Rulan hurriedly continued to add, didn't you see that it was brother-in-law who brought people to save you? Qing Xiaocheng glanced at Guo Li on the scene, then looked at the card game on the table, and instantly seemed to understand. Brother-in-law, so you know gambling too? Let's exchange more in the future when we have time. Qing Xiaocheng's eyes were glowing, and while looking at Yi Fan, his mouth couldn't help but speak. Yi Fan looked Qing Xiaocheng up and down and turned his head towards Qing Rulan. Rulan's wife, hand him over to me for a week and I'll put him on the right path. Qing Rulan was stunned, and then she quickly nodded. Good. In order to let Qing Xiaocheng on the right path, the family, as well as Qing Rulan, have not spent a lot of effort, but just cannot take Qing Xiaocheng. But Yi Fan was such a demonic genius, he definitely had a way. And when Qing Xiaocheng heard Yi Fan and Qing Rulan's conversation, he suddenly felt a cold feeling in his back and had an ominous feeling. What are you going to do? Yi Fan ignored Qing Xiaocheng and instead turned his gaze to Shen Xiaoxiao with a smirk. At this time Shen Xiaoxiao were completely desperate. They thought they could use Qing Xiaocheng as blackmail, but it turned out that Yi Fan's people had actually saved Qing Xiaocheng. You, Don't be arrogant, Yi Fan. Let me tell you, my grandpa also invited a martial emperor expert to come and help. All of you present today, no one wants to live. Shin Xiaoxiao looked towards the door and the window with a worried face. As early as 10 minutes ago, Grandpa's side said that the martial emperor experts had already arrived in the vicinity. How come they haven't shown up yet? What Shin Xiaoxiao did not know was that the martial emperor experts sent by the holy envoy's side, after sensing the presence of Yu Chang and the others, were 2 kilometers away and did not dare to move at all. Asshole! What's going on? How come the people from the Tianji pavilion have started to move as well? That stance. It seems like they're coming right at us. An old man in a long shirt closed his eyes, feeling Yu Chang's strong probing aura. Elder, should we move on? If we don't go over there, I'm afraid that Shin Xiao will be finished. Going to a fart? You are not aware of the power of Tianji pavilion. Their killer hall. As long as they strike, there is no case of failure. 3 of their martial Zune experts can disable a martial emperor powerhouse. I'm not willing to go and send myself to death. Withdraw. In the clubhouse, Shin Xiaoxiao was still waiting for the martial emperor expert to show up. Guo Li and Yi Fan glanced at each other, smiled evilly, and ordered a few of their men to take Shin Xiaoxiao down and drag him towards the prepared room next to them. Shin Xiaoxiao himself was also powerful at the Zhongshu realm, but at this moment, for some reason, the power of his entire body actually could not be utilized at all. What are you doing? Let me go. My grandfather is Tang Zhang. If any of you touch me, I'll kill your whole family. Without any hesitation, Guo Li and a few of his men pushed Shin Xiaoxiao into the room he had prepared for himself earlier. Only that as soon as Shin Xiaoxiao entered the door, he realized that 7 or 8 brawny wolf dogs were actually placed inside, all of which were male dogs. Those wolfhounds, each with red eyes, looked as if spring had arrived. Please give us a great live broadcast. Xiao Shun, Chapter 158, Killing to Kill. You can't afford to play, can you? Guo Li ordered the door of the room to be closed, and the miserable screams of Shin Xiaoxiao instantly came from inside. Ah, don't, let me out. You're not human. If this young man hadn't awakened, then it would be Rulan's wife who would have to suffer today, wouldn't it? To his enemies, Yi Fan had never been merciful. Glancing at Qing Rulan by his side, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a heartache in his heart. Following these women of their own, it was really hard for them as well. The Yi family had not yet risen again, and those enemies had not yet been completely resolved, so they would always be harassed. This time, Tang Zhang's own grandson came looking for things, so let's use Shin Xiaoxiao to open the door and teach them a lesson. Let them know the pain. They had killed the 10 core disciples of the Yi family, and they had to let them know the pain of losing their loved ones as well. 2 kilometers away, that martial emperor powerhouse immediately retreated after sensing that something was wrong, and at the same time notified Tang Zhang and Xinjing of the news. What? Elder Feng, why are you retreating? What will my grandson do if you retreat? Tang Zhang's heart went cold after receiving the call from the martial emperor powerhouse. The fact that people from the Tianji pavilion's killer hall had actually appeared around the clubhouse was not a normal sign in the first place. With this martial emperor expert arranged by the Holy Envoy organization retreating, his own grandson would probably have a bit of a hard time dealing with Yi Fan and those few attendants by his side. And if Yi Fan had those other experts by his side joining in as well, wouldn't his own grandson be at a disadvantage? Besides, Elder Feng, those assassins from the Tianji pavilion, how are you sure that they are heading for Yi Fan? Tang Zhengdu jumped anxiously. Elder Feng, why don't we trouble you to go back and at least bring out my grandson? Thinking about what happened to Sun Dishing in the morning, Tang Zheng's heart became more and more uneasy. Although Yi Fan was just a cutie on the surface, but hell knows how many more cards he has. He had clearly arranged for General Songpa to butt heads with Sun Dishing, and in the end, the Emerald Proxy still fell into the Qing Rulan family. Emerald Agency writes, that's a fortune worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Together with the snow face cream announced by the Su family, that was also a profit scale of hundreds of billions of dollars. Just these 2 items alone would provide more than $200 billion of financial support to the Yi family campsite in a year. If Yi Fan were to awaken at some point, it would be a sure thing that the Yi family would rise again. Now the people of the Tianji pavilion are involved again. The last time the Su family thing, Pang Hai in the appearance of the... Now it seems that the Tianji pavilion must also have some kind of mysterious connection before Yi Fan. I don't want to go and die. If you want you, Pavilion Elder Tang, you go yourself. The words paused. Elder Feng suddenly spoke in a somewhat strange tone. Tang Pavilion Elder, you'd better go online now and watch an explosive video, and a wonderful live broadcast. But you'd better be psychologically prepared first. The key word is to lose Grandpa. Aha! In Shangjing, in the courtyard of the Tang family, Tang Zhen was a bit puzzled as he asked the men around him to open the short video and tried to search for it. A clear video popped up. Ye shall see clearly. This is the note I made. I put my grandfather Tang Jiang, the Tang family, as well as all the assets of my Shin family, including my life all bet on. If I lose, my grandfather will go to your grandfather's house to brush the toilet for your grandfather for a month. Watching the beginning of the video, Tang Jiang's entire body was instantly bad. For this video to be sent out, it meant that his grandson had definitely lost and Yifan had won. Shen Xiao, you lost. Now your grandpa should come to my house right away to brush my grandpa's toilet. Don't play tricks, oh? In the video, Yifan naively glanced towards the camera side. If you cheat, grandpa said he would spank your ass, asshole. Tang Jiang was furious and his face was blue. It was true that Tang Jiang had asked his grandson to go to Huadu to deal with the Qing family, but it was just enough for him to deal with the Qing family and insult Qing Roland to discredit the Yi family. Didn't let this asshole bet the entire Tang and Shin families against a little cutie. Gambling now it's good. Shin Xiao was actually by a cutie. The bet was won and the video was even uploaded online. Although it was impossible for Tang Jiang to actually go to the Yi family to brush the toilet for Yi Changfeng, Tang Jiang was one of the 9 court elders. Was he shameless? And this disgrace, as well as not Tang Jiang himself disgrace. Rather, it is those people behind Tang Jiang who are disgraced. They so many giants out, even a little cute. They can't even deal with a little cutie. Are they pigs? At this moment, Yi Changfeng, who was in Cloud City, also saw the video. He was so happy that he laughed out loud. Well done, tramp. It's really my Yi family's seed. It's so relieving. Yi Changfeng had been in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Army for so many years, and his prestige was extremely high in Disya. After the Yi family's accident, Yi Changfeng secretly investigated. In fact, also found out the side of Pavilion Elder Zhang and Pavilion Elder Tang Jiang. Only the evidence is insufficient, and if you make a move, you can't have a substantial impact on them at all. So Yi Changfeng had been holding back the anger in his heart as he waited. Now that Yi Fan had helped to take a breath, Yi Changfeng was happy from the bottom of his heart. Elder Yi, the young master's awakening time seems to be getting longer and longer. Yi Changfeng nodded and said, indeed, for such a good thing, I must call Tang Jiang to congratulate him. Kill and kill. The grandparents and grandchildren think exactly the same way. In Shangjing, Tang Jiang was about to go mad after watching the video, but it's not over yet. Tang Jiang's men had just slid the video down a bit towards the bottom, when another live stream popped up, directly causing Tang Jiang to be on the verge of jumping up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that Xin Xiao? Xin Zhao's entire body was torn to shreds and, such a hot eye image. How come it's still not blocked? Tang Jiang understood the rules of the platform. It was reasonable to say that such a picture, which was against the rules, should have been banned a long time ago. Tang Lao. We called by phone and complained about the situation, but that day said, there are other people above greeted. This live broadcast must be given greater traffic, to let everyone in the country to see. Tang Jiang's eyes closed and he let out a long sigh. The Yi family is starting to fight back. Before Tang Jiang could relax for a moment, Yi Chongfeng's phone suddenly called. Tang Jiang, long time no see. Today I received an unexpected gift. I simply love it too much. So I want to ask, when are you coming to my house? To help me brush the toilet? The whole country can be a witness. Your grandson will you lose? You can't afford to play, right? Chapter 159. Your Excellency is suspended. Being treated as an outcast. Pust. Tang Jiang felt a hard stab in his heart. Deliberately. Yi Changfeng definitely did it on purpose. Yi old man, you are joking. This is all made by their young people jokingly. You should not take it seriously. Although Tang Jiang hated to kill Yi Changfeng 1,000 times in his heart, but as long as Yi Changfeng did not break his spirit, the entire Disya, any pavilion elder, including those of the royal family, would not dare to be reckless in front of Yi old man. No, I'm going to take it seriously this time. I'm waiting for you to come to my house to brush the toilet. Otherwise, old me will also send out a video. Just say that you Tang Jiang is not keeping his word and is a lousy dog. Yi Changfeng laughed extraordinarily well on the phone. Also, those 8 wolf dogs as fighting power is really fierce. Your grandson's body is really great. If your grandson has another son, it should be considered a dog X's no run. Before hanging up the phone, Yi Changfeng did not forget to stab Tang Jiang in the heart. Pust. Tang Jiang was on the verge of going crazy with anger. He himself was lost by his grandson, and his own grandson was even bullied by a pack of wolf dogs. Where would the Tang and Shin families put their faces? The point is, when something like this happens, the repercussions are sure to be ripple. As the 9 pavilion chiefs themselves, that is the face of Daxia, I'm afraid that the royal side is pressured by public opinion and will have to make a move on themselves, right? Snap. Tang Jiang, who was furious, violently smashed his cell phone onto the ground, smashing it to pieces. Yi Fan, Yi Changfeng, you two dogs, I will definitely send you to the Western Paradise. Tang Zhang and the others completely did not expect that because of a thought at that time. They did not make a move on Yi Fan and Yi Chanfeng, so it caused such a disturbance to the present. Before Tang Zhang's breath calmed down, the phone on the other side of his man rang once again. Elder Tang, there's a call from the royal family. Elder Tang, you've seen what's happening on the internet, and as a 9 Pavilion elder, your face has been damaged, degrading the majesty of the royal family. Just now, we discussed this within the royal family and felt that now that public opinion is winding down, it's better to suggest that you take shelter from the wind for a while. Therefore, we have decided to suspend your position as a pavilion chief, so you can rest at home for a while. The chief executive on the royal side called personally, not to discuss at all, but to give a direct order. Good. Tang Zhang's face was surprisingly calm. He is very clear. His side, successive action failure, his grandson this time outbreak of such a big public opinion, to their own behind those people with a very bad influence. Even the situation is somewhat unfavorable to those behind themselves. After all, so many of their own powerful families have jumped into the open to take action against the Yi family. But the result is also a little cute. Gave a trick. Those behind himself are treating himself as an outcast. Boo! Ending the call, Tang Zhang angrily smashed the other cell phone as well. Ah, damn it. Damn it. A little cutie. And an old thing? How come it's so hard to deal with? They didn't even make much of a move, and they destroyed all of their so many layouts? Now we can only hope for action from Cabinet Master Zhang's side. Contact Cabinet Master Zhang for me. Old Tang, I've already seen the online video, and I know about the royal family's decision. Alas, Old Tang, don't be anxious. Things will soon pass. My grandson has come back. This time invited one of the 4 holy places, the 9 secrets holy land experts to come to help. No matter whether it is from the force, or many other aspects, completely crush the Yi family. Make sure that in Huadu will be Yi Fan, that little cutie. Finish it off to stop future troubles. Hearing that Pavilion Elder Zhang had actually invited a powerful person from the 9 sepulchral sacred land to take action, Tang Zhang was shocked in his heart, and at the same time had a few moments of joy. Everything, please ask Brother Zhang to do it. If we can't solve Yi Fan that again, I'm afraid that Brother Zhang will also be in trouble. The 9 cabinet ministers, though highly placed and powerful, they were the ones who rushed to the forefront to deal with the Yi family. But in reality, there was another even stronger big brother behind them. Last time, Cabinet leader Zhang had received a call from the big brother behind him, and once any more major problems arose, even he could not protect the 9 cabinet leaders. Those who were going to deal with the Yi family were mysterious and had a very large amount of energy, which was why the 9 pavilion masters were willing to follow them. But it was also true that when they got their hands dirty, they didn't hold back in the slightest. Something just happened on Tang Zhang's side, and he was directly abandoned. Don't worry, Brother Tang, this time it must be foolproof. Good. I'll contact the people on the East Japan side. That Marshal Zun expert died so unexplainably today. The Black Clothes Society on the East Japan side won't be able to rest easy. Huadu, in front of the South Suburb Clubhouse, Yi Fan had just come out from the gate, when he suddenly received a secret report from Captain Nyo, heir of the Traveling Souls. Yi Xiao, our Traveling Souls Intelligence Department has just gotten the news that the second youngest member of the Yi family was being hunted down and killed, and the last stop of his escape. He went to a slum area in the southern suburb of Huadu, and he had a short stay over there. But the specific location we are still investigating, and as far as we know, those nemesis of the Yi family have also been lining up the slum area recently, seemingly looking for something. The ghetto in the southern suburbs of Huadu? Looking for something? Yi Fan couldn't help but thump in his heart, and immediately thought of the map remnants on his grandfather's second brother, those nemesis of the Yi family, who had gone through so much effort to make a move against the Yi family. On the one hand, the Yi family's power was too strong, and on the other, a more important aspect was that they were rushing towards the map, so now what they were looking for must be that map fragment. It had been so long since the Yi family disciples had been killed, they should have lined up all the places where second brother lived and fought, and since the slums were the last stop, it was highly likely that the clues to the map were in the slums. There was no time to lose, and it just so happened that he was in Huadu himself and had to make time to explore. Ruolan's wife, you go home first. I'm going to meet some old friends and come over to you later. Yi Fan turned his head towards Qing Ruolan and greeted her. Good, little Fan. I'll wait for you to come back at night. A blush surfaced on Qing Ruolan's face. Thank you for today. At night, I'll give you a surprise. Before coming back from Cloud City, Qing Ruolan had made a decision in her heart to be Yi Fan's woman as soon as possible, and after experiencing what happened today, the decision in Qing Ruolan's heart became even stronger. Yi Fan has been awakening for a longer and longer period of time, and the combat power that has been shown, as well as the strategy, the means, all of them are the demons of the demons. The demonic genius from 5 years ago had returned, and it was the best decision for her to announce that she was marrying Yi Fan. The key was that every time after being in close contact with Yi Fan, one could obtain that mysterious warmth, allowing one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. If she were to be Yi Fan's woman, she might be able to directly advance to the sovereign realm. At that time, one would have the ability to defend oneself and would not be just evased by Yi Fan's side. Just, the thought of their previous status, the night to be that intimate with Yi Fan. If Yi Fan is demented state, Chang Roland is still good. If things go halfway, Yi Fan suddenly awakened. It is simply to be ashamed of the individual. Chapter 160, Outrageous Means, Borrowing a Corpse to Raise a Parasite. Good. Sister-in-law, wait for me. What was the matter Chang Roland was talking about? Yi Fan could of course guess a rough idea. So Yi Fan deliberately gave Chang Roland an evil look, and also specifically called Chang Roland a sister-in-law, so that Chang Roland was even more pouting. You are bad. This deadbeat, he must have done it on purpose. Chang Roland took Ching Xiaochang to the car and left, leaving only Guo Li and the 4 major maids around Yi Fan at the scene, which was the absolute full force that knew that Yi Fan had awakened. The clubhouse is arranged here, right? Yi Fan looked at the clubhouse with a deep gaze. Shen Xiao and the group of men around him were thinking of taking their own lives, thinking of bullying Chang Roland. Yi Fan had no intention of leaving them alive since he exposed himself in front of them. Guo Li nodded. It's all arranged. My people will keep guarding this place and won't leave until the fire is extinguished. Shen smiled at these people, and the best way to do it was to create a big fire, so that everyone would be buried in the fire. Go to the southern suburb of the slums. Yi Fan greeted Guo Li. The provincial city is your home base. Spread more people out. Carefully a week ago in the slums. In the end, what happened? I suspect that my second brother left something in the slums. Yes. After Yi Fan and Guo Li left, in the clubhouse's private room, those 8 wolf dogs also finally got tired and got down. And at this time Shen Xiaoxiao finally had a chance to slow down a bit, trembling to find his cell phone. A look at the top of the signal. The first time to find the number of Grandpa dialed the past. Grandpa. The moment the video call was connected, Shen Xiaoxiao's tears came out of the frame. At the other end of the phone, Tang Zhang saw his grandson. This appearance is also heartbreaking up. Shen Xiaoxiao, is Grandpa sorry? You people are fine as long as, Grandpa, this will send someone to pick you up. Devil, cootie, not. Shen Xiaoxiao was just about to continue to open his mouth to speak when his complexion suddenly changed. As if he had seen something frightening, his mouth kept roaring and talking nonsense. Shen Xiao, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Tang Zhang saw Shen Xiaoxiao's crazy appearance and immediately understood. Shen Xiaoxiao was being tortured by Yi Fan run to go crazy. Began to speak crazy words? Tang Zhang himself did not have a son, only 2 daughters. So although Shen Xiaoxiao was Tang Zhang's grandson, Tang Zhang was treated as his own grandson. Asterisk. These dogs of the Yi family, none of you want to live. When the Yi family collapses, every single dog in the Yi family will be exterminated cleanly by old me. Tang Zhang's heart was sickened at the mention of dogs now. Tang Zhan was still scrambling to mobilize the rest of Huadu's forces, trying to go and save Shen Xiao back. Right now, although Shen Xiao was being tortured like crazy, as long as he had a life, everything was fine. But the next moment, Tang Zhang saw the entrance to the private room, a huge tongue of fire spurting in, wrapping Shen Xiao in the center in the blink of an eye. Grandpa, save me. Grandpa, avenge me. Finally, Shen Xiaoxiao's voice was vaguely heard. Immediately after, the cell phone was a blur, directly without any breath. Bastard. Shun laugh. My grandson, Yi Changfeng, you stepped on the horses, let what old son extinct. I want to fight with you. Tang Zhang was angry, face pale. The phone in his hand was directly pinched by him to burst, his mouth hysterical roar. Tang Zhang only cared about scolding Yi Changfeng himself, but he hadn't thought about his own involvement in planning the attack on the Yi family, which had left 10 of the Yi family's core disciples dead and almost wiped out the family. Is he only allowed to make a move on someone else? But it can't be someone else who makes a move on him. Yi Fan and the 4 great maids, as well as Guo Li, were only leading a small group of people, and soon arrived at the southern suburb of the slums. In order not to draw attention to themselves, the crowd was spread out into the slums. Yi Fan was even all alone, having just turned an alley. Yi Fan was hit head-on by a woman. I'm sorry, little brother. I'm in a hurry to cure my child. I'm sorry. The woman panicked and struggled out of Yi Fan's arms, her face full of anxiety. And in her daughter's arms, she was holding a girl of about 3 years old. The girl's face was flushed and she was limp in the woman's arms and seemed to have passed out, supposedly with a fever. It's okay, go see a doctor. Originally, the matter didn't have much to do with himself. Yi Fan didn't intend to care, but the moment Yi Fan's eyes retracted, he detected a hint of something wrong in the girl. Traces of parasite activity on this girl? How did a child from an ordinary family in the slums get targeted by the compulsion cult? After the woman was just about to leave with the child in her arms, Yi Fan opened his mouth and called out to her. Wait, the woman seemed to be frightened. What's wrong? Just bumped into you. I'm really sorry, but I really don't mean it. I'm in a hurry to cure the child. First let to the child cure. You can do whatever you want, okay? Ma'am, you've misunderstood. I'm trying to say that I'm also a doctor, and I know a little bit about the child's situation. Why don't I help take a look first? Otherwise, when you send it to the hospital, I'm afraid it's too late. Don't worry, I don't charge for it. Yi Fan finished and didn't forget to add a sentence, because Yi Fan could see that this woman was plainly dressed, and the economic situation in her hands should be a bit constrained. Ha, really? Little brother is really a doctor? When the woman heard Yi Fan's words, she almost knelt down to Yi Fan. Thank you so much, little brother. I don't even know how to thank you. Is it really possible? Yi Fan nodded. Of course. While speaking, Yi Fan reached out and grabbed the little girl's pulse and sensed it, having confirmed the little girl's situation in his mind. Borrowing a corpse to raise a parasite. This is a very evil method of compulsion. It is to quietly plant parasites in a person's body and then use the host's essence blood to raise these poisonous parasites. And at a later stage, as the poisonous parasites absorb more and more of the host's essence blood, the host will experience coma, fever and other symptoms. And when those poisonous parasites are completely mature, it is the time for the host to die. Those poisonous parasites will completely devour the host's internal organs and then leave the host. And the host dies, from the outside, without any injuries, presumably without knowing how. I'll apply needles to suppress it first. We'll treat it carefully later at home. As Yi Fan spoke, he pulled out a few silver needles from his body and urged his chi to stab down on a few acupoints of the little girl. Yi Fan sensed that those poisonous parasites in the little girl's body at this time were very active and had to be calmed down first. Seeing that Yi Fan even had silver needles on his body, the woman obviously had more trust in Yi Fan. Thank you, little brother. Thank you, little brother. A few injections went down, and as those poisonous parasites were suppressed, the little girl's condition was obviously much better. My home is right in front. Turn 2 corners and you're there. The home is rather broken. Little brother, don't mind. The woman guided Yi Fan to follow along to her home. She also explained with some urgency. Little brother, great kindness. As long as little brother can cure my daughter, let me do whatever I can. The woman clenched her teeth and emphasized again. As she spoke, the woman's eyes reddened again. She was just an ordinary office worker, working in the company, but also by the leadership to wear small shoes. The salary was not much, all to her daughter's treatment, and now simply cannot get any money. And the only thing they can take out of their hands is only their own. Chapter 161. Go to the bedroom. Yi Fan followed the woman to her place. It was a very dilapidated house on the 2nd floor, with 3 compartments, but the floors were faded. But the woman was very clean and good at tidying up, and although the room was small, it was tidied up and cozy, and there were a few paintings on the walls, obviously the handiwork of a little girl. It depicts 2 adults holding the hand of a little girl. Get started. Just put the little friend on the sofa. Yi Fan instructed the woman to place the little girl flat on the sofa and continued to speak. Go prepare a mouthful of needles and sterilize them on the fire. As the words fell, Yi Fan began to move his hands, waving his own arm, speedily sticking silver needles in all parts of the girl's blood veins all over her body. His strength and chi energized, forcing all those wandering parasites into the nests where they were growing. The nest of these poisonous parasites is none other than the scalp of the little girl's brain. That's right, it's the scalp of the little girl's brain. Some of the poisonous parasites were not quite willing to move under the urging of Yi Fan's chi, wanting to remain in the little girl's heart, chest and other locations. However, Yi Fan had the 10,000 compulsions tripod on his body, and just by gently urging the password, all those poisonous parasites immediately and obediently gathered into the little girl's scalp. Yi Fan utilized the silver needles to seal off all the ways out, and then there was a fluctuation in his chi. Fizzle. A crisp, yet head-turning sound rang through the room. When the woman had sterilized the needle from the kitchen, she had just gone out to see such a horrible scene. Yi Fan actually tore off his daughter's scalp? What's this for? Ah! The woman let out a shriek of shock and covered her mouth as she quickly rushed over. What are you doing? Isn't this little brother here to treat his daughter? Why did he directly tear his daughter's scalp open? Isn't this a deliberate torture? The woman rushed over and glanced toward her daughter's scalp, and then her whole body froze. After the girl's scalp was ripped open, there was supposed to be normal blood and flesh and nerves and such inside, but at this time, in the girl's scalp, but a large area of dense worms, all present translucent red, in the non-stop wriggling, looks like a bee chrysalis-like. Let a person body straight goosebumps. This, the woman swallowed back instantly as the words reached her mouth, eyes full of shock. How can your own daughter have so many bugs on her head? Is it because you usually wash your daughter's hair less? Yi Fan drew out one of the silver needles and without any hesitation, flew at those poisonous parasites on his scalp. In just less than 10 seconds of work, Yi Fan had already skewered all the poisonous parasites on top of the silver needles, which looked like shrunken versions of sugar gourds. Give me the needle. Yi Fan stuck the silver needle on the wall next to him and extended his hand towards the woman. The woman hurriedly handed the needle to Yi Fan, who eyed the woman for a moment, then the girl, and finally brought his head closer towards the woman. Sensing the scent of a man getting closer, the woman was a little nervous and apprehensive. What is he going to do? Is this to kiss yourself? Why kiss yourself at this time? Will you let him kiss you or not? With 100 apprehensions in her mind, the woman eventually overcame her shyness and closed her eyes. Kiss it. People have saved your daughter. I'm afraid the hospital can't save her from such a strange disease. Such a godly doctor has cured your daughter for free. What's not to like? Originally, women were ready to offer themselves, but Yi Fan approached his daughter, reached out and found a hair on the woman's head, pulled it off and threaded it directly onto the needle. The girl's scalp was torn open and always had to be sewn back on. There are no other specialized medical threads available here, so using hair instead is the best option. Feeling a piece of her hair being ripped off, the woman opened her eyes full of curiosity and happened to see Yi Fan using his own hair to stitch up his daughter's wound. The woman's face instantly blushed to the back of her neck in shyness. Turns out people were just looking for hair to use as threads and they actually thought. There, the woman was still in a daze. Yi Fan had already quickly stitched up the little girl's wound, wiping the little blood around it with a paper towel, and from the outside, it looked as if nothing had happened. I'll prescribe you some more Chinese medicine later, a little bit of conditioning for 2 or 3 days, and you'll be fine. Yi Fan put away the silver needles on the wall, intending to go to the kitchen to burn these poisonous parasites. However, I would suggest that it would be best for you to move and leave this place. Don't let the little ones come into contact with strangers anymore. Moving? But I've already paid half a year's rent in advance, and if I move, won't that rent be wasted? The woman was a little reluctant to give up, but she was smart. Although Yi Fan didn't say it explicitly, she guessed that it must be someone who wanted to hit on her daughter's attention, and the other party was someone he couldn't afford to mess with, so the best thing to do was to get out of here. Think about it. Yi Fan went to the kitchen, turned the gas on, and placed the string of poisonous parasites on the fire and burned it to ashes. Ah, who is the one who stepped on the horse and spoiled the old man's plan? Pust. The moment all those poisonous parasites in Yi Fan's hand were burned to death. In the eastern suburb of Huadu, in a separate garden, a black-robed man screamed miserably, his mouth spraying a mouthful of black blood furiously, and roared hysterically and wildly. Borrowing corpses to raise parasites is exactly his handiwork. This black-robed man was another powerful person from the Compassion sect, the Five-Poison Child. In order to find a suitable host for raising poisonous parasites, he quietly searched the whole country for 10 years, and finally found a suitable body, which was about to succeed, but was actually destroyed at the critical time. The Five-Poison Child wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed a touch of gloom. Trouble. Originally, as long as this time the poisonous parasites are bred successfully, this seat will be able to compete with Shuang Bifan for the Compassion sect. But now, damn it, don't let me find out who it is. Men, go and find out for me who has spoiled my good deed. In the woman's rented house, Yi Fan once again returned to the living room after resolving the poisonous parasites. The little girl's body is relatively weak. She may still have to pass out for the night. She'll be fine when she wakes up tomorrow. Yi Fan spoke faintly. There's nothing else. I'm leaving. Yi Fan had come here mainly to investigate the clues of the map that second brother had left before he died. Saving the little girl was just an episode. Yi Fan didn't want to delay too much time here. Wait. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, the woman hesitated and reached out to pull on Yi Fan's sleeve. Little brother, I can't repay your great kindness. Can you come in for a moment? The woman glanced at her daughter. Ever since her ex-husband left, she has raised her daughter all by herself, and her daughter is all she has. Yi Fan had saved her daughter. It was the same as saving her whole life. She must be the one to thank. As the woman spoke, she tugged on Yi Fan's sleeve and pulled him toward the bedroom. Chapter 162. The mouth refuses. The body is very honest. Ma'am, what are you doing? Yi Fan was a bit skeptical. This is not good, right? Especially after seeing that the woman entered the bedroom. She also closed the door to the room. Yi Fan was even more puzzled. Ma'am, your husband? We're like this. It's not good. What's the matter? You quickly say it. Although Yi Fan liked women, he had his own principles. My ex-husband has left many years ago. I don't have a husband. The woman straightened her hair around her ears and shyly spoke to Yi Fan. That, little brother, close your eyes. By this moment, the cutie, and knew what was going to happen next. Ma'am, don't be like that. I save people for absolutely nothing in return. It's just by the way for me. Yi Fan was still opening his mouth to explain, while the lady in the room, who had already turned her back to Yi Fan, undid her outside shirt. The native-colored shirt slid down the woman's pale shoulders. Slim little waist, no concave and convex curve. Then the woman once again removed her skinny jeans as well. Yi Fan completely did not expect that the lady in front of him had such a stunningly beautiful body and such a face even though she was not dressed up at all. Little brother, For you, saving someone's life is a smooth matter, but for me, it's a heavenly matter. The woman took a shy step forward. It was only at this moment that Yi Fan realized that the original woman who did not put on any powder was actually of national color, and actually would not be worse than those 7 people. This really isn't good. Lady, as Yi Fan spoke, he picked up the clothes on the ground and then intended to help the woman put them back on. However, the woman reached out and hooked Yi Fan's neck. Little brother, remember, my name is Chiu Wan. Everything is of my own free will. Little brother doesn't have to be burdened. The moment his skin touched each other, Yi Fan steeply felt an ancient aura coming from the woman's body towards his body. That breath entered Yi Fan's body, and it seemed to be the gas pedal, instantly making the martial arts chi in Yi Fan's body start to move wildly, and all those breaths in his body, completely all started to automatically cultivate and enhance his strength. This, Yi Fan's pupils dilated for a moment, his heart violently shocked. Innate Tao body? Innate hearth physique? Yi Fan had mentioned in the inheritance in the Dragon Ring that a woman with this type of physique had a body that naturally contained a Tao rhythm. If the man who was married to her was a martial arts practitioner, with the help of the cauldron, the speed of cultivation could be 1,000 miles a day. In the history of Great Xia, there was once a high-ranking person who was fortunate enough to encounter an innate Tao body. With the help of that woman, that high man eventually won person's strength, leading the entire de Xia martial arts strong, suppressing the evil demons, for de Xia for thousands of years of peace and tranquility. And now that he just happened to save a little girl, did he actually encounter such a chance? Under the infection of the powerful and ancient aura of the innate Tao body, not only was the flow of martial chi accelerated in Yi Fan's body, but the speed of blood vein flow was also accelerated by several times. The blood swelled and the breath caught. Faced with such a stunning beauty and such a miraculous Tao body, Yi Fan was even more urgently in need of improving his strength now. Based on the current information, Yi Fan already knew that Xian Yufei's mother was a descendant of the divine sect servants, and his own mother, most likely, was one of the divine sect. The divine sect was specialized in dealing with those hidden evil Changs, and behind this, the heavenly hall was also involved. Yi Fan had already predicted that his own awakening, allowing the Yi family to rise and avenge the Yi family, was only the first step. There was the ancient martial world in the back, as well as dealing with those mysterious evil Chong, which was a responsibility that was placed on one's shoulders. One's strength must increase as quickly as possible. Yi Fan had thoughts like flying, and as the woman in her arms twisted her body, her red lips were already kissing towards Yi Fan's mouth, while hooking Yi Fan's neck and pushing Yi Fan back towards the bed. I won't fail you, Yi Fan muttered under his breath. No longer suppressing himself, rolling onto his back, he straightened the woman in his arms and began to dominate every inch of her. Xiao Wan heart a burst of Wainer. This little brother, mouth refuses, body is very solid. The room instantly resounded with a burst of childish sounds, while there was also a powerful aura centered on the two that began to violently stir up. Although Yi Fan had placed a prohibition around the entire room, the powerful chi still rippled towards the surroundings. Woody 3rd grade, Woody's 4th grade. It seemed to be a male lion that finally saw his prey. Heaven and earth meet and are turned over in red waves. This was the only woman who could match Yi Fan's combat prowess. Yi Fan tossed and turned for more than an hour before calling it a day. Although there was Yi Fan's vitality power to warm Xiao Wan's body, but Yi Fan was after all at the level of a martial emperor, and Xiao Wan was still unable to resist, and had completely fainted. However, being in such close contact with Yi Fan and aided by the warmth, Xiao Wan also gained many benefits. The body's many hidden abilities had begun to revive. It was just that at the moment, Xiao Wan was in a comatose state and was unable to cast it herself. Yi Fan felt his strength. In just 1 hour, he had actually raised 3 realms, reaching the 6th rank of martial emperor. Is this the power of the innate Tao body? With such an extreme product by his side, it would be a matter of time before his strength broke through to martial saint. Having reached the martial saint realm, within the known range, looking around the globe, there shouldn't be many people who are their rivals, right? Yi Fan had just finished sensing his strength, his powerful perception, when he suddenly detected a group of masked black-clothed men quietly barging towards this side of the rental house, those while fluctuating with some bizarre aura on their bodies. Yi Fan didn't want to be exposed here, so he hurriedly injected a vitality power into Qiu Wan's body, and then whispered to Qiu Wan, Sister Wan. A group of people came outside. Are they rushing at you? Qiu Wan looked at herself and Yi Fan so openly relative to each other. Her face was a little shy, but probing to see those approaching men in black downstairs, she shook her head. I don't recognize them, but in the last few days, I've always found problems at home. Every time I go home, I find that things seem to have been rummaged through so many times in the house. Chiu Wan's words made Yi Fan's heart flutter. Someone's gone through Chiu Wan's house? That must be looking for something. Yi Fan already had a bold guess in his heart. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? The clue to the map of Ergo that he was looking for. Could it also be here in Chiu Wan? Chapter 163, You're My Woman. Where else do you want to go? It's just that Yi Fan released his own perception to sweep around in Chiu Wan's room again and didn't find that kind of map-specific ancient atmosphere. However, one thing was certain. Chiu Wan definitely couldn't live here since she was now her own woman. Moreover, Yi Fan didn't want to be exposed here and had to take Chiu Wan away immediately. Good, they may be here to kill. Hurry up and put on your clothes, I'll take you away. Yi Fan quickly put his clothes on, then outside on the living room sofa, holding the little girl in his arms. When he returned to the bedroom, Chiu Wan had already casually put the clothes on his body, not allowing Chiu Wan to think too much. Yi Fan put his arm around Chiu Wan and directly jumped down from the second floor towards the roof next to him. Although Chiu Wan had already sensed that Yi Fan was unusual, when she saw that at such a high height, Yi Fan directly jumped down. She still almost cried out in shock, and hurriedly reached out to cover her own mouth before she could barely block out her voice. After jumping to the roof next to him, Yi Fan made a few jumps and quickly left the rented house, flashing towards his car outside the slum. However, Yi Fan's perception was still focused on the situation in the rental. After Yi Fan and Chiu Wan left, over at the rented house, the few black-clothed killers quietly opened the door to the room, and a group of 6 or 7 people quickly searched the room. Strange, no one? Yeah, didn't our brothers watch this place and see that the had returned? Where did the man go? A few people under his command were still puzzled. The leading black-clothed captain opened his mouth and chided. Forget about that, hurry up and scrutinize it again. This time don't miss every corner. Must look carefully. The upper face pushed that thing very tightly. All the places have been lined up. This is the last place where the target stayed for more than 30 seconds before dying. Yes, when the group got the order, they started rummaging through the cabinets like crazy, leaving no corner of the rental house untouched. Not even the small pieces of paper that padded the table were ripped out and scrutinized. At this time, Yi Fan, who was already outside in his car, listened to the conversation of the people in the rented house and confirmed it in his heart. Ergo must have been here before he died. Those people who went to Chiu Wan's room must have been looking for clues to the map as well. Just Yi Fan also felt some. The rental house indeed no clues. Then the second brother's map placed in what place to go. But naturally Yi Fan was not in a good position to ask Chiu Wan directly now. He had just asked for someone's body. Asking like this would seem like he was being too utilitarian. Chiu Wan was already her own person. If there were any clues, she would definitely be the first to know. Little brother, thank you for saving me. I should go. In the car, Chiu Wan was a bit reluctant, but she was very sensible. She could see that Yi Fan's identity was definitely not ordinary. Happening to save her own daughter's life, Chiu Wan was already thankful. As for the rest, Chiu Wan never had the luxury. While speaking, Chiu Wan struggled and then tried to sit up from Yi Fan's arms. All are my women now. Where else does Sister Wan plan to go? Yi Fan looked at Chiu Wan evilly. His big hand pinched towards Chiu Wan's phoenix, causing Chiu Wan's face to blush. I can't live in the current rental house. I have to find a hotel to live in first, then re-rent a house. Alas, Chiu Wan looked at her daughter by her side, and in her heart, she sighed a long sigh again. Renting an apartment will cost another fortune, and I owe my daughter too much. My daughter is so old that she has to live an uprooted life with herself. Looking at Chiu Wan like this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a heartache. Sister Wan, there's no need to look for a house. You are my woman. I will be responsible for you. While speaking, Yi Fan dialed Guo Li's phone. Old Guo, everyone, retreat quietly. In addition, prepare a set of houses you have available in Huadu for me. I want them tonight. Good. I happen to have a set of villas in the southern suburb. The surroundings are okay. There are always people cleaning. If Big Brother wants to live there, I'll take you there. A few minutes later, Guo Li and the 4 great maids all retreated from the slums. Young Master, Big Brother. A few people were stunned when they saw Chiu Wan in the car. Young Master's peach blossom luck is too strong, isn't it? It doesn't say you're here to look for clues, and in just 2 hours, you've attracted such a beautiful young woman? Guo Li also instantly understood why the Big Brother wants the villa. The original is intended to be a golden house hiding Introducing, this is Sister Wan, my woman, Old Guo. In the future regarding Sister Wan, take care of her. There's also the issue of the little girl's kindergarten. You'll have to solve it together by the way. Yi Fan solemnly introduced Guo Li and the 4 great maids. Hello sister-in-law. Hello ma'am. Guo Li and the 4 great maids bent down at Chiu Wan, causing her to be filled with embarrassment. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. 10 minutes later, Guo Li rushed to the villa compound in the southern suburb with Yi Fan and Chiu Wan. Big brother, sister-in-law. This is the set of villa that I've only just renovated. Big brother, take a look. If there's anything else that's not enough, feel free to call me. Wu Li and the 4 great maids were very sensible and didn't follow along. Sister 1. From today onwards, this villa is yours. The transfer formalities Lao Guo will handle tomorrow. Yifan tenderly held Xiao Wan in his arms, and his heart couldn't help but sigh for a while. I did not expect that my luck was actually so good. Casually saved a little girl. Actually got an innate Taoist body woman. Innate cultivation cauldron. 2 people sleeping time. You can make your own cultivation speed 1,000 times the speed. One's future path of martial arts would be exactly like riding in an airplane. Ah, my, Xiaofan, this is too expensive. Xiao Wan was a bit at a loss for words. I've heard that the villas here, they all cost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Ah, I can't have it. Xiao Wan was a bit anxious, and while waving her hand, she wanted to retreat towards the outside. Yifan smiled evilly. How much more valuable is it? Is it as valuable as you? I've never been stingy with my own woman. If Sister Wan wants to repay, she'll give her body to you. Look, it's a long night. We can go deeper. Ah. While speaking, Yifan picked up Xiao Wan by the waist and stepped towards the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Shame on you, Fan. They're still out there. Ugh, not here. Wait. Gently, in the villa compound, a lesser sound began to ring out again. The moon, outside the window, seemed all a bit shy, hiding behind the clouds themselves. In the room, in addition to the soft wooing, there are also heavy gasping. The whole room is filled with a charming atmosphere. As the two continued to interact intimately, although Yifan's cultivation speed was still soaring and raising his martial qi. However, Yifan's own physique had already reached the limit of the qi energy it could withstand, so the subsequent cultivation was all about helping Yifan stabilize his realm and skillfully master the 6th grade of martial arts strength. If she had been intimate with Yifan last time, Xiao Wan was completely repaying her kindness. Then this time, Xiao Wan was totally a bit moved. There were even a couple of times when Xiao Wan had to be on top. Chapter 164, Someone is alone in the house. Wastelands that have been dry for too long, once developed, are so fertile that they are as fat and juicy as a ripe peach. After the storm, Xiao Wan was completely passed out this time, although she was an innate Dao body, a natural hearth cultivation physique. Nay, Yifan was a tired ox, with that strange payload swaying in his body. He seemed to have endless strength, and Xiao Wan still couldn't resist. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Wan in his arms, Yifan put on a piece of clothing, quietly got up, walked to the balcony, and looked deeply into the distance. Young master, Yifan had just stood on the balcony when the maid, Nansheng, dodged to Yifan with a flash from outside the villa. How is the situation over there in the slum area? Although Yifan had left from the slum side with Xiao Wan, before he left, he still asked Nansheng and Xiao Wan to arrange for continued monitoring of the slum area, especially the situation of those black-clothed people in Xiao Wan's house. Yifan wanted to find out who was investigating the last traces of second brother. After our people followed them, we found that they are connected to the Xuanwu battle zone, and their landing point seems to be the stronghold of the Black-Clothed Society of the East. Nansheng gave Yifan a detailed report of the results of his investigation. In addition, the people we have placed over in the slum area have discovered that in addition to the people from the Xuanwu battle region and the Easterning intervening, there seems to be several other waves of strangers who have also lurked into the slum area. The ones that we have investigated clearly so far are the people from the ancient martial family, and the 4 great holy lands have also come. The others, the origins of which we haven't investigated clearly yet. Listening to Nansheng's reply, Yifan frowned. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, God and Goddess Ruins, Immortal Pill of Immortality, Extreme Martial Skills. These things, even if they are rumors, the temptation is too great. At first, it was probably just those nemesis of the Yi family making a move against the Yi family, coveting the Yi family's map fragments. But now, there are more forces and organizations coming into the picture. There were also those mysterious evil Changs that could devour living beings, and I wondered if they had anything to do with my own mother. Continue to go and investigate, and keep me informed if there are any new developments. Although Yifan was now at the 6th rank of Martial Emperor, he suddenly felt an intense crisis. All of these people might have only come for the map remnants in the beginning, but when they investigated to the end and found out that the Yi family had 7 pairs of map remnants, they definitely wouldn't let themselves go. Most likely, they would join forces with those nemesis of the Yi family and make a move against themselves together. Yifan had to rush before them and remove all of his opponents. It was necessary to strike fear into everyone, so that they wouldn't dare to have any covetousness towards the Yi family. Just the strength of a martial emperor's 6th grade was indeed not a weak strength when looking at the entire level of martial Dao. But beyond the martial Dao level, there were also the ancient martial families, the 4 great sacred grounds, and some other reclusive families. Hell knows what other old demons were behind them? It was highly likely that their strength had reached the martial saint realm. and even breaking through to a higher level was possible. One had to raise one's strength as soon as possible. However, now that Yifan's physique had reached the limit of its carrying capacity, it was no longer very possible for martial qi to break through in a short period of time. After returning to his bedroom, Yifan suddenly thought of the god and goddess fragment that he had gotten from the Poison Duke, something that had fallen out of that god and was related to his own payload. I wonder what secrets might be hidden inside. Yifan took out the god and goddess fragment and released his powerful perception into it, feeling the ancient power stirring in the fragment. From Yifan's dantian, the salary flame swayed and a stream of light spread towards the shards, as if it was a key to unlock the shard. When the stream of light entered the god and goddess shard, the god and goddess shard instantly began to stir up an even more majestic and ancient aura, wrapping Yifan's entire being. A golden stream of light along Yifan's arm quickly toward the body of Yifan did not enter. Powerful martial Dao Qi energy, and some huge energy that was not Qi energy. Although Yifan could not understand it now, he knew that it must be something more powerful than martial Dao Qi energy. The great formation of the sages, killing the evil Chong? After the stream of light stopped being channeled, Yifan realized that he had automatically received a powerful inheritance in his head, and the most important of them was an ancient and marvelous formation spell. According to the information conveyed in the inheritance, this was the marvelous formation to kill evil Chong, the name of the great formation of the sages. Yifan had heard of it from the inheritance of the Dragon Ring. That was the killing formation that the ancestors used to deal with those evil Chong demons in the evil extermination battle back then. It is only with the successive fall of the forefathers, serious injuries, thousands of years after the development of the forefathers and sages of the Great Array eventually all lost. So, those guardians of the future generations can only maintain those sealing arrays left by the forefathers, but cannot be completely removed from those suppression of the evil Chong. And now, Yifan had actually obtained the inheritance of the great formation of the forefathers from a fragment of a god or goddess. Yifan could somewhat understand at this time why so many organizations and forces were searching for the fragments of the Yi family's heavenly palace map at all costs, wanting to find the god and goddess ruins. If the inheritance in a fragment was so powerful, then there was no telling how many maddening goodies were hidden in the gods and goddesses. Originally, Yifan's body had absorbed other very large amounts of energy and martial qi from the fragments, but there was no way that Yifan's body had already reached its carrying limit, so the salary flame in the depths of Yifan's dantian swayed and dissolved those energies in qi into qi halos, which were stored in Yifan's tendons and veins. Yifan's realm hadn't improved much for the time being, but with this great formation of the sages, it was equivalent to giving Yifan another bottom card to save his life. The great formation of the sages was not only able to kill evil Changs, but also strong people above the level of martial emperor. Yifan sat down on the ground, understanding the mysteries of the great formation of the sages thoroughly, and his head seemed to be emptied as if he was very tired. Although the great formation of the sages was immensely powerful, it was extremely spiritually draining. Yifan climbed into bed and wrapped his arms around Qiuwan and fell into a deep sleep. For such a long time since he was a child, Yifan had never slept so peacefully as he did today, and at this moment, in the Qing family compound, in Cheng Ruolan's room, Cheng Ruolan had tidied up the room early, and had even sprinkled rose petals on the bed. Today, Cheng Ruolan was planning to give herself to Yifan. For her first time, Cheng Ruolan still cared and valued it. Cheng Ruolan also deliberately put on a shirt robe. Under the loose collar, the big phoenix hidden, the hem of the clothes below, barely half of the thighs covered, inside the black lace, are fast wrapped up. Humph, so seductive. This young lady doesn't believe that you won't pounce like a hungry wolf when you see it. Cheng Ruolan's gaze contained water, looking out the window with an expectant face, calculating the time. That dead bad guy should come back, right? Seeing what friends, does it take so long? Cheng Ruolan had a few grievances, but she didn't know that because of Qiuwan. She was destined to be alone in her room today. Chapter 165 Important Clues. Cheng Ruolan was still looking forward to it when Guoli's phone call suddenly came. Sister-in-law, big brother may be a bit late to meet his friends tonight. He won't be back today. Sister-in-law don't have to wait for big brother. Guoli was still very thorough and knew that Yifan couldn't be free right now, so he gave Cheng Ruolan a call and explained the situation. Cheng Ruolan was filled with loss when she got the news. Originally, Cheng Ruolan was already very much looking forward to this evening's intimacy, but it turned out that Yifan actually had so many other things going on. LOL, he had prepared such a romantic scene for nothing. However, when he thought that Yifan had been waking up for a longer and longer period of time while dealing with Xin Xiaoxiao, there was a bit of peace in his heart. This was good. When Yifan had completely awakened, then the Yi family wouldn't be in any danger. In the southern suburb of Huadu, in the villa that Guoli had given him, the next day when the sky had just dawned, Yifan felt a shaking in his arm. It was Qiuwan who struggled to get up from Yifan's arms. Awake? Sister Wan. Yifan tenderly reached out and wrapped his arms around Qiuwan's waist, feeling Xiao Wan's charm. Xiao Wan thought that Ji Fan was still continuing to do something, and said with some shyness and a little bit of urgency, Xiao Fan, it's too late. I'm going to be late for work. That one pippy of the company is already very sharp. If he catches me being late, he's going to deduct my salary again. Yi Fan froze, then laughed. Look at this brain of mine. I messed up yesterday and forgot to tell Sister Wan. From today onwards Sister Wan doesn't need to go to work. Just take the kids properly. Xiao Wan innate Taoist body. Natural stove. Yi Fan is to be brought around at all times. Xiao Wan also go to what class? How can I not go to work? Xiao Wan was a bit shy to find her own personal clothes and put them towards herself behind Yi Fan's back. I'm already over the moon when I'm living in the house you've given me. How can I not go to work anymore? I can't ask you to pay for all my living expenses and stuff in the future, right? Although Xiao Wan accepted to become Yi Fan's woman, she still had her own insistence within her heart. What's not to like? As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and took out a bank card from the pocket of his clothes next to him. There should be $5 million in this card, with a password of 6 sixes. Sister Wan will take it and use it first, and if there's not enough of it, feel free to talk to me. Yi Fan never treated Sui Shui or Cheng Rulan poorly, no matter if it was to Sui Shui or Cheng Rulan. Xiao Wan's innate Taoist body, yesterday's pleasure, had helped Yi Fan raise his strength from Martial Emperor 3rd grade to Martial Emperor 6th grade. It was one step closer to Yi Fan's successful revenge, and with such a special creature, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. 5 million. Xiao Wan, as an ordinary employee, 5 million is an astronomical sum that she dare not imagine for her. Xiao Wan panicked and pushed the card back from Yi Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, I won't say anything if you let me stay here, but the money I can never take. I'm not used to taking other people's money without working for it. And, Xiao Wan hesitated for a while before continuing to speak. And you're buying me a house and giving me money to spend like this. What have I become? I don't want to be seen by others as a third party. Xiao Wan's willingness to be Yi Fan's woman was originally for the purpose of repaying the favor, and she hadn't even thought of having any follow-up with Yi Fan. Someone as outstanding as Yi Fan must have a girlfriend, or a wife, and Xiao Wan didn't even have the luxury. Although Yi Fan made his attitude clear, Xiao Wan was adamant that she didn't want it, with a determined look in her eyes. Yi Fan also saw that Xiao Wan was so beautiful, if she didn't have her own principles, she was afraid that her days would have been very comfortable. Okay, it's fine if you don't want the money, but the class you really don't have to go to. If you really want to go to work, just go to work at Yi Group of Companies. As soon as Yi Fan pulled Xiao Wan back into his arms, the clothes that Xiao Wan had just put on were once again stripped away. Ye's Group, as the top group in Daxia, although it hadn't operated much properly over the years, it was still not small in scale, and it had a branch in Huadu. Xiao Wan is doing financial management. Go to the branch as a financial director, or not a big problem. Yi Fan roughly introduced himself to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan was also shocked after learning about Yi Fan's identity. She couldn't even speak. You're that young master of the Yi family, the one whose 7 sisters-in-law are married to you? Yi Fan nodded. Exactly, but didn't they all say you were a cutie? What? You? Xiao Wan looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled face. The Yi Fan in front of her, naturally, was a little different from the legend. Yi Fan smiled evilly. Do I look like a little cutie to you? Do I look like a cutie? Remember to keep my secret for me. Aha! Xiao Wan was shocked and a little apprehensive in her heart. She completely did not expect that she was just repaying a favor with her body, but she did not expect that she was actually sleeping with the first-line young master of the Yi family, the demonic genius who had stirred up the entire Daxia 5 years ago. Thinking about the gap between her status and Yi Fan, Xiao Wan was a bit lost. The gap was too big, and Yi Fan still had 7 sisters-in-law to marry him, so what was the matter with herself? However, thinking about the fact that she hadn't expected anything in the first place, to be able to have pleasure with a demonic genius like Yi Fan once, she was already satisfied. Even if I don't go to the company to work, I still have to go to the company to get the things I put over there. Xiao Wan wriggled a bit in Yi Fan's arms, especially a week ago. I picked up a pen holder at the entrance of my room. I thought it was very pretty, so I brought it to the company and made sure to get it back. I even hid $200 underneath the pen holder now. Aha! Hearing Xiao Wan's words, Yi Fan's expression suddenly became grave. A week ago? Picked up a pen holder at the door? Yi Fan couldn't help but instantly connect the dots with the incident of his second brother, Yi Lingjun, being hunted down a week ago. Yi Lingjun was killed, but apparently they hadn't found anything on second brother yet. They ruled out all the places and ended up with only the slums left unsearched. I'm afraid that the penholder is the key clue to finding the map on Ergo, associated with those black-clothed men who rummaged through Xiao Wan's room last night. Yi Fan also got up in a hurry and said, Sister Wan, I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll accompany you to the company. This is fine. Xiaowan originally did not intend to let Yifan follow along, but thought of the company's abominable face of that manager Wang, who had blocked himself in the office several times and wanted to take advantage of himself. It was good to bring Yifan along with him this time. After enduring that guy for so long, he must dislike him fiercely this time. The two of them got up and cleaned up. At this time, Xiaowan's daughter also woke up. Seeing Yifan and Xiaowan close together, the little girl blinked her big eyes and said, "Mom, is this Daddy? Daddy is so handsome." Xiaowan's daughters haven't seen their fathers since they were born, so they have been very envious of others having fathers since they were young. "Right, I am Daddy." Xiaowan was still hesitant. Yifan spoke directly while opening his arms towards the little girl. Xiao, let Daddy hold you. Daddy has been busy working outside all these years. Now he finally has the time to come back to accompany you. Daddy will never leave again, okay? Xiao somewhat timidly hugged Yifan's neck and said with anticipation, "As long as Daddy is there, those bad people will never bully Mommy again." Listening to the little girl's words that were so understanding, Yifan couldn't help but have a sore nose. "Okay, Daddy will teach you Kung Fu later, and you'll protect Mommy with Daddy." Xiaowan works for a takeaway company and is in charge of the company's finances. In the eastern suburb of Huadu, in the compound of Hongda Takeout Company, the manager Wang Tianwei was gathering everyone in a roll call meeting. When the point to Xiaowan was made, no one answered for a long time. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Wang Tianwei's mouth. "Humph, stinking, late," finally fell into the old man's hands. "This time, see if I don't play you to death. The old man will definitely bang you in the office." Dismissed. Chapter 166, The Shameless Manager Wang. Yifan and Xiaowan were on their way to the company by taxi when they received a call from Guoli. "Big brother, just now news came from Mr. Pang's side. He heard that Big Brother came to Huadu saying that Pang Lao wants to meet you in person. Do you think you want to meet?" Pang Hai, as the chief administrator of the Tianji Pavilion, had already stepped in to help the Su group once before because of Yifan's coded activation, and even more so later on in dealing with those nemesis of the Yi family. Pang Hai hadn't actually met Yifan yet, and it was completely reasonable to want to meet the new pavilion master. Yifan pondered for a few seconds. "There's no rush first, wait until I'm done with Huadu." Yifan had his own considerations. Now Yifan had been playing dumb, but with so many things happening in Cloud City, his own little cute S identity could no longer be concealed at the moment. This time, when he came to Huadu, Yifan was on the one hand to investigate the truth about the death of second brother in the Xuanwu war zone and to find the whereabouts of the map fragment. On the other hand, it was also to continue removing the minions of the Yi family's nemesis. What Yifan wanted to do was to pretty much clean out all of the Yi family's minions before going head to head with those of their nemesis. This way, the real murderer behind it will be caught out at the final showdown. Pang Hai was the chief administrator of the Tianji Pavilion, and the last time he had stepped forward for Sui Shue's matter, he had definitely drawn the attention of all the forces, and if he were to meet with this little cutie of his at this time, meeting, it would definitely be noticed by someone with a heart of gold. Yifan is afraid to scare those nemesis of the Yi family, and those real murderers will not dare to face the road in the end, and the Yi family's blood revenge will not be able to be avenged. Although what Yifan had investigated so far was that Zhang Gulao and Tang Zheng seemed to be the murderers with the most direct hands, Yifan knew that they were not the real murderers. Good. Pang Lao said another program is to let the general manager of the Kyushu group, Su Hai, come over to visit Big Brother. In the future it is also convenient to contact Big Brother directly. Big Brother C. Listening to Guo Li's words on the phone, Yifan couldn't help but feel a waner in his heart. Pang Hai's mind was really meticulous. Although he had said the code word of Tianji Pavilion correctly, he had never seen the real person. For whatever reason, he always thought to confirm it. Alright then, let's have Su Hai go to Hongda Takeout to meet up. The Qing family's business was to be launched in Huadu, and it was also true that they needed the Kyushu group to assist in helping to claim that a meeting with the general manager of the Kyushu group would not attract as much attention. Hongda Takeout Company, Wang Tianwei had just finished giving a meeting to everyone, and all of them hadn't left yet, when Xiaowan and Yifan appeared together at the main entrance. "Good you Xiaowan, today is the day of financial settlement. How dare you be late for such a long time? Do you not want to work anymore?" Wang Tianwei had tried to bully Xiaowan several times before in the office. All of them were escaped by Xiaowan, and also reported Wang Tianwei to the leaders of the headquarters once. Wang Tianwei had long held a grudge against Xiaowan. "I said what did the stinking do? So she went looking for a wild man?" When Wang Tianwei saw Yifan beside Xiaowan, a touch of coldness and resentment surfaced on his face. Looking at Xiaowan's flushed face, Wang Tianwei knew what happened last night. Treadmill, the woman that he has been thinking about for so long. Up to now he has not even touched a finger, but he was actually snatched by this person in front of him, and coming to work and sending along to work. Is this a deliberate attempt to show love in front of you? Chill-won, let me tell you, because you're late today, you'll be docked half a month's salary. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tianwei intended to fill in the blanks on the attendance sheet he was holding. On what grounds? Xiao-wan spoke angrily. According to the company's rules, even if I'm late, at most I'll only have a day's salary deducted, right? What gives you the right to deduct half a month's salary from me? Wang Tianwei stared at Xiao-wan with a sneer. On what grounds? I'm in a bad mood. So what? Oh, don't want to deduct half a month's salary is fine. Go to my office, communicate with me properly. I'm in a good mood, and then send you a few thousand more bonuses are no problem. Xiao-wan originally had an extremely good figure and appearance. At this time, after being moisturized by Yifan, it was even more tender that was about to drip. While Wang Tianwei was speaking, his hand couldn't help but reach towards Xiao-wan's buttocks, intending to grab a handful. Wang Tianwei is the manager of Honda Takeaway Company. The director of this company directly above the headquarters is his brother-in-law. Even if someone goes to the headquarters to complain, Wang Tianwei is not afraid. In this company, Wang Tianwei is the king. Wang Tianwei glanced at Yifan. Not well-dressed, or a taxi. It looks like a young man with little money and little background. On your own turf, you're still easy to hold? Even if he had molested Xiao-wan in public, what could he do? Xiao-wan still needs a salary to support her family, and today she is even more unreasonable, so she definitely doesn't dare to stick her neck out. Seeing Wang Tianwei's movements, a flash of disgust surfaced in Xiao-wan's eyes and her body instinctively tried to dodge. A touch of bitterness flashed in Yifan's eyes. His body took a step forward, blocking Xiao-wan behind himself, and reached out to grab Wang Tianwei's wrist. Manager Wang, it's not good to touch your hand like this, right? Aha! Seeing Yifan's actions, a flash of annoyance flashed through Wang Tianwei's eyes. How dare this guy block his movements? Kid, are you looking for death? Wang Tianwei angrily stared at Yifan. You'd better figure out what kind of place this is. Here just you be good and obedient. Otherwise I can play with her to death, do you believe me? I'll just touch her today, what's wrong with you? While Wang Tianwei's mouth chided, he stretched out his other hand, once again intending to grab towards Xiao-wan's breasts. Yifan snorted coldly through his nostrils. Before that, Yifan didn't know even if he didn't know. Now that Xiao-wan was his woman, how could Yifan let her suffer in front of him? Phew! Yifan struck out as fast as lightning, flying a hand to grab Wang Tianwei's hand. Click! There was a fluctuation of qi on Yifan's wrist, and he broke Wang Tianwei's wrist straight away. I don't know what to do. Yifan was now at the martial emperor level of strength, and dealing with such a small piece of trash was still an easy task. Ah, lousy's hand. The sharp pain coming from his hand caused Wang Tianwei to instantly let out a pig-killing scream. Don't freeze on your feet, all of you. Give me on. Don't let this bastard stand and walk out from here. At this point, the compound was filled with takeout workers and a couple of security guards. Hearing Wang Tianwei's shout, a group of Wang Tianwei's doglegs immediately rushed over toward this side, holding sticks, steel pipes, and even some people pulled the charging line over. Him. Wang Tianwei took 2 steps back and snarled at the men around him. Tramp, in my territory, can you still be bullied? Xiao-wan, let me tell you, I'm going to you today. Wang Tianwei stared at Xiao-wan with a greedy face. What kind of innocence is she pretending in front of herself? Isn't sleeping with anyone the same thing? Is he any worse than any other man? Chapter 167. Manager Wang, who had an iron head, had a broken egg. Looking around at so many takeout boys and security guards rushing this way, Xiao-wan looked nervous. Xiaofan, let's run away. There are too many of them. Although last night he saw that Yifan actually held himself and jumped from the 2nd floor. Yifan must have kung fu, but after all, with so many people on Wang Tianwei's side, Xiao-wan was still worried that Yifan was not an opponent. Stop it, are you all crazy? Sister Wan is a colleague of ours. She usually takes care of you when she gets paid. Isn't that enough? You guys are actually doing this to Sister Wan. Have your conscience been eaten by a dog? Outside of the crowd, a few girls chortled and pushed sans a few security guards in front of them. Xiao-wan was actually usually well liked in the company, and as the treasurer, she usually took much care of these takeaway boys, as well as the security guards. They usually want a little advance on their paycheck or something like that, and Xiao-wan opens the door of convenience. Being scolded by those girls for a while, those security guards and takeout boys who were originally aggressive began to hesitate in their hand movements. Sister Wan, quickly let your boyfriend run, a bearded man at the forefront whispered to Xiao-wan. Sister Wan, it's also very difficult for us to be in the middle. Brother, run, we'll give you cover. Another flat-headed security guard also squeezed over. deliberately using his body to block the people rushing up behind him. We won't be able to stop those Wang Tianwei's lapdogs coming up behind us. Thank you everyone. Xiaowan glanced at Yifan and pulled him along with her, intending to leave here first. As for the office stuff, it could only be said later. It was only Yifan who had saved his daughter's life, and it would be bad if Yifan was injured. But when Xiaowan pulled Yifan stood still and didn't move, but looked at the garbage in front of him with a burning look. How could he, a martial emperor powerhouse, still be bullied by these trash in front of him? Yifan's ankle stomped hard on the ground, and powerful chi energy stirred out, instantly bypassing the front several security guards and takeout boys who were helping Xiaowan to speak, and impacting dozens of people behind them who all flew backward and fell to sit on the ground. Just this? Yifan clapped his hands and coldly looked towards Wang Tianwei. Originally, I came back with Sister Wan. I just wanted to simply take something and was on my way out. You yourself had to come up and look for pain. Sister Wan is my woman. You still want to miss my woman? Looking for death? Yifan sneered, stepped forward and directly grabbed Wang Tianwei's neck. Without any hesitation, he kicked at Wang Tianwei's crotch. Pust. It's the sound of breaking eggs. Now see if you have any ideas when you see a woman. If you don't like to think about other women, this young man will make you see a woman in the future. You can only watch. Well played, well played. Yifan's action was immediately applauded by a group of girls in the company, because Wang Tianwei is the manager of the company, so often followed by the hands of the right to harass the company's girls, but also some of the girls were Wang Tianwei coerced and seduced to get in the bed. But there are bitter cannot say. Ah, my egg. Wang Tianwei instantly bent his body into a prawn in pain and a violent scream came out of his mouth. You actually dare to touch me? Kid, you're finished. Do you know who is behind Honda Takeout Company? Behind us is the Jojo Group. My brother-in-law is the director of the investment department over at the headquarters. You better kneel down and apologize to me right now, and let Xiaowan obediently climb into my bed. Otherwise I guarantee you will not see the sun tomorrow. Wang Tianwei's words instantly silenced the scene. The girls who applauded before were also silent, quietly approaching towards Xiaowan's side, reminding Xiaowan, Sister Wan, you'd better hurry up and take your boyfriend to leave. Wang Tianwei's brother-in-law is a leader over at the headquarters, and can mobilize the people of the Kyushu group, and they will definitely retaliate when things get too big. Right, the arm can't be twisted. The Kyushu group is so strong. Retaliation. Sister Wan, you on your boyfriend is afraid to suffer. Xiaowan's eyes were somewhat mesmerized as she looked at Yifan with a somewhat complicated mood. The Jojo group? Would Yifan be afraid? The outside world says that Yifan is that cutie pie of the Yi family, but in reality Yifan is so smart and strong? I'm afraid that Wang Tianwei will definitely suffer for what happened today. I listened to him. Xiaowan calmed herself a little, and she gradually realized that last night she had only intended to return the favor, but it seemed that she had ended up hugging a golden thigh. Since Yifan had made a move, he definitely had his own certainty. Kyushu group? Yifan heard a burst of Wainer. Was it such a coincidence? The one who bullied his woman was actually a company under the Tianji Pavilion Kyushu group? Poor Wang Tianwei didn't know that he had already planted himself in Yifan's hands. Seeing Yifan's silent face, Wang Tianwei thought that Yifan was afraid. Asshole. Now you know you're afraid? It's already too late. Ouch. Wang Tianwei was so excited that he accidentally pulled his own egg and grimaced in pain. Let go at once. Wang Tianwei struggled out of Yifan's hands and chided towards Xiaowan. Xiaowan, why don't you roll over? I'm about to tear off your clothes in public. Let's see which one of you dares to move a finger. Wang Tianwei thought that his background had scared Yifan and started to fool around again. Aha! This Wang Tianwei is still so head iron looking for death? Yifan was all but speechless to Wang Tianwei. Is this head full of? Obviously see in front of Yifan. Kung Fu so strong. Face such a situation. So calm. Head is certainly not small. How can he still bump into it with an iron head? What are you looking at? Kid, aren't you a good fighter? You think there's no one on my side? Wang Tianwei laughed coldly and chided upstairs. Keiko, the Xiaowan people are already here. So come down. There's a prick here. You help out by the way. Along with Wang Tianwei's words, a stunningly beautiful Eastern girl wearing a leather skirt flashed from the second floor balcony, dropped the information in her hand on the ground, and with a stomp of her ankle on the balcony, she directly jumped down towards the first floor. Hiss, that high up, and you just jumped? Those takeout boys at the scene, as well as the security guards, and Xiaowan were stunned. Obviously, this Eastern beauty in front of him was also a martial arts expert. Handsome, she belongs to me. There's nothing more for you here. Get lost. That beautiful woman dodged and quickly rushed in front of Yifan, glanced at Qiuwan, and opened her mouth towards Yifan in a cloudy manner and chided. A powerhouse in the martial arts grandmaster realm? With a little bit of sensing, Yifan immediately became clear about the strength of this Yamada Keiko in front of him. No wonder Wang Tianwei is so arrogant today. So there are still experts from the East here? The powerful men from the East have already investigated Qiuwan's company? But seeing as Yamada Keiko hasn't left yet, then Ergo left the map fragments, which should still be found. Chapter 168, Am I sick? Why do you want to rattle your own eggs? It's over. It's over. Sister Wan is going to suffer now. Sister Wan, why don't you escape quickly? I didn't realize that Wang Tianwei had actually invited such an expert. Alas, can Sister Wan still run away now? The group of sisters around Qiuwan all looked at Qiuwan with a regretful face, while Qiuwan had a heart in her throat. There were martial arts experts on Wang Tianwei's side as well. What should Yifan do? Although Qiuwan probably knew that 5 years ago, Yifan was indeed a demonic genius and not a cutie pie, but the other party's power, it seemed that it wasn't weak either. Is he really going to be taken by Wang Tianwei today? Would Yifan not care about himself? Qiuwan tightened her grip on her coat, full of apprehension. After all, the girl had just said that there was nothing for Yifan here, so as long as Yifan didn't obstruct, he could leave. Himself and Yifan are just a one-night pleasure. It is normal for Yifan to leave. However, soon after, a sentence from Yifan dispelled Qiuwan's worries. You are mistaken. She is my woman. That belongs to me. Yifan stared searingly at the Yamada Keiko in front of him. Tell me to get lost. You're not qualified. Yifan had already moved to kill in his heart. Wang Tianwei actually colluded with the Easterning dog as well? Yifan had never had much goodwill towards the Easting people. Yifan had already decided in his heart that he would definitely turn this place upside down today. Humph, asshole, how dare you be so arrogant in front of MS Keiko? Looking for death. Miss Keiko, please hurry up and teach him to behave. Wang Tianwei pleaded with Keiko Yamada from the side, while in his heart, he had hated Yifan to the extreme, broke one of his own hands and kicked himself in the balls. Numb nuts, when MS Keiko Yamada packs you down, I'll pay you back tenfold. Keiko Yamada frowned and didn't open her mouth, but stared at Yifan with some doubt. When Yifan made a move on those security guards just now, Keiko Yamada noticed the fluctuation of martial arts chi in Yifan's body, but at that time, the martial chi fluctuating in Yifan's body was pretty much just the control realm. The fact that she was an expert in the sovereign realm was why Keiko Yamada showed up, but just moments ago, Keiko Yamada suddenly realized that the fluctuating martial arts chi energy in Yifan's body had actually reached the Zongshu realm, and had even surpassed her own? This guy in front of me is not to be messed with. Moreover, what made Yamada Keiko even more puzzled was that the youth in front of her always felt very familiar, but she could never recall where exactly she had seen Yifan. That's why Megumi Yamada hesitated and never took it easy. Crunch! Crunch! The atmosphere at the scene was at a standstill when a sharp break suddenly sounded at the company's main entrance. An obese middle-aged man with a group of bodyguards quickly rushed in. Tianwei, what happened? Who bullied you? This obese man is not someone else. It is Wang Tianwei, that brother-in-law Tongquan, claiming to be a director at the company headquarters. Ah, brother-in-law, you can finally come. That's him. Wang Tianwei saw his brother-in-law Tongquan came, immediately like seeing his own father. A handful of snot and a handful of tears towards the Tongquan cried, Brother-in-law, you look. My arm was broken by him. My egg was also broken by his kick. I can't accompany you to wash your feet in the future. Oh, brother-in-law, you have to take revenge for me, ah. Wang Tianwei didn't care about the feeling of egg pain in his pants. He jumped and rushed towards Tongquan. Tongquan looked at Wang Tianwei in such a miserable state, and then looked at Yifan with contempt. It's you? Beat my brother-in-law like this? It's me. Yifan looked at Tongquan in front of him. Was this the person from the Kyushu group? Counting the time, Su Hai, the general manager of the Kyushu group, should be arriving soon, right? Yifan was curious. Su Hai arrived and saw the situation in front of him. With how to deal with it, one must know that Yifan was the new pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, while Su Hai, as the general manager of the Kyushu group, was naturally supposed to be Pang Hai's beloved, representing Pang Hai to pay a visit to him, only to find that his own henchman had actually offended him in such a way. Then Wang Tianwei and Tongquan will have to shed their skin, right? Kid, do you know who I am? I am the director of the investment department of the Kyushu group. I can casually call upon the A-class power of the Kyushu group. Pinching you to death is as easy as pinching an ant. Do you know that? Tongquan was not in a hurry to make a move. Speaking to Yifan at the same time, his gaze turned to Qiuwan beside Yifan. When he saw Qiuwan's peach-like appearance, his pupils were suddenly dilated and his eyes were glowing. Tianwei, that's the one you said was an extremely good woman. The one you never got, right? Tongquan had his eyes on Qiuwan. That kind of extreme. No wonder Wang Tianwei kept mentioning it in front of himself. That's brother-in-law. That asshole is her boyfriend. Figuring out the relationship between the characters, Tongquan immediately had an idea. Kid, will you do it yourself or will I do it for you? Tongquan snorted coldly and threw a war knife in front of Yifan. Break and arm yourself, then gargle your own eggs. Leave your woman behind and crawl out of here on your knees. I'll leave you a dog's life. Tongquan looked at the fact that with so many people on his side, and an easting expert sitting on his side, he had already eaten up Yifan. You're sick, aren't you? Why would I want to crunch my own eggs? Yifan smiled faintly. However, I don't mind helping you crunch your eggs so that you two can make a pair. Pust. Yifan stomped his ankle on the ground, and the battle knife flew straight up, directly poofing into Tongquan's thigh, and blood instantly flowed down Tongquan's thigh. Kid, you stepped horse crazy, actually even lousy all hands. Ah, my leg. Tongquan pain in the mouth a howl. To the side of the bodyguard rebuked. Quickly do it, no matter dead or alive. We'll take him down. Quickly, lousy want to get him killed. At the drop of a hat. What makes this guy so arrogant? Stop, who are you trying to get killed? Just at the moment when those bodyguards brought by Tongquan were ready to make a move. At the doorway, a middle-aged man let out a sullen rebuke, instantly causing everyone at the scene to stop the movements on their hands. The middle-aged man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and surrounded by a few tough men, walked quickly towards the company compound. General Manager Su? It's you. Why did you come personally? Such a little thing isn't worth alarming you. It's just that there's a person causing trouble here. I can fix it. The person who came was none other than Su Hai, the general manager of the Kyushu group and Pang Hai's right-hand man. When Tongquan saw that Su Hai actually came here in person, his heart was both shocked and excited. As Su Hai was Pang Hai's direct force, Tongquan usually didn't see much of Su Hai. The key was Su Hai's own strength, which was all said to have reached above the peak of Zhongshan, or even the martial Zun realm. Moreover, those bodyguards besides Su Hai, each and every one of them were the strongest of the strong. With the general manager sitting here, are you still afraid that this kid in front of you will turn over? Let's see how arrogant you still are this time. Our Mr. Su is here. You just wait for death. Tongquan screamed and cursed at Yifan with an excited face. Snap. Without any sign, Su Hai raised his hand and slapped, directly smacking Tongquan's face. Shut up. Come on people. Give me to abolish him. Chapter 169. How about $2 million a year for your wife? No. 5 million. Ha! Su Hai's fierce slap with martial arts chi directly smacked Tongquan into a daze. What is this? Mr. Su, what are you doing wrong? Su Hai actually slapped himself directly, and his own teeth shattered all over his mouth. In Tongquan's shocked eyes, Su Hai jogged all the way and quickly walked over towards Yifan and said, My subordinate Su Hai, on behalf of Elder Pang, I pay my respects to Pavilion Yi Xiao. Su Hai's mouth was originally going to address Yifan as Pavilion Master, but thinking that Yifan had been hiding his identity, the words came to his lips and he directly changed his mouth to Yi Xiao. In this way, people would only suspect Yifan's relationship with the JoJo group, not Yifan's relationship with the Heavenly Hall of Justice. At that time, when Yifan contacted Elder Pang with Guo Li's cell phone, Elder Pang immediately launched an investigation and dismissed the idea of Guo Li being the successor of the Heavenly Hall on the spot. The latter parties investigated and determined that Yifan was the new Tianji Pavilion Master. Get up! Yifan knew that Su Hai had come on behalf of Pang Hai, and was actually more or less as tentative as Yu Chang. So while Yifan spoke, a martial chi surged in his hand, grabbing Su Hai's arm through the air and holding it up towards the top. Feeling that chi energy from Yifan, a flash of intense shock appeared in Su Hai's eyes. A space object? The young lord's strength is at least above the martial Zun realm. Su Hai had originally come with the intention of testing, so without any hesitation, Su Hai frantically ran his martial Dao Chi of the martial Zun realm, forcibly trying to press down towards the bottom. Su Hai wanted to test how strong Yifan was, and according to Pang Lao, to see if Yifan was worth aiding or not. Yifan smiled faintly. The expression on his face did not change. The martial emperor's 6th grade aura was released, instantly enveloping this space. Su Hai even breathed a little unsmoothly, feeling as if there was a Tarzan pressing down on the top of his head, weighing as much as 10,000 pounds. With ease, Yifan just used the strength of a few fingers to help Su Hai up. Xiao Yi redeems himself. After Su Hai was helped up, his face swelled with a reddish color as he bent down and bowed to Yifan once again. In the test just now, Su Hai had used all his strength, but Yifan still took himself so easily, so Yi Xiao's strength was at least at the martial emperor level. Elder Pang had said that as long as Yi Xiao's strength was above the martial emperor level, then the crisis that the Yi family was facing right now would not be a crisis at all. It's fine. Yifan put away the fluctuations of martial chi on his body and glanced over toward Tongquan and the others. This Hongda takeout company, is it an industry under the Kyushu group? It's all bullying my woman's head. It's not small in guts. Yes. Su Hai touched a bead of sweat on his forehead. Don't worry, Xiao Yi, I will definitely take care of this matter. On the other side, when Tong Quan saw Su Hai's actions, his entire body was directly dumbfounded. What is this? General Manager Su Hai actually knows this youth in front of him? And by the looks of it, it was still very scornful of the youth in front of him? Old me is going to be killed by you. Tong Quan was now so regretful that he couldn't wait to slap himself. And when he saw Wang Tianwei beside him, he violently kicked over. Brother-in-law, me. Wang Tianwei also put the situation into perspective at this time. Originally, he could hang Yi Fan and Xiao Wan when his dependable brother-in-law came. As a result, the big boss behind his brother-in-law had to kneel down when he saw the youth in front of him. Bang bang! Not waiting for Wang Tianwei to finish his words, those two bodyguards beside Su Hai had already rushed over, and without any hesitation, they directly broke Tong Quan's arm and kicked the egg in his pants. The two bodyguards glanced at Wang Tianwei and cast an inquiring gaze towards Su Hai, and after receiving Su Hai's affirmation, the two bodyguards once again made their move and smashed Wang Tianwei's other thigh as well. Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan were lying on the ground, wailing non-stop, their bodies bent into a prawn. However, facing Su Hai, although there were 10,000 Chaoma joins running wild in their hearts, they didn't dare to show anything. The means of the 9 states group, they are aware of, now can leave a life. Even if lucky, if really completely pissed off them, lose their lives is also a matter of minutes. Yi Fan smiled faintly, took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Wang Tianwei, looking down on him and stepping on Wang Tianwei's face. Manager Wang, now you still want to move my woman? Still want me to go out lying down? Wang Tianwei didn't even have the courage to cry now, and said with a terrified face, I don't dare, don't dare. Yi Young, spare your life. Yi Young, spare your life. I don't dare anymore, really don't dare. Although his arms and legs were crippled, Wang Tianwei still endured the severe pain and knelt down towards Yi Fan, kowtowing constantly. With his only intact arm, he kept smacking his face. Pop, pop, snap. Crisp ringing sounds resounded in the compound, but in a few seconds of effort, Wang Tianwei's face was all red and swollen, just like a pig's head. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. On the other side, Tong Quan also reacted, respectfully kneeling in front of Yi Fan, also waving his hand and smacking his face. Those security guards at the scene, the delivery boys, all looked at the situation in front of them with a sigh. Those who were worried about Yi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Sister Wan's boyfriend actually knows the general manager of the Kyushu group? Yeah, so he's so powerful and has such a background. Now that Wang Tianwei has finally been cleaned up, Tong Quan is afraid that he won't end up well either. As for the others, the security guards and takeout boys who had followed Wang Tianwei before, they were all confused at this time. Watching Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan's downfall, the crowd couldn't help but tremble. One of the security guards took the lead, and after hesitating for a moment, they all knelt down towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan lightly glanced at the crowd. If I had known this, why did I bother? Seeing that Yi Fan's anger had subsided for the most part, Su Hai was relieved in his heart and rebuked his bodyguards. Take those 2 guys away and hand them over to the Discipline and Supervision Department to check their financial status. Hongda Takeout Company, the personnel involved in today's incident, all dismissed. Su Hai, as the general manager of the Kyushu group, doing things, naturally, is thunderous. A few words, will Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan's downfall arrangements clear? Clear. The Disciplinary Inspection Department of the Kyushu Group is notorious for its harsh methods. Tong Quan and Wang Tianwei have been in their respective positions for so many years that their hands and feet are naturally not clean. In the hands of the Department of Discipline and Inspection, even if they don't die, it is estimated that they will only have half a life left. Mr. Su, don't hand us over to the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Yi Xiao, we were wrong. We kowtow to you. Qiu Wan, I'm sorry. We were wrong. You can't see death and save us. Please speak. Save us. Before being dragged away, Tong Quan and Wang Tianwei still wanted Qiu Wan to open her mouth to ask for help, but Qiu Wan's face moved several times, looked at Yi Fan, and finally did not open her mouth. Qiu Wan knew that it was fortunate that Yi Fan's background was hard enough today. Otherwise, if she and Yi Fan fell into their hands, would they be soft? After Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan were dealt with, Su Hai glanced at Qiu Wan, then spoke in a low voice. Yi Xiao, Mrs. Qiu Wan arranged to serve as the Deputy Director of Finance at the Kyushu Group, with an annual salary of 1 million? Su Hai tentatively opened his mouth to ask a question, and when he saw the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitch, Su Hai was instantly startled. No, Mrs. Qiu Wan to go to the Kyushu Group as a financial director, annual salary of 200. No, annual salary of 5 million, additionally with a million level above the car. Miss Qiu, what kind of car you like? Please tell me. I will arrange. Chapter 170, Behave, or else you'll get a spanking. Suhai kept wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead as he spoke. Today, his own men made such a big commotion, all of which offended the future pavilion master's wife, and actually tried to desecrate the pavilion master's wife. If things really get out of hand, I'm afraid I won't have a good time. So I learned that Chiu Wan is a senior student of management finance, directly arranged to enter the Kyushu group. First said that the deputy director of finance, look at the face of the master of the cabinet is not right, and hastened to directly elevate to the director of finance, the annual salary from 1 million, up to 5 million. Anyway, the identity of the pavilion master has been confirmed, and the entire Tianji pavilion is the pavilion master's own. Offer a higher annual salary. It's just a left hand to right hand thing. Ah, Mr. Su, this is too high. It's not appropriate. Chiu Wan heard the annual salary of 5 million, and the position of financial director of the Jojo group. The whole person was stunned. When Chiu Wan first graduated from college, she did want to work for a big company like the Kyushu group, but the reality is hard to face. She has no background, no work experience. In the normal way, it is impossible to enter those big companies. The back can only find a macro takeaway company as a treasurer. And now when Suhai really announced that he was the financial director of the Kyushu group, Chiu Wan was instead afraid again. On the one hand, it felt that this happiness came a little too suddenly and was a little unreal, while on the other hand, there was the fear that I would not be able to do it right. The Kyushu group is a behemoth with trillions of dollars in assets, and the position of finance director naturally carries a great deal of responsibility. An annual salary of $5 million had never occurred to Chiu Wan before. Not high, Ms. Chiu, not high at all. This is the standard salary in our industry. Suhai observed Yifan's expression, and when he saw Yifan smile, a heart completely relaxed. His own ass-kissing, this time, didn't hit the nail on the head. Tianji Pavilion, this new pavilion master, looks although young, but can quietly stoic for so many years, meticulously development, and then to now. The Yi family, those deadly rivals, are afraid that they still do not know the real situation of Yifan. The new courtmaster is no lightweight, but the more this happened, the more hope there was for the recovery of that Tianji Pavilion. Those demons and monsters inside, the courtmaster's means will always deter them down, right? But, Mr. Su, Chiu Wan still wanted to push back, but Yifan reached out and wrapped Chiu Wan in his arms, whispering in Chiu Wan's ear, Sister Wan, don't quietly tell you a secret. The Kyushu group is also my industry. Ah, hearing Yifan's words, Chiu Wan's shocked eyes were about to fall out. It's also the Yi family. Yifan shook his head. It's not the Yi family, it's my property. So, Sister Wan going to work for the Kyushu group is to help me manage the financial power. The position is very important. I usually don't have so much time to manage the company's finances. In case someone else rolls my money away, I don't even know. Sister Wan is now my woman. Go to work in the Kyushu group. Just can help me to carefully keep an eye on the point. I feel relieved. While speaking, Yifan very much turned his head and kissed Chiu Wan on her cheek. It made Chiu Wan blush for a while and her heart thumped. This Yifan, bad. That. Chiu Wan's heart was still violently shaken. A behemoth like the Jojo group was actually also an asset under Yifan. Together with the Yi family behind Yifan, how much energy did this handsome guy in front of her, who was a bit smaller than herself, have? Was this heaven's reward for so much suffering before? He had been living a hard life for so long before, and now, all of a sudden, he was pushed straight into the clouds. It's a deal, Mr. Su. From tomorrow, let Sister Wan go to the company to slowly familiarize herself with the business. Yifan directly interrupted Chiu Wan's words and sealed the deal. Yifan turned his head to look at those people left in the Hongda takeout company and said to Chiu Wan, Sister Wan, now that Wang Tianwei has been taken away and you've left the takeout company, the one who is most familiar with it is you. But it's impossible for you to continue working here. You decide on their staffing arrangements? Suhai hurriedly helped out from the side as well. Right, ma'am. Please ask Miss Chiu to help guide us in the matter of the Hongda takeout company. Suhai is also a wonderful person. The address to Chiu Wan, from Miss Chiu, directly changed to Mrs. The arrangement of the situation of Hongda company became guidance. The corner of Yifan's mouth smiled slightly. This Suhai, when the time came, he could hook up with Lu Maoyang. Chiu Wan was weak in nature and instinctively wanted to refuse again, but suddenly felt that Yifan's hand had been placed on her hip. Yifan also blew a breath in Chiu Wan's ear. Sister Wan, behave yourself, otherwise, I'm going to spank my ass. Don't. Chiu Wan shyly awaced. Here's so many people. If Yifan did that intimate action to himself, would not he die of shame? After pouting, Chiu Wan glanced at the crowd and finally opened her mouth. Mr. Su, according to my judgment, Molly usually has a strong working ability, and she has served as the supervisor of the second team before, and has been exercising for a long time, so she can serve as the manager of Hongda Takeout Company. In addition, Xiao Yang has been following me around as a finance person and can take over my position. Good, that's the arrangement. As Chiu Wan's words fell, Su Hai didn't have any hesitation and directly shouted towards the crowd. Who's Molly? Who's Xiao Yang? Step forward. According to Madam's arrangement, you will be the manager and treasurer respectively, and will take over the entire work of Hongda Takeout from now on. The specific appointment book, the headquarter company will send it over in the afternoon. In the crowd, a little girl with eyes and another middle-aged woman in a small suit were both still a bit dazed when they heard Su Hai's words, almost as if he had walked out with a dazed look on his face. These two were none other than Molly and Xiao Yang, one of the two girls who had taken the initiative to stand out and help Chiu Wan block those bad guys when they faced Wang Tianwei's bullying just now. Mari and Yang fumed for a few seconds after figuring out their appointments before reacting. Ah, thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Sister Wan. Thank you, Sister Wan. The two of them bowed together towards Su Hai and Chiu Wan, and in the end, they didn't forget to bow towards Yifan. Thank you, Xiao Yi. There was no hiding the gratitude on their faces. Although the company has only hundreds of people, the position of company manager is still very important. If it was a normal development, Mari was afraid that it would be difficult to be promoted to the position of manager until old age. But now it was Chiu Wan's words that turned their fate around in an instant. They were very clear that all of this was the credit of Chiu Wan and the credit of Yifan's promotion. There's no need to thank me. You guys just thank Madam properly. Su Hai glanced at the two of them and continued to work well. For the company's subsequent recruitment and staffing arrangements, you two will be solely responsible for it. Yifan also smiled faintly from the side. All of this is what you deserve. When Chiu Wan faced such a desperate situation just now, there were so many people at the scene, only they and a few other sisters stood up for Chiu Wan. As Yifan spoke, he glanced at the few security guards and takeout boys who helped Chiu Wan and Yifan. You guys also performed well. Manager Ma, they will be properly arranged as well, right? Right. Just now, Mr. Su has fired a group of people to go. There are several vacant supervisor positions. Yi Xiao and Sister Wan, don't worry. I will definitely make arrangements and won't let them get cold feet. Chapter 171, Master, stop spanking. It's going to swell if you hit it again. What Yifan meant by deliberately mentioning those security guards. Of course Mari understood. In short, just one sentence. All the people who helped Chiu Wan and Yifan just now would not be treated poorly. As for those who stand on Wang Tianwei's side against Chiu Wan, on the other side, those personnel who had been fired by Su Hai were already packing up their things in the company compound, with a dark look on their faces, a stark contrast to Mari and the others over here. The benefits of Hongda Delivery Company are very good. The boys of other delivery companies out there earn just a few $1,000s a month, but the boys of Hongda Delivery Company all earn more than $10,000. This was also the reason why those takeaway boys were so bullied by Wang Tianwei, yet they were still willing to stay here. Only now, that part of the people who supported Wang Tianwei and made a move against Yifan and Chiu Wan had completely lost their chance. Those members of the macro takeout company, having been settled, there was only one last person left on the scene, that beauty from the east, Keiko Yamada. Noticing the scene, at this time, Yamada Keiko also finally recognized that the youth just now was that cutie from the Yi family. Young Master Yifan, it's just that what Yifan showed just now was not at all cutesy. Moreover, Yifan was so powerful that he was even stronger than himself. Now that both Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan have fallen, the key is that Su Hai of the Kyushu group is also here. For Yifan's strength, Megumi Yamada was still a little uncertain, but for Su Hai's strength, Megumi Yamada was very sure. He was at least all in the martial Zun realm. Originally, Yamada Keiko had been ordered by the vice president of the Black Clothes Society to investigate Chiu Wan and trace the whereabouts of the Heavenly Palace map fragment. Just now, if Su Hai had not stepped forward, Yamada Keiko had planned to take Chiu Wan away by force and then force her to question her. But now that Su Hai had come, Keiko Yamada didn't have any certainty at all. Taking advantage of the chaotic state of the scene, Keiko Yamada tried to slip away quietly. But what Keiko Yamada didn't know was that Su Hai had been eyeing her for a long time. Yamada Keiko had only just moved. When Su Hai dodged and blocked in front of Yamada Keiko, when a strong martial arts practitioner from the East Japan enters Dacia without reporting, everyone will be executed. MS. Yamada, you want to leave without explaining? The situation here just now was pretty much understood by Su Hai. Wang Tianwei really deserved to die, actually colluded with the Easterning martial arts experts and planned to lay a death sentence on the Pavilion Master. Moreover, Tianji Pavilion and Easterning also have a life and death feud. Mr. Su Hai. Yamada Keiko still wanted to explain, but Su Hai didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Powerful martial Dao Qi surged out from his hand, directly suppressing towards Keiko Yamada, sealing off all of her retreats. Put, Put. In just 3 seconds of work, Keiko Yamada's entire body's blood veins were blocked. Come on, two girls, take her to the restroom upstairs. Suhai greeted 2 company employees and helped Keiko Yamada towards the upstairs lounge. Young Yi, the Easterning people invaded Disya silently. Please go and interrogate them yourself. Suhai respectfully bowed towards Yifan while greeting Chilwan. Madam, let's go over and cooperate to hand over the company. Just like that, Suhai didn't move and sent Chilwan away, leaving Yifan in place with his mouth agape. This Suhai, he understands men. The East Japan invaded Dacia back then and scourged so many of Dacia's sons and daughters. There is a saying in Dacia that if you meet a woman from the East, you must take revenge. Yamada Keiko was indeed long and beautiful, but it wasn't Yamada Keiko's body that Yifan was interested in. What Yifan was more interested in was how far East Ing had pursued this Heavenly Palace map fragment. Moreover, there were more and more martial arts powerhouses lurking into Dacia recently, and Yifan wanted to figure out what exactly they wanted to do in Dacia. Rather, it was the fact that Yamada Keiko had actually tracked down Shio-wan here as well, and with the addition of Murano Koji, who had made a move in Cloud City earlier, it was important to raise an alarm. Without any hesitation, Yifan's ankle landed on the ground and his body directly rushed towards the lounge on the 2nd floor. The door to the room was opened, and Megumi Yamada just lay helplessly on the couch. Her entire body's blood veins were blocked by Suhai, and Megumi Yamada could only make slight movements, but without any force. Seeing Yifan enter the room to come, Yamada Keiko immediately changed her face. You, don't come over, what do you want? Yamada Keiko was naturally aware of the hatred between Dacia and Eastern Japan. Moreover, there had been news from within the Black Clothes Society before that once a woman from Eastern Japan fell into the hands of a man from Dacia, she wouldn't have a good ending. And now, has such a fate finally come upon you? Yifan smiled evilly and reached out to hook Yamada Keiko's waist as he pressed Yamada Keiko on the sofa. What do you think a man wants to do when he faces such a beautiful woman? Yifan moved in such a way that instantly made Yamada Keiko shriek out. Don't! Yifan, you can't move me. I'm a member of the General's House, and the Great General's House of Eastern Ing is my adoptive father. If you move me, the General's House of Eastern Ing, and the Black Clothes Society, won't let you go. Aha! Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. He hadn't even opened his mouth to ask. This Miss Yamada Keiko had managed to explain her identity clearly. Are they from the Yakuza again? It also involves the Great General's House of the East. Ha! Things are getting more and more interesting. The power of the royal family of the East is now gradually weakened. The families that are entrenched in the East are gradually beginning to override the royal power. In addition to those families, there are several powerful organizations. The 2 biggest of them, the Shogun's Office and the Black Clothes Society, were the 2 major organizations that the Eastern Imperial family had to listen to in many matters. Yeah, I'll just have to move and try. Pop, snap. As Yifan spoke, without any hesitation, he slapped down 2 slaps on Keiko Yamada's butt. Ah! The fiery pain coming from her buttocks caused Keiko Yamada's body to stiffen, and her mouth began to scream out shyly. You asshole! Is it possible to touch such a private part of a girl casually? What's even more annoying is that Yifan actually lifted the hem of Yamada Keiko's skirt all the way up, and there's only a layer of thin little pants inside. But Megumi Yamada's mouth had only just screamed when her entire body froze once again. How is it that a warm current has entered his body? Then it was transformed into martial chi energy, rapidly warming up his body and enhancing his strength? And the source of that warm current was exactly where Yifan had slapped. Yifan spanking his own ass could help him improve his strength? You hate trying to hit again if you have the ability? Yamada Keiko sensed her body's abnormality and deliberately stimulated Yifan. Just try it. Such a strange request, Yifan naturally want to satisfy. Without any hesitation, Yifan waved his palm against Yamada Keiko's arse. Again 2 slaps down. Keiko Yamada's body squirmed underneath, feeling all swollen. This dead bad guy, he doesn't have any mercy at all. But that familiar warmth, once again entering her body. Yamada Keiko had already confirmed that this was the person her mother had explained she was looking for before she left the East. Master, stop fighting. Little slave is willing to submit. Chapter 172, Master, burn me with your blazing fire. Aha! Keiko Yamada's reaction caused Yifan to be baffled for a moment. He only slapped her twice, and this chick actually submitted directly? What is this? Is it masochistic? Yifan was still puzzled in his heart when Yamada Keiko pulled out a jade pendant remnant from her body and respectfully handed it to Yifan. Master, this is a token left by my mother, so as long as young master brings this jade pendant remnant back, he will naturally understand my mother's identity. Aha! Another jade pendant fragment? Yifan also remembers that just a few days ago, the Wandering Soul's Captain Nyoair took out a fragment of a jade pendant and then merged it with the fragment in his grandfather's hand, proving that the Wandering Soul was the agency and power that his mother had left to him. And now, Keiko Yamada has also taken out such a piece. Could it be that her mother has arranged to have power in the East as well? What is your mother's mother's status, Yamada Keiko sprawled on the sofa, respectfully replied, "My mother said that she was the chief's side of the sword servant, before the chief left, was ordered to go forward to the east to lurk. At that time, my mother was ordered to lurk beside the great general, and then became the great general's woman. I gave birth to the illegitimate child. Mother has been secretly accumulating power all these years, waiting for the master's call at any time. It's just that now mother has been put under house arrest by the great general's house in disguise, and even I don't know the place of detention. The great general's mansion is using mother's life as blackmail to force me to act in daxia." Listening to Keiko Yamada's explanation, a violent shock went through Yifan's heart. What was his own mysterious mother up to? In the Yi family left so many underpinnings for themselves, and the power of the wandering souls to support it. And now you've left yourself such a powerful shadowy force in the east? Is this about global domination? Thinking of this, Yifan hurriedly dialed his grandfather's phone. "Grandpa, I have a piece of jade pendant here. See if there's any more at home that can fit with it intact." Yifan slapped the photo to his grandfather, and in less than a minute, his grandfather's phone called. "That's right, the second jade pendant fragment. Indeed, and this can be merged together. Back then, your mother said that there was indeed a latent force over there in the east. It seems that that mate of hers is called Yamada or something. So this Keiko Yamada was telling the truth? In that case, then the Yamada Keiko in front of her is considered one of us." A chi energy surged out from Yifan's hand and lifted the ban on Yamada Keiko's body. "Tell me, how many people from the east have come to daxia this time? What exactly do they want?" But what Yifan didn't expect was that as soon as he lifted the restriction on Yamada Keiko directly reached out and wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck. "Master, hug." Being in such close contact with Yifan just now carried a huge benefit for Megumi Yamada, and Megumi Yamada was a little addicted to it. "Yamada Keiko, although you are the daughter of my mother's maid, don't play with fire." Yifan felt the tenderness in his arms and chided somewhat helplessly. Keiko Yamada is totally one of those Eastern cute, sexy series of soft girls. 2 big ponytails, soft waist, ultra-short leather skirt. If when to change into JK, plus white silk, that's a total perfect match. Keiko is not afraid. Mother said, Keiko from birth, all is masters. Heart is also, body is also, all is. Yamada Keiko hooked Yifan's neck, that's slender fingers, but also non-stop Yifan's chest jumping, body in Yifan's arms just gently twisted a few times. Yifan will feel that the whole body is going to explode. "Master, burn me with your blazing fire." Yamada Keiko's cherry mouth gently murmured in Yifan's ear for a while, and that seductive voice was simply a hypnotic charm. Although Yifan was no longer a beginner, but in the face of such seduction, it was completely all a bit out of control. If he hadn't already verified the identity of Keiko Yamada, Yifan would have thought that this was a beauty plan arranged by those nemesis of the Yi family. Snap! Yifan reached out and slapped Yamada Keiko's buttocks violently a few times. "Let's talk about it later. I have something to ask you." "Master, people are waiting for you." "Oh, Keiko will always be masters." A look of enjoyment surfaced on Yamada Keiko's face. The wilder master is, the more Keiko likes it. Those mesmerizing eyes, delicate face, really a siren to die for. That kind of strength, really can't stand it. This time, the main reason for entering the Great Xia is for a map of the Heavenly Palace. It is said that it is the ruins of gods and goddesses, and that it contains a superb number of extremely high-quality techniques, as well as immortal cultivation mysteries. Also, we have other covert operations. There are places in the east where the living environment is starting to deteriorate, and we're on this operation. Lean, again? Yifan's heart was suddenly filled with displeasure. Almost 100 years ago, the Eastern Ing dog, relying on its own well-equipped, scourged daxia for decades and plundered so many of its treasures. And now, actually want to do it again? Numb nuts. 100 years ago, Yifan was not born even if. And now Yifan is in charge of the Tianji Pavilion. The hand is even a million Tianlong army under the word Yi. If he pissed off Yifan, he would directly drive his army over and trample the tiny island nation of the East. I'm not too sure about the other few battle squads, but I probably understand the personnel of this battle squad of ours. One of the vice captains is Koji Murano, who went to Cloud City to investigate the map remnants of the Yi family. In addition, Captain Muto went over to the Xuanwu battle zone to snipe the seated players of the Grand Xia. Yifan had a waner in his heart. Murano Koji had already died in his hands, but another Muto captain going to the Genbu battle zone to snipe a seated player from daxia? Yifan couldn't help but think of his first wife Yu Linglong in the first place. She was the youngest female martial god of daxia, and was responsible for the defense of none other than Eastern Ing along the coast of the Xuanwu war zone. The first wife shouldn't be in trouble, should she? After the affairs of Wada were taken care of, a trip to the coast had to be made if necessary. Besides, he was the Jintian Wang of the Xuanwu battle area, and after 5 years of not asking about the things of the Xuanwu battle area, it was time for him to make some effort. I have another infiltration list here. This is a list of families within Tiannan province that have close communication with the Black Clothes Society of the East and the general side. Keiko Yamada respectfully handed a list to Yifan. Yifan just swept a glance and couldn't help but snort coldly at the corner of his mouth. So many of the families above are precisely the restless families among those vassal families of the Tianji Pavilion, while some others are the previous vassal families of the Yi family, which have recently stood up to the opposite side of the Yi family. So they're all in cahoots with the dogs of the East? This time, when he came to Huadu, what Yifan wanted to do was to purge all these trash. Today, however, the most important task is still to find the penholder that Xiao Wan said.